Who could understand the family? 6-year-old Talon awakened his martial soul and directly mutated into the mythical fierce beast Zhu Yin, with innate full soul power. The whole family was in an uproar. The first thing my grandfather and father did was not to celebrate, but to discuss arranging a betrothal for him. This sudden wealth and fortune came too unexpectedly, and later they even went a hunt for spirit rings. It was so exciting. I tell you, this matter would be trending in 2025. I, a 6-year-old child, just awakened my martial soul and tested out innate full soul power, and the whole family exploded. Yet my grandfather and father, right in front of me, the first thing they did was not to celebrate, but to discuss arranging a few betrothals for me, saying they wanted to expand the family and pass down this top-tier martial soul. Who understands? I'm only 6 years old. This sudden wealth and fortune came way too unexpectedly. Sigh, this story actually starts from the day before my awakening. Back then, I was called Talon, just an ordinary, not really 6-year-old child. That evening, I was practicing archery at the training ground, and the sunlight, wow, gave me a free, holy light effect. My aura was off the charts. At that moment, my hands were warm, swish, swish, swish. Every shot hit the target, and the little kids nearby were cheering for me. But at that moment, my grandfather, Titan, the leader of our family, suddenly burst out laughing like a bell. I tell you, his laughter felt like a physical attack, and I got so startled that I missed my last shot. I thought to myself, it's over, my reputation is ruined. Guess what happened next? My grandfather, an 87th level soul master, strode over, secretly using his soul power, and with a tap of his toes, the target that had fallen to the ground was instantly shattered into dust. Then he proudly came over and patted my shoulder, declaring in a booming voice, "Oh, my grandson is amazing. His archery is perfect, divine." I looked at the pile of dust on the ground, my eyes twitching, completely bewildered. I thought, Grandpa, you're just too obvious in your favoritism. What could I say? I could only helplessly smile and go along with him. Seeing me smile made him even happier, and he embraced me saying, "Longer, tomorrow you turn 6. Grandpa will help you awaken your martial soul." The dinner that night was even more spectacular. The table was filled with delicacies, all made from the meat of 1,000-year soul beasts by our food system's soul saint. It was so fragrant. My grandfather had just given me a big helping when my father, Tino, came in with a bowl bigger than my face. My grandfather's face darkened immediately, and he shouted, "Get out." My father looked so aggrieved, shrinking his neck and smiling, "Dad, I'm just having a little, I won't compete with little Long." He said this, but his eyes were frantically signaling me to plead for him. I didn't even look at him, just bury my head in my food. Are you kidding? Compete with me for food? Not happening. I didn't want to stay in that father-son scene for even a day. My grandfather was so angry at my father's uselessness. He scolded, "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eat. This is to nourish my grandson's body for the foundation. And you're competing with your own son. Actually, I can't blame it all on me. I, Talon, have a soul from blue start living inside me. In my last life, I was quite a character, having traversed countless realms. So from the moment I was born, I didn't idle around, secretly practicing the techniques I brought with me. One called innate guidance technique to improve my physique, another called Zhu Yin visualization technique to strengthen my mental power. My goal was clear. Our family's ancestral martial soul is great strength gorilla, which is alright, but not top tier. I wanted to rely on my techniques to directly double its power during awakening, mutate, and upgrade it to the mythical fierce beast Zhu Yin. This operation was all about information disparity. Even if I failed, I still had the script of Douluo Continent in my mind, so I knew exactly where to borrow some immortal herbs. So every day, besides family training, I practiced on my own, becoming incredibly skilled with slingshots and archery. My eyesight was nurtured to be sharp like an eagle's. I was eating special supplies from the Soul Saint and soaking in medicinal baths, specially concocted by the poison Douluo, living a life that was simply too comfortable. Finally, my 6th birthday arrived, and the awakening ceremony began. I stood in the 6-pointed star formation, with my grandfather personally presiding over it. No need for the people from the martial soul hall. A faint golden light enveloped me, and it felt warm and comfortable. I could feel the power within me breaking through an eggshell and rushing toward my right hand. Outside the formation, my grandfather and father were as nervous as could be. When they saw the golden light becoming so intense, it almost overflowed. My grandfather confidently declared, "This light is much stronger than yours back then. Longer's innate soul power must be at least level 8 or above." As the golden light dissipated, I slowly raised my right hand. Goodness, a monkey martial soul with a white head and red feet appeared out of thin air. I did it. Zhu Yin martial soul. My father was stunned at that moment, leaning close to my grandfather and whispering, "Dad, this kid's martial soul is different from ours. Something's off." My grandfather, being knowledgeable, stared intently at my martial soul, his eyes filled with shock. I could feel that his 87th level, great strength gorilla martial soul was actually suppressed by my Zhu Yan. I smiled and reminded them, Grandpa, I haven't tested my soul power yet. Only then did my grandfather react, quickly pulling out a blue crystal ball. As soon as I placed my hand on it, the crystal ball erupted with blinding light, shining like a little sun. My father was instantly overwhelmed, his voice cracking as he shouted, innate full soul power. Ha! That expression was enough for me to laugh for a year. My grandfather was shocked, but even more ecstatic. He excitedly asked me, did your martial soul mutate? A positive mutation? I nodded, yes, Grandpa, it has become stronger. I named it Zhu Yan. Good, good, good. My grandfather kept saying good, his face flushed with excitement. Our family is about to rise. Then, he turned to my father and gave an outrageous command. Taino, go to the city immediately and see if there are any suitable girls of age. Reserve a few for longer. The more the better, we must pass down this top-tier beast martial soul. Then the scene at the beginning occurred. My grandfather seriously asked me, Longer, do you have any requirement for the girl? I had a million horses galloping through my mind, but on the surface, I had to act like a pure 6-year-old. Grandpa, what are you talking about? I'm still young. You could decide these matters. But my grandfather had a look that said, you're still too young. Not too young. Tomorrow, after hunting for the spirit ring, your body will develop rapidly. Our beast martial soul masters grow quickly, can have children by 10, so we need to prepare early. I couldn't take it anymore and quickly changed the subject. All right, I forgot to mention why our family is in Tiando City. Our family originally worked for the #1 sect, Haoqian sect. But then a fierce person named Tang Hao emerged from Haoqian sect, who is Tang San's father, and killed the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. The Martial Soul Hall came looking for trouble, and the cowards of Haoqian's sect kicked all us affiliated families out to be cannon fodder for self-preservation. Isn't that infuriating? Luckily, I was smart and had my grandfather research black technologies like siege crossbows and repeating crossbows, selling them to the Tiando Empire, a 7-treasure glazed tile school, establishing good relations with them. So when our family was kicked out, they immediately extended an olive branch, not only helping us fend off the pursuit of the Martial Soul Hall, but also granting us nobility status. Now my grandfather is very close with that poisoned bow. Both of them joined the Tiando Empire halfway, hanging out every day, all about sticking together for warmth. The next morning, my grandfather took me out to hunt for my first spirit ring. The goal was clear, to follow our family's ultimate power route, and the first spirit ring had to be one that enhances strength. Having a family background makes a difference. Commoner spirit masters don't have the luxury to be picky. We headed straight for the Sunset Forest. Once my grandfather, a soul doll, unleashed his aura, the small spirit beast within a 10-mile radius fled faster than rabbits, leaving a clear path. We arrived at a valley filled with ground baboons. My grandfather's sharp gaze quickly zeroed in on the strongest black ground baboon, which was busy pinning down 2 of its kind and rubbing them against the ground. Xiao on this one. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his martial spirit and shot out like a cannonball, swiftly grabbing that unfortunate creature and bringing it back effortlessly. The leader of the baboon group tried to confront him, but my grandfather casually swatted it away with a single slap, and we didn't even hear a sound. Is this the power of a big shot? I'm in love with it. He threw the stunned 500-year-old black ground baboon in front of me and handed me a dagger. Go ahead, your first spirit ring. I took the dagger without hesitation. With a swift motion, a yellow, shimmering 100-year spirit ring floated up from the corpse. I had been prepared for this, so I immediately sat cross-legged, released my martial spirit, and began to absorb the ring. Wow! As soon as the spirit ring connected to my martial spirit, a blazing, domineering energy surged into my body, racing around like a husky tearing up the house. I quickly activated my innate guiding technique, channeling my soul power to stabilize it, guiding it to strengthen my dantian. At the same time, the fierce beast Zhu Yan I had envisioned in my mind began to glow, frantically charging my newly born martial spirit, Zhu Yan baby. Although the energy from this 500-year spirit ring wasn't enough to grow my martial spirit significantly, the fierce aura surged up immediately. It's done. I, Talon, from this day on, am a glorious spirit master, and I could clearly feel that a certain shackle within me had been broken, and my soul power was skyrocketing. Let me tell you, this feeling is incredible. Every pore in my body was opening up, and it felt amazing. I stood up and stretched. The bones in my whole body crackled and popped like firecrackers. My grandfather Titan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he was so tense, afraid that his precious grandson would be blown up by the spirit ring. He rushed over in one step and anxiously shouted, "Grandson, hurry! Let Grandpa see what the first spirit skill is." I glanced at my pants, which had shrunk a bit, and chuckled. "Grandpa, as expected, it's an amplification type. Strength and defense have skyrocketed by 50. As long as my soul power is sufficient, I can maintain this buff indefinitely." My grandpa's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said that this soul skill might seem average in the early stages, but once I level up and my base attributes increase, that 50 boost will be incredible, even more powerful than many soul saints' 7th soul skills. I was also quite pleased, as I originally thought a 40 boost would be the best I could get, but I ended up with a 50 attack and defense combo. "Grandpa, let's hurry back. My clothes are about to turn into capris. I can't handle this." I urged him quickly. Just as we were about to leave, I suddenly had a realization. "Hey, wait a minute." I grabbed Grandpa. "Grandpa, did we forget something? The soul bone. What if the 500-year-old Earth baboon drops it? We can't just leave like this. That would be a huge loss." My grandfather gave me a big eye roll and said irritably, "You little rascal, you have quite the nerve. You're not satisfied with such an awesome spirit skill and are still thinking about the soul bone of a century-old spirit beast? Do you think soul bones are cabbages? Just ask what if." I still wasn't giving up, pulled out my dagger. "I want to go and gut that baboon." All right. My grandfather stopped me with a hand, waved, and directly stored the huge corpse into his storage soul guide, saying, "You can look for it slowly when we get back. By the way, let me teach you a lesson. Remember, in the spirit beast forest, if you kill a spirit beast, never dissect it on the spot." "Why?" I asked, not understanding. "Are you stupid?" My grandfather tapped my head. "First, the smell of blood will attract stronger spirit beasts, bringing you trouble. Second, and most importantly, what if a soul bone actually appears? You can't trust anyone, especially in those temporary teams. 1 second they're your teammates, and the next second they might stab you for a soul bone. Such things happen all the time out there." As soon as I heard it, my heart sank, and I hurriedly etched these words into my DNA. Family, who understands? This is not just leveling up. This is practically a sociology practical class. The old man earned all this experience with his life. When I got home, I quickly changed clothes and then started attacking the corpse of the baboon with a knife. And the result? Not a single hair. My luck is really, truly that of a pure, non-lucky person. Just when I was feeling disappointed, my dad came over, patted me on the shoulder, and said, "Son, stop messing around. I found a good junior soul master academy for you. Get ready to go to school." I was dumbfounded at the time. What the heck? "Dad, are you mistaken? An elementary soul master academy? I'm a 13th level soul master. Going to school with a bunch of little kids who just awakened their martial souls? I go to kindergarten to catch fish?" My dad was also taken aback for a moment. "It seems there's really no need. So did you go when you were young?" I pressed on. "No," my dad admitted frankly. "But," he changed the subject, "this is something your grandfather specifically instructed, and moreover, the granddaughter of the senior poison Douluo is also studying at that academy." Oh wow. My eyes instantly lit up. I immediately cleared my throat and said earnestly, "Ahem, then I must go." Mainly because, you see, I've suddenly developed a desire to go to school. I love studying. Learning makes me happy. There's no way around it. The next morning, as usual, I finished my morning exercises, and after breakfast, I slipped over to my parents' yard. As soon as I walked in, I saw my mom. "Young Bunjuang, practicing hair spare." Let me tell you, my mom is truly fierce, a member of the Pa family, with the martial soul of the Breaking Soul Spear. And she was already a level 46 soul master at the age of 25. Then I looked at my dad, who was 26, level 49, completely overshadowed by my mom. My whole family is full of overachievers. After my mom finished practicing shooting, she turned around and saw me standing at the door, and her face immediately fell. "What are you standing there for? Have you awakened your awesome martial soul, and don't even come to see your mom anymore?" I shivered on the spot. I'm not afraid of anything in the world except my mom. When I was a child, she insisted on teaching me to shoot, and I was only 3 years old. She went all out on the training, almost breaking me. If my grandpa hadn't stopped it out of pity for his grandson, I probably would shiver at the sight of a gun now. I felt that something was off and turned to leave. "Mom, I just came to find my dad to take me to register. I can go by myself." "No way. It's your first day of school, and I'm worried. Let my dad take me." "Your grandpa can take me too. Your grandpa is busy. Isn't your dad taking you?" She pointed outside to the yard. I looked outside and saw my dad, a level 49 soul master, struggling as a coachman, preparing to drive the carriage. In the end, I couldn't escape my mom's clutches and ended up sitting in the luxurious carriage with her, while my dad drove outside with tears in his eyes. When we arrived at the Tiendo Royal Junior Academy, The paperwork went incredibly smoothly. No kidding, with my grandpa's reputation as the soul Douluo and my 13th level soul power, not to mention transferring classes. Even if I wanted to be a teacher, the principal would probably have to consider it. The principal is a level 56 soul king, and he politely arranged for me to be placed in the best class of the first grade, class 1. I followed a director named Lu Yuankue to the classroom. This guy looked quite unhappy, looking at me as if I were some kind of privileged person. He led me to the classroom door and interrupted a beautiful female teacher who was teaching. He walked up to the podium, cleared his throat, and said, "Students, let me introduce a new classmate to you, Talon. Please welcome him." I stepped onto the stage and glanced down, and wow. All the little kids were staring at me with that "what are you looking at?" expression, creating an incredibly tense atmosphere. I don't care about that. I opened my mouth and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Tailong. Please take care of me from now on." As soon as I finished speaking, a harsh sneer came from the back row of the classroom. I looked over at the sound and saw a chubby kid with yellow hair who looked really punchable. I directly asked, "What are you laughing at?" The chubby kid glanced at the teacher, and seeing that the teacher didn't react, he became bolder. "Welcome. What gives you the right to interrupt our class? You don't even dare to introduce yourself with your martial spirit and soul power. What kind of nonsense is that?" I understand now. These little brats don't welcome me, and the teacher has tacitly allowed it. All right then, I won't be polite with you anymore. I took a step forward. My voice not loud, but clear enough for the entire classroom to hear. Martial Soul, Zhu Yan. Level 13, Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. If anyone has an opinion about me, feel free to practice on the playground. If you're too scared, then just keep your opinions to yourself. What? Level 13? That chubby kid was completely shocked. The whole classroom erupted in discussion about my level 13 soul power. The principal saw that the situation was getting out of hand, said something about following the school's rules, and slipped away. Rules? I seized on that point. At that moment, the beautiful female teacher smiled at me. "You must be Talon, right? My surname is In. You can call me Teacher In. Now, please find a seat for yourself." I scanned the room. 30 students, 30 desks and chairs. Not one more, not one less. I looked at Teacher In and said, "Teacher, it seems like there's no seat for me." Teacher In playfully winked at me and said, "This classroom only has 30 seats, and there will only be 30 seats. You need to find one for yourself, understand?" I understand it in a second. Does anyone get it? Isn't this just a way of eliminating the last place, playing with a cutthroat workplace culture? It's so thrilling. I walked down from the podium, under the gaze of my classmates, and went straight to the chubby boy who had just sneered at me. I knocked on his desk, pointed at myself, and then waved my hand. The meaning was clear. This seat, I, Talon, am taking it. You can roll out. The chubby boy's face turned green with anger, but he knew he was only at level 9 and couldn't possibly beat me. He could only fantasize about violently beating me in his mind while looking unwilling. I had no patience to wait for him to finish his inner drama, so I simply grabbed him from his seat and pushed him aside, sitting down myself. That little chubby guy, Andrew, turned red from my action and pointed at me fiercely, saying, "You little brat, don't you dare leave after school." I didn't pay any attention to him. Just kidding, it's not enough to just have hands to fight these kids with no combat experience. After class, Teacher In called over the chubby kid named Andrew. I stood up to stretch a bit, but then I realized something was off. The whole class was sitting in their seats, all staring at me. Not one of them had left. I was feeling uneasy, and since the enemy didn't move, I didn't move either, so I sat back down. In this awkward standoff, a little girl with purple hair, who looked particularly exquisite and beautiful, stood up. As soon as she stood up, the atmosphere in the class clearly changed. "Hello, classmate Tailong," she said. "My name is Douluo Continent, and my martial soul is the Phosphor Snake. I'm a level 12 control system battle spirit master. You're level 13, and I would like to ask you for some advice." Wow, Douluo Continent, is she challenging me? Bring it on. I stood up directly, sure. Anyone with opinions, anyone who wants to challenge, come on, I'll take it on. Douluo Continent led me, and a large group of people followed behind, arriving at the small forest by the playground. We stand facing each other, and a yellow soul ring rises from her body. "Douluo Continent, level 12, please give me guidance." I also released my martial soul, and a yellow soul ring lit up. "Talon, 13th rank, please give me guidance." As soon as I finished speaking, she moved. A punch came flying towards me. I sidestepped to evade it, and my first soul ring instantly lit up, amplifying my strength. Let me tell you, in that moment, I felt like I was on steroids. My body reacted on its own, and I threw a punch back, landing solidly on her abdomen. Wow, the entire audience gasped. Douluo Continent was sent flying like a shrimp, curling up on the ground, groaning in pain. I regretted it at that moment, damn. It seemed like I hit too hard. Once I got into battle mode, I just couldn't hold back. I just wanted to go up and check the situation, but a few young girls rushed over and blocked me, accusing me. You're going too far. It was just a spar. Why did you go so hard? I stood there, awkward to the point that my toes were about to dig in a 3-bedroom apartment. Just then, a furious roar came. Bastard! How dare you hit Sister Yin Yin? I'll fight you. I turned around and saw that chubby kid Andrew with yellow hair again. I don't know where he popped up from, but he happened to see Dugu Yin get knocked down, and his eyes turned red. Without even activating his martial soul, he charged at me like a little cannonball. I quickly flashed and, taking advantage of the momentum, kicked his leg directly, giving him a dog-eat-shit move. Ugh! He spat out the dirt from his mouth, got up and had a sudden idea, shouting at the whole class. What are you all waiting for? This new guy is so arrogant on his first day. If we don't teach him a lesson, will we have good days ahead? Everyone charged in together, shouting to beat him. Well, after his incitement, a few guys actually came charging at me with their martial souls activated. Seeing the situation, I knew I couldn't run away. Reluctantly, I had to face the challenge. All right then, since you insist on taking a beating, I won't hold back. Let's fight. I unleashed all my martial soul abilities, let out a roar, and turned around to throw a punch, knocking down the most jumpy Andrew first. Then, like a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep, I rushed at the few guys who surrounded me, throwing punches left and right, taking down one little kid with each hit. I tell you, the more I fight, the more excited I get, the fiercer I become. I feel an invisible aura radiating from me, making their legs weak. My martial spirit, Zhu Yin, seems to be howling at the sky, continuously absorbing a strange energy during the battle, replenishing my stamina, and even enhancing my body in all aspects. This feeling is amazing. In just a few moves, all the people surrounding me have been knocked to the ground. I turn my head and see a few cowards who just responded to the call, but are now hesitating and afraid to step forward. No, I need to confirm whether this feeling of becoming stronger in battle is really an illusion. I charged straight at those guys. 2 of the bolder ones turned and ran, while the other 2 were so scared they sat down on the ground. I couldn't be bothered with those 2 weaklings and chased after the ones who were fleeing, giving one of them a kick in the backside, knocking them to the ground. However, after knocking them down, I stood still for a moment to feel that sense of power increase, but it was gone. How strange. Could it be an illusion? I was pondering, and my gaze unintentionally drifted towards Dugu Yin. She had already stood up, looking at me in terror with a few young girls beside her, afraid that I would rush over and take them down as well. In fact, I was really conflicted at that moment, wondering whether I should, for the sake of science, gently take these young girls down to the ground and see what happens. Just as I was wrestling with my thoughts, a loud shout came. What are you doing? Stop right now. Well, the school teachers finally arrived, and even the principal, Wang Qiuzong, was alerted. The onlookers quickly dispersed. The teachers hurried over to check for injuries, and fortunately, they were all minor. Except for one unfortunate kid who bumped their front teeth while running, everyone else was fine. But those kids, they were all crying pitifully, and I couldn't tell if it was from the pain or from being scared by me. I saw a teacher and following the head teacher, looking at me with a tense expression. Then I heard my little brother, just picked up by the nanny, pointing at me and crying out loud, "Sister, he hit me. You have to help me beat him." Wow. That shout instantly left teacher and speechless. Her face turned red in an instant, so awkward that she could probably use her toes to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. The eyes of all the classmates were suddenly focused on her, and I bet they were all thinking, oh, so she's the one with connections. I was stunned at that moment. And was his sister? Damn, I took a look at his figure in her face. Family, who understands? I suddenly felt that this guy, Andrew, isn't bad after all. This friend, we can get along. There will definitely be good things in the future. I was lost in thought when the director, Liu Yunkei, spoke up, cleared his throat, and asked me seriously, "Classmate Tailong, what is going on?" What can I say? I'll just tell the truth. I laid out everything about how Andrew provoked me, how he rallied people against me, and how I defended myself without adding any embellishments. After listening, Director Liu furrowed his brows like a twisted donut. He probably felt confused. This case is hard to judge. Logically, as a freshman, I should have called my parents when I got into a fight on my first day. But the problem is, I was the one being surrounded and beaten up, yet I ended up taking them all down. Who is the real victim here? How is he supposed to explain this to my family? Should he say, "Your grandson is too good at fighting. He took down everyone who surrounded him"? Just when he was feeling troubled, a savior appeared. The college dean, Wang Qiuzong, suddenly showed up. Director Liu looked as if he had seen his own father and quickly passed this hot potato over. "Dean, you came at the right time. I lack experience in handling this matter, and I need you to take care of it." As soon as I saw Dean Wong, I could tell he was twitching at the corners of his mouth, probably cursing inside for being so hasty. Let me tell you, this old man is definitely sharp. He had just sent my grandfather off, patted his chest to guarantee he would take good care of me, and right after that, I organized an unrestricted fighting competition at school. However, a big shot is a big shot. Dean Wong quickly calmed down. After understanding the situation, he waved his hand decisively, deciding to downplay the matter. He called us core figures, me, Yin, and the crying Andrew, along with teacher and director Liu, into his office. Once we entered the office, Dean Wong was extremely amiable. He first smiled and asked Yin, could you explain what happened? Yin, being a righteous person, immediately took the blame. Dean, it's my fault. I wanted to spar with classmate Tailong, and then the other students might have misunderstood. Dean Wong nodded and then turned to me. Classmate Tailong, is that so? What can I say? Since Yin said that, I can't sell on my teammates, so I just replied, well, the process was about the same. And guess what? This old fox immediately turned his attention to Andrew, his gaze sharp as a knife. Classmate Andrew, I heard that this group fight was instigated by you. Do you have any explanation? Good gracious, he was going to make an example out of Andrew. To give his noble background a reason, Andrew was dumbfounded on the spot, stammering and unable to speak. Teacher and was anxious beside him, just about to plead for him, but Director Wong shot him a glance that silenced him. As soon as I saw the situation, I couldn't help but laugh. Hey, you want my brother to take the blame? Do you want this good fortune? I directly took the initiative and said, Dean, this matter was instigated by me. As soon as I finished speaking, Yin became anxious and shouted, no, it's because of me. This move completely stunned Dean Wong. He probably didn't expect that we would both rush to take the blame for this worthless matter. Yin reacted incredibly quickly, immediately concocting a seamless excuse, saying that she had challenged me and ended up getting knocked down by me. Her classmates were concerned about her, and in a moment of impulse, she had fought with me. After she finished speaking, she looked at me with those big watery eyes, looking pitiful. My heart softened, so I thought, fine, I'll play along. I immediately responded, yes, Dean, I also have responsibility. I just arrived and didn't control my strength, which injured Yin and caused a misunderstanding. We're all classmates, and we'll be fine once we get familiar. When Dean Wong heard this, he looked very satisfied. Wasn't this the step down he wanted? He immediately went along with it, saying, since it's a misunderstanding, then let's forget about it. You both go back to your class and do a self-reflection, and the school won't pursue it. He even pretended to ask if we wanted to notify our parents. Yin and I said in unison that we didn't need to. Are you kidding? If my grandpa found out I got into a fight on my first day of school, I'd be in big trouble. And just like that, this matter was smoothed over by him. As soon as we left, teacher and hurried over to thank me and Yin and politely invited us to dinner. Let me tell you, that meal was filled with joy. At the dinner table, Andrew had already started calling me brother. And Yin also learned that my grandfather was actually her grandfather's good buddy, Titan, which made her look at me much friendlier. In the afternoon class, I couldn't sit still for even a minute. I asked teacher for a leave and snuck in her empty office to check my body. Upon inspection, I was astonished. I discovered that after that fight, my soul power actually increased a bit. Although it wasn't much, it was indeed an increase. Even more ridiculous was that my physical qualities, strength, speed, reflexes, and senses had all improved. Folks, this is like I've unlocked a hidden passive ability. Getting stronger through battle? It's like a walking template for a feel-good story. I originally planned to develop slowly in the early stages, but now it seems I need to change my plans. Suddenly, I fell in love with this school. These classmates. Each one of them is like an experience pack for me. So adorable. This is a huge deal. I need to hurry home to discuss it with my grandfather. As soon as school was over, I ignored Yin, who was calling me from behind, and dashed out of the school gate, jumping onto a carriage to head home. Once home, I told my grandfather Titan about what happened today. After hearing it, his expression turned serious, almost frightening. His first words were, this matter must not be told to anyone, including your dad. I looked at his nervous expression and knew this matter was not simple. So I quickly nodded. To verify my feeling, my grandfather directly took me to the training ground. First, he found a clan uncle to spar with me. But it was of no use. That special state didn't T-trigger at all. I guess that this kind of practice fighting with feeding moves wouldn't T-work. It had to be a real fight. When my grandfather heard this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately called over one of my cousins, Tester, who was 10 years old and a level 15 soul master, 3 levels higher than me. This time my grandfather spoke, go all out and have a good fight. As the battle began, I activated my martial soul, and wow, Tester on the opposite side was immediately suppressed. His powerful guerrilla martial soul looked like a little monkey in front of me, not daring to move. My grandfather explained that my martial soul had mutated, causing this bloodline suppression. Although Tester was being suppressed, he was still of a higher level and had a strong physique, so he swung a powerful strike towards me. I didn't tee back down and went straight to meet it. We exchanged blows fiercely, and then that feeling came again. I felt like all the blood in my body was boiling. The more I fought, the more excited I became, the stronger I got. I seemed to transform into an ancient, ferocious beast, filled with fighting spirit. In contrast, my cousin's momentum weakened under my pressure, going from an active offense at the beginning to a passive defense later on, completely controlled by my rhythm. Just as I knocked him down with an elbow strike and was about to go in for the finishing blow, my grandfather suddenly shouted, "All right, Xiaolong, you won." I just woke up from that frenzied state, looking at my cousin lying on the ground, feeling a bit embarrassed, and quickly helped him up to apologize. Tester is a simple person, not taking it to heart, and kept praising me for being impressive. Grandpa sent the onlookers away and called me to his small courtyard. I was not polite and sat down to eat immediately. Grandpa just smiled at me, his eyes full of satisfaction. After I had eaten enough, he slowly spoke, saying something that left me completely stunned. He said, "Xiaolong, eat more. Only when you're full will you have the strength to help our Thai family branch out and have a few more kids to inherit your amazing martial soul." Let me tell you, the meatball soup in my mouth almost made me spit it out right there. Who understands? Family members. I'm only 6 years old. 6 years old. I almost had a Spartan moment, looking at my grandpa's expression that said my grandson must be a humanoid Gundam that needs to be mass-produced. I feel like my life plan has already been clearly arranged by him. I quickly changed the subject and revealed the secret behind my increased appetite today. I told my grandfather that my physique is characterized by becoming stronger when facing strong opponents. The more I fight, the better I feel. Every time I get into a fight, whether it's with soul power or physically, I can feel my energy surging. But the downside is that my body consumes a massive amount of energy, and after a fight, I feel hungrier than after running 5 kilometers. This morning, I got into a group fight with my classmates, and during lunch, the teacher treated us, but I felt embarrassed to have a second helping. In the afternoon, I fought twice with Uncle Kai and Brother Tay, and especially after the fight with Brother Tay, I felt like I could swallow a whole cow. After hearing this, my grandfather's eyes lit up. I swear, he looked like 200-watt light bulbs. He started muttering to himself about the number 1 beast martial soul on the continent, dismissing the blue lightning tyrant dragon as insignificant, and claiming that the Zhu Yin guerrilla martial soul was far ahead. Goodness, he was already setting up a sect for me in his mind. Then he looked at me and revealed that creepy, silly grin, and I felt a chill down my spine, sensing that something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, he snapped back to seriousness and asked me, "Xiaolong, when you're fighting, do you feel like you get stronger and stronger, as if you're cheating with your opponents feeling like they're made of paper in front of you?" My heart tightened, and I quickly nodded. This was exactly what I was worried about. Once I started fighting, I easily got carried away and couldn't control the impulse to smash my opponent. It would be fine if it were a one-on-one fight, but in a chaotic battle, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to distinguish between friend and foe. As a result, my grandfather slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. "Don't worry. This isn't a problem. It's your martial soul's exclusive BGM. Do you understand? This is called the embryonic form of a domain." I was completely confused. Field? Isn't this something only the title Douluo has? My grandfather explained that once my martial soul enters battle mode, it automatically releases a field. In simple terms, it gives me a buff of attack 1 and morale max, while applying a debuff of attack -1 and fear max to my opponent. That's why I was able to easily defeat that special brother. It's not that he was weak, it's that I was cheating. I quickly asked, what should I do about my overthinking problem? My grandfather's answer was straightforward and blunt. Your mental strength is too weak right now, and you haven't practiced enough. The best way to solve overthinking is to do it more often. Once you do it more, you'll get used to it. If it really doesn't work, I can take you to find a big shot in a complete field, or get you a soul bone to enhance your mental strength. Upon hearing this, the weight in my heart was completely lifted. What a joke, mental strength. I'm a man with visualization techniques. Is this really a problem? I have to say, at that moment, my entire thought process instantly opened up. With innate full soul power, an upgraded battle mode, and a built-in intelligence reduction aura, this talent of mine is simply that of a chosen one, a typical protagonist of A. Before, I was thinking about being cautious and steady. But now it seems I was just childish play. My way of cultivation can be summed up in one word: fight. Battle. Endless battle. My gaze instantly locked onto the entire Tiendo Royal Junior Soul Master Academy. Wow, thousands of students. Isn't this just thousands of lively experience packs? I immediately set a small goal for myself. Starting from the second grade, I will defeat each grade one by one, and within 3 years, I will dominate the entire junior academy. I want to bring a little shock of power to these sheltered flowers. Anyway, if something goes wrong with my grandpa, the Soul Douluo, and the Imperial Marquis backing me up, what do I have to fear? While I was rubbing my fists and preparing to wreak havoc in the academy, on the other side, an old man was almost infuriated by me. This old man is the poisoned Douluo. Let me tell you, his life is marked by tragedy. His martial soul is the phosphorescent snake emperor, which is powerful but highly poisonous and hereditary. He himself is tormented by poison, and his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and entire family have indirectly been wiped out by the poison from his martial soul. After he worked hard to reach the title of Douluo and stood at the pinnacle of the continent, he looked back and found his family gone, leaving only his precious granddaughter Douluo. So now he truly cherishes Douluo. Coincidentally, he is also my grandpa's only friend. Back in the day, when my grandfather's family was hunted by the Spear Hall, it was Douluo who came to their rescue. He has witnessed my grandpa's soul chasing after a title Douluo, making quite a scene. Douluo is also deeply concerned about his granddaughter's future. Previously, when his granddaughter Douluo awakened her martial soul at innate level 9, he was overjoyed and even ran to brag to my grandpa. But my grandpa immediately responded, "My grandson has a top-notch beast martial soul and full innate soul power." At that time, Douluo was tempted to match us up. But my grandpa, being a straightforward person, started sharing his grand vision of branching out, saying he would find me several wives and create a harem to carry on the excellent genes of our family. Let me tell you, Douluo turned green with anger and stormed off, and that matter fell through. As luck would have it, today at school, I ended up beating up his precious granddaughter Douluo. When Douluo went home to complain, Douluo exploded. He kept muttering to himself, not to get angry. Not to get angry. She's still a child. And then the next second, it was, "I'm so furious. You dare to hit my granddaughter. Tomorrow, I'm going to have a serious talk with that old gorilla titan." The next day, that old man really came over. However, this turned out to be an opportunity for me. 5 years later, I was already 11 years old, standing by the ice and fiery Yang'ai. Over these 5 years, I have been using my interest in poison as an excuse to visit Douluo every day, and I have become close friends with him despite our age difference. Of course, I wasn't genuinely interested in playing with poison. My goal from the beginning was to get the immortal herbs he had, and also repay him for saving my family back then. Douluo was quite generous. When he was teaching Douluo, he would also bring me along. He didn't teach me the poison techniques, but Douluo practiced secretly. This girl is quite competitive. A few days ago, thinking she had mastered her poison techniques, she came to challenge me. Guess what? I easily defeated her without any suspense. Afterward, I thought I couldn't just hit her without a reason. I had to solve the problem at its root. So I pretended to be curious and asked Douluo, "Hey, Yin, where do you usually store your poison? You can't be soaking in your soul power every day, right?" This silly girl honestly answered, saying the poison was integrated into her soul power and circulated with her body. When I heard this, I thought, wow, isn't this like a mobile poison gas canister that could explode at any time? I started to PUA her. I was guiding her. Think about it. Snakes have venom glands, and scorpions have venom sacs. You, a living person, are in close contact with deadly poison every day. Can your body handle it? In response, this young lady got angry and exploded. What do you want to say? Well, my grandpa taught me to be wrong. Family members, who understands? Communicating with this young lady is exhausting. I had to lay my cards on the table and explain the theory that toxins need to be stored properly, suggesting she create a human venom gland. Otherwise, she would eventually harm herself. In the end, I added a knife. If you don't believe me, go ask your grandpa. She really stormed off to complain. Guess what happened next? Douluo, after hearing my theory, was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. Let me tell you, his expression was one of realization, like he was thinking, why didn't I think of that? He had spent his whole life troubled by the backlash of his poisonous techniques, and here I, an outsider, had pointed it out in just a few words. He focused on his right arm soul bone, which is both part of the body and relatively independent, essentially a natural poison sac. The old man was so excited that he immediately began secluding himself, slowly forcing the accumulated old poison from decades into that soul bone. This method turned out to be effective. Not long after, Douluo's longtime green face had turned much rosier. He was incredibly grateful to me, And to repay me, he directly took me to his private little vegetable garden, the Ice and Fire Inyang Ai. Let me tell you, that place is full of treasures. The old man was very generous, directly picking a stalk of a mortal-grade herb, the heavenly chrysanthemum, which is the same as the one from the chrysanthemum Douluo's martial soul, and gave it to my grandpa Titan. My grandfather was so overjoyed that he couldn't wait to dig in right away. I quickly stopped him, jokingly asking if he could just eat it like that. I immediately asked him to find a professional, the clan leader of the Pa family, Yang Wudi, who is an expert in handling medicines. My grandfather listened to me and went to find Yang Wudi with the divine herb. After the old man Yang guided him on the correct method of consumption, let me tell you, the scene was incredible. My grandfather was originally an 89th level soul, stuck at that level for many years. But once the divine herb was ingested and the medicinal power was unleashed, boom, the bottleneck shattered right there. My grandfather, the Titan, directly broke through to the 90th level, becoming a title Douluo. As soon as he leveled up, he needed a 9th spirit ring. Without hesitation, he called on his old friends, Bai He from the Min clan, Niu Gao from the Yu clan, and the newly helpful Yang Wudi, gathering all 4 clan leaders of the single attribute families, along with his new close friend Dugubo. With this lineup, 3 soul Douluos and 2 titled Douluos, what were they going to do? They headed to the Arctic tundra to hunt a 90,000-year-old ice bear. The target had already been chosen, but upon arriving, they found the bear was missing. Luckily, Bai He was fast and had top-notch scouting abilities, and soon found it in a valley. The bear was already injured and weak, and with our group of strong men surrounding it, it was basically a dimensional suppression, and we took it down in no time. My grandfather finished absorbing the soul ring, and guess what? He got a soul bone, a right arm bone, that S9E000 years old. He was so excited that he immediately took off the bear's arm and stuffed it into his storage soul guide. While pretending to be casual, he shouted, "This bear paw has good meat quality. I have to take some back for my grandson to try." Family members understood the unspoken communication. Everyone was a master of acting. Yang Wudi and the others just laughed and watched, not exposing him. On the way back, Yang Wudi and Dugubo were chatting happily. One was a master of medicine, and the other a master of poison, and they found a kindred spirit. Dugubo, in a good mood, directly invited Yang Wudi to his Ice and Fire Inyang Ai to have a look. Once Yang Wudi entered, he was dumbfounded, like a rat that fell into a rice jar, stuck in a pile of medicinal herbs for 2 days and nights, identifying and recording every immortal herb and spirit medicine. Dugubo also gained a lot. To show his gratitude, he waved his hand and let Yang Wudi choose freely. Yang Wudi was not polite and picked a sharp gold spear grass that was most suitable for him, swallowing it on the spot. The process was painful, purging marrow and washing bones, and he was expelling black blood from his whole body. But the effect was remarkable. He directly soared to the peak of level 89 soul power, just 1 step away from becoming a title Douluo. By the time these big shots returned to our family manor, I was practicing my spear skills in the martial arts field. As soon as I saw them, I rushed over to greet them. However, when Dugubo saw me, his expression turned sour, and with a snort, he turned his head away. I was well aware that he was still thinking about me eloping with his granddaughter. My grandfather immediately refused to back down, protecting his own. He directly confronted Dugubo, saying, "Hey, I'm telling you, old poison, my grandson is greeting you. What's your attitude?" Dugubo replied, "What attitude? Ask your good grandson what good deeds he's done. I didn't break his legs just to give you face." 2 old men, almost 200 years old combined, were arguing like children over such a trivial matter. That night, my grandfather secretly called me into his room and took out the right arm bone of a 90,000-year-old ice bear, saying he wanted to leave it for me to absorb in the future. I pretended to decline, but inside I was already overjoyed. When we returned to the living room, the old man Yang Wudi saw we were all gathered and directly threw out a bombshell. He cleared his throat and, with a serious expression, said to my grandfather, "Old gorilla, I want to establish a sect that belongs to us. My grandpa hasn't reacted yet. Let's do it. You will be banned soon too. Starting a new sect is not a problem." "It's not me." Yang Wudi panicked. "It's us. The few of us, you mean old Nyo, old Bai, and brother Dugu, we can come together and establish a brand new sect." Let me tell you, old Master Yang's thinking is incredibly clear. He analyzed that the martial souls of our families, strength, defense, armor-piercing, speed, and poison, are simply a naturally born combination of war machines. As long as we unite an affiliate under the banner of the Tiando Empire, we can definitely achieve great things. Goodness, this vision is far ahead. My grandfather and Dugubo's eyes lit up even more as they listened. The two of them initially had some concerns, but after Yang Wudi spoke, all their worries vanished. Great, let's do it. My grandfather slammed the table, making the decision. Count me in. Douluo nodded as well. Yang Wudi, all smiles, turned to Douluo and said, Brother Douluo, for the first step, I need your help. Can you spare 2 more spirit herbs for Lao Nyo and Lao Bai to take as well? Absolutely. Let me tell you, Old Poison is quite clever. He figured out right away, this ISNT a giveaway. It's an investment. It's like original stock, folks. Once our sect gets going, Douluo won't be alone anymore, with the 3 of us backing him. In the future, anyone who wants to trouble him will have to think twice about how many lives they have that we can crush. So he agreed without hesitation and even generously asked Yang Wudi, Brother Yang, which 2 do you want? Speak up. I have a soul guide here that can store living things. Just take it and use it. Yang Wudi, also someone who pays attention to details, ordered. Oh no, pick the spirit herbs clearly. For that old bird by he chose a wind bell sky puwa to make him so fast he could break the sound barrier. For that old stubborn Yo Gao, he picked a gnome earth stela to max out his defense, making him as tough as a city wall. Old Poison understood the combination and thought it was perfect. As a result, the 2 old men suddenly started a commercial mutual flattery session, with one saying, Brother Yang's grasp of medicinal properties surpasses mine, and the other retorting, Brother Douluo's innovation in poisons is truly masterful. Oh my, the scene gave me goosebumps. It was Titan, the old gorilla, who couldn't take it anymore. He shouted to interrupt the spell casting. Enough, enough, you 2 are adults, still flattering each other here. Is this interesting? This stirred up a hornet's nest. Old Poison and Old Goat's eyes widened, implying, do you have a problem with that? Titan, with a fiery temper, couldn't back down in front of his grandson and directly shot back. What if I do? Not satisfied? I'll have my grandson beat up your granddaughter. With that one sentence, Douluo was silenced. He turned to Yang Wudi. And you, old goat, what are you laughing at? Bring your grandson over. My grandson will take him on with one hand. Yang Wudi fell silent as well. Let me tell you, at that moment, Tyrann's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he quickly pulled his smug grandfather back. The 2 big shots, their faces green with anger, said nothing and turned to leave. This place was truly unbearable. In the end, it was Titan who managed to coax them back, and they finished a meal before it was over. After the meal, Yang Wudi followed Old Poison to his treasure land to collect herbs. Things moved quickly from there. Yang Wudi took the spirit herbs and became a courier, delivering them one by one. Nyo Gao, that old stubborn one, initially wanted to give the spirit herbs to his son, but upon hearing Yang Wudi's grand plans, he immediately flaunted the herbs on the spot. Goodness, his soul power shot up from level 87 to 89. All his hidden injuries healed, and the path to becoming a title Dalu opened up instantly. He immediately decided to move. The entire clan mobilized. On the other side, things went even smoother for Bai He. His clan, the Minji clan, had been living the hardest life, and upon hearing this good news, Bai He was so excited he was about to cry. After taking the spirit herb, his soul power skyrocketed from level 82 to 85, feeling like he was 20 years younger, and his cultivation speed returned. He also immediately gathered his clan members to move. While they were busy moving, Titan and Douluo were not idle either. They directly entered the Imperial Palace to meet Emperor Shuye. Their stance was like laying down the cards. Your Majesty, I, Titan, am a title Dalu now. The 4 major families want to merge and establish a sect here, and we want to work with you. In the next few years, we can gather 5 titled Douluos. You can count on us. When Emperor Shuye heard this, I bet he was about to drool. 5 titled Douluos. What concept? Without a second thought, he waved his hand generously, granting them a mountain outside the city along with a large plain. He gave land for land and people for people, fully supporting them. The 3 families hurried to Tinshui City. Although the Yu clan was held back by their friendly neighbors, the Xiangjia sect, who wouldn't let them leave, causing a delay, they eventually managed to gather successfully. Once Nyo Gao and the others arrived, everything was in place, and the construction of the sect began without pause. In just 6 months, a grand and magnificent sect framework was established. With the sect built, they needed a name. Titan suggested calling it the 5 Spirit Sect, insisting on including Douluo as well. In the end, Old Poison waved his hand. No, old gorilla, your 4 families have orderly inheritances, and I'm just a grandfather and grandson, so calling it the 5 Spirit Sect isn't appropriate. Finally, the sect was named the 4 Spirit Sect. Folks, who understands? Our 4 Spirit Sect has 5 founders, emphasizing a mathematical twist. As the sect was completed, Niu Gao couldn't hold back. From level 89, he took a step and reached level 90. Now, both Yang Wudi and Niu Gao, two newly promoted quasi-titled Douluos, just needed one more ninth spirit ring. Bai stayed behind to guard the sect while the four of us, Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, Titan, and Douluo, charged into the Stardow Forest with the battle power of four titled Douluos, ready for action. Luck was on our side. We didn't go far before encountering an 80,000-year-old golden-winged thunder tiger, which was quite impressive. Yang Wudi's eyes lit up. Everyone, this one is suitable for me. Help me take it down. Titan chuckled. Just watch, old goat. With that, he directly transformed into his martial spirit, activating his ninth spirit ring, and unleashed his gravity domain along with Ice Storm, pulling the tiger down from the sky with two large area control skills. We surrounded it, and Yang Wudi delivered the final shot. We secured an 80,000-year-old spirit ring. The absorption process went smoothly. Afterward, Yang Wudi stored the tiger's corpse in the soul guide, and our group continued towards the next target, the 1,000-gene ant swarm. Upon arrival, Niu Gao told us to stand back, and he activated his martial spirit, acting like a giant pile driver, smashing down repeatedly. The scene was seismic like an earthquake. Soon, the ground beneath him collapsed, and a large number of 1,000-gene ants crawled out of the cave. Finally, three incredible-looking 1,000-gene ant kings emerged from the depths. Niu Gao's expression darkened. Good heavens, the intel was wrong. How could there be three 90,000-year-old ant kings in this nest? But he didn't back down. He turned and ran, leading the three ant kings straight into our ambush. As soon as the three big guys entered the encirclement, we sprang into action. Old Poison released toxic fog, covering the battlefield so no one could see outside. Yang Wudi and Titan each took one ant king, while Niu Gao and Old Poison teamed up to deal with the one charging at the front. The Ant King was clever and quickly realized it had fallen into a trap, roaring and trying to fight back. But Yang Wudi wouldn't give a chance. Having just acquired a new spirit ring, he was itching to use it. With a shake of the broken soul gun, the brilliance of his ninth spirit ring surged. And with a strike of the sharp gold breaking heaven gun, the tip of the gun shone like a little sun, piercing straight through the head of the 90,000-year-old Ant King. A one-shot kill. After finishing his side, he didn't even glance at the fallen spirit ring and turned to help Niu Gao. The other two Ant Kings, seeing their brother down, went completely berserk, abandoning all defense, and started a life-and-death struggle with Titan and Niu Gao. Titan, who was also close to finishing his battle, suddenly eased up and switched to defense. Seeing the quality of the spirit ring, Yang Wudi had just exploded. He had other thoughts. He thought to himself, this ant has strong defensive power and is perfect for our strength-type soul masters. It seems like it's about to break through 10,000 years. Instead of killing it, I'll keep it, let it grow for another 10 or 20,000 years. It will be just right as a 10,000-year soul ring for my grandson Talon. I tell you, this old gorilla's plan is so good that even I can hear it from the side. On the other side, with Yang Invincible joining, Niu Gao and the other two quickly beat down the second Ant King, and in the end, Niu Gao delivered the final blow. A soul ring, similarly dark with a red glow, floated up. Niu Gao didn't rush to absorb it, and shouted to Titan, "Old gorilla, can you handle it? Do you need help?" Titan didn't even turn his head. "No need. I'm keeping this one for my grandson as a soul ring." As soon as we heard it, we understood. This operation is quite common in the world of soul masters. Niu Gao sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the soul ring. The absorption process went smoothly, and when he stood up to check the Ant Emperor's corpse, to his surprise, there was a fluctuation of soul power on the corpse. Yang Wudi also went to check the one he killed, and hey, there was one too. These two 90,000-year soul beasts both dropped soul bones. Without saying a word, Yang Wudi immediately began to extract the soul bones, and Niu Gao followed suit. The last remaining Ant Emperor watched as we not only killed its brother, but also opened its belly right in front of it, completely going mad and charging at Titan with a desperate mentality. Titan was under tremendous pressure now, wanted to keep alive one while also needing to block this madman's life-threatening attack, shouting anxiously, "You two hurry up. Old Poison, stop watching the show and come help. This thing has gone crazy. Quickly help me knock it out." Douluo chuckled and tossed a few medicine bottles over. "Old gorilla, here you go, specially made anesthetic." Titan took the medicine bottles, and as the Ant Emperor opened its mouth to roar, he quickly threw one bottle into its mouth and slapped it shut. Douluo also poured poison into the wound. With this double action, the Ant Emperor's movements visibly slowed down, like a deflated balloon. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi and Niu Gao also extracted the soul bones. Niu Gao got a complete left leg bone, and Yang Wudi got a left arm bone. Niu Gao called out, "Old gorilla, we're done. Let's retreat." Titan kicked aside the now listless Ant Emperor, called to Old Poison, and the group left the place of trouble without looking back. When we returned to our Four Spirits sect in Tiando City, the sect was officially established. The next step was to set the rules, and the first question was, who will be the sect leader? Logically, it should be one of the heads of the four major families. However, after some discussion, everyone decided to elect Douluo Bo as the sect leader. There are deep reasons behind this decision. You see, all four families have grievances with the Spirit Hall, but Douluo Bo does not. He is still a titled Dalu with the Spirit Hall. Having him as the face of the sect could ease relations with the Spirit Hall. Moreover, he has been a worshipper in the Tiando Empire for many years and has a strong relationship with the royal family. In the future, as our sect develops, we will inevitably need to deal with the officials. Most importantly, in case the Haotian sect comes knocking, having an outsider as the sect leader would make things easier for us to handle. Thus, Douluo Bo became the sect leader, with Titan, Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and Bai He as the four elders, and this matter was settled. On the day of the founding ceremony, it was grand. Influential figures from the Tiando Empire attended, and Emperor Shui himself came to congratulate us, bestowing titles of royal worshippers to Yang Wudi and the others on the spot. Our Four Spirits sect and the Tiando Empire officially reached a deep cooperation. As time flew by, Talon was almost 11 years old. He followed his grandfather in blacksmithing every day, not only honing his brute strength, but also breaking through to level 30 in soul power, becoming a soul master. This time, the old men, Titan, and the others were quite invested in hunting soul rings for him. Yang Wudi and Old Poison, both masters of medicine, conducted a full-body check on Talon, concluding that his physical quality was excellent. For his third soul ring, a 3,500-year one would be no problem at all. Douluo Bo, on the other hand, went all out for his granddaughter Douluo Yin, searching everywhere for suitable soul bones for her. You wouldn't believe it, the old guy is incredibly efficient. With his connections and strength, it didn't take long for him to get a 25,000-year left arm bone for his granddaughter. And it was from a human-faced demon spider. This thing had a skill called Instant Web, which perfectly compensated for Douluo Yan's lack of control. And her level jumped from 22 to 25 in one go. But that wasn't the end of it. Old Poison was no longer worried about his granddaughter's health, but rather started to complain about her martial soul quality not being high enough. Who understands the heart of a grandfather? He immediately conspired with Yang Wudi to pick a celestial herb for her, called Dragon Blood Serpent Herb, which supposedly could directly transform her green phosphor serpent martial soul into a dragon, leading to a super evolution. Originally, Old Poison wanted her to wait until she reached Soul Master before consuming it. But what happened? Douluo Yin saw that I was already at 30, while she was only 27, and she couldn't sit still. She immediately turned on the charm and started pestering her grandfather to let her use it early. Her reasons were all convincing, saying her talent was too good, and if she didn't take the herb soon, I would leave her behind. Goodness, her reasoning was so good, I almost wanted to give her a thumbs up. Old Poison was left with no choice but to give her the celestial herb. After Douluo Yin consumed it, her martial soul directly evolved from the green phosphor serpent to the green phosphor serpent king, with two small dragon horns growing on her head, looking quite unique. Her soul power also shot up to the 30-level bottleneck right away. Now that both of them had reached level 30, it was time to hunt for soul rings. Before we set off, my grandfather Titan, the old actor, directly pulled me into an act. In front of Douluo Bo, he sighed and lamented about his lack of ability to get me the celestial herb, saying otherwise I would be even more powerful. I of course played along, saying, "It's okay, Grandpa, I can practice slowly myself." Our back and forth was filled with emotional value. Douluo Bo, listening nearby, had his mouth twitching. Before he could react, his precious granddaughter Douluo Yin was already anxious and directly spoke up. "Grandpa, you should also pick a herb for Talon." The case was cracked. Old Poison's expression was a mix of anger and amusement, and he snapped at my grandfather, "Old gorilla, are you serious? I already prepared one for him, and you made me act." Then he glared at me. "And you little rascal, with all your schemes. Do you think I wouldn't give you one if you call me Grandpa?" Hearing this, I had to climb the ladder and immediately said, "Okay, Grandpa." Douluo Yan's face turned bright red at that moment. This matter was settled. We entered the Sunset Forest, and Old Poison, worthy of being a titled Dalu, soon caught a 1,800-year crowned blue snake from the sky, perfectly suited for Douluo Yin. The girl was decisive, quickly dealt with it with a knife, and sat down to absorb it. With the celestial herb and soul bone as a foundation, her physical quality was excellent, and the absorption was incredibly smooth. Then, the most outrageous thing happened. After absorbing it, her level skyrocketed from 30 to 35, like she was on a rocket. 35. The first thing she did when she stood up was to show off to me. Little Long, sister is already a soul master, and you're only at 30. You need to work hard. I was speechless at that moment, staring at her for a long time, making her feel awkward before slowly saying, "You've grown. Your clothes are a bit small." She looked down, let out a scream, and turned as red as a monkey's butt, covering her face and squatting down, shouting not to let me see. After that little episode, Douluo took his granddaughter back first. My grandfather and I continued deeper into the forest. My goal was clear: the 3,500-year bloodthirsty demon ape. Why? Just for its soul, skill, bloodthirsty frenzy. I felt this thing was a natural match for my martial soul and could create a domain skill. After 3 days of searching, we finally found it. My grandfather was also fierce, spotting a 3,500-year one, directly pulling it from a wolf pack and knocking it out in front of me. I stepped in to finish it off and began to absorb it. The process was effortless and smooth. After finishing the absorption, my soul power rose directly from 30 to 32. The most crucial part was that I really guessed right. The third soul, skill, bloodthirsty frenzy, when integrated with the aura my martial soul naturally exuded, underwent a qualitative change. An invisible domain instantly opened up, which I called the war domain. In this domain, even my grandfather, titled Dalu, felt a slight suppression. After activating my 3 soul skills, my strength, intensity, and all attributes surged dramatically. It felt like I could punch through a mountain. To test my results, I went to the soul arena the next day. I matched up against a 37-level fierce lion soul master. As soon as the fight started, I used war domain right in their face, and they were completely stunned. Their strength suppressed heavily, and I beat them up badly. However, I got careless, and they seized the opportunity, using a close-range battle roar that almost turned the tide against me. Although I ultimately won, it served as a wake-up call for me. I ran to ask my grandfather, and he educated me, saying that I just think too much. Our family, the Leaf family, believes that as long as we push our strength to the extreme, one force can break all methods. And there's no need to think about those fancy things every day. I was just enlightened by what he said. But then the old man changed the subject and dropped a bombshell on me. He said I was 11 years old, not a child anymore, and that he had arranged a few marriages for me years ago, urging me to get ready to marry at 12 so I could start a family early. I was dumbfounded and immediately made a run for it. I went to ask my dad, and he was quite pleased, listing off 4 names like a menu. From the Gu family, the Ning family, the AI Hung Marquis's house, and a commoner soul master named Jiangzhu. The oldest is already 17, 6 years older than me. When I asked, it turned out that except for Jiangzhu, who agreed herself, the other 3 girls were never even asked if they were willing. What kind of situation is this? I had no choice but to sneak into their schools one by one to take a look. To my surprise, my dad really has a sharp eye. The 2 I saw, Jiangzhu and Gu Linrua, were both stunningly beautiful. But guess what? Just as I returned from school, still unsteady on my feet, my grandpa showed up at my door, looking all mysterious, and said to me, "Xiaolong, your fairy herb is ready." As soon as I heard it, I was excited and my eyes lit up. This is serious business. Without saying a word, my grandfather pulled me along straight to the sunset forest, with the destination being the Eye of Ice and Fire. When we arrived, the old poison master, Douluo, was already waiting. He pointed to a rare herb and said with a smile, "Xiaolong, come and see. This is the treasure I prepared for you." I leaned over to take a look and shook my head in my heart. No way, this is too ordinary. I cleared my throat and tentatively asked, "Grandpa Douluo, can I choose for myself?" Douluo's expression shifted slightly, and he raised an eyebrow. "What? You little brat? Do you look down on my pharmacology?" "No way." I hurriedly explained, "I learned from you, but I just feel there might be combinations that are more suitable for me." "Oh," he seemed intrigued. "Go ahead. Tell me, is there anything more suitable than what I and old Yang chose for you? I want to hear it." I chuckled to myself, waiting for you to say that. I directly brought the 2 of them to the edge of the ice and fire, yin-yang eye. Pointed my finger at the center of the spring, where 2 plants, one red and one white, were located. "Grandpa Douluo, it's them. Impossible." As soon as I finished speaking, both Douluo and my grandfather exploded on the spot. Old Poison's face turned green, and he shouted at me, "You little brat, don't joke with me. Those 2 are extremely poisonous. I wouldn't dare to even touch them, let alone eat them." My grandfather was beside me, anxiously stomping his feet. "Xiaolong, be good. Let's change it." That one's poisonous. We don't want it. As soon as I saw the situation, I knew I had to make a bold move. I explained to them that this was called the octagonal mysterious ice grass, and that was the fiery apricot blossom. Eating one alone wouldn't save anyone. But if you ate both together, it would be a case of using poison to counteract poison, which was a great tonic. Not only could it neutralize toxins, but it could also refine the body with the combined power of ice and fire, allowing for immediate ascension. At first, the two old men firmly disagreed. But they couldn't withstand my smooth talk, and since I had helped the old poison master cure his poison before, I had some credibility. Finally, the old poison master gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, you chose this. Whether you live or die is on you." Seeing that the old poison master had relented, my grandfather, although still worried, could only nod in agreement. The old poison master was truly impressive. He didn't bother with any fancy iron or jade items. And with a wave of his soul power, two immortal herbs swiftly landed right in front of me. Let me tell you, that scene was magical. One herb was scorching hot, and the other was freezing cold, but when they came together, they instantly neutralized each other, and all the cold and heat disappeared. I couldn't afford to hesitate. This thing only has a 10-second shelf life. I grabbed it, and without thinking, popped it straight into my mouth. To my surprise, it tasted pretty good, melting in my mouth with a refreshing aroma. But the next second, the effects hit me. I hurriedly stripped off my clothes in a rush, not even bothering to take them off properly, just tearing them apart. Even with that, it felt like I was too slow. A wave of icy blue surged from the soles of my feet all the way to the crown of my head, and I felt like a frozen statue. Then, a rush of fiery red followed, and I instantly turned into a boiled shrimp. Let me tell you, that feeling was incredible. Half was an ice cellar, half was a furnace. It was more thrilling than the extremes of ice and fire. With the last bit of clarity, I moved to the edge of the spring and jumped into the red and white junction with a splash. My grandfather was so scared that he almost lost his mind. He let out a roar and was about to rush over to save me, but was stopped by the old poison master. "What are you doing, old poison master?" My grandfather was almost going crazy with worry. The old poison master stared intently at the surface of the water and calmly said, "Don't worry. This kid has a strong life. He won't die. If he really couldn't hold on, he would have been gone the moment he jumped in. The situation now is very stable. We just need to watch." When I woke up again, I was completely stunned. Who understands what my family feels? I felt like I had been remade. My skin, which had become dark from daily training and sun exposure, was now glowing white. The calluses on my hand from practicing martial arts were all gone. My skin was as smooth as a young girl's, and I had grown a lot taller. I splashed and emerged from the water, and on the shore my grandfather and the old poisoner had been waiting for a whole day and night. When they saw me come out, both of them were so excited it was as if they were beside themselves. I hurriedly climbed ashore, put on my clothes, checked my body, and the gains were simply explosive. My soul power skyrocketed to level 38. My physical strength multiplied several times. And the best part is that I also gained 2 passive skills for free, ice immunity and fire immunity. My grandfather was so pleased after hearing that, his tail almost wagging to the sky, showing off to the old poison master. "Of course. Don't you see whose grandson this is?" When I returned to Tiendo City, I directly took a long leave from school. Just kidding, I'm now a high-level player. Why would I still go to school? My daily routine is so regular. I practice weaponry in the morning, forging in the afternoon, and in the evening, I go to the Great Soul Arena to find people for actual combat. Sometimes I even drag Douluo to do 2v2 matches, and it's absolute chaos. The medicinal power of the fairy herb in my body is still being continuously absorbed by my martial soul. And my soul power is skyrocketing as if I were on a rocket. A month passed just like that, and not long after I celebrated my 11th birthday, I heard a crack, and the bottleneck broke. Level 40. Can you believe it? I went from a level 30 soul master to a level 40 soul sect in just 2 months. With this speed, I dare ask who else can match it. My physical quality has improved, but new problems have arisen. The ferocity of my Zhu Yin martial soul is too strong. I feel like I can barely contain it and urgently need to enhance my mental strength. I rushed to ask Old Poison, and after discussing with Yang Wudi, they actually concocted a spirit medicine that can enhance mental strength. That old man Yang Wudi is quite shrewd. Seeing the medicine's effectiveness, he immediately got ideas. He dragged my grandfather and me straight to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to negotiate a big deal. Was seen it was with Ning, Fengji Bondoa, and Sword Douluo all present. Yang Wudi didn't waste any time and directly took out the medicine bottle to start promoting it. When Ning Fengji heard it could enhance mental strength, his eyes lit up, but he was still a bit skeptical. Yang Wudi, being straightforward, took a sip right there and then tossed the bottle to Douluo to find someone to test the medicine. While waiting for the test results, the atmosphere was a bit cold, and Ning Fengji, trying to make conversation, pointed at me and asked, "Who is this?" When my grandfather heard this, he thought, "The opportunity has come." He immediately became elated, patted his chest, and proudly proclaimed, "Master Ning, you have good eyesight. This is my grandson Tailong. I tell you, within 30 years, his strength will surely surpass mine." I was standing right behind my grandfather when I heard this, and my heart skipped a beat. I could clearly feel that the sword daw, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. That gaze shot towards me like two sharp swords, piercing right through me. Just as I was feeling uneasy, the old fox Ning Fengji spoke up, smiling as he asked my grandfather for information. "Brother Titan, may I ask how old your grandson is this year?" "Let me tell you about my grandfather. He is the kind of person who doesn't hold back at all. He straightens his back and speaks loudly like thunder. My grandson Talon is 11 years old, just reached level 40. And he hasn't even had time to find his fourth ring yet." Wow. As soon as those words came out, the two people opposite him were stunned. 11 years old, level 40. I could practically hear the sound of their mental abacuses clattering away, probably comparing him to every genius they've ever seen in their lives, only to find none could match him. Just when the atmosphere was so tense it could snap, a little pink cannonball came bursting in, dressed in a little dress, shouting, "Daddy, Daddy." The guards at the door were like decorations. None dared to stop her. I looked and thought, well, this must be the legendary little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong. She looked quite adorable, but who understands her family? This little rascal's traits are practically etched in her DNA. Ning Fengji's face showed a bit of embarrassment. He wanted to scold her a little, but this little girl turned right around and jumped into Sword Douluo's arms, who doted on her so much, picking her up and coaxing her, while she smugly made faces at her dad. Ning Fengji awkwardly apologized to us, saying the child had been spoiled. Then, let me tell you, the scene became extremely awkward, turning directly into a competition about whose child was more impressive. It was like a parent battle at a kindergarten entrance in 2025. Ning Fengji cleared his throat and began his performance. Although my Rongrong is naughty, she has great talent. Her martial soul awakened with innate level 9 soul power. My grandfather chuckled and lifted his chin. "Sorry, my grandson has innate full soul power. Ning Fengji, I plan to hire the best teachers and use the best medicinal baths to cultivate Rongrong." My grandfather looked proud. My grandson has been practicing on his own since he was young, with medicinal baths and being trained by a soul saint chef for body conditioning. It's all standard. Ning Fengji unleashed his big move. I have prepared 3 soul bones for Rongrong. My grandfather was calm and composed. "Soul bones? We have that at home too, just waiting for the right moment." This isn't chatting, it's just 2 sacks showing their cards and arm wrestling. Anyway, the bone doll came back cheerfully, saying the medicine was effective, so the deal was done. The adults continued their back and forth, and I was about to fall asleep, so I told my grandfather I was going out for a stroll. Ning Fengji was straightforward and casually pointed someone to show me around. It was that guy who tested the medicine earlier, named Wang Qingxiu. As soon as I left, I was followed by a little tail, Ning Rongrong. Hearing us talk about how our family was better than hers in the conference hall, she was unhappy and secretly followed us. Let me tell you, her tracking skills were a complete insult to intelligence. She might as well have had "I'm following you" written on her forehead. Hiding behind a flower pot, half of her body was exposed, and even the passing gardener couldn't take it anymore and pointed her the way. "Miss," they went to the training arena. "Are you just here cosplaying a mushroom?" Upon hearing this, the little princess's eyes lit up. She dusted off her skirt and hurried to the training arena, arriving even before I did. Once there, she immediately gathered a group of young disciples who were training and began whispering her revenge plan. By the time Wang Qingxiu and I leisurely arrived at the training arena, a large group of people had already surrounded me. As soon as I heard this, I almost laughed out loud. "Come on, brother, this script is way too absurd, right? I'm just an 11-year-old kid. How could I have such a strong reputation that it reached you guys? Do you think I'm an idiot? My ears are sharp. I've already heard them mumbling that it was that little princess who summoned me here, trying to give me a show of force." I laughed at that moment and said to Wang Qingxiu, "Brother Wang, I'm the kind of person who gets carried away easily when it comes to fighting. I don't know how to hold back. Let's forget about sparring." However, before Wang Qingxiu could respond, the people nearby started to cheer and insisted on fighting. "All right then, since you all are eager to get beaten up, I'll oblige." As soon as I finished speaking, the person jumped onto the stage and waved to Wang Qingxiu. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and come up, announcing his name. Wang Chengxiu, level 37, strong attack system. I'm too lazy to waste words. Tailong, level 40, strong attack system. As soon as his martial soul activated, he charged at me with a bone spear, using his first and second soul skills. Trying to play tricks with me. But little did he know, I'm also a master of the spear. I didn't give him a chance at all. As soon as the tip of the spear approached, I was already on him like a ghost. Fist, elbow, knee, leg, a smooth little combo, directly caught him off guard. He wanted to create distance, but there was no way. I stuck to him like a piece of gum, not even using a single soul skill, just relying on my punches and kicks to turn him into a punching bag. As a result, this guy got anxious, flipped his wrist, and a small knife shot out from his sleeve, stabbing towards me. I was furious at that moment. So you can't play fair, huh? Trying to sneak attack during a spar? I initially had a decent impression of him, but this time, my goodwill was completely wiped out. I also stopped holding back, increased my strength, and hit him until he was dizzy. Finally, with a strong kick, I sent him flying off the stage. The people below were still unconvinced. All of them like cats with their tails stepped on, shouting that I was too rough. I stood on the stage, looking around, and immediately started a vent. Excessive? Did I not say, before the fight, that I couldn't control my strength? Are your ears just for decoration? Moreover, when it comes to sparring with hidden weapons, your 7-treasure glazed tile sect really has something. Who else is not convinced? Come up. If you beat me, everything you say is right. If you can't win, then shut up. Aren't you trying to embarrass me? Come on. Let me see what kind of stuff the young people of your 7-treasure glazed tile sect are made of. After this barrage of words, the audience fell completely silent, and no one dared to come up. I felt bored, jumped off the stage, and directly walked towards Ning Rongrong, who was hiding to the side. Those people wanted to stop me, but I shot back with a single sentence. Step aside. I'm just going to have a word with your little princess. That little princess actually had some guts and walked out herself. I stared at her and asked, "Did you send them to trouble me?" "Why?" She just looked at me, silent, try to maintain her aloof persona, right? Let me tell you, I really can't stand this kind of mute situation. My anger flared up instantly. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with her, so I activated my third spirit ring. As soon as the war domain was unleashed, that overwhelming aura crashed down. The little girl was so scared that she sat down on the ground right away. With my goal achieved, I pushed past the people blocking my way and walked off without looking back. I waited outside the conference hall. Before long, my grandfather and the others finished their discussion and came out, and we left the 7-treasure glazed tile school together. On the way back, I didn't mention anything about it. When we returned to the station, I directly got on the carriage with my grandfather and headed towards the sunset forest. Upon arriving at the forest, my grandfather took me to find a suitable spirit beast. When we encountered an 8,000-year-old one, I shook my head. My grandfather then asked me, "Xiaolong, you don't want an 8,000-year-old one. So what exactly do you want for your 4th ring?" I firmly said to him, "Grandpa, I'm at the 4th ring, and I want it for a lifetime." My grandfather is still worried that I won't be able to withstand the mental impact of the 10,000-year soul ring. I can only explain to him over and over that my mental strength has long exceeded the standard, and with all the spirit-replenishing medicine I've taken, there will definitely be no problem. Just as I was saying this, a huge roar came from deep within the forest, making my ears buzz. I got excited at that moment and shouted to my grandfather, "Grandpa, I've made up my mind. I want a soul skill that attacks with sound." Without saying a word, my grandfather took me and rushed over there. When we arrived, we saw 2 big monkeys fighting. One was a large baboon, and the other was a black-furred monkey I had never seen before. The latter was much smaller, but was fighting fiercely. Just when it seemed that the black monkey was about to lose, it suddenly took a deep breath and let out a roar. Let me tell you, that voice is like having a built-in amplifier. It completely stunned that big baboon on the spot, and then went in for a crazy output, instantly turning the tide. I hurriedly asked my grandfather what that thing was. My grandfather said it was a howler monkey with millennia of cultivation. Its voice is its strongest weapon, but because it is too loud, it attracts hatred from other soul beasts, so its numbers are extremely rare. As soon as I heard it, my eyes lit up. "Grandpa, this is it, my 4th soul ring." My grandfather nodded, but stopped me, shaking his head. "Don't rush, it's not time yet." He explained to me that the howler monkey was too noisy and had become the enemy of the entire forest. We need to wait until it's being hunted and has nowhere to escape when it's on the verge of death, and then we can intervene, acting as a good person who relieves its suffering. This way, the resentment it carries after death won't come after me, and the spiritual impact when absorbing the soul ring will be much smaller. As soon as I heard it, I understood. This move is quite cunning. and I like it. Sure enough, the leader of the ground baboons was furious, and its little brothers couldn't stand it anymore, rushing in a swarm to beat up the howler monkey. Although the howler monkey was fierce, it was outnumbered and, after getting injured, managed to break through the encirclement. However, as soon as it got out, it found itself surrounded by other ancient soul beasts that had come in response to the commotion, all of them eyeing it menacingly, clearly intent on killing it. The howler monkey was now completely trapped in a desperate situation, surrounded on all sides. I looked at the situation, feeling a bit anxious, and asked my grandfather with my eyes, "When are we going to take action?" My grandfather calmly shook his head and said softly, "No rush, no rush. It's not time yet." I tell you, I was lying in the grass, not daring to breathe, staring intently at the howler monkey on the field. Oh boy, it was a brutal scene. This monkey's story is essentially a soul beast version of a workplace power struggle drama. It lost its mother when it was young and mixed into other monkey groups as a child laborer. After enduring for a whole 10,000 years, it finally became a senior worker. But then the old Monkey King was not pleased. You understand, right? A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. There can't be two 10,000-year-old leaders in one monkey group. The old Monkey King was afraid it would take the CEO position and was determined to kick it out of the company. The howler monkey was also a good-natured fellow. Feeling grateful for the old Monkey King taking it in back then, it kept yielding. What happened? They treated you like a soft persimmon. Finally, unable to endure any longer, the two monkeys fought, and with its bloodline suppression, the howler monkey easily brought the old Monkey King down. According to the rules, the loser gets kicked out, and it became the new Monkey King. But it still held onto old feelings, and in an unfortunate turn of events, the old Monkey King went outside and got surrounded by a group of baboons. This completely blew up. The howler monkey charged straight to the baboon's home, losing its rationality on the spot. After holding back for so many years, that one roar, I tell you, made the leaves of the entire soul beast forest tremble. A single monkey, fought against an entire tribe, causing chaos everywhere. Now, it was surrounded by several 10,000-year soul beasts, like fighting the final boss, covered in injuries, and on the verge of collapse. It wanted to run, to return to its monkey group, but there was no way out. Two 10,000-year soul beasts blocked the front, and it spotted a gap. Relying on the others being on guard against each other, it squeezed through. The soul beasts behind were chasing desperately, throwing all sorts of skills at it like they were free. My grandfather Titan was with me, leisurely hanging back at the end like he was watching a show. Finally, the howler monkey was completely surrounded, truly a cornered beast fighting back. It knew it couldn't escape, so it went completely mad, starting to roar indiscriminately. The roars came in waves, shaking the surrounding 10,000-year soul beasts to confusion. Just as they were waking up, another roar hit, and then the howler monkey rushed in with a flurry of punches. The whole scene was chaotic, but this move consumed a lot of energy. While roaring, it couldn't hold on any longer, and with a crack, it started to cough violently, even spitting out blood. My grandfather's eyes lit up as he patted me on the back. "It's done for, it's out of energy, get ready to collect some heads." As soon as he finished speaking, the howler monkey was swarmed by several soul beasts that had regained their strength, and it was knocked to the ground. "Step back. I'll handle this," my grandfather said, and then he shot out like a cannonball, directly embodying his martial soul, the mighty baboon. The pressure of a tidal Douluo instantly enveloped the entire area. Goodness, it was like a server god descending upon a novice village. Those 10,000-year soul beasts, seeing this scene, immediately recognized the target was that half-dead monkey and quickly fled. But there was one reckless fool. A tiger, before running away, couldn't resist taking one last swipe at the howler monkey, trying to snatch a kill. My grandfather exploded on the spot. "How dare you?" The two words roared so loudly that the ground shook. The eighth soul ring on my grandfather lit up instantly, and the gravity field pinned that tiger in place, rendering it immobile. Then, the first three soul rings flashed, and a palm as big as a fan struck down. With a loud bang, it was really like crushing a big watermelon. That ancient tiger's head was obliterated on the spot. After instantly killing the tiger, my grandfather didn't even glance at it and rushed over to the howler monkey's side, checking for its breath. Phew. Luckily, it's still alive. He quickly waved at me, signaling me to come over and deliver the finishing blow. I lifted my forged iron hammer and went up, looking at the dying howler monkey on the ground. I gathered all my strength and brought the hammer down on its head. Bang! The world fell silent. A circle of shiny black, eternal soul rings floated up from the monkey's corpse. I took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the energy. Let me tell you, the impact of the 10,000-year soul ring is no joke. It felt like being overwhelmed by a tsunami. Even more thrilling was in the spiritual world, where the remnant soul of the howler monkey transformed into a furious black monkey, roaring wildly in my mind. As a result, my martial soul, Zhu Yan, along with the Zhu Yan I visualized, both of my powerful allies charged in, attacking from both sides, and in just a few moments they tore that monkey into pieces. These fragments turned into energy, with part of it enhancing my spiritual power and the other part causing my martial soul to grow another size. When I opened my eyes again, my soul power had jumped from level 40 to level 43 in a flash. I just stood up, wanted to show off to my grandpa, when suddenly my throat itched fiercely and I started coughing uncontrollably. While coughing, I suddenly gagged and ended up spitting out blood. My grandfather's face turned pale at that moment. The man standing at the pinnacle of the continent suddenly panicked, helplessly patting my back to calm me down. I was also in a daze, feeling as if countless ants were gnawing at my throat, like someone was burning me with a red-hot iron, causing me to sweat profusely and unable to speak, just when I was on the verge of death. My grandfather's soul power probed in my body and suddenly froze. This is an external soul bone. Good heavens. It turns out that this 10,000-year-old howler monkey dropped a top-notch piece of equipment, directly forming an external soul bone in my throat. After the excruciating pain, I was about to speak, but when I opened my mouth, what came out was not a human voice, but an earth-shattering roar. This roar nearly blew my grandfather's beard askew. Who understands, family? The social death came so suddenly. I quickly covered my mouth and asked my grandfather with my eyes what was going on. My grandfather, still shaken, explained that the skill of this soul bone is the signature ultimate move of the howler monkey, which is probably similar in effect to the fourth soul skill I just absorbed. But if the two could stack together, their power would definitely be explosive. Now, I have become a walking loudspeaker. To practice controlling this new skill and avoid randomly unleashing a lion's roar at home, I decided to retreat to the Eye of Ice and Fire. That place is peaceful, and I practiced my voice daily in the valley while cultivating in the ice and fire spring, causing my soul power to increase rapidly. After a month, I finally managed to speak normally. My soul power also reached the peak of level 40. I thought to myself that I couldn't continue living so comfortably. The next step, my goal, is the City of Slaughter. My grandfather meant for me to go to the Soul Beast Forest to find a place to slaughter some soul beasts and practice my skills to get used to killing. I directly refused, saying, "Grandpa, we need to focus on sustainable development. Recklessly killing soul beasts is not environmentally friendly. Besides, the City of Slaughter is full of people, and what I need to overcome is my psychological barrier to harming my own kind." So, I devised a hellish social practice plan for myself. I found a slaughterhouse, hid my identity, and became a butcher. My master was a bearded uncle named Mario, who was a good person but always thought my work attitude was lacking, working half a day and resting the other half. Of course, I had to go to the soul arena in the afternoon to bully some weaklings and meditate at night. The first time I killed a pig, the bloody scene made me grit my teeth and finish dismembering the whole pig before I rushed outside to vomit until the world spun. After throwing up, I wiped my mouth and continued the next day. Just killing pigs wasn't enough. I also had my grandfather arrange a side job for me as an executioner. Whenever a heinous soul master was to be executed, I would put on a mask and go to the execution ground for work. At first, I really couldn't adapt, but after doing it more, I became numb to it and treated it like clocking in for a job. Nearly a year passed like this, and I was about to turn 12, having grown to over 8 meters tall, with my soul power skyrocketing to level 47. One day, after getting off work from the execution ground and returning home, my grandfather called me over. He carefully took out a right arm soul bone that emitted a frosty blue light from the soul guide. "Xiaolong, this is from a 90,000-year-old Arctic ice bear. Today, it's yours." I stared at the crystal clear, chilling soul bone, my eyes wide with amazement. This is a top-grade item over 90,000 years old. I didn't hold back at all, reaching out to take it, grinning widely. "All right, Grandpa." This thing was prepared for me by my grandpa, so refusing it would be too pretentious. With the soul bone, I could directly jump to level 50 and become a soul king. Without saying another word, I sat down cross-legged, placed the soul bone on my legs, adjusted my breathing, and prepared to get started. I'm telling you, this thing needs to be pressed against the arm. That's the right arm soul bone of a 90,000-year-old Arctic ice bear. I can feel that it's a perfect match for me. Previously, with the celestial herbs and the ice fire body refining, my body has an incredible affinity for ice attributes. Energy surged in and flowed right into my arm, and that feeling was so cool and comfortable. Immediately after, the soul power within me started to explode. Family, who understands? It was like a flood that burst through a dam. Unstoppable. My level shot up rapidly. Level 47, level 48, level 49, level 50. Ding! Your Soul King experience card has officially been credited. Goodness, a Soul King before the age of 12. This achievement, I'm telling you, is simply unparalleled. Although sure, I took some celestial herbs and got a 10,000 year soul ring along with a 90,000 year soul bone, but talent and effort are what matter. I stood up and moved my newly awakened right arm, feeling it full of explosive power. I was so elated that I directly boasted to my grandpa, "Grandpa, I feel like I can knock out a Soul Emperor with one punch now." My grandpa shot me a glance, and his expression seemed to say, "You could take a break." Then he seriously told me that it was just an illusion caused by a surge of power and advised me not to get carried away. He asked me what ability my spirit bone had given me, and when I felt it, I was pleasantly surprised to discover it was a blizzard storm. It was exactly like my grandpa's ninth spirit skill, a massive AoE. But my grandpa said that while the skill was good, with my current level of spirit power, I couldn't fully utilize it. It would probably take a Soul Emperor level to barely manage it. I thought, well, that's a matter for the future. And what's most important right now, of course, is to get my 5th spirit ring. I immediately asked my grandpa, "Grandpa, when do we set off?" I'd already planned it in my heart. I needed a proper strong attack skill, preferably one that could break armor, single target, and decisive. My grandfather pondered and said, "Are you aiming for the dark golden Terraclaw bear?" "Absolutely." I told him that it didn't have to be the dark golden Terraclaw bear. Any powerful beast of the same level would do. My grandfather nodded and said that this matter should be considered carefully. The dark golden Terraclaw bear is a super soul beast, so we need to gather intelligence first and at least find a helper to go hunting. Well, I should stabilize my cultivation first. We waited for a month. A month later, I directly parachuted into the Stardow Forest. Guess what my team was like? Let me tell you, the lineup was incredible. For title Douluo's and I, a Soul King. My grandfather, Titan, Yongwudi from the Bray clan, the Medicine King, Dugobo, and a freshly minted title Dalu who had just broken through using celestial herbs, the Old Man by He from the Min clan. Wow. For title Douluo's acting as bodyguards for a little Soul King. They were focusing on a companion style, soul hunting, right? It turned out that Old Man by He also needed a 9th spirit ring, so it just worked out perfectly. My grandfather led us straight to a place called Gravity Gorge, saying there was intelligence that the dark golden Terraclaw bear was spotted here. After some discussion, the plan was simple. First help me secure my 5th ring, then send me out while they went all out to help Old Man by He with a big hunt. As soon as we entered the gorge, I felt a heaviness. The gravity was indeed problematic. But for me, it was nothing. The 4 big shots quickly dispersed the search, and I obediently followed my grandfather. Not long after, with a bang, a red firework exploded in the sky. That was the signal for finding the target. My grandfather rushed over with me, and when we arrived, we saw that Yongwudi and Dugobo, 2 grandpas, were already playing with a nearly 30,000-year-old dark gold Terraclaw bear. The scene was like 3 max-level bosses returning to the newbie village to bully a boss. Without saying a word, my grandfather charged in as well. The bear was being beaten so badly that it almost questioned its existence. It wanted to run but couldn't escape, only able to roar in anger, which was completely useless. After they had tortured the bear enough, they stopped. I thought it was over, but my grandfather's move was something else. He walked over, grabbed the dazed dark gold Terraclaw bear, and started slamming it around like a rag doll. Bang, bang, bang. He smashed it so hard that stars appeared in its eyes, and blood and foam flew everywhere, completely losing its ability to resist. My grandpa is worried that I might make a mistake while delivering the final blow. "Family, this love is too heavy." He waved at me, took out a large iron hammer over 3 meters long from the soul guide, and handed it to me. I understood. This is for me to finish it myself. My martial soul manifested, and with all my 1st and 2nd soul skills activated, my power surged. I took the heavy hammer weighing 10,000 pounds and swung it down at the unlucky bear on the ground, which was breathing more out than in. 1 smash, 2 smashes, 3 smashes. I remained expressionless, each hit more brutal than the last. It wasn't until the 6th smash that my grandfather shouted to stop, saying the bear was already dead. The other grandfathers looked at me with strange eyes, probably thinking my state was a bit off. Well, after being a butcher and an executioner for so long, I had become somewhat indifferent to life, but I thought it was fine. After all, I was going to the city of slaughter sooner or later, so this mindset was just right. A pitch-black, shining 10,000-year soul ring slowly emerged. I took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb my fifth soul ring. This time, the soul impact was much more intense than the last. The bear's resentment surged into my consciousness like a tidal wave. But in my territory, if you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must lie down. My two Zhu Yin spiritual entities teamed up 2 against 1, tearing the bear's spiritual remnants to shreds while conveniently absorbing the energy, feeling my mental strength increase significantly. Once the soul ring was absorbed, the fluctuations of my soul power surged again. Level 50, 51, 52. I shot straight up to level 52. I stood up and stretched my muscles, causing a series of cracking sounds. Fifth soul skill, Dark Gold Fear Claw. I raised my hand and waved it. 5 dark golden claw lights tore through the air, sweeping forward. Grandpa Yang Wudi flickered and appeared in front of one of the claw lights, lightly tapping it with his soul-breaking gun, extinguishing the attack. He flashed back and smiled, saying that the power of my move had already surpassed that of some attack-type Soul Emperor's 6 soul skills. I feel so great inside. Finally, I have a trump card. My grandpa has started boasting to the other grandpas like Xianglin's wife, showing off how awesome his grandson is. I'm used to it now. As for me, my eyes were already fixed on the corpse of that dark gold, fearsome bear. I remember that this thing has a chance to drop external soul bones. I rushed over and started a search, but I couldn't feel anything. My grandfather said he had checked it before and found nothing. Do I believe it? Of course I don't. On the surface, I said, "Oh, such a big bear carcass. We can't waste the meat." Then I took out my ancestral set of the Butcher's Max Plus knife from the Soul Guide and started dissecting it on the spot. In reality, my eyes were almost bulging out like a Sharingan, carefully searching along the bones inch by inch. The bear skin was peeled off, and most of the bear meat was spoiled due to the poison from Dugabo. I disassembled all its limbs and torso bones, but there was nothing left. My heart sank in disappointment, but I stubbornly prepared to chop off the last right paw to take away. Just as my bone-splitting knife struck the ankle ding, I felt a weak but clear fluctuation of soul power. It's coming, everyone. I was overjoyed. I immediately threw away the bone-splitting knife and switched to a small boning knife, carefully peeling away the flesh and blood from the entire right paw. Soon, a paw bone radiating a yellowish light appeared before us. My grandfather and the others were shocked. No one expected that a soul bone would appear in such a remote corner. Not even he, a title doll, could see it coming. My grandfather waved his hand and said, "What you dug out yourself belongs to you. Hurry up and absorb it." Of course, I won't be polite. This is an evolving external spirit bone. I immediately sat cross-legged and pressed this dark golden fearsome claw bear's right paw bone against my foot. That energy instantly fused into my body, and my soul power, which had just reached level 52, began to surge upward again. It directly pushed me to level 53. Goodness, this spirit bone even gave me a new skill called Gravity Stomp. Let me tell you, I immediately had a picture in my mind. In the future, when I fight with someone, I can roar in anger at their face while secretly using Gravity Stomp under my feet. This surprise attack is simply too satisfying. The image is so beautiful that I can't even dare to think about it. I was feeling pretty good when my grandfather came over and said he wanted to send me out of the Stardow Forest. I thought it was perfect, so I told him I wanted to go out and experience the world on my own. My grandfather was quite open-minded and waved his hand in agreement, only reminding me to come back early to get married. What do my family members know? As soon as I agreed, I knew that once I left, I wouldn't be back for several years. After bidding farewell to my grandfather, I headed north to a place I had to go. On the way, there are always some blind fools. Sure enough, a group of bandits with knives surrounded me, thinking I looked young and easy to bully. The leader, a scar-faced man, started threatening me to hand over my money. I was really annoyed. Not even wanting to say a word, I directly pulled out a long gun from my soul guide. Dealing with these small fries, even using my martial soul would be a loss for me. One shot for each, and they were all sent away. After that, I had to get down to business, pulling out a bottle to collect their blood, which is an important item. Finally, I used some of our family's specialty corpse-dissolving liquid to destroy the bodies and erase all traces, specializing in leaving no evidence behind. Continuing north, I finally reached my destination. The small town was eerie, and I headed straight for the legendary tavern. As soon as I walked in, wow, the atmosphere was dark and cold, and everyone was as silent as a mute. I found a place to sit down, and when the waiter came over to ask what I wanted, I smiled and said I'd like their signature drink. His expression instantly changed, and he asked, "Are you sure?" I ignored him, pulled out a bottle and 2 cups from my pocket, and said, "No worries, I brought my own," right in front of him. I poured the thick red substance from the bottle into the cups, even complaining that it was too thick, so I added a bit of wine. Let me tell you, the waiter and everyone in the tavern were stunned, probably never having seen someone play like this before. I raised my cup and casually said to the waiter, "Hey, buddy, let us have a drink." Then I downed it in one go and told him, "I want to enter the city of slaughter." I was waiting to gather a crowd when suddenly, the door burst open and a stunningly beautiful woman rushed in, directly chasing another man. The man had just finished a Bloody Mary and hadn't he even regained his composure when the woman took him away in a flash. 6 soul rings, a soul emperor. I was getting into it when suddenly a figure in a black robe emerged from the ground. Goodness, 8 rings, a soul Douluo? He directly blocked the woman and said, "If you kill him, then his spot will be yours." The pressure was overwhelming, no matter how fierce the female soul emperor was. She had to kneel before the soul Douluo and ultimately had no choice but to awkwardly pick up that Bloody Mary and down it in one go. This move was a total forced transaction. Once we were all gathered, we, the lucky ones, jumped one by one into the black hole in the ground. Let me tell you, that passage was dark and long, with a chilling wind. We walked for about half an hour, and then suddenly, it opened up. I was shocked. There was an entire black city hidden underground. A purple moon hung in the sky, and the cyberpunk vibe was incredible. We queued up to get a tag. My number was 7,521, and then we entered the city. As soon as I stepped through the city gate, a girl wearing a black veil approached me, claiming to be my personal guide, ready to answer any questions for 24 hours. Not bad. The service was quite good. I didn't hold back and asked directly, "What is the origin of this city of slaughter?" She told me this was the domain left by a powerful figure who had reached level 100 and ascended to godhood. All soul skills are unusable here, and you can only rely on hand-to-hand combat and soul power. It was pretty much what I guessed, the trial ground of the Shura god. I then asked, "What kind of ruthless people live here?" She said the number of people in this place fluctuates like the stock market, with new arrivals every day and others dying every day, making it impossible to count. Most of the people here are fugitives who couldn't survive outside, seeking refuge for peace, because the city of slaughter protects them. Outsiders dare not come in to cause trouble. But this protection, I tell you, is purely for external publicity. Once you enter this door, it's perfectly normal for insiders to fight each other. It's officially sanctioned, kill at will, and no one manages it. I thought to myself, all right, it's pretty much what I guessed, just a large-scale battle royale. I asked her, "So are there any rules here?" This girl, named Anna, said that the rule here is that there are no rules. You can do whatever you want, as long as you can bear the consequences. All soul skills are sealed, and even if a titled Douluo from the outside comes in, they have to fight honestly in close combat. Here, levels and soul rings are meaningless. Fists are the only truth. Then she changed her tone and reminded me, "Atai, you need to be careful. Newcomers have a protection period of 12 hours, which is 24 hours, during which I will accompany you. Once the protection period is over, those old-timers will set their sights on you. These people have no concept of morality in their dictionary." And one more important point, she said seriously, "Every year, you must go to the Hell Slaughter Arena for a fight. If you win, you can live for another year. If you lose, then you will be reincarnated directly." I nodded after listening. All of this was within my expectations. I was more concerned about practical issues. What about food and drink? Anna said, "Food and drink are free, but whether they're toxic depends on your luck. It's all about the thrill of opening blind boxes. Want to trade for better stuff? Simple, go kill someone. Blood and skulls are hard currency here." Goodness, I thought to myself, isn't that exactly why I prepared several barrels of blood in advance? All right, thanks, take me around. Anna then started showing me around the city. Let me tell you, this city of slaughter has both an inner and outer city, and they are like 2 different worlds. The outer city is a slum. On both sides of the street are dilapidated black stone houses, with a bunch of people lining up for that kind of free food that could potentially kill you. The people walking on the street are all gaunt and emaciated, looking like walking skeletons, as if their life force has been almost drained. Anna told me that these people are the cowards who don't dare to enter the slaughter arena. They survive each month by handing over 2 large cups of Bloody Mary. I've seen those cups. Each one holds at least half a pound of blood, and they have to hand over a pound each month, month after month. What do families understand? This isn't living. It's purely being a mobile blood bag, slowly being drained. I looked at these numb-eyed guys, feeling no ripples in my heart. Soon, we arrived at the junction of the inner and outer cities. Anna pointed to the city gate ahead and said, "Beyond this is the true city of slaughter. Are you sure you want to go in? Can I be uncertain? I came here to achieve 100 consecutive victories. I told her directly. Let us go. I'm here for the slaughter arena's 100 wins. Anna was stunned at that moment, and her gaze towards me changed. She probably thought I was some young master from a prominent family out for training, and she secretly assessed my clothes. As soon as I stepped into the inner city, the feeling, let me tell you, was instantly different. If the outer city was a black and white silent film, then the inner city was a colorful, insane asylum. Everywhere there were mad laughter and painful wails, and the air was filled with a luxurious yet bloody scent. The people here had eyes full of madness and desire. It was purely the law of the jungle. What is morality? Can it be eaten? The streets were even heavier, with public displays of debauchery. In one moment a woman would be with a man, and the next she would be pulling out his heart. That scene was like a live broadcast of humanity's most primal chaos. The atmosphere of slaughter here was too intense. Someone with a weaker mental quality would probably go mad on the spot. Luckily, I had worked part-time in slaughterhouses and execution grounds before coming here. Otherwise, I would have surely vomited my dinner. Take me to the slaughter arena, I said to Anna without changing my expression. Anna probably had never seen such a calm newcomer before. She didn't ask anything and directly led me to a huge black conical building. This is the Hell Slaughter Arena, the heart of the entire city. Want to go in to watch the battle? Sure, a cup of blood. Without saying a word, I took out a bottle of human blood I had prepared earlier for my soul guide and poured it into the large container at the entrance. The way Anna looked at me was so shocked that she was almost numb, probably wondering what kind of ultimate person I was so well prepared. Once inside, it was a massive circular arena. A sparse audience was seated in the stands. Just in time, a new match had just begun. 10 people, weapons of all kinds. Without flashy soul skills, just the most direct, primal hacking, ambushing, and strangling. Each person was using the most efficient way to harvest others' lives while also having to guard against others stabbing them in the back. I found a place to sit down and watched intently. I noticed that while the combat skills of the people here were rough, their experience in killing was truly rich, much more practical than those soul masters in the outside battle arenas. Moreover, whenever there was only one person left standing, a portion of the souls and blood of the deceased would be absorbed by the arena and then fed back to the victor, helping them enhance their soul power. More importantly, I discovered that while the atmosphere of slaughter here could affect others' minds, making them crazier and more reckless, it seemed to have no effect on me. The visualization in my sea of consciousness and my martial soul were actually invigorated in this environment, directly kicking out the invading aura of slaughter. It was simply an extraordinary start. While others suffered debuffs, I turned it into a buff. After watching a dozen matches and figuring out their ways, I decided to stop watching. The priority was to find a safe place to stay. I planned to stay in the outer city, although the conditions were worse. Killing was prohibited there, and safety was my top priority. Anna had that familiar look of concern on her face, but she still took me to the newcomer area in the outer city. As a result, that place was as devastated as a post-war site in Syria. While I pushed a door open, it slammed to the ground with a bang, kicking up a cloud of dust. I was speechless at the time. Anna must have been bursting with laughter. I could feel her smiling even through the black veil. She told me, there are plenty of vacant houses in the outer city. Just pick one you like and drive out the original owner. Here, good things always belong to the strong. As soon as I heard that, I laughed. You're right. Take me to the best house in the outer city. She brought me to a luxurious residential area that seemed completely out of place compared to the surrounding slums. And there was even a security guard at the entrance. Anna said that a few big shots from the inner city lived here, and they had built a little order for themselves. I asked her, what should I do? Should I just rob them, or should I first make a show of goodwill? Anna said, it's up to you. It's prohibited to kill in the outer city, but no one cares about fights. Got it. He confidently walked over, and a few security guards came to stop me. I couldn't be bothered to say a word. I activated my martial spirit, and the 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black. Black shone brightly. As soon as I released that aura, the guards' legs went weak, their eyes filled with terror, and they obediently cleared a path. I casually picked a Chinese courtyard that looked the most pleasing to the eye and pushed the door open. Inside was quite clean. Anna followed me in. I wasn't polite and directly took out various tools and materials from my soul guide, starting to reinforce the house and modify the defenses. Anna stood by, watching in astonishment, probably wondering whether I came to the city of slaughter to kill or to do renovations. I'm really puzzled. I've obviously almost completed my task. Yet this girl is still following me closely without leaving. I've finished renovating the house, and it's almost dark, but she still shows no sign of wanting to leave. I finally couldn't help but ask her, Anna, my guiding work should be considered complete, right? She smiled and said, not yet. My job is to protect newcomers for 12 hours, and it's not time yet. All right, you're right. As a result, when evening came and I was ready to rest, she still hadn't tea left. At that moment, looking at her interested gaze, I suddenly understood. Wow. I finally realized what my grandfather meant when he insisted on arranging those 4 personal maids for me. It turns out my grandfather was worried about me holding back. Let me tell you, Sister Anna really understands me. She's so considerate, and the whole process was incredibly smooth. I'm not some kind of loose Yahui. This journey has been filled with travel and robbers, and the mental pressure has been maxed out, so I definitely need to relax, right? The next day when I woke up, Sister Anna had already left quietly, showing her expert style. All right, since she has gone, I have to start modifying my little nest. I directly pulled out my treasure from my storage soul guide, the 8-bull crossbow. Yes, you heard it right, the big guy used for besieging cities. And I set it up in the room. Then, with clanging sounds, I set up various traps and mechanisms, turning this little broken house into something like a spider's lair. I was busy with a lot of things when suddenly there was a loud crash and my door was gone. To my surprise, a muscular bald guy burst in, looking like the leader of a demolition team. Let me tell you, this guy wasn't actually coming for me. He was an ultimate sycophant who had his eyes on another big shot in the area, named Catherine. This big shot is a soul king who, after offending the spirit hall, had to hide in this city of slaughter to escape being hunted down. She, along with a few friends, established this relatively orderly residential area in the outer city. When this bald guy heard there was a newcomer who didn't understand the rules, he got excited, thinking it was his chance to show off in front of the goddess. He happily brought people to trouble me. What happened next? As soon as he kicked the door down, my 8-bull crossbow automatically triggered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 giant crossbow bolts, thicker than his arms, shot straight at his face. He reacted quickly, trying to grab them with his hands and kick them away, but he seriously underestimated the power of my mechanism. His hands were instantly mangled, and one bolt went straight through his foot and then pierced his abdomen, creating a fist-sized, transparent hole. The force sent him flying out, and he crashed onto the street, dead. I heard a noise and quickly ran out. My heart skipped a beat. Oh no, please don't let it be Anna coming back for revenge. That would be so awkward for me. But when I stepped outside, I saw, wow, it was an unfamiliar bald guy with a rainbow hanging on his belly. Oh, that is fine then. He startled me for a moment. Who told you to kick my door? The fact that you're still alive means you've got a strong constitution. Looking at the results of my first line of defense, I nodded in satisfaction. This bald guy is at least a soul king, higher level than me. Yet what happened? I took away 50% of his combat power with just an appetizer. If I had smeared some poison on my arrow, he would be being photosynthesizing on his grave by now. That guy struggled to get up from the ground, desperately using his soul power to stop the bleeding while looking at me like he saw a ghost. Did I let him run away? No way. This is the city of slaughter. My life motto has always been to take advantage of his illness and claim his life. Without saying a word, I swiftly pulled out a long gun from my soul guide device, stuck it in the ground, then took out a tall bough that was even higher than a person, slung the quiver onto my back, and leisurely knocked an arrow onto the string. But that is not all. Right in front of him, I pulled out a small vial and slowly smeared something on the arrowhead. The bald guy's eyes were about to pop out. He must have been thinking, what kind of soul master are you? Don't soul masters usually unleash their martial souls and shout loudly in battle? Why are you acting like an assassin from Assassin's Creed? He wanted to run, but as soon as he moved, the feeling of being locked onto by my bowstring scared him into freezing in place. There was nothing he could do but start a forced conversation with me. Bro, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm the manager here. My name is Augustine. I just wanted to welcome you as a newcomer. I listened to his nonsense without showing any expression on my face. Welcome? Is kicking the door a way to show welcome? This way of welcoming is full of flaws, isn't it? I just kept dragging it out with him, watching as his blood flowed more and more, his face growing paler. He finally couldn't hold back any longer, secretly reached for a dagger at his waist, suddenly threw it at me, and turned to run. I've been waiting for this moment. As soon as his dagger was drawn, my arrow was already flying out of my hand, hitting him squarely in the back. I didn't stop there. Whoosh, 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 a few more arrows shot out, pinning him to the ground like a specimen. However, I didn't go for the kill. The arrows were coated with a powerful anesthetic, ensuring he couldn't move. Finished? Not yet. I didn't even lower my bow, turn around, and shot an arrow at a window across the street, piercing it with a bang. Then a few more arrows flew toward several corners where people were hiding. I shouted at the empty street. Have you seen enough? If not, I've got plenty of arrows here. Come on out. As soon as I finished speaking, a stunning woman jumped out from the window I had shot through, twisting her waist as she said to me, Little brother, you've got some skills. I'll be right out. Then, one after another, 5 more people came out. 2 men and 3 women, making a total of 6, including her. I glanced at them and got straight to the point. You are in charge here, right? And this guy on the ground too? An old man who looked like the leader stepped forward and said, "We are the founders here." And this guy on the ground insisted on joining later, so he doesn't count. A woman next to him with a scar on her face immediately became displeased. What do you mean by that? This is our territory. You moved in without even greeting us and hurt our people, and you're asking us what we mean? I laughed at that moment and shot back. Your territory? Who says so? Has the king of slaughter stamped it? This is the city of slaughter, and even I, a newcomer, know that everything here belongs to the strong. The scarred woman wanted to argue with me, but was stopped by the old man. He looked at me seriously and said, "You have the strength to stay here. We acknowledge that, but I hope you won't make a move here in the future. I believe you chose this place for stability." I liked hearing that, so I nodded and replied, "All right, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them." Then we exchanged names. The old man was called Old M.O. The scarred woman was named Black Snake, and there was a strong man named Wang Dakai. The remaining few women also coldly stated their names. Finally, the most flamboyant woman who had jumped out at the beginning introduced herself as Katrina and threw me a flirtatious glance, saying, "Talon, little brother, you better remember my name." I didn't pay any attention to her. Just kidding. In the city of slaughter, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she becomes. Just yesterday, I witnessed a stunning beauty take down 2 opponents in a counterattack. I've long built up immunity to that. Seeing that I was unresponsive, Catherine felt a bit awkward and could only get straight to the point. "Tyrone, can you let me handle this guy on the ground?" I asked her. "Will he eventually die?" Katrina's eyes turned cold. "I guarantee it." "All right," I nodded, "but you wait a moment first." I walked up to the bald guy and, in his terrified gaze, began to search him up and down. Just a routine operation to search for soul bones. Unfortunately, from head to toe, I found nothing. He was a poor guy. After finishing the search, I nodded to Catherine and turned back to the room to continue my renovation work. After I returned, Lao Mo and the others gathered together for a meeting. The strong man named Wang Dakai spoke highly of me, saying I could easily handle Augustine, which was impressive. Lao Mo fell into deep thought. He saw the shadow of 2 killers from over 20 years ago in me, 2 men who had walked out of here. He believed I was the next one. And so this old man was tempted to invest in me, hoping to help me become a killer, and then have me check on his family outside after I left. As for Katrina, she was too lazy to listen to those people arguing, so she directly dragged the now wooden Augustine toward the inner city. She deliberately strolled around in front of those skeletons who live by blood in the outer city, whetting their appetites before entering the inner city and, in front of everyone, stabbing a knife into Augustine's heart. The skeletons went wild in an instant, rushing forward. What a scene! On my side, I had also arranged the house quite well. Before leaving, I specially wedged a hair in the door crack and then headed straight to the slaughterhouse. When I arrived, it was the same as before. I paid for a Bloody Mary and signed up. Soon it was my turn. I got onto the arena with a total of 10 people. I found a corner, held my spear, and waited quietly. As soon as the battle began, a guy charged at me aggressively, even sending me a message. "Brother, we are all newcomers in this batch, Before he finished speaking, I thrust my spear forward, and with a thud, it pierced through his chest. I was stunned at the moment. Was that it? He approached me without even activating his martial soul. It made me doubt myself for a moment. Had I been too cautious before? After dealing with this minor character, I directly activated my martial soul. Yellow, yellow, purple, black. Black, 5 soul rings lit up. Those who understood the situation knew what was happening. The entire venue CPU was overheated. Among the remaining 5, 3 were soul masters and 2 were soul kings, who had been fighting each other but instantly stopped when they saw my soul ring configuration, exchanging glances and silently surrounding me. 5 against 1? I wasn't intimidated at all. I wielded my spear like a windmill, thrusting, striking, stabbing, and circling, using my weapon's length to keep them at bay. The more I fought, the more adept I became. My Zhu Yin martial soul's combat aura even began to actively absorb the surrounding killing intent, making it feel like I was fighting on home turf. Those 5 guys were originally a temporary team, each with their own agenda, unwilling to go all out. I didn't care about that. I seized the opportunity, taking them down one by one with my spear. Before long, I had stabbed 2 to death, and the remaining 3 were all wounded. They couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes, and could only be toyed with by the tip of my spear. My spear technique focused on electronic mercy, slowly draining their blood and exhausting their stamina. Let me tell you, these guys are simply moving experience packs. I'm not in a hurry to take them all down at once. I'll just treat it as practice and toy with them like monkeys, honing my control skills. Once I feel like I practiced enough and my hands are warmed up, I'll lose my patience. My shooting style will shift in an instant, going from dog-walking mode to rampage mode, taking them down one by one. The last unfortunate soul gets a bullet straight through the neck, meeting the king of hell on the spot. Good grief, the entire slaughter arena suddenly went quiet, leaving me standing alone. Then, let me tell you, the most bizarre scene unfolded. The mysterious patterns on the ground suddenly lit up, and the soul power and blood of those I had taken down were all absorbed by the ground. It was like watching a horror movie. The floor seemed to have been starving for 800 years. Immediately after, I felt a massive surge of pure energy crash into my body. How to describe this energy? It was intense, extremely pure, yet incredibly violent, with a hint of a murderous will that could drive a person insane. Meanwhile, my own martial soul was also busy. The breaths I collected during the battle began to feed back into me. Two forces were at play. One was my familiar product, and the other was probably the winner's bounty from this slaughter arena. Waste. Not chance. What is a murderous will to me? I've seen all kinds of scenes. I took it all in. I even had a brilliant idea to use this violent energy to refine my body. I first dispersed it, letting it rampage through my body. Causant destruction. Just as it finished causing havoc, the energy from my martial soul quickly followed up, repairing me at lightning speed. It was all about explosive destruction followed by reconstruction. Once the violent energy was tamed, I guided it into my soul power. Perfect. Once everything was settled, I walked off the slaughter arena without looking back, heading straight for the outer city. The gains this time were enormous, and a brilliant idea suddenly popped into my head. One that could change the entire landscape of the Douluo Continent. When I got back to my small, shabby room, I even professionally checked the hair stuck in the door crack. Yup, no one had come in. In the city of slaughter, one must always be wary of others. As soon as I entered the room, that old man, Mo, came knocking. For the next month, I basically clocked in and out at the slaughter arena, doing 6 more matches. After each match, absorbing the winner's bounty and the dual feedback from my martial soul made my soul power soar. It was simply fantastic. During that month, I also had many conversations with that old fox Mo. From him, I managed to grasp the underlying logic of the city of slaughter. To obtain the so-called God of Slaughter domain, it's not just a matter of winning 100 matches. Those 100 matches are merely to help you accumulate killing intent. The final Hell Road is the ultimate test, purifying your killing intent and condensing it into a domain. Now I was getting excited. Although I didn't know if accumulating more killing intent would lead to a more powerful God of Slaughter domain, the more the better. More importantly, I discovered that my own talent domain could also absorb the killing intent here, and it was slowly taking shape. Who understands this, family? This is my unique domain. Not some second-hand goods given by the god of Shura, nor is it something common on the continent. This discovery confirmed my next course of action. No rush. Just stay here and absorb all the killing intent I can. I also shared one of my bold ideas with old Mo. I discovered that in this city of slaughter, besides soul power, there's another kind of energy that I call killing intent. This stuff can enhance the physical body, but the side effects are severe. If absorbed too much, it can easily burn out the brain, turning a person into a mindless killing machine. However, hey, I have my method. The visualization technique I practice, Zhuyan, is simply the nemesis of these negative mental effects. It can not only consume the killing intent like a supplement, but also enhance my mental strength. So, my plan is to create a set of techniques that can absorb killing intent for cultivation. But this technique carries risks. So I need to find some guinea pigs to test it, right? I can't trust that old fox Mo. So I need to find someone with a shallow foundation who is easier to control. Just then, at the entrance of the inner city, I unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance, the aloof female soul emperor, Amy Merkel, who came in with my batch. Her luck was truly terrible. Not long after entering, she caught the attention of a group of fallen beings due to her striking appearance. Although she is quite powerful and skilled in assassination, being a newcomer, she found it hard to fight against many foes and was being hunted down, preparing to escape to the outer city for refuge. I saw her, but didn't approach to greet her since we weren't familiar, and my experiment with the technique wasn't urgent yet. Time flew by, and 2 months passed. With old Mo's help, my technique experiment had already begun. He found a group of low-level personnel from the outer city as test subjects, and I taught them the method to absorb killing intent, but I held back and didn't teach them the Zhu Yin visualization technique. Guess what happened? They all went insane. One by one, they acted like they were on fake drugs. As soon as the technique showed some effectiveness, they were completely ruined. I am very clear in my mind that the problem lies with the visualization technique. It seems that this core technology cannot be avoided. For the sake of my grand plan, the next batch of test subjects must be taught the visualization technique as well. What I didn't expect was that this would lead to a major incident. Those people had never seen a real Zhu Yan, and when they practiced the visualization technique, the object of their visualization naturally became my martial soul, the towering violent ape. Then, something absurd happened. Unknowingly, they developed a faith-like emotion towards me. Does anyone in the family understand? I haven't done anything. I've just been fighting in the slaughter arena every day and researching martial arts techniques. How did I suddenly become the leader of a cult? I'm still in the dark here. Over in the divine realm, that big shot called the Azura God originally considered me a key training target. But when he opened the surveillance, he was dumbfounded. He discovered that this little guy was actually digging into his territory and developing my own followers. It felt like the cabbage he painstakingly grew was being uprooted by a pig. But upon closer inspection, hey, this pig seems to be able to evolve into a dragon. His mindset completely collapsed, because in the Douluo Continent, gaining power through faith is the path to creating one's own divine position. A top-tier gameplay that is far ahead of others. This path is as difficult as climbing to the sky. And the faith on the continent has long been divided among various gods. He was both angry and shocked at me. On one hand, I was undermining his foundation, while on the other hand, he felt that my talent was simply a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. In the end, he decided to observe me for a while and not intervene for the time being. Poor me. I had no idea that I had been temporarily abandoned by my research supervisor. I was still thriving in the city of slaughter. I handed over the cultivation method I created to Old Mo for promotion. As my reputation grew, I gained many titles like Gun King and Arrow God. The top-tier powerhouses in the city of slaughter, those Seoul, Dalu, began to take notice of me. They tested me both openly and secretly, and once, 3 Seoul, Dalu blocked me in the inner city, wanting to have a confrontation. That was my first real fight with such high-level powerhouses. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the restriction on using soul skills in the city of slaughter, I would have turned around and run away. I didn't expect that Old Mo was the true hidden big shot. He managed to hold down 1 Seoul, Dalu by himself. And he wasn't at a disadvantage. I had to deal with the other 2 alone, using all my tricks, even resorting my trump card, the battle roar from my external soul bone on my throat. However, the opponents were not pushovers either. One of them actually had a head soul bone, which blocked my sonic wave attack. In the end, they realized they couldn't chew through my hard shell and could only team up to force me back. Then they ran away in defeat. Once they fled, the unfortunate guy who was entangled with Old Mo was in big trouble. After discussing with Old Mo, we decided to perform a mixed doubles attack. I took out my bow, applied poison, and shot an arrow from distance. That guy was already being pressured by Old Mo, and with my interference, we took him down. The spoils included a storage soul guide and a piece of soul bone I peeled off his leg. A huge profit. This battle established my reputation. Being able to take down a soul Douluo, I had already become a top figure in the city of slaughter. Those who practiced my cultivation method spontaneously banded together to form an organization called the Zhu Yan League, all claiming to be my disciples. This league grew like a snowball, quickly expanding to over 5,000 members. The Shura god in the divine realm looked on and was shocked. This kid not only poached disciples, but even built a branch in my backyard. He could no longer sit still and decided to talk to me, hastily sending me down the hell road to get me out. As for me, my standing in the city of slaughter had risen significantly. The remaining soul reached an understanding with me. Whenever I went to the slaughter arena, they actively avoided me, fearing that we would end up fighting each other. Wearing the golden armor my grandfather made for me, I was practically a moving fortress in this purely physical combat environment. After each match, my soul power skyrocketed like a rocket. I have now broken through to level 60. When I stepped down from the slaughter arena, Old Mo, Amy Merkel, Black Snake, and a few core members were already waiting at the sidelines. Congratulations, League Leader. Looking at their energetic appearances, I knew my cultivation method had succeeded. They were no longer affected by the will of slaughter, their minds were clear, and they even felt that the city of slaughter was a sacred place for cultivation. Oh, right, I also picked up that female assassin, Amy, later on. At that time, she was being hunted down, covered in blood, and in a desperate situation in the outer city, almost dead, when I happened to run into her and saved her. Now, she is one of the 7 soul emperors in my Zhu Yan League, and has become one of my most capable aides. Speaking of the time I rescued Amy, it was quite dramatic. She was being chased and was about to meet her end when she bumped into me. To my surprise, she quickly pointed at me and told her pursuers that I was her man. I was left with a big question mark. What was going on? Those pursuers were also brainless. Without a second thought, they charged at me, intending to deal with me first. What a joke. Just these few misfits? With a flick of my finger, I easily took them all down, directly incapacitating them and leaving them on the street to fend for themselves. Amy was dumbfounded. Her face turned pale as she realized she had kicked a steel plate and tried to escape. Hey, trying to run? I immediately took out my big bow from the soul guide and with a swift motion, locked her in with killing intent. She was already severely injured, holding on by a thread. When I scared her like that, she lost her focus, rolled her eyes, and fainted. What was I to do? I couldn't just leave her there. I approached carefully and used a silver needle soaked in anesthetic to check if she was really unconscious before carrying her back to my place. You ask why I saved her? Well, it's mainly for companionship. In a place like the City of Slaughter, the pressure is immense, you know. Anyway, later on, I healed her and taught her the powerful cultivation method I created. Speaking of this method, let me tell you, it is no longer the original version. Old MO and I have become like product managers. We taught the method to those thousands of brothers in the Zhu Yan League, letting them be our guinea pigs. Pioneers. Among them, there were always some talented individuals who could figure things out and modify the method into various strange versions. We collected these modified versions, refined them, and then iterated to create a 2.0 version, which we distributed for them to practice. This back-and-forth process was like app updates. Our Insha body refinement method has become increasingly refined, with fewer side effects. I was just praising my own cleverness, spending my days in my little shabby house, either training or making arrows, feeling quite fulfilled. Then one day, while I was making arrows, suddenly everything went dark, and my consciousness was pulled away. Family, who understands? One moment I was hammering away, and the next I found myself in a blood-red world, with a throne made of skulls in the center and a shadowy figure sitting on it, just staring at me. My heart skipped a beat, but I quickly reacted. Who else could create such a grand spectacle in this city of slaughter, if not that person? I tentatively asked, "Sure, God?" To my surprise, the figure actually responded, "It is I." I was so excited at that moment. Wow, has this overwhelming fortune finally come to me? The God King personally came to see me. This treatment is way more impressive than when that kid Tang San received the Sea God inheritance, right? Is this going to directly open the divine trial for me? All in one go, I quickly suppressed my overwhelming joy, bowed respectfully, and asked him what he wanted. And guess what? He wasn't there to offer me anything. He was there to give me a warning. The Azura God seemed to convey something like this. Young man, I've been watching you for a while, and I admire your ambition to create your own divine position. However, you've been developing followers right in my territory and poaching my people, which is a bit against the rules. You're effectively running your own startup within my company, using my employees. This time, I won't hold it against you, but remember, not every god is as easy to talk to as I am. Once you complete your trial, get out of here and stop developing your network under my roof. When you leave, I'll pack up your followers and send them out with you. Consider it my angel investment for you. I listened and my CPU overheated. What is this? When did I start the path of creating my own divine position? When did I have followers? I originally came for a job interview, but the boss told me that I had already become the CEO. This twist is too abrupt. I wanted to ask a few more questions, but they finished speaking and immediately kicked me back to the real world, not letting me say a word more. I stood there holding the tool, stunned for a long time. My entire plan for coming to the City of Carnage was to earn a position as a Shura god, and now it was all in vain. But then I thought becoming a god sounds even more exciting, since the big boss has already told me to get lost. I can't be ungrateful. The plan needs to change. I immediately had Amy go fetch old Mo. This girl Amy is becoming more sensible. When she saw I wanted to discuss serious matters, she tried to leave, but I called her back and had her sit down to listen. I got straight to the point with my first sentence. You can leave the City of Slaughter now. The two of them were instantly dumbfounded. Their expressions were as if I had just told them the earth is flat. I didn't give them a chance to ask questions, and directly conveyed the words of the Azura god, trimming the excess and presenting it as absolutely reliable information. Once I achieve 100 consecutive victories and complete the Hell Road, everyone who has practiced our techniques will be sent out together. At the same time, the Zhuyan Alliance will cease recruitment starting today, and our techniques will never be passed on. This is a rule set by a big shot we cannot afford to offend. Old Mo, being experienced, immediately understood the seriousness of the situation after the shock, and guaranteed that it would be handled properly. Next, it was about cleaning up the internal ranks, getting rid of those troublemakers and double dealers, ensuring that everyone on our ship is united. Once this was arranged, I began to sprint towards my 100 consecutive victories in the slaughter arena. Oh, by the way, there's an interlude in between. The new guide, Anna, came looking for me again. After we shared some intimate moments, I asked her if she wanted to leave the city of slaughter. At first, she didn't believe it, thinking it was nonsense. I teased her a bit, saying I had a way, and told her to think about it. By the time dinner rolled around, what a scene. Amy and Anna sat at one table, and I sat in the middle. The atmosphere was so awkward it felt like I could scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. I buried my head in my food the whole time, pretending I didn't exist. It was Anna who couldn't hold it in anymore, quietly asking me if what I said during the day was true. As soon as I saw Amy eavesdropping nearby, I decided to lay everything on the table and told Anna that Amy also knew about it. After dinner, I called Anna into the room and shared my thoughts on Juyen with her. This was my way of clearly telling the Azura god that this person was now mine. From that day on, my pace completely picked up. The challenge frequency in the slaughter arena skyrocketed, going from a 10-person free-for-all to me single-handedly taking on 9 opponents. My winning streak rapidly soared, and my fame in the city of slaughter grew larger. Many people wanted to join the Juyen alliance, but we didn't accept anyone. While I was advancing rapidly on my side, on the other side, in the Douluo Continent, the messenger I had arranged finally arrived at my home. Goodness, let me tell you, the delivery of this letter was truly thrilling. For safety, I had hired 10 messengers, and what happened? A year and a half passed, and only one honest person delivered the letter. The other 9, I suspect, either ran off with the money halfway, or they got too curious and had to open my letter, only to be taken care of by the contingency plan I left on the letter. Curiosity really did kill the cat. My grandfather Titan was so excited when he heard about me that he hurriedly handed over his precious granddaughter, which is my daughter, to the nurse and rushed to meet the messenger. After confirming that the letter was genuine, my grandfather, being straightforward, quickly sent the messenger away with a bag of gold soul coins. This letter was not written casually. I used a secret communication technique from the Four Spirits sect, invented by the 2 old men, Dugubo and Yang Wudi, specifically designed to prevent information interception. My grandfather knew the drill. Without saying a word, he soaked the letter in water, and the writing appeared. The content of the letter was simple. I got straight to the point and told my grandfather that I had been in the city of slaughter for over a year, and I clearly outlined my upcoming plans and approximate return time. After reading it, my grandfather's face turned green with anger, but he was at a loss. I was already inside, and he couldn't just rush into the city of slaughter to rescue me, right? I'm carefree here, but at home, it's like a pot boiling over. My grandfather's biggest headache right now isn't that I'm fighting hard in the city of slaughter, but rather my marriage. I told you, my dad arranged several marriages for me back then, agreeing that I would marry one by one after I turned 12. Now, I've disappeared without a trace, and the marriage has been delayed for over a year. My several fiancés are all older than me, and according to the customs of Douluo Continent, they should have been married long ago. In a commoner family, they probably already have children. Now, the in-laws are getting anxious, constantly trying to dig for information through indirect means. They must be wondering in their hearts, thinking that our family is different now. My grandfather has become a titled Duo and established the Four Spirits sect. My status has risen as well. Are we looking down on their daughters and planning to break off the engagement to seek someone better? The more they think about it, the more they feel this way. And they're getting anxious, almost to the point of blocking the door to ask my dad, is your Talon coming back or not? If not, just say so. Don't waste our daughter's time. Of course, it's the elders who are anxious, wanted to hitch a ride on our Four Spirits sect's fast train through marriage. My several nominal fiancés, on the other hand, are actually quite happy about it. The happiest among them must be Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu is a commoner girl with a mutated healing staff as her martial spirit, and her talent is quite good. She is also the one my mom is most satisfied with as a daughter-in-law. When she first learned she was going to marry me, and that it was alongside several other women, she must have felt uncomfortable, but in the end, she accepted her fate. As the wedding date approached, I ran away, and the marriage was postponed. She was overjoyed, as she could spend more time with her parents. But after the initial happiness, new problems arose. Who understands what her family went through? She had directly dropped out of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy to prepare for marriage. Now that the marriage has fallen through, she wants to go back to continue her studies, but it has become awkward. Someone must have leaked the news about her getting married. It spread like wildfire in the academy. She was already a prominent figure in school, beautiful and talented, and now she has become the biggest gossip topic in the whole school. Those rumors made it impossible for her to return to that school. Mida Deno. found out and was so angry that he wanted to stand up for her, but he was persuaded by Jiangzhu to back down. My dad thought, why not just switch to a better school, the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy? But guess what? Jiangzhu flat out refused. She said that Broken Academy only admits nobles and looks down on commoners, and she wouldn't serve them. Hey, I really like her strong spirit. In the end, there was no choice but to use connections to get into Liu Erlong's Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, and finally, I could continue my studies. My grandfather received my letter and informed my old friends, including Douluo, about my whereabouts. The old men got together and discussed that although the sect is stable now, its reputation is not yet loud enough. It's not enough to just make money quietly. We need to make some big moves. In the end, it was Grandpa by he who had the idea, saying, let us build our own academy. We'll call it the Four Spirits Academy and participate in the Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy competition to make a name for ourselves. As for my childhood sweetheart, Dugian, she has probably gone crazy, making voodoo dolls of me at home every day. She thinks I'm a bastard for not keeping my promise to go to school together, and I just disappeared without a trace. Her grandfather, Douluo, keeps telling her that I, Tailong, am a jerk and will definitely have 3 wives and 4 concubines in the future. I remember once she asked me why I wanted to marry so many wives. At that time, I explained to her that my martial soul is the top-tier Zhuyan, and for the sake of family inheritance, I must work hard to expand the family tree, supporting the future of the family all by myself. When I said this, my expression was probably very melancholic. Dong Guyan thought I was sad because I had to be with someone I didn't like. It's laughable. She had no idea what I was really thinking. I was actually conflicted, caught in a battle between my desires. On one side was staying in Heavendo City, comfortably cultivating with the assistance of the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, while enjoying a lavish life. On the other side was going to that hellhole of a city of slaughter, living day by day without a future. If it were you, how would you choose? I was really wavering at that moment, almost choosing to give in. But when I thought of Dong Guyan, and if I really continued to live so comfortably, she would definitely be married off to someone else by that old man Dong Gubo in the future. My heart ached. I realized I couldn't accept that outcome at all. Ultimately, it was because I wasn't strong enough. If I were strong enough to ignore everything, would that old man Dong Gubo dare to say anything? When that thought crossed my mind, I was startled. Damn, how did my thinking start to twist like this? Isn't this the mindset of a villain? No, I must quickly pull myself back. I reflected on it and realized that I had lived too smoothly in these 2 lifetimes. Innate full soul power, top martial soul, and abundant divine herbs and soul bones. It had made my mindset start to drift. I told myself I couldn't fall into decadence any longer. Those who seek the top will attain the middle, and those who seek the middle will fall to the bottom. I must be stricter with myself. More importantly, I know better than anyone the future direction of this world. That crazy woman from the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and her daughter Qianren Xue are destined to become gods. Our Four Spirits sect has a deep-seated blood feud with the Spirit Hall. Once they unify the continent, will we have any good outcomes left? I have to say, every time I think of Qianren Xue, I can't help but want to criticize her. She's definitely a strong contender for the best pig teammate of 2025. In the beginning, she disguised herself as the crown Prince Xue Qinghe, strategizing like a pro, looking all high-end. But once she ran into Tang San, her CPU just fried. Clearly, they are arch-enemies, yet she insists on trying to recruit him. Obviously a secret, yet she personally hands over the token that represents her identity. Clearly a decisive battle. Yet she still wants to play fair and stops her own title Douluo from making a move. Come on, you're the villain. You've already violently seized power and are at the gates. Can't you be a bit more professional? Can you speed things up? In the end, she totally messed up a hand of unbeatable cards. It made me anxious just watching her. I can complain all I want, but the key question has arrived. In the original work, it was Tang San who used his abilities to deal with her and her daughter. But now, I've intercepted Tang San's greatest advantage, the divine herb of the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. Whether he can become a deity is up for debate. So the question arises, if he can't rise again, who will deal with those 2 goddesses from the Spirit Hall who are as certain as nails? We can't just hope they make foolish mistakes and end up destroying themselves, right? So, my friends, do you understand now? I'm not someone who enjoys self-torture, forcing myself to seek suffering in the Slaughter City. I have no choice but to go. This path is one that no one else can walk for me. I can't kneel and beg Tang San for mercy. I definitely won't run away with my entire family, like a lost dog. So the only remaining path is to stand up and create a hole in the sky with my own hands. I tell you, the whole poke today is going to make a big noise. What is the status of our Four Spirit sect now? The #1 arms supplier to the Heaven-Do Empire's military. VIP among the VIPs. In the past, those orders had to be shared with the Blacksmith Association, but now? Well, they can only follow behind us and drink some soup. This has directly left some people at loss. Who? That fake crown prince, Qianren Xue. She has been lurking in the Heaven-Do Empire to steal from the Spirit Hall, and our recent moves have directly maximized the combat strength of the Heaven-Do Empire. Just think about it. We've shared all the family secrets of our marching formations. The elites cultivated in the sect are all theoretical masters with high cultivation, dropped into the army, and they can stabilize the situation in a minute, leading the troops to win several beautiful battles, completely confusing the opposing Spirit Master troops. Now, the Snow Knight Emperor on the Heaven-Do side is smiling so widely, and on the Spirit Hall side, BB Dong's face is turning green. Can she not be anxious? Can she not have a headache? Our Four Spirit sect originated from the four great families that were abandoned by the Haotian sect and hunted by the Spirit Hall, and we are inherently incompatible with her. She was still hoping for a peaceful transition with Qianren Xue, but we suddenly emerged as the staunch allies of the Heaven-Do Empire, which is equivalent to stabbing a knife in her heart, right? So on the surface, Qianren Xue has to pretend to be all smiles, saying that the Four Spirit sect is truly the backbone of the empire, but behind the scenes, she has already started to shake things up, contacting the forces of the Spirit Hall, thinking about how to trip us up. BB Dong is also doing the same, sending various spies and sowing discord, just hoping that we will have internal problems. You know what? This tactic of hers is somewhat effective. Our sect is developing too quickly, and the foundation is unstable, somewhat like those overnight wealthy tycoons with many problems. Especially the younger generation, they feel like the princes of the sect when they are out, showing off everywhere. The older generation is busy with construction and the economy and has no time to manage them. This gives outsiders a chance to exploit. Those hostile forces send people to mix into our young people's circle, fanning the flames every day, today speaking ill of the Li family, and tomorrow stirring trouble for the Yu family. Does anyone in the family understand? Our four great families have tempers that are worse than each other, and they're all protective of their own. Now, when a younger generation stirs up conflicts, the elders follow suit. Just a while ago, Li Ji's Tai Ming and Yu Ji's Nyoda, both nearly level 90 spirit Douluos, almost had a real-life PK over some trivial matter between their grandchildren. If it weren't for my grandfather and my grandfather Nyogao holding them back, the sect hall would probably have been demolished. What to do about these internal conflicts? Either a super strong person emerges, whose words can unite everyone, or we quickly expand outward, using greater benefits to divert internal conflicts. But both of these paths are not feasible for us. My grandfather's generation had 5 people, 5 titled Douluos, and none of them were much better than the others, with deep friendships, and no one could suppress anyone. The second generation hasn't produced any remarkable talents either. So, all the hopes rest on our third generation. To put it bluntly, on Tailong. This matter, the higher-ups of the sect all know, but outsiders do not. We protect Tai Long very carefully, fearing that he will be suppressed before he grows up. But who is Qianren Xue? She is a professional spy, using her identity as the crown prince. She has already figured out our sect's situation quite well. The old fox, the Snow Knight Emperor, although cooperating with us, is also wary of us and has inserted many spies among us. Of course, my grandfather and the others are fully aware of this. Everyone is pretending to be confused and playing a tacit understanding game. Qianren Xue is using this information to piece together the truth about Tailong. She discovered a very interesting point. In Heaven-Do City, there is a 4th spirit ring that is a 10,000-year-old powerhouse, whose martial soul is a mutated strength gorilla, rampaging in the battle arena. And our publicly announced heir, Tailong, also possesses this martial soul. The key is that these two have never appeared at the same time. Goodness, Qianren Xue's detective radar buzzed. She started to investigate Tai Long frantically. The more she investigated, the more shocking it became. She found out that this little tyrant, instead of showing off in the academy, went to the slaughterhouse to be a butcher and to the execution ground to be an executioner. This operation left her dumbfounded, completely incomprehensible. She went to ask the titled Doa beside her, and that porcupine Doa analyzed it for her. Qianren Xue gasped in shock, realizing that this kid Tai Long is definitely not an ordinary person and must be won over. So she intensified her investigation, and then pieced together the truth. That 10,000-year 4th ring spirit master is Tai Long. Now, Qianren Xue was even more excited. The script was all written out. ready to stage a play of the crown, Prince valuing talents and being humble, wanted to build a good relationship with Tailong. What happened next? Just when she had everything ready and was about to make her grand appearance, Tailong disappeared. He literally evaporated from Heavendoe City, focusing on a strategy. But the target person directly deleted his account and ran away. What do you call this? Targeted fraud. So where did Tailong go? I'll tell you. He went to the craziest place on the entire continent, the City of Slaughter. When we got news of him again, he had already achieved a 90-match winning streak in the Slaughter Arena. That place is simply a massive cauldron of goo, where once you enter, you cannot come out. Every day is either killing or being killed. If you win, you can absorb a portion of the loser's soul power, as if you have turned on a cheat. But the cost is that the energy is filled with brutal killing intent, which will slowly corrode your mind. Tailong originally had a strong fighting spirit, and now he has mixed in the killing intent, and these two things started to merge. Now, he looks normal during everyday life, but once he enters a battle, especially when he gets hyped up, his eyes turn red, and he becomes like a berserker, recognizing no one, with only battle and killing left in his mind. Time passed day by day, and various forces on the continent were quietly accumulating wealth and power, while the whole world seemed calm on the surface. Meanwhile, Tailong was in that bloody corner, fighting match after match. 91 matches, 95 matches, 99 matches, just one match away from 100 consecutive victories. As long as he wins, he can open the trial of the Hell Road, and if he passes, he will gain the domain of the God of Slaughter and become the new God of Slaughter. At this point, his fame in the City of Slaughter was second only to the King of Slaughter. Could the King of Slaughter sit still? He had been eyeing Tailong since the 80-match winning streak, repeatedly sending people to recruit him, wanting Tailong to stay and work for him. What kind of person is Tailong? Would he do that? It's a joke. The outside world is so big, and so many ladies are waiting for him to save them. Who wants to stay in this broken place as a jailer for a lifetime? Therefore, he rejected every time, not even giving a face. When the King of Slaughter saw this, he thought, "Oh, you're giving me face but not taking it? All right, then don't blame me for being rude." He started secretly plotting and found a few seasoned spirit Douluos, wanting to ambush Tailong when he was at his weakest after a match. Guess what happened? These guys went to intercept Tailong and were surrounded by the Zhu Yan alliance, which we had established in the City of Slaughter without anyone knowing. Tailong, along with Old Mo and the others, directly killed those two spirit Douluos and even exploded a piece of 40,000-year-old soul bone. Now the scene became comical. The entire City of Slaughter knew that no matter who you provoke, don't provoke Tailong. This guy not only fights fiercely by himself, but also has a group of brothers behind him. Goodness, inadvertently, our Zhu Yan alliance directly became the second largest force in the City of Slaughter, second only to the official power. To achieve this, I tell you, it was purely a case of hitting the mark by accident. I relied entirely on my own understanding to develop the blood slaughter body refinement technique and the Zhu Yan visualization method that helps calm the mind. Otherwise, trying to gather a group of brothers in this hellish place would be a fantasy. With the Zhu Yan alliance backing me up, my past 2 years of battling in trials, have gone smoothly without encountering the annoying situation of being weak after a fight and getting surrounded by a group of people looking to pick up the scraps. Now, with 99 victories in hand, I didn't rush to fight my 100th match. Instead, I took a break to adjust my state of mind. I also have some skills, so I clanged away and crafted a set of gear for myself, while arranging a safe route for the brothers in the alliance. By the time I clear Hell's Path, they'll likely be kicked out by this place's system too. With everything ready, today is the grand finale of my graduation, Talon. I didn't let anyone see me off. I went alone, walking towards the slaughterhouse with nothing but my own strength. Let me tell you, I'm almost 15 now. I've been stuck in this hellhole for over 2 years, growing taller at an incredible rate, and I've got muscles all over, almost matching my grandfather's physique. The childishness on my face is long gone. Now I have the kind of murderous aura that someone who has licked blood on the edge of a knife possesses. When I walk down the street, it's a scene that my family can't comprehend. It's like Moses parting the sea. The degenerates in the inner city see me and scatter like rats when they spot a cat, clearing a path for me from a distance, afraid of upsetting me. There's nothing I can do. After I got into a fight once and a few clueless ones got too close, I took care of them on the spot. Since then, my reputation as a big villain has been established. As soon as I stepped into the slaughterhouse, the whole place exploded. People outside called their friends and ran to spread the news, and goodness, those who didn't know would think it was a top celebrity holding a concert. After I registered, the 9 guys who had signed up early turned green when they saw me. They exchanged glances, silently communicating their intent. Let's team up and take down this cheater. When the competition started and I stepped onto the stage, the cheers from the crowd nearly lifted the roof off. King of War, Gun King, were among the shouts. Suddenly, someone started chanting 100 consecutive wins. Killing God. This ignited the entire venue, and the voices of tens of thousands merged into a wave that made my ears buzz. 100 consecutive wins. Killing God. Listening to the thunderous cheers, I felt a bit proud, thinking that I was quite popular here, with everyone hoping for my success, wishing I could break through and give them some hope. But the faces of my 9 opponents were as dark as a pot bottom. Of course, with the whole crowd cheering for me, it was practically wishing for us to die off quickly. Who could stand that? As the battle started, I brandished my spear and assumed my stance. But what happened? Those 9 guys were still exchanging glances, each hoping the others would be the first to step up and take the fall. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, pointing my spear and saying, "Stop hesitating. Let's go." Guess what happened? One guy actually took a step back after hearing that. I was stunned, never seen anything like it before in a final boss battle. I got matched with 9 cowards. Fine, if you want to go, then I will. I stepped forward and shot out like a cannonball, thrusting my spear straight at the guy in the front. That guy reacted quickly, and a turtle shell flew out from behind him to protect his chest. Hey, I have to admit, he actually blocked it. The turtle shell even had suction, trying to stick to my spear. Seeing a chance, he reached out to grab my spear shaft. Dream on. I flicked my wrist and unleashed a 3-part strike. Ever heard of it? The first strike, the spear tip made his turtle shell buzz. The second, crack, and the shell started to crack. The third, explosive force. With a loud bang, that turtle shell shattered like a QR code. I pushed my spear forward, and with a squelch, I pierced right through his neck. That guy's eyes widened, his mouth gasping. Probably never understood until he died that this wasn't how the script was supposed to go. 1 down, and the remaining 8 had already surrounded me from all directions. I took a deep breath, activated the soul bone in my throat, and let out a battle roar. Do you know what area silence means? Roar. The condensed sound wave erupted instantly. Not just the ones on the field, even many in the audience were left dazed, their heads buzzing. Now's the time. Taking advantage of their stunned state, my spear turned into a phantom, sweeping through like a windmill. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 closest to me instantly had a line of blood appear on their necks, and they fell without a sound. The remaining 3, standing farther away, were still recovering. I didn't give them a chance. With a flick of my wrist, I let go of the spear, which shot out like a missile, pinning one guy to the wall beneath the stage. For another, I turned and struck with the butt of my spear, hitting him precisely on the neck, sending him off. For the last one, I pounced like a hungry tiger, slamming my palms into his chest, and with a crack, his sternum shattered, sending him flying. The battle ended in less than a minute. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. I stood in the center of the stage. The patterns on the ground lit up, starting to absorb the energy and blood of those bodies. An immense aura of slaughter surged into my body, exhilarating. I closed my eyes and, for the first time, released my aura without reservation. That fierce battle intent and murderous will intertwined, instantly enveloping the entire slaughter arena, leaving the audience too afraid to even breathe. I gathered my composure and began to clean the battlefield, picking up a few soul-guiding devices, one of which belonged to that turtle shell guy. It was a heart-protecting mirror that could emit magnetic force. Quite interesting. Just then, a deep and sharp voice came from all directions. "Congratulations, young war king. Good grief, the main character has arrived." A blood-red figure descended from the sky, wrapped in a scarlet cloak, with a pale face and blood-red eyes, floating in midair. The King of Slaughter. The audience went wild, fervently shouting his name. This guy started by praising me profusely, then said, "In recognition of your achievements, I hereby bestow upon you the title of God of Slaughter. From now on, you can freely enter and exit the city of Slaughter, and I appoint you as my guest minister." As soon as I heard it, I understood that this old guy wanted to paint a big picture for me, trying to make me skip the road of hell. What can I do? I directly retorted, saying, "Respectful King of Slaughter, thank you for your kindness. However, I believe that without venturing into the path of hell, one is not qualified to be called a god of slaughter. Please, according to the rules, open the path of hell for me." To add some flair, I even pretended to be fervent, shouting, "To die in pursuit of the footsteps of the Azura god is my honor." Hey! When that old man heard the words Azura god, his eyes changed instantly, probably thinking I was some kind of favored subordinate sent by a deity, and his earlier intent to kill me vanished. "As you wish," he coldly replied, And then the most explosive moment came. A thick red mist erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the entire slaughter arena. The tens of thousands of fallen ones in the audience, who had been celebrating just a second ago, suddenly became dazed as if they had been struck by some cursed BGM, and then they began to self-harm crazily. They clawed at their own skin, pulled out their own intestines, all the while screaming in agony, yet displaying expressions of extreme pleasure. That scene was simply a large-scale performance art event, and it made my heart feel uneasy. Soon, everyone was dead. Their blood flowed into small streams, converging in the center of the scene to form a huge blood-red bat pattern. The King of Slaughter pointed to the bat on the ground. "Stand over there." "All right." I walked over and stood still, and suddenly the eyes of the blood bat beneath my feet lit up. A beam of blood light instantly engulfed me. I felt as if the ground had vanished beneath me, and I was thrown into a washing machine. I don't know how long it took, but when I opened my eyes again, wow, I had arrived at a new map. I was standing on a small broken platform with a diameter of 5 meters, with an unfathomable abyss beneath me, and only a narrow path as thin as a balance beam leading into the unknown ahead. I put on the prepared gear piece by piece, the golden armor, the long spear, the great bow. Finally, I took a deep breath and cautiously stepped onto the narrow path that was half a foot wide. The challenge of this cursed place was about to truly begin. I tell you, the challenges in this haunted place have only just begun. Just a few steps forward, I sensed something was off. The temperature around me shot up, like I had entered a sauna. I'm the kind of person who is always on high alert, stopping every 10 steps to maximize my enhanced hearing and vision to scan my surroundings. Suddenly, I heard a series of squeaking noises in my ears. My ears are like radar now, instantly locking onto the source. It's bats, and a whole bunch of them. In just a few seconds, my mental power detected them too. A dark mass was right in front of me. I quickly slung my long gun onto my back and pulled out 2 giant crossbows from my precious soul guide. Soon, those guys showed up. Wow, what a sight. They were all blood-red bats, each about a foot long, but when they spread their wings, wow, over a meter. Thousands of them swarmed together, like flying rats having a conference, and that stench almost made me pass out on the spot. Does anyone understand? Having such a sensitive sense of smell is not a good thing. Once they spotted me, they screeched and charged over, creating a stinky wind that messed up my hair. But that was all they managed to do. My body, tempered through the blood fiend body, refining technique, and weighed down by heavy equipment, was hardly affected. It would take more than that to even tickle me. I squinted my eyes, calculating the distance. Just as they entered the optimal range, I raised both crossbows, one up and one down, and pulled the triggers. With a whoosh, for crossbow bolts flew out, carrying something with them. In the air, that something unfolded with a crash, revealing a massive iron net. It measured 8 meters in both length and width, covered in barbed iron spikes coated with deadly poison, glimmering coldly. I called this move Heavenly Net Pro Max, specifically designed for such swarming little monsters. The iron net descended, directly trapping a large portion of the bats inside. My crossbow bolts were also equipped with magnets, and as the net tightened, the 4 bolts snapped together, binding them tightly. The bats inside struggled wildly, but the more they fought, the deeper the barbs dug in, and the poison quickly spread throughout their bodies. They couldn't even spread their wings and fell into the abyss below like dumplings. The remaining bats were momentarily disoriented, but soon a powerful mental force swept over them, and they charged at me as if they were on a high. More? Bring it on. I retracted the crossbow and pulled out 2 identical ones, not even blinking, and fired again, packing them up. After going back and forth like this a few times, the entire bat swarm was cleared out. I just let out a sigh of relief and leaned forward to explore the path, only to realize something was off. Not far in front of me, right beneath the narrow path, hung a large dark gold mass. I focused my gaze and thought, wow, the main character has arrived. It was an absurdly large bat, over 4 meters long, with claws as big as car rims, firmly gripping the stone. It seemed to have been startled awake by me, slowly unfolding its wings. Wow, they were 10 meters wide. It completely blocked out the sky. The scariest part was that this creature had 3 heads, with a sharp screech. The remaining small bats behind it instantly rallied like they had found their leader, gathering behind its back. Then, this dark gold, 3-headed bat king charged at me with a destructive momentum. My expression suddenly darkened. I was well aware that in this kind of hellhole, I had to act swiftly, and I absolutely couldn't break the rickety bridge beneath my feet. Otherwise, we would both be finished. There was no time for hesitation. Zhu Yan's martial soul, activate. My half-finished domain of slaughter was instantly unleashed, and a dark red aura exploded around me. The Bat King plunged into my domain, its body noticeably swaying, its speed slowed by half a beat. Its little minions were even worse off, struck by the will to kill in my domain. They went mad on the spot, starting to act out a scene of I hit myself, mainly taking advice to kill each other. Although the Bat King didn't lose control, it was still significantly affected. It let out a shriek and emitted a wave of sound attacks from its head. Trying to play this game with me? Come on, let's hurt each other. I took a deep breath, activated the soul bone in my throat, and let out a battle roar. Visible sound waves erupted from my mouth, directly pushing back against it. My sound wave was on a continuous subscription, whilst it was just a trial card, and it was instantly overwhelmed by mine, which then rebounded back along the trajectory, stunning it. Now's the time. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed my ultimate move. With my right arm's 90,000 year soul bone skill, Ice and Snowstorm. 70% of my soul power was instantly depleted, but the effect was explosive. The entire high-temperature environment of the Hellish Road was instantly transformed into an ice age. Countless shards of ice and snow spun at high speed, each as sharp as a knife, instantly shredding those little bats into a mist of blood. Although the Bat King had tough skin and thick flesh, it was also caught in the center of the storm, its massive wings shredded and unable to break free. It couldn't move in the storm. I raised my hand, and through my specially made three-pronged spear with barbs whoosh, it pierced through its chest. The tail of the spear was still connected to a rope, the other end in my hand. But that wasn't the end. I swiftly drew my great bow, knocked 3 arrows, and without looking, fired all 3, with 3 thuds. They accurately hit its 3 heads. Headshot. Done. I quickly stopped using my soul skill, steadied my stance, and grabbed the rope. Could I let this tens of thousands of years old soul beast's corpse fall to the ground? Absolutely not. This was a rare research material, a treasure all over. Throwing it away would be a huge loss. I mustered all my strength to haul its massive body up and stored it in my storage soul guide. After finishing this series of actions, I felt drained, with less than 20% of my blue energy bar remaining. I quickly sat cross-legged, nibbled on some jerky, drank some water, and meditated to recover. Once my state was fully restored, I continued on my way. The further I walked, the hotter it became. The dark red liquid in the abyss below was clearly visible, resembling a river of lava. This high temperature made me a bit excited, and my blood started to boil. Not long after, I heard a rustling sound again. Up ahead on the road lay a dark red giant snake, at least 10 meters long, with 9 lumps on its back resembling red mushrooms, and a pair of golden red eyes fixed intently on me. My heart skipped a beat. This thing is much harder to deal with than a bat. It was blocking the road, and if we got into a fight and it got angry, it could destroy the road, and that would really be a disaster. Without saying a word, it opened its mouth and spewed out a cloud of toxic red mist. I scoffed and didn't bother to dodge. Are you kidding me? I've been in the ice and fire duality, and soaked in the hot springs. My resistance to fire and poison is maxed out. This level of heat and toxin, it's like a scraping treatment for me. I charged forward with flames surrounding me, shaking my spear to stab it. As a result, the snake was very slippery. It twisted its body, and its upper half directly hung below the narrow passage. Dodging my attack, by the time I rushed past, it had already whipped its head back up. As soon as I saw it, I realized that playing extreme tug-of-war with this thing in such a narrow path was too dangerous. So I came up with a plan. I simply ignored it and ran forward without looking back. As a result, this guy didn't play fair. It got anxious. Seeing me run away, it actually turned around and crazily chased after me. Who understands this, my friends? Here I am, a strong man desperately running ahead, while a giant snake over 10 meters long is chasing me with all its might. The scene was unbelievable, and it was faster than me. Just as it was about to catch up, I got angry too. No more running. Today, you must know why the flowers are so red. I directly plunged my spear into the ground, took out my precious bow made from 70,000-year-old rhino horn and 90,000-year-old dragon scales, drew the bow, and unleashed a flurry of arrows at it. Every arrow hit its mark, but this creature had tough skin and thick flesh. After shooting for a long time, its body looked like a porcupine, and while it seemed tragic, it was actually just superficial wounds, which instead intensified its ferocity. With my quiver empty, it charged right up to me. It let out a strange cry, and the 9 flesh lumps on its back exploded all at once, shooting out 9 streams of golden red liquid into the air, merging into a fist-sized ball, which came crashing down towards my forehead. It was its inner Dan. I quickly drew my spear and thrust it upward with all my might, the tip pressing against the inner elixir as I struggled against it. The snake, thinking I was restrained, naively opened its bloody maw and lunged at me. I've been waiting for this moment. I sneered, activated my right foot soul bone skill tread. One kick, just one kick. I stomped firmly on its forehead. The immense impact instantly penetrated its skull, turning its brain into mush. Done. I used the tip of my gun to roll the fallen inner core into a jade box. I couldn't waste the corpse of this giant snake. Just as I was about to collect it, I suddenly heard a crack beneath my feet. Damn, the ground is collapsing. I quickly grabbed the snake's tail and stepped back while hurriedly stuffing the corpse into the soul guide device. Just a few steps back, the section of the ground where I originally stood collapsed entirely into the abyss. That scared me to death. I didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Staying in this cursed place too long would corrode one's mind with that evil aura. I had to act quickly. I stopped being cautious and started sprinting at full speed. After running for about half an hour, finally, I saw the exit. Right ahead, an oval-shaped white light screen, so conspicuous. But as I ran closer and took a closer look, I was stunned. The exit was on the other side, but the narrow path beneath my feet ended here. Let me tell you, what is below is not a cliff at all. It's a sea of blood, bubbling and steaming. You can smell the rust from far away. It's like the live version of Hell's Kitchen. A chasm a kilometer wide. Isn't it obvious they're just bullying me for not being able to fly? But for this final hurdle, I was already prepared. I quickly pulled out a treasure from my storage soul guide. A small iron boat. Hey, don't underestimate it. It's quite heavy. I gathered all my strength and threw it forward. With a splash, I kicked off hard and made a leap of faith, landing steadily on the boat. Let us row. I'm telling you, it felt like rowing in a boiling pot of water. The bottom of the boat was sizzling, ready to fall apart at any moment. While I was using my gifted domain, I unleashed a terrifying aura, forcefully creating a barrier around me that kept the malevolence at bay. As the exit on the opposite side drew closer, I rowed so hard my arms felt like they were going to spark. Just when the little boat was about to melt from the high temperature, on the brink of a Titanic-style sinking, I pushed off the bow with my paddle and shot myself out like a cannonball, landing safely on the opposite shore. Looking back, my disposable little boat had slowly sunk into the sea of blood, not even a single bubble rising. Stepping into that white light gate, wow, what a dramatic change. The surroundings instantly turned into pure white, with nothing around, making me feel like I had fallen into a milk can. Immediately after, a tremendous force compressed all the energy in my body, including my impressive gifted domain, back inside me. I instantly felt weak, unable to muster any strength. The only sensation was cold, a bone-chilling cold that seeped out from my bones. I just realized that this is not a real drop in temperature. It's the killing intent I've accumulated for over 2 years in the city of slaughter that's causing a stir. This killing intent is now being forcibly purified and compressed by mysterious power rampaging through my body. The feeling. Who understands? It's like having all my bones shattered and reassembled inch by inch. It hurts so much I almost passed out. I don't know how long it lasted, but this torture finally stopped. I woke up drenched in sweat, feeling like I had just been fished out of water. I quickly checked my body, and wow, what a surprise. The killing intent that tormented me had actually been refined into a brand new domain. The domain of the god of killing. This thing is way more powerful than my own innate domain, and my Zhu Yin martial soul now has a few striking white patterns on it, making me even stronger. After the thrill, I looked up and was completely dumbfounded. The only exit is directly above me, a hole over 200 meters high, surrounded by smooth vertical rock walls. Is this a joke? Just finished swimming, and now I have to go extreme rock climbing? Alright then, since I'm here, I'll sit cross-legged, chew on a couple of pieces of beef jerky as hard as bricks, drink some water, and get my condition back to full. Then, I took off the several hundred pounds of armor I was wearing, changed into a set of lightweight clothing, and pulled out my climbing gear from my storage soul guide, special finger sleeves and toe claws. I found a good position, took a deep breath, and infused all my soul power and malevolent energy into my hands and feet. Let me tell you, those finger sleeves were sharp like Wolverine's claws. With a little effort, they pierced right into the rock wall with a thud. The barbs on my feet were just as stable. Just like that, using both my hands and feet, I climbed up like a gecko, moving faster and faster, leaving behind rows of evenly spaced little pits. It was only a little over 10 minutes when I reached out, grabbed the edge of the cliff, and with a strong pull of my arms, I flipped myself up. Spit, spit, spit. While spitting out the stones and dust in my mouth, I steadied myself. Before I could catch my breath, I heard excited shouts coming from afar. The leader has come out. Little Long, I looked up and saw a huge crowd rushing towards me, led by old Mo. This group was made up entirely of my Zhuyin alliance brothers from the City of Slaughter. It seems that the Shura god is quite trustworthy, as he really brought them all out. Leader, you finally made it. Old Mo and the others rushed up to me, extremely excited. When I asked, all 2,974 brothers were there, not a single one missing. They immediately declared that they would follow me from now on. I understood. These brothers had offended powerful forces outside, and going back was a dead end for them. Now, following me, at least they had some hope. Family, who understands? These brothers directly turned it into a large-scale reunion, saying that from now on I would be their electronic boss. I made the decision on the spot. All right, then everyone follow me. Behind me is the Four Spirit sect, with several titled Douluos backing you up. More than enough. When these old hands heard this, their eyes lit up. They knew very well in their hearts that I could bring thousands of people out of a place like the City of Slaughter. My background must be extraordinary. What is this called now? Angel Round Investment. Once I soar to the skies in the future, they will be the founding elders and meritorious ministers. After that, I had them gather in batches at Heavendo City, while I took the two girls, Anna and Katrina, and leisurely set off on the way home. More than a month later, I finally returned to the residence of the Lee family. Looking at that familiar big door, I felt a surge of emotion. I was only 12 when I left, and now I'm almost 15. As soon as the guards at the entrance saw me, their eyes nearly popped out, and one of them sprinted inside, definitely to report the news. Just as I walked into the residence with the two girls, I heard a booming laughter. Haha, my grandson is back. Where's Xiaolong? Let Grandpa see. An old man with graying hair, but as strong as a bear rushed over, hugging me tightly, his palm as big as a fan slapping my back with loud thuds. Grandpa, I shouted with a smile. Good boy, you've grown some wings. You've been gone for almost 3 years. My Grandpa Titan's eyes were a bit red, clearly worried sick. I quickly laughed it off. I'm back now, and my strength has improved. And look, Grandpa, I brought back 2 beautiful granddaughters-in-law for you. My grandfather looked in the direction I pointed, and his eyes instantly lit up. With his mental powers sweeping over, he immediately noticed that Anna and her companion were quite strong. While the two of us were chatting, I shared my experiences from the City of Slaughter over the past few years, telling him everything I could like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. When I mentioned that I had created the Zhu Yin visualization method, which could condense faith, and that I had even met the god of Azura, who looked favorably upon me and said I could become a god after 100 refinements. My grandfather jumped up from his chair, his eyes wide open like copper bells, and he exclaimed, "Become a god." He was so excited that he started spinning in circles, then grabbed me and said, "Do you mean that as long as you practice your visualization method, you'll become your follower? With more followers, the power of belief can help you become a god? In theory, that's how it works." I nodded. Ha ha ha. My grandfather slapped his thigh. Then what are we waiting for? Starting tomorrow, let's promote it within our Leaf family first. Then to the Four Spirits sect. Finally, spread it to the army of the Heavenly Battle Empire. We need to develop our own followers. Just as he was getting into the spirit of things, 2 voices came from outside the yard. A man's excited voice shouted, "Xiaolong is back. Come out and see your sister." A woman's voice followed closely behind, strong and assertive. "You little brat, how dare you come back? Just wait until I get my gun to break your legs." As soon as I heard that voice, my DNA trembled and I shivered all over. It was my father, Taino, and my mother, Yang Bantuang, who had treated me like a punching bag since childhood, wielding the soul breaker gun as her martial spirit. I hurriedly went out and immediately saw the little baby in my dad's arms. I actually have a little sister now. I was so excited that I wanted to hold her, but as soon as I took her, the little one let out a loud cry, crying as if her heart was breaking. I was completely stunned, standing there at a loss. It was my grandfather who reacted quickly. He slapped his forehead and said, "Look at my memory. You just came out of that kind of place, and the killing intent and malevolence on you haven't dissipated yet. Children are the most sensitive. If you charge at them like that, how can they not cry?" My mom snatched my sister away and shot me a glare. "You little brat, your aura is too strong. Hurry up and wash it off." After saying that, she took my sister and left. My dad also said a couple of words and hurriedly followed his wife and daughter. In the courtyard, only my grandpa and I were left. The old man looked at me, his eyes filled with an unprecedented light, and he said solemnly, "Xiaolong, in the past, Grandpa hoped you could become an extreme Douluo, but now it's different. From today on, the entirely family, the whole Four Spirits sect will spare no effort to help you. Become a god." I tell you, when I heard the words divine completion, my mind buzzed. It felt like the dream my grandpa painted for me was bigger than my face. But the problem is that dream is still flying in the sky, while I have a pile of mess right in front of me that I haven't cleaned up yet. It's those brothers from the Zhuyan Alliance that I brought out of the City of Slaughter. Good heavens! Each one of them is a tough guy who crawled out of a hellish battlefield, their ferocity etched in their DNA. Now, although I've had them learn new techniques under my guidance, and they've calmed down a bit, essentially they're still a group of destructive huskies, uncontrollable. Their strength is skyrocketing. Old MO is already at level 85 Soul Doal, and the others have basically leveled up significantly too, with combat power more ferocious than ever. But they're also increasingly difficult to manage. Putting them into the army? I can't even imagine that scene. Military regulations probably seem like toilet paper to them. If they went in, it wouldn't be long before they optimized the commander within 3 days. But if I don't find them a place to vent their energy, they eventually end up fighting among themselves in the sect. Who understands? Family? Having subordinates that are too strong is also a kind of trouble. I shared this headache with my grandfather, and after listening, he suddenly clapped his thigh and called over a maid. He told me to pass on my skills to the maid right then and there, specifically the Zhuyan visualization method. Although I was completely confused, I complied and released my martial soul, Zhuyan, for the maid to visualize. And guess what? It worked. This ordinary maid actually managed to imprint my martial soul in her mind. My grandfather laughed like a 200-pound child at this scene. I instantly understood. He had opened the door to a new world for me. He devised an incredible plan for me. The core consisted of two things. One was the Blood Fiend body refinement method I created, and the other was this Zhuyan visualization method. The Blood Fiend body refinement method, to put it simply, is an underdog's cheat. Its brilliance lies in the fact that it can be practiced without any soul power. Ordinary people who practice it see a dramatic increase in their physical fitness and can possess immense strength. However, this method has a fatal flaw. The fiendish energy that enters the body can affect one's mind, and practicing it for too long can easily turn one into a mindless killer. That's where our Zhuyan visualization method comes in. It is the only antidote, helping you stabilize your mind and not be controlled by the fiendish energy. Do you get the strategy? I first distribute the cheat, Blood Fiend body refinement method, for free, letting ordinary people across the continent know there is an opportunity to change their fate. Once they start practicing and realize something is off, I'll then reveal the antidote, Zhuyan visualization method. And the most amazing part of this visualization method, just by visualizing my martial soul, Zhuyan, it's like worshiping me, continuously generating power of belief that will all converge onto me. Let me tell you, this is basically opening a cyber merit box, with the entire continent contributing to my fortune. This move takes the concept of knowledge payment to the extreme of metaphysics. My grandfather means that I should take those 2,000 strong men from the Zhuyan Alliance and directly establish a new legion in the army, with me as the leader. Then, I can fully promote this combination of external enhancements and antidotes within the military. This way, not only would it solve the placement issue for those unruly fellows, but it would also allow me to earn belief power openly, killing two birds with one stone. Of course, the plan sounds great, but reality is harsh. The current situation on the mainland is very chaotic. The two major empires, Tiando and Xinglua, are engaged in an arms race every day, and our family is currently the #1 arms dealer for the Tiando Empire, with business booming. The Spirit Hall is lurking nearby, and the three factions are mutually restraining each other, so no one dares to strike first. If I throw out this technique that can make ordinary people stronger, it would be like pouring cold water into boiling oil, causing the entire continent to explode. However, that's a matter for later. The biggest problem right now is that the promotion of my Zhuyan visualization method has encountered a technical bottleneck. I can't just sit around all day and hold personal martial spirit exhibitions everywhere, can I? I need to create a medium that can carry the essence of my martial spirit, allowing others to cultivate by focusing on it. My grandfather laughed out loud after hearing my concerns and said I was still too young. With a wave of his hand, he borrowed a dozen court painters and a group of top sculptors from the Tiando royal family. What a spectacle! Anyone who didn't know would think I was about to ascend the throne. For the next few days, I did nothing but release my martial soul in the courtyard, acting as a human model. The painters and sculptors surrounded my Zhuyan martial soul, busy drawing and sculpting with great enthusiasm. Of course, the core techniques had to be in my hands. I specifically instructed that the images and engravings for external dissemination must be the youthful version and should not include the mark of the killing god domain on my martial soul's feet. For our family's internal training, it had to be the Pro Max top configuration of my strongest form. The difference had to be clear. After arranging all these miscellaneous matters, I couldn't wait any longer. After all, my soul power had already reached level 60, and I just needed that final push. Once I secured the 6th soul ring and my martial soul underwent another ultimate evolution, my path to godhood would officially begin. The first stop, the Douluo Great Forest. My grandfather and I, my dear grandfather, the Douluo Titan, set off directly. The goal was clear, to give me a 6th soul ring of at least 70,000 years. At first, my grandfather was a bit vague, suggesting that 70,000 years might be too much and that we could start with something around 50 or 60,000 years. I shook my head and joked, no way. If I don't become a god, I'd rather die. It has to be all or nothing. My grandpa couldn't argue with me. So fine, let's search. Let me tell you, this starry great forest is no joke. We wandered around like headless flies for a whole half-month. In that time, we encountered hundreds of soul beasts over 50,000 years old, but either their attributes didn't match or they just didn't have enough age. Just when I was about to lose my patience, lo and behold, we finally caught one. A 70,000-year-old iron-armored earth dragon. It was about 10 meters long, like a small mountain, covered in iron armor, looking extremely tough. At that moment, it was lying by the water basking in the sun, lazy like a retired old cadre. As soon as my grandfather saw it, he decided it was the one. Without saying a word, he activated his martial soul, and 9 soul rings instantly lit up. The aura of a tidal Dalu made the air feel thick even from a distance. And guess what happened next? The iron-armored earth dragon, which had been calm just a second ago, suddenly got scared and jumped up from the ground. It let out a furious roar in my grandfather's direction and even set up some ground spike traps to try to intimidate him. It was hilarious. My grandfather is a tidal Dalu and simply flew up. Those little ground tricks were nothing to him. When the iron-armored earth dragon saw this, it was shocked, thinking, what? This human can fly? This is a tough opponent. So it turned around and jumped into a nearby large pond, fleeing. Seriously, it ran away. It didn't care about its dignity as a 17,000-year-old overlord and just wanted to listen to reason. I was dumbfounded at the time, and my grandpa was quite speechless too. But he was experienced and said that this creature was quite clever. There must be a tunnel underwater, and it wouldn't run far. So the two of us wandered around nearby, like playing hide and seek. Sure enough, after a while, we spotted it again by another pond. This time, my grandpa was smarter and prepared to strike hard right away for a quick resolution. I quickly stopped him. Grandpa, wait. Your presence is too strong. It will scare it away. Let me handle this. I thought to myself, as a soul emperor, my soul power fluctuations weren't that exaggerated. So it definitely wouldn't pay me any mind. I would lure it away from the water's edge first, and once it was far enough, you could make your move and catch it in the barrel. Hearing this, my grandpa thought it made sense and agreed. So I took my spear and approached. When the armored earth dragon saw me, it seemed to say, oh, a little human, and a soul emperor at that. If I couldn't defeat the old man, how could I be defeated by this little one? It roared and charged at me. Bring it on. I activated my martial soul, used all 3 enhancement soul skills, and jabbed my spear at its forehead. The result was a complete failure, just a light scraping. Apart from the clinking sparks, I didn't even break through its layer of scales. It roared back at me, stomped its foot, and used that ground spike move again. Trying to give me a foot massage. Huh? I countered with a stomp soul skill, shattering all the spikes beneath me. This made me furious. I decided to stop playing around, using my 5th soul skill, Dark Old Fear Claw. 5 blood-red claw shadows tore into it. Finally, I broke through its defenses, leaving 5 deep wounds visible to the bone. The creature howled in pain. I took the opportunity to attack the wounds with my spear, but this beast had incredibly tough skin and flesh. Even after pushing the spear in for a while, it didn't seem to suffer any fatal damage. After fighting for a while, I realized that using a spear against such a giant meat shield was too inefficient. Suddenly, an idea popped into my head. I suddenly jumped back to create some distance, and then right in front of it, I stored my long gun into the soul guide device. The iron-armored earth dragon must have been stunned, thinking this kid was going to surrender. The next second, I quickly pulled out a giant war hammer identical to the Titan's. A hefty beast weighing over 500 pounds. I told you, at that moment I understood. What tricks and movements are all just fancy in the face of absolute power. It's still our family heirloom from the old Thai family. Physical exorcism. I swung the heavy hammer with momentum, bringing it down on the armored earth dragon's head. With a loud clang, this strike completely ignored its proud armored defense. The immense force penetrated deeply, causing its entire dragon head to buzz with a ringing sensation. Stars to flash before its eyes, and its massive body to sway, leaving it utterly stunned. Effective. I felt a surge of joy in my heart, and continued my movements without pause, employing the family's traditional blacksmith hammering technique. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. I treated its head like a red-hot iron block, forging it madly. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was crisp and pleasant. The armored earth dragon tried to resist, but my continuous strikes left it dizzy and unable to stand, and its attempts to use ground spikes were perfectly countered by my trampling soul technique. Besides its thick skin, its attack methods were too singular. Now faced with my unreasonable hammer, it was completely incapacitated. I was smashing away when my grandfather strolled out from his hiding place, hands behind his back, looking like a supervisor. He watched me hammer that big guy into submission, my mouth almost reaching the back of my head, and he was pointing and giving advice from the side. Yes, that's the right force. Put a little more weight in your wrist. I told you the hammer is useful, but you insisted on playing with that broken gun. Now you see who is truly ahead, right? I rolled my eyes internally and thought, could you please calm down for a moment? I'm busy here. But to be honest, although this hammer is powerful, it still feels a bit heavy and not flexible enough. I was wondering if I should get myself a new toy like that cool and heavy halberd, which seems to match my awakened and do not disturb temperament. Just as I was lost in thought, the hammer in my hand didn't stop. With the final powerful blow, there was a thunderous crash, and the massive body of the iron-armored earth dragon could no longer hold up, crashing to the ground. And a pitch-black soul ring slowly emerged. Done. I put away the big hammer and let out a sigh of relief. My grandpa patted my shoulder, urging me to quickly recover and absorb the soul ring. I didn't waste any time, sitting cross-legged and adjusting my breathing. Once I felt I was in a good state, I immediately drew in that 70,000-year soul ring. As soon as I made contact, a tremendous pressure surged over me, followed by a mental shock. I skillfully sank into my spiritual world. Good heavens, the vengeful spirit of the iron-armored earth dragon materialized, clawing and lunging at me. But in my territory, did it think it could turn the tables? My spiritual form is that of the fierce beast Zhu Yan, and right beside me is my martial spirit avatar, also a Zhu Yan. 2 against 1. The advantage is mine. I exchanged a glance with my martial spirit avatar and charged forward. The scene was simply a one-sided massacre. I took the lead in the attack, and my martial spirit avatar was even fiercer, rushing in for a fierce bite, treating the remnants of the iron-armored earth dragon's soul like a snack. With each bite, my own aura grew stronger. In just a few exchanges, that once mighty remnant soul of the iron-armored earth dragon was torn to shreds, transforming into the purest energy, starting to merge with my martial spirit. Let me tell you, my martial soul alt is having an absolute blast, treating the residual soul energy of that iron-armored earth dragon like a buffet. My whole body has inflated like a balloon, and my fur is shining. With a roar to the sky, the momentum is simply overwhelming. I watched my main account successfully level up with my alternate account in the spiritual world, feeling extremely satisfied as I nodded and exited. As soon as I returned to the real world, the black soul ring above my head, which had been there for 70,000 years, suddenly solidified with a hum and slowly descended, starting to dance with the other 5 soul rings around me. In the next moment, the soul power within me burst forth like a floodgate opened, completely out of control. My level shot up like I was on a rocket, skyrocketing. 61, 62. It just wouldn't stop. My grandpa beside me nearly had his eyes pop out. And guess what happened in the end? I shot all the way up to level 67 before I could barely hit the brakes. This leveling up was simply a massive win. I quickly took advantage of the energy still surging within me, guiding it to conduct a deep renovation of my entire body, especially my internal organs, which needed reinforcement. I stood up and moved my muscles and bones, and my whole body cracked like firecrackers. But it didn't last more than 3 seconds. Suddenly, I felt a sweetness in my throat, and I coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, accompanied by dark purple clots. That scene, who among my family would understand? It was like just finishing a cup of traditional Chinese medicine. My grandfather's face turned pale with shock. He rushed over in a stride. His big hand directly pressed against my back, and the soul power of the titled Dalu was pouring into my body as if it were free, starting to perform a full-body CT scan on me. I quickly waved my hand and told him it was fine, that what I had just expelled was all the bad debt accumulated in the city of slaughter, filled with waste blood and toxins. It was like a free internal cleanup, detoxifying and beautifying me, so to speak. My grandfather checked me over and confirmed that I was in great shape, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. The expression on his face was quite something, going from shock to reassurance, and finally turning into curiosity. He asked me, "You little rascal, as long as you're fine, quickly tell me, what is the sixth soul skill this time? Is it powerful?" I felt it for a moment, and then my expression became a bit subtle. I told him this iron-armored earth dragon that has existed for 70,000 years. Guess what provided me? A purely defensive soul skill. It's called Iron Armor Dragon Body. After activation, my whole body is covered with a layer of dragon scale armor. It can also consume soul power for automatic repair. I was like the old man on the subway, looking at his phone. JPG at that moment. I'm a tough guy, and you give me a turtle shell? What I want is that kind of terrain-altering, foot-stabbing spike attack. My grandfather was quite pleased when he heard it was for defense. He said that someone like me, who would cause trouble if not dealt with for 3 days, should stack on more layers of armor, as protecting my life is the priority. All right then, from now on in a fight, I'll wear double armor, maximizing both physical and magical defense. Just as I was saying that, my grandfather suddenly exclaimed, his mental energy sweeping over the corpse of that iron armor dragon, and his eyes instantly lit up. Xiaolong, quick look, it's drop gear. I leaned in for a closer look, and wow, on the right hind leg of that big guy, there was a strong wave of soul power. It was a soul bone, a 70,000-year soul bone. My grandfather immediately told me to dissect it and take out the treasure. Without hesitation, I pulled out my professional surgical tools from the soul guide and started working on that thick leg. After the dragon died, its scale defense had significantly decreased. So I quickly cut open a large area and collected that piece of scale armor. It was good material, perfect for making arm guards for me and my dad. And my grandpa later. I didn't waste the dragon meat next to me either. I cut off several large chunks, planning to make a barbecue dragon leg tonight. Soon, a right leg soul bone, radiating a yellow glow, was completely extracted by me. Looking at it, my eyes almost sparkled with greed, and I was so excited inside. The skill of this soul bone had to be related to terrain control, right? I handed it to my grandpa first for distribution. However, seeing my eager expression, he didn't take it at all and waved his hand, saying, "Stop that, kid. You soloed it, so this loot is yours. Hurry up and absorb it." All right, I didn't act coy. The 2 soul bones I got from the City of Slaughter had too low a year limit, so I had already submitted them to the family. This 70,000-year one was just what I wanted. I immediately sat cross-legged, pressed the soul bone against my right calf, and began to absorb it. The process was incredibly smooth. Perhaps my body had been modified by the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Plus, this soul bone came from the same source as my soul ring. There was absolutely no rejection reaction. The soul bone melted into my leg bone like melted chocolate. Once I finished absorbing it, my soul power surged again, directly jumping from level 67 to level 68. I stood up and felt a bit disappointed. I only leveled up by 1. I thought I would at least reach level 69. The experience bar is becoming more and more abstract. However, after I checked the soul bone skills, all my dissatisfaction vanished in an instant. Soul bone skill, terrain control. It's that amazing ability that can randomly create spikes and alter the terrain. I finally got it. I excitedly told my grandpa, and then I couldn't help it. I wanted to try it right there. My grandpa indulged me, storing the enormous dragon corpse in his soul guide and clearing out a space for me. I stomped my right foot, channeling soul power into the soul bone, and a peculiar wave spread out. The ground beneath my feet instantly seemed to come alive. I could make it sink when I wanted it to sink and make it bulge when I wanted it to bulge. Rows of sharp spikes emerged at will. It was simply too cool. I was still there laughing foolishly when my grandfather suddenly became serious and said to me, "Xiaolong, stop playing. We need to leave the starry forest immediately." My heart skipped a beat when I saw my grandfather's expression. I knew something was wrong. Without a word, I followed him as we sprinted out of the forest, moving so fast that we seemed to leave afterimages behind. We didn't speak the entire way, and after what felt like half a day, we finally burst out of the starry forest and rushed into a nearby town, where we checked into a hotel without looking back. Once we were in the room, my grandfather first closed his eyes and used his mental power to scan the surroundings several times. After confirming it was safe, his tense face finally relaxed. Only then did I dare to ask, "Grandpa, what happened? Who was in the forest?" My grandfather's expression was serious as he lowered his voice and said, "Just now, 2 titled Daluos from the Spirit Hall were watching us." At that moment, the back of my neck felt cold. The Spirit Hall? And 2 titled Daluos? A surge of unnamed anger rose from the depths of my heart. My grandfather continued, "Although you haven't seen them, you've definitely heard of them. They're the right and left arms of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Juju, good heavens, it's actually these 2 top fighters. My grandfather said he was able to detect them early because his spiritual power had increased. Once those two noticed my grandfather's probing, they came over in our direction, which is why my grandfather was in such a hurry to take me away. They followed us closely, but at a distance until we left the Douluo Forest range, at which point they turned back. My grandfather was analyzing why they hadn't taken action and why they appeared here. As I listened to this information and combined it with the bits of spoilers in my mind, I suddenly understood. Douluo and Douluo, BB Dong's trusted aides, both appearing in the Douluo Forest at the same time. What else could it be for? It definitely wasn't to find soul rings for themselves. Their goal was only one. Those 200,000-year big shots in the core area of the Douluo Forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. BB Dong was scouting for her second martial soul in advance. The plot, indeed, began to accelerate because of my presence. I secretly made up my mind. The soul ring and soul bone of the Titan Giant Ape were crucial for the evolution of my martial soul, and I had to fight for it no matter what. However, I couldn't tell my grandfather about this. Our family couldn't confront the spirit hall head-on just yet. I returned to my room with a heavy heart and began meditating in a cross-legged position. However, that night was destined to be anything but peaceful. In the very place we had been before, Betrothal and Betrothal were with two people, one of whom was the saintess of the spirit hall, Hulaina. I heard the effeminate Jew, Dalu, ask Hulaina if she had made any discoveries. She began analyzing the situation, sounding very authoritative, as if she were doing a reading comprehension exercise, speculating that a soul sage had absorbed a 60,000-year spirit ring and was testing a new soul skill. Doulu. This sly old man smiled slightly and began to PUA, pickup artist, her, saying she had overlooked the possibility of a soul bone. Then, half-truthfully, he misled her, claiming that the traces left behind were not from a soul sage, but from a soul emperor who had absorbed a 60,000-year spirit ring and was about the same age as her. Hulaina immediately refuted him, saying it was unscientific for a soul emperor to absorb a 60,000-year spirit ring. Betrothal laughed even more, countering her with, "Then how many years did you absorb for your fourth spirit ring?" Hulaina was momentarily stumped. 300 years. Douluo seized the opportunity. The theoretical limit is 5,000 years. You yourself have broken that limit, so why do you think others can't? There are geniuses besides you. Hulaina was left speechless. I really didn't expect that Douluo's wild guesses and misleading would be closer to the truth than her rigorous analysis. Unbelievable. Let me tell you, these two titled Douluos. One is responsible for speaking absurd nonsense seriously, while the other just plays the role of sidekick. Douluo didn't even go over. Douluo went alone to send Titan and the others off, and then started improvising upon his return. Coincidentally, Hulaina was just the type to fall for this, suspiciously asking, "Elder Jew, is that Soul Emperor really about the same age as me?" Goodness, Douluo didn't even blink, directly entering the PUA plus mode. "Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes. He's just the grandson of that old gorilla Titan, and his age is about the same as yours." Hulaina was somewhat convinced but still kept her guard up. Then, what's his name? Douluo, calm as ever, opened his mouth. "Titan's grandson, there's only one. What's his name again?" He suddenly turned his head and asked hey, old ghost, what's that grandson of Titan called again? I thought to myself, oh no, I'm going to be exposed. Douluo, this honest guy, is definitely going to tell the truth. Sure enough, Douluo was taken aback for a moment and replied earnestly, "Titan's grandson? I think his name is Talon, right? But that kid has been missing for several years. Even that old man Titan has gone crazy looking for him. It's over. I'm done for." I saw that Douluo's face was turning green. This pig teammate was practically throwing a big move into their own crystal. Does anyone understand? Just at this critical moment, Douluo turned the tide with a smile and interrupted saying, "Oh, old guy, that's all old news. He's already back home. He even went to Yuexian to cultivate his emotions recently. This round was perfect. I get full marks." Douluo quickly realized and shut his mouth, nodding and giving his old buddy a supportive look. Douluo immediately pressed the advantage, launching a verbal attack on Hulaina and Xiaoyu. "Yes, his name is Talon. He's only 2 years older than you, Nana, and he's already a soul emperor. You need to step up your game." At this point, Hulaina's expression completely changed, and she murmured, "Talon, I remember you." Goodness, Xiaoyu beside her had the same expression, and the two siblings directly regarded a stranger as their lifelong enemy. I can't stop laughing, this guy Talon, sitting at home, and suddenly trouble comes from the sky. The number one imagined enemy of the Spirit Hall's golden generation is born just like that. So what is the main character Talon doing? Let me tell you, he doesn't even know about this. He just absorbed his sixth spirit ring yesterday, was exhausted, and slept straight until after 9 the next morning. After waking up, his stomach was growling from hunger, so he went downstairs with Grandpa Titan, ready to have a big meal. His appetite is no joke. Ever since he practiced that body tempering technique, he eats like a monster. He went through the hotel menu and still found it insufficient. So he pulled out several large pieces of 10,000-year soul beast meat from his storage soul guide and asked the kitchen to help prepare it. The dishes from the hotel came first, all made from century-old soul beast meat. Talon devoured a table full of it, feeling like he had just eaten an appetizer. With no reaction from his stomach at all, he was just waiting for his 10,000-year soul beast meat feast and ordered another table of dishes. Just as he was halfway through the second table, the kitchen finally brought out his own ingredients. The aroma was different, wow, and Talon immediately shifted his focus, using his chopsticks like they were flying, and began to devour the 10,000-year soul beast meat. That stuff is packed with energy. After a few pieces, his hunger was finally somewhat suppressed. The last dish was the golden, oily roasted iron-armored earth dragon thigh meat, just as it was served. Talon patted his 7/10 full stomach, pondering whether to take it to go. Just then, a delicate voice came from the stairway. "It smells so good. What is this?" I looked up, and wow, a pair of handsome men and beautiful women came down. The man had golden hair and looked quite dashing, strutting around like he owned the place. The woman was even more stunning, with a charming face and a figure that was almost unfair, hanging off the man's arm like she had no bones. She was staring at the roasted meat on Tyron's table, while the man had an air of superiority about him that you could smell from 800 meters away. Tyron took a glance and probably felt a pang of envy, but quickly returned his gaze, sipping on some cold tea to cool off. For some reason, maybe provoked by the woman, his appetite, which had faded, came rushing back, and he grabbed his knife, ready to dig in. "Wait a minute." The golden-haired man suddenly spoke, his tone full of commands. "Hey, little brother, that piece of roasted meat looks good. Name your price." "Let me tell you." Tyron's hand that was cutting the meat paused for just a moment. He didn't even lift his head or acknowledge the golden-haired guy, continuing to cut a large piece of meat, dipping it in sauce, and putting it into his mouth. After finishing, he smacked his lips in enjoyment and called the waiter. "Do you have fruit wine? Bring me 2 bottles of the best. Now." The golden-haired man's face completely lost its composure. Only then did Tyron leisurely turn his head, looking at his furious face with a smile, and asked, "Were you talking to me just now? What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts." Folks, the mockery was off the charts. That golden-haired guy was named Davis, the Grand Prince of the Star Luo Empire, who had never been treated like this his entire life. He was ready to explode right there. The woman beside him, named Zhu Zhuyan, quickly pulled him back and whispered in his ear, "Forget it, Davis. He already touched the meat. Let's not bother." Davis, persuaded by the beauty, calmed down a bit, glared fiercely at Tyron, and went to sit down with Zhu Zhuyan to order. However, he searched the menu and couldn't find the same roasted meat. So he pointed at Tyron's table and asked the waiter. The waiter could only smile and explained, "Sir, that's the ingredient brought by that guest. We are just cooking it for him." This really angered Davis. "Are you kidding me? Bringing your own ingredients? Who do you look down on? Do you think I can't afford it?" Growing up in the palace, he had never seen such a thing and immediately started arguing with the waiter, continuously alluding to Tyron. Tyron originally didn't want to bother with him, but with this fly buzzing in his ear and calling him out by name, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He had just come out of the city of slaughter, and the killing intent still lingered around him. He suddenly turned his head and let out a couple of ha-ha laughs directed at Davis. Just those 2 laughs ignited Davis's powder keg. With a loud bang, Davis slammed his hand on the table, standing up and shouting at Tyron, "What do you mean by that? Do you want to get beaten?" Tyron just smiled, leaning back in his chair, and said slowly, "I don't mean anything, just curious." "Curious about what?" "I'm curious about which mountain gully you crawled out of, or if you were raised in some big family for over a decade and just let out to see the world today." Let me tell you, the insult was off the charts. Davis could no longer hold back, charging up and kicking over Tyron's table. With a loud crash, the dishes scattered everywhere. That piece of 70,000-year-old iron-armored earth dragon roasted meat fell to the ground, and Davis, not satisfied, stomped on it hard. "Buddy, this move of yours is like throwing a brick into the pool of merit." Still not satisfied, Davis used his toe to hook the ruined roasted meat and kicked it hard toward Tyron's face, cursing, "You want to eat roasted meat? Here, let me feed you." Tyron's gaze instantly turned cold. He released his soul power, freezing the dirty meat in midair. A terrifying killing intent enveloped the entire hall, with a special focus on Davis. Today, if you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, Tyron's voice sounded like it was coming from an ice cellar. You'll stay here forever. Davis instantly panicked. Even he could feel that deadly killing intent. He immediately summoned his martial soul, and 4 soul rings of yellow and purple lit up around him. His first soul skill, White Tiger's Protective Barrier. His second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. His third soul skill, White Tiger's Earthquake. His fourth soul skill, White Tiger's Spirit Destruction. I'll tell you, those special effects are like they cost nothing, just randomly thrown around. The whole hall is almost being torn apart by him, just to buy time for the bodyguards upstairs. Family members, who understands? Downstairs, they're about to cause a death. And upstairs, their elders are just there exchanging pleasantries. Titan actually ran into an old friend, the president of the Blacksmith Association, Lu Gao, who is also Davis's teacher. A group of people is sitting in the tea room, awkwardly and politely chatting, completely unaware of the commotion downstairs. In the hall downstairs, the energy storm from Davis's 4 soul techniques is about to swallow Talon. What happened? Talon completely ignored his flashy moves, and just before the meteor shower hit, he suddenly accelerated from his originally leisurely pace, turning into a blur, and in an instant, he was right in front of Davis. I tell you, the scene at that moment was like lightning striking. I had just arrived in front of him and didn't give him any time to react at all. He didn't even have time to summon his martial soul. Relying solely on my muscle, I landed a straightforward right straight punch squarely on his handsome face. With a crack, I felt it was particularly crisp. The bridge of his nose, enhanced by the White Tiger martial soul, broke with a snap. Goodness. 2 streams of blood shot out from his nostrils, and he staggered, his eyes dazed, his head buzzing. Even after that, he still wanted to fight back, instinctively swinging a punch at my face. I was shocked. Oh, he can take a hit? But could I let him hit me? I raised my left hand, easily blocking his punch. Then with a sudden force from my waist, my other hand delivered an uppercut that landed hard on his chin. This time, he couldn't take it anymore. His eyes rolled back, his neck snapped back as if it had broken, and he fell straight to the ground. The cat-eared girl who had been watching the show, his fiancé, named Zhu Zhuyun, exploded. She sprang up, summoned her martial soul, and moved like a shadow, catching Davis before he hit the ground. Supporting the already unconscious Davis, she looked up and shouted at me. What's wrong with you? It was just a meal. Do you really have to be so ruthless? This is too much. I fell silent at that moment. I thought about it, and realized that I was indeed a bit impulsive, but to say I was wrong? I wouldn't admit to that. Who understands the family dynamics here? In the Douluo Continent, once you start fighting, there's no reason left to discuss. Only the one standing has the right to speak. The one lying down has nothing to say. However, the situation at hand was a bit tricky. I had knocked the man down with 2 punches, and now there was just a little girl with agility-type abilities left. If I threw a punch at her, she might just disappear. While I was pondering how to handle this, a sudden killing intent locked onto the back of my neck. I was startled, and my body reacted faster than my mind, instinctively darting back. At the same time, my hands were not idle. One hand accurately grabbed the 2 cat paws clawing at my throat, while the other hand reflexively swung out, landing a punch right in Zhu Zhiyun's chest. She spat out a mouthful of blood. It was only then that I realized my punch felt like it had hit a soft pillow, as most of the force was absorbed. My hand, it seemed to have a mind of its own, instinctively. Squeezing, when my mind finally cleared, I looked at her face, which was a mix of embarrassment, anger, pain, and redness, and I realized what I had done. Good heavens, I had just knocked out her fiancé and then assaulted her in public. What kind of situation is this? I'm sorry. I quickly released my grip, took a step back, and sincerely apologized. But as soon as I let go, she had been struggling to pull back, and with her injury, she lost her balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Just then, a loud shout came from the stairs. What's going on? Kid, are you seeking death? I turned around and saw 2 guys charging down like madmen. One of them was already possessed by the White Tiger, with yellow, purple, and black colors swirling around him, 7 soul rings rotating. Soul Saint. He saw Davis and Zhu Zhuyun lying on the ground, and his eyes turned red. Without a word, he activated his first and third soul skills, the White Tiger Golden Bell Shield and the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, and lunged at me. With this momentum, I couldn't afford to be careless. Martial Soul, Zhuyan Possession. 6 soul rings appeared around me as well. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, black. As soon as I revealed my soul ring configuration, the entire venue fell silent. Especially that Zhu Zhiyun on the ground. Her eyes were nearly popping out as she muttered, Soul Emperor. 10,000-year fourth soul ring. She had initially planned to get up and sneak attack me, but now, I guess that thought was completely gone. The Soul Saint Dai Huaji, who charged over with killing intent, also froze for a moment upon seeing my soul ring configuration, clearly easing up a bit. At that moment, my grandfather Titan's mental voice reached me. Don't kill. All right, I got it. With my killing intent retracted, my fighting spirit soared. Perfect timing to test what level I've reached since coming out of the Slaughter City. I didn't even grab a weapon and charged straight at him. My fist collided solidly with his tiger claw, and at that moment I realized that the power of the Soul Sage was not as great as mine. After his attack failed, he tried to retract his fist and come again, but I wouldn't give him the chance. I moved with my punch, closing in directly, and dodged his sweeping strike with a low stance, instantly getting to his side. Then, I took a deep breath, and the fourth 10,000-year soul ring suddenly lit up. Battle roar. I almost shouted right into his ear, releasing a solidified sound wave. Roar. Dai Huaji froze on the spot, his 7 orifices buzzing, his eyes vacant. Standing there like a wooden post, completely losing his ability to resist. The close-range attack was incredibly effective, just when I was considering whether to end the battle. Another Soul Emperor who had come down with him made his move. His martial soul was a mental crystal, and he quickly used 3 soul skills: mental recovery, mental boost, and mental guard, pulling Dai Huaji back from his daze. Dai Huaji, now awakened, was furious. He roared, and his 7th soul ring, that black 10,000-year soul ring, shone brightly. 7th soul skill, White Tiger True Body. Good heavens, he transformed into a giant white tiger over 6 meters tall, roaring at me. Kid, let you experience the gap between a Soul Emperor and a Soul Sage. Going this big? I wouldn't hold back either. I took out my spear from the soul tool, and the 6th soul ring lit up, iron-armored dragon body. A layer of heavy dragon scales instantly covered my entire body. I held the spear and confronted the giant tiger. When it swiped at me with a paw, I shook my spear and directly thrust it toward its eyes. It hurriedly blocked with its tiger paw, but couldn't fully deflect it. The spear tip grazed its tiger head, leaving a deep wound that was visible to the bone. The hotel lobby was too small for its large frame to maneuver, making it incredibly clumsy. I relied on my agile movements to dance around it, while also keeping an eye out for a sneak attack from the distant mental-type Soul Master. During the battle, I discovered something interesting. When I infused the malevolent energy from my body onto the spear, the wounds I inflicted could not be healed by his soul power. Now Dai Huaji was completely anxious and shouted at me. Kid, if you have the guts, don't dodge. Fight me like a man. What do I care? I continued to crazily open new wounds on him. Finally, he snapped, and his 5th and 6th soul skills lit up at the same time. His entire being darkened. His body size surged, and energy meteorites began to condense around him. He was about to unleash a massive area attack. Can I make him wish? As soon as I stepped forward, I shot out like a bolt from a crossbow, delivering a powerful strike to his head, while simultaneously unleashing my 5th soul skill. The Dark Gold Terror Claw. 5 claw shadows directly severed one of his tiger claws after he had been darkened. How? He let out a tragic scream and reverted back to his human form. But the problem was that while he returned to his human state, the already charged white tiger meteor kill went out of control. Countless meteors, trailing fiery tails, were careening towards the unconscious Davis and Zhu Zhiyun. As soon as I saw it, I thought, oh no, this is bad. There was no time to think more. I activated my right leg's soul bone skill, and the ground beneath their feet instantly collapsed, causing them to fall into the pit. I then summoned the earth element, and layers of earth walls emerged above the pit, firmly shielding them from the bombardment. Just then my grandfather could no longer stand by. He kicked open a wall on the 2nd floor with a bang, stepped into the arena in one stride, and casually slapped the remaining meteors from the sky into dust, then pulled the 2 unfortunate souls, covered in dirt, out of the pit. After that, it was simple. With my grandfather, standing here, those people from the Star Luo Empire didn't dare to make a sound. My grandfather started mediating, saying that both sides had responsibility and that it would be fine to let it go. They didn't dare to disagree. They could only hold their noses and accept it, even apologizing to us in return. I thought I had nothing to do, so I turned around and went back to my room upstairs. Just as I stepped inside and closed the door, that Zhu Zhiyun surprisingly followed me in without saying a word and casually locked the door behind her. Wow. I was left staring like an old person on the subway, looking at their phone. What's going on, sister? What are you trying to pull here? I stared at her face, which was covered in dust, and looked awkward and conflicted, unable to say a single word. She just stood there stammering for a long time, her lips almost trembling with sparks, yet she couldn't manage to form a complete sentence. I finally understood that this girl had acted on impulse just now, and now she was regretting it deeply. I sighed and thought to myself, "Sister, don't act out your inner drama at my door." I took the initiative to speak first. "Are you looking for me for something?" My question made her even more flustered. Her eyes were darting around, and she kept glancing at my chest, making me feel quite uncomfortable. I thought this wasn't a solution, so I directly gave her an ultimatum. "Sister, you either say it now or go back and think it through before talking. Oh, and I should remind you, I'm leaving tomorrow, so tonight is your last chance." After saying that, without waiting for her to respond, I opened the door and pushed her out. To my surprise, she stood there looking bewildered, like a robot that had lost its connection. I didn't care about her anymore. I shut the door behind me, took off the torn shirt, and headed straight to the bathroom. I needed to take a quick shower to relax and also review today's battle. I was lying in the bathtub, pondering about today's incident. It all started because I was curious and wanted to test the identity of that golden retriever. I didn't expect that guy to be so explosive. He ignited right away. He kicked over my barbecue, and my anger flared up instantly, leading to a chaotic situation. As for the fight with that soul saint later, it's not my fault. He just couldn't handle losing and got worked up. That being said, the Soul Emperor from the Starry Empire who specializes in mental attacks is quite interesting. I should have my grandpa dig a little into their background and see if we can bring one of their descendants into our sect. While I was brainstorming, my neighbor Zhu Zhuyin was probably having a mental struggle in her bathtub as well. She was definitely replaying my words. "You only have tonight to decide." Sure enough, it didn't take long before she seemed to have made up her mind and gritted her teeth. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. I followed my grandpa Titan to meet with the big shots from the Starry Empire, mainly to greet the great Lord Lu Gao, and while I was at it, to apologize for the conflict at noon. I pretended to care about Dai Huaji, who had his arm broken, and Davis, who was knocked out. After going through the standard procedures, Lu Gao held me back and praised me enthusiastically, and then others joined in the flattery. My grandpa was grinning from ear to ear, while I felt so awkward I could almost dig a hole with my toes. Finally, the dinner ended, but my stomach was still empty. I was very resentful about not having the barbecue at noon. So I directly asked my grandpa for a big piece of top-quality armored earth dragon meat, and even paid the hotel chef to work overtime to make me a luxurious barbecue late-night snack, having the waiter deliver it straight to my room. Back in my room, I eagerly waited for my meat while meditating and practicing for a while. I don't know how long it had been, but finally, there was a loud knock at the door. It's here, my precious barbecue." I jumped out of bed and quickly ran to the door. I thought it was the waiter, so I didn't even look back as I walked into the room, pointing at the table and saying, "Come in, just put it here." "Why is it taking so long? I've been waiting forever." I felt that the room was a bit dark, so I casually took out a soul power testing ball from the soul guide device and infused it with soul power. Instantly, the whole room lit up like daylight. Then, when I turned around, I was completely stunned. Goodness, standing at the door was not a waiter, but Zhu Zhuyin, who had just come out of the bath. She was wearing a bathrobe, her hair still wet, leaning against the door, one hand covering her chest, and her breathing was rapid due to nervousness. Her little face was a mix of shyness, anger, resignation, and unwillingness. Who among my family understands this? The impact of this scene was too strong. At that moment, I couldn't help but swallow hard. I just realized that she must have misunderstood my words, "You only have one night," in a different way. She took a deep breath, as if preparing herself mentally, and then opened her eyes, meeting my fiery gaze. Her face instantly flushed, but she didn't say a word and walked straight to the side of my bed. Then, just when I thought my CPU was about to overheat, she quickly untied the belt of her bathrobe. The bathrobe slowly slid down, and let me tell you, that scene was like divine light descending. Before I could take a closer look, she jumped onto the bed in an instant, pulled the blanket over herself. Her movements smooth and fluid, more familiar than if she were at her own home. I was dumbfounded by all of this, starting to question my life. She spoke calmly through the blanket as if discussing business. "I fulfilled your request. Now I'm here. You should come too. Once you're satisfied, you have to promise me one thing." This. I was completely stunned at that moment. This was not some romantic encounter. This was a blatant transaction. I couldn't be the fool in this situation. I forced myself to calm down, leisurely sat back in my chair, poured myself a cup of cold tea, and watched the person on the bed with great interest. She waited with her eyes closed for a while, and when she realized I wasn't moving, she opened her eyes to see me sitting there drinking tea and watching like nothing was happening. Her face first turned pale, then instantly flushed red, a mix of embarrassment, anger, and grievance, her expression changing like a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. I didn't wait for her to explode and spoke first. I don't want to take advantage of you. You go first and tell me what you want me to help with. I need to see if I can do it and if it's worth it." When she heard this, she felt it made sense. What if I finished the task and didn't acknowledge it? She would be at a loss. Just as she was about to say, "I want you to," suddenly there's a loud knock on the door. "Mr. Talon, your barbecue is ready." "I'm bringing it in." The voice of the waiter came from outside. I glanced at the person in bed, and when I heard the knocking sound, she got so scared that she quickly buried her entire head under the blanket. I chuckled and got up to open the door. Two waiters came in carrying 2 large platters of roasted meat. One platter had whole pieces of roasted meat prepared according to the lunch standard, while the other platter had skewers of roasted meat made as I requested. The waiters set the roasted meat down, and I happily took out a few gold soul coins as a tip and sent them on their way. As soon as they left, I immediately closed the door and locked it. After all, there was a valuable item in the room. Hearing the sound of the door locking, Zhu Juyan cautiously poked her little head out from under the blanket. As soon as she caught a whiff of the roasted meat's aroma, her eyes widened, and her stomach let out a loud growl. I picked up a skewer of grilled meat and started eating. It tasted amazing. I licked my lips and looked at her with a greedy expression, holding up a skewer and asking, "Want to join me?" She was clearly tempted, but then glanced at herself, wrapped only in a blanket, looking conflicted. I chuckled and said directly, "You've already seen everything, so why pretend to be modest now? Besides, if I agree to this, you'll be mine for the night, so what is there to hide?" This seemed to provoke her, and she defiantly threw off the blanket, put on a bathrobe, and sat down across from me, pouting as she took a big bite of the skewer. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. A woman who was ready to give herself up, now wearing a bathrobe, sat at the table with me, eating skewers and drinking. She must not have had enough for dinner, as she was devouring the skewers as if she hadn't eaten in 3 days, one after another, unable to stop. After eating 7 or 8 skewers, she finally couldn't eat anymore, cradling a cup of fruit wine and sipping it slowly, watching me continue to devour the food like a bottomless pit. I took a sip of beer, burped, and looked at her, saying, "All right, let's get to the point after you've eaten enough. What exactly do you want me to agree to?" She put down her glass, looked at me seriously, and dropped a bombshell. "I want you to marry my sister and protect her from harm." Cough, 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 I spat the beer out. Goodness, this plot twist was unexpected. I was coughing so hard. "Are you kidding me? Marry your sister? Isn't she the fiancée of Daimubai?" Her expression turned grim. "I'm not mistaken. You should know the rules of the imperial succession in the Star Luo Empire, right? The winner takes all, and the loser either gets deposed and confined, or dies directly." I nodded. I was of course aware of this brutal battle royale mode. She continued, "I don't want my sister Zhu Zhuqing to end up like that. She drew me a complete roadmap. After she returns, she will use methods to force her sister to leave Xinghua, using the excuse of looking for her fiancé Daimubai. The Dai family, for the sake of their reputation, will secretly send people to protect her and ensure her safe arrival in the Heaven Do Empire. That good-for-nothing Daimubai is currently at a fake academy called Shrek, outside Soto City in the Heaven Do Empire. She gave me all the information, and when my sister goes to find him, I will notify you in advance. You just need to take my token and bring her away, keeping her safe." To increase her persuasiveness, she added, "My sister is grown up. Her looks and figure are definitely not inferior to mine. You want to be at a loss." I was directly shocked after listening to it. The amount of information in it is overwhelming. It was then that I realized this is no longer the story I knew from books. It is a real world. I thought for a moment, and under her nervous gaze, I nodded. "All right, I will help with this. However, I still have a few questions." She instantly broke into a smile, but upon hearing the word however, her smile froze again. "Go ahead and ask." I stared at her and asked word by word. "You are very dissatisfied with the Xinghua royal family, the Dai family." This was not a question, but a statement. Her smile completely disappeared, and she nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I am dissatisfied." "That's good." I stood up, walked in front of her, and lifted her chin with one hand, quietly influencing her emotions with my mental power, my voice laced with a hint of seduction. "Your fiancé, Davis, is right next door, having a great time with 2 female waitstaff. He hasn't come out since this afternoon. Are you angry? Do you want to take revenge on him?" Her expression changed instantly. Her breathing quickened, and she let out a single word, "Yes." Before I could say anything further, she suddenly lunged at me, initiating her revenge in the most direct way. I felt her enthusiasm and responded actively. After a moment, fueled by the alcohol, I swept her up in my arms and quickly walked to the bed, throwing her onto it with force. The alcohol doesn't intoxicate people. People intoxicate themselves. Of course, I wasn't drunk, but I still unfastened her bathrobe and pounced without hesitation. After a round of passion, we both entered a state of clarity. I squeezed her gently to wake her up. Still a bit dazed, she wanted to play with me, but I held her down. No more playing, let's talk business. My tone was serious. She also became serious, but still pretended to be tough. We agreed, just this once, there won't be a next time. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. When something like this happens for the first time, how could there not be a next time? I didn't feel like arguing with her, so I directly asked, how old is your sister, Zhu Zhuqing now? What level is her soul power? She's 9, almost 10. She just broke through recently and is now at level 19. I quickly calculated in my mind. In the original story, Zhu Zhuqing was not yet 12 years old when she arrived at Shrek, and her soul power was already at level 27. I couldn't rashly change the plot. If something went wrong, it would not be worth the loss. So I said to her, after you go back, you can start your plan to push out your sister. However, you need to wait until her soul power exceeds level 25 before letting her head to Shrek. Why? She asked, confused. I patiently explained to her. Shrek Academy claims to only accept monsters with an admission requirement of being under 12 years old and having a soul power of at least level 20. This is just the minimum requirement. You need to make sure your sister is outstanding enough to secure her admission. Once she gets into the academy, those who protect her in secret will observe for a while and then naturally withdraw. At that time, I will have a legitimate reason to approach her, present your token, and gain her trust. As for her choices afterward, whether to continue following Dai Mubai or to come with me, that will depend on her own wishes. I also told her that if her sister is unwilling to be treated as a subordinate and doesn't want to be clearly arranged by others, then I can take her directly away from Shrek Academy and let her fly far away. I told you, my words really hit her hard, and she was completely stunned. Family, who understands this? This so-called later branch is just a reserve base for the royal harem, right? Goodness. The royal family of the Starry Empire is basically a large-scale breeding ground. Every generation of princes has to be paired with a legitimate daughter from the Zhu family. Just like buying pork and getting some scallions, their fates are directly bound together. Then these brothers start to compete fiercely, fighting for their lives. And only the one who survives can become the crown prince. What kind of nonsense is this? They are biological sisters, yet just because they are promised to different princes, they have to fight each other to the death on the battlefield tomorrow. The winner takes all, and the loser is completely wiped out. Isn't this pure mental exhaustion? Plus a version of it? Zhu Zhiyan realized this early on, so she deliberately neglected her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, since childhood. Wanted to keep their feelings distant, so it wouldn't be so painful when they really had a fight later. But then, a more outrageous twist happened. Her brother-in-law, the second Prince Dai Mubai, turned out to be a coward. When the pressure mounted, he just ran away. His fleeing essentially threw his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, into the fire pit. According to the rules, the fate of the failed competitor is either to have their soul power crippled and become a useless person to be raised, or to die. Zhu Zhiyan obviously couldn't just stand by and watch her sister disappear like that. So her previous plan was so naive it made me want to laugh. She wanted to force her sister to run away, find a small mountain village to hide in, and wait until she won against the first prince and became the queen before bringing her sister back. Please, it's 2025. This kind of plot would be considered outdated even in a period drama. Now that I'm here as her strong support, of course she needs to hold on tight. She was so excited that she wanted to sit up and write a letter right away, but I pulled her back down onto the bed and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? The letter can wait. I have a small condition." I leaned close to her ear, lifted her chin, and said, 2 years from now, when you let your sister go, take someone along. It's that soul emperor you fought with today, Ikar, his granddaughter, Yimyking. She was stunned at the time. Yimyking? She's the same age as me, and in 2 years, we'll both be 18. Doesn't Shrek Academy only accept little monsters under 12? I laughed and said, I'm really interested in her spiritual type martial soul. It's quite rare. Don't worry, I've already taken care of things with her grandfather. I initially just wanted to invite a younger member from their family, but he insisted on sending his own granddaughter over. What do you think about that? And guess what? This girl got jealous. Hearing me so bluntly arrange for another girl made her unhappy, and she turned her back to me, showing me the back of her head. Hey, do I spoil you with my temper? I just unleashed my full output, all right? Actually, letting the two of them go to Shrek 2 years later is also for my own selfish reasons. I want to time it so that they arrive at the same time as the original main character group. However, my target is not Tang San or Xiao Wu. Tang San's big hammer is secretly protecting them, and I'm crazy to provoke him. My target is that future god of food, Oscar. Good grief. A food-type soul master with full innate soul power. Such a treasure. I have to dig him out from Shrek. The next morning, before dawn, she slipped away. As for me, I woke up and couldn't fall back asleep, so I simply got up to practice. Looking at that messy bed, my OCD kicked in, but I was too lazy to tidy up, so I took out a gold soul coin from my soul guide and tossed it on the bed as a tip. Out of sight, out of mind. When I went downstairs for breakfast, my grandfather Titan came over. The look in his eyes was mischievous, like a spectator enjoying the drama, and his smile was full of meaning that I understood. Of course, a title Daluo's spiritual power covers the entire hotel. Could he have missed the commotion from last night? He patted my shoulder and said, "So, are you willing to leave today? Or would you like to stay a couple more days?" I pretended not to understand, picked up the teacup and took a big sip. "Let's go, we have to go. Home is so comfortable." "All right, then you go tidy up," my grandfather said, and then left. I smiled helplessly, finished my tea, and went directly to knock on Zhu Zhiyun's door. When the door opened and she saw me, she let me in. I didn't go in, just stood at the door and said, "Have you finished writing the letter and the token? Give them to me. I'm leaving." She handed me a letter, a token, and a necklace. She said the token was only for the direct descendants of the Zhu family, and the necklace was one that she and her sister each had. Seeing her look so insecure and flustered, my heart softened, and I couldn't help but reach out to pat her head and then pinch her cheek, seriously telling her, "Don't worry, as long as you do as I say. I promise to wait for your sister in Suatawa City 2 years in advance. I, Tailong, am reliable." Seeing her expression relax, I smiled, turned, and left without lingering. After leaving the hotel, my grandfather had already said goodbye to Master Lu Gao. We got into the carriage and headed straight for Tiando City. All right, it's worth mentioning that not long after we left, that group from the Xinghua Empire also slipped away. My grandfather told Lu Gao about our encounter with 2 title Douluo from the Wuhuan Hall in the Xingdou Forest, and they didn't dare to stay any longer. Moreover, when they left, Zhu Zhiyun was limping. Externally, they said she twisted her ankle during a fight yesterday. Those who understand know the truth. The journey back to the family residence went smoothly. I greeted my parents and spent some time with Amy before heading out. My first stop was the home of the old poison master, Dugubo Goodness. His granddaughter Duguyan looked at me as if I were an enemy. No wonder. I had been out training for 3 years, and the little girl had grown up, formed her own social circle, and probably thought that I had stood her up before, and now bringing back 2 women made me unworthy of her. Plus, the old poison master must have been whispering in her ear quite a bit. But that's fine. I wasn't here to find her anyway. I went straight to Dugubo and said, "Grandpa Dugu, I want to cultivate at the Eye of Ice and Fire for a while." Guess what? The old poison master was so amiable to me, readily agreeing. Why? Because he finally doesn't have to worry about me, this wild boar, trampling his little cabbage. This old man is adorably realistic. After leaving Dugubo, I also paid a visit to the 3 old masters, Yang Wudi, Bai He, and Yo Gao. There's no way around it. The Eye of Ice and Fire has become a heavily guarded area with numerous traps and poison formations. To get in, I had to greet these big shots first. By the time I finished visiting everyone and returned to my own courtyard, it was already dark. I dove into my study and started sketching. After my fight with that armored earth dragon, I realized my spear was somewhat inadequate. Its ability to break defenses was still lacking. My mind was filled with various divine weapons, like the Fong Tian Hua Ji, the Qinglong Yanhua Dao, and I was even close to sketching out the beam saber from Gundam. I was so absorbed in drawing that I almost lost my sanity, producing sheet after sheet, none of which satisfied me. It wasn't until Amy came in and called me for dinner that I snapped back to reality. Meals at our house are quite interesting now. I sit at one table with my 2 wives while my parents and grandfather sit at another. There's no way around it. Amy and Anna are about the same age as my mom, so sitting together for a meal is quite awkward. After dinner, Anna went back to her room first, leaving Amy behind. This was a rule they had agreed upon. Whoever wanted to share the bed would be the last one to leave to avoid awkwardness. I returned to my room, and Xiao Xue had already prepared hot water for me. I took a comfortable bath and was about to start my training when Amy came in. She saw that I was training and didn't disturb me. Instead, she wanted to take a shower herself. When she came out, wow, the scene was like a beautiful snake wrapping around me. Let me tell you, she and Anna have been acting strange lately, ever since they met my sister. They've been all fired up, thinking about having a child with me every day. Who understands my family? I'm only 15. The 2 of them have been discussing it clearly, taking turns to come to my room each day. At first, I rejected it. It was too premature. But I couldn't resist them. One is in her 30s, and it's indeed about time for her. Plus, my grandfather keeps nagging in my ear about wanting a great-grandson. Fine, what else can I say? Who would refuse such a blessing? In the end, I went along with them. After it was over, the sage time, My mind was so clear, perfect for contemplating life's big issues. I thought about my spear, which I've used for 10 years. It's handy, but it always feels like something is missing. My strength is of the domineering type, and that spear is still too delicate, not able to unleash all my power. It needs to be replaced. It must be replaced, and it can't be a random replacement. I need to find a more powerful, more formidable variant based on the spear. I went through several long-named weapons in my mind, like the Phoenix Wing gold-laced halberd, the Unicorn copper spear, and the Fontion painting halberd. In the end, I settled on 3. No ruse. I'll go to my family's forge tomorrow to make a few models and test the feel. After all, with weapons, you never know if they suit you until you try them out. Once I figured this out, I felt so relaxed and pulled Amy in for another round. The next morning, I tossed the blueprints to my uncle who manages the forge and told him to hurry up and make those weapon models for me. While waiting, I simply found a forging room for myself, took off my shirt, wrapped myself in a leather skirt, and prepared to practice. I wasn't just idly passing time. Our clan's ancestral hammering technique is the essence of the essence. Every strike requires skill and leverage, and there's a lot of depth to it. Since I'm switching to heavy weapons, this is a perfect opportunity to fully grasp the power of this hammering technique while forging, and later, I'll merge it into my new halberd technique. With a clanging sound, I hammered away vigorously, sparks flying everywhere. I focused on that piece of iron, using my soul power to sense the internal changes, constantly adjusting the rhythm and force of my strikes. Originally, a watermelon-sized chunk of iron was hammered down to the size of a bowl, and the dark, ordinary iron turned into high-quality iron of 1,000 folds. I wiped the sweat off my brow, feeling completely refreshed. This feeling of relying solely on physical strength and sweating profusely was incredible. After finishing the forging, I headed straight to the place I had arranged with old Mo yesterday. By the time I arrived, the square was packed with nearly 3,000 brothers. They were all gathered. Amy and Anna were also in the crowd. After all, they're considered veterans of my Jia alliance. I stood on the high platform, looking down on my brothers, and a surge of pride welled up inside me. Let me tell you, this is no ragtag army. We have 1 Soul Dalu, 11 Soul Saints, over 600 Soul Emperors, and the rest are all Soul Kings and Soul Ancestors. With this kind of strength, if we were to go out, which of the so-called lower 4 sects on the Douluo Continent could compete with us? I dare say that even if our Zhu Yan alliance were to operate independently, we would still be a top-tier force. This great fortune has finally come to me. It's precisely because the team has grown large and difficult to manage that I need to establish rules quickly. I announced on the spot that our Zhu Yan alliance is an equal partner with my family's Four Spirits sect, true comrades, not one side working for the other. We will help each other out. If one side is in trouble, the other must risk their lives to support them. Once this agreement is inscribed on the meteorite tablet, it will be an unchanging pact for 10,000 years. Of course, the brothers had no objections. I am their leader and also the heir of the Four Spirits sect. We are essentially family. Moreover, during this time, the Four Spirits sect has treated everyone well and even helped many brothers get new soul rings. So our relationship is good. Next came the main event. I announced the future development plan for the Zhu Yan alliance. There are 2 paths. One is to establish an assassin organization called the Dark Alliance. The other is to enlist directly and form our own Zhu Yan army. These brothers are all tough guys who came from the city of slaughter, and they excel at this. They were all fired up at the mere mention of it. Without hesitation, I started assigning people right away. In just a few swift moves, I grouped them. The women, the older ones, those with special martial souls, and those not good at direct confrontation were all picked out. These would be the backbone of the Dark Alliance. The remaining 800 were all strong and burly men, who would form the foundation of the Zhu Yan army. Among them was a soul saint named Wang Chuanzong, who was quite interesting. He used to be called Wang Dekai, and the first thing he did upon leaving the city of slaughter was to change his name, claiming he wanted to continue the Wang family lineage. This guy is wholeheartedly following me, hoping to secure a future for his descendants. Once old Mo took the members of the Dark Alliance away, I held a rally for the more than 800 muscular men below. I told them that once they joined the army, cultivating the blood fiend body refining technique would only be faster because the killing aura on the battlefield would be abundant. Moreover, they wouldn't just be ordinary soldiers. They would all be future generals. I painted a grand picture for them, giving them a completely new beginning. As for the Dark Alliance, I directly handed it over to Katrina and Black Snake to manage, while old Mo and I oversaw the overall situation. And Amy acted as my eyes, helping me keep watch. The next day, I personally led these more than 800 men into the independent military camp designated for us by the Four Spirits sect. I directly invited an elder from the clan to be the chief instructor, and first equipped them with the standard gear of the Heavendoe Empire for training. Of course, this is only temporary. Our strength clan is already working overtime to create exclusive top-tier equipment for them using rare metals. Just imagine, a military force starting with all members as soul masters and practicing special techniques. Once they hit the battlefield, the scene will definitely scare the opponents to death. I stayed in a military camp for a few days and saw that these guys were quite honest and their training was on track, so I took a back seat. Because the models of my precious weapons were already finished, I practiced with the Fong Tian Hua Ji, the Battle Spear, and the Unicorn Copperman Spear one by one. Guess what? They all felt incredibly smooth. The Unicorn Copperman Spear is a combination of a hammer and a spear, quite domineering, but it looks a bit ugly. The Fong Tian Hua Ji is the most complicated to control, but it's just two. So why bother? I'll go for aesthetics. It's settled. The weapon is decided, and the next step is to upgrade like crazy. I exchanged greetings with Dugabo, packed enough supplies, and charged into the ice and fire 2 Eans, I all by myself. That place can be lethal for others, but for me, it's simply paradise. Without a second thought, I stripped down and jumped straight into the center of the spring. This time, my goal was clear: go down as deep as possible. Last time, I only dove down to 200 zhong, but this time I was already a level 68 Soul Emperor. With my physical strength and mental power multiplied several times, I held my breath, enduring the terrifying pressure from the Dragon King, and kept descending. 300 zhong, 500 zhong. I dove straight down to 700 zhong deep. By this point, I was nearly at my limit. The pressure was nearly crushing me. Just when I thought I was going to return empty-handed again, I saw it. Embedded in the deep rock wall were some shattered scales and broken bones. I was so excited at that moment that I quickly swam over and carefully pried down all these treasures. Holding a complete dragon scale the size of a wash basin, I placed the other scattered scales and bones inside it before slowly floating back up. Once I climbed ashore, I counted my haul: 8 pieces of broken bones and 5 scales, all exuding the extreme essences of ice and fire. Among them, the largest piece of fire attribute bone looked like the tip of a dragon's claw. Goodness, if these things were given to an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't even recognize what they were, but in my hands, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, as the heir of the Power family and the grandson of Titan, the renowned blacksmith of Douluo Continent, Talon didn't need to boast about his forging skills. After years of influence from Titan and his own experience in blacksmithing, he had a pretty good idea of how to use these oddly shaped pieces. Talon picked up a few pieces of broken bones, weighing them and carefully observing their shapes, while also gesturing at the broken bones. Soon, a plan to perfectly utilize these broken bones formed in Talon's mind. He planned to use 6 out of the 8 broken bones, integrating them into his halberd. Talon was currently in the process of changing weapons, and according to the blueprint in his mind, he would forge a halberd using these 6 broken bones. Half of a dragon's claw tip would serve as the main shaft of the halberd, with the 4 broken bones distributed according to their attributes and weights. Placed on the ears of the halberd, one side for ice attribute and the other for fire attribute. Then, he would place the palm-sized ice attribute bone at the tail of the halberd as the guard. Of course, these only formed the rough framework of the halberd. Additional filling and connections were needed to complete the weapon. Notably, the broken bones Talon retrieved from the Eye of Ice and Fire were very heavy. Although the 6 pieces were not large, their combined weight exceeded 400 pounds, with the single largest dragon claw broken bone weighing nearly 300 pounds. Moreover, Talon could feel that although the aura of the Ice and Fire Dragon King exerted pressure on him, it also had a strong affinity. This feeling was inexplicable, but upon reflection, it seemed justified. Talon had consumed the 8-dimensional mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, 2 celestial herbs growing in the Eye of Ice and Fire. He had also undergone body tempering in the Eye of Ice and Fire. The origins of the Eye of Ice and Fire were now clear, and the celestial herbs beside it were birthed from the dragon blood and energy of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, containing the energy of that dragon blood. Therefore, it was possible for Talon, who had consumed the celestial herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire, to feel a sense of intimacy with the broken bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Thinking of this, Talon suddenly became interested. He activated his soul power and infused it into the dragon bone in his hand. As his soul power flowed in, he could clearly feel the weight of the bone increasing. This discovery thrilled Talon, and he released more of his soul power into the bone. The piece of bone, originally the length of his forearm, grew heavier as he continued to infuse it, simultaneously emitting a fiery red glow. The more soul power he infused, the more surprised Talon became. His soul power was rapidly depleting, and when it reached 1/3 of his capacity, the bone was finally filled. At the same time, he found it somewhat difficult to hold onto the bone in his hand. This piece of bone, which originally weighed over 200 pounds, had increased in weight to an astonishing 2,000 pounds after Talon's infusion of soul power. Moreover, this bone radiated an incredible heat. Talon took a piece of iron essence from his storage soul guide and tossed it to the ground. Then, holding the half-claw bone, which was radiating a red glow and high temperature, he stabbed it into the iron essence on the ground. Whoosh crackle. With a slight sound, the claw bone effortlessly pierced through the iron essence, which was palm-thick, and the high temperature of the claw bone turned the iron essence bright red. Talon withdrew the claw bone from the iron essence, cut off the supply of soul power, and extracted the soul power within it. Although some was consumed, there was still plenty left. The red glow emanating from the claw bone began to diminish, and the high temperature and weight of the claw bone also started to decrease. Eventually, all the unusual phenomena disappeared, and it returned to normal. After testing the fire attribute bone, Talon turned his attention to the ice attribute bone. He picked up the palm-sized ice attribute bone, which was the largest piece aside from the fire attribute claw bone. Using the same method as before, Talon infused his soul power into the ice attribute bone, causing it to emit a blue glow and low temperature. The weight of the bone also increased by over 10 times. Once Talon fully infused it with soul power, he proceeded to test it. Once again, using the piece of iron essence on the ground, which was still glowing red from the heat, Talon stabbed the ice bone into the iron essence. The low temperature and high temperature intertwined on the iron essence, with ice and fire battling over this small piece of iron. Ultimately, the ice attribute, supported by Talon's soul power, emerged victorious. The high temperature of the iron essence dissipated, and its color returned to normal. But it was now covered with ice crystals and frost. Looking closely through the ice crystals, one could see that the originally smooth iron essence was now filled with cracks. From Talon's years of forging experience, he could tell that the internal structure of this piece of iron essence had been completely destroyed. Once the frost and ice crystals melted away, beautiful ice fissures would be revealed. Chapter 137. Tempering Talon picked up all the broken bones. The heavy bones in his hands made him increasingly satisfied. After playing with the bones for a while, he placed them into the storage soul guide. Then, Talon turned his attention to the 5 scales lying on the ground. He needed to think carefully about how to use these dragon scales. But based on the performance of the broken bones, he was sure these dragon scales would not disappoint him either. Talon took out a halberd from his storage soul guide and selected a scale to place it carefully. He swung the 3-meter-long halberd, striking it heavily against the chosen scale. Bang! Talon's strike drove the dragon scale deep into the ground, indicating that even though he didn't exert all his strength, it was still a considerable force. Retrieving the halberd, Talon pulled the dragon scale out of the ground, brushed off the dust, and carefully examined the condition of the scale. He noticed a white mark where he had struck the scale. When he rubbed his finger over the white mark, it vanished, indicating that his previous strike had not caused any damage to the dragon scale. Talon was not surprised by this result. If this dragon scale had been damaged by a hastily made halberd, he would have truly been disappointed. Weighing the scale in his hand, Talon found it to be as expected. A scale the size of a bowl weighed only a few dozen pounds, and the largest scale was just about 200 pounds. Following his earlier actions, Talon began to infuse soul power into the dragon scale. The ice attribute scale lit up with a blue glow, revealing its unique natural patterns. Talon carefully observed the emerging patterns on the scale and examined each scale one by one. Each scale had its own patterns, and no 2 patterns were the same, indicating that these were naturally occurring patterns on the dragon scales. Carefully observing the 5 pieces of dragon scales laid out, the patterns on the scales were not initially obvious. However, as Talon infused his soul power into the scales, these patterns began to glow and become apparent. Although Talon felt that these patterns were somewhat unusual, he couldn't discern what was particularly special about them at the moment. Unable to make sense of it, he decided to set this question aside for now. After storing the dragon scales in his storage soul guide, Talon took off his clothes again and leaped into the eye of ice and fire, beginning his descent once more. This time, Talon wasn't diving for the sake of diving. He was diving for the purpose of training. Although his main goal in coming to the Eye of Ice and Fire was to seek the bodies of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, he also intended to take advantage of the training opportunities offered by the Eye of Ice and Fire. This time, Talon first stopped at a depth of 600 fathoms underwater. He swam to the stone wall beneath the water, pressed his right foot against it, and infused his right leg's 70,000 soul bones from the iron-armored earth dragon with soul power. With a crackling sound, as Talon's leg soul bone skill activated, he opened a stone cave large enough for one person to sit cross-legged in. Once the cave was formed, it was filled with spring water. Talon entered this newly formed cave, calming his mind to begin meditative training of his soul power. Talon chose to train at this depth of over 600 fathoms underwater in the eye of ice and fire to harness the energy contained in the spring water and the oppressive aura emanating from the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King below. When subjected to intense pressure, the flow of soul power within a soul master accelerates uncontrollably. In such an environment within the eye of ice and fire, Talon's training speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. Moreover, the spring water contained the dragon's blood of the two dragon kings, which harbored violent energy. This wild energy, if not filtered or altered, would likely be too overwhelming even for a tidal Douluo to absorb freely, let alone someone like Talon. However, thanks to the ice and fire immunity gained from his body tempering, combined with the methods he had developed in the City of Slaughter to absorb furious energy after winning in the killing fields, Talon was able to absorb the violent energy from the spring water without any reservations. The violent energy contained in the spring water continuously surged into Talon's body as he sat cross-legged. The ferocious energy first coursed through Talon's physique, wreaking havoc on his body. Simultaneously, as his body was damaged, his soul power began to repair it. These two opposing forces, one destructive and the other restorative, created a balance within Talon's body. Intense pain and a tingling sensation arose within him. Talon gritted his teeth and endured. While the pain was manageable due to the rapid healing of his physical injuries, the itching sensation caused by the rapid growth of flesh was incredibly difficult to bear. Black-red beads of blood oozed from the pores of Talon's body. Remnants of the waste blood expelled from within him. Such black-red beads emerged from various parts of Talon's body and, upon being expelled, merged into the spring water, dyeing the water around him crimson. If someone were to enter the eye of ice and fire at that moment, they would see a strong man, naked and with a twisted expression, sitting cross-legged in a pool of blood water, continuously expelling blood beads, a scene both eerie and mysterious. The scene created by Talon's training had already altered the aesthetics of the cultivation system in the Douluo Continent, resembling that of a sinister practitioner cultivating evil arts in a fantastical world. Of course, Talon was unaware of the bizarre scene he had created. He was completely immersed in his training, focusing all his mental energy on resisting the pain and itching sensations from his body, leaving him no strength to observe the outside world. After all, the training location Talon had chosen was over 600 fathoms underwater in the eye of ice and fire, meaning he was the only person on the entire Douluo Continent capable of reaching such depths. Therefore, Talon felt very secure about his safety. As the expulsion of waste blood increased, Talon's body was visibly shrinking. His previously robust physique, characterized by a muscular build, was now losing mass. He was transitioning from a stocky figure to that of a lean, sickly tiger. However, despite his body becoming thinner, the power contained within it was continually increasing. The strength of Talon's body was increasing even as he became leaner, with the explosive power and resistance in his muscles growing exponentially. Chapter 138. Moonshine Talon was madly enhancing his strength and soul power in the eye of ice and fire. He understood clearly that in the world of Douluo Continent, power and status were all illusory and empty. These things did not truly belong to him. They were granted by others and could be taken away just as easily. What truly belonged to him was the strength of his body that he had painstakingly cultivated through his soul power. Talon had always understood this principle, which was why he risked his life in the City of Slaughter, gaining rapid improvements in his soul power and rewards like the God of Slaughter domain. Talon established the Zhuyan Alliance in the City of Slaughter to facilitate his trials there. After bringing the members of the Zhuyan Alliance out of the City of Slaughter, he dedicated himself to arranging and planning for them. Everything Talon did was not for free. He earned the loyalty of the nearly 3,000 members of the Zhuyan Alliance and laid the foundation for spreading his beliefs and gathering faith power. Once these individuals were successfully cultivated and spread the teachings of Zhuyan within the army, and the Dark Alliance secretly taught their members, those who practiced the Zhuyan philosophy would unknowingly become followers of Talon's martial soul, Zhuyan, thus becoming his believers. Therefore, the series of actions Talon was taking now was all about planning for the future, his own strength, the power behind him, the faith power of his followers. and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of godhood at level 100, hiding in the eye of ice and fire within the forest of fallen sun soul beasts. Talon was diligently working to enhance his strength and foundation. Meanwhile, there was indeed someone outside who was continuously searching for him. Qianren Xue, who was sent by the Spirit Hall to infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire, now acting as the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, had been looking for Talon during this time. Qianren Xue, in her role as Xue Qinghe, had been doing exceptionally well, swiftly rising to become the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire and earning a reputation as a virtuous prince. Since the first time she noticed Talon, when he entered the city of slaughter for the trial, Qianren Xue had used her own power to search for Talon's whereabouts, even using Xue Qinghe's identity to openly inquire about him. Qianren Xue, in her guise as Xue Qinghe, had already taken Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as her master. Their master-disciple relationship was quite good, and Ning Fengji was very pleased with his disciple, strongly supporting her in the future succession of the Heaven Do throne. Due to the many collaborations and business dealings between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Four Spirit School, which were mutually beneficial, and given that the two schools had different development approaches with no competitive conflict, their relationship was quite harmonious. Qianren Xue was naturally aware of the Four Spirit School's background, but now she was not the Qianren Xue of the Spirit Hall. She was the heir of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe. Therefore, Qianren Xue actively cultivated a good relationship with the Four Spirit School. The Four Spirits sect naturally would not refuse the olive branch extended by the imperial heir, and given the current situation, it is almost a certainty that the renowned Xue Qinghe will inherit the title of the Emperor of Tiando. Therefore, the relationship between the Four Spirits sect and Xue Qinghe is quite good. However, due to the influence of Dugabo, the Four Spirits sect also has a decent relationship with Prince Xue Xing of Tiando. Since Prince Xue Xing and Crown Prince Xue Qinghe are not on good terms, the Four Spirits sect accepts the goodwill from both parties, but there are no formal alliances or declarations of intent. Given the increasing role of the Four Spirits sect in the Tiando Empire and its growing influence, the sect's own attitude remains somewhat ambiguous. Thus, Qianren Xue aims to win over the next generation heir of the Four Spirits sect, Talon, ahead of time. This relationship began to form during the last 2 years of Talon's time in the Slaughter City. After realizing this, Qianren Xue has been searching for Talon, wanting to draw him in while he is still young. Recently, she heard about Talon from her sister, Xue Ke, who has been studying at the Yu Xian established by Tang Yuehua for a long time. Given Talon's current status and the connection he has with Tang Yuehua, who raised him, when Talon was sent to Yu Xian by his father, Tainhua made a point to introduce Talon to Tang Yuehua. Talon often feels that the relationship between Tainhua and Tang Yuehua is not simple, mainly because Tainua's attitude towards Tang Yuehua is quite strange, and he shows great enthusiasm about sending Talon to study at Yu Xian. Despite Talon repeatedly stating that he could go to Yu Xian on his own since it wasn't far, Tainhua insisted on personally escorting him there. Because of this connection, Talon received care from Tang Yuehua after entering Yu Xian. As the newest student in Yu Xian, Tang Yuehua specifically organized a welcome for Talon from the existing members. After entering Yu Xian, Talon could clearly feel a peculiar aura emanating from Tang Yuehua, which made him instinctively want to get closer. Moreover, Talon noticed that when he was enveloped by this aura near Tang Yuehua, the negative emotions accumulated from excessive killing, as well as the effects of his slaughter god domain and the cultivation of his killing energy body refining technique, were noticeably alleviated. When Talon is near Tang Yuehua, he sometimes unconsciously reveals a genuine smile, something that has rarely appeared since he entered the Slaughter City. Therefore, Talon enjoys this feeling, that sense of tranquility and being undisturbed by external factors. As a result, he often likes to stay close to Tang Yuehua while in Yu Xian. Tang Yuehua is somewhat familiar with Talon's current state because it reminds her of the only man she has ever loved in her life, who was in a similar state for a long time, her second brother, Tang Hao. Tang Yuehua has a fondness for Talon, the child of her childhood playmates, Yang Ban Shuang and Talon, and she is very attentive to him. During Talon's time studying at Yu Xian, whenever he came to learn, she would make time to teach him. Talon only shows a smile when he is near Tang Yuehua. Once he is away from her and the influence of her gifted domain diminishes or disappears, his smile becomes rare. Although Tang Yuehua is very welcoming to Talon, she is ultimately the founder of Yu Xian, and there are other students besides Talon. Therefore, when Tang Yuehua is not around, Talon interacts with other students of Yu Xian. To Talon's classmates, he seems like two different people when he is with Tang Yuehua compared to when he is apart from her. This situation naturally draws the attention of other students at Yuxian. Due to Tang Yuehua's favoritism towards Talon and his indifferent attitude towards other male students, many of them feel discontent. However, these male students are aware of Talon's status, so their dissatisfaction remains unvoiced or is expressed through whispered remarks behind his back. Some even band together to isolate Talon. As a result, Talon's social standing in Yuxian is not very good. He has no friends. Talon is indifferent to this situation, dismissing the petty tricks of those students, as he regards them as weaklings who focus little on their soul power cultivation and merely prance around with a sense of nobility after learning some so-called noble etiquette. They all look down on Talon, who has a strong, masculine appearance, a robust build, and calloused hands. They underestimate Talon, and he equally disregards them, as they are all so weak that they couldn't withstand his full-strength attack. However, Talon's popularity among female students is also not great. In previous years, he vanished right before his wedding date, and this disappearance lasted for a whole year. Naturally, the women who had arranged to marry Talon are displeased with him. Besides Jiang Zhu, Talon's other fiancés are from noble families in the Tiando Empire, and many female students in Yuxian know Talon's fiancés since they are all in the same social circle. Talon's act of fleeing from his wedding has tarnished his reputation among the noble women and socialites of the Tiando Empire. Many of these noble ladies have developed a dislike for Talon due to this incident. However, not all noble women and socialites dislike him. A few noble young ladies have become interested in Talon after learning about his elopement. The interest of these noble young ladies in Talon stems from various reasons. The first is quite simple and straightforward. They simply want to conquer Talon, wanting the heartless man who could abandon 3 beautiful fiancées in one go to submit to them and prove their own charm. Another reason is also simple. They have poor relationships with Talon's fiancées, either because they dislike each other or have conflicts. Therefore, they wish to conquer the fiancé who abandoned them, seeking revenge and simultaneously showcasing their own allure. The last group consists of the good friends and close buddies of Tyren's fiancée. The intentions of these women are not as pure. It seems that they are motivated by a desire for revenge on behalf of their friend, wanting Tyren to fall for them before abandoning him, allowing him to experience the pain of being cast aside. It's unclear whether these fiancées' friends and sisters are trying to compete with Tyren's fiancée. Despite Tyren's poor reputation among the noble ladies and socialites, many still linger around him. In the Moon Pavilion, several female students constantly draw Tyren's attention. However, Tyren has little interest in these unremarkable female students, resulting in a rather cold attitude towards them. Tang Yuehua observes Tyren's situation with concern, believing that he has been isolated by the male students and is wary of girls due to the influence of the Killing City trial. Thus, she wants to help Tyren overcome his wariness and hostility towards others, enabling him to move past the effects of his time in the Killing City and reintegrate into the stable life of the continent. Tang Yuehua starts to encourage Tyren to interact with other students and communicates with a few female students she is close to, asking them to engage Tyren in conversation and participate in group activities to help alleviate his isolation from the male students. Shueku is one of the female students Tang Yuehua has enlisted. She takes her task seriously, often bringing a few other girls to chat with Tyren while he practices his instrument alone away from the crowd. Surprisingly, Tang Yuehua's strategy of involving young and attractive female students proves quite effective for Tyren. As Tyren spends more time away from the Killing City, he immerses himself in reading, blacksmithing, martial arts, etiquette, practicing music, and crafting figurines. With the influence of Tang Yuehua's talent and the presence of pretty young girls surrounding him daily, Tyren's situation improves significantly. By the time he sets off to obtain his 6th spirit ring, he is able to completely suppress his murderous aura and negative emotions, maintaining a demeanor similar to that of a normal person as long as he isn't provoked. On the last day before his departure to obtain the 6th spirit ring, he gives gift to Shueku and a few other girls and explains his situation to Tang Yuehua before leaving. After receiving a smile and a gift from Tyren, Shueku shares the news about him with her brother, Qian Rinxue, proudly recounting her achievement of melting the icy demeanor of a seemingly emotionless person. In Chapter 140, Qian Rinxue pays a visit. Shueku has made an unusual friend at the Moon Pavilion and, with the help of her friends, has managed to change this friend, which she eagerly shares with her brother. Qian Rinxue has been impersonating Xue Qinghe for many years, acting cautiously and meticulously, always wearing a mask in front of others. Historically, imperial families lack familial affection, and the Tiando royal family is no exception. After replacing Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue engages in a power struggle with other princes, ultimately using the influence of the spirit hall behind her to eliminate two princes who pose a threat to her claim to the throne. Initially, she intended to eradicate any threats completely, including the last remaining prince, Xue Beng, but after losing two sons, the Snow Knight Emperor has heightened protections around his remaining children. Xue Beng appears to be an aimless, carefree individual, prompting Prince Xue Xing to protect him as well. Noticing that Xue Beng poses no significant threat to her status, Qian Rinxue decides against killing him, considering it would not benefit her and could raise suspicion, especially as she does not wish to provoke the Snow Knight Emperor. Through these struggles, Qian Rinxue has grown emotionally distant from the other members of the Tiando royal family, but she finds herself quite fond of Xueku, a naive and pure-hearted girl. Despite her maturity and cunning, Qian Rinxue is still fundamentally a girl at heart, and in many ways, she is a good person. For years, while playing the role of Xue Qinghe, she has not abused her status for malicious deeds. Instead, she has done many good deeds for the benefit of the people. Regardless of whether her altruism stems from her desire to maintain the reputation of Xue Qinghe, she has consistently engaged in good acts over the years. Xueku appreciates her kind, warm, and gentle brother, often sharing her private thoughts with him. When Xueku pulls Qian Rinxue into a conversation about the Moon Pavilion, Qian Rinxue initially thinks her sister has encountered something joyful to share or a problem to discuss. Thus, she listens with a smile that feels as refreshing as spring. However, as Xueku continues, Qian Rinxue's smile becomes somewhat rigid as she hears something unexpected. Xueku mentions Tairen, the very person she has been searching for but has not found. Qian Rinxue, as Xue Qinghe, is also a student at the Moon Pavilion, but she has already mastered the teachings there and is considered an exemplary student. Due to her involvement in the affairs of the Tiando Empire, Qian Rinxue hasn't attended the Moon Pavilion for a long time. Thus, her search for Tairen has been set aside. However, she never anticipated that Tairen, whom she had searched so diligently for, would now appear in the Moon Pavilion and become friends with her sister, Xueku. Upon learning this news, Qian Rinxue begins to strategize how to approach Tairen without arousing suspicion, while somewhat distractedly responding to Xueku. Xueku notices her brother's unusual demeanor and becomes displeased, stopping her excited storytelling and glaring at him. Realizing her mistake, Qian Rinxue quickly apologizes and encourages Xueku to continue. They talk about various things that have happened recently, and she shares a few amusing stories to coax a smile back onto Xueku's face. After sending her sister off, Qian Rinxue starts planning her approach to Tairen, considering various methods of contact, but none seem appropriate. Finally, she lightly taps her smooth forehead and chuckles at herself, muttering, "Am I really getting to the point where I need to plan out how to make friends with someone? There's no need for that at all." Resolving that she will personally visit the Moon Pavilion the next day to meet the man she has long sought, Qian Rinxue is destined to be disappointed, as Tairen will not be at the Moon Pavilion at that time. By the time Qian Rinxue arrives at the Moon Pavilion, Tairen will likely have already left the Tiando Imperial City with her grandfather. This is also because Qian Rinxue did not pay close attention to Xueku's words, as Xueku had clearly mentioned that Tairen could not attend class at the Moon Pavilion due to personal matters and will be taking a leave of absence for a while. The next day, Qian Rinxue sets aside her task for the day and goes to the Moon Pavilion with Xueku. Xueku thought that Qian Rinxue was especially taking time to accompany her today because she made her unhappy yesterday. Therefore, Xueku was very happy while drinking tea with Qian Rinxue on the carriage to Yuxian, chattering away with a youthful and vibrant smile that came from the heart. Such heartfelt smiles were highly infectious, and under Xueku's positive energy, Qian Rinxue's originally poor mood, caused by the ongoing rivalry with Prince Xue Xing, improved significantly, and a smile appeared on her face as well. When Qian Rinxue and Xueku arrived at Yuxian, the arrival of the Imperial Prince caused a stir, but it quickly settled down as all the students there knew that the Imperial Prince, Xue Qinghe, was a student of Yuxian and had met him before. Because of Prince Xue Qinghe's arrival, the master of Yuxian, Tang Yuehua, personally came out to greet him. Tang Yuehua bowed to Qian Rinxue, displaying a standard noble etiquette, and Qian Rinxue hurriedly returned the gesture, also following the proper etiquette. Tang Yuehua and Qian Rinxue exchanged greetings and small talk, with many students surrounding them. Qian Rinxue frowned slightly, not pleased with the students surrounding them idly. Tang Yuehua quickly picked up on Qian Rinxue's subtle expression and understood her meaning instantly. Knowing that Qian Rinxue's visit was not for studying, but for other matters, Tang Yuehua waved away the numerous students surrounding them, instructing them to go practice for the day's lessons. Then, Tang Yuehua took Qian Rinxue and Xue Ku upstairs, where they arrived at a private tea room. After inviting Qian Rinxue to sit down, Tang Yuehua began to brew tea for her. Chapter 141. Zhu Zhuqing Qian Rinxue quietly waited for Tang Yuehua to brew the tea, watching her perform the tea art gracefully, appreciating the beauty in her movements and feeling the special aura emanating from her. During this time, Xue Ku, unable to stand the silence, excused herself from her brother and teacher and ran out to find her friends. Originally feeling a bit anxious because she couldn't find the person she was looking for, Talon, among the students, her impatience calmed down under the influence of Tang Yuehua's tea art and aura. Qian Rinxue knew that her earlier impatience had been sensed by Tang Yuehua, which was why Tang Yuehua had brought her to the tea room for some close interaction to help her calm down. Once Tang Yuehua felt Qian Rinxue's anxious emotions settle, she poured tea for her and gently asked, "Your Highness, what brings you to Yuxian this time?" After taking a sip of the tea that Tang Yuehua just poured, Qian Rinxue smiled and replied, "Master Tang, you are being too polite, just call me Qinghe. I came to Yuxian to visit you, Master Tang. Things have been a bit hectic and chaotic lately, causing me some restlessness, so I wanted to come here to find some peace and calm my thoughts." Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's response, Tang Yuehua merely smiled and nodded. She naturally wouldn't take Qian Rinxue's words too seriously, but since she said so, it must be the reason. So, Tang Yuehua and Xue Qinghe quietly began to enjoy the tea in the tea room. After drinking 2 cups of tea, Qian Rinxue started to feel restless. After all, she had come to Yuxian with a purpose and couldn't just sit here drinking tea with Tang Yuehua all the time. After finishing a cup of tea, she casually asked while Tang Yuehua was pouring more tea for her, "Master Tang, I heard my sister Xue Ku say that you let her interact with a boy named Talon recently. Is he an interesting young man?" Tang Yuehua thought to herself when Qian Rinxue spoke, realizing that what she was about to say was indeed the purpose of her visit. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's question, Tang Yuehua understood her intentions. Knowing that Qian Rinxue's visit to Yuxian was for Talon, and being as smart as she was, Tang Yuehua understood what the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe, was here for, especially considering Talon's close ties with the military of the Heaven Do Empire. Realizing this, Tang Yuehua did not expose Qian Rinxue's intentions, but instead, with a gentle smile on her face, replied, "Are you referring to the grandson of Duke Dali, Talon? He did come to study here at Yuxian some time ago, but he asked for leave a couple of days ago." "Leave? How unfortunate. Do you happen to know what he took leave for, and when he will return to continue his classes?" "This is the first time I've seen Xue Ku so interested in a peer of the opposite sex. I want to see how excellent this person is that Xue Ku admires," Qian Rinxue said. After her first sentence, she instantly felt that her words were somewhat inappropriate, so she quickly redirected her inquiry about Talon under the guise of caring for Xue Ku. Tang Yuehua pretended not to see through Qian Rinxue's scheme and replied, based on what she knew, "I'm not sure about that. Talon has taken a long leave and mentioned some family matters when he left. I didn't want to pry into his privacy. As for when Talon will return to continue his classes, I truly cannot confirm that, so I can't answer your question, Your Highness. I hope you understand," Tang Yuehua said with an apologetic smile. Although Qian Rinxue felt somewhat disappointed by this outcome, her excellent self-control kept her from showing any unusual reactions. After enjoying some more tea with Tang Yuehua, Qian Rinxue decided to take her leave. She exchanged a few words with Xue Ku and chatted with a few other students who approached her, all while maintaining a refreshing smile. Afterward, she left Yuxian, with Tang Yuehua and several female students seeing her off. After leaving Yuxian, Qian Rinxue went straight back to her crown prince's residence and summoned the person in charge of finding and gathering information about Talon, demanding answers. The person in charge appeared somewhat nervous under Qian Rinxue's questioning, as he had not taken the task of searching for Talon seriously. After all, this task had been assigned by Qian Rinxue years ago, and after not finding any information on Talon for a year and a half, her interest in the task had waned, leading the person in charge to relax and focus on other tasks assigned by Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue did not make things difficult for the person in charge. She simply instructed him to quickly gather information about Talon, including Talon's recent activities and the reason for his leave from Yuxian. Gathering information would take time, and Qian Rinxue had other matters to attend to. Since Talon had postponed some things, and now that he couldn't be found, she decided to deal with the postponed matters instead of putting everything on hold for Talon. In the Xingluo Empire, Xingluo Imperial City, Zhu family. Zhu Zhiyun and her companions had returned from the small town outside, the starred Do Great Forest, to Xingluo Imperial City. And Zhu Zhiyun separated from the others to return home. In a small courtyard of the Zhu family, a girl who resembled Zhu Zhiyun by about 70%, but was clearly a few years younger, practiced her combat skills. The girl had the same nethercat martial soul as Zhu Zhiyun, with her ears transformed into cat ears. After activating her martial soul, she experienced a boost to her physical abilities and continued practicing her combat techniques, leaving scratch marks on the wooden training dummy in the courtyard. The girl didn't know how long she had been training. Her forehead was already dripping with sweat, and her custom-made, tight-fitting outfit was soaked. When the girl moved swiftly and attacked the wooden dummy, drops of sweat fell to the ground. After Zhu Zhiyun returned, she immediately went to the small courtyard where the girl was, only to see her frantically attacking the wooden dummy. The identity of this girl, who was training her combat skills without regard for her stamina, was obvious. She was Zhu Zhiyun's sister, Zhu Zhuqing, the fiancée of the second prince Dai Mubai of Xingluo, fighting for one of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Zhu Zhiyun looked at her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, who was sweating profusely in the small courtyard, feeling a mix of heartache, pride, and envy. Ultimately, her complex emotions turned into a sigh. Chapter 142. Sister Zhu Zhiyun's feelings for her sister Zhu Zhuqing were very complicated. Firstly, Zhu Zhiyun really liked her sister Zhu Zhuqing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have paid such a high price for Talon. Although Zhu Zhiyun didn't feel that she lost out during that night with Talon, when she knocked on Talon's door at night, she did so with the mindset of just treating it as if she had been taken advantage of. As for what happened afterward, Zhu Zhiyun couldn't have known before entering Talon's room, which shows how deep her feelings for Zhu Zhuqing were. Zhu Zhiyun also felt envy and blessings for her sister. Now, Zhu Zhiyun was bound to the great prince of the Xingluo Empire, Davis. She had already given her body to Davis, and her future was foreseeable, similar to that of her aunt and the female ancestors of the Zhu family. The experiences she would go through in this lifetime could already be seen clearly. Zhu Zhuqing's original fate should have been similar to Zhu Zhiyun's, but now it was different. Zhu Zhuqing had an older sister who loved her, was willing to sacrifice for her, and plan for her. Due to the experiences of her family's generations of legitimate daughters and her own experiences, Zhu Zhiyun understood the hardships of marrying into the royal family. Now, Zhu Zhiyun didn't want her sister Zhu Zhuqing to have the same fate as her. She placed her hopes for a free life and a good partner on her sister Zhu Zhuqing, wanting her sister to live freely, happily, and without worries. Watching her sister training hard in the courtyard, Zhu Zhiyun imagined the beautiful life her sister Zhu Zhuqing would have, empathizing with her sister's life. Unconsciously, a satisfied and happy smile appeared on Zhu Zhiyun's face. Zhu Zhuqing, who was fiercely attacking the wooden dummy in the courtyard, stopped, propped herself against the dummy, and breathed heavily. Sweat dripped from Zhu Zhuqing's face onto the blue stone floor of the courtyard, leaving a watermark. Suddenly, Zhu Zhiyun seemed to sense something, took a deep breath to calm herself, stood up straight, and looked towards the courtyard entrance. Zhu Zhuqing saw the person she expected. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard was her older sister, Zhu Zhiyun, with a mocking smile on her face, who was also her future rival. Zhu Zhuqing wiped the sweat from her face to prevent it from entering her eyes, straightened her back, and tried to stand taller and more imposing, doing her best to hide her embarrassment in front of Zhu Zhiyun. The two looked at each other, their faces bearing 7 parts resemblance, one with a sneer and the other with a fierce gaze, as if they had some deep-seated grudge against each other. Naturally, the one sneering was Zhu Zhiyun, who quickly changed her originally gentle smile to one full of mockery before Zhu Zhuqing could look away. If Talon were here, he would surely sigh, saying, with such acting skills, Zhu Zhiyun was born in the wrong world. Zhu Zhiyun, with a mocking expression and a sarcastic tone, said to her fiercely staring sister Zhu Zhuqing, "You've trained well, quite hardworking. But since you're my sister, and we're sisters, I still want to advise you. You don't need to be so harsh on yourself. It's meaningless. Because no matter how hard you try, after your useless fiancé Dai Mubai runs away, you have no chance in this competition. You might as well enjoy your current life, savor these last few years of freedom. After this competition for the imperial heir is over, perhaps I'll let you stay and not strip you of your soul power cultivation, allowing you to live out your remaining years peacefully. I will not give up." Zhu Zhuqing seemed not to hear Zhu Zhiyun's words, her gaze firmly fixed on Zhu Zhiyun as she declared her response. What? What did you just say? Zhu Zhiyun, unsure whether she truly didn't hear Zhu Zhuqing or was pretending not to, asked in return. "I said, I will not give up." Zhu Zhuqing shouted this with all the remaining strength in her body at the Zhu Zhuyun standing at the courtyard entrance. Cough a cough. Cough a ha. It was unclear if she had overexerted herself, but after shouting, Zhu Zhuqing's body, which had been trying to stand straight, suddenly slumped down, coughing violently, her face turning red. Seeing her sister Zhu Zhuqing cough violently and her face flushed, Zhu Zhiyun's mocking expression faded, replaced by concern and worry in her eyes. Unconsciously, her feet moved forward towards Zhu Zhuqing, but it seemed as if her foot had been burned by the blue stone floor of the courtyard. As she quickly retracted her step, Zhu Zhiyun nervously watched Zhu Zhuqing, paying close attention to her sister's condition. And only after Zhu Zhuqing stopped coughing and stood up again did Zhu Zhiyun's heart finally relax. Zhu Zhuqing wiped her mouth, clearing the tears caused by the violent coughing, and still looked at Zhu Zhiyun at the courtyard entrance with determination, speaking each word clearly. I will not give up. Seeing such a Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhiyun opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately closed it again. She lost interest in continuing the conversation with her sister, nodded, and turned to leave. After returning, Zhu Zhiyun didn't stop to see their parents and went straight to her sister Zhu Zhuqing. However, the two sisters exchanged only a few words before parting unhappily. Zhu Zhuqing watched her sister Zhu Zhiyun's departing figure, and as soon as Zhu Zhiyun's back was out of sight, the strength that Zhu Zhuqing had been holding on has suddenly vanished. Her legs went weak, and she slumped to the ground. At that moment, with no one else in the small courtyard, Zhu Zhuqing finally couldn't hold back her tears. She buried her little head in her arms and cried, her whole body shaking. Since awakening her martial soul and becoming aware, Zhu Zhuqing had known she had a fiancé, and that she and her sister Zhu Zhiyun would end up marrying different imperial princes, just like her aunts, following the tradition of the Xingluo Empire for cultivating heirs. They would compete, and from then on, she and her sister became rivals. Since then, her sister had not once smiled at her when they met, only offering cold mockery. Chapter 143, The Royal Conspiracy for Zhu Zhuqing. After becoming engaged to the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, Daimu Bai, the entire world underwent a tremendous change. Her once indifferent sister, who still cared for her, began to target her after she became the second prince's fiancée. Her once gentle elder brother also stopped playing with her. Her parents lost their previous warmth, although they tried their best to meet Zhu Zhuqing's requests. She could clearly feel the lack of their past affection toward her. After the engagement with Daimu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing felt as if the whole world around her had changed. At that time, she was still young and did not understand why, living in confusion every day. However, this confusion did not last long. As Zhu Zhuqing grew more sensible and received guidance from those sent by the Dai royal family to teach her. Being exceptionally intelligent, Zhu Zhuqing quickly understood the adult world's principles under their instruction. She realized the reasons behind her parents' and elder brother's cold attitude towards her, and learned that they had similar experiences after her sister Zhu Zhiyun became engaged to the empire's crown prince. This was the command of the Dai family of the Star Luo royal family, aimed at weakening the emotional ties of the future princess consort, the future crown princess, the queen, and the empress dowager towards the Zhu family. It was intended to ensure that the women from the Zhu family marrying into the Dai royal family would have little emotional connection to their parents and elder brother, and that they would feel no sense of belonging to the Zhu family. Only in this way could the imperial royal family truly let go. Otherwise, the empress dowager would be a Zhu family daughter, the queen would be a Zhu family daughter, and the crown princess would be a Zhu family daughter. If every generation's legitimate prince's mother were a Zhu family daughter, without control, the Zhu family's influence would expand infinitely, ultimately becoming unmanageable. However, due to the Zhu family's inherited martial soul, the Nethercat, which could form a martial soul fusion skill with the Dai family's inherited martial soul, the White Tiger, the Zhu family was indispensable to the Star Luo Empire's royal family. It was precisely for this reason that the far-sighted ancestors of the Dai family formulated the current plan for the sisters Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing. This plan was to make the Zhu family members themselves distance themselves from the legitimate daughters who were to marry the imperial princes. The direct teaching and guidance from the Star Luo royal family to the Zhu family's legitimate daughters who were engaged to the princes would intervene before their worldview was strongly formed, leaving a deep imprint of loyalty to the royal family and their fiancés in their hearts. This cultivation system ensured the stable succession of the Star Luo Empire's throne and effectively limited the expansion of the Zhu family's influence. Because the legitimate daughters of the Zhu family had little emotional connection to their own family, they naturally would not help their family expand. Zhu Zhiyun's situation was an exception, as she had her younger sister Zhu Zhuqing before her worldview was altered. Zhu Zhuqing also underwent the worldview indoctrination from the Star Luo royal family. And after experiencing her family's indifference, she, under the intentional guidance of the royal family's educators, became infatuated with her yet-to-meet fiancé, the second Prince Dai Mubai. After understanding everything she would face in the future and undergoing the worldview baptism, Zhu Zhuqing was ready to face the predetermined fate with her fiancé Dai Mubai. Under the pressure from the outside world, Zhu Zhuqing found her inner belief, striving to enhance her soul power cultivation and constantly honing her combat skills. Everything Zhu Zhuqing did was to prepare for the future battle of fate, and in that battle, she would give her all, even if she ultimately died in this confrontation. As long as she was with her fiancé Dai Mubai, all difficulties would not be difficulties. Zhu Zhuqing believed that her fiancé Dai Mubai would, like her, withstand the pressure from the outside world, continuously cultivate soul power, and refine combat skills to prepare for the final battle. This was what those who taught Zhu Zhuqing instilled in her. Having never met Dai Mubai, all her impressions and perceptions of him came from the educator's narratives. Therefore, the Dai Mubai that Zhu Zhuqing envisioned was not the real Dai Mubai, but rather a somewhat perfect version crafted by these people. This haloed impression of her fiancé was shattered one day, a year ago, by her sister Zhu Zhiyan. Zhu Zhuqing still vividly remembers that it was a sunny afternoon when she had just learned some new combat skills under a teacher's guidance, and had spent the entire afternoon mastering them. Zhu Zhuqing was very happy to have learned new combat techniques, as they made her stronger and brought her a step closer to defeating her sister in the future. However, that afternoon, her sister Zhu Zhiyun approached her with a smile, which momentarily stunned Zhu Zhuqing, leaving her puzzled by her sister's expression. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been happy about mastering the combat skills, also smiled. But then, Zhu Zhiyun's words caused Zhu Zhuqing's smile to freeze instantly. Her previously joyful mood turned cold and numb as if doused with ice water, leaving her wanting to cry, but unable to shed tears. Your fiancé Dai Mubai secretly left the Star Luo Empire a few days ago. In simple terms, your fiancé has run away, Zhu Zhiyun said to her smiling sister Zhu Zhuqing, delivering these heart-wrenching words. That afternoon, Zhu Zhuqing did not cry because she did not believe her sister Zhu Zhiyun's words, thinking it was another attempt to hurt her with words. One could only say that those sent by the Star Luo royal family to teach Zhu Zhuqing did an excellent job, imprinting a perfect image of her fiancé Dai Mubai in her heart, making her disbelieve her sister's words. After that afternoon, Zhu Zhuqing sought ways to find out information about her fiancé Dai Mubai. Although some people deliberately concealed the fact that Dai Mubai had left the Star Luo Empire alone, there is no wall that does not let the wind through, and Zhu Zhuqing still learned and verified this news. However, after confirming the accuracy of her sister's news, Zhu Zhuqing did not cry, did not collapse, and did not give up. Instead, she began to train even harder. Zhu Zhuqing's training over the next year was different from before. Previously, she trained with goals and aspirations, but now she immersed herself in training to forget reality. Throughout that year, Zhu Zhuqing remained strong and did not cry, even when sitting alone on her bed at night, cultivating her soul power. Chapter 144. Coma. After learning of her fiancé Dai Mubai's elopement, Zhu Zhuqing's sister Zhu Zhiyan would come to find her every so often, each time bringing news about Dai Mubai. Of course, the news Zhu Zhiyan brought was never good. It was always about how Dai Mubai was indulging in a life of debauchery, how he was changing brides every night. These pieces of news were not things Zhu Zhuqing had investigated herself, but rather what she heard from her fiancé Dai Mubai's brother, Davis. Davis was still quite concerned about his younger brother, who had run away. The Dai family of the Star Luo Empire had been passed down for so many years. And naturally, there have been instances where younger princes defeated older princes to ultimately gain the right to the throne. Davis would certainly be wary that Dai Mubai had intentionally left the Star Luo Empire to seize the opportunity to immerse himself in cultivation away from the power struggles of Star Luo City, striving to accumulate strength to eventually defeat his older brother. After Dai Mubai left the Star Luo Empire, Davis kept a close watch on his every move until he confirmed that Dai Mubai had truly chosen to indulge himself and wanted to enjoy his last moments of freedom before the duel. Only then did Davis feel relieved. Upon receiving news about Dai Mubai from Davis, Zhu Zhuyan was furious, knowing that Dai Mubai was outside the empire, living a debauched life. Meanwhile, she compared this with her younger sister Zhu Zhuqing, who was diligently practicing her combat skills and tirelessly cultivating her soul power at night without rest. The more Zhu Jian thought about it, the angrier she became. In this special situation, she decided to help her sister escape the Star Luo Empire and break free from her predetermined fate. Thus, Zhu Jian repeatedly informed her sister Zhu Zhuqing of the true situation regarding Dai Mubai, hoping to awaken her sister and make her lose faith in him. When the time was right, she would help Zhu Zhuqing flee the Star Luo Empire and hide. However, Zhu Jian did not expect that the more she did and said this, the harder Zhu Zhuqing trained and the less she spoke. Zhu Jian thought this would spur her sister on, so she continued to share news about Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing worked hard and diligently for a year, while Zhu Jian continued to mock, criticize, and sow discord for a year. But even the strongest person has their breaking point, let alone someone like Zhu Zhuqing, a young girl who was just a bit more mature. After a grueling training session, drenched in sweat and feeling weak, she finally broke down after enduring a year of her sister's verbal blows. Zhu Jian, unaware of her sister's collapse, hurried back from the Stardow Forest to see Zhu Zhuqing first, suppressing her joy and excitement. And as usual, she spoke to Zhu Zhuqing in a way that would bring her down. After completing this motivational task, she saw that her sister's mood was similar to before, still defiant and steadfast. So, she left without thinking much more. However, after she left, Zhu Zhuqing finally broke down, like a small cat abandoned by its owner. She curled up and cried. Zhu Zhuqing cried for an unknown amount of time until she became tired, curling up into a small ball and falling asleep on the ground. After Zhu Jian left her sister's small courtyard, she went to pay her respects to her father and mother, as usual, chatted with her father about her recent experiences, and then took her leave. Of course, Zhu Jian would not tell her father everything about her trip with Davis, but would hide some things that could not be disclosed, such as the night she knocked on Talon's door. When Zhu Jian was leaving her father's room, she saw her older brother, Zhu Songting, at the door, but they merely smiled and greeted each other. Zhu Jian stepped aside to let her brother enter first, only to find that her brother did the same. The two siblings were momentarily taken aback, exchanged knowing nods, and then passed each other. Zhu Songting and Zhu Jian were born just minutes apart, making them a pair of fraternal twins, and they grew up together. Before Zhu Jian was engaged to Davis, she had a very good relationship with her brother. However, after Zhu Jian awakened her martial soul and became the fiancée of the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, the royal family began to educate her. And especially after they both matured, they stopped playing together. The twins who grew up together were thus separated for cultivation, with Zhu Jian being taught by the royal family, while Zhu Songting trained alongside their older brother, Zhu Songhua. Nevertheless, since Zhu Jian and Zhu Songting grew up together, they still had a bond due to their similar ages. Unlike their older brother Zhu Songhua and Zhu Jian, or Zhu Songting and Zhu Zhuqing, who had a larger age gap and had already been educated to understand the family survival strategies, they instinctively kept their distance from their sister, who might become the future empress. After leaving her father's small courtyard, Zhu Jian returned to her own small courtyard, dismissed her maids, and once alone in her room, she finally removed the mask from her face, revealing a genuine smile of happiness. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, who had fallen asleep in her small courtyard, had accumulated mental fatigue from replacing sleep with meditation and training, which finally erupted at that moment. After crying and falling asleep, Zhu Zhuqing lost track of time and slept from the afternoon until sunset. It is worth mentioning that nobody noticed Zhu Zhuqing sleeping in the courtyard. Her maids had been instructed by her not to disturb her during training. If there were people around, Zhu Zhuqing felt uncomfortable and found it hard to execute her combat moves, which is understandable since everyone needs a private environment. Additionally, Zhu Zhuqing had always been somewhat cold and serious, spending her days training hard without much laughter or playtime, so she had no friends her age who would come to play with her. Therefore, it was only when it was time for dinner that her maid came to call her, a discovered Zhu Zhuqing curled up on the stone floor in the courtyard, having slept the afternoon away. It was quite a joke that in the large Zhu residence, their young lady was found sleeping on the ground in the courtyard for an entire afternoon. Chapter 145. The invitation. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing sleeping on the stone floor in the courtyard, her maid felt a rush of panic, and her eyes turned red. She hurried over to help Zhu Zhuqing up, but upon seeing the tear stains on her delicate face and her swollen eyes, she couldn't help but burst into tears. This maid, a few years older than Zhu Zhuqing, had watched her grow up, so their relationship was very close. The maid wanted to lift Zhu Zhuqing in her arms, but as soon as she touched her, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes alertly. Although still a bit dazed, she was very vigilant. "Miss, you're awake. Let me help you up. What happened? Why are you sleeping in the courtyard?" The maid asked anxiously while helping Zhu Zhuqing up, and adjusting her clothes. Zhu Zhuqing was still a bit dazed when helped up, but quickly regained her senses upon hearing the maid's question. She looked around at her surroundings and the sky. Then instead of answering the maid, she asked, "What time is it now?" "Miss, it's already the hour of the rooster. Usually, you would have finished training and started dinner by now. I prepared dinner and waited for a long time, but when you didn't come, I came to look for you in the courtyard," the maid replied, while helping Zhu Zhuqing tidy up her clothes. "The hour of the rooster? Then it's time for dinner. I must have trained too hard today and fell asleep. Don't worry about tidying me up. I'm going to eat dinner now. After that, I'll take a bath and change out of these clothes," Zhu Zhuqing said, stopping the maid from helping her with her clothes. Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the dining table, where a sumptuous dinner had already been prepared. The meal mainly consisted of meat from century-old soul beasts, which was the most suitable food for a level 19 soul master like Zhu Zhuqing. The meat from century-old soul beasts contained a portion of easily absorbable soul power, which could assist soul masters in their cultivation. Although the effect of century-old soul beast meat on soul power cultivation was not the best for soul masters, it was still quite good. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was the legitimate daughter of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire, and the fiancée of the second prince of the Dai family from the Star Luo royal family. The supply of century-old soul beast meat and other cultivation resources would not be lacking. It was easy to imagine that if Zhu Zhuqing did not have sufficient cultivation resources, with her innate level 7 soul power, she could not possibly have surpassed Ning Rongrong in soul power when she enrolled in Shrek Academy, despite being younger and having lower talent than Ning Rongrong. Although Zhu Zhuqing had to bear pressure, her mature mindset and personal goals led her to work hard on her soul power cultivation, while Ning Rongrong was carefree about her own cultivation. However, it cannot be denied that Zhu Zhuqing certainly had ample cultivation resources during her time in the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. This time, Zhu Zhuqing chose to eat foods rich in soul power for dinner, and it was only after she filled herself to the point of being unable to eat more that she silently left the table. The maid standing nearby, who was serving Zhu Zhuqing, attempted to say something a few times but was ultimately silenced by Zhu Zhuqing's determined gaze. After returning to her room and bathing with the maid's assistance, Zhu Zhuqing got into bed. However, instead of lying down to sleep, she sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate her soul power with her eyes closed. After her recent emotional outburst, Zhu Zhuqing did not choose to give up. Instead, she opted to continue her efforts in cultivation over the past year. Of course, there were changes as well. Zhu Zhuqing became more diligent and hardworking in her subsequent training. The Zhu sisters of the Star Luo Empire returned to a normal life. Just like the past year, elder sister Zhu Zhiyun carried out the plan she had agreed upon with Tailong, constantly trying to undermine her younger sister Zhu Zhuqing, while Zhu Zhuqing silently devoted herself to her cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Douluo Empire, Tailong entered the Eye of Ice and Fire for cultivation, while Titan and Tainuo began preparations for Tailong's wedding in the outside world. Having already postponed once, this delay extended over 3 years. During these 3 years, the strength of the Four Spirits sect continually increased, and its influence grew further. The families engaged to Tailong became quite eager upon witnessing the development of the Four Spirits sect and the expansion of the Li family. Therefore, after the wedding date was confirmed, Tailong's fiancée's family was already somewhat impatient. This time, with Tailong's position confirmed, there would be no repeat of the previous disappearance. Tailong and Tainuo decided to take substantial action regarding Tailong's marriage. They also planned to hold a wedding for Anna and Amy, whom Tailong had brought back from the city of slaughter, ensuring that the two women would not lack status and would not follow Tailong without any recognition. After all, both women were powerful soul saints. Titan was very satisfied with the Amy and Anna brought back by Tailong. Not only were they strong, but their figures also indicated they were good for childbearing. Titan was no longer content with just having a granddaughter. He now wanted a great-grandson. It was somewhat embarrassing that both Amy and Anna were soul saints, while Tailong's father Tainuo and mother Yongban Huang were only soul emperors at this time. Therefore, Tainuo felt somewhat embarrassed when facing the two women to greet them. The news of the wedding of the grandson of the formidable title Duo Titan spread, and all forces with good relations with the Four Spirit sect received invitations, knowing that Tailong was getting married and that he was marrying multiple brides. Tailong's wedding news reached Duguyen, who had grown up alongside Tailong, as she received the invitation delivered to her home. Upon hearing this news, Duguyen felt a mix of emotions and expressionlessly opened the invitation, which listed the names of the new spouses. After seeing the names written on the invitation, Duguyen felt a chill and angrily threw the invitation aside, cursing, "That shameless gorilla, bah! That heartless scoundrel." The invitation thrown on the floor listed the names of the groom and brides, with the groom's side appearing normal, containing only Tailong's name. However, the bride's side had an excessive number of names. Chapter 146, 7 people. The invitation for Tailong's wedding included quite a few names on the bride's side. Soul Saint Amy Merkel, Soul Saint Anna, Level 69, Soul Emperor Katrina. This batch of brides was brought out by Tailong from the city of Slaughter. As for why Katrina was on the bride's list, it was a long story. In short, Tailong made a mistake that all men might make. Imagine a woman with an enchanting figure, a stunning face, yet wearing a seductive expression. How could Tailong withstand the temptation when such a woman stealthily climbed into his bed at night? It wasn't that Tailong was too flirtatious. Rather, Katrina was too alluring. No one could resist. Of course, the list of brides on Tailong's invitation would not only include those sisters he brought back from the city of Slaughter, but also those who had been his fiancée before he entered the city of Slaughter: Gu Ruolin, Ning Shuejuan, Caroline A.I. Hung, and Jiangzhu. These 4 brides were all a few years older than Tailong, but nearly 10 years younger than Katrina and the others. Just a couple of days ago, the 4 Jiangzhu girls were still studying at the Advanced Soul Master Academy, but now they had all gone through the procedures to withdraw from school. After all, after holding a wedding with Tailong, their identities would change to that of married women. From then on, they would become the wives of the Four Spirit sect and the Li family. After this change in status, these girls could not be as carefree as before. Even if they could continue their studies at the academy, they would have to consciously maintain distance from other males. However, in the world of Douluo Continent, due to the existence of the cultivation system, the restrictions on women were not very harsh. In this world, there was no opposition to men having multiple wives, and there were also many forms of monogamous unions. There were even cases of polyandry, as long as the women wielded strong power. As long as they were happy and did not care about gossip, they could have multiple men if they wished. Therefore, regardless of the world, society tends to be more lenient towards men regarding sexual matters. After taking a glance at Tailong's wedding invitation and throwing it on the ground, Duguyen angrily began to curse Tailong. What a heartless scoundrel, a big liar, a cold-hearted wolf. Honestly, Duguyen was unsure of her own feelings for Tailong. After all, from age 6 to 12, Tailong had vanished for 3 years. In the 3 years since then, Duguyen had lived without Tailong's companionship. From 12 to 15, the years when a girl begins to develop feelings, Tailong disappeared during that time. It wouldn't be accurate to say that Duguyen has no feelings for Tailong. After all, it was Tailong who accompanied her during the 6 years from age 6 to 12. Although in the earlier years of those 6, Duguyen didn't understand matters of love. Tailong did. While he didn't have any inappropriate thoughts about the little girl Duguyen at that time, he also didn't intend to let her go when they grew up. In Tailong's mature understanding, he had already planted his image in Duguyen's heart. If it weren't for some unknown stimulus that caused Tailong to go to the city of Slaughter for training later on, he might have stayed by Duguyen's side for another 3 years, and who knows, he might have already taken her completely. If Tailong had been a bit less cautious, he might have made Dugubo a grandfather a bit earlier. So even though Duguyen knew that Tailong was already engaged and had the glorious mission of revitalizing the Li family and improving their martial souls, she truly didn't expect Tailong to marry so many wives at once. 1 groom, 7 brides. Tailong was getting married to 7 wives this time. Therefore, when Duguyen received Tailong's wedding invitation, her feelings were quite complicated. She tossed aside the wedding invitation and angrily scolded Tailong, continuing until she felt a bit tired from the ranting, although she still muttered something under her breath. What Duguyen didn't know was that her grandfather, Dugubo, was closely monitoring her situation. When he saw Duguyen simply throw Tailong's wedding invitation on the ground and start cursing him, Dugubo breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that Duguyen's reaction indicated that his words had reached her heart. She no longer had much feeling for that brat Tailong. However, Dugubo was mistaken. Duguyen's reaction actually showed that she still had feelings for Tailong, which was why she was so angry and cursing him. Duguyen wasn't the only one furious at Tailong. After the news broke that he was marrying 7 wives, those students he had forcibly connected with during their training at the junior and intermediate Soul Master Academies were also cursing him for being inhumane. Additionally, the classmates, friends, admirers, and pursuers of Tailong's 4 fiancées also felt extremely jealous upon hearing this news, their eyes probably turning red with envy. As for how these people found out about Tailong marrying 7 wives, it's simply human nature to gossip. Many students received the news of Tailong's marriage from their families, and after the initial shock, envy, and jealousy wore off, They felt compelled to share this sensational news with their friends, eager to see their reactions of shock and envy. Thus, the news of Tailong from the Four Spirits sect and elite family, who once dominated the junior and intermediate Soul Master Academies in Heavendo City, suddenly reappearing after 3 years and preparing to marry 7 wives caused quite a stir. After all, Tailong had made a name for himself in Heavendo City, advancing from the first year of the Junior Soul Master Academy to the 6th year of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy at such a young age. His remarkable achievements created quite a wave at that time. It can be said that all the students from the same era as Tailong experienced the Tailong era. Of course, the news about Tailong marrying 7 wives also brought him some trouble, but this trouble didn't come from external influences. Rather, it stemmed from internal dissent. Chapter 147. Spirit Hall. The disturbances and attention caused by Tailong's marriage weren't very significant. After all, people were merely talking among themselves and sharing their opinions with friends. However, no one stood up to oppose Tailong's marriage to 7 wives. The dissent actually came from the 7 brides who were to marry Tailong. Although the 4 fiancés Tailong had long decided on were somewhat unhappy about him marrying so many wives, they didn't have the courage to oppose it. The ones who truly had objections were the 3 wives Tailong brought back from the city of slaughter. One could understand their feelings. Anna and Amy were both Soul Sage level powerhouses, and even Katrina was a level 69 Soul Emperor. Who knows when she might break through to level 70 and become another Soul Sage. This was a Soul Sage after all. How many commoners could produce a Soul Master qualified for cultivation? And how many of those qualified could actually become Soul Sages? Soul Sages can uphold a Soul Master family, and their rank is valued by any major Soul Master power. Thus, in the Douluo Continent, a Soul Master's rank represents status and honor. When Amy, Anna, and Katrina learned that they would be marrying Tailong along with 6 other women, especially under the scrutiny of many in Heavendo City, their pride wouldn't allow them to treat themselves lightly. As a result, Anna, Amy, and Katrina were the first to voice their opposition to this marriage. Tenno, who was responsible for organizing the wedding, felt that this way of holding the wedding was indeed a bit inappropriate. After consulting with Tailong's other fiancés, he thought it best to modify the arrangement of the wedding. Tenno then discussed with his wife Yongban Huang, and, after coming up with a plan, consulted with his father, Titan. Ultimately, Tenno devised a new wedding plan for Tailong, which he then presented to the brides, Amy, Anna, Katrina, and others. Though they weren't fully satisfied with the new wedding plan, it was the best solution they could come up with at this stage. After all, the news of Tailong's marriage had already spread, and it was too late to cancel the wedding and make adjustments. As for the new wedding plan that Tenno came up with, it wasn't complicated. One might even say it was quite simple. Tenno thought, since Tailong's brides didn't want to marry him all together, why not let each bride have a separate wedding with him? Of course, that would mean it couldn't just be one wedding, so Tenno decided to split Tailong's wedding into 7 separate ceremonies. Each time, Tailong would marry one bride, and he would be the groom for 7 consecutive days. Thus, unbeknownst to Tailong, he was already being arranged to be the leading man in 7 weddings, fulfilling a dream of many men to be the groom for 7 days in a row and experience the dreams of different brides. As for what Tailong was doing now, he was still diligently cultivating his soul power at the Eye of Ice and Fire, trying to dive deeper into its depths and continuously refining his halberd technique. Tailong was hidden deep in the desolate sunset soul beast forest, so he still had no idea that his marriage had stirred up a storm in the outside world. Some old established powers, far from the Tiendo Empire, have been paying attention to the emerging force of the Four Spirits sect and received somewhat inexplicable news from their intelligence personnel. It is suspected that Talon, the heir of the Force family and a future successor of the Four Spirits sect, will hold a soul power ceremony today, featuring 7 women, 3 of whom belong to powerful factions and have unknown identities. Similar pieces of information have been placed on the desks of those responsible for monitoring the Four Spirits sect. These officials, upon seeing the reports from their intelligence personnel, began to analyze the underlying information with a sense of confusion. 3 suspected Soul Saint-level fiancés, along with 4 other young girls being associated with Talon, contains intricate information worth delving into. This is what most of those who received news about Talon's marriage were thinking. Among those interested in Talon's news are a few who shouldn't have paid attention to him, namely, several individuals from the Spirit Hall. After returning to Spirit City, Hu Laina and Xiegu from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall began gathering information about Talon. When Yin saw Hu Laina collecting information on a stranger, she inexplicably joined the effort to gather information on Talon. Hu Laina and Xie conducted a thorough analysis of the intelligence they collected on Talon and discovered discrepancies from what Zhu Douluo had said. Talon was not older than 18, as Zhu Douluo claimed, but rather younger than 15. Furthermore, Talon had not publicly demonstrated his strength by fighting or revealing his soul rings for many years. The news regarding Talon's encounter with the people of the Star Luo Empire outside the Stardo Forest has been sealed. This was a mutual decision between Titan and the Star Luo Empire. Titan primarily wanted to prevent Talon's strength from becoming widely known, while the Star Luo Empire was mainly concerned about losing face. However, as the collection of information on Talon continued, the image of him in Hu Laina's mind gradually became three-dimensional and richer. As Hu Laina pieced together Talon's character model bit by bit, her interest in him increased. On the other side, in the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall, a graceful and noble-looking Pope Bibi Dong, exuding a strong aura of authority, was reviewing a report when she suddenly snorted coldly, causing the paper detailing the information to shatter under her overwhelming soul power. The information was about Talon's marriage and contained the same details Hu Laina had seen. However, the feelings evoked by the information were different depending on who was reading it. Hu Laina was gradually becoming interested in Talon, as many young beauties who lacked suitors would naturally be drawn to a man like him. In contrast, Bibi Dong's feelings towards Talon were one of disgust. Unlike Hu Laina, she was a woman with experience who had been abandoned before. As for Bibi Dong's mood, it is not worth mentioning. There will likely be no intersection between her and Talon in the near future. Moreover, Bibi Dong never liked the Four Spirits sect, and as the future heir of the Four Spirits sect, Talon would naturally not be favored by her, only increasing her disdain for him. In the Tiando Empire, at the prince's mansion, Qian Renxue, disguised as the prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, also received the wedding invitation for Talon's marriage. She felt no particular emotion about Talon marrying 7 wives. If anything, she was relieved and happy. With Talon getting married, she would definitely see him at the wedding. Making a good impression on Talon during this encounter would make it easier to build a relationship with him in the future. Therefore, Qian Renxue was now considering what kind of wedding gift to prepare for Talon, something that would leave a deep and positive impression. First impressions are indeed very important. Preparing a wedding gift was easy, but finding one that would impress and endear itself to him seemed somewhat challenging. After pondering for a while, Qian Renxue still couldn't think of anything impressive to offer. She flipped through Talon's information and personality analysis, hoping to gift something tailored to his preferences. However, the papers detailing Talon's information and personality analysis had been reviewed multiple times. Eventually, Qian Renxue sighed and placed Talon's documents on the table. This gift was hard to choose. Feeling a bit anxious, Qian Renxue pinched her tightly furrowed brow. She understood Talon's personality weaknesses based on the information she had. From the intelligence she possessed, Talon, with his remarkable background and extraordinary talent, had never lacked resources for cultivation or gold soul coins since childhood. Especially after his grandfather Titan broke through to become a titled Doa and co-founded the Four Spirits sect with several old friends, Talon's status had risen significantly. Therefore, he lacked material possessions. However, Talon's personality flaw was evident, a common weakness shared by all-powerful beast martial soul possessors on Douluo Continent. He was lecherous. This point was also noted in Talon's personality analysis report, so Qian Renxue was aware of his weakness for women. Under normal circumstances, Qian Renxue might have considered using beauty to attract Talon to build rapport with him. Of course, she wouldn't personally put herself in such a position. Regardless of her public identity as the prince of the Tiando Empire or her secret identity as the heir of the Spirit Hall, it would be quite simple to gather a few beautiful women to serve her. Therefore, the idea of using beauty to entice Talon had long occurred to her. In fact, not long ago, the prince's mansion had specially sought out several beautiful maidens to serve as attendants. The intention was to entertain Talon when he visited the prince's mansion and, of course, to maintain her reputation as the Tiando Empire's prince. After all, as the heir to the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe couldn't be without a princess or concubines, and it wouldn't do to have no beautiful maidens attending to him in his own mansion. Qian Renxue had originally planned well, thinking to use these various beauties to win over Talon. If Talon were to develop feelings for any of these women, as long as one took root, then Talon, the heir of the Four Spirits sect, would be tied to her, the Tiando Empire's prince. In that case, the Four Spirits sect wouldn't be able to play the balancing act between herself and Prince Xue Xing as they did now. However, No matter how well Qian Rinchue's plan was devised, it couldn't keep up with the rapid changes in Talon's situation, now that Talon was getting married. Even though rumors about his marriage had circulated for years, Qian Rinchue had not taken him seriously. In her understanding, a 15-year-old Talon was at an age when a young man should focus on cultivation and hard work. Normally, a talented youth like Talon would not be marrying at such a young age and should be striving to improve at the best Soul Master Academy. But Talon was not a typical prodigy. He had been neglected by his father, Tailong, and abandoned by his grandfather, Titan. Additionally, Talon's martial soul had evolved into the powerful beast martial soul Zhuyan, based on the legacy martial soul of the Force family, the mighty gorilla. So Tyren, the new generation heir, assigned the important task of inheriting the family's improved martial soul and taking over the family head position, was arranged by Titan. Moreover, with Tyren's current cultivation level of level 68 Soul Emperor, he is capable of being a senior teacher in the best Advanced Soul Master Academy in the Heaven Do Empire. Therefore, the Advanced Soul Master Academy no longer provides much help for Tyren's cultivation. Now that Tyren is married, Qian Rinchue can't just send a gift at his wedding that caters to his tastes. Can she? Not to mention whether Tyren would accept a beautiful maid sent by Qian Rinchue at his own wedding. But Qian Rinchue's current identity makes it completely impossible for her to do so. If she dared to do that, the gossip would be enough to ruin her. So now Qian Rinchue is worried about what gift to give at Tyren's wedding. She can't give money or beauty, the two most tempting things, so she can only give another thing that attracts soul masters the most. Qian Rinchue understands what she should give Tyren as a wedding gift: a soul bone. Qian Rinchue's current public identity is the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shuqinghe, and there are still a few soul bones in the treasury of the crown prince's mansion. Although the soul bones stored in the treasury aren't very old, they are more than enough as a wedding gift for Tyren. Without further ado, Qian Rinchue went directly to the treasury of the crown prince's mansion, and after the guards opened the treasury door, she walked in. This one will do, the left arm soul bone of the swift-winged demon wolf, aged 7,000 years. After hesitating among several soul bones, Qian Rinchue chose the left arm soul bone of the swift-winged demon wolf, which is over 7,000 years old. She then wrapped the soul bone and placed it in her storage soul guide to take it out of the treasury. Using the soul bone as a wedding gift for Tyren, it must be said that Qian Rinchue is quite generous. Although it's just a 7,000-year-old soul bone, if it were auctioned, it could fetch hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. On the other side, Tailong, who prepared the new wedding invitations, is ready to distribute them again. However, what Qian Rinchue didn't know was that due to the opposition of the brides, Tailong, Tyren's father, and the overall planner and person in charge of the wedding, has restructured the wedding plans. Now, Tyren's wedding is no longer a single event, but is divided into 7 separate ceremonies held over 7 days. Naturally, 7 weddings mean 7 gifts. So, how to present the soul bone gift that Qian Rinchue has prepared becomes a big problem. If not handled well, she might not only fail to build a good relationship with Tyren, but also fall into a conflict with him due to this soul bone. Not long after Qian Rinchue prepared the wedding gift for Tyren, someone sent by Tailong arrived with new wedding invitations. After a while, Qian Rinchue sat in the reception room with 7 copies of Tyren's wedding invitation, somewhat speechless. It's not that Qian Rinchue hasn't seen the world, but getting 7 wives at once for a wedding is one thing. Now, they're actually going to hold weddings for 7 consecutive days, with Tyren marrying 7 new brides separately. It's a total of 7 weddings. It's not just Qian Rinchue who has gained insight from receiving Tailong's 7 invitations. The families that have good relations with the Li family, Tailong's friends over the years, and the allies of the Four Spirit sect. After receiving the 7 invitations, everyone has many things they want to say, but don't know how to express, ultimately only able to exclaim, "Goodness, what an eye-opener." However, despite the complaints, everyone happily accepted the 7 invitations, and not a single person went to the Li family residence to ask Tailong how this grand plan was arranged. As time flies by in busy preparations, the date of Tyren's wedding quickly approaches. The Li family has been quite busy during this time, organizing the courtyard and preparing wedding supplies. With 3 days left until Tyren's wedding, all preparations have been completed. The wedding dresses for the 7 brides and Tyren's 7 groom outfits are ready, so everything is set except for the groom. As for why 7 groom outfits are prepared for Tyren, it's naturally because the groom outfits need to match the bride's dresses. Now, Titan, under the guidance of Douluo, along with 2 titled Douluos, has come to the Sunset Soul Beast Forest to find Tyren. Tyren has been cultivating in the ice and fire Yangyi, using the spring water there for a month. achieving a new breakthrough in soul power and is now at level 69 Soul Emperor, just like Katarina. Not only that, but Tyron also discovered that while cultivating in the ice and fire Yang, the energy from the spring water could enhance his body. The energy contained in the spring water comes from the ice and fire dragon kings, specifically the dragon blood of the two dragon kings. Therefore, Tyron, soaking for a long time in the spring water, can be considered a unique form of bathing in dragon blood for body refinement. Furthermore, although the energy in the spring water is violent, it also contains life force. While in the depths of the ice and fire Yang, Tyron uses special techniques to absorb and refine the violent energy in the spring water, conducting a deeper level of body refinement with the energy full of violent power. One could say that the effect of the ice and fire Yang on Tyron is roughly equivalent to the special cultivation environment with great pressure and abundant energy supply during the Sea God's trial in the original work. Moreover, while cultivating in the ice and fire Yang, Tyron can also refine the strength of his body. Titan and Douluo both entered the medicinal garden of the ice and fire Yang, and then Titan released his spiritual power to search for Tyron's whereabouts. What's going on? Where's that kid Tyron? Titan's title, low-level, spiritual power instantly covered the entire medicinal garden of the ice and fire Yang. But he found no trace of Tyron, so he questioned Douluo beside him. Yes, not here? That's impossible. Don't worry, let me take a look. Douluo replied to Titan's question, and then also released his spiritual power to investigate. Likewise, Douluo did not find Tyron in the vast medicinal garden of the ice and fire Yang, but he did discover Tyron's trace. Douluo detected Tyron's clothes and storage soul guide left by the spring pool of the ice and fire Yang, and instantly guessed where Tyron had gone. Found him. Your grandson is in that spring water. Douluo patted Titan and pointed to the location of the spring pool in the ice and fire Yang. Titan and Douluo arrived at the edge of the spring pool and saw Tyron's clothes and storage soul guide left there. Upon seeing Tyron's clothes and storage soul guide, Titan understood that his grandson Tyron had entered the spring water of the ice and fire Yang. Initially, Titan was puzzled about why Tyron entered the ice and fire Yang to cultivate. He thought Tyron would be cultivating by the spring water, utilizing the abundant energy emanating from the ice and fire Yang. Unexpectedly, my grandson Tailong is a man of his word. He said he would enter the eye of ice and fire to cultivate, and he really did enter the eye of ice and fire to cultivate. Titan and Douluo now know that Tailong is cultivating in the eye of ice and fire, and they are not in a hurry. So they entered the small wooden house beside the spring of the eye of ice and fire to wait for Tailong to come out. At this moment, Tailong is deep in the water of the eye of ice and fire, 730 fathoms down. Sitting naked in a stone cave, he opened up in the stone wall at that depth, meditating and cultivating. Tailong is directly absorbing the violent energy from the spring water of the eye of ice and fire, reminiscent of the bloody scene of evil cultivators practicing their dark arts. Tailong is still unaware that his wedding has been arranged, and he will be the groom for 7 consecutive days in 3 days. At more than 700 fathoms underwater in the eye of ice and fire, Tailong has no idea how much time has passed. While meditating and absorbing the violent energy, Tailong opens his eyes. This time his cultivation has ended. Tailong swims out of the stone cave where he was meditating and begins to swim towards the surface of the eye of ice and fire. During his ascent, Tailong also searches the stone walls for dragon scale fragments and bones. Over the past month, Tailong has found several pieces of bones and dragon scale fragments from the stone walls he has already searched. Therefore, every time he finishes his underwater cultivation, he carefully searches the stone walls on his way up to the surface. Chapter 150. Departure. Tailong slowly ascends along the stone wall from the depths of the eye of ice and fire, when suddenly, he stops while grabbing the stone wall. Then, Tailong leans close to the wall, adjusts his position, finds a convenient spot to exert force, and then Tailong punches the wall. This punch relies purely on his physical strength, and his fist directly sinks into the stone wall that has been soaked in dragon blood spring water for countless years. The hardness of the wall seems fragile, like flour before Tailong's fist, which explores the wall. Then Tailong pulls his fist out of the wall and opens his clenched hand to transfer a piece of bone he was holding in his right hand to his left hand. Then Tailong continues to ascend along the wall. Tailong emerges from the surface of the eye of ice and fire, holding the newly found piece of bone as he reaches the shore. He places the bone on the ground and picks up the clothes he left by the shore to put them on. Ultai, that brat has come out. Douluo noticed Tailong as he surfaced from the Eye of Ice and Fire. After Tailong gets dressed, Douluo and Titan walk out of the small wooden house. Avoiding the time Tailong spent wandering around. Grandpa, Uncle Douluo, why are you here? Did something happen with the Zhuyin alliance? After putting on his clothes and picking up the storage soul guide and bone he left on the ground, Tailong sees Titan and Douluo walking out of the small wooden house. Tailong still does not know that Titan and Douluo came to take him out for his wedding, and he thinks it might be due to something that happened after the Zhuyin alliance split into the Zhuyin army and the Dark Alliance, which prompted his question. Titan waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, your subordinates have been very well behaved during this time, and the tasks you assigned have been carried out well. I'm here to take you out." Take me out? Grandpa, I think the environment here in the Eye of Ice and Fire suits me very well, especially when I was cultivating in the spring water of the Eye of Ice and Fire. The speed of my cultivation is unmatched by the outside world. I just broke through my soul power level recently, and I am now at level 69. I feel that I am not far from breaking through to level 70 and becoming a soul saint. So, Grandpa, I want to cultivate here for a while longer. Once I break through to level 70, we could go directly to hunt for the 7th soul ring. Tailong expresses his refusal to his grandfather's suggestion of leaving the Eye of Ice and Fire and explains his reasons for doing so. Your cultivation has broken through? That's quite important. However, you must come back with me for a few days. You can cultivate anytime. For now, put that aside. Your wedding has been prepared. Titan's face lit up with joy when he heard Tailong say he had made another breakthrough in his soul power. The smile on his face grew wider when he heard Tailong say he was close to breaking through to level 70 and becoming a soul saint. However, Titan still remembered that Tailong's wedding was already prepared, just waiting for the groom to return and get married. Married? Tailong was somewhat surprised to hear his grandfather say he was taking him away from the Eye of Ice and Fire for that reason. Tailong truly did not expect his grandfather to bring him back for his wedding. However, after the initial surprise, Tailong quickly reacted and understood what was going on. After all, calculating the time, it had been 9 years since his marriage was arranged. At that time, the bride was a few years older than him, and now it was indeed time for the wedding. After understanding the situation, Tailong nodded in agreement, prepared to tidy up and leave the Eye of Ice and Fire with Titan and Douluo. While cultivation is important, marriage is also a significant life event and should be taken seriously. Tailong quickly finished packing. He didn't have many things, just some daily necessities he left in the small wooden house. Tailong followed his grandfather Titan and Douluo out of the Eye of Ice and Fire, and without stopping, Titan directly led Tailong, with his clothes on his back, and flew out of the Sunset Soul Beast Forest. After Titan took Tailong out of the Sunset Soul Beast Forest, he set Tailong down, and then they all got into the carriage parked outside the forest. The carriage then set off towards the Four Spirits Sex residence. Before long, the group returned to the Four Spirits Sex residence, and Douluo parted ways with Titan and Tailong, who followed Titan back to the family residence. While Douluo left with a calm expression, his heart was already in turmoil. Although Douluo knew Tailong was exceptionally talented and his soul power improved quickly, he did not expect Tailong's soul power to have risen so fast. Now at 15 years old, Tailong is already a level 69 Soul Emperor, and it is clear that he has not yet felt the bottleneck in soul power cultivation. His soul power is still in a state of rapid growth. It is no wonder Douluo is surprised. He had originally overestimated Tailong's soul power. Douluo knew that 3 years ago, when Tailong disappeared, he had already broken through to Soul King and obtained his 5th soul ring. Now that Tailong has returned after 3 years, he was taken to the Star Doe Forest by Titan, and it goes without saying that it was to help Tailong obtain his 6th soul ring. Thus, Douluo believed that Tailong's current soul power should have just recently broken through to Soul Emperor, and in 3 years' time, he elevated from Soul King to Soul Emperor, which is already quite fast. Douluo's guess is correct. Tailong is indeed a Soul Emperor now, but not a newly ascended one. He is a level 69 Soul Emperor, just one level away from becoming a Soul Saint. Douluo recalled his own cultivation journey. It surely took Tailong less than 3 years to go from Soul King to Soul Emperor. Boldly predicting, he believed that Tailong would take about 3 years to transition from Soul King to Soul Saint. Douluo used. Even Douluo took no less than 3 years to cultivate from Soul Sect to Soul King. How can there be such a big gap? Douluo was somewhat stimulated by this. What made Douluo feel even more uncomfortable was the stark contrast between his granddaughter Dougian's cultivation level and Talon's. Dougian was now 16 years old and had only reached the 48th level of Soul Sect. At 16, Being at the 48th level of Soul Sect is undoubtedly a genius, but it depends on who you are comparing it to. P.S. Thanks to Dao Zun for the 2 monthly votes. In Chapter 151, Duguyan's 16 years and 48th level of soul power can now be said to be the first recognized genius of the younger generation in the Heaven Do Empire. However, to be honest, Duguyan's level of soul power is somewhat disappointing given the years Dugu Bo has spent nurturing her. The cultivation resources Dugu Bo currently has far exceed those of the original strong single man in the Douluo Continent. With the emergence of Yang Wudi, Dugu Bo has learned about the medicinal herb knowledge that breaks the family's inheritance. Now, Dugu Bo, together with Yang Wudi, has reasonably developed and utilized the immortal grasses and spiritual herbs around the ice and fiery Yang Eye, apart from the initial spiritual herbs developed to nurture mental strength. Dugu Bo and Yang Wudi have also developed many other spiritual herbs with various effects. The spiritual herbs used for cultivation include herbs that enhance the user's physical quality, herbs that increase the user's soul power cultivation speed, and herbs that calm the user's emotions. These herbs that assist soul masters in their cultivation have been gradually developed and created by Dugu Bo and Yang Wudi. As the main researcher and developer of these herbs, Duguyan is certainly supplied with them, but due to concerns about her lacking soul power, the supply might not be fully open, although the quantity will definitely not be small. However, now, under the supply of many auxiliary cultivation herbs, Duguyan's soul power level has only just reached the 48th level. For Duguyan, who has consumed immortal grasses to alter her cultivation talent, this is indeed a sign that she has not put in enough effort in her cultivation. On the other side, Talon returned to Titan's small courtyard with his grandfather. Just now, on the carriage, Titan had already explained to Talon the situation regarding his wedding and the planning and arrangements made by Tainua for Talon's wedding. When Talon heard Titan mention his father Tainua's planning for his wedding, his mood was similar to that of many others who received Talon's 7 wedding invitations. However, Talon's feelings were more complex than those of the others, as they were merely spectators and half-participants in this bizarre wedding planning, while Talon was the groom, the main character of this strange wedding. Talon was quite impressed with his father Tainua's planning and design abilities. If it weren't for the fact that this was his own wedding planning, Talon might have even praised Tainua's planning. Talon received the complete wedding plan, which stated that the first day would be the wedding of Talon and Anna. Anna was the strongest among the women in terms of soul power, and she was also the first to have a relationship with Talon, making her the first according to the rule of first come, first served. The second day was arranged for Talon and Amy's wedding. Amy was also at the Soul Saint level and, besides Anna, was the strongest among the women, being the second to share a room with Talon. The third was Catherine, who had the cultivation of a 69th level Soul Emperor, securing her the 3rd place. The selection of brides for the 4th to 6th days went through fierce competition, ultimately being arranged according to their ages over 3 years. All 3 brides were aristocrats from the Heaven Do Empire and were all legitimate daughters of their families, fighting fiercely for their future status in their husband's family. The bride on the 7th day was naturally the commoner Jiang Zhu, who had no major family support behind her. Given Jiang Zhu's calm and tranquil nature, she willingly took on the role of the smallest bride, thus becoming the 7th. The reason why the women placed such importance on the order of their weddings was, of course, for their future family status. Essentially, the ranking of Talon's future wives would also reflect the order of this wedding. Talon himself didn't particularly like this phenomenon, as it seemed to divide his wives into classes, playing some sort of sisterly hierarchy. However, since it had already been decided, Talon had no objection to it. With his wedding already arranged, Talon had no intention of changing it, so he shifted his focus back to his companions. In Talon's small courtyard hall, Talon carefully took out some items from his storage soul guide. Titan initially didn't pay much attention, but after Talon placed those scales and broken bones on the table, he casually released his mental power to scan them while drinking tea. What is this? A divine dragon? After Titan's mental power covered the scales and bones, he sensed an incredibly powerful pressure. Although the pressure contained in these broken bones and scales was not very strong, Titan quickly realized that this pressure surpassed that of a title Douluo. The pressure exceeding the title Douluo level naturally made Titan understand what it represented. It was the level of a god. These broken bones and scales contained the pressure of a god, which indicated that they came from a beast god. The dragon might contained within clearly indicated that these scales and bones were from a divine dragon. Grandpa, these dragon scales and bones were found by me from the ice and fiery Yang Eye. They have other effects. Talon said, while demonstrating the effects of the broken bones to Titan. He held one piece of Ice Dragon King's bone and one piece of Fire Dragon King's bone in his hands, injecting soul power into both. As Talon continuously infused his soul power, one ice blue and one fire red glow lit up from the bones in his hands, creating extreme temperatures that began to affect the surrounding environment. Titan quietly watched Talon's demonstration of the bones' effects, and upon sensing the changes in the dragon bones, his eyes began to shine. As a divine craftsman, Titan instantly understood Talon's intention for showing him these items after witnessing the effects of the dragon bones and scales. At the same time, Titan began to calculate in his mind how to reasonably utilize these dragon bones and scales. While continuously infusing soul power into the dragon bones in his hands, Talon said to Titan, "Grandpa, as for the high temperature and extreme cold you see, I won't say much about that. The weight of these dragon bones increases continuously as I infuse soul power into them. Once a dragon bone is filled with soul power, its weight will increase to more than 10 times its original weight. I want to use these dragon bones and scales to craft a set of powerful weaponry. Using dragon bones as the main material to create a Fong Tianhua halberd, and using dragon scales as the main material to forge a full body armor." P.S. Thanks to Radamon for the monthly vote. In Chapter 152, Weapons and Armor, Talon planned how to use these dragon scales and bones, and shared his design for forging the Fong Tianhua halberd with Titan, seeking his help in crafting the weapon. Although Talon has been forging iron for many years, he understands his own level of craftsmanship. Currently, Talon's forging skills can barely be considered that of a seasoned blacksmith. He has not undergone any blacksmith assessments, primarily because he never intended to become a blacksmith in the first place. After years of forging, Talon can now create some 1,000 forging weapons and manufacture powerful crossbows. However, he knows that to fully utilize the dragon bones and dragon scales for forging weapons and armor, his forging level is not sufficient to use these materials within the next 10 years. Therefore, Talon needs the help of his grandfather Titan. He sketches out his ideas and plans for the weapons and expresses his needs regarding their functions. Then, Talon just needs to ignite the forge and maintain the appropriate temperature while watching his grandfather Titan perform the forging. Finally, Talon will complete the last step by using the weapon after it has been forged and quenched. With a bit of help from his grandfather Titan, Talon can successfully forge the halberd he designed. After listening to his grandson Talon's requirements for the weapon, Titan furrows his brow and ponders for a moment before saying to Talon, "Little Long, your idea is somewhat feasible. You want a halberd primarily made of dragon bones. But you must understand that meeting your design requirements is quite challenging. As you mentioned, these dragon bones have both ice and fire attributes, and when infused with soul power, they emit high temperatures and extreme cold according to their respective attributes. But how can you ensure that the soul power travels through the halberd shaft and then transfers the temperature to the dragon bones at the tip and the 2 ears of the halberd? Of course, if I forge it, I can solve the issue of transferring soul power. However, I don't know of any hard metal that can withstand the alternating destruction of ice and fire energies for an extended period. Talon knows that such forging requirements are somewhat difficult, but he really wants to forge a halberd that meets his expectations. However, Talon understands that if he cannot resolve the alternating impacts of ice and fire energy on a halberd, he will have to modify his design. Just as Talon is deep in thought for a solution, his eyes suddenly light up as he looks at the dragon scales placed aside. "Grandpa, I think I know of something that can withstand the continuous impacts of ice and fire energies," Talon says uncertainly to Titan. "What is it?" Titan asks curiously. "Well, it's this, something of the same level as dragon bones, and not only is it hard, but it can also isolate the impacts of those ice and fire energy from other metals." Talon picks up a piece of dragon scale and gestures to Titan. Titan does not yet know the utility of these dragon scales, but since his grandson Talon has mentioned it, he decides to take a look at their effectiveness. Seeing Titan nodding for him to demonstrate the utility of the dragon scales, Talon begins to infuse soul power into the ice attribute dragon scale in his hand. As he continuously infuses soul power into the dragon scale, an ice blue glow lights up on it. However, this time the dragon scale, which emits an ice blue glow, does not release the terrifying low temperature like the dragon bones do. Although the temperature of the dragon scale begins to drop, it remains within an acceptable range and does not cause any damage to the metal due to the extremely low temperature. After demonstrating the utility of the ice attribute dragon scale, Talon picks up a fire attribute dragon scale to demonstrate to Titan. The effect is similar to that of the ice attribute dragon scale, except that the low temperature is replaced by high temperature, and the ice blue glow turns into a crimson red glow. Once Talon finishes his demonstration, Titan almost understands the utility of these dragon scales and dragon bones. He then inquires about some of Talon's new weapon and armor requirements, and this topic comes to a close. Talon's design for the halberd has many requirements, but he does not have any special requests for the new armor. If Talon has any requirements for the armor, it is that he wants the new armor to be more imposing. After discussing Talon's new weapon and armor forging, they begin to deliberate on the future development and reputation of the Four Spirits sect. Titan has already discussed this with several other titled Daluos in the Four Spirits sect, and is now just seeking Talon's opinion. Little Long, I discussed with your Grandpa Dugu and Grandpa Yang, and we believe the best way to raise the reputation of our Four Spirits sect is to have our high-level Soul Master Academy participate in the next continent-wide high-level Soul Master competition. I wonder if you are interested in joining our Four Spirits high-level Soul Master Academy to lead the team to participate in the continent-wide high-level Soul Master competition. Titan says to Talon in an inquiring and negotiating tone, "Me? You want me to participate in the continent-wide high-level Soul Master competition? Grandpa, are you sure you are not joking?" Talon replies skeptically, wondering if he misheard, and asks his grandfather Titan to confirm. "I'm not joking. I'm just asking if you're interested in participating. Even if you don't want to participate, it's no problem. We can let Yin Yin enter the Four Spirits Academy to lead the team instead." Titan assures Talon and tells him not to worry too much about this matter. "Grandpa, I think there's no need for me to participate in this continent-wide high-level Soul Master competition. It's not that I lack interest. I just feel that if I participate, it might be a bit unfair. There's still over 4 years until the next continent-wide high-level Soul Master competition, and I am already a level 69 Soul Emperor. Moreover, if my cultivation progresses without any accidents, it might be a bit difficult to become a Soul Douluo in 4 years, but becoming a high-level Soul Saint is definitely possible. You know my situation, Grandpa. My combat power far exceeds that of other Soul Masters of the same level." Chapter 153. Competition. With my current high-level Soul Emperor cultivation, I can already defeat a strong attack-type White Tiger Soul Saint head-on. I don't know how strong my combat power will be when I reach high-level Soul Saint. So, Grandpa, do you think I have the need to participate in the next continent-wide high-level Soul Master competition? Those little guys with a maximum of Soul King cultivation, I can already defeat them without using my martial soul. I don't feel like I have the need to participate in the continent-wide high-level Soul Master competition. Talon seriously analyzes his reasons for not participating to Titan. In summary, the reasoning is the same. It's not that he doesn't want to participate, but because his own strength is too strong, participating would disrupt the balance of the Soul Master competition. It's definitely not because Talon is somewhat timid or afraid of going to the Martial Soul Hall stronghold, Martial Soul City, and thus not wanting to participate in the continent-wide high-level Soul Master competition. This can't be blamed on Talon being cowardly. It's simply because the current Four Spirits sect is somewhat at odds with the Martial Soul Hall, and Talon fears that if he goes to Martial Soul City, it might be a one-way trip. It's not that Talon is boosting the Martial Soul Hall's prestige while undermining his own Four Spirits sect. It's just that the gap between the current Four Spirits sect and the Martial Soul Hall is still too large. Due to certain reasons, the Four Spirits sect currently has only 5 title Dalu, but it does have more than 10 advanced Soul Dalu. The cultivation levels of these advanced Soul Dalu are generally above level 86, and with just one immortal herb from the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, there is a high chance of producing another title Dalu. However, the Four Spirits sect cannot do this at the moment. Maintaining internal stability within the sect is one aspect, but it is not the main reason. These more than 10 advanced Soul Dalu are central members of the 4 major single attribute families, and their loyalty to their families and the sect is unquestionable. Although there may be issues of power struggles, this is a problem that every major force cannot avoid. The decision not to provide these high-level Soul Dalu with immortal herbs to assist in breaking through to title Dalu is the result of careful analysis by the 5 title Dalu of the Four Spirits sect based on the current environmental situation. The Four Spirits sect is currently allied with the Heaven Do Empire, has a good relationship with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and maintains a decent relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, exchanging gifts and invitations during festive occasions or joyous events. Although the personnel of the Four Spirits sect seem to be quite good, it is mainly because the sect does not pose any threat to the major forces. While the Four Spirits sect has 5 title Dalu with considerable strength, they're all low-level title Dalu, and there isn't even a single super Dalu at level 95. Therefore, they do not pose a threat to neighboring forces, allowing for peaceful coexistence. If the Four Spirits sect suddenly revealed that it had more than 10 or 20 titled Douluo, then the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the Heaven Do Imperial family, as neighbors of the Four Spirits sect, would likely find it hard to eat or sleep. These forces might even unite to confront a Four Spirits sect with so many titled Douluo. Moreover, the Spirit Hall would not allow the strength of the Four Spirits sect to expand unchecked. Therefore, the current status of the Four Spirits sect can only accommodate 5 titled Douluo. Unless one of these 5 titled Douluo can break through to level 95 and become a Super Douluo. Only then can the Four Spirits sect truly have the capital to stand tall on the Douluo Continent and become a top force. At the level of titled Douluo, the gap between each level of cultivation is significant, especially level 95, which is the watershed that separates ordinary titled Douluo from Super Douluo. Talon's recent remarks were serious. But Titan could still see the real reason behind Talon's refusal to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Titan had watched Talon grow up and was very clear about his character, so he didn't need to guess why Talon refused. So Titan said to Talon, "Little Long, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me explain to you why I hope you will participate in the next Soul Master competition." The Continental High-Level Soul Master competition gathers the attention of all Soul Masters across the Douluo Continent when it is held, especially the teams that perform outstandingly and become champions. The names of their captains and main members will spread throughout the Douluo Continent. This is a great opportunity to enhance your reputation. Moreover, if you become the champion and your name spreads throughout the Douluo Continent, countless young Academy Soul Masters will admire you. Don't you want to see if these admirers can become your believers and help you gain belief power? Titan expressed his reasons for wanting Talon to participate in the Soul Master competition. One has to say that this old fox is quite clever. Titan was able to think of using a Soul Master competition to help Talon collect belief power. After hearing his grandfather Titan's words, Talon was somewhat moved. The method of allowing people to learn and cultivate the Zhu Yin visualization method to gain belief power during their cultivation process seemed far less efficient compared to this direct method of inspiring admiration. Although the conditions were tempting and could greatly accelerate the speed at which Talon collects belief power, he still could not verify whether this method could indeed collect belief power. Therefore, Talon did not want to take the risk of participating in the Soul Master competition. "Grandpa, I'll be honest with you. The reason I don't want to participate in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master competition is that I'm worried about entering the Spirit City. I don't think that after I showcase my strength and talent, the Spirit Hall would let me leave the Spirit City alive, so I don't want to go." Talon laid his cards on the table, expressing his concerns about participating in the Soul Master competition. "Ha ha ha, Little Long, you can rest assured about this. I've already considered this aspect. There's still more than 4 years left, and with the help of those spirit herbs, our old fellows will definitely improve further. Your grandfather Douluo is already a titled Douluo at level 93 and won't take long to break through to level 94. 4 years is not without the opportunity to challenge level 95 Super Douluo. You know your grandfather Douluo's capabilities. Once he breaks through to Super Douluo, it will not be a problem to wipe out the civilians and low-level soul masters of the entire Spirit City. By then, let me and your grandfather Douluo accompany you to the Spirit City for the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. You just need to unleash your full potential." After hearing his grandfather Titan's words, Talon understood that his grandfather was trying to help him collect belief power. Although he did not know if this could actually gather belief power, it was still a method, seeing that his grandfather was planning for him. And thinking about the destructive power that Douluo would have when he fully unleashed his abilities, Talon felt that if he went with a level 95 Douluo, he could indeed participate. So Talon said to Titan, "Grandpa, with that being said, I can go, but there's still 4 years left. So let us see the situation and decide then. I've been a bit tired from cultivating at the ice and fire yin yang, so you can go ahead and take care of your matters. I'll head back first." After saying goodbye to his grandfather Titan, Talon left. Talon left the dragon bones and dragon scales he had taken from the ice and fire yin yang with Titan, who had already agreed to help him forge weapons and armor. During this time, Titan planned to collect some materials for Talon's weapon and armor forging while busy with Talon's wedding arrangements. When Talon happily returned to his small courtyard, he found that Anna and Amy were not there. They must have gone out. Catherine usually stayed at the Dark Alliance's base, and during this time, both Anna and Amy were there as well. After entering the courtyard, Talon saw Xiaoxua, who was trimming the flowers and plants. Seeing the graceful Xiaoxua bent over, focused on her task, Talon suddenly had an idea and quietly approached her. Talon silently walked up behind Xiaoxue and suddenly hugged her slender waist, lifting the bent-over Xiaoxue off the ground. Ah, woo woo woo. Xiaoxue, startled by Talon's sudden embrace, let out a scream. Sister Xiaoxue, don't scream. It's me. Not only was Xiaoxue frightened, but Talon was also startled by her high-pitched scream. Worried about being heard by others, Talon quickly covered Xiaoxue's mouth. Whoa, I'll let go right now. Talon miraculously understood the meaning behind the muffled sounds coming from Xiaoxue, who had her mouth covered. Young master, what are you doing? You scared me. Xiaoxue said somewhat irritably to Talon, while tidying her somewhat messy hair. I just wanted to joke around with you. Who knew you'd react so strongly? Talon explained innocently. By the way, Xiaoxue, I'm a bit hungry and craving something. I've been in the secret place, cultivating for so long. I definitely want to have a good feast this time. And then, Talon gave Xiaoxue a meaningful look. Xiaoxue listened seriously to what Talon was saying, and after seeing that last meaningful look, she felt her body heat up and her legs go a bit weak. Okay, young master, I'll go instruct the kitchen to prepare something, and I'll also call Xiaowen back, Xiaoxue said, blushing before turning to leave the courtyard. Xiaowen was also one of Talon's maids, but unlike Xiaoxue, she didn't start off as Talon's maid. She joined later. Xiaoxue was the first maid to follow Talon and had practically grown up with him. Among the few maids who initially followed Talon, only Xiaoxue remained by his side now. The other maids, like Xiaoxue, were also Talon's mentors. During the 3 years that Talon was away from the family, the other maids either requested to be transferred or got married. In short, only Xiaoxue remained with Talon, so his feelings for her were different. Talon sat by the stone table in the courtyard, seemingly lost in thought, but in reality, he was practicing control over his soul power. Due to a long period of refining his body with violent energy and nourishing the meridians of his soul power, Talon's soul power circulated very well within him. Although he appeared calm now, he was actually controlling his soul power to form a thin membrane covering his body, which was roughly equivalent to the protective energy seen in martial arts novels. Talon had just developed this method of soul power control and hadn't yet tried the effects of this pure soul power condensation. After trying for a while and realizing something, Talon thought about using soul power combined with mental power to levitate objects. So, he decided to give a shot. With his soul power wrapped around the stone table in front of him, Talon used his mental power to manipulate the table. It wasn't difficult. Under his control, the stone table slowly lifted off the ground, defying gravity. Encouraged by this, Talon wondered if he could try wrapping himself in soul power and lifting off the ground. Wouldn't this be mastering the skills of a titled Douluo in advance? Talon immediately released his control of the stone table, extended an arm to catch it as it fell, and placed it back down. Then he began to use his mental power to guide the soul power to wrap around his body. In the end, Talon failed. No matter the reason, he just couldn't lift himself off the ground while wrapped in his own soul power. Perhaps that was just the rule that one cannot lift oneself from the ground. Just as Talon was about to continue his great scientific experiment, Xiaoxue entered with Xiaowen and a few other maids, carrying several food boxes. Talon's enhanced sense of smell allowed him to detect the enticing aroma of food even from boxes. Gulp Talon couldn't help but swallow. Having gone over a month without meat, he was indeed a bit out of control. Xiaoxue, just place it on this stone table. The weather is nice today. Let's eat in the courtyard. Talon stood up and called out to Xiaoxue, who was heading inside with the others, signaling them to place the food on the stone table. All right, young master. Xiaoxue stopped her steps and brought the others to the stone table beside Talon, opening the food boxes and arranging plates of delicious dishes that emitted enticing aromas on the table. The maids worked quickly, and before long, the stone table was filled to the brim, with even 2 boxes still having no place to go. Each dish was generously portioned and contained high-quality ingredients rich in energy. Xiaoxue served a bowl of rice to Talon, who was already eager to dig in. Chapter 154, Hungry. Chapter 155. Stumbling escape, Talon took the bowl of rice from Xiaoxue and received the chopstick from Xiaowen with his other hand. Xiaoxue skillfully rolled up Talon's sleeves and poured a cup of cool tea, placing it by his side. This treatment, which could only be enjoyed by the wealthy during feudal society, Talon had initially felt awkward about, but he had now come to accept it calmly. Of course, Talon wasn't someone who indulged purely in comfort and enjoyment. He could enjoy the service of beautiful maids while also enduring a month-long diet of dry rations and jerky for cultivation. But when he could enjoy, who would willingly suffer? After the dishes were set up, The other maids were dismissed by Xiaoxue, leaving only Xiaoxue and Xiaowen behind. Xiaoxue, Xiaowen, you both sit down and eat with me, Talon said after taking a bite of some braised meat from an unknown soul beast and swallowing it down with a mouthful of rice. All right, young master. Xiaoxue responded to Talon's invitation, understanding his personality and temperament, and did not decline, sitting down right next to him. After sitting down, Xiaoxue noticed that Xiaowen was still hesitating, so she gave her a look that meant sit down, listen to the young master. Xiaowen received and understood Xiaoxue's gaze, and after a moment of hesitation, she cautiously sat down next to Talon. It's worth mentioning that this maid named Xiaowen was the one who helped Talon experiment with whether the Zhu Yin visualization method could allow someone without soul master cultivation talent to cultivate at Titan's place. After Xiaowen successfully attempted the Zhu Yin visualization method taught by Talon, she was sent to Talon's side at Titan's insistence. Talon was focused on the delicious food in front of him and didn't notice the interaction between the two maids. Even if he did, he didn't mind. Young master, try this dish. Xiaoxue, sitting beside Talon, picked up her chopsticks to serve him a dish and urged him to taste it, while she herself did not eat. Talon accepted the dish with his bowl of rice and took a bite, nodding, it tastes good. This is the meat of a metal-skinned cow. I haven't had it in a long time. Upon hearing Talon's affirmation, a hint of joy flashed in Xiaoxue's eyes, and she slightly pursed her lips with a hint of red, indicating that Talon's approval made her very happy. Xiaowen, observing, also began to serve Talon food, and thus Talon's meal was completed under the service of the two beautiful maids, Xiaoxue and Xiaowen. Under Talon's urging, Xiaoxue and Xiaowen also ate some dishes, but the two didn't eat much. The food Talon had was specially prepared by the kitchen, and the energy contained in the dishes was too much for Xiaoxue and Xiaowen, who hadn't cultivated much. Talon picked up the last rib from the plate at the back, sending it into the air with a crunching sound. He raised his beer-filled glass and drank it all in one go, then let out a satisfied sigh, feeling refreshed from the feast. After Talon finished his meal, Xiaoxue and Xiaowen stood up to clean the somewhat messy stone table, putting the dishes Talon had emptied into a nearby food box. Talon watched this scene with great interest, looking like a wealthy young master. He gazed at Xiaowen and Xiaoxue's graceful figures, and after a while, he stood up and said to the two women, Sister Xiaoxue, Sister Xiaowen, I'll wait for you in my room. After saying this, Talon disregarded the two women's flushed faces due to his words, patted Xiaoxue's beautiful backside that had lifted up while she was bending over to clean, and then ran into the room before Xiaoxue could react. When Xiaoxue finally came to her senses after Talon's surprise attack, ready to argue with him, she turned around only to find that the little rascal had already run away. Only Xiaoxue and Xiaowen were left by the dining table, and due to Talon's words before leaving, the atmosphere between them had become somewhat awkward. I. Both women sensed the awkwardness in the air and wanted to break the silence, but they both thought of the same thing and thus spoke simultaneously. When they saw each other start to speak and then pause, it had to be said that the tacit understanding between Xiaoxue and Xiaowen was quite good. However, both women stopped talking to wait for the other to continue, but since neither spoke, the atmosphere became even more uncomfortable. At this point, they no longer tried to change the awkward atmosphere and simply accelerated their movements in cleaning the dishes. As Xiaoxue and Xiaowen silently sped up their cleaning, they quickly finished tidying up the dining table. Then Xiaoxue called over a few maidservants to help take the items back to the kitchen and pulled Xiaowen to take a bath. Talon had already taken a shower in his room and was lying on the bed, eagerly reading a book while waiting for Xiaoxue and Xiaowen to arrive. Xiaoxue and Xiaowen did not keep Talon waiting long. After a brief wash, they opened Talon's room door and entered hand in hand. The following part is omitted as it contains 20,000 words of content. Amu's driving skills are not good, so these details will not be elaborated. Talon, Xiaoxue, and Xiaowen spent an afternoon filled with both pain and pleasure. Xiaowen and Xiaoxue felt the pain and pleasure, while Talon was mostly just focused on his own enjoyment. During the process of practicing shooting with the two women, Talon clearly realized how much his physical fitness had improved after more than a month of training in the ice and fire duel-eyes, especially in terms of endurance. Every time Talon descended into the ice and fire duel-eyes, he resisted the immense pressure and went down over 700 zhong. After completing each underwater training session, he would drag his exhausted and injured body back up along the stone wall while carefully searching it. In this way, Talon's physical endurance continuously strengthened through his repeated descents. After over a month of accumulation, Talon discovered the increase in his physical endurance only after trying it out with Xiaoxue and Xiaowen. However, it had made things a bit difficult for the two women. By the time evening came for dinner, Xiaoxue and Xiaowen left Talon's room with his help. But the two women refused Talon's invitation, not even having dinner with him. A bit unsteady on their feet, they supported each other as they fled Talon's courtyard. Seeing the two women like this, Talon felt that he might have gone a bit too far. After reflecting for a few seconds, he picked up his bowl and began to eat. Chapter 155. Stumbling Away. Chapter 156. Change of character. After Talon had heartily finished a bowl of rice, he slowed his eating pace. After an afternoon of physical labor, Talon indeed felt a bit hungry, and as he ate, he thought of Xiaowen and Xiaoxue, who were currently having some difficulties with their legs. So after some thought, Talon called over a maidservant standing by and said, "Go tell the kitchen to prepare some nutritious meals for Xiaoxue and Xiaowen and send them to their room." After receiving Talon's instructions, the maidservant left to carry out his orders. Talon watched the maidservant leave and nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he had completed a necessary task, which made him feel even better about his meal. After finishing a large feast all by himself, Talon left the dining table, walked around the courtyard a couple of times, and then, feeling inspired, took out his Fong Tian Hua Ji from his storage soul guide to practice his unique spear technique. Although Talon's current spear technique was based on the Family S inherited gun techniques, it was created with a little help from Yang Wudi and Talon's own efforts. The existence of this spear technique could be attributed to Talon's hard work. His combat experience and skills were the result of his efforts, and his proficiency in the Family S gun techniques was due to his diligent practice. Talon's effort to integrate the power and leverage techniques from the hammering method into a spear technique was also a result of his hard work. Seeking Yang Wudi's guidance was because of Talon's own excellence that Yang Wudi didn't refuse him, and Talon's excellence was still a result of his own efforts. Therefore, this exclusive spear technique was the fruit of Talon's labor. The Fong Tian Hua Ji in Talon's hand was 3 meters long. In the hands of this robust man, it felt like a wooden stick, despite the lack of armor or any specific movements. However, anyone could feel the strong sense of pressure emanating from Talon at this moment. Talon practiced his spear technique in the courtyard, but he did not unleash any destructive explosive moves. Rather, he took a nimble approach. The 3-meter-long Fong Tian Hua Ji, filled with a fierce aura, danced in Talon's hands as if it were a small wooden stick. Talon even used this fierce-looking spear to trim the flowers and grass in his courtyard. This is one of the advantages of the Fong Tian Hua Ji. As a heavy weapon, it can still be wielded in an incredibly versatile manner by a skilled user. Of course, Talon's current mastery of the spear technique had not reached that level, which was why he could wield this 3-meter-long spear with the ease of an ordinary person swinging a small wooden stick. The main reason for this was Talon's own strength, as the Fong Tian Hua Ji, weighing over 200 pounds, felt similar to an ordinary person swinging a 3-meter-long wooden stick in his hands. Whoosh, 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 the sound of slicing through the wind echoed in Talon's courtyard, and the source of the sound was naturally Talon, wielding the Fong Tian Hua Ji to trim the flowers and grass. "Xiaolong, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Just as Talon was trimming the plants, a graceful figure suddenly burst into the courtyard, joyfully calling out to Talon, who was wielding the Fong Tian Hua Ji. Hearing the familiar and pleasant voice, Talon stopped swinging the spear, put it away into his wrist-mounted storage soul guide, and turned to open his arms for the woman rushing in from outside the courtyard. Then, the woman with a graceful figure, like a swallow returning to its nest, pounced into Tyren's open arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and playfully biting his cheek. Tyren helplessly stroked the woman's head in his arms, pinched her charming face, and asked with a smile, "Sister Lena, how did you know I was back?" Indeed, the woman who was now clinging to Tyren like a koala was none other than the originally mature and alluring big sister, Catherine. Who would have thought that after Tyren brought Catherine out of the city of slaughter and they broke through that layer of relationship, the originally mature big sister Catherine suddenly disappeared, or rather, vanished from Tyren's sight. "Wait, little Long, what is that smell on you?" Catherine wrinkled her little nose as if she had caught a whiff of something, then leaned in closer to sniff Tyren, uncertainly asking him. Just as Tyren was marveling at the drastic change in Catherine, he was suddenly startled by her unexpected question. However, he quickly realized that he had nothing to fear. "Sister Lena, don't speak, let me guess." Tyren was just about to explain to Catherine, but she interrupted him. You smell like you just finished that kind of thing. There's a scent from that girl, Xiao Xue, and another scent that seems familiar, like I've smelled it somewhere before. Am I right? Catherine seemed to deduce the source of the scent on Tyron's body like a detective, then looked at him with a smug expression. Yes, your little fox nose is really sharp. I even took a shower. How could you still smell it? Tyron, seeing Catherine's playful demeanor, knew she wasn't jealous or anything. Perhaps this was the difference between the Douluo Continent and the world from his previous life. Of course, my nose is very keen. It's fine now. But once we hold the wedding, I will be able to smell every woman you come into contact with, so you better be careful. Catherine whispered in Tyron's ear while blowing warm breath, and finally, she playfully licked his ear with her little pink tongue. Piss, you really are a little fairy. Even after a whole afternoon of physical labor, Tyron found it hard to resist Catherine's teasing and unconsciously tightened his embrace around her. Giggling Catherine, feeling Tyron's subtle movements, let out a clear, bell-like laugh, then intentionally twisted in Tyron's arms to press her soft body closer to him, teasing him. Fairy. Tyron was indeed stirred up by Catherine's provocations and bit her cheek fiercely, carrying her towards the room. P.S. Thanks to Mr. T for the chapter ticket yesterday. Chapter 157. Tears glimmering. Tyron, ignited by the teasing of Catherine in his arms, rushed back to the room, tossing her delicate body onto the big bed. Wait, there's that familiar scent here, too. Catherine crossed her legs tightly, rolled over on the bed, and dodged Tyron, who had transformed into a werewolf pouncing on her. Wrinkling her little nose, she sniffed the room's scent and looked at Tyron unhappily. Tyron didn't want to answer Catherine's question and prepared to physically interrupt her wandering thoughts. So he didn't respond to her, just kept a hold of her while preparing to cast a spell. You little rascal, honestly tell me what this scent is. I won't tell anyone else, Catherine said alluringly, giving Tyron a flirtatious glance. This is no big deal. You've met her before. Next time you meet, just smell it and you'll know. For now, let us focus on the important matters. Tyron continued to brush her off. Who would be foolish enough to discuss this topic with Catherine now? Catherine rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction at Tyron's evasiveness, then suddenly seemed to think of something and broke into a mischievous smile. Catherine's smile narrowed her originally slightly elongated phoenix eyes into thin, fox-like eyes, and combined with her current mischievous grin, she looked just like a little fox eager to play tricks. Brother Long, I just want to know whose sin is on you. If you tell me whose it is, I'll agree to fulfill your request tonight and perform the martial soul possession. Is that okay? I won't do anything to her. I'm just a little curious. As she spoke, Catherine hugged Tyron, curling up in his arms and tightly wrapping one of his arms around her chest. His cough. Tyron coughed to cover up his embarrassment and pretended to reply seriously. I was trying to hide it from you. I already said you've met her, and since you still can't remember and insist on knowing, I'll tell you. But first, just to be clear, since you agreed to perform martial soul possession, you must keep your word and go all the way, not just like last time when you only possessed my ear. Tyron expressed his concerns and requirements to Catherine, ensuring that this little fox wouldn't go back on her word. Full possession. Fine, I agree. After a moment of hesitation, Catherine ultimately let her curiosity win out and agreed. Of course, it might also be that Catherine felt, since she had already decided to follow Tyron for the rest of her life, according to Tyron's character, if she didn't agree this time, he would ask for it again in the future. It was better to just agree now and satisfy Tyron this once. Seeing Catherine agree, joy flickered in Tyron's eyes, and he eagerly told her, It's that little girl, Xiaowen, whom my grandfather sent to my room to listen to. You've met her before. Oh, it's that little girl. I thought you found another woman outside. Since she's already in your room, then it's fine. Catherine loosened her hold on Tyron's arm, saying somewhat disappointedly. Catherine felt a mix of disappointment and relief. She hadn't expected it to be the maid Xiaowen, but being just a maid was fine, as it proved Tyron hadn't been fooling around outside. Seeing this scene, Tyron, not in a good mood, turned Catherine back to face him and pinched her cute little nose, saying, What are you thinking about every day? We're about to hold our wedding. How could I possibly bring back another woman from outside? I'm just worried. Both Sister Anna and Sister Amy are not young anymore. They're so many years older than you, and now you're about to marry 4 young and beautiful younger sisters. Catherine's voice grew increasingly aggrieved, and by the end, she even choked up, her big watery eyes blinking and shimmering, as if she were about to cry. This was, of course, because Catherine noticed Tyron's expression had softened and his emotions seemed to be fluctuating, as if he were worried about her feelings. So she turned her eyes and plotted to draw Tyron in. Talon was indeed fooled by Katerina's performance. He opened his arms and embraced Katerina's delicate figure, gently patting her back and softly saying, "Sister Lena, don't worry, I won't abandon you all. I, fa, he. While Talon was making his heartfelt promises, Katerina, held in his arms, couldn't help but laugh at his serious demeanor. It could be said that after Katerina's plan succeeded and she was emotionally embraced by Talon, she had been holding back her laughter. At first, she managed to contain it. But as Talon continued his heartfelt reassurances, she could no longer hold it in and burst out laughing. While laughing, Katerina patted Talon's strong back. And perhaps due to the intensity of her laughter, she even shed tears of joy from her eyes. Just when Talon was comforting the emotionally downcast beauty in his arms, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter that had been suppressed finally breaking free right next to his ear. His face darkened instantly. The laughter that rang in his ears was, of course, coming from the very beauty he was holding. Slap! Talon, with a dark expression, released his embrace and turned Katerina, who was curled up laughing, around, slapping her on the bottom. The slap made Katerina jiggle and produced a crisp sound. Katerina's laughter was momentarily halted by the slap, and her eyes quickly turned red, gazing at Talon with a hint of grievance. Her eyes, looking as if they could speak, seemed to be crying out, "Little fox, you are too much. I will never fall for it again." Talon, seeing Katerina's gaze soften slightly, suddenly remembered how she had just played him, and thus hardened his heart and gave her another slap on the bottom. After slapping her again, Talon pretended to be fierce and said, "Don't think you can fool me again. I won't fall for the same trick twice. P.S. Thanks to Daming One for the 2 monthly tickets." Chapter 158. Purple Tail. After Talon slapped Katerina's bottom for the second time, he carefully felt the sensation from just now, and to be honest, it felt quite nice. So Talon raised his hand again, eager to give it a few more slaps. That sensation was truly addictive. "Good brother, I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please let me off this time," Katerina exclaimed quickly, realizing Talon's intentions as he raised his hand again, and she hurriedly begged for mercy. While she pitifully pleaded, she also reached out to block him, one hand covering her perky bottom, while the other tugged at the sleeve of Talon's raised hand. Martial soul possession. At the same time, a strong wave of soul power emanated from Katerina, a 69th level soul emperor, as she instantly completed her martial soul possession. 2 fluffy purple fox ears replaced her originally delicate ears, and a layer of white fluff appeared on her originally slender and smooth palms. Meanwhile, a fluffy purple tail sprouted from her tailbone, instantly growing to over a foot long. The large tail swayed and brushed against Talon's raised hand. Gulp cough cough. After witnessing Katerina's antics, Talon couldn't help but swallow hard and let out a cough. "I tell you, even if you do this, I still have to educate you properly so you won't dare to fool me again." Talon tried to stabilize his somewhat excited emotions, speaking without reservation to Katerina. However, on the other hand, Talon's hands honestly reached out to grab Katerina's newly sprouted purple tail from her martial soul possession, eagerly playing with it. This wasn't the first time Talon had seen Katerina perform martial soul possession, nor was it the first time he had seen the tail that emerged afterward. However, this was the first time he could hold and play with Katerina's purple tail after he had been thinking about it for a while. In the past, when Talon wanted to touch the tail after her martial soul possession, Katerina always tried to delay him, finding ways to keep him from playing with it. Now, Talon thought he finally got to touch it, and he couldn't help but let out a satisfied breath. However, this time Talon was mistaken. Katerina didn't intend to tease him with the changes brought by her martial soul possession. Instead, she believed that the non-human characteristics brought by martial soul possession were not particularly appealing, especially during intimate moments. Katerina had never heard of anyone using martial soul possession to change their body shape during such activities. This was limited by her background. In the world of Douluo Continent, which had magical martial souls, there were many unusual ways of engaging in intimate activities for some people, but commoners didn't know much about it. Even in Talon's previous life, where martial soul possession didn't change body shapes, some people still strayed onto the path of becoming something else. And there were even factories specifically for creating such artificial body modifications. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need for such factories to exist. Therefore, when Talon first suggested that Katerina use martial soul possession during intimate activities, she refused. However, because she couldn't resist Talon's pleading, she reluctantly agreed to do a portion of martial soul possession. The last time, under Talon's request, Katerina performed a portion of martial soul possession and transformed her ears into fluffy fox ears. Even so, it made Talon more excited than usual. After that time, Katerina came to understand what kind of person Talon was and what he wanted to experience on her body. After playing with Katarina's purple foxtail for a while and satisfying his curiosity, Talon became dissatisfied with just playing with her tail. Rip-Snap Talon quickly took off his clothes and began to help remove Katarina's clothes. However, since some of Katarina's garments were indeed difficult to take off, Talon directly used his arms to forcefully tear apart the clothes that were hard to remove. This part is omitted 30,000 words. The next day, after a night of nurturing, Talon woke up early, feeling refreshed. He covered the tired and sleeping Katarina with a thin blanket and then began his daily morning training routine. After cleaning up and resolving his physiological needs, Talon followed the route of the innate guiding technique in his room, circulating his soul power for 3 full cycles. Then, after glancing at the still sleeping Katarina, he exited his room. Upon entering his small courtyard, Talon called over a maid and instructed, "Your young mistress is still asleep in her room. Go find someone to make some nourishing food in the kitchen. After it's done, bring it back and keep it warm in the small kitchen in the courtyard. Now wait by the room, ready to serve her well when she wakes up." After Tailong finished speaking, he touched his chest and took out a few gold soul coins from his storage soul guide, handing them to the maid. Ignoring her refusals, he directly stuffed them into her hands and finally instructed, "No need to decline. Just do well with what I've entrusted to you. This is what you deserve." After making this series of arrangements, Tailong strode out of his small courtyard, heading towards his family's grand martial arts arena. On his way to the arena, many people greeted Tailong, and he responded to each one. When facing close elders, he would even stop to bow and chat for a few moments. Tailong's Zhu Yin visualization method had now spread within the Li family, with nearly all members practicing the Zhu Yin visualization method, which focuses on Tailong's martial soul. Zhu Yin, coupled with Tailong's demonstrated talent and influence, he had gained significant popularity and prestige within the Li family, surpassing both his peers and members of his father's generation, almost catching up to the esteemed elders of his grandfather Titan's generation. The usual journey from Tailong's small courtyard to the martial arts arena took no more than 15 minutes, but this time it took him a full half hour. Chapter 159. The grand wedding on the 7th day, after spending half an hour on his journey and dealing with wave after wave of people. Tailong finally arrived at the Li family's martial arts arena. By the time he reached the arena, there were not many people left practicing their combat skills. Only a few young people were still sparring. Tailong knew this was due to his late arrival. The atmosphere in the Li family was currently very good, with many people coming to the family martial arts arena every day to hone their combat skills. Tailong glanced at the few people still practicing and noticed some unfamiliar faces. So he did not approach them to greet them, but instead walked alone to a corner of the arena. Tailong arrived at the place where he practiced archery, took out a large bow and a bag of arrows from his storage soul guide, and began practicing his archery skills. Whoosh, 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 Tai Long shot 3 bags of arrows into the air, and the target in front of him was already full of holes. Yet not a single arrow had struck the target. This was, of course, not because Tailong missed the target, but because the arrows he shot had directly pierced through it. After finishing his archery practice, Tailong put away the bow and arrows, then took out his halberd from the storage soul guide and began practicing his halberd techniques. This time, due to the spacious location, the halberd techniques he practiced were completely different from those he used yesterday in his small courtyard. Now, Tailong's moves were bold and expansive, focusing on powerful techniques such as heavy slashes, sweeping attacks, and pulls. After finishing his practice, Tailong headed back towards his small courtyard, being somewhat cautious along the way, afraid that a warm-hearted elder might stop him for a half-hour chat. This was one of the inconvenient aspects of the Li family, which was built on the bonds of blood relations. Every household was connected by kinship. While this certainly ensured the unity of the family, it also posed some unavoidable problems. After returning to his small courtyard that day, Tailong stayed inside without stepping out for 2 days, except when his grandfather Titan came to see him. On the 3rd day, however, Tailong could no longer hide in his small courtyard, as it was the first day of his 7-day wedding. With the help of Xiao Shui and Xiao Wan, Tailong dressed correctly. It must be said that the groom's attire prepared for this wedding was indeed somewhat troublesome to wear. Anna was the bride today, and since her family was not from here and she had been in the city of slaughter for many years, after coming out and only returning to see that her parents had passed away, she had no desire to reconnect with former family members. Thus, Anna was now staying at a hotel in Heavendo City, while Amy and Catherine served as bridesmaids from her family. This was the first day of the 7-day wedding. Although everything had been arranged, there were still some unexpected events as the day approached. After dragging on for an hour, When the sun was high at the hour of the dragon, Tailong finally set off with a large group of joyous wedding guests. On the other side, after Tailong and the wedding party set off, the wedding venue was also booked at a large hotel within Heavendo City. Guests began to arrive one after another, with some already starting to present gifts. The reason for holding Tailong's wedding at a hotel in Heavendo City was to prevent too many people from entering the Four Spirits sects and the Li family's residences. Both the Four Spirits sect and the Li family had some secrets that could not be disclosed to outsiders. So the wedding venue was placed within Heavendo City to facilitate guests coming to congratulate. On the other hand, the Li family also had to celebrate Tailong's wedding internally, with people from the Four Spirit sects, four great families, and the Zhu Yin alliance celebrating at the Li family's residence. Since it was not appropriate for outsiders to participate in the internal celebrations, they simply decided to hold Tailong's wedding banquet in two locations. Tailong and his group of wedding guests arrived at the hotel where Anna was staying. Those who followed Tailong to participate in the wedding were all family brothers of his generation, some of whom had even followed Tailong as children, calling him Big Brother. However, now these individuals had all grown up, and with Tailong having gone to the city of Slaughter for training, he had been away for 3 years. After returning, he had been busy with various matters, and just as he had settled down for a couple of days, he went off to cultivate at the Eye of Ice and Fire again. As a result, these childhood playmates of Tailong felt somewhat distant and not as close to him. But those who had witnessed Tailong's prowess and knew of his cultivation and strength held a deep respect for him. It is worth mentioning that in the world of Douluo Continent, there was no need for customs like blocking the door for drinks, giving red envelopes, or washing feet. These vulgarities. Thus, Tailong smoothly escorted the 3 ladies out. One was the bride today, and the other 2 were the bridesmaids for today's wedding. After the welcoming party received the bride Anna, the group headed towards the hotel where the wedding banquet would be held. As the wedding began, Tailong and Anna proceeded with the ceremony according to the wedding procedures, and there were no dramatic scenes like someone trying to snatch the bride. After the wedding ceremony was successfully completed, Tailong began toasting the guests who had come to congratulate him. Of course, Tailong did not toast everyone at the dining table. He only toasted those with particularly strong ties to his side, or those whose status was high enough to represent powerful factions, as well as those who were themselves strong. After toasting a round with Catherine, Tailong returned to the table where he had started and once again raised a glass to Prince Shue of the current Heavendo Empire. Your Highness, I toast you a drink, thanking you for personally attending my wedding today. Tailong lifted a cup filled with fruit wine and drank it all at once. However, with his other hand, he poured a high-proof distilled liquor specially brewed by the Four Spirit sect for Tailong's wedding banquet and filled the prince's cup. Upon hearing Tailong's words, Qianren hurriedly stood up to toast Tailong while smiling. Brother Tailong is joking. Qinghe has long wanted to meet and befriend Brother Tailong. It's just that we never had the chance before. This time, thanks to your wedding, we finally meet. However, it's a bit distant for Brother Tailong to call me Prince. From now on, let's refer to each other as brothers. I'm a few years older than you, so I'll take the liberty to call you Brother Tailong from now on. Is that all right? He and Ringshu came to attend Tailong's wedding this time to naturally get closer to Tailong, so she wouldn't miss any opportunity to bridge the gap between them. Chapter 160, Tomorrow. After hearing Qinghe's words, Tailong's smile became somewhat stiff and unnatural. Tailong indeed did not expect Qinghe to come to win him over. Faced with Qinghe's sudden approach, Tailong was caught off guard. Of course, under normal circumstances, as the future heir of the Tiando Empire, he would be delighted to accept such overtures from Qinghe, the heir of the Four Spirits sect, leading to long-term interactions and gradually deepening their friendship. They would support each other, and after the death of the Night Emperor, once Tailong had grown up, they could jointly control the Tiando Empire and the Four Spirits sect. Looking at it this way, the prospects for their collaboration are quite bright. However, this all hinges on the fact that Tailong is unaware that the current crown prince of the empire is an imposter. Yet, as someone who has read the original work of Dalu, Tailong knows clearly that the Qinghe before him is a fake, and that this impersonator, Qian Ringshu, is the future heir of the Wuhuan Palace. Naturally, he cannot engage in any mutual support or reliance with her. It's not just because of the grievances between the Four Spirits sect and the Wuhuan Palace, or the blood feud between the Lizi family and the Wuhuan Palace that has already determined that Tailong cannot collaborate with anyone from the Wuhuan Palace. Although Tailong is puzzled about why Qian Ringshu would want to win over someone like him, who is enmity with the Wuhuan Palace, he can see that he can take advantage of this opportunity to use her, who is unaware that her identity has been exposed and is eager to win him over. Having figured this out and knowing how to approach Qinghe, Tailong finished the drink in his cup. He then showed the bottom of the cup to Xue Qinghe, indicating that he had finished it, and said to Xue Qinghe with a hearty smile, "Since Brother Qinghe has said so, then please don't call me Brother Tailong anymore. It feels awkward to me. My close ones who are older than me all call me Xiaolong. From now on, Brother Qinghe can call me Xiaolong as well. I've finished this drink. You can drink as you like." Seeing Tailong give her such face, Qian Ringshu understood that he also had intentions of getting closer to her. When she saw Tailong finish the drink and say to drink as she liked, she naturally couldn't just take a sip. So, Qian Ringshu raised the drink that Tailong had just filled for her and imitated his hearty demeanor, downing it in one go. Cough, cough, cough. Qian Ringshu, who originally didn't drink much, was choked by the strong liquor after imitating Tailong, causing her to cough repeatedly. Seeing this, Tailong quickly stepped forward to pat her back to help her breathe smoothly and reproached, "Brother Qinghe, since you're not good at drinking, why didn't you say so earlier? This drink is a bit strong." "No problem, cough, cough. I'm fine, cough. I just drank a bit too quickly." After finally catching her breath, Qian Ringshu answered Tailong, "That's good. In the future, when drinking, you should take it easy. Brother Qinghe, please sit down and eat some dishes to help with your breath. I still have some time, so I'll leave for now." Tailong patted Qian Ringshu on the back to help her breathe, gave a few reminders, and then left her table. After greeting his parents, Tailong took Anna and left the hotel, getting into a carriage heading towards the Lizhi family residence, where another banquet awaited the couple. The carriage moved steadily forward, and after some time, Tailong, Anna, Amy, and Katrina returned to the family residence. The wedding banquet hosted by the Lizhi family had already begun, and as the protagonists of the banquet arrived, the atmosphere elevated. Tailong first led Anna to pay respects to his grandfather, Titan, who, unable to hide his smile, used soul power to help him up. Titan laughed heartily, saying, "Good, good, good. My grandson is getting married today. He is now a real man." After chatting for a few moments, Tailong then greeted Yang Wudi, Niogao, Bai He, Dugabo, and other elders one by one. These elders were also very happy, smiling as they supported Tailong, offering encouragement, blessings, and advice. In short, the scene was harmonious and joyful. After leaving the elders, Tailong toasted and chatted with others, especially his companions from the Zhuyan Alliance. After chatting with Old Mo and others, he finally departed. This site is the first release, fastest updates. The wedding banquet of the Lizhi family continued from morning until night, concluding only after the night banquet ended. Tailong and Anna returned to the prepared bridal chamber, where Tailong, without any decorum, sat down at the table filled with dishes and began to eat heartily. Being the groom today was indeed exhausting for Tailong. Just chatting, socializing, bowing, and greeting people throughout the day made him feel more tired than cultivating hard for a whole day. Tailong hadn't eaten much throughout the day, focusing instead on drinking. By the time he entered the bridal chamber at night and saw the table filled with delicious dishes emitting enticing aromas, his stomach began to call out. This led to the scene of Tailong disregarding his image and eating heartily. Seeing the starving Tailong, Anna smiled indulgently and began to pour him tea and serve him food. Tailong noticed that Anna was only taking care of him, so after swallowing a mouthful of food, he said to her, "Sister Anna, you don't have to worry about me. I can manage. You haven't eaten much today either. Come sit down and eat something together." Upon hearing Tailong's caring words, Anna's smile became even brighter and more indulgent as she said, "You eat first. I'm not very hungry yet. Besides, you have another wedding to host tomorrow. After you finish eating, let's get some good rest tonight. You have to get up early and be busy tomorrow. I want to congratulate you in advance, Xiaolong, for being the groom every day for the next 7 days and changing brides every night." Tailong felt a bit helpless at Anna's words, which seemed like both comfort and mockery. Then he thought about how in the next 6 days, he would have to be as busy as he was today. Being the groom every day and changing brides every night sounds great, but before thinking about that, he couldn't handle the socializing at every wedding. Chapter 160, Tomorrow. Chapter 161, Sleepless. At night, in the Lizhi family, in Tailong and Anna's new room, the newlyweds who married today performed their first marital duties, but did not continue indulging. Instead, they embraced and fell asleep. It wasn't that Tailong lacked stamina. It was just that he felt psychologically exhausted after a day of socializing. Tyrone was sleeping soundly in his new house, holding his fragrant, soft bride. On the other hand, many people were sleepless on this wedding night of Tyrone. First and foremost was Tyrone's father, Tano, who was in charge of planning Tyrone's entire 7-day wedding. While Tyrone was carefree, his father Tano had to worry about many things. Today, at the hotel where Tyrone's wedding was held, the titled Douluos from the Four Spirits sect, such as Titan and Yang Wudi, did not attend. In this situation, Tano naturally took charge of overseeing the wedding proceedings, especially after Tyrone and his bride, Anna, left the hotel to return to the Leaf family. The guests at the hotel were being hosted by Tano and Tyrone's mother, Yang Banzhuang. Since Yang Banzhuang was not good at dealing with people, Tano was mainly responsible for the hosting. Tano was very busy today, welcoming and sending off guests, but he was enjoying it. Tano was establishing a foothold for the Leaf family in the city of Tiando, because there were some matters that Titan could not personally handle. Tano was responsible for representing the Leaf family in external affairs. Especially after the establishment of the Four Spirits sect, Tano became the representative for external relations. Initially, Tano was not accustomed to this work, but he quickly adapted and enjoyed interacting with different people. It could be said that by trying to represent the Leaf family in external affairs, Tano had opened the door to a new world, continuously racing down the path of becoming a diplomatic expert, neglecting his soul power cultivation and blacksmithing. Tano's behavior caused Titan to be quite displeased with him. Therefore, Tano was very happy to be in charge of planning his son Tyrone's wedding, not only because of his son's marriage, but also because Tano had a chance to showcase his talents. Tano wanted to use his son's wedding to prove himself in front of his father Titan. So, Tano was waiting for the banquet to end today, for the guests to disperse, and then he would return home to start planning. Even when his wife Yang Banzhuang urged him to go to bed, Tano merely responded perfunctorily and continued sitting at his desk, reflecting and planning. Tano was reviewing the entire wedding ceremony of Tyrone today, picking out any inconveniences and mistakes that occurred during the wedding. He then wrote these mistakes and issues down on paper in front of him, and after analyzing each listed problem, he proposed solutions, which he also wrote down. After listing the solutions, Tano felt that some of them were not perfect, so he discarded his already thought-out solutions and contemplated new ones. Thus, Tano spent the entire night in a cycle of discovering problems, proposing solutions, feeling dissatisfied, and thinking of new solutions. This night, however, was not just sleepless for Tano. Many others were also awake. In the morning, when Bo called Yen to attend Tyrone's wedding together, Yen refused, saying she had made plans to go shopping with her good friend, Yi Lingling, and could not attend Tyrone's wedding. However, although Yen did not go to the Leaf family's estate for Tyrone's wedding, she did go to the hotel where the wedding was held, as chosen by Tano. Yen did not stay long at the wedding hotel. After watching Tyrone and Anna complete their wedding according to the ceremony, she left with her friend Yi Lingling, and Yen did not meet with Tyrone. After leaving with her friend, Yen's emotions seemed calm. She even accompanied Yi Lingling shopping for half a day. And then they parted ways with smiles as she returned home. Upon entering her room after getting home, the bright smile that had been on Yen's face instantly disappeared, and she radiated a visibly low pressure. After Bo returned, Yen behaved normally, no different from usual, and even seemed a bit happier than before. After having dinner with her grandfather Bo and washing up, Yen lay on her bed, closed her eyes, and began to sleep. Up until this point, Yen's behavior was no different from her usual self. It is worth mentioning that Yen did not replace her nighttime sleep with meditation, only occasionally putting in some effort. Given Yen's current soul power cultivation, which far surpassed that of her classmates and peers, she had no motivation to train diligently. After spending half a day shopping with her friend Yi Lingling, returning home, having dinner, taking a hot bath, and then going to bed, Yen usually enjoyed a good night's sleep. However, tonight she was unable to sleep. Lying in bed with her eyes closed, she struggled to fall asleep. But the harder she tried, the more elusive sleep became. Yen tossed and turned on her soft bed, unable to sleep, and finally, she clenched her small fists and pounded the bed, sitting up. Sitting up, Yen irritably rubbed her hair, making it messy, and then lay back down with her disheveled hair, staring blankly at the ceiling of her room. Yen's mind was chaotic, replaying the scenes of Tyrone and Anna's wedding in her head, particularly vividly recalling Anna's sweet smile. Moreover, Yen involuntarily reminisced about her memories with Tyrone, recalling scenes she thought she had forgotten, which now vividly appeared in her mind. From the first time she met Tyrone, challenging him to a fight, to Tano mercilessly knocking her down and then defeating other classmates, to the night before their first separation, when she had already developed feelings for Tyrone and wanted to take that step with him, hinting to him both openly and subtly. Chapter 162, Each with Their Own Purpose. Yen recalled that before their first separation, which was 3 years ago when Tyrone disappeared, he had already expressed his feelings for her. Then, Tyrone disappeared without a word after obtaining a soul ring during an outing, and for 3 years he did not return. breaking the promise to attend the same intermediate soul master academy with her, evoking her initial anger, sadness, and complex emotions. As Yin recalled this matter, the complex feelings surged in her heart once again, but this time, they were predominantly filled with anger. Because Yin also remembered Tyrone's joyful smiling face during his wedding with Anna. Just as she began to calm down by reminiscing about the carefree days spent with Tyrone, her mood turned restless and angry again, and her previously relaxed small fists tightened once more. Crack Yin was so furious that she clenched her small silver teeth, even grinding them, clearly indicating her anger had reached a certain level. Yin's memories continued to replay like a revolving lantern. She believed that Talon had broken his promise, and she entered the Heaven Do Royal Intermediate Soul Master Academy to study alone. Yin recalled entering the Heaven Do Royal Intermediate Soul Master Academy because of a person, only to find that her classmates had low abilities, with not a single one reaching the level of Soul Sovereign at 30. At that time, Yin far surpassed her classmates. Previously, Yin had an arch-rival, Talon, who suppressed her in both soul power and combat ability, so she felt no sense of pride or complacency being by Talon's side. Although Yin knew her cultivation talent was excellent, and her soul power was far beyond her peers, as well as her rapid progress in cultivation, she was unaware of her true strength because Talon was always stronger than her. After Yin entered the Heaven Do Royal Intermediate Soul Master Academy alone and overcame the initial confusion, the big sister mentality that Talon had buried deep within her quickly sprouted and grew again. 6 months after entering the academy, Yin had grown to become the big sister of the entire Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Her strength far exceeded that of her classmates, including older students. At that time, Yin's strength as a Soul Master could be said to be the strongest among all students in the Heaven Do Royal Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Thus, it was only natural for Yin to become the big sister of the entire academy. When Yin recalled the time when she was invincible throughout the academy, a proud smile involuntarily appeared on her face. After becoming the big sister of the Heaven Do Royal Intermediate Soul Master Academy, Yin unconsciously relaxed her cultivation. The environment Yin was in had no one to supervise her. Everyone around her was inferior, and as long as she casually studied and practiced a little, she would receive various praises from teachers, adoration from peers, and satisfied compliment from elders. One has to ask, how many adults could still work hard to learn and improve themselves in such an environment? Not to mention that the one facing all this was not a mature adult with independent thoughts unaffected by the outside world, but a teenage girl. Thus, Yin became immersed in this environment, forgetting how hard she had worked to keep up with Talon's pace of cultivation, meditating and practicing sleeplessly just to earn a compliment. Sometimes, when Yin was alone, she would think back to when Talon was still by her side and how difficult it was to earn a compliment. However, at that time, Yin either quickly shifted her thoughts away from Talon or felt dissatisfaction towards him. Gradually, as Yin compared her 3 years with Talon and her current life, her admiration for Talon diminished, and her feelings of dissatisfaction towards him, who had always suppressed her, began to accumulate. Until recently, when Yin saw Talon again, she was still dissatisfied with him, so she had no intention of getting close to him or restoring their previous good relationship. Later, Yin learned from her grandfather that Talon had gone to the Star Do Forest to obtain his 6th spirit ring and had become a Soul Emperor. This news shocked Yin. In just 3 years, Talon had progressed from Soul King to Soul Emperor. Yin couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at Talon's cultivation speed. At the same time, she felt a tightening in her heart, recalling the life she had lived under Talon's suppression. However, this alone only made Yin feel surprised. It didn't keep her awake at night pondering life. When Yin learned from her grandfather, Bo, that Talon had obtained his 6th spirit ring and become a 6-ring Soul Emperor, she became curious about Talon's current soul power level. So, Yin began to investigate Talon's current soul power level and his whereabouts over the past 3 years. The simplest way for Yin to find out about Talon's situation was, of course, to ask Talon directly. However, Yin clearly did not want to ask Talon directly, so her only option was to approach those around him, Talon's grandfather, Titan, and his parents. These people might know Talon's specific soul power level and where he had been for the past 3 years. Even her own grandfather, Bo, might know Talon's exact whereabouts during those 3 years. However, Yin didn't want these elders, who were aware of her past relationship with Talon, to know that she was investigating Talon's soul power level and his missing 3 years. So, she turned her attention to Talon's acquaintances. After few encounters, Douluo quickly became friendly with Katrina, who was inherently mischievous and lively, and the two soon referred to each other as sisters. At that time, Katrina had not yet taken the next step with Talon, but by the time Douluo found Katrina, she already had thoughts of deepening her relationship with Talon. When Katrina learned that Douluo had grown up alongside Talon, she was eager to build a good relationship with Douluo to learn more about Talon. Chapter 163, Self-Strategy. The fastest update of Douluo, the latest chapter of the Military Master. Both Katrina and Douluo had their own motives for befriending each other. Katrina learned about Talon's childhood experiences from Douluo, further understanding his personality and temperament, discovering another side of Talon. Katrina then used her deeper understanding of Talon through Douluo to strategize against him at the right moment. And naturally, Talon, who was well within her grasp, couldn't escape Katrina's strategy. Their relationship thus progressed further. Katrina obtained the information she wanted from Douluo, and Douluo naturally learned what she wanted from Katrina as well. Douluo not only learned about Talon's current specific soul power level, but also discovered where he had been during his 3-year absence and what he had experienced. The news of Talon going to the City of Slaughter was not something that could be concealed, as the sudden appearance of over 900 soul masters from the Zhu Yan alliance could not be hidden. Now, they were just trying to minimize the external disclosure. Therefore, when Katrina inquired about Talon's experiences during those 3 years away, she asked Talon if he had concealed anything from Douluo, to which Talon casually replied that there was no need to hide anything. Katrina then simplified what she knew about Talon's journey to the City of Slaughter and told Douluo. Douluo learned that Talon had gone to the City of Slaughter during his 3-year absence, and from Katrina, understood what kind of place the City of Slaughter was and the conditions for entering and exiting it. Upon learning about the situation, rules, and conditions for entering the City of Slaughter from Katrina, Douluo found it hard to believe that such a place existed in the world. Thus, after initially learning about the City of Slaughter, Douluo began to search for information about it, wanting to further understand what kind of place it was. As Douluo gradually collected information about the City of Slaughter, she slowly uncovered the mysterious veil of this evil paradise, leaving her deeply shocked. Particularly, when Douluo thought about how she was happily enjoying each day at the Heaven Do Royal Intermediate Soul Master Academy, while Tailong, who was a few months younger than her, had chosen to give up such a beautiful and peaceful campus life to enter the dangerous and bloody fallen land of the City of Slaughter. Living a life on the edge to hone his skills, she felt a wave of emotions. Reflecting on this, Douluo realized that she had been blaming Tailong for breaking their promise and had gradually become proud and complacent after entering the peaceful campus, developing feelings of dissatisfaction towards Tailong, who had always motivated her to strive for improvement. Comparing her own progress over the past 3 years with Tailong's strength gained through his experiences, Douluo felt increasingly ashamed and blushed, especially when she heard that after returning from the City of Slaughter, Tailong had not stopped his training. After calming his killing intent at Yuxian and adjusting his state and emotions, he hurried to obtain his 6th spirit ring. After getting the 6th spirit ring, Tailong barely rested for a few days before actively requesting to go to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang to train, a trip that lasted over a month. Douluo had reason to suspect that if it weren't for Tailong's wedding, he might not have come out from such a harsh place. Indeed, for many people besides Tailong, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang was not a good place. It was filled with violent and unstable energy, making it unsuitable for human habitation. Tailong actually didn't like staying there much either, mainly because the food he ate there was not as good as what he could get outside. As Douluo learned more about Tailong, she compared the current Tailong, who had a cold expression and a bloody, murderous aura when they met, with the Tailong from her memories, who was always cheerful and would tell her jokes, taking her to challenge others when he had nothing to do. This stark contrast left her with mixed feelings, especially today. When she saw Tailong at his wedding ceremony, he wore a gentle and tolerant smile that resembled the expression he had when he used to indulge her. What Douluo didn't know was that Tailong, when they first met, didn't want to show a gentle smile. He was simply in an unstable state at that time, and she had faced him with a cold expression, filled with irritation and dissatisfaction. Seeing Douluo act like that had provoked Tailong's temper, and in his special state, he naturally wouldn't have a good expression toward her. Damn it, big liar. These descriptors sprang to Douluo's mind, and at first, she cursed Tailong silently, but as her emotions surged, she found herself cursing out loud. After that, she began to overthink, sometimes thinking Tailong was a jerk, and, at other times, feeling that she had been a bit lazy during the 3 years he wasn't around. Then she speculated whether Tai Long's journey to the city of slaughter to improve his strength was to quickly prove himself against her grandfather, Dong Gubo, who opposed their being together. Especially the last thought. The more she contemplated it, the more she felt it made sense, ultimately convincing herself that her speculation was the truth. After coming up with these ideas as the reasons for Tai Long's adventures in the city of slaughter, Dong Guyen couldn't help but begin a mental self-strategy. She first reflected on her state when she met Tai Long for the first time after he returned from the city of slaughter, recalling the noticeable change in his eyes when he saw her. Then, Dong Guyen remembered her own state when they first met. As childhood friends who grew up together, she naturally understood Tai Long's temperament. Now, she believed that her expression and emotions during their first meeting after 3 years led to some misunderstanding on Tai Long's part, making him think that she no longer had feelings for him and wanted to distance herself. In her mind, Dong Guyen interpreted Tai Long's various actions with her own explanations, rationalizing his seemingly unreasonable behavior. Ultimately, she concluded that Tai Long liked her, and his journey to the city of slaughter was to be able to be with her. His current indifference was to encourage her to train hard. It must be said that when a woman is satisfied with someone and wants to be with them, everything that person does seems reasonable and correct. The reverse is also true. From Catherine, Dong Guyen learned about the strength of Tai Long's wedding partner. Among Anna, Amy, and Catherine, the one with the lowest soul power, Catherine, was already a 69th level soul emperor. Dong Guyen was only a 49th level soul master at the moment. Although she didn't think Catherine and the others were superior to her, especially since she was not yet 16 and had already achieved her current level. The fact that Tai Long chose to marry someone stronger than her left her with many thoughts. At this moment, Dong Guyen was undoubtedly lacking rational thinking, having decided to find a way to reclaim the Tai Long she felt she had lost. The next day, Tai Long's biological clock woke him up early. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Anna's pretty face in front of him. This wasn't the first time Tai Long woke up to see Anna beside him, but this time felt different. It was a peculiar feeling. The person was still the same, but their identities had changed. Now, Anna was Tai Long's officially wedded wife. Looking at Anna, Tai Long didn't immediately start cultivating his soul power as he usually did in the mornings. He just wanted to take a good look at his wife. Watching Anna's eyelashes flutter, he knew she was awake. Just as Tai Long was about to tease Anna, a knock on the door and the gentle voice of the maid, Xiao Shui, interrupted him. Bang, 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 young master. It's time for breakfast. After breakfast, you have to wear your groom's attire for your wedding with Miss Amy. Standing at the door of Tai Long's bedroom, Xiao Shui had prepared his favorite breakfast and noticed he hadn't left yet. Although she found it a bit strange, she didn't pursue the matter further. Just discovered that Anna in his arms has woken up, now pretending to be asleep. Tyrone, who was ready to play a trick on Anna, was interrupted by a knock on the door from Xiao Shui. Especially with Xiao Shui's words about delivering the groom's attire for the wedding, Tyrone's excitement was instantly dampened. As Tyrone thought about the next 6 days, having to deal with those unfamiliar people he had never even met before. Just like during yesterday's wedding with Anna, he felt a bit frustrated and sighed. However, Anna, who had been pretending to be asleep in Tyrone's arms, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Xiao Shui's word from outside the door and Tyrone's complex sigh. Hearing Anna's laugh, which carried a hint of schadenfreude, Tyrone felt a mix of embarrassment and anger and pinched Anna's sensitive spot. After pinching Anna's little nose, which turned red from lack of air, Tyrone released her weakness amidst her soft pleas for mercy. After being pinched by Tyrone, Anna could no longer pretend to be asleep, and after giving Tyrone an annoyed glare, she said unhappily, "You start messing around so early in the morning, now that I'm the only one here. You can bully me a bit, but once those sisters officially come over, we'll unite and see if you dare to bully us. Who knows, it might even be us sisters teaming up to bully you." After saying this, Anna looked at Tyrone with a bit of pride, even teasing him with a challenging glance. This. Upon hearing Anna's somewhat flirtatious declaration and feeling her hands restlessly teasing him, Tyrone was at a loss for words. Bang, 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 young master. Your father is here, saying he wants to discuss the wedding procedures with you, and he is currently waiting in the courtyard. Xiao Shui knocked on Tyrone's door for the second time today, urging him to come out. This was the first time in all the years Xiao Shui had been with Tyrone that she had knocked on his bedroom door twice in one day to hurry him. Just when Tyrone was about to counterattack and remind Anna who was in charge while they were on the bed, there was another knock at the door along with Xiao Shui's announcement. My father is here. Tyrone was surprised to sit up after hearing Xiao Shui's message, and upon learning this, he lost all interest in teasing Anna. I should get up. After saying this, Tyrone rolled over to find his clothes, and Anna also stopped her playful antics. Beginning to help Tyrone get dressed, Tyrone pulled out the groom's attire from yesterday, took a look, and immediately tossed it aside, finding it too cumbersome to wear. After discarding the groom's outfit, he took out a set of clothes he had custom-made for practicing combat techniques from his storage soul guide. P.S. During this time, a friend's ex-girlfriend came back seeking to rekindle their relationship. After understanding the situation, it turned out the girl had found another boyfriend, a sophomore, among her classmates because of the long-distance relationship and the boy being too busy at that time, which led to her proposing a breakup. Chapter 165. Tainoa's visit. Tyrone took out a set of training clothes from the storage soul guide and pressed Anna, who had just exposed herself when the blanket slipped due to him getting up, back down. Tyrone first put on his pants, then got out of bed, picked up his shirt, and walked towards the bedroom door while putting it on and buttoning it up. If you want to sleep, go ahead and sleep a little longer. I'll go see what my father wants. After advising Anna, Tyrone opened the bedroom door and walked out, still fastening his shirt. Young master, everything for washing up is ready. You should wash your face first. The maid Xiaowen immediately approached with a copper basin filled with warm water to assist Tyrone with his washing. Tyrone quickly finished washing up and spat the mouthwash into a small bucket nearby. He then took the tea Xiaowen offered, took a small sip, found the temperature just right, and drank the tea in 2 gulps before handing the cup back to Xiaowen. After quickly finishing everything with the help of the maids, Tyrone did not take much time and asked Xiaowen as he stepped outside, Sister Xiaowen, is Sister Xiaoxue accompanying my father? Yes, Sister Xiaoxue is entertaining the young master. Xiaowen answered Tyrone's question as they walked outside together. Once Tyrone stepped out of the living room into the courtyard, he saw a tall man with a bit of a belly, lacking the fierce muscular look he had before. Although he still looked robust and imposing, his face now appeared wealthy and kind, even somewhat cheerful like a Methriel Buddha. This man was standing next to Xiaoxue, who was currently pouring him tea. Thus, the man in the courtyard was Tyrone's father, Tainoa. Hey Xiaoxue, look who it is. Finally crawled out of bed with the sun shining on your backside. As soon as Tyrone stepped out, Tainoa noticed him and said this to Xiaoxue, who was standing beside him. Ever since Tainoa took a liking to socializing, his temperament had improved significantly, and he was increasingly kind to others. Moreover, Tainoa knew that Xiaoxue had grown up with Tyrone, so he didn't treat her as just a maid, but rather considered her as a potential daughter-in-law. Father, I wonder what brings you here today. As Tainoa started to speak, Tyrone couldn't respond in time, so he simply ignored Tainoa's teasing and directly shifted the topic to inquire about the reason for his father's visit. By the way, I do have something important today. Tainoa slapped his forehead, recalling the purpose of his visit to Tyrone. He then stopped his teasing and spoke seriously to Tyrone. Xiaolong, you know that this grand wedding that has shocked the entire Tiando city, with 7 ceremonies in 7 days, was planned and overseen by your old man, right? After saying this, Tainoa's face showed a comfortable and somewhat smug smile, as if he wanted Tyrone to acknowledge his achievements. Upon hearing his father's words and seeing the self-satisfied expression on his father's face, Tyrone's mouth twitched a few times. Yes. This bizarre wedding design indeed shocked the entire Tiando city after the news spread, and 7 invitations were sent out to confirm its authenticity. But this kind of shock, Tyrone internally complained. Analyzing from his own perspective, he truly did not understand what was so praiseworthy about his father's wedding planning. However, seeing his father with a smile, full of expectation for praise and affirmation, Tyrone felt it would be inappropriate to dampen the enthusiasm of his father, who was so actively concerned about his wedding. Yes, father, the soul power plan you devised for me is excellent. I believe your wedding planning will be celebrated for thousands of years in Heavendo City. Talon praised Talon insincerely a few times. Ha. What little Long said is a bit exaggerated, although I have experience in this planning. To say it can be celebrated for thousands of years is still a bit of an exaggeration. Talon felt a bit embarrassed by Talon's unrestrained flattery, but he was also very satisfied to finally receive support and affirmation from a family member. Father, you haven't mentioned why you came to see me so early today. Talon saw that Talon's thoughts had once again gone off track and had to speak up again to try to bring Talon's thinking back on track. By the way, I'm here to discuss the wedding procedures for the next 6 days with you. Yesterday, during your wedding with Anna, I noticed some mistakes and imperfections during the ceremony. Let me tell you, you should. Like this. Omitting a lot of text, Talon took out a piece of paper filled with notes from his soul guide storage device, something he had stayed up all night writing. Talon pointed at the paper and gestured while explaining, babbling on for about half an hour before finally finishing. Gulp. After finishing, Talon took a deep breath, feeling a bit dry, so he picked up the small teapot in front of him and took a big drink. Oh, that feels good. Talon emptied the small teapot and shook it. Talon finally heard the buzzing sound and his ears stop, and he felt relieved while Talon was drinking tea. When Talon was explaining his new wedding plan, Talon initially listened seriously, but later realized that what Talon was saying were trivial matters, none of which would affect the overall wedding process. Knowing that his old father Talon was nitpicking, Talon didn't pay much attention to what Talon said, just letting it go in one ear and out the other. When Talon asked if he understood, Talon nodded in confirmation, and while Talon was speaking, he kept nodding, showing he was listening with interest. Talon just wanted to briefly mention the changes to Talon and how he should proceed during the wedding today. P.S. Thanks to Lord Chi-Chi for the 2 monthly tickets. Chapter 145, Hot Recommendation. Talon didn't initially want to go into detail with Talon, but seeing Talon's reaction, he suddenly felt motivated to talk. Talon's constant nodding made Talon think he had found someone to share his thoughts with. So he analyzed each of the changes he made to Talon, explaining each change, how he thought about it, how he planned it, and what impact these changes would have on the future wedding. But Talon couldn't have imagined that his son was just humoring him, not really listening to a word he said. After discussing, the father and son had breakfast together, and they were still competing at the table as if they were fighting. However, Talon was no longer the little boy he used to be. Although he was only 15 now, due to his top-tier beast, martial soul, and body refinement techniques. Talon's physique was no less than Talon's when they stood together. They enjoyed their breakfast, which wasn't particularly lavish, just about 30 or 40 dishes. The father and son cleaned up the food, ate 2 buckets of rice, and while Talon could no longer eat, Talon felt it was enough and ran over to his wife Anna and Xiaoxua's table to eat. As Talon, who could no longer eat, watched helplessly as Talon enjoyed his meal, Talon felt his appetite was finally satisfied after eating 2 big bowls of rice. He then picked up Anna's teacup and drank it all in one go. After finishing, he said, "Sister Xiaoxua, help me change my clothes. This groom outfit is too uncomfortable to wear." Ignoring Anna's reproachful glare, Talon stood up and called out to Xiaoxua. "Father, I'll excuse myself for a moment to change my clothes," Talon said to Talon, who was sitting beside the table filled with empty bowls and dishes. "Go ahead. I should be leaving too. Remember what I told you this morning. Don't let anything go wrong." Talon patted his swollen belly and stood up after Talon's departure, walking towards the courtyard. "Father, take care. I want to see you off." Talon walked toward his bedroom to change clothes for today's wedding. "Young master, turn around and raise your arms." "All right, this outfit looks great," Xiaoxua said enviously as she looked at Talon in his brand new groom outfit. "Just the outfit looks good?" Talon understood the implication in Xiaoxua's tone, so he teased her, pretending to be angry, and asked, "The outfit looks good." Xiaoxua, seeing Talon's mock anger, mischievously blinked and smiled at him. "Xiaoxua, say some nice words to make this young master happy. Who knows? If I'm in a good mood, I might officially marry you in a while." Talon grabbed Xiaoxua's soft hand and pinched her little nose, teasing her. "Young master, you." Xiaoxua's face instantly turned red, unsure whether it was from Talon's words or from his pinching her nose. Seeing Xiaoxua's shy face and her eyes avoiding his gaze, Talon pressed on. "Come on, Xiaoxua, make me laugh." "Squeakhumph. Young Master Talon really has a great interest. Xiaoxua, unable to play with you to the fullest. How about I make you laugh instead?" Just as young Master Talon was happily teasing the shy maid Xiaoxua, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open, and Anna's voice rang out. "Ah, this." Talon had indeed been careless. He didn't expect Anna to suddenly barge in and say such a thing. Logically, Talon's mental strength was already very strong, and he could completely release it to cover the entire family estate, so it shouldn't be possible for a surprise attack to happen. However, Talon was in his own home, who would worry about their safety in their own family, especially with the titled Douluo grandfather present. Therefore, it resulted in Talon being caught off guard by Anna, who had been eavesdropping outside for an unknown length of time. A soul saint of the agility system stealthily lurking outside the door, which Talon had completely failed to notice. Thus, the scene of a newlywed husband teasing a maid being caught red-handed by his new wife unfolded. "Sister Anna, Xiaoxua's face turned even redder, and she buried her little head deep down, almost in her chest, her voice barely audible. "Xiaoxua, you don't need to say anything, I understand. It's all this lecherous little rascal's fault." Anna angrily pulled the now shrunken Xiaoxua, who looked like an ostrich, behind her. After giving Talon a fierce glare, she said, "Today is your wedding day with Sister Amy, so I won't scold you now. Once those sisters have passed through the door, we'll deal with you properly." Right. I still have to hold a wedding with Amy, and it's getting late. I can't talk to you for long, or I'll miss the time. Talon felt as if he had been granted amnesty, carefully sidestepping past Anna, who was blocking the door, and then striding out towards the courtyard, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Talon didn't understand why he felt guilty after Anna caught him teasing the maid Xiaoxiu, but he knew Anna wouldn't really be angry because of his teasing. After leaving his small courtyard, Talon went directly to the place where he had gathered with the wedding party yesterday, preparing to go with them to pick up the bride. After Talon had cautiously left, Anna's tense face instantly broke into a smile, and she muttered, "This little rascal still knows how to be thoughtful." Sister Anna, Xiaoxiu, standing nervously beside Anna, was fidgeting, trembling with unease. She opened her mouth several times, but hesitated to speak, ultimately stammering out a few words, only to get stuck halfway through. Anna patted Xiaoxiu's little head, adopting a big sisterly demeanor as she said, "Xiaoxiu, you don't need to be nervous. I already know about your relationship with that little rascal Talon, right? You actually came here a bit earlier than I did. After some time, let that little rascal take you officially through the door." Chapter 167, Day 2. Anna and Xiaoxiu stayed in the room, whispering private conversations, with Xiaoxiu's little face flushed with shyness but eagerly listening. Talon arrived at the wedding party dressed in a flashy, festive groom's outfit, and many people from yesterday's wedding had already gathered there. After attending the wedding and drinking a few glasses with Talon yesterday, the relationship between these people and Talon had noticeably warmed up. "Oh, the groom is here. This outfit of Xiaolong is really festive." As Talon arrived, those who had been chatting in small groups came over to greet him. Talon also wore a smile, nodding in response to those who greeted him from distance. He recognized those who approached him and began to chat with them happily. Talon perfectly blended in with the crowd. As time passed, it was soon time to set off for the wedding, so Talon led a large group once again. The wedding procedures for Talon and Amy were similar to those of Anna's wedding yesterday, but Amy had proper family members. Amy had entered the city of Slaughter at the same time as Talon, and it had only been a little over 3 years since she entered. Naturally, she still had family on the Douluo Continent. Amy came from a powerful soul master family, existing in a special form as an assassin family, or rather, a killer. Amy entered the city of Slaughter to pursue a target and was inadvertently drawn in, so after she came out, she contacted her relatives. However, due to the assassin family's unique way of life, the family members did not have very deep emotional ties. As a soul emperor, Amy was considered a high-ranking member of the family. When Amy married Talon, she naturally sent news to her family, but surprisingly, they only sent 4 people, 1 elder soul king and 3 younger family members. This arrangement for attending the wedding of a soul saint like Amy was somewhat shabby. Talon followed a similar procedure to yesterday's wedding, taking Amy, who was dressed in bright red wedding attire. The representatives sent by Amy's family maintained cold expressions throughout, much like Talon's first meeting with Amy. However, on this joyous occasion, Talon noticed that the 4 had lifeless expressions, and, in the end, only Amy's uncle awkwardly smiled at the wedding party. Talon felt that this smile was worse than not smiling at all. Looking at Amy, who was beaming with happiness, Talon's mood, which had been affected by Amy's family representatives, instantly brightened. At the same time, he felt a sense of pride, transforming Amy, who had originally been like an ice person, into someone now filled with human warmth, understanding joy and anger, and dressed in bright red wedding attire, made Talon very happy and filled with pride. That night, in the Lee family, in another one of Talon's wedding rooms, Talon and Amy sat at the table having dinner together. Having gained experience from being the groom yesterday, Talon did not just drink alcohol this time. He also took the opportunity to eat a lot, so when he returned to the wedding room at night, he was not as starved as he had been the previous day. After drinking a bit and eating some dishes, Talon pulled the slightly blushing Amy into the main topic of their wedding night. This part is omitted for 30,000 words. The next day, Talon woke up early, feeling refreshed. He looked at Amy, who was still tired and sleeping soundly beside him, and quietly got out of bed. After dressing, he tucked the thin blanket around Amy before leaving his wedding room. After washing up with the help of maids Xiaoxiu and Xiaowen, Talon began his daily routine of cultivation, which he had missed for a day. "Old Mo, I'm here to pick up the bride." Wait a moment. The rules for picking up the bride still need to be followed. We should. This was Talon's 3rd time picking up a bride, and this wedding was different from the previous 2. This time, the wedding between Talon and Catherine was very important to both the Li family and the Zhuyan alliance. Although Talon was the founder of the Zhuyan alliance, and its current leader, he was still the future heir of the Li family, making his identity quite sensitive. Catherine, on the other hand, was a founding member of the Zhu Yan alliance and the daughter of Old Mo, the actual manager of the alliance. Thus, the union between Catherine and Talon represented a different significance. Indeed, Catherine was Old Mo's daughter. During their time in the City of Slaughter, Old Mo treated Catherine like a daughter. However, due to the unique environment of the City of Slaughter, they did not have a clear father-daughter relationship. But their bond and feelings were truly like that of father and daughter. Therefore, after both of them left the City of Slaughter, Catherine formally recognized Old Mo as her father, thus becoming his daughter. With Old Mo's support, Catherine took the final step with Talon, otherwise as an emotionally inexperienced young girl. How could she be so proactive with Talon? Talon and Catherine's wedding was particularly lively this time, as it stirred excitement among everyone in the Jia Alliance. With over 2,000 people getting excited, the atmosphere was undeniable. On this day, Talon and Catherine's wedding was different from the previous 2 days, but the wedding procedures remained largely the same. On this day, Snow Qinghe, the prince of the Tiando Empire, naturally attended Talon's wedding, marking his 3rd visit to Talon's wedding. Talon found it odd when Snow Qinghe first personally attended his wedding, and after 2 consecutive visits, knowing Snow Qinghe's true identity, Talon couldn't help but ponder what he was up to. With the identity of the imperial prince attending to support Talon, it was hard for Talon to believe that Snow Qinghe had no ulterior motives. Talon's mind was racing, but he maintained a composed expression, engaging in friendly conversation with Snow Qinghe, referring to each other as brothers. Those who didn't know would think that Talon and the prince had a close relationship. After dealing with Snow Qinghe, Talon took Catherine and moved on to toast at other tables. That night, at the Li family's 3rd newlywed room, a scene similar to the previous day's 2nd wedding room unfolded, with Talon as the male lead and the female lead now being Catherine instead of Amy. On the 4th day, at the Ning family, the groom was Talon, and the bride was Ning Xuejuan, who was 21 this year. The wedding procedures repeated those of the previous days. On the 5th day, the groom was Talon, and the bride was Caroline Ihung, who was also 21 this year. Again, the wedding procedures repeated those of the previous day. On the 6th day, the groom was Talon, and the bride was Gu Linruo, who was 20 years old. Once more, the wedding procedures repeated those of the previous day. These 3 women were arranged for Talon shortly after he awakened his martial soul. Under the guidance of his grandfather Titan and his father Tainoa, the cultivation talents of these 3 women were not particularly high. Currently, Ning Xuejuan had reached the 34th level as a soul master. The one with the lowest cultivation level was Caroline Ihung, who at 21 had only reached the 27th level of soul power, still a great soul master. Moreover, Caroline Ihung came from a prestigious family of soul masters, which provided her with a good cultivation environment, and it was indeed only now that she had reached the 27th level. Caroline had a congenital soul power talent of level 5, which was neither weak nor strong, and barring any accidents, she had the potential to cultivate into a soul king in the future, marking her as a small genius. After Talon held weddings with Ning Xuejuan, Caroline Ihung, and Gu Linruo, the 3 families they represented were all very satisfied. Talon was also quite pleased. Although he had not interacted much with these 3 women and had barely seen them, he felt a different sensation on his wedding night compared to Anna. After spending the night with these 3 women, Talon earned 3 flowers, with the red plum blossoms marking his achievements. Since these 3 women were still inexperienced, their endurance was limited. Talon, being physically strong, did not enjoy the wedding night as much as he could have. Thus, on the 7th day, Talon woke up early, got dressed, washed up, practiced, and went out to welcome the bride. Today's bride welcoming procession had an exceptionally high atmosphere, sweeping away the gloom of the previous days. As it was the last day of Talon's 7-day wedding celebration, this could not be blamed on the participants of the welcoming, as although welcoming was a joyous occasion, it was tiring to do so every day, which explained the lack of festive spirit in the previous days. Today, being the final day of Talon's 7-day wedding. After this day, there would be no more welcoming, thus the atmosphere was high. Leading the procession, Talon wore a relaxed smile, though in his heart, he felt a bit reluctant. Although the consecutive days of welcoming and getting married had worn him out, he still felt a sense of nostalgia for the life of being a groom every day and changing brides every night. Talon soon arrived at the southern city of Tiando, and under the guidance of a guide, reached the door of the Jiangzhou family. Talon dismounted and, surrounded by his groomsmen, stepped forward to knock on the Jiangzhu family's door. Bang, 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 creak, creak. As soon as Talon knocked a few times, the previously closed door of the Jiangzhu family swung open, as if someone had been waiting inside just for Talon to knock. Talon and the others entered the Jiangzhu home and met Jiangzhu's parents and younger brother. However, Jiangzhu's parents stood there, trembling and unsure of what to do upon seeing the large crowd Talon had brought. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I'm here to welcome the bride," Talon said, noticing Jiangzhu's parents standing there at a loss, and he took the initiative to speak. Okay, I understand. I will treat Jiangzhu well." Talon wasn't too sure what exactly he said to Jiangzhu's father, but the general idea was to assure him he would treat Jiangzhu well. Naturally, Talon agreed without hesitation to this request from Jiangzhu's father. After today's wedding, Jiangzhu would be officially Talon's wife, and he would certainly treat her well. "Jiangzhu, it's almost time. We should be leaving." The family estate was just outside Tiando City, not far away. "Whenever you miss your family, I'll accompany you back to visit. Or, if you want to come back to stay for a while, that's fine too," Talon said, looking a bit helpless at the scene of Jiangzhu's family bidding farewell. Jiangzhu's mother was crying endlessly as her daughter was getting married, holding on to Jiangzhu and refusing to let go, causing Jiangzhu to also be tearful. Jiangzhu's father had red eyes. Although he didn't shed tears, he was just holding back from crying. As for Jiangzhu's younger brother, a young man who appeared to be around Talon's age, his face was flushed, and his eyes looked like they could spit fire at Talon, as if Talon had done something unforgivable. To those unaware of the situation, this scene at the Jiangzhu family seemed like a wealthy young master had set his sights on their daughter, preparing to abduct her. However, Talon genuinely couldn't understand why Jiangzhu's family treated this marriage in such a manner on the day of his and Jiangzhu's wedding. It should be noted that the luxurious courtyard where Jiangzhu's family currently lived was originally a property of the Li family. After Jiangzhu and Talon's engagement, Tainua had given this large courtyard to Jiangzhu's family, allowing them to move from their original small courtyard into this one. Moreover, Tainua personally helped Jiangzhu's father secure a good job, so he no longer needed to toil away at manual labor every day. Although the clothing Jiangzhu's family wore was not particularly luxurious, the fabric was still quite good. Jiangzhu's younger brother does not inherit Jiangzhu's cultivation talent, but instead has inherited their father's martial soul with innate second-level soul power. It can be said that he has little talent for cultivation and only entered the Soul Master Academy, thanks to his family's support. However, looking at the attitude of Jiangzhu's family now, it seems they are not very willing for Jiangzhu and Tailong to be soul masters together. Otherwise, why would they act like this? What Tailong does not know is that during this time, the news of him holding 7 wedding ceremonies and marrying 7 brides has already spread throughout Tiando City. Chapter 167, The Academy. Tailong has become quite famous in Tiando City during this time, reaching a point where everyone knows him. This is not due to anything else, but because of Tailong's recent act of marrying 7 brides. Although there are no regulations on monogamy in Douluo Continent, many people have multiple partners. If Tailong had married them separately, even if he had taken 10 or 20 brides, it wouldn't have caused such a sensation. It is precisely because of the commotion caused by Tailong that Jiangzhu's family reacted the way they did when Tailong came to propose to Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu's family has been paying close attention to the news outside these days, and they haven't dared to go out openly for a long time. It all started when Jiangzhu's brother was teased by other students at school. Jiangzhu's brother, who already felt sensitive due to his poor cultivation talent, was sent to this good intermediate Soul Master Academy through connections. Although many students in this academy, like Jiangzhu's brother, were admitted through connections, they still looked down on him. No, it should be said that they particularly disliked Jiangzhu's brother. While those who entered the academy normally did not do anything to him, these students came from families that were neither high nor low in status, and they took pride in entering a good school through their family's connections despite not meeting the requirements. Because of this, they couldn't stand Jiangzhu's brother. With his innate second-level soul power, would likely only reach the rank of Soul Master in the end. Of course, most innate second-level Soul Masters have no bright future in cultivation. These students originally held a nonchalant attitude towards Jiangzhu's brother, merely teasing and mocking him occasionally. But Jiangzhu's brother couldn't take it anymore. After a few provocations, he finally exploded during another instance of being picked on. His wooden stick martial soul does not have any special abilities. It is just a special wooden stick used for close combat. To be fair, Jiangzhu's brother, Jiangfeng, had decent combat power with a stick in hand, gaining some advantage at the start of a fight. However, those students were caught off guard by Jiang Feng's sudden attack, but they quickly regained their composure. Jiang Feng, lacking combat experience and not wanting to seriously injure his classmates, merely knocked them down. Then he stopped, feeling regret for his impulsive actions and hesitating whether to apologize and help them up. The students he knocked down soon became afraid, and one by one, they became angry and embarrassed, unleashing their martial souls and surrounding Jiang Feng to beat him up. That's right, it was not just an attack. It was a beatdown. Jiang Feng, now a level 14 soul master at the academy, struggled for a bit against a group of similarly ranked opponents, but after a few moments, he was knocked to the ground, instinctively curling up to protect himself. Seeing that some students were worried about the situation escalating, they called for security personnel, and the group attacking Jiang Feng dispersed. Jiang Feng was the one who started it, so he was at a disadvantage, and those who had beaten him up managed to leave before the security personnel arrived, not getting caught on the spot. None of them admitted to participating in the attack afterwards because the scene was chaotic and with no one pointing fingers, along with Jiang Feng not being seriously injured. The academy decided to downplay the incident. The academy chose to let the matter rest, and Jiang Feng, feeling guilty, had no intention of pursuing it further. He thought that even though he had started the fight, he was also the one who got hurt the most, so he decided to let it go. One must say that Jiang Feng was still too young, thinking too simply about the situation. Just because he could let it go didn't mean that those students would not hold a grudge against him. They began to inquire about Jiang Feng's family background and learned that the Jiang family was originally poor, only gaining attention because Jiang Feng's sister, Jiang Zhu, caught the eye of Tailong, the heir of the Li family. After finding out Jiang Feng's background, they dared not provoke his family out of fear of offending Tailong, but they would pick on Jiang Feng whenever they encountered him at the academy or outside. If it had remained at that, it would have been fine, but once these students learned that Jiang Zhu was one of Tailong's brides, they started to look for opportunities to make snide remarks near Jiang Feng. At first, Jiang Feng could endure it and pretended not to hear. But when they saw he was not resisting, they escalated their insults about Jiang Zhu, saying things like she was promiscuous or trying to climb into Tailong's bed. In short, while they did not physically attack Jiang Feng, they surrounded him and spoke nonsense. If Jiang Feng lost his temper and retaliated, those with fewer numbers would retreat and report him to the academy security personnel for trying to hit someone. If Jiang Feng was enraged in a situation with more people, they would all release their martial souls and swarm him, because these students had some influence from their families and targeted only the poor Jiang Feng. Even classmates who had a decent relationship with him began to distance themselves. Jiang Feng was thus indirectly isolated within the academy, and no one dared to get close to him anymore. He chose to remain silent and resist, wanting to solve the problem on his own without seeking help from his sister or teachers. This mindset is obviously very naive and immature. Keeping all problems and difficulties bottled up inside will surely lead to issues over time. P.S. The dormitory ran out of electricity, and there was a power outage from yesterday afternoon until now. The staff won't return to work until Monday afternoon. It's frustrating. Also, I accidentally typed the wrong chapter number. It should be 169. Chapter 170, A Glimpse. Because of Jiang Feng's mindset, the academy's mentors feel helpless about his current situation. They have repeatedly tried to have him call his parents for mediation, but Jiang Feng has rejected them every time. A mentor from a common background had high hopes for Jiang Feng and repeatedly sought to understand his situation, wanting to help him resolve his issues. But all he received was Jiang Feng's obsession. Eventually, this responsible mentor, after being silently rejected multiple times in his attempts to assist Jiang Feng, had no choice but to give up. As the saying goes, pity for the unfortunate, anger at the unstriving. This was the mindset of the mentor when he abandoned helping Jiang Feng. As a result, Jiang Feng could no longer stay in the academy. After experiencing this incident, Jiang Feng underwent significant changes in his mindset and was affected in his personality as well. The once optimistic and cheerful young man transformed into the gloomy, indifferent, and easily irritable person he is now. During his time at home, Jiang Feng vented all his emotions on his caring family, especially his beloved sister, Jiang Zhu. He openly shared the gossip he heard in the academy about his sister, Jiang Zhu, and how Tailong was a notorious womanizer who abused women. In a fit of uncontrolled emotions, he spoke these words without restraint. Jiang Zhu's parents were shocked to hear such words from their son. They could hardly believe he would say such things. Moreover, Jiang Zhu's parents, who had been honest and straightforward all their lives, could not accept Jiang Feng's claims. Jiang Zhu, upon hearing her brother's words, slapped him hard across the face. Since getting engaged to Tailong, Jiangzhu had received treatment akin to that of a direct disciple from the Li family. With all her training resources and soul ring hunting fully supported by the Li family, Jiangzhu's family benefited from her engagement, particularly her brother Jiangfeng. If it weren't for Jiangzhu sharing some of her training resources with him, Jiangfeng might not have achieved his current level of cultivation. Furthermore, Jiangzhu had met Tailong a few times and had some understanding of him, knowing he was an excellent partner and had no objections to marrying him. Therefore, Jiangzhu felt grateful to the Li family and held a grateful attitude towards her fiancé, Tailong. Especially for this wedding, Jiangzhu initially did not expect Tailong to formally marry her. However, she never anticipated that Tailong would treat her the same way he treated those soul saint sisters and those from prominent families. Jiangzhu's family was originally just as happy and satisfied about her marriage to Tailong as she was, considering it a blessing for their family. However, after Jiang Feng's remarks, even though Jiangzhu's parents found it hard to believe, they were somewhat shaken. Despite Jiangzhu's efforts to persuade them, her parents remained skeptical. Thus, they decided to inquire about Tailong outside, and what they found out was alarming. They learned that many did not look favorably on the marriage between Jiangzhu and Tailong. Some said the eldest daughter of the Ning family was far superior, that the Ning family had power and wealth, and that she was a better match for Tailong. They suggested that Jiangzhu would merely be a tool for childbearing if she married into the Li family. In short, what Jiangzhu's parents gathered were all voices advising against accepting this marriage, with some even suggesting that her father quickly take the family and flee from the marriage with Tailong. Fortunately, Jiangzhu was very determined about her marriage to Tailong, although the news brought back by her parents made her feel unworthy of Tailong. She had no thoughts of running away from the marriage. Thus, when Tailong came to propose to Jiangzhu, apart from the smiling bride, her parents and brothers showed their disapproval of the marriage. Tailong was somewhat puzzled by the situation, thinking that Jiangzhu's family was simply worried about her parting from them, so he comforted them by saying Jiangzhu could visit often. However, after Tailong said this, he noticed Jiangzhu's mother still tightly holding onto Jiangzhu's hand, unwilling to let her go. Meanwhile, Jiangzhu's brother, Jiangfeng, was glaring at him with hatred, clearly treating his sister's fiancé as an enemy. Initially, Tailong did not pay much attention to Jiangfeng's gaze, thinking it was a normal reaction from a brother to a brother-in-law. However, as time passed, he began to sense something was off. Tailong, who had started off smiling, gradually lost his smile as he heard Jiangzhu's mother crying, saw her father standing silently to the side, and noticed Jiangfeng's hostile glare. The joyful and celebratory atmosphere of the wedding procession began to fade away as Tailong's smile disappeared. Jiangzhu, still somewhat clear-headed and not affected by her parents' distress, sensed the change in the atmosphere. She forcibly broke free from her mother's grasp and rushed to Tailong's side, taking his hand to express her stance. Seeing Jiangzhu's series of actions, Tailong finally smiled when she took his hand. With Tailong's smile returning, the atmosphere of the wedding procession became lively again. Tailong held Jiangzhu's hand and did not say another word to her family, instead scanning Jiangzhu's courtyard carefully before leaving. After taking 2 steps forward with Jiangzhu, Tailong suddenly turned around to look at Jiangfeng, locking eyes with him, who was filled with hatred and anger. Tailong emitted a hint of killing intent through his gaze, then smiled broadly and nodded at Jiangzhu's parents before pulling Jiangzhu away. Once they stepped out of Jiangzhu's courtyard, Tailong no longer felt the hostile gazes behind him. The reason Tailong turned back after just a couple of steps was that he sensed Jiangfeng's malicious stare. With his nearly tidal, Doulu-level spiritual power, Tailong found Jiangfeng's hostile gaze particularly pronounced, making him uncomfortable. The result of this discomfort was that Jiangfeng was left dumbfounded by Tailong's murderous glare, only snapping back to reality a quarter of an hour after Tailong had left. Chapter 171, The Inside Story. Tailong took Jiangzhu away from her home, while her parents stayed behind. Originally, the plan was for Jiangzhu's family to accompany Tailong to the wedding venue when he came to propose, but seeing their unwillingness, Tailong decided not to take them along. After Jiangzhu left, her parents stood at the gate for quite a while, lost in thought. They then noticed Jiangfeng standing in the yard, dazed and motionless, as if he had lost his soul. Jiangzhu's parents were startled to see their son like this and rushed to his side, feeling helpless. Being ordinary people without martial soul cultivation, they did not understand what was happening to Jiangfeng and did not dare to call his name loudly to wake him up. Jiangzhu's parents, flustered and confused, surrounded Jiangfeng until he finally broke free from the effect of Tailong's warning gaze. At this moment, Tailong had already left with his people. He was unaware that he could now use his powerful mental strength, combined with the killing intent and murderous aura he had accumulated, to launch a mental attack with just a glance at those with weak minds or low spiritual power. Tailong had now arrived at the wedding hotel with Jiangzhu, and this wedding was finally different from the previous ones because Tailong could no longer endure his father, Tainoa, who would come to him every morning before dawn to discuss matters. Today marked the last day of Tailong's 7-day wedding, and he couldn't bear to let his father, Tainoa, suffer from being beaten by his grandfather, Titan, and still come to discuss matters with him. Therefore, at this last wedding, Talon followed Tainoa's newly revised process. While carrying out these wedding procedures that were different from the previous days, Tailong specifically used his mental observation to gauge the guests' reactions to these changes. As he expected, Tainoa's carefully planned and exhausting wedding changes were destined to disappoint him. The guests' indifferent reactions and their quiet conversations during the ceremony indicated that Tainoa's efforts were in vain. The rest of the wedding proceeded without any surprises, and the atmosphere among the guests was quite pleasant. The reasons for this varied from person to person. After Tailong sent the bride, Jiangzhu, back to the wedding chamber, he found an opportunity to communicate with a leader of the Zhu Yin alliance during the banquet. After the feast, he asked him to find out about Jiangzhu's family situation over the past few days, as their family's reaction today seemed a bit off. After saying this, Tailong patted the small leader's shoulder and turned to another table. That night, Tailong returned to his 7th wedding chamber, where Jiangzhu had been waiting for him. Tailong felt something special towards Jiangzhu, as he knew she was his classmate from the original work of Douluo Continent, and had also become a substitute for the Shrek 7 monsters in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Jiangzhu was different from Zhu Zhiyun, who was Davis's fiancée. Jiangzhu was now Tailong's legally wedded bride, faced with someone he was both familiar with and unfamiliar with. Tailong was unsure of what to do next. Anna, Catherine, and Amy were all very familiar to Tailong, and they had all broken through to the final step before the wedding, so Tailong didn't feel any strange emotions on his wedding night. As for Ning Xuejuan and the other 3 girls, Tailong had only met them a few times, so he didn't feel shy during their wedding night. However, with Jiangzhu, their relationship was neither too far nor too close, and Jiangzhu was also the closest in age to Tailong among the 7. Tailong hadn't drunk much today and was still quite clear-headed. Plus, considering the emotions Jiangzhu's family displayed when he went to pick her up, Tailong was quite mindful of Jiangzhu's feelings. Therefore, when he sat by the wedding bed, he didn't know what to do next. When Tailong entered the wedding chamber, Jiangzhu was very nervous. She had long been engaged to Tailong and was aware of what should happen on a newlywed night. As Tailong approached her step by step, Jiangzhu's heart raced. She bit her lip and dared not look at Tailong. When Tailong sat beside her, Jiangzhu fidgeted with her hands and felt her legs trembling uncontrollably. Jiangzhu was ready, but she didn't expect Tailong to remain still after sitting beside her. The wedding chamber fell into silence, as Tailong didn't know what to say and was also contemplating how to improve his strength in the next stage. Seeing Tailong's lack of action, Jiangzhu's smile froze, and the flush on her face began to fade. Although Jiangzhu didn't understand why Tailong was acting this way on their wedding night, she quickly realized it must be related to her family's attitude earlier in the day. At this moment, Jiangzhu felt quite wronged, but she understood that the reason for this situation lay not with Tailong, but with her parents' and brother's attitude towards him. Jiangzhu felt wronged, but she knew it was her responsibility to make up for it. She also understood that if she didn't help Tailong resolve his concerns tonight, and he continued to harbor dissatisfaction, their future together might not be pleasant. Anna, Catherine, and Amy naturally wouldn't pay attention to Jiangzhu, but Ning Xuejuan and the other 3 girls from prominent families wouldn't be so kind to her. Therefore, Jiangzhu bit her lip, suppressing her shyness, took a deep breath, and stood up. Tailong, sensing Jiangzhu getting up, snapped back to reality and looked at her with surprise as she smiled. The next day, Tailong woke up early and refreshed, glancing at Jiangzhu in his arms, whose eyes were red and swollen. Feeling the delicate body of the girl curled up in his embrace, he remembered her initiative last night and his own hesitations caused by his frustrations. Thinking of this, Tailong felt a bit regretful. He then took out some medicinal liquids for cultivation and healing from his storage soul guide and placed them by the bed. Carefully, Tailong got off the bed without waking the still sleeping Jiangzhu. After changing into his training clothes, he quietly opened the door of his new room and went out. He instructed the maidservant attending to him to prepare a nutritious medicinal meal for Jiangzhu, which every bride would have after the wedding night. At the same time, he asked the maid, Xiaowen, who was helping him with personal hygiene, to explain to Jiangzhu how to use the medicinal liquids he had placed on the bedside and to make sure she kept them safe. After completing his personal hygiene and drinking 2 cups of warm tea, Tailong began his training for the day. During this period, Tailong stayed at home, spending every night in different women's rooms to quickly plant the seeds for a son or daughter to satisfy his grandfather, Titan. However, Tailong did not neglect his training. He arranged his days to be full, ensuring that his strength continued to progress without stagnation. During this period, Tailong has also carefully considered his training plan for the next phase. If he can follow the plan he has set for himself, Tailong is confident that he can elevate his soul power to the level of Soul Douluo by the time he participates in the next All-Continent Advanced Soul Master competition. However, Tailong still needs to wait a bit. There is no rush to initiate this plan. Tailong is currently a level 69 Soul Emperor, just one step away from breaking through the 70-level barrier and becoming a Soul Saint. Therefore, the most important thing for Tailong now is to do everything he can to quickly break through to level 70 and become a Soul Saint. This is Tailong's top priority for the time being. Tailong has just recently gotten married, and his grandfather Titan is eager for great-grandchildren, putting pressure on him as a grandson. Moreover, Tailong can't just abandon his 7 newlywed wives to go off to remote places like the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang for training. Can he? Besides, Tailong is also waiting for his grandfather to forge new weapons and armor for him. The rare materials needed for the new weapon, which will mainly be made of dragon bones and dragon scales, have almost all been gathered. He just needs to collect a few more rare forging materials before Titan can start the forging process. Tailong is currently just waiting for his new halberd and armor, and waiting to plant the seeds for improving his family's inherited martial soul. Leader, I have found out that recently, Lady Jiangju's parents. It's confirmed that only the AI Hung family has taken action, and the Ning family and Gu family did not intervene. Based on what my subordinates have gathered, only the AI Hung family has intervened, while the Ning family and Gu family did not take any action. Alright, I understand. Tailong is currently very dissatisfied with the AI Hung family. He didn't expect them to take action against Jiangju's family, just to reduce competition for their daughter. Although the AI Hung family didn't directly attack Jiangju's family, they used indirect influence strategies, bribing Jiangju's neighbors and launching a public opinion offensive against her parents. When Jiangju's parents inquired, the negative news they heard about Tailong and their marriage came from these neighbors, who had been bribed by the AI Hung family. After understanding the ins and outs of these matters, Tailong felt it necessary to have a serious talk with the 3 women from noble families, Ning, Gu, and AI Hung. After discussing with them, he also wanted to warn their families, making it clear that they should not meddle in Tailong's affairs and not think they could influence him through their daughters marrying him. During this time, Tailong has been staying in his family's manor and hasn't gone out much. So the Imperial Prince Shui Qinghe often looks for opportunities to visit the Li family's manor to see Tailong. Tailong knows that this Imperial Prince is a fake, but he also realizes that on the surface, he is the Imperial Prince Shui Qinghe, and he doesn't have confidence that many people would believe him if he revealed the truth about the prince being an imposter. He is aware that Qianren Shui has been hiding her identity and has infiltrated the Tiando Empire's royal family, replacing the real Shui Qinghe for many years now. The fact that Qianren Shui has been impersonating Shui Qinghe for such a long time without being discovered speaks volumes. Therefore, Tailong won't foolishly expose this information or think of using it to threaten Qianren Shui, which is clearly unrealistic. However, Tailong can indeed use his foresight to plan some advantages for himself. Given the current situation between the Tiando Empire and the Four Spirits sect, it's inevitable that there will be conflicts of interest over time, leading to disagreements. Once the alliance between the Tiando Empire's royal family and the Four Spirits sect breaks down, they will become adversaries. Either one side will be strong enough to completely overpower the other or control them, waiting for the relationship to deteriorate, and then having the Four Spirits sect use their strength to suppress the Tiando Empire's royal family isn't the best choice. The best option is to start laying the groundwork while both sides are still in a cooperative relationship, preparing to take control of the Tiando Empire's royal family in the future. Currently, the Tiando Empire has 2 visible heirs to the throne and 1 hidden heir. The 2 visible heirs are the 2 princes of the Tiando royal family, the current prince Shui Qinghe, who is actually Qianren Shui in disguise, and the 4th prince Shui Bong. Among the children of the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire, the ones qualified to inherit the throne are the Imperial Prince Shui Qinghe and the 4th Prince Shui Bong, who has the support of Prince Shui Xing. Of course, if all the children of the Snow Knight Emperor were to die, Prince Shui Xing could inherit the throne, but that is unlikely. The current visible heirs of the Tiando Empire have already been mentioned, and the hidden heir, who is also qualified to inherit the throne, is the imperial princess Xueku. Given the current situation of the Tiando Empire, after the death of the Snow Knight Emperor, the possibility of Xueku inheriting the throne and becoming a female emperor is not only present, but also quite high. First of all, the most legitimate heir to the throne of the Tiando Empire is now the Prince Xue Qinghe, who is a fake, impersonated by Qianren Xue of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, the most legitimate next-generation heir to the Tiando Empire does not have real inheritance rights. With the current Prince Xue Qinghe lacking inheritance rights, and the Snow Knight Emperor having passed away, the Imperial Princess Xueku possesses the right of succession, with her only competitor being the fourth Prince Xuebong. Or, more ruthlessly, they could eliminate the fourth Prince Xuebong along with his father, the Snow Knight Emperor. Then, the Four Spirits sect could support the current Imperial Princess Xueku in ascending to the throne, making her a female emperor. After supporting Xueku, the Four Spirits sect would only need to gradually take control of the Tiando Empire's royal family or directly replace it. This is, of course, Tailong's current plan, and he has already begun to consider the future of his family and sect. However, these are just Tailong's thoughts in his heart. He hasn't shared these ideas with anyone, not even his closest grandfather, Titan. Whether Tailong decides to implement these plans will depend on the future development of the situation. If the Tiando royal family does not express dissatisfaction with the Four Spirits sect and does not intend to suppress his forces, Tailong will not carry out these plans. Moreover, if the relationship between the Tiando royal family and his side continues to be amicable, Tailong would not hesitate to assist when Qianren Xue takes action against the Snow Knight Emperor. Of course, Talon will definitely not sit idly by, waiting for the original plot of Douluo Continent to unfold normally. That is clearly impossible now, due to Talon's arrival and the changes triggered after he came to the City of Slaughter, although Talon has only met Ning Rongrong, one of the protagonists, a few times and hasn't directly affected the members of the main character group. Everything Talon has done since arriving on Douluo Continent has already impacted the entire continent, inevitably influencing the fate of the protagonist group. As a result, the original plot of Douluo Continent has also changed. If Talon were to view the current Douluo Continent as per the original plot he has read, it would surely be unworkable. Therefore, Talon has long begun to lay out plans. Initially, he only aimed to influence those around him, thereby starting to change the predetermined fate. For example, Talon proposed a vague concept for the development of war weapons, and after the Li family made some initial progress, they immediately began collaborating with the Blacksmith Association on the research and development of war weapons, especially large-scale destructive weapons. This outcome was something Talon could never have predicted when he was influencing his grandfather. In the future, the Li family and the Blacksmith Association would seize this opportunity for development and grow to the point of being able to influence the entire Douluo Continent. When Talon first met Douluo, he merely thought of getting a few immortal herbs for himself to enhance his abilities and to provide some for his family. At most, he intended to fool Douluo, who would become a great beauty in the future but was still a pretty little girl at the moment, into being his child bride. Later, after Talon called Yang Wudi hit it off with Douluo, took the immortal herbs, and proposed to establish a sect, which was successfully implemented. The sect that was established has now grown into a massive force capable of influencing the current landscape of the continent. Four Spirits sect. Moreover, all of this indicates that Talon, who came to the Douluo Continent with memories from Blue Star, is like a butterfly capable of stirring the wings of fate. Some things he did, without much thought, could have a huge impact on the Douluo Continent. However, it is fortunate that, from the perspective of the impact Talon has caused so far, it has been beneficial for him. Talon now has to plan for his family and sect, with the most important task being the improvement of his own strength, which will always remain the top priority. In addition to this primary task of enhancing his strength, Talon also needs to build a good relationship with Xueku. However, Talon's current identity is that of a married man, so he needs to be mindful of his actions. Nevertheless, Talon cannot be too close to Xueku. He knows he now has 7 wives, so he can just let his wives befriend Xueku. From what Talon knows, Xueku has a good relationship with her brother, Xue Qinghe, who is eager to get closer to Talon. As Xueku is the closest sister to Xue Qinghe, she naturally thinks of helping her brother. During Talon's time at the Li family estate, Xue Qinghe frequently came to find Talon. One was keen to win over the other, and the younger sister was also interested in bringing the two closer together. Thus, Talon and Xue Qinghe quickly grew closer, swiftly transitioning from strangers to acquaintances, and soon became apparent friends. Talon's friendship with the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, is something that Talon's grandfather, Titan, and the other high-ranking officials of the Four Spirits sect are very pleased to see. After all, in their eyes, the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe is the new generation emperor of the Tiando Empire. Currently, the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe is well known for his virtuous reputation, and there are no negative news about him. Xue Qinghe is very popular among the people of the Tiando Empire, making him a solid candidate for the future heir to the empire. Meanwhile, Talon is the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Four Spirits sect and is also the new generation heir of the Four Spirits sect. The Tiando Empire currently has a close relationship with the Four Spirits sect, being good strategic partners and allies. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Four Spirits sect are supportive of the interactions between the next generation heirs, although they are unaware of the true thoughts of the two parties involved. If you like Douluo, the military master, this chapter is complete, and I wish you happy reading. 0 Chapter 174. 3 Women Popular Recommendation. The relationship between Talon and Xue Qinghe quickly grew closer. As for how close they became, let's put it this way. Talon has stayed overnight at the prince's residence more than once. Talon knows that his brother-in-arms, who is almost like a sworn brother to him, Xue Qinghe, is actually a girl, so he doesn't mind his brother Xue Qinghe meeting his wives. Therefore, during many gatherings with Xue Qinghe, Talon brought along his wives. And as a man, at least publicly, Xue Qinghe naturally wouldn't be the one to personally host Talon's wives. Now, although Xue Qinghe is not young anymore and has been in charge for many years, he does not have a princess consort, not even a concubine or maid. Currently, with Xue Qinghe befriending Talon and Talon bringing his wives to visit, does this not show that their relationship is good? Thus, Xue Qinghe, regardless of the situation, would treat Talon's wives well. Therefore, without a suitable hostess in his prince's residence to entertain Talon's wives, Xue Qinghe could only call his sister, Xue Ku, over to help host Talon's wives. As the favorite daughter of the Snow Knight Emperor and the most favored princess of the Tiando Empire, Xue Ku's identity is certainly sufficient to help entertain Talon's wives. Moreover, Xue Ku is also Xue Qinghe's sister and is familiar with Talon, making it an excellent choice for Xue Qinghe to ask Xue Ku to help entertain Talon's wives. Having Xue Ku assist in entertaining his wives is exactly what Talon wanted. Talon took his wives to visit Xue Qinghe at the prince's residence. Initially, Talon brought one wife each time, always a different one. After a few visits, Talon found that Jiangzhu didn't quite like this form of interaction, so after confirming with Jiangzhu that she truly disliked it, he stopped bringing her to visit Xue Qinghe. After Jiangzhu was the first to withdraw from the plan to visit Prince Xue Qinghe, Anna was the first to express to Talon that she no longer wanted to visit Xue Qinghe. Anna's reasoning was quite sound. She felt that she had no common topics with the still young Xue Ku and did not like Xue Ku, who followed the so-called noble etiquette in every movement. Anna's reason for refusing to participate in the action was strong and sufficient, although Talon did not quite agree with Anna's reason for refusal. He would not force her to go since she didn't want to. After Anna successfully withdrew, Amy likely got wind of Anna's news and approached Talon the same day, saying she no longer wanted to go to the prince's residence. Before Talon could ask Amy for her reason, she quickly laid out her reasons for not wanting to go. Amy spoke a bit quickly, and to sum it up, she mentioned that she was busy with the Dark Alliance work she had taken over and, as a former assassin, did not enjoy social activities. Tyrone also agreed to Amy's withdrawal. After all, Tyrone did not intend to force his wives to do things they did not like, and besides, he had 7 wives, so at least one of them would enjoy socializing. After Anna, Amy, and Jiangzhu withdrew, Katerina also began to feel the urge to withdraw. Importantly, during one night when Tyrone stayed in Katerina's room, she treated him well, which made him very satisfied. During a break, Katerina expressed to Tyrone that she did not want to visit Xue Qinghe anymore. In his relaxed state, Tyrone didn't even ask Katerina why she wanted to withdraw and directly agreed. To him, it was not a big deal, and he truly could not understand why Katerina, Anna, and Amy felt that he would care about their reluctance to visit Xue Qinghe. However, it is worth mentioning that when Katerina saw that Tyrone agreed to her request without a second thought, she felt touched and unlocked more intimate positions with him, fully satisfying his peculiar interests. After realizing that 4 of his 7 wives were not very fond of participating in these noble social events, Tyrone thought he should ask the opinions of the remaining 3 wives to see if they also disliked social activities. So, He took the opportunity to inquire about the 3 wives from the noble family of the Tiando Empire, to see if they were also unwilling to accompany him to visit the crown prince Xue Qinghe and converse with Princess Xue Ke. The responses from these 3 women were not as casual or straightforward as those of Katarina and the others. Instead, they were very formal. They spoke of sharing burdens with their husband, family responsibilities, and so on. However, Tyrone understood what they were trying to express. These 3 wives, coming from the imperial noble lineage, were quite enthusiastic about noble social activities. Particularly, Carolina Hen from the Ahen family was very eager to befriend the imperial princess and become close friends. She was excited about the prospect of visiting the crown prince's residence and being received by the imperial princess. Ning Xuejuan from the Ning family and Gu Linruo from the Gu family, while not as utilitarian as Carolina Hen, also enjoyed the respect they received from others whenever they accompanied their husband Tyrone to noble social events. Tyrone did not feel any aversion to their mindset, because he understood that this psychology stemmed from their backgrounds and the family education they received. The desire for fame, the enjoyment of respect, and a bit of vanity. Tyrone was not very concerned about these minor flaws in the 3 women. Many people have such flaws, and the difference lies in the degree of their expression. Moreover, Tyrone was marrying 7 beautiful wives himself. So what right did he have to impose expectations on these 3 women? Furthermore, what Tyrone wanted was for his wives to befriend Xue Ke and strengthen their relationship. With Ning Xuejuan and the others enthusiastic about social activities in light of Katarina and Jiangju's withdrawal, Tyrone had no reason not to support them. Chapter 175. Trouble. Tyrone had been getting close to Xue Qinghe for over a month now, and from the outside, their relationship seemed to have reached a level of familiarity. Now, with the interaction between Ning Xuejuan and Xue Ke, the relationships among the women had also improved significantly. They would often meet at Yuexian, go shopping together, and so on. The rapid improvement in their relationships was naturally due to Tyrone's friendship with Xue Qinghe. It is also worth mentioning that since Tyrone confirmed that only Ning Xuejuan and her 2 companions were interested in these noble social activities, whenever he attended events or visited Xue Qinghe, he would directly bring the 3 women along. On the other hand, the first batch of troops from the Zhuyan alliance, which had been split off, had undergone several months of hard training, and these reservists had nearly been honed to perfection, according to the military standards of Douluo Continent. Aside from some minor issues, they had met the criteria for a regular army. As for the minor issues among the members of the Zhuyan army, such as liking to visit brothels, drink, cause trouble, and gamble in the great fighting soul arena after training, Tyrone did not see these as major problems. Even among the armies composed of commoners in various factions on Douluo Continent, many had similar flaws. Moreover, Tyrone's Zhuyan army was composed of soul masters he brought out from the City of Slaughter. Each of these individuals was not easy to deal with. The fact that they could form a military and undergo regular training according to Tyrone's requirements was due to the high regard they held for him, having witnessed his ruthless methods in the City of Slaughter. Overall, while Tyrone's Zhuyan army had not become the kind of army he envisioned, akin to a people's army, it had reached a level where 800 soldiers would fight fiercely at Tyrone's command. As for the rest, in the environment of Douluo Continent, those were trivial matters. The status of soul masters on Douluo Continent had already determined the nature of the Zhuyan army. Seeing that the Zhuyan army was now formed, Tyrone planned to report to the Tiando Empire's military and Emperor Xue Yi to officially establish the military structure for the Zhuyan army. This step had already been discussed with Titan and Emperor Xue Yi, and once the Zhuyan army was formed, Emperor Xue Yi would grant them a formal structure of 3,000 troops. As for recruiting for the Zhuyan army, that would need to be resolved by the Zhuyan army itself. The Tiando side was merely granting Tyrone's Zhuyan a title. However, what was supposed to be a settled matter unexpectedly encountered complications. Because Tyrone had been getting close to Prince Xue Qinghe, the 4th Prince Xue Bingshan, another contender for the imperial throne of the Tiando Empire, was quite displeased. Xue Bingshan had attempted to befriend Tyrone in the past, but he had always maintained a facade of incompetence and weakness. This persona made it impossible for him to attract or win over anyone, especially someone as talented and strong-willed as Tyrone. Tyrone had met Xue Bingshan when he was young. When he entered the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy as a first-year student, Xue Bingshan was already a 4th-year student at the academy. At that time, Tyrone's grandfather Titan was still just a soul Douluo, and the Four Spirits sect was still a distant concept. Everyone knew that Tyrone had been on the path to dominate his peers in Tiando City since he was in 1st grade. From the first day of enrollment, when Tailong defeated the strongest first-year student, Yin, to the point where Tailong became invincible in the entire Tiando City Junior Soul Master Academy, and then set his sights on the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in Tiando City. At this time, Xuebing had an unbreakable bond with Tailong. When Xuebing was in the Junior Soul Master Academy, he was challenged by Tailong, and when he reached the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, he was challenged by Tailong once again. This led to a deep connection between the two. Although the conflict between them during their first encounter in the Junior Soul Master Academy was initiated by Xuebing, he did not believe that he was the cause of their conflict. At that time, Xuebing, a fourth-year student, was struck by Tailong, a first-year student, with a stick. This created animosity between them. During the 3 years that Tailong disappeared, the strength of the Four Spirits sect continued to grow. Now that Tailong was back, Xuebing had thought about trying to build a relationship with him. After all, they had known each other for many years. It would be nice to laugh off their past grievances. He envisioned Tailong assisting him in defeating his elder brother, Xue Qinghe, and helping him ascend to the throne. Afterward, he and Tailong would work together, resting and recuperating, preparing to gather strength to sweep away the feudal lords within the Tiando Empire and reorganize the imperial forces to attack the Star Luo Empire. Ultimately, under Xuebing's wise leadership, the Tiando Empire would unify the entire Douluo Continent, ushering in a new era. However, all of this was just Xuebing's imagination. In reality, he hadn't even taken the first step towards reconciliation with Tailong before it was already doomed to fail. After learning Tailong's exact location, with the help of his uncle, Prince Xue, Xuebing quickly grasped Tailong's movements. Therefore, before Xue Qinghe could contact Tailong, Xuebing secretly approached Tailong without letting Xue Qinghe know. However, the outcome of their meeting was not what Xuebing had hoped for. There was no reconciliation or laughter to dispel their grievances. When Xuebing saw Tailong, he was certain that he had a friendly smile on his face, but he was met with Tailong's expressionless, deadpan face. After witnessing Tailong's indifference, Xuebing felt a sense of dissatisfaction rising within him, but he suppressed it, thinking about the purpose of his visit. In Chapter 176, Xuebing endured Tailong's rudeness and patiently engaged in friendly conversation. Yet he was met with Tailong's emotionless responses and terse replies, especially after Xuebing shared heartfelt and sincere words. Tailong's replies were often just a few simple words. As a result, the atmosphere during their conversation was not pleasant, and as the conversation dragged on, the awkwardness between them intensified. They did not talk for long before they parted ways, with Tailong walking away expressionlessly. Once Tailong left, the forced friendly smile on Xuebing's face instantly vanished, replaced by a brutal expression filled with hatred. Xuebing could be described as deep-minded, as he ultimately inherited the throne of the Tiando Empire after the passing of the Snow Knight Emperor. He could also be seen as ruthless in pursuing his goals. Just one point can prove this. As a prince of the Tiando Empire, Xuebing was already confirmed as the sole heir to the imperial throne. Such a position was undoubtedly high, yet Xuebing knelt before Tang San, who was younger than him, and acknowledged him as his master. This shows Xuebing's relentless character in achieving his goals and his willingness to be harsh on himself. A person with capability, ambition, and cunning, who can also be tough on themselves, is undoubtedly someone who can accomplish great things. The most crucial aspect is having the ability. However, Xuebing was not a capable person. His inability to resist Xue Qinghe, even with the support of his uncle, Prince Xue, shows this. If he was truly afraid of Xue Qinghe directly dealing with him, then why didn't he try to improve his own living conditions? Instead, he pretended to be foolish and relied on his identity and the support of Prince Xue to cause trouble everywhere. This was evident from his series of actions when preparing to join the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. The people from Shrek Academy had no reason to conflict with Xuebing at that time, yet he sought confrontation when they entered the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. In a situation where he had no strength, he initiated conflict with an opponent he couldn't defeat, ultimately getting beaten by Dai Mubai and losing face. If not for Xuebing's identity as a prince of the Tiando Empire, he might have already been eliminated by the Shrek people. Afterward, Xuebing engaged in a series of inexplicable actions, and Prince Xue, who was backing him, also supported him foolishly. Then, with his identity as a member of the Tiando Empire, and the presence of title Bo, he drove away the people from Shrek Academy who were originally intended to be integrated into the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. This series of actions was truly mindless. Xuebing had no conflict with the people from Shrek Academy, but forcibly created one. He then inexplicably drove away the people from Shrek Academy who had intentions towards the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. It should be noted that the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy truly belonged to the Tiendo royal family. The name alone indicates that this is the academy of the Tiendo royalty, and the students, mentors, and school leaders can all be considered part of the Tiendo royal power. Knowing the strength of Shrek Academy, Shuebing still refused their entry into the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, which was essentially undermining his own foundation. Moreover, the overly clever Shuebing and his uncle, the smartest Prince Xuexing, completely offended the 3 deans of the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy in this action, all of whom were Soul Douluo level. The status of these 3 deans in the Tiendo Empire was very high. Just considering the numerous teachers at the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, this represents a powerful force. Not to mention, the academy had been established for many years, cultivating countless soul masters who held significant positions and power in the current Tiendo Empire. Looking closer, the number of students personally taught by the 3 Soul Douluo deans is a vast figure, and this power stood in opposition to Shuebing and Prince Xuexing due to Shuebing's mindless actions and the substantial support from Prince Xuexing. Furthermore, it must be said that Prince Xuexing and the 4th Prince Shuebing were indeed clever, as their operations completely ruined an already poor hand. It was as if they were just a step away from throwing down their cards and conceding defeat. As for the fact that the 4th Prince Xuebong of the Tiando Empire inherited the throne without any opposition, isn't it still because the emperor, the Shuiyi Great Emperor, was on the verge of death at that time, and Xuebong was the only viable heir left? It's not that those who had offended Xuebong and Prince Xuexing didn't want to oppose, but rather that they had no room for opposition. The button for dissent had been welded shut. At that time, if there had been even one prince with a legitimate claim to the throne who stood up to compete with Xuebong, it's likely that Xuebong would not have been able to smoothly inherit the throne. Therefore, it's true that Xuebong is quite scheming. He is flexible and adaptable, but his own abilities are indeed lacking. Thus, Talon, who knows Xuebong well, does not intend to have any interaction with him, as supporting Xuebong's claim to the throne is less appealing than supporting the beautiful, charming, and delicate Xueku. Talon is not prepared to pay any attention to Xuebong, and given that the two had some past grievances in their childhood, the noble-minded Talon certainly would not forget the enmity between him and Xuebong. In this situation, Talon would naturally not show any good face to Xuebong, who approached him. Not to mention that at that time, Talon had just come out of the city of slaughter not long ago and was in the process of adjusting his mindset and recuperating at the Moon Pavilion. After Xuebong hit a wall with Talon, he felt a bit unwilling to give up so easily, so he prepared to find another opportunity. Soon, Xuebong also heard about Talon's wedding. Chapter 177, Disguise. Xuebong has a good relationship with his uncle, Prince Xuexing, and Talon sometimes even suspects that Xuebong is Xuexing's biological son. Because apart from this reason, Talon really cannot think of any other reason for Prince Xuexing to help and support a useless prince who clearly lacks the ability to compete for the throne. Prince Xuexing surely understands that by doing so, he would offend the current first heir to the imperial throne, Crown Prince Xuexinghe. It has been mentioned before that Prince Xuexing has a good relationship with the Four Spirits sect, mainly due to his deep friendship with Douluo, the current leader of the Four Spirits sect. However, Prince Xuexing did not attend Talon's wedding because, in his eyes, Talon is merely a junior of some value. So he entrusted the mission of befriending Talon to Xuebong. The wedding invitation that the Leaf family sent to Prince Xuexing was naturally passed on to Xuebong. Allowing him to attend Talon's wedding on behalf of Prince Xuexing, Xuebong originally wanted to take this opportunity to further ease his relationship with Talon. But before attending Talon's wedding, he discovered that his elder brother, Crown Prince Xuexinghe, would also be attending. As for why Xuexinghe wanted to attend Talon's wedding, Xuebong, being a prince of the royal family, is well aware that such basic political maneuvers are typically taught to royal children who may inherit the throne in the future. After learning that Xuexinghe also wanted to win over Talon, Xuebong began to hesitate about whether he should compete with Xuexinghe in this regard. Regardless of whether Xuebong's desire for self-preservation is genuine or not, after so many years of being a brainless, useless prince, he now wants to get closer to Talon, which naturally requires him to present himself as a person worthy of friendship in front of Talon. If he does this, it would contradict Xuebong's survival philosophy built over the years, and he is now hesitating whether Talon is worth exposing himself for. To say that Xuebong has some thoughts about his so-called father, or at least the position beneath his father's seat, is only natural, which prince born into royalty would not have some thoughts about their position. However, Shui Bong is aware that his current strength is insufficient. No, he should say that he currently lacks even the power to protect himself. Shui Bong is very clear that his elder brother is not to be underestimated. Otherwise, how could his two elder brothers, who had a competitive claim to the throne, have died under such mysterious circumstances? Although Shui Bong has no evidence that Shui Qinghe harmed his two elder brothers, just looking at who gained the most benefit after their deaths is enough. This is why Shui Bong has been pretending to be foolish. At his age, he understands that if he continues to act like this, although he might survive, it is unlikely he will have any connection to the throne. Shui Bong genuinely wants to change, which is why he is trying to win over Talon. But now his plan to win over Talon collides with Shui Qinghe's. In light of this situation, Shui Bong needs to carefully consider whether to expose his disguise and confront the situation head-on. Although he is uncertain about the success of such a move, he believes that with the relationship between his uncle, Prince Shui Xing, and Douluo, he has a good chance of winning against Shui Qinghe in this competition for Talon's favor. However, Shui Bong is also acutely aware of the troubles and dangers that such actions would bring him. Ultimately, Shui Bong chooses to play it safe and decides to maintain his current situation. In other words, Shui Bong still believes that Talon does not provide enough value for him to expose his disguise. Or perhaps, Shui Bong thinks that his elder brother, Shui Qinghe's plan to win over Talon will not go smoothly and will likely hit a wall with Talon. Given Talon's attitude toward him, Shui Bong does not believe that Talon has any awe for the identity of an imperial prince. After all, Talon hardly pays any attention to him, the fourth prince. Moreover, with the relationship between Douluo and his uncle Prince Shui Xing, and Shui Xing's dislike for Shui Qinghe, Douluo would certainly not let Talon get too close to Shui Qinghe. Furthermore, Shui Qinghe had not had any contact with Talon before this, so Shui Bong believes that Talon would not heed Shui Qinghe's overtures. Shui Bong is overestimating Douluo's actual control and influence as the leader of the Four Spirits sect, which is formed by the four major single-attribute families. He is also overestimating the relationship between his uncle Prince Shui Xing and Douluo, as well as the influence that Douluo, a title Duo, could exert on Talon. Talon is indeed the leader of the Four Spirits sect and a title Dalu. But now Talon has the qualifications to engage in equal dialogue with title Douluo's. He does not rely on his grandfather, but has built up his own strength and established the Zhuyan alliance, giving him considerable power. Moreover, Douluo has shown no intention of sensing Talon's movements, so Shui Bong's confidence this time is indeed somewhat misplaced. Shui Bong took the wedding invitation from his uncle Prince Shui Xing, but in order to avoid meeting Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, he did not attend Talon's wedding, nor did he send anyone to represent him. Perhaps Shui Bong could not find anyone or could not designate someone of sufficient status to replace him at Talon's wedding. However, Shui Bong has been keeping an eye on the situation of Talon's wedding, or more accurately, on the progress of the relationship between Talon and Crown Prince Shui Qinghe. This feels strange to write. However, the progress of the relationship between Talon and Shui Qinghe is bound to disappoint Shui Bong. He never expected that when Talon and Shui Qinghe spoke, Talon would actually be smiling. For Shui Bong, the cold-faced fourth prince, Talon was a warm and courteous groom to Crown Prince Shui Qinghe. This discovery truly caused an avalanche for those secretly observing the relationship between the two, leading to some imbalances in mindset. Avalanche had reason to suspect that Tailong was choosing sides based on who he was with or simply looking down on him. If Tailong were to know what Avalanche was thinking, he would certainly be surprised, as Tailong didn't think much of the fourth prince. Upon learning Tailong's attitude towards Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, Avalanche's mindset became unbalanced, feeling that Tailong's actions were already quite excessive. However, Avalanche did not anticipate that Tailong's subsequent actions would be even more outrageous. After receiving multiple visits from Shui Qinghe, Tailong actually brought his wife to visit the Crown Prince's residence. Chapter 178, Legion Popular Recommendation. Tailong visits Shui Qinghe with his newlywed wife. An outcome that completely altered the atmosphere for Avalanche, who had been secretly monitoring their situation. As Tailong's relationship with Shui Qinghe improved, Avalanche's dissatisfaction with Tailong grew increasingly severe, eventually escalating to the level of hatred. Of course, this was merely Avalanche's one-sided hatred towards Tailong, as the protagonist Tailong, who was oblivious to Avalanche's feelings, had no idea he had caused such significant harm. Nonetheless, the psychological trauma Tailong unknowingly inflicted on Avalanche brought him considerable trouble, or rather, caused significant disruption to Tailong's plans, forcing him to alter his strategies. The impact of such changes will be discussed later. After feeling unbalanced and resentful towards Tailong, Avalanche decided that he could not allow Tailong to be too comfortable. Thus, when Tailong applied to integrate his Zhuyin army into the Imperial Regular Army, Avalanche intervened and organized the Zhuyin army's entry into the Tiando Empire's military. It must be said that Avalanche was remarkably skilled at preventing the Tiando Empire from gaining strength, and during such times, his ability to create trouble was indeed quite impressive. Avalanche continuously persuaded the Emperor Shuiyi, trying to change his mind about granting Tailong's Zhuyin army a formal imperial military structure. Initially, not getting to the crux of the matter, the Emperor Shuiyi, having been the emperor of the Tiando Empire for so many years, was not inclined to indulge his son. Furthermore, he had already verbally promised to grant Tailong a formal structure for the Zhuyin army. Though it was merely a verbal agreement, the emperor was reluctant to go back on his word, especially since it was a promise made to a title de law, a powerful figure. He wouldn't want to offend such a strong individual for the sake of son he didn't particularly favor. However, Avalanche's subsequent remarks struck a nerve with the emperor, leading him to reconsider and ultimately decide to breach his verbal agreement with Tailong, denying the Zhuyin army a formal imperial military designation. This was because Avalanche's words touched upon the emperor's sensitivities, making him wary of Tailong's behavior in forming an army entirely composed of his own subordinates. The emperor was still unaware that Tailong's Zhuyin army was completely made up of soul masters, with even the weakest members possessing soul master combat power. Therefore, it wasn't the army itself that worried the emperor, but rather the implications of Tailong's actions and the formation of such an army, which was not something that could exist in the Tiando Empire. If this time he allowed Tailong's Zhuyin army to be organized in this manner and recognized as an official imperial army, other military leaders in the empire might follow suit, leading to chaos in the military structure. Just imagine if these armies only obeyed their own commanders. The Tiando Empire would be on the brink of collapse. Thus, the precedent of Tailong's Zhuyin army could not be established. In this way, Tailong's Zhuyin army, which had already completed initial military training, was stuck at the crucial step of becoming an official army. Talon did not expect that his military development plan would be halted right at the beginning. Even more surprising was that the person responsible for the failure of his plan was none other than the fourth prince, Avalanche, whom he had little desire to engage with. Was Avalanche truly more of a hindrance than a help? After Talon's plans were disrupted, he secretly investigated the reasons behind the failure, directly seeking to understand why Emperor Shuiyi had suddenly changed his mind. Upon learning that the Emperor's change of heart came after a conversation with Avalanche, Tailong began to grasp the Emperor's line of thinking. Fortunately, Tailong had no intentions of usurping the throne. He merely sought to use the military to spread the ideology of Zhu Yin and gather followers. However, since the original development plan had been derailed, Tailong had to change his plans and pursue an alternative route. He decided to continue promoting the ideology of Zhu Yin within the Tiando Empire's military, albeit with less smoothness than initially planned. As for the Zhuyin army, which was almost an established military unit, Tailong naturally needed to make proper arrangements since they had undergone extensive military training and he could not waste their hard-earned progress. With the path to becoming a formal imperial army blocked and not wanting to disband the already formed Zhuyin army, Tailong had limited options left. Among the few remaining choices, transforming the Zhuyin army into a mercenary group was a very good option. Upon this realization, Tailong's mind opened up, and he thought through the idea of converting the Zhuyin army into a mercenary group. The more he considered it, the more feasible it seemed. The members of the Zhuyin army had never been particularly enthusiastic about becoming regular soldiers. They only complied due to Tailong's orders. If they were to become mercenaries, they would not be as opposed, as the mercenary identity was not much different from their original status as free soul masters. Moreover, forming a mercenary group with their brothers would surely lead to substantial income. The rough men of the Zhuyin army were not exactly model citizens, being well-versed in indulgences. And when it came to spending, they were quite extravagant. As regular soldiers in the Tiando Empire, how much income could they expect each month? Wouldn't that lead to a tight financial situation for them in the future? This was one of the reasons they were reluctant to serve in the military. However, becoming mercenaries was different. Their income would depend entirely on their strength and combat power. The stronger they were, the higher their income. Furthermore, if the Zhuyin army became a mercenary group, they could establish cooperative relationships with another part of the Zhuyin Alliance's Dark Alliance, Mercenaries and assassins were undeniably two promising professions. Thus, Tailong became the leader of both the mercenaries and the assassins. Chapter 179, Fallen Star, Iron Null, Chapter 180. Subtle Influence, a halberd continuously supplied with energy by Tailong, and ultimately forged with materials by Tailong himself. How could it not be considered a weapon personally crafted by him? As for another participant in the forging of the Fong Tianhuaji Titan, he merely did some blacksmithing, shaped it, controlled the quenching timing, and did the not-so-important task of sharpening the weapon. Considering the Starfall Iron, Talon investigated the recent actions of the Zhuyan army and felt a bit of a headache. This rough group of men in the Zhuyan army had completed the military training he arranged without any discount and even exceeded the training goals set for them. However, these individuals were also quite restless. After spending a considerable amount of time in the Killing City, once they came out and saw the rich and colorful entertainment activities in Tiando City, they naturally couldn't resist. Those who had been stifled wanted to enjoy these entertainment activities and to be well served, which naturally required enough gold soul coins. Yet, each of them, while not exactly poor, was also not wealthy. Of course, relying on their own strength to earn some quick money wasn't difficult. But the habits formed during their long time in the Killing City were not easy to change. One must ask, in a place like the Killing City, where moral decay prevailed and the jungle law was the norm, what kind of thinking habits could be formed? For Talon, this question didn't even require much thought. It was clear that one would develop a habit of respecting the strong and preying on the weak in the Killing City. Thus, the Zhuyan army members that Talon brought out from the Killing City had only been out for a short time. So the good habits they had formed in the Killing City were still intact. Therefore, these guys didn't have the habit of paying after meals or after enjoying someone's hard-earned service. They even had thoughts about what place had the best food, wanted to bring the chefs from those places over, and they might think that if the service was good and they had fun, they could just take the person back to enjoy slowly, and some really did that. After understanding these situations, Talon felt his head buzzing. What kind of people were these? They were all a bunch of rascals. However, as Talon further understood the situation, he felt a bit relieved, and the buzzing in his head eased a little. Because according to what Talon investigated, those who had directly taken people weren't exactly rascals, as the service personnel taken were willing participants. When faced with such investigation results, Talon was initially surprised, but as he learned more about the situation, he found it wasn't too strange. The service personnel who were taken were also forced into the industry, so being taken away could be seen as a way to escape their plight. Therefore, Talon just instructed that the person in charge of the Zhuyan army be told that no women were allowed in their training camp. Aside from this matter, Talon also allocated a large sum of military funds to the Zhuyan army, not directly handing it to these guys, but placing the money in appropriate places. He then cleared the debts incurred by the Zhuyan army and released information that any consumption by the Zhuyan army would have someone come to settle the bill. As for forcing Talon to change the mindset of these guys he brought out from the Killing City, Talon felt that this was no different from forcing a young man in the throes of youthful hormones to abstain from sexual desires. After all, these people were soul masters, and in front of the commoners of Douluo Continent, each of them was a person of high status. Although Talon didn't like such rules, he could only do so much, and he himself was also a vested interest. Thus, Talon could only gradually change these people's thinking habits by having someone wait at the entrance of the Zhuyan army training camp every day, waiting for these members to go out and spend. Then he would follow these Zhuyan army members and settle their bills, subtly influencing these guys whose minds were filled with bandit thinking. Returning to Talon, providing exclusive information to the Zhuyan army. He also informed them of his plan to form them into a mercenary group. Upon hearing this news, the members of the Zhuyan army didn't have much of a reaction regarding becoming mercenaries. However, when Talon mentioned that after becoming mercenaries, as long as they made a name for the Zhuyan army, they could earn large sums of commission for each completed task, every member of the Zhuyan army suddenly became interested, and their eyes lit up. Yes, this group of people who previously had no interest in money and thought they could just take whatever they wanted, filled with bandit thinking, now understood the value of gold soul coins and had their mindset reset to before they entered the Killing City. The changes in these individuals were undoubtedly due to Talon, as his specially designed payment plan had achieved good results. They discovered that as long as someone paid the bill, the quality of service they received seemed to improve a level. Every person providing service, whether it was a restaurant waiter or a shabby girl, had a much better attitude. The heartfelt desire to serve and meet their needs felt different from the services obtained through forceful intimidation. Thus, they realized that this was no longer the killing city. This was the orderly Douluo Continent, and they recognized the importance of gold soul coins. In this way, through subtle influence, Talon changed the mindset of those he brought out from the killing city. However, this accidental operation also equipped the Zhuyan army with the basic qualities to become mercenaries. Chapter 181. Meeting the individuals Talon brought out from the killing city, under his subtle influence, finally managed to restore their thinking to a somewhat normal state. In Talon's view, this result was already quite good. After all, although these people weren't good and their minds were a bit off, their combat power was quite satisfying. Talon briefly told the Zhuyan army about their future development direction, then kept those who would be cultivated as future leaders, dismissing the others. Talon then took these several dozen promising individuals into the conference room, one by the Zhuyan army, for discussion. You all have made quick progress in military organization command during this time, but I wonder how well you have mastered what you've learned? Talon sat down at the main seat in the room, gestured for everyone to find their seats, and then asked, "Alliance leader, what are you saying? We have definitely studied what we needed well." A sole emperor from the Zhuyan army seemed to have a good reputation among these people. When Talon asked a question and no one responded, he was the first to stand up and answer. Talon had some impression of this guy. He was among the first batch to voluntarily join after the establishment of the Zhuyan alliance in the city of Slaughter. Seeing that he was quite sensible, old MO head didn't dislike him and made him a leader. If Talon remembered correctly, this guy seemed to be named Kong Xiangtao. Well, how should I put it? You all seem to have a good grasp of that knowledge. Absolutely, alliance leader. If you don't believe us, with so many of us here, you can ask anything. Have you all learned it? Yes, we have. Then who brought their study notes? Let me see your notes. This. Alliance leader, we have all learned. But as for study notes, we are all rough people, and no one writes that stuff? None of you wrote study notes? No one, alliance leader. We are all serious people. Who writes that kind of thing? Alliance leader, do you write? All right, I'll tentatively believe you this time. I gathered you here to discuss a few matters and also to ask for your opinions on a troublesome issue. Seeing that he didn't get the desired results from his previous question, Talon figured he understood the learning situation of these people. So he smoothly changed the topic to discuss today's main business. Alliance leader, what's the matter? Is it that thoughtless guy who upset you? Just give us a name, and tonight we'll take our weapons and wipe out his entire family. Also, that guy who has been hanging around, right? We want to leave even a chicken or a dog alive. Kong Xiangtao pounded his badge, directly expressing loyalty to Talon. That chicken and dog thing. You meant to say not leaving even a chicken or a dog, right? Talon asked Kong Xiangtao, somewhat unsure. Yes, the alliance leader is right. I was wondering why old Kong was talking about chickens and dogs. The alliance leader is impressive. Yeah, the others chimed in. Oh yes, that's the right phrase. You're so knowledgeable, alliance leader, with vast learning and many talents. You have ambitions across the seas. After Talon mentioned not leaving even a chicken or a dog, Kong Xiangtao looked at him with admiration, praising him by using idioms. At the same time, Kong Xiangtao was completely unconcerned about those nearby who were interjecting, engrossed in his own words. After glancing at Kong Xiangtao, Talon noticed something was off. These people, who previously couldn't even make a sound, seemed unusually lively today. This thought made Talon feel even more uneasy, so he asked, "What's going on with you all today? To speak frankly, don't get into these nonsensical things. I don't know who you learned this from. Alliance leader, you've misunderstood. We noticed you weren't in a good mood today, so we wanted to cheer you up." It was still Kong Xiangtao, the old slick one, who answered Talon's question. All right, since you don't want to speak, let us get back to business. Alliance leader, you wait. Let me finish before you speak. I gathered you here to discuss your future development plans. I want to know your thoughts on your future directions. Due to certain reasons, our original goal of becoming the third major power within the Tiando Empire's military has been thwarted. Now, the Zhuyan army can only take a different development path, pursuing a wild, free mercenary group route. However, this is just a path I've chosen for those people. For you who have leadership potential, I'm giving you an extra choice. You can choose to stay within the Zhuyan army, and in the future, when the Zhuyan army grows stronger, there will always be a place for you. The other choice is to leave the Zhuyan army now, and I will find a way to send you into the Tiando Empire's military to become leaders. Now, you need to make your choice. I'll state this clearly. Once you enter the Tiando Empire's military, you will still be part of the Zhuyan army. Also, there are already quite a few people from the Four Spirits sect in the Tiando military, so you don't need to worry about your future development after joining the Tiando Empire's military. After Talon finished speaking, he stopped and sat quietly, waiting for these people to make their choices, trying not to influence their decisions. At the same time, Talon kept a close watch on their reactions. After he stopped talking, the previously noisy group fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. No one spoke. They first fell into silence, then began to look around, with some exchanging glances, but no one was willing to make the first choice. Some were speculating about what Talon's words meant, while others were waiting for someone to make the first choice and then decide based on that. Chapter 182. A visit with no one stepping forward to be the first to take the plunge. After waiting for a while, Talon turned his gaze to the previously lively Kong Xiangtao. Feeling Talon's gaze, Kong Xiangtao first avoided it slightly, but then felt it was inappropriate. So he steeled himself and said to Talon, "Wherever the Alliance leader wants me to go, I'll go. I'll follow the Alliance leader." Hearing Kong Xiangtao's response, Talon sighed and shook his head at the crowd. "You don't need to overthink it. Just make your choices based on your own thoughts. This is simply to arrange your next stage of direction, with no other meaning." Haven T, I already told you. The Zhuyan army is still too small and needs more time to develop. What you've learned here is basically of little use. Entering the Tiando Empire's military now. With your own strength plus the influence of the Four Spirits sect within the military, your starting point they're 1 TB low, which is more beneficial for your development. Moreover, even after entering the Tiando Empire's military, you will still be part of the Zhuyan Alliance. If you no longer want to stay in the Tiando Empire's military in the future, the doors of the Zhuyan Alliance will always be open for you. Additionally, I personally hope you can enter the Tiando Empire's military. I hope you can pass on the first version of the blood furnace body refinement technique of the Zhuyan concept after joining the Tiando Empire's military. Now, think it over or discuss it among yourselves. Just give me a response by tomorrow. After saying this, Talon stood up and left the conference hall, allowing these people time and space to discuss or contemplate. As soon as Talon walked out of the conference hall, the more than 40 people inside did not leave, but began to converse. They were silent for about 15 minutes before suddenly becoming noisy. After Talon left the conference hall of the training camp, he didn't linger too long. After greeting Old Wang, who was currently in charge of the Zhuyan army, Talon directly left the Zhuyan military training ground and got into the carriage he arrived in. He didn't go home, but headed straight to the prince's mansion. After giving a brief instruction to the coachman outside the carriage, Talon closed his eyes and began to rest. The carriage started smoothly, heading towards the prince's mansion in Shueqinghe. Talon's purpose for visiting Shueqinghe was naturally to complain about his recent experiences. Why did the avalanche suddenly come out and cause trouble for him on the snowy night? It doesn't take much thought. It must be because of you, Prince Shueqinghe. You've been getting too close to me, Talon, making the avalanche feel uncomfortable, which is why it went to report me. Now, thanks to you, Shueqinghe, the avalanche's complaint has caused my originally well-functioning Zhuyan army to lose its regular military structure. Shouldn't you express something about this? Thus, Talon was not going to the prince's mansion for any other reason but to have a good talk with Shueqinghe about his grievances. The carriage Talon was riding in moved quickly, and since it displayed a prominent emblem of power, Talon's carriage proceeded smoothly without any hindrances. It didn't take long for Talon to arrive in front of the prince's mansion of the Tiando Empire. As the carriage approached the entrance of the prince's mansion, the head of the guards came forward to welcome him, having already sent someone inside to announce his arrival. This carriage had frequently visited the prince's mansion recently, so the doorman and guards recognized it. They also knew who was inside the carriage and the relationship between the owner and their prince. Therefore, when they saw Talon's carriage coming from a distance, they reported it early. As for why they were sure that Talon's carriage was coming to visit His Highness the Prince, it was a no-brainer. This street only had the prince's mansion. If it wasn't to visit the prince, would they be riding a carriage just for fun? Young master, we've arrived. The coachman's voice came from outside the carriage, indicating that Talon had reached his destination. As the coachman spoke, Talon opened his eyes, stopping his moment of rest. Talon swiftly got off the carriage and instructed the head of the guards beside him, "Please help me arrange for my coachman. I need to have a few words with His Highness the Prince." "Sure, don't worry." The head of the guards, after hearing Talon's request, displayed no dissatisfaction but rather smiled and nodded in agreement, eager to assist Talon. "Ha ha ha, Xiaolong, why didn't you bring your sister-in-law along today for a visit?" Xiao Ku just mentioned wanting to go shopping with her. Talon had barely stepped off the carriage when Shueqinghe arrived at the entrance of the prince's mansion to personally greet him, demonstrating the importance he placed on their relationship. It's worth noting that in the past, apart from the first time Talon visited, Shueqinghe only personally welcomed him at the door. As their relationship grew closer, Talon would enter directly during subsequent visits, with Shueqinghe merely greeting him at the courtyard gate. Thus, it was rare for Xue Qinghe to come out to the entrance to welcome Talon. Brother Xue, I'm afraid I'm here today to be a bad guest, which is why I didn't bring them along. Shall we go in and discuss this matter? Talon responded with a smile, patting Xue Qinghe on the shoulder. Xue Qinghe, after being patted on the shoulder, didn't mind much. Since they became closer, Talon had already done this gesture many times. Initially, Xue Qinghe might have found it a bit awkward, even doubting whether Talon was doing it intentionally. However, after observing Talon's expression during their physical contact, she realized she was overthinking it. Thus, Xue Qinghe gradually became accustomed to Talon's shoulder pats and other gestures of camaraderie between men. Although it felt somewhat uncomfortable, after all, she was now a man, so such actions were not inappropriate. After Talon patted his shoulder, Xue Qinghe raised his arm and patted Talon's shoulder back, then pretended not to understand what Talon said, smiling brightly as they walked into the prince's mansion together. Meanwhile, the head of the guards began arranging for Talon's carriage and coachman after the two of them walked away. Chapter 183. Conspiracy. Talon and Xue Qinghe walked side by side. But Talon didn't speak, playing the role of the silent party, while Xue Qinghe tried to initiate a conversation, though ultimately without success. After several attempts, Xue Qinghe stopped trying to force the conversation. They quickly made their way to the small pavilion in the back courtyard, where they usually discussed matters. Talon strode forward with a clear goal, moving with a strong presence, while Xue Qinghe seemed a bit distracted, lost in thought as he followed Talon. Unbeknownst to them, their originally side-by-side position gradually shifted to one where Talon was in front and Xue Qinghe was behind. Xue Qinghe naturally knew why Talon had come to find him today, but he was unsure what Talon was seeking or what he hoped to gain from his visit. In this peculiar state, they reached their destination. Xue Qinghe dismissed the surrounding maidservants, leaving just himself and Talon. They sat facing each other at the stone table inside the small pavilion. Xue Qinghe personally poured tea for Talon, and they both fell into silence. Xue Qinghe, having previously tried to initiate conversation without success, thought it best to let Talon speak first. The reason Talon remained silent and did not respond to Xue Qinghe's attempts to start dialogue was not for any other reason, but because he felt they were engaged in a silent battle of wills. Influenced by certain films from his past life, Talon believed that when two powerful figures needed to negotiate over a matter, both parties would want to establish their dominance before officially starting the negotiations. Thus, Talon decided to adopt this approach, and from the current results, he was quite satisfied. He had successfully established a commanding presence over Xue Qinghe, who was in his own home turf. Did you notice that Xue Qinghe has gone silent and no longer dares to speak? This indicates that Talon has grasped the initiative. Sipping his tea, Talon sat quietly opposite Xue Qinghe, who patiently waited for him. It wasn't until Talon finished his cup of tea and cleared his throat that he signaled he was ready to speak. This series of small actions created a palpable tension between them. It was certainly not merely because Talon felt thirsty that he waited until finishing his tea to speak. Brother Qinghe, do you know why I've come to find you this time? Talon asked with a smile. Here it comes. Xue Qinghe knew very well why Tailong had come to find him this time, but on the surface, he pretended not to understand and replied, What is it about? Come on, with our relationship, there's no need to play games with me. Just say what you need to say. All right, brother, I'll get straight to the point. I'm here about my Zhu Yan army. I think you, Qinghe, have heard about this matter, right? I've heard a little. Then I believe you also know the reason for the current situation with my Zhu Yan army? Oh, I'm not too clear on that. I'm currently investigating. If you know something, just tell me. Xue Qinghe continued to feign ignorance. The reason for this outcome is because of one person. Who? The fourth prince of the empire, Xue Peng. Xue Peng? Oh, Tailong. Let me tell you, Xue Peng is really bad. He's too bad. Tailong, stop, don't say any more. It's already been reported. Tailong quietly watched Xue Qinghe's performance. After a while, he noticed that Tailong wasn't picking up on his cue, so he had to stop his monologue. Brother Qinghe, I have no grudge against Xue Peng, so why do you think he is targeting me and causing me trouble? After Xue Qinghe stopped, Tailong spoke while pouring tea from the teapot on the stone table into his own cup, and also filled Xue Qinghe's cup. So, what do you think we should do about this, Tailong? Xue Qinghe naturally knew that Xue Peng's trouble with Tailong was due to himself. Recently, the two had been getting too close. It's not about what we should do, it's about what you, Brother Qinghe, should do. The situation with my Zhu Yan army has already reached a point of no return. There's no chance of change now. I can only think of other ways out. After Tailong finished speaking, a look of dejection appeared on his face as he took a sip of hot tea. So Tailong, what do you want me to do? As you said, the situation with the Zhuyan army has no chance of change. Even if I go to find the emperor, it won't change anything. Xue Qinghe was genuinely confused, not understanding Tailong's intentions. Did he just want to complain to him? Talon was not merely looking to vent to Xue Qinghe. He wanted Xue Qinghe to take action against Xue Peng. Brother Xue, because of our relationship, the fourth prince has taken a disliking to me, pulling me into the internal power struggle of your imperial family, and has caused me such great trouble. This has led to the previously settled matter being changed at the last minute. The Zhuyan army, after training for so long, is now rendered useless. Don't you think the fourth prince is going too far? Tailong was hinting madly, trying to make Xue Qinghe understand. Tailong felt that now that he had said this much, Xue Qinghe would surely get it, that he was suffering losses because of Xue Qinghe. So shouldn't Xue Qinghe do something to help him, like giving him a hand? As for Xue Peng, he is indeed in the wrong. I will find an opportunity to talk to him. After pondering for a moment, Xue Qinghe replied to Tailong. Xue Qinghe had more or less understood Tailong's meaning and his purpose for coming to find him. However, Xue Qinghe did not immediately promise to help Tailong take revenge. He merely wanted to brush Tailong off and had no real intention of confronting Xue Peng on Tailong's behalf. Chapter 184. Unraveling the schemes. Qian Ruxue, who was pretending to be Xue Qinghe, did not have any long-term plans for the future of the Tiando Empire. According to their Spirit Hall's plan, after the death of the Night Emperor, with the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, Qian Ruxue, ascending the throne, it wouldn't be long before the Tiando Empire ceased to exist. Therefore, Qian Ruxue did not care about Tailong's actions of directly inserting his own troops into the Tiando army, as Qian Ruxue believed that such actions did not harm her own interests. Moreover, given their current relationship, if Tailong's actions succeeded, it would provide significant support for her ascension to the throne. Of course, Xue Qinghe's views on Tailong's actions were mostly indifferent. To him, the army's fighting power was merely sufficient to maintain city order. Thus, Xue Qinghe was not prepared to help Tailong, especially since he believed that since they had chosen to associate with each other, they should consider the troubles that came with that association. Tailong's situation today, being envied by Xue Peng because of his association with Xue Qinghe, and then coming to find Xue Qinghe after being entangled in this matter, was something Xue Qinghe thought Tailong should be able to handle himself. In summary, Tailong's perspective seemed rather narrow-minded. He wasn't able to bear the risk himself, which showed a lack of ambition. Therefore, Xue Qinghe's response to Tailong's issue felt somewhat perfunctory. Tailong was not a fool. If he couldn't sense Xue Qinghe's blatant indifference, then he might as well not be out in the world trying to achieve anything. He might as well go home and enjoy his newlywed life with his 7 wives. Brother Qinghe, there's something I don't know if I should say. Tailong felt he should provoke this fake Xue Qinghe a bit, so he hesitated and asked, Tailong, just say it. With our brotherly relationship, what is there to worry about? Xue Qinghe felt that his earlier indifference had been too obvious. After all, he was the one who had taken the initiative to pursue this relationship. He couldn't be so dismissive now that he had succeeded. Therefore, Xue Qinghe thought he needed to remedy his earlier attitude and not let Tailong think he was the kind of person who wouldn't cherish things once they were in his grasp. What do you think of the fourth prince, Xue Peng? Tailong's expression turned serious as he looked directly into Xue Qinghe's eyes, asking earnestly, Xue Peng, how do I think? Xue Qinghe genuinely did not expect Tailong to ask about Xue Peng, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Brother Qinghe, do you think the fourth prince is someone without ambition, who only knows how to indulge in pleasure, causing trouble when he has nothing better to do, and is basically just a useless waste? Tailong's eyes were fixed on Xue Qinghe, emphasizing the derogatory terms he used to describe Xue Peng. Xue Qinghe didn't know how to respond to Tailong's words. Should he say, yes, that's right, I think Xue Peng is a waste? Although Qian Ruxue indeed thought that way about Xue Peng in her heart, she was currently Xue Qinghe, Xue Peng's older brother. By identity, Xue Qinghe really couldn't say such things about his brother. After all, he was supposed to be his brother in public. Therefore, facing Tailong's comments, Xue Qinghe genuinely found it difficult to respond. Although Xue Qinghe did not respond, Tailong could still see from Xue Qinghe's expression and attitude that his view on Xue Lang was just as he had described. Brother Qinghe, do you really see the fourth prince this way? Tailong asked Xue Qinghe again, seeking a confirming answer. Xiaolong, although Xue Lang is a bit unruly, he is not as unbearable as you say. Xue Qinghe's answer was completely off the mark from what Tailong had asked. Wrong. Brother Qinghe, you are mistaken. If you really see the fourth prince this way, then our friendship ends here. Let's sever ties. Tailong directly interrupted Xue Qinghe's worthless performance and pulled him up the mountain. Xiaolong, what do you mean by that? And what do you mean by severing ties? Xue was once again confused by Tailong. It was really that Tailong's way of talking was too abnormal. This is not important, Brother Qinghe. I just want to tell you that the fourth prince is not as simple as you think. Seeing that Xue Qinghe was missing the point in his words, Tailong had to remind him directly. How so? Qianren Xue has impersonated Xue Qinghe for so many years, and he knew about Xue Lang, the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire, before he replaced Xue Qinghe. After he took on Xue Qinghe's identity for so many years, he eliminated those two princes who were competitive for the throne, and Xue Qinghe's identity shifted from prince to crown prince. It can be said that Qianren Xue is very clear about the internal situation of the Tiando royal family. Regarding the fourth prince, Xue Lang, Qianren Xue truly feels that Xue Lang is a waste and has no competitiveness for the throne, which is why he has allowed Xue Lang to live until now. This is also to comfort Emperor Xue Yi, who has lost two sons. Otherwise, apart from the crown prince, all other Tiando princes would be dead, which would raise suspicion. Brother Qinghe, don't you think that what the fourth prince displayed this time in obstructing my Zhuyan army is something a waste can accomplish? Tailong said to Xue Qinghe with implication. That does have some merit. Xue Lang's actions this time were indeed well-timed and executed. Xue Qinghe nodded, affirming Xue Lang's actions this time. However, regarding your Zhuyan army, it could also be that Xue Lang just happened to stumble upon a dead mouse. Or perhaps the emperor didn't want your Zhuyan to enter the imperial army in the first place. So this time, the emperor was just using Xue Lang as an excuse to act. Xue Qinghe still did not quite believe that Xue Lang was a formidable character. After all, he had seen Xue Lang as a waste for so many years, and now suddenly someone was telling him that Xue Lang was not a waste. In such a situation, anyone would have some doubts, and might even lash out at the person who came to refute them. Chapter 185, Belief. From Xue Qinghe's recent words, it was clear that he did not believe Tailong's assertion that Xue Lang was a person of great strategy. Tailong sighed helplessly at Xue Qinghe's reaction. He had said so much, yet Xue Qinghe still did not believe him. Tailong took a deep breath to calm his emotions and felt he should add more fuel to the fire by telling Xue Qinghe about Xue Lang's previous attempt to win him over. Brother Qinghe, don't be so quick to judge. Let me tell you something else about the fourth prince before you make a decision. What is it? I think you might not know that before you came to attend my wedding, the fourth prince had already come to find me. What do you think he came to see me for? Tailong said with a smile, a meaningful expression on his face. Xue Lang came to find you? When? Upon hearing this news from Tailong, Xue Qinghe was clearly surprised. So, Your Highness, do you still think the fourth prince is just a foolish person? Tailong ignored Xue Qinghe's question and continued with his topic. Did Xue Lang really come to you? Xue Qinghe's expression became serious as he wanted to confirm one last time the information about Xue Lang that Tailong had just mentioned. Do you think I have any reason to lie to you about this? Can you tell me when Xue Lang came to find you? Xue Qinghe was now starting to believe Tailong's words, asking when Xue Lang had visited Tailong, which clearly showed he was beginning to trust what Tailong said. It was about half a month after I returned from my travels and started studying at the Moon Pavilion. One time, on my way home from Moon Pavilion, I was stopped by someone from the fourth prince. Tailong recalled the time he met Xue Lang and answered Xue Qinghe's question. Is that so? I understand now. After receiving Tailong's confirmation, Xue Qinghe fell into deep thought. Seeing that Xue Qinghe was clearly deep in thought, Tailong did not disturb him, but quietly stood up and left the pavilion, heading towards the front courtyard. Tailong was very familiar with the crown prince's residence. The maids and servants there knew him, so no one stopped him as he wandered around. Thus, Tailong moved about the crown prince's residence as if it were his own home, heading straight to the place where Xue Qinghe usually dined. Upon arriving at his destination, Tailong sat down at the dining table and instructed a nearby maid, "It's getting late. It's almost time for lunch. Go check the kitchen." "Forget it. I'll just go to the kitchen myself." Tailong initially wanted the maid to help him order food, but then thought it would be better to see the kitchen personally. He believed that if only a maid was sent to place an order for one guest, the chefs might not refuse to cook. But the quality of the ingredients would certainly not be as good as those ordered by Xue Qinghe. Guided by the maid, Tailong personally arrived at the kitchen of the crown prince's residence, and without hesitation, he walked straight into the kitchen. "Who are you?" "This is the kitchen. No entry for idle people." As soon as Tailong burst into the kitchen, he was stopped by the people inside. "Chef He, this is the crown prince's distinguished guest who wants to come and see what fresh ingredients we have in the kitchen." Before Tailong could speak, the maid who had accompanied him stepped forward to block the watchful gaze of the kitchen staff. "Oh, please come this way. We just happened to get some fresh ingredients today. Let me show you," said the person referred to as Chef He, who was apparently the head of the kitchen. Upon learning Tailong's identity, he displayed exceptional skill in changing his demeanor. Tailong nodded at Chef He, giving him a look that said, "You're quite good. I have high hopes for you." Then he said, "Let's go. Chef He, show me the ingredients." "Em flattered. Em flattered. Just call me Xiao He. By the way, the ingredients are over here. Please come this way." Chef He put on a flattering smile and humbly introduced himself, then led Tailong to where the ingredients were stored. Talon is truly a loss for words regarding Chef He's performance. A person of Chef He's caliber deserves to be the head of the kitchen at the prince's residence. Is this the paw of an ice bear? Given its size, the ice bear that produced this paw must have at least 20,000 years of cultivation. Talon followed Chef He to the ingredient area, his eyes lighting up when he saw an ice bear's paw. He quickly walked up to it and said to Chef He beside him, "You have good knowledge. This is a 20,000-year-old ice bear paw, just delivered from the palace a few days ago." Chef He stepped forward and picked up the massive ice bear paw, wanting to explain it to Talon and showcase his knowledge. "Not bad. We'll eat this for lunch today. Old He, I'm counting on you. Show me how to make this ice bear paw delicious. If I'm satisfied, I'll praise you in front of your lord." Talon patted Chef He, while also making a promise. "Hey, just you wait and see. Today I'll show you a thing or two." Chef He excitedly assured. If he weren't holding the ice bear paw, he might have thumped his chest to emphasize his promise. "All right, Old He, I'm counting on you today. Use all the good ingredients available in the kitchen. Let me see your skills and whether your lord will have a good meal today." Talon chatted with Chef He for a few more moments, checked all the available ingredients in the kitchen, and after knowing what good ingredients were there, he bid farewell to Chef He. "Hey, take care. I'll see you off." "No need. Don't waste time. Just start cooking now. I'm looking forward to your dishes, Old He." Talon stopped Chef He, who wanted to see him off, and turned to leave. After seeing Talon off, Chef He wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned back to the kitchen, and his demeanor instantly changed. The humble and flattering attitude disappeared, replaced by an air of self-importance as he confidently returned to his kitchen. Chapter 186. "Master, who was that person just now? You even personally accompanied him?" After returning to the kitchen, a plump young man who looked like a good chef approached Chef He, bringing him a reclining chair. "Yes, master. Is that person the new manager?" Another young man, thin as a reed, poured tea into a large cup often used by Chef He and handed it to him, asking, "That person? He is no mere manager. He is a distinguished guest of our lord." "Who? Xiaoma. How many times has this tea been brewed? It's time to change it." After answering his two disciples' questions, Chef He took the cup from the thin disciple, blew on the tea leaves, took a sip, frowned, and handed the cup back to the thin disciple, saying, "Hey, fine, master, I'll go change it now." Xiaoma replied and turned to change the tea. "Master, please sit," the plump disciple said as he set up the reclining chair for Chef He. "No need to sit. Let us get started. I'll show you some skills today, so you can learn something." After saying this, Chef He went to his position and began preparing busily, picking up some pre-processed ingredients. Martial Soul, activate. A wave of soul power radiated from Master He, and a spatula appeared in his hand, representing his identity as a soul master with 3 colors, 1 white and 2 yellow. It seems Talon misjudged Chef He this time. He wasn't just the kitchen boss through flattery, but rather earned his position through skill. "Ah, Qinghe, you're here. Seat, quickly seat." "Qinghe, let me tell you, this bear paw tastes fantastic today, and this dish of dragon and phoenix is also quite good, and this." Talon was eating when Qinghe walked in, so Talon quickly welcomed his good brother, telling him to feel free and not to be polite. At the same time, Talon introduced the dishes to Qinghe, explaining which ones tasted good. "Come on, Qinghe, try this bear paw. Don't be polite." Seeing Qinghe sitting down without moving his chopsticks, just watching him eat, Talon took a piece of bear paw meat and placed it on the plate in front of Qinghe. Then, Talon put down his chopsticks, rolled up his sleeves, and with a strong arm, directly plunged his chopsticks into the bear paw, lifting an entire bear paw onto his plate. Afterward, Talon found it uncomfortable to pick up the whole bear paw with chopsticks, so he simply grabbed the entire paw with his left hand and took a big bite, finally feeling comfortable. "You this." Qinghe initially felt a bit awkward looking at the piece of bear paw meat Talon had picked for him. However, after seeing Talon's bold action of taking the whole bear paw, that feeling of awkwardness instantly disappeared. "Qinghe, eat. Don't be polite with me. This bear paw really tastes good." Talon chewed heartily on the bear paw while his right hand, holding chopsticks, was also busy picking up dishes he wanted to eat. "Xiaolong, slow down. I'm not competing with you. You don't need to hurry." Qinghe watched Talon eat without restraint, swallowed a mouthful of his own saliva, and then said to Talon. As he spoke, Xueqinghe was also tempted by Talon as hearty eating, which suddenly gave him an appetite. He picked up his chopsticks and took the piece of bear meat that Talon had just picked for him and put it in his mouth. Qinghe, no need to see me off. I'm leaving. I'll come find you to play in a couple of days. By the way, Qinghe, you haven't been very kind to me in the past. In the previous meals, you didn't spare any good food for me. I only discovered this great dish today because I ran to the kitchen myself. That chef's skills are really impressive. If he weren't your head chef, I'd think about poaching him. Talon teased Xueqinghe for a bit, then stopped Xueqinghe from seeing him off, got into his carriage, and waved to Xueqinghe as he pulled back the curtain of the carriage. Let us go back, Talon told the coachman outside the carriage, then lay back against the soft cushion inside the carriage. On the other side, after sending Talon off, Xueqinghe watched Talon's carriage leave, then turned back to his study. What do you think about what Talon just said, Elder? Xueqinghe asked in the study, which had no one else present. It's hard to say, but what the young master of the Li family said is likely true. In any case, we must take the avalanche seriously. A voice came from a corner where no one was present, answering Xueqinghe's question. Then let us investigate now and see if the avalanche has really been acting for all these years. Xueqinghe's eyes narrowed, and he spoke with a chilling tone. Your Highness, regardless of whether the avalanche is truly acting or not, we must take it seriously. In that empty corner, a voice reminded Xueqinghe. I understand now. If the avalanche has indeed been acting all these years, then this person, the avalanche, cannot be kept any longer. After hearing the person's words, Xueqinghe nodded in agreement. It seems that my peaceful life over the years has made me lose my original sense of vigilance and has made me somewhat arrogant. Xueqinghe thought to himself, reminding himself to be cautious. As Xueqinghe fell into contemplation again, the study also fell into silence, and no sounds came from the corner. Meanwhile, after deciding to investigate the avalanche, the forces under Xueqinghe's control quickly sprang into action. Those that had been lurking in the shadows were rapidly mobilized to act under Xueqinghe's orders. All the information on the avalanche during this period was quickly gathered by these people and sent back to the intelligence collection points of various departments, where the information was compiled and organized swiftly. Before long, Xueqinghe would be able to gather all the information regarding the avalanche during this time, which demonstrates the power that the crown prince of this empire possesses. Chapter 187. Convergence after achieving his goal of sowing discord. Tailong returned to his small courtyard in a good mood, not solely because he had a comfortable lunch at the prince's residence, though that was a small part of it. Tailong felt that he had returned to a state of idleness. His marriage was successfully completed, and he had been at home for over a month, acting as a diligent sower. Initially, Tailong planned to take this time to arrange matters regarding his Zhuyan army, but with that avalanche guy intervening, he now felt it was best to let go of the Zhuyan alliance for the time being. Now that he, as a gentleman, had already repaid the avalanche for the traps it had set behind his back, that issue was considered resolved. Therefore, Tailong believed that his next task was to focus on cultivation. He had already felt that he was nearing a breakthrough in his cultivation, but his progress had not been ideal during this time at home. To break through to level 70 of soul power more quickly, Tailong thought he should return to the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, a place free from outside distractions, conducive to his cultivation, and settle down to practice for a while. Tailong found his grandfather, Titan, and shared his thoughts with him. Tailong's reasoning was solid and compelling, leaving Titan with no reason to refuse. Moreover, Titan was already aware of Tailong's efforts during this time, and was quite satisfied with the hard work Tailong had put in, so he agreed to Tailong's request and personally went to inform Dagobao and Yang Wudi of this news. Seeing the old man so supportive, Tailong naturally returned the favor, working even harder that night to sow seeds. The next day, Tailong woke up early again. After completing his usual morning practice, he had breakfast with his parents and sister, saying his goodbyes, primarily to his parents, before heading to his grandfather's small courtyard. "Grandpa, I'm here," Tailong called out from outside the door before walking in. "Come, sit." When Titan saw his grandson arrive, he smiled and gestured for Tailong to sit next to him. "Grandpa, when are we leaving?" After sitting down, Tailong eagerly asked Titan when they would set off. "There's no rush. We'll leave when your grandpa Dugu arrives. At that time, I also want to stay at the Ice and Fire Duality Eye for a while," Titan replied with a smile, stroking his beard. "Grandpa, why do you want to go there? The living conditions in that place aren't very good. What do you need to go there for?" Tailong was puzzled as to why his grandfather would want to live at the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. "Haha, little Long, have you forgotten? You still need to forge weapons. I naturally want to go to the Ice and Fire Duality to take advantage of its special environment for forging your weapons. Titan explained his reason for wanting to go to the ice and fire duality eye. Forging weapons? Do we have such forging methods in our family? Tailong was somewhat surprised by the information revealed in his grandfather's response. No, our family does not have such a forging tradition. This is something I came up with during this time, based on the materials I've prepared for forging weapons for you, combined with my years of forging experience. To maximize the properties and potential of these materials, Titan explained to Tailong the reason for going to the ice and fire duality eye, his words filled with pride. Tailong had no objections to this and simply nodded to indicate that he understood, as well as to express his cooperation and support. Tailong knew that although he had been exposed to forging for many years, his forging level was only that of an ordinary, skilled blacksmith. And the gap in forging skill between him and Titan, who had reached the highest level in the forging world on the Douluo Continent and was arguably the closest person to a god in forging, was vast. Tailong and Titan chatted while waiting for Douluo Bo's arrival. During this time, they discussed how to treat Tailong's wife's family. In the end, Tailong and Titan concluded that they should still treat those families the same way as before while reminding those family members not to act recklessly under the banner of the Tai family. Regarding the situation with the Jiangzhu family, Tailong shared what he knew with Titan. Titan's experience and life wisdom far surpassed Tailong's. So for the issues that Tailong was uncertain about, he entrusted them to Titan to resolve. After the two of them had a couple of pots of tea, Douluo Bo finally arrived, and indeed, he brought someone with him this time. The only person Douluo Bo could bring into the ice and fire duality was his granddaughter, Douluo Yen. The reason Douluo Bo came this time, exceeding the agreed time with Titan, was indeed because of Douluo Yen. When Titan visited Douluo Bo yesterday, Douluo Yen happened to be nearby, and Titan did not avoid discussing this matter with Douluo Bo in front of her. Thus, Douluo Yen learned that Tailong was about to enter the ice and fire duality eye for cultivation again, leading to today's scene. Douluo Yen was curious about why Tailong insisted on entering the ice and fire duality eye for cultivation, but she ultimately concluded that Tailong's cultivation speed would improve there, allowing him to gain benefits from the ice and fire duality eye. When Douluo Yen posed this question to her grandfather, Douluo Bo, and shared her guess, she did not receive a precise answer from him. It was not that Douluo Bo wanted to hide it from Douluo Yen, but rather that he himself did not know the exact answer, only providing his own speculation. Douluo Bo only knew that Tailong had consumed 2 immortal herbs that grew in the ice and fire duality eye and then jumped into the ice and fire duality eye, a place he himself did not dare to enter. Since then, Tailong had been able to come and go freely from the ice and fire duality eye. Moreover, Douluo Bo had seen Talon enter and exit the eye of ice and fire multiple times, and even spent a long time inside. Therefore, Douluo Bo believed that Talon was using the eye of ice and fire to cultivate. P.S. Thank you, Yifeng, for the 100 starting point coins. I forgot to mention it yesterday, because the chapter was rushed. Chapter 189, Departure. Although Douluo Bo had roughly guessed that Talon could cultivate by borrowing the eye of ice and fire, along with witnessing the entire process of Talon consuming the divine herbs, he understood the reason for Talon borrowing the eye of ice and fire for cultivation. However, Douluo Bo also knew that this cultivation method was not replicable, because Douluo Bo knew that only by consuming those 2 divine herbs could one enter the eye of ice and fire. But those 2 divine herbs had just been consumed by Talon not many years ago. Moreover, when Talon consumed those 2 divine herbs, it was Douluo Bo himself who picked them for him. Douluo Bo would naturally not engage in overexploitation in his own medicinal garden at the eye of ice and fire. So even though Douluo Bo wanted his precious granddaughter, Douluo Yen, to possess the ability to borrow from the eye of ice and fire like Talon, it was indeed impossible. Douluo Bo had also consumed the divine herb from the eye of ice and fire, and was very clear that he did not have the ability to cultivate by borrowing from the eye of ice and fire. Not to mention cultivating in the spring water of the eye of ice and fire. Even the energy that spread from the eye of ice and fire was too violent for him to absorb much, let alone for Douluo Yen, who was a soul sect. It was also when Douluo Yen wanted to accompany him into the eye of ice and fire to cultivate that Douluo Bo, who had always been indulgent towards Douluo Yen, did not agree this time. However, Douluo Yen did not know what her grandfather was thinking. She just wanted to get closer to Talon and keep up with his progress. So Douluo Yen used her ultimate skill, which she hadn't used in many years since she grew up, acting spoiled. Using this skill against Douluo Bo was indeed a trump card. In the end, in this battle between grandfather and granddaughter, Douluo Yen, as the granddaughter, won this round. Thus, Douluo Bo took Douluo Yen along to meet Talon. Talon greeted Douluo Bo, Douluo Yen greeted Titan, and after Douluo Bo and Titan chatted, Yin, and Talon were caught in an awkward atmosphere. The four did not stay long at the Lee family, and quickly set off towards the direction of the Eye of Ice and Fire, located in the Sunset Soul Beast Forest. The group moved quickly, first taking a carriage to the outskirts of the Sunset Soul Beast Forest. Then the four of them got off the carriage and headed deeper into the Sunset Forest towards the direction of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Titan and Douluo, both titled Douluo, did not directly fly over with Talon and Yin this time. Instead, they chose to walk steadily. The group quickly arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire, and Titan immediately took Talon down the cliff, with Douluo following closely behind with Yin into the Eye of Ice and Fire. "Grandpa Douluo, are you going to have Yin stay here for a while?" Talon asked Douluo, who was busy in the medicinal garden, with a somewhat unusual expression. "What? Can I stay here?" Douluo replied irritably without even looking up, continuing to busy himself, looking around. No, of course you can stay as long as you want. But school hasn't let out yet, so Yin should still be attending classes, right? Moreover, Yin's cultivation level is insufficient. Staying in a place like the Eye of Ice and Fire for too long is not good for her health. Shouldn't you send Yin out first? Talon softly reminded, hoping to persuade Douluo to send Yin away. Well, Douluo listened to Talon's words, his previous inattentiveness dissipating as he clearly did not want to ignore Talon anymore, and he paused his actions of sorting the herbs. Seeing Douluo's reaction, Talon decided to seize the opportunity and said, "Right? You should send Yin out first, and then you can come back to continue your research. Plus, Yin is still in school. You can't delay her normal studies." "Talon, what do you mean by that?" Yin suddenly emerged from a corner, glaring at Talon, clearly having overheard what Talon said. Talon didn't know what to say. He couldn't just tell the truth, could he? The main reason Talon wanted Douluo to send Yin away from the Eye of Ice and Fire was that Yin's presence was hindering Talon's cultivation. Talon came to the Eye of Ice and Fire to cultivate, naturally needing to enter the Eye of Ice and Fire and borrow the energy and the god-level pressure emitted by the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King deep inside for cultivation. This cultivation method was currently the fastest way for Talon to improve, but it also had a very obvious drawback. That was, every time Talon entered the Eye of Ice and Fire to cultivate, he had to strip completely naked, without any clothes, not even wearing his storage soul guide. Because, in the high and low temperature states of the Eye of Ice and Fire, Talon currently did not have any clothing that could withstand such extreme temperatures. Talon didn't know if his 3 storage soul guides could withstand the temperatures of the Eye of Ice and Fire, mainly because even though he wasn't short on money, he wasn't at the level of casually discarding a storage soul guide. Therefore, every time Talon entered the Eye of Ice and Fire to cultivate, he was in the state he had when he first arrived in this world. Previously, when Talon cultivated in the Eye of Ice and Fire, he was mostly alone. Sometimes Douluo and Yang Wudi would return to collect some spiritual herbs, but ultimately, Talon was still cultivating alone there. However, now, besides Talon, Titan, Douluo, and Yin were all present in the Eye of Ice and Fire. Douluo and Titan were fine, but with Yin also there, Talon truly didn't know how to train. If it were just Yin alone with him in the Eye of Ice and Fire, Talon thought he should be able to. But now, because of the presence of Douluo and Titan, Talon felt embarrassed to strip naked and enter the Eye of Ice and Fire for cultivation with Yin present. That is why Talon thought about sending Yin away. However, could he directly say this reason when Yin asked? Obviously, he couldn't. So Talon chose to avoid the truth and casually brought up a new topic to brush it off. Chapter 190, The Forging begins. In the end, after staying in the Eye of Ice and Fire for a few days, Yin realized that she indeed could not cultivate by borrowing from the Eye of Ice and Fire, and because of the presence of her grandfather and Titan, her relationship with Talon did not progress at all. Therefore, Yin chose to leave the Eye of Ice and Fire and think of another way after returning home. Yin chose to leave, so Douluo naturally left as well. Douluo had never intended to stay long at the Eye of Ice and Fire, as he had some unpleasant memories associated with it. In the past, when Douluo was poisoned and had no way to resolve it, Yin would often stay at the Eye of Ice and Fire to slightly suppress the toxins in his body, allowing him to endure the outbreak of the poison. Therefore, although Douluo liked the medicine garden at the Eye of Ice and Fire and was grateful for it, he generally did not enjoy staying there. The only reason he stayed for a few days this time was that his precious granddaughter Yin wanted to be there. Now that Yin chose to leave, what opinion could Douluo have? Douluo and Yin left, and now only Tailong and his grandfather Titan remained in the Eye of Ice and Fire. Bang 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 bang. After sending off Douluo and Yin, Tailong and Titan returned to the forge they had set up here a couple of days ago to do some blacksmithing. For the past few days, Titan had been storing his materials in the storage soul guide, bringing them to the Eye of Ice and Fire, where the forging equipment was already installed and had been debugged multiple times. During the day, Tailong had been following his grandfather to learn blacksmithing, as he needed to participate in forging weapons for himself. Now, before officially starting the forging process, it was necessary for Titan to give Tailong a refresher course. Currently, Tailong was purifying iron essence, getting familiar with the furnace before the official forging began. Now only Tailong and his grandfather Titan were left in the Eye of Ice and Fire, without the external distractions of Douluo and Yin. The forge had been tested enough, the preparations for forging were complete, and all the materials had been processed, so now they could start the forging. After Tailong had purified the iron essence to its limit and cooled it down, he held it in his hand to examine its quality. "Grandpa, what do you think of this piece of purified iron essence?" After looking at the purified iron essence, Tailong felt quite satisfied with his work and handed it to his grandfather Titan for his opinion. "Well, not bad. I suppose it's barely qualified," Titan replied after glancing at the iron essence Tailong handed over, nodding in approval. Hearing his grandfather's barely qualified assessment, Tailong didn't say anything on the surface, but secretly thought, if you could just suppress that smile at the corner of your mouth, your evaluation would be more credible. "Grandpa, when do we start forging my Fong Tian Huaji?" Tailong asked the question he was most concerned about. "When do we start forging?" "We can start right now. But before we begin, let us eat something first. The quality of this batch of forging materials is very high, and I estimate that the forging process will take quite some time. To ensure the quality of the weapon, once we start forging, we cannot stop until the final quenching step is completed. So we need to adjust our state well before forging. Let's take a good rest today, and you shouldn't enter the spring to cultivate tonight. We'll officially start forging tomorrow." Titan outlined the forging plan to Tailong. After hearing Titan's words, Tailong nodded, deciding not to cultivate that night, as he noticed his condition wasn't very good after each cultivation session, and it might delay the forging. A night without incident. The next day, Tailong and Titan started preparing early. After Tailong finished his morning exercises, Titan had already prepared breakfast. This time, their breakfast was quite sumptuous, with a lot of meat prepared early in the morning. At first, Tailong didn't feel much appetite, but after having a few pieces of meat, he thought that wasn't a big deal to have something greasy in the morning. After finishing breakfast, they began forging, with Tailong taking out the required materials. The forge's fire hadn't gone out for the past few days. It had just been reduced when not in use, but now it was turned up again. Titan was grilling meat beside the forge, and the temperature of the forge had already risen. This was why they said the old man had rich forging experience. Once they officially started forging, to be honest, it didn't have much to do with Tailong. It was mainly Titan who was doing the forging. Titan melted the materials while also explaining things to Tailong, appearing very at ease. Tailong maintained the furnace fire beside him, closely watching Titan's operations and listening to his explanations. Although it had only been a short while since they started forging, Tailong already felt he had gained a lot. The forging process went very smoothly. Titan adopted a segmented forging approach, dividing the Fong Tian Huaji into 3 parts: the blade, the shaft, and the tail. The forging of the shaft was the most difficult, and Titan started with this part as it allowed him to practice his skills. Titan used a piece of meteorite iron as the main material, adding some dragon scales and dragon bone powder, along with other forging materials, which he integrated under his hammering. Titan's forging speed was fast, and before long, he had shaped a rod over 2 meters long. After forging this rod, Talon did not quench it, but instead set it aside, no longer heating it. Next, Titan prepared to forge the tail of the Fong Tianhua Ji, as this part would also need to incorporate a piece of dragon bone, while the blade would require 5 pieces. Therefore, forging the tail was also to build experience for the final forging of the blade. After all, Titan was also trying this method of incorporating dragon bones into metal for the first time. P.S. Thanks to book friend 20180913220632634 for the 4 monthly tickets, and Iron Blood Officer for the 2 monthly tickets. Chapter 191. The Fong Tian Huaji emerges. Titan was also trying this method of forging for the first time. Previously, he had conducted some simulations in his mind and had attempted this forging with the bones of some powerful soul beasts. It was unclear whether it was the bones of those soul beasts that couldn't withstand high temperatures or due to other reasons. But Titan's success rate in incorporating soul beast bones into metal was not high. Titan quickly completed the rough forging of the tail of the Fong Tianhua Ji. And now it was time to incorporate the dragon bone. Taking a deep breath, Titan nodded to Tailong beside him and then took the dragon bone that had been prepared earlier to begin the integration process. Titan sent the dragon bone, enveloped in soul power, into the forge, trying to soften it, then shaped the softened bone before integrating it into the already shaped tail section of the Fong Tianhua Ji. This series of forging operations went very smoothly. The dragon bone material was special. It could not be melted or burned, but could be softened by high temperatures, providing a basis for forging. Talon was nervously staring at Titan's operations, or rather, he was being a bit cautious, even more so than Titan, who was currently engaged in the forging process. He didn't dare to breathe, fearing that it might affect Titan's forging. However, the concerns Talon had did not come to pass. The forging process went smoothly, and the dragon bone was successfully integrated into the tail of the halberd, specifically at the very bottom part of the tail, which was also the most suitable position that Titan had envisioned. After the successful fusion of the dragon bone, Titan let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel draped around his neck. This series of operations was not easy for Titan. Although the consumption of physical and soul power was not significant, the mental and spiritual drain was substantial. Throughout the process of shaping the dragon bone and integrating it into the halberd's tail, Titan remained tense. Fortunately, this time the fusion of the dragon bone went very smoothly. It is worth mentioning that this fusion took a long time. It was already the second day, and the forging of the over 2-meter-long halberd shaft took half a day, while the forging of the less than half-meter-long tail took half a day plus a night. After slightly adjusting his state, Titan proceeded to fuse the completed tail section of the halberd with the shaft. This fusion did not require any high technical demands, and Titan completed this stage of operations easily. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, Titan began the forging of the last and most critical part of the halberd. It was already noon on the second day. After closing his eyes to adjust his state, he quickly started the forging of the blade section. With the experience gained from the forging of the tail section, Titan seemed to be more skilled this time in forging the blade section. As the sun set in the west and the moon rose in the east, time flew by in the alternation of day and night. And in the blink of an eye, 3 more days had passed. On the 5th day of forging, Titan finally integrated the 5 pieces of dragon bone into the blade and tip of the halberd. After 3 days of work, Titan successfully fused the dragon bone into the halberd. Next was the final assembly of the halberd, connecting the head of the halberd to the shaft. The connection between the head and shaft went surprisingly smoothly, and thus a halberd was born. However, this only completed the first part of the forging. The next step was the most crucial step in weapon forging, quenching. The ultimate quality of a weapon, whether good or bad, can only be seen after the quenching process, without wasting materials. Since the halberd is a long weapon, the material requirements for each part are different. So the quenching materials needed for each part of the halberd are also different. Titan had naturally prepared for all this in advance. He wrapped the halberd with soul power and spiritual power, making it float in the air, and said to Talon, "Xiaolong, remove the quenching materials." After hearing this, Talon nodded and took out several prepared quenching materials from his storage soul guide, placing them one by one in front of Titan. "Grandpa, wait a moment." Talon suddenly thought of something and hurriedly interrupted Titan's operation after Titan wrapped a batch of quenching materials with soul power. "What's wrong?" "Grandpa, I want to try blood quenching." Talon looked at Titan with determination and expressed his idea, while directly cutting his wrist, and blood instantly gushed out from Talon's wrist. However, he did not waste the flowing blood. Instead, he wrapped it with soul power, gathering the blood flowing from his wrist together. "You fine," Titan said with a look of helplessness. But seeing that Talon had already cut his wrist, he reluctantly agreed. Titan felt a bit helpless. He hadn't expected that Talon still wanted to try blood quenching, which was completely a misguided approach. Titan recalled when Talon first mentioned blood quenching to him, asking how to master the quenching process and what kind of quenching materials to use for items forged from different materials. At that time, Titan had explained in detail how to perform quenching, and it was during that time that Talon had hastily brought up blood quenching. Titan naturally knew about this method of quenching, but he had never seen or tried it. As the recognized master blacksmith on the Douluo Continent, Titan scoffed at Talon's idea of wanting to blood quench a weapon to achieve a connection with the weapon. Titan, with years of experience and the accumulated knowledge of the family and the Blacksmith Association, clearly understood that there were no weapons on the Douluo Continent that possessed their own consciousness or could connect with their master's intentions. Even those legendary divine weapons, Titan could be certain, did not have the ability to connect with their master's intentions, let alone Talon, who was just using his own blood for blood quenching. No, Talon's approach couldn't even be considered blood quenching. It could only be seen as a childish game. With just a bit of blood, how could he blood quench a halberd that was over 3 meters long? If Talon were not his grandson, Titan would have long slapped him to make him wake up. Sizzle Titan watched as Talon threw a clump of blood onto the high-temperature halberd, which instantly evaporated, only producing some smoke without affecting the halberd at all. Chapter 192, Refinement. Exploration. Popular recommendation. After using up all the blood in his hands and seeing that the halberd had no reaction, Talon thought that perhaps he hadn't used enough blood and should let out a bit more. All right, no more bloodletting. You tried enough. It's time to officially start the quenching, Titan said, looking at Talon's antics, and stopped him when he wanted to release more blood after using up the previous amount. Grandpa, Talon wanted to say something, but seeing Titan's serious expression, he hesitated and couldn't continue. Talon looked at the halberd that had been stained with his blood and felt that he had been a bit stubborn. Blood quenching was not achievable in the world of Douluo Continent. Then, Grandpa, let's proceed with the quenching step now. Talon realized this and no longer clung to the idea of blood quenching, stepping back a few paces to clear the space. Watch carefully how to perform the quenching. Titan, seeing that Talon had stepped back, moved forward to start the quenching process. Titan wrapped the prepared quenching materials with soul power and spiritual power, applying different materials for different positions on the weapon. Sizzle, sizzle, a series of steam emitted from the halberd, and the temperature of the halberd began to drop. With the originally fiery red and high-temperature halberd starting to cool down and change color. Eventually, only the head and tail sections of the halberd, where the dragon bones were embedded, remained hot and did not cool. Clearly, the prepared quenching materials were insufficient for this part of the halberd, and Talon, who had been observing Titan quenching the weapon, hurriedly retrieved more quenching materials from his storage soul guide. Grandpa here. Talon filled the containers that had held the used quenching materials. No, I had anticipated this situation a long time ago. Now that I see it, it's indeed as I expected. Otherwise, why would I insist on forging here at the Eye of Ice and Fire? Titan said confidently. Then, Grandpa, do you mean to use the spring water from the Eye of Ice and Fire for quenching? Talon asked uncertainly. Yes, using the ice spring from the Eye of Ice and Fire for quenching should make the blade of this Fong Tianhua Ji even harder. After saying this, Titan looked ready to proceed with the final step of quenching. Grandpa, let me take care of this last part of the quenching. Talon stepped forward to stop Titan. He was well aware of the temperature at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Unless one had the same energy as that within the eye, even a tidal Douluo shouldn't get too close. All right then, this last part of the quenching will be up to you. Just place the Fong Tianhua Ji directly into the spring water of the Eye of Ice and Fire, Titan instructed Talon, handing over control of the Fong Tianhua Ji. Talon didn't use his soul power or mental energy to wrap the Fong Tianhua Ji. Instead, he directly reached out to grab it. The temperature of the pole had already dropped, although the temperature on it was still high. For Talon, who had consumed 2 fire spirit fruits, it felt like warm water at a little over 40 degrees. Estimating the weight of the Fong Tianhua Ji, Talon figured it was about 1,000 jin. Holding it in his hand felt quite substantial. Without lingering too long, Talon bent down and plunged both the Fong Tianhua Ji in his right hand into the ice spring portion of the Eye of Ice and Fire. This time, there was not even a sizzling sound. The temperature of the last part of the Fong Tianhua Ji that needed quenching instantly dropped, completing the quenching process. After leaving the Fong Tianhua Ji in the Eye of Ice and Fire for a while, Talon took it out and examined it, laying it across his palms. The current Fong Tianhua Ji still looked somewhat rough and was not very aesthetically pleasing. Although there were beautiful flowing patterns visible, some connection points, including the head and tail of the spear, appeared somewhat coarse. However, Talon still liked it a lot. This still needs some finishing touches, like sharpening the blade of the spearhead and adding some decorative carvings to the flawed areas. At this moment, Titan also approached and, after examining the more than 3-meter-long Fong Tianhua Ji, nodded in satisfaction. He was clearly pleased with the quality of the weapon, but upon noticing some flaws, he frowned and suggested some modifications. Talon nodded in agreement with Titan's words. Coming from a family of blacksmiths, he had been exposed to forging from a young age. Titan was right. Anything that had been forged needed finishing touches, especially weapons for battle. Reasonable modifications were essential, not only to make the weapon more beautiful, but also to make it more user-friendly or to add some tactical advantages against enemies. Then, Grandpa, I leave the Fong Tian Hua Ji to you. I will continue to practice here for a while. Talon handed the Fong Tian Hua Ji to Titan, indicating that he would be training at the Eye of Ice and Fire for some time. With a splash, the calm surface of the Eye of Ice and Fire was disturbed as Talon emerged from below the water, quickly swimming towards the shore. 800 zhong. After reaching the shore, Talon first put on 2 pieces of clothing for modesty and closed his eyes, falling into a daze as if all his strength had been suddenly drained. He sat on the ground, murmuring to himself. 5 days had passed since Titan left with the Fong Tian Hua Ji. During these 5 days, Talon was the only one at the Eye of Ice and Fire, and time seemed to revert to a few months ago when he trained alone there. During this time, Talon had returned to that state of training, fully immersing himself in a rigorous training mode. Moreover, he had begun to explore deeper into the Eye of Ice and Fire. After the initial adaptation, Talon quickly returned to the state he had when he left, able to train over 700 zhong below the surface of the Eye of Ice and Fire. After that, Talon further explored downward, and today, he first faced the violent energy fluctuations in the spring water and the immense pressure from the Dragoness might coming from below, descending to 800 zhong underwater. Holding on at 800 zhong, Talon opened a new training passage. Chapter 193. Talon perseveres at 800 zhong underwater in the Eye of Ice and Fire. It was just pain without gain. As Talon trained underwater, the speed of his soul power cultivation accelerated, and he could clearly feel his body's strength continuously enhancing. Moreover, this time Talon also sensed the shackles of his cultivation. After years of training, he was no longer a novice. He understood very clearly what this situation indicated. Talon had completed the accumulation of soul power at level 69. Next, he had 2 choices. One was to continue steady cultivation and wait for the right moment to break through, and the other was to engage in high-intensity training to force a breakthrough through the level 69 barrier to reach level 70. Neither training method was superior to the other. It simply depended on what suited the individual. Given Talon's current training mode, it was evident that he chose the second method, opting for high-intensity training to squeeze out his potential for a quick breakthrough. Talon had already sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough, which would likely happen in the next couple of days. After resting for a while and feeling his condition improve, Talon sat up, took out a blanket from his storage soul guide, and then laid out some food on the blanket. There were no other people around, and Talon didn't care much, sitting on the ground in just his shorts, starting to eat and drink. To be honest, eating near the Eye of Ice and Fire was quite convenient. The food that had cooled down could be heated up easily. Even raw meat could be sliced thinly and held above the Eye of Ice and Fire for a while. After sprinkling some seasonings, it was ready to eat. Interestingly, after trying this method once, Talon found he actually enjoyed the unique flavor. The high temperature combined with steam quickly cooked the meat from raw to done, and because the process was so brief, the taste of the cooked meat was quite distinctive. While it might not seem remarkable at first, once paired with the seasonings Talon prepared, the flavor really shone. If he wanted to eat something cold, he could use the ice spring portion of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Fruits and vegetables could be seasoned and then placed over the ice spring to instantly form a layer of frost. The combination of hot and cold was delightful. When it hit his mouth, the contrast was so enjoyable that Talon found it hard to stop eating. Now, Talon had discovered many uses for the Eye of Ice and Fire. If this divine object had consciousness, it would undoubtedly spit alternating streams of hot and cold saliva at Talon's face, allowing him to truly experience what it meant to sing the song of ice and fire. However, this situation is obviously not going to happen at the moment. Whether the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire still have any consciousness left is uncertain. After Talon had his fill, he casually tidied up and stored the plates and blanket into his storage soul guide. Then, standing up with his bare arms, Talon began practicing his punches. Talon was practicing the Republic's body refining fist, a martial art that has become popular on Blue Star, which every citizen of the Empire learns during their schooling. Or it can be said to be a variant of calisthenics, but more accurately, this body refining fist is the ultimate evolution of calisthenics. It was created and deduced by martial arts masters, health masters, and many sports physiologists and human anatomists gathered in the Republic on Blue Star. During this time, when Talon had nothing to do, he would practice a couple of sets after meals. However, As Talon delved deeper into the practice of the Republic's body refining method, he realized that this method was not as simple as he initially thought. With Talon's current physical condition, he had long surpassed the normal human range. The fact that a heavy hammer weighing thousands of pounds felt like a toy in Talon's hands demonstrates the strength of his physique. However, this Republic's body refining method, which Talon originally regarded as calisthenics, now made him clearly feel its benefits for physical training and nurturing when he practiced. Especially when Talon entered the Eye of Ice and Fire for cultivation, and after a hearty meal filled with rich energy. Practicing a set of the Republic's body refining method allowed him to feel the nurturing effect on his physical injuries. This is because while Talon was cultivating in the Eye of Ice and Fire, he absorbed energy that transformed into his own soul power, naturally sourced from the energy contained in the water of the Eye of Ice and Fire, which comes from dragon blood. This energy is extremely violent and unstable. Talon uses his strong body as a filter for absorbing this energy. When absorbing this energy, he first uses his body to accept it, allowing the violent energy to wreak havoc within him. And only after the destructive force of this energy is weakened does he absorb and refine it into his own soul power. During this process, any damage caused to Talon's body by the energy is rapidly healed by his own soul power. And Talon would also take and apply some healing elixirs after leaving the Eye of Ice and Fire to assist in his recovery. As a result, Talon's physical strength continuously increased through this cycle of destruction and repair, similar to the body's super recovery process. However, Talon is also aware that this training method poses risks to his body. He simply chooses to push through during this rapid development phase, and after each training session, he uses elixirs to heal injuries. Additionally, the food Talon consumes daily is rich in energy, and his Zhu Yin martial soul subtly repairs and enhances his body. All these factors combined allow Talon to barely maintain his physical condition. However, Talon is very clear that he cannot sustain this high-intensity training for much longer. He originally planned to stop this body-damaging high-intensity training once he broke through to level 70. But now, Talon suddenly discovered that the Republic's body refining method, which he casually practiced in his previous life, actually has such benefits for the practitioner's physical body. This discovery greatly surprised Talon, and he found that his training speed could be even faster than before. Every time he emerged from the Eye of Ice and Fire, he would first have a big meal and then practice the body refining method. Chapter 194. Breakthrough Talon's training arrangement maximizes the protection of his body from damage or allows for quick recovery without leaving hidden injuries after being harmed. Each time Talon absorbs energy from the spring water in the Eye of Ice and Fire, it is akin to body refining, similar to drawing lightning into his body. Talon is using the violent ice and fire energy in his body to replace lightning for body refining. This method of body refining requires enduring intense pain during the process, as every inch of muscle and sinew in his body is torn apart by the violent energy. However, these sacrifices yield rewards. The speed of soul power cultivation increases. But compared to the speed of soul power cultivation, the improvement in physical strength is truly significant. Talon's current physical strength has reached a level comparable to that of the soul Douluo strong ones in his clan, of course. This is without the enhancement from soul rings or soul skills. At the position of 800 zhang beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire, in the stone cave Talon opened a couple of days ago, he is now sitting cross-legged inside, still in that sinister scene, but it is somewhat different from before. Talon's expression is calm while practicing, no longer showing the grimacing face he had initially. Talon's originally calm expression suddenly became serious, and the fluctuations of soul power in his body intensified. The energy from the surrounding spring water in the Eye of Ice and Fire was being drawn into his body more rapidly. At the same time, as more energy surged into Talon's body, the blood beads appearing on his body also increased. Clearly, the violent ice and fire energy contained in this spring water is still somewhat difficult for Talon to absorb and digest, if he speeds up the absorption and refining process. His strong body acting as a filter is still struggling to cope. However, Talon has no choice now. Just moments ago, after this period of high-intensity training, he felt the opportunity to break through to level 70 in soul power. Therefore, at this moment, Talon needs to increase the absorption of external energy and the refining pace to meet the requirements for soul power advancement. Although this will cause some damage to Talon's body, he normally would not choose such a training method, but given the special circumstances and the opportunity for a breakthrough in cultivation, It is quite worth the cost to damage his body in order to seize this opportunity. As long as the physical damage is treated and healed promptly afterward, it basically won't leave any permanent injuries. As for how to treat and repair, Talon has accumulated enough experience during this period of cultivation in the Eye of Ice and Fire, and he is quite experienced. Boom! A sound resembling shattering shackles echoed in Talon's heart. With the sound, Talon's soul power cultivation smoothly broke through from level 69 to level 70. Feeling the changes in his body, Talon's previously furrowed brows relaxed, and his tightly pursed lips slightly curled up, revealing a hint of a smile. Although blood beads continuously oozed from his body, and every muscle felt intense pain, that feeling as if tiny blades were running rampant inside him made Talon feel immense suffering. The joy of the breakthrough completely dulled this pain. Of course, after the breakthrough, Talon did not immediately stop cultivating soul power. Instead, he maintained the current speed of energy absorption for training. At the same time, he crushed a pouch containing healing elixirs for his injuries hidden in his mouth. After feeling the elixir burst in his mouth, he chewed it a couple of times and then swallowed the final medicine into his stomach. The outer shell of the pill is also edible. It is made by hollowing out a kind of elixir that can replenish the kidneys. Therefore, this pill capsule is completely safe to consume, and there is no need to worry about ingesting anything strange, accompanied by the elixir's medicinal liquid entering his abdomen. The effects of this elixir, developed by the combined efforts of Douluo and Yang Wudi, took effect very quickly. In an instant, Tailong felt a warmth rising in his stomach. He knew this was the elixir's effect starting to take hold, and he directed a sliver of his consciousness to guide the healing energy from the elixir through his body. This medicinal energy rapidly consumed itself as it quickly repaired the damage within Tailong's body caused by acting as a filter for the violent ice and fire energies. However, the process of rapid healing was actually quite painful for Tailong, as the swift restoration was accompanied by the rapid growth of granulation tissue at the injured sites. Yet, this was not the most painful part. Since Tailong was still in a state of cultivation, he did not stop absorbing the energy from the ice and fire Tuinai. If he continued to absorb energy from the ice and fire Tuinai, it meant his body still had to act as a filter. Thus, Tailong's physical body was being ravaged by the violent ice and fire on one hand, while being healed by the elixir's medicinal power on the other. This situation was what caused Tailong the most pain. Soon, Tailong realized that because he had relaxed his absorption of energy from the ice and fire Tuinai, the damage to his body had become somewhat severe, and since his cultivation had not paused, his body was being continuously harmed. Thus, the medicinal power of this one pill seemed insufficient, so Tailong quickly bit down on another pill hidden in his mouth and swallowed it. As the effects of the second pill took effect, the pain in Tailong's body, which had initially weakened, surged again. Thus, Tailong endured the pain in his body and persisted in his cultivation, losing track of time amidst the intense agony. In the silent depths of the ice and fire Tuinai, 800 zhang underwater, he did not know how long had passed, perhaps a few minutes, a quarter of an hour, or maybe half a day or a day. The intense soul power radiating from Tailong gradually calmed down and eventually returned to tranquility. As the fluctuations of his soul power settled, Tailong simultaneously opened his previously closed eyes. The first sight that met Tailong's gaze was the dark red spring water beside him. Tailong knew that this was the blood expelled from his body due to the internal damage caused by using his body as a filter during cultivation. This was not the first time Tailong had seen such a scene. However, today the dark red color was a bit more intense than usual. After glancing at the dark red spring water a few times, Tailong stood up, waved his arms a few times to accelerate the circulation of the spring water, and allowed the dark red color to dissipate quickly. He then looked down into the depths of the ice and fire Tuinai spring, where he clearly sensed that he had made some breakthroughs in cultivation and was inclined to explore further below. After hesitating for a moment, Tailong carefully assessed his physical condition. Although he had some injuries, they were not serious and did not hinder his movements. Thus, Tailong decided to take advantage of this breakthrough to explore deeper while he was still in good condition. After making up his mind, Tailong did not hesitate any longer and began to slowly descend. As Tailong delved deeper into the ice and fire Tuinai, the pressure from the upper life forms intensified. However, having spent so much time in the ice and fire Tuinai, Tailong had also broken through to level 70. And his resistance to the pressure from the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King was becoming stronger. 800 zhang, 810 zhang, 820 zhang, 850 zhang, 851, 855 zhong. No more. 855 zhong was nearly my limit. Going any deeper would be a bit too much to bear. With some injuries remaining in my body, it was not suitable to force myself to continue exploring downward. I should first recuperate and then return to explore after some time. At a depth of 850 zhong in the ice and fire Tuyin Ai, feeling the water pressure surrounding his body, the pressure emanating from the ice and fire dragon kings below, and the faint pain from his internal injuries, Tailong decided to halt his descent. Thus, after breaking through to level 70, Tailong's first exploration of the ice and fire Tuyin Ai concluded at a depth of 850 zhong. Compared to the time when he had not made a breakthrough, Tailong had delved over 50 zhong deeper this time, which is approximately 150 meters, not an insignificant distance. Tailong had a premonition that this depth of over 850 zhong was not his current limit. He had simply paused here due to concerns about his internal injuries. He then hovered at a depth of 855 zhong in the ice and fire Tuyin Ai, concentrating his soul power in his eyes, trying his best to peer into the pitch-black depths below. Is there light? With the enhancement of his soul power, Tailong faintly perceived a glimmer of light in the previously dark water. This discovery thrilled Tailong, who was already in a joyous mood due to his cultivation breakthrough. This glimpse, which he had not expected, brought Tailong great joy and strengthened his resolve to explore deeper into the ice and fire Tuyin Ai. Seeing a point of light in the previously pitch-black depths of the ice and fire Tuyin Ai represented what? It indicated that Tailong was nearing a special location with his current exploration depth. Or perhaps that point of light was the source of the formation of the ice and fire Tuyin Ai, and also the resting place of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King's remains. Tailong was determined to explore the ice and fire Tuyin Ai relentlessly, not just to measure the depth of this cave, although he did not deny that was part of the reason. However, this reason accounted for only a small portion of Tailong's motivation to explore the ice and fire Tuyin Ai. It was merely a secondary satisfaction of his curiosity. The primary reason for Tailong's continuous descent into the ice and fire Tuyin Ai was that he discovered that finding a suitable location for cultivation in the depths of the ice and fire Tuyin Ai could significantly accelerate his already extraordinary cultivation speed. After all, in the Douluo Continent, the pursuit of scientific knowledge was secondary. The enhancement of one's own strength and cultivation was the most important. As for the other reason, it was to find the burial site of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. After all, the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King were deities of the divine realm, and they were also dragons that had ascended to godhood. Now that these two great beings had perished, their burial site must certainly contain their remains and legacies. Tailong's aim was to unearth these buried treasures and let these items that should not have been hidden shine once more. After all, Tailong also possessed a trace of the bloodline of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, making him the most qualified to inherit the legacies of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King in the current Douluo Continent. After all, there was a blood relation involved, and doesn't that make it seem quite reasonable? As for how Talon has the bloodlines of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King within him, that naturally came from when he consumed the fire apricot and the eight-pointed ice grass, two celestial herbs, and then jumped into the eye of ice and fire to refine them. Otherwise, how could Talon be able to come and go freely in the eye of ice and fire, a place that even the titled Doa dare not touch? What does he think this is, an ice immunity and fire immunity? Talon stared blankly at the point of light deep within the eye of ice and fire. After a long while, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze and then swam upwards towards the surface of the eye of ice and fire. Talon quickly returned to the surface of the eye of ice and fire, and after getting ashore, he took out some healing herbs from his storage soul guide, some for external application and some for internal use, and began to skillfully use these herbs to treat his injuries. During this period after Talon's breakthrough in cultivation, he did not leave immediately, but remained in the eye of ice and fire, practicing daily routine training and spending most of his time exploring deeper into the eye of ice and fire with the Republic Body Refinement Method. The injuries he sustained from absorbing excessive violent energy to break through his cultivation had long been healed. However, during this time, Talon continuously sustained new injuries from his relentless exploration into the deeper parts of the eye of ice and fire. Because Talon had unexpectedly seen the light while looking down from a depth of over 850 zhong beneath the eye of ice and fire, he had become somewhat obsessed, desperately trying to reach the place where the light was emanating from underwater. To achieve this, Talon relentlessly pushed his potential, breaking through the limits of his body layer by layer to go deeper into the eye of ice and fire. It was inevitable that he would injure himself during this process of pushing his physical limits, and thus he was injured time and again. It could be said that Talon now seemed somewhat possessed. P.S. Thanks to the book friend 201710241838585884 for the 4 monthly votes yesterday. Chapter 196. Intent. Talon's current mental state is somewhat off, similar to those who have won big money and now see a profit opportunity, wanting to gamble everything for a chance to gain even more. Talon has now seen a light below the eye of ice and fire and clearly understands the reason for its formation. So he knows there is no significant benefit to be gained from it. Talon can be said to have been blinded by this huge opportunity, fixated on wanting to claim the legacy left by the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Although Talon does not know what exactly the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King left below the eye of ice and fire, he at least expects there to be two soul bones from god-level Dragon Kings. Cough, cough, puff, cough, 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 cough. After emerging from the eye of ice and fire, Talon landed on the ground and began to cough violently, even coughing up some blood. Huff, huff. After a bout of coughing, Talon finally calmed down, panting heavily to stabilize his breath. He then rolled over to his storage soul guide, grabbed the one containing his healing herbs. He took out 4 jade bottles, 1 large and 3 small. He opened the large jade bottle, brought it to his mouth, and a fragrant medicinal aroma wafted up. Talon tilted his neck and drank the healing potion inside the jade bottle until it was empty, shaking the bottle to confirm it was empty before putting it down. Then, Talon lay on the ground next to the eye of ice and fire, waiting for the effects of the potion he had just consumed to take effect, channeling his soul power to accelerate the refining process of the medicine. These potions are used to treat internal injuries, primarily nourishing the internal organs of the body and enhancing their function with long-term use. Talon had coughed up blood earlier because he had pushed his body's limits while exploring deeper into the eye of ice and fire, which had injured his internal organs. A depth of over 850 zhang is equivalent to more than 2,500 meters, and Talon had to endure immense water pressure while entering this place naked. Moreover, he also had to face the oppressive pressure from the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King below the eye of ice and fire. The closer he got to them, the stronger the pressure he felt. This was not the first time Talon had injured his internal organs, but it was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries, emerging from the eye of ice and fire feeling completely drained and coughing up blood. This incident served as a wake-up call for Talon, allowing him to regain a bit of clarity from his obsession and giving him a chance to readjust his mindset. Having already suffered losses, he became somewhat clearer, which is still a gambler's mentality. However, Talon had only sustained some injuries without incurring any major losses. After digesting the potion he had just taken, Talon felt a bit better. The fiery pain in his chest and abdomen had lessened, and upon closer inspection, he could feel a cool force circulating within his organs, healing his internal injuries. Sitting up, Talon began to put on his clothes. Earlier, he had lacked strength and had been in a vulnerable state, but fortunately, there were no outsiders around the eye of ice and fire, and Talon's resources were substantial enough that he did not fear being seen. After getting dressed, Talon opened the remaining 3 small jade bottles and found that 2 were already empty, leaving only 2 small pills in one of them. "It's time to go out. These herbs are all used up." Talon sighed and muttered to himself, then thought for a moment before taking the last 2 pills and swallowing them whole without chewing. After the pills entered his stomach, Talon sat down in a meditative position, guiding his soul power to refine the medicinal strength for healing. The next day, after taking the medicine and eating some high-grade soul beast meat, Talon practiced the Republic body refinement method a few times, and his internal injuries were basically healed. However, Talon did not intend to explore deeper into the eye of ice and fire anymore. One reason was that after the lesson from the previous day, he had realized that the eye of ice and fire would not move. The soul bones of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King were right there within it and would not run away. Now, among the entire Douluo Continent, Talon was the only one who could enter the eye of ice and fire. Thinking this way, he felt more at ease, and his previously possessed state gradually returned to clarity. Another reason was that the healing herbs he had brought with him and placed in his storage soul guide had all been used up. Now, even if Talon wanted to push his body further to explore downward, he lacked the means to do so. Although Talon knew that the herbs and pills were made from spirit grasses found in the medicinal garden near the eye of ice and fire, and that all the materials for making these medicines were available here, Talon did not have the ability to refine those healing pills. He simply did not have that capability, even though he had studied some medical knowledge with Douluo for a while. He could not use that shallow medical knowledge to refine medicine. Moreover, so many years have passed, and the medical knowledge that Tailong learned from Douluo has nearly been returned to him. Therefore, Tailong is now empty-handed in this treasure mountain, and without the healing elixirs, he no longer has the assurance to explore further. However, this time Tailong has fallen into a state of obsession, which is not entirely a bad thing. He feels that his mental state has improved. This is not unfounded. Just last night, when Tailong was cultivating, he entered a deep meditative state much faster than before. Tailong does not plan to explore deeper into the Eye of Ice and Fire. Instead, he intends to wait for his grandfather, Douluo, or Yang Wudi to come here and take him out. Tailong feels powerless. In order to leave the Eye of Ice and Fire, he must go up from below the cliff, and he currently does not have climbing equipment. In simple terms, Tailong is now trapped in the Eye of Ice and Fire. Tailong is waiting here, and life has returned to a calm state. Fortunately, the food stored in his storage soul guide is sufficient, allowing him to eat for another month or two, so he does not have to worry about starving in the Eye of Ice and Fire. Chapter 197. A visitor finally. A visitor has arrived. Tailong had been in the Eye of Ice and Fire for another 7 days. Just when he thought he had been forgotten, after finishing his practice, he took out his Feng Tianhua halberd to practice halberd techniques when someone descended from the sky into this place. The visitor is none other than the Breaking Heaven Dalu, Yang Wudi, who taught Tailong spear techniques. When Tailong saw the visitor looking over at him, the excitement he felt after waiting so many days for someone was instantly suppressed. Tailong concentrated all his spirit into the Feng Tianhua halberd in his hand and earnestly executed the halberd techniques, which he had long mastered. The over 3-meter-long Feng Tianhua halberd moved according to Tailong's will, advancing or retreating with varying speeds and weights, his body moving with the halberd. After completing a set of halberd techniques, Tailong slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Good, little long, this set of halberd techniques has already been deeply comprehended. Now all that is left is to experience some real combat, allowing his halberd techniques to adapt to actual battles. Well, forget it, I forgot little long. You have practiced the long spear before. Now you're just changing weapons, so you still have some combat experience and won't find yourself in a novice situation. Yang Wudi descended and watched Tailong practice the halberd techniques. After Tailong finished, he finally spoke up to give feedback and guidance. However, halfway through his comments, Yang Wudi suddenly remembered that the person before him was none other than Tailong, who had already undergone countless actual battles, which made it difficult for him to continue his guidance. Yang Wudi knew that Tailong had gone to the City of Slaughter for training, as the existence of nearly 3,000 people in the Zhuyan Alliance was well known among the Four Spirit sect. It was precisely because Yang Wudi knew that Tailong had spent 3 years training in the City of Slaughter and had ultimately passed the trials to escape that he understood Tailong had undergone countless life-and-death battles during those 3 years. Grandpa Yang, what brings you here? Tailong did not pick up on Yang Wudi's comments about his halberd techniques, as this topic was difficult to continue. Instead, he pretended not to know and asked a completely unnecessary question. The reason he couldn't continue the discussion about halberd techniques was naturally that Tailong had chosen to abandon the spear for the halberd. He had learned spear techniques from the Breaking family and received considerable guidance from Yang Wudi. Now that he was abandoning the spear for the halberd, Tailong felt a bit embarrassed. I came here to collect some spirit herbs. The spirit herbs used to make the mental strength elixir are used up, and the 7 treasures Lioli sect has placed a large order, so I came to get some spirit herbs. Of course, your grandfather knew I was coming and asked me to help check on your situation and bring you some things. Yang Wudi replied to Tailong's question with a smile. Feeling quite pleased, Yang Wudi was very happy, not for any other reason, but because he could make a lot of gold soul coins by selling the medicines he prepared to the 7 treasures Lioli sect. The thought of being able to earn money through his skills in potion making and making a substantial profit at that delighted him. It is worth mentioning that apart from selling war weapons known to the Breaking family, the most profitable project for the Four Spirit sect is the preparation and sale of various medicines by the Breaking family. In recent years, the income from selling various types of medicines has rapidly increased and is close to matching the income from weapon sales. After hearing Yang Wudi's words, Tailong smiled and replied, Grandpa Yang, there's no need to get those things my grandfather sent over. I'm already planning to leave here. Leave? Have you broken through? Yang Wudi stopped his action of preparing to take things out of the storage soul guide, and after hearing Tailong's answer, he asked in surprise. Yang Wudi knew that Tailong was here in the Eye of Ice and Fire, to cultivate his soul power. But he did not expect Tailong to achieve a breakthrough in such a short time. Facing Yang Wudi's question, Tailong smiled but did not directly answer. Instead, he activated his soul power and released a wave of his own level 70 soul power. The soul power wave released by Tailong flashed and disappeared. But being so close and having the strength of a tidal Dalu, Yang Wudi naturally sensed Tailong's released soul power wave instantly and could tell it was of level 70 strength. This, Yang Wudi opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he closed it again, only patting Tailong's shoulder to show encouragement. After chatting casually for a few moments, Yang Wudi said to Tailong a little long, "Since you're preparing to leave today, go pack your things. After I collect some spirit herbs, we will leave." "No net, grunt by Yang. My things are all in the storage soul guide. There's nothing to pack. If you need to collect any herbs, I'm idle anyway, so let me help you." Tailong patted the storage soul guide on his wrist and explained his situation to Yang Wudi. "All right, then let's collect them together. This time we need Yangshan flower, Zhuangshan fruit, and Mingxin grass, these spirit herbs." Yang Wudi led Tailong to the outskirts of the Eye of Ice and Fire, pointing out the types of herbs they needed to collect. Tailong memorized the spirit herbs Yang Wudi showed him and the names of the herbs he mentioned, then took the collection equipment Yang Wudi handed over and began to gather herbs. Tailong was quite proficient at gathering herbs, as he had studied medicine with Douluo Bo for a period of time, and while he might forget some of the more profound knowledge, he certainly wouldn't forget the basic skills of herb collection. If one were to ask Tailong why he wouldn't forget how to gather herbs, the answer is simple. It's all about muscle memory. He practiced a lot back then, and although many years have passed without practice, once he picked up the herb shovel, Tailong quickly got the hang of it, his movements smooth and skilled to the point of being endearing. After the two gathered several large baskets of herbs, Yang Wudi checked the quantity of herbs collected and felt that they had enough to refine the spirit medicine ordered by the Seven Treasures Liuli sect. He nodded and said to Tailong, who was still in the midst of gathering herbs, "Little Long, that's enough. No need to gather more. We should head out." "Okay." After Tailong replied to Yang Wudi, he picked a strong divine fruit from his side, placed it in the nearby medicine box, and stood up with the box in hand. After the two of them stored the medicine box filled with spiritual herbs into the storage soul guide, Yang Wudi grabbed Tailong's shoulder and took off. Chapter 198. Flight. Yang Wudi held onto Tailong's shoulder, released his soul power, and wrapped it around Tailong's entire body. Then Yang Wudi took Tailong away from the pull of gravity. Yang Wudi flew directly up the cliff with Tailong, and after reaching the top, instead of landing and letting Tailong down, he quickly flew out towards the sunset soul beast forest. "Xiaolong, when are you planning to go to the Star Do Great Forest to obtain your soul ring? What kind of soul beast are you preparing to hunt? Do you have a target?" While flying with Tailong in such a place as the sunset soul beast forest, Yang Wudi felt quite relaxed and even had the leisure to chat with Tailong during the flight. "I don't have a target soul beast yet. And as for when to hunt for the soul ring, I don't know right now. I still need to ask my grandfather. He has already chosen some suitable soul beasts for me." Tailong squinted slightly at the rapidly approaching scenery ahead, and after thinking about Yang Wudi's question, he answered, "Indeed, your grandfather should have already planned your target soul rings. I remember he initially reserved a 90,000-year-old Titan Ant Emperor for you. There were originally 3 Titan Ant Emperors, and now only one is left. The entire clan was originally supporting 3 Titan Ant Emperors, and now with only one left. The chances of that remaining Titan Ant Emperor breaking through to 100,000 years have greatly increased. A 90,000-year-old cultivation level, close to 100,000 years, should be prepared for your 8th soul ring. You're quite lucky." While speaking, Yang Wudi extended his spiritual and soul power to sense the strength of Tailong's body and spiritual power. 90,000-year-old Titan Ant Emperor, still 3? Was it during that time when you and Grandpa Nyo hunted for the 9th soul ring in the Star Do Great Forest? Tailong asked, surprised to hear about the 390,000-year-old Titan Ant Emperors. "Yes, it was that time. Your grandfather even deliberately spared one Titan Ant Emperor's life, saying it was to be left for you as a soul ring." Yang Wudi started to speak, but suddenly paused, looking at Tailong with surprise, and asked with some confusion, "Grandpa Yang, what's wrong? You know my body strength has always far exceeded that of soul masters of the same level. Is there a problem?" Tailong looked at Yang Wudi, who reacted so dramatically, somewhat puzzled. "No, it's not that. How should I put it? I know your body's strength far exceeds that of other soul masters of the same level. But your current body strength is no longer just beyond that of soul masters of the same level. Your current body strength is almost comparable to mine when I broke through to level 90. Do you know what that means? Yang Wudi's emotions seemed a bit excited, and he spoke somewhat incoherently, but fortunately, after calming down, he managed to convey the general idea of what he wanted to say. What does that mean? Tailong was somewhat confused by Yang Wudi's reaction, not really understanding what he meant. It means that when you reach the 7th soul ring, your body will be able to withstand the pressure of absorbing a 100,000-year soul beast. Although your current body strength is not as strong as mine at level 90, you have a beast martial soul, and your Zhuyin martial soul is a top-tier beast martial soul that can greatly enhance your body strength after being possessed. This is something we weapon soul masters do not have. Although 100,000 year soul beasts are hard to find, you can absorb that 90,000-year-old Titan Ant Emperor now at your 7th soul ring. By the way, release your spiritual power and let me feel the strength of your spiritual power. Yang Wudi was very happy now. Tailong was already set as the next generation heir of the Four Spirits sect. In Yang Wudi's proposal to establish the Four Spirits sect with the 4 major single attribute families was related to the talent he saw in Tailong. Now, among the few titled Dalu in the Four Spirits sect who had the best relationship with Tailong, aside from Tailong's grandfather, Titan, the one who cared most about Tailong was Yang Wudi. Tailong's mother, Yang Ban Shuang, was Yang Wudi's own niece, so there was a real blood relationship between Tailong and Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi treated Tailong as his own grandson. Otherwise, Yang Wudi wouldn't personally guide Tailong in practicing spear techniques and help modify the halberd techniques after Tailong chose to use a halberd. So when Yang Wudi discovered that Tailong's body strength was comparable to his own when he had just broken through to title Douluo, it was understandable that he was so excited. After listening to Yang Wudi's explanation, Tailong also understood what Yang Wudi meant. Tailong knew that his body strength was very strong, but he wasn't quite sure to what extent, especially compared to other soul masters. Now Tailong realized he was at the level of a title Douluo in terms of body strength. Roughly speaking, Tailong's body strength could be considered equivalent to that of a title Douluo. However, this was just Tailong's inner thoughts. Having confidence in oneself is necessary, but excessive confidence can lead to arrogance. There is still a bit of a gap between him and the title Douluo. As Tailong released his spiritual power, the spiritual power of title Douluo level was directly emitted. Tailong was aware of his own spiritual power and knew it had reached the level of title Douluo. Xiaolong, your spiritual power is quite good. Yang Wudi sensed the strength of Tailong's spiritual power, which was comparable to his own, and his expression was somewhat complex. Grandpa Yang, you should have started practicing the Zhu Yin visualization method by now, right? This Zhu Yin visualization method can enhance the practitioner's spiritual power. I've been practicing it for a long time, and with those spiritual herbs you provided for nourishing my spiritual power, my progress has been quite fast. Tailong also sensed that the atmosphere between him and Yang Wudi was a bit off, and after a moment's thought, he understood Yang Wudi's current mindset. So, Tailong quickly spoke to change the topic. Indeed, that Zhu Yin visualization method is indeed helpful for cultivating spiritual power. After practicing it for a while, I've already felt its benefits. Chapter 199, Arrangement. After practicing the Zhu Yin visualization method for some time, Yang Wudi also felt the advantages of this technique, and his words clearly showed his admiration for it. Tailong merely smiled at Yang Wudi's praise of the Zhu Yin visualization method, feeling quite satisfied with his ability to shift the topic. This time, Yang Wudi came to the ice and fire Yin-Yang, located in the Sunset Soul Beast Forest, flying directly from the Four Spirits sect's residence. So now Yang Wudi was flying Tailong back in the direction of the Four Spirits sect's residence. Talon and Yang Wudi were chatting casually during their flight, with no specific topic in mind. When they reached a distance where they could see the Four Spirits sect's residence, Yang Wudi said to Talon, "In a moment, I'll drop you off near your sect's entrance. Can you make your way back on your own? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is urging me, and the medicinal materials in the pharmacy are almost depleted. They are waiting for this batch of medicine." "Okay, no problem." Talon looked at the sect's entrance and nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Once you get back, discuss your 7th spirit ring with your grandfather. Let him know my assessment of you. When you're ready to hunt for souls, give me a heads up and I'll go with you." After Yang Wudi finished speaking, they had almost arrived at the sect's main gate and began to descend. "Thank you, Grandpa Yang. I will discuss it with my grandfather and let you know in advance when we're about to set off." After landing and being released from Yang Wudi's shoulder, Talon expressed his gratitude and said this. All right, I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Yang Wudi waved his hand and soared into the sky towards the direction of the sex pharmacy. Young Master is back. Hello, Young Master. Hello, Brother Long. As Talon reached the entrance of his family's residence, the doorman rushed forward to greet him. And two older boys who had just been playing around also hurriedly greeted him upon seeing Talon. Hello, everyone. You continue playing? I'll head in first. Talon nodded in response, acknowledging the doorman, and smiled as he told the two boys to continue their fun. He then walked into the family residence. Grandpa, I'm back. Talon went straight to his grandfather Titan's small courtyard, and as soon as he entered the courtyard gate, he shouted loudly, Oh, little Long is here. Titan, who was in the conference hall discussing matters with several family spirit Douluos, paused the discussion, stood up with a smile, and walked towards the door. Hello, Grandpa. Hello. Compagnon. Hello, Grandpasu. Talon greeted the elderly men, showing respect to his grandfather's generation. Yes, little Long is back. Your cultivation has improved again. After a round of conversation with the elders, Titan said to his old friends, Let's proceed according to what we just discussed. Once the pillars of the family left, Talon and Titan returned to the living room. Talon took a teapot from a maid and poured tea for Titan and himself. Why are you out today? Did you break through in your cultivation? Titan ignored the tea Talon had just poured for him and directly asked the question he was concerned about. Yes, Grandpa. I broke through some time ago. Talon released his soul power fluctuations to show Titan his cultivation level. Not bad. Once I arrange some matters within the sect and family, we'll head to the Douluo Forest for your 7th spirit ring. Titan was very pleased and was already preparing to arrange for the trip, eager to take Talon to the Douluo Forest to obtain the spirit ring. A 16-year-old soul saint. At just 16, Talon's soul power had already reached soul saint level, which greatly satisfied Titan. Grandpa, it was Grandpa Yang who brought me back, and he also helped check my physical strength on the way back. Talon recalled Yang Wudi's instructions and mentioned it. What did old Yang say? Titan became interested upon hearing this. Since Talon mentioned it, there must be something significant. Titan wanted to know what Yang Wudi had said, and he placed his hand on Talon's shoulder to begin checking his physical condition. Grandpa Yang said my physical strength is already comparable to that of a titled Doa level, and that I can withstand the pressure of absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring. Talon recounted his conversation with Yang Wudi after summarizing it briefly. Old Yang is right. Titan removed his hand from Talon's shoulder, clearly having finished checking Talon's physical condition, and nodded in affirmation of Yang Wudi's assessment. Old Yang is correct. That 9,000-year king ant is indeed what I prepared for you. Knowing your exceptional talent, I intended for that king ant to be your 8th spirit ring. As for your 9th spirit ring, there is a 100,000-year Titan giant ape deep in the Douluo Forest that is very suitable for you. However, now that I see, I need to adjust my plans. Titan confirmed Yang Wudi's words and explained his original plan to Talon. Then, Grandpa, I'll choose the 9,000-year king ant for my 7th spirit ring. Talon nodded in agreement with Titan's plan and expressed his choice for the 7th spirit ring. All right, go back and rest well. I will notify Grandpa Yang and the others. Once we have arranged everything, we will set off to the Douluo Forest to obtain your 6th spirit ring. Titan approved Talon's choice for the 7th spirit ring and told him to relax and adjust his state for a few days while he would properly arrange other matters. After chatting with Titan for a while, Talon took his leave from Titan's small courtyard and returned to his own small courtyard. Little Long, you're back. As soon as Talon walked into his small courtyard, a melodious female voice rang out, and a shadow quickly dashed towards him and leaped into his arms. Talon felt a sudden weight and hurriedly reached out to support the petite figure in his embrace. It was only then that Talon recognized who it was. It was the little fairy, Katrina. Talon patted Katrina's back, signaling her to come down. Little Long, I've broken through, Katrina said excitedly to Talon. Chapter 201. Uncle Tao Talon quickly arrived at the family forge, and after explaining his intentions to the forge's manager, he was taken to a room by the manager. Wow! Talon exclaimed as he followed the manager into the room. Upon entering, he was taken aback. It was no wonder Talon was surprised. Upon entering the room, he was startled. He saw more than a dozen giant crossbows facing the door, with matching bolts laid out, each bolt comparable to a long spear. It was shocking to see such a display right at the entrance. As Talon scanned the room, filled with weapons and armor, he quickly spotted his target, a halberd that was nearly 4 meters long, standing proudly in one corner of the room. This was clearly his halberd. However, Talon soon noticed that beside the halberd was a suit of armor, resembling the golden armor he had used before. But he didn't pay much attention to it, and quickly shifted his focus back to the halberd standing silently. As Talon approached to examine it closely, he released a hint of his spiritual energy and sensed the presence of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King on the halberd. Others might not know whose aura this is, but for Talon, who has been severely tortured in the Eye of Ice and Fire, the auras of these two Dragon Kings are quite familiar. At this moment, Talon indeed senses that the armor beside the Fong Tianhua halberd also possesses the same aura as that on the Fong Tianhua halberd, which clearly comes from the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. After sensing the familiar auras of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King coming from this armor, Talon turns around and approaches the armor for a closer inspection, even reaching out to touch and examine it. Talon quickly discovers that this armor is different. It has several layers, with dragon scales being one of them, but those scales are wrapped in other materials. The more Talon looks at this armor, the more he likes it. This style is exactly what Talon prefers. Now that he has seen his new armor and new Fong Tianhua halberd, Talon is eager to try them on. "Uncle Tao, is this armor mine too?" Talon asks, pointing at the armor made of dragon scales to the smiling Tai Jingtao beside him. "That's right, it's yours too. Do you like it? It was personally forged by the clan leader. But little Long, you should also thank me, Uncle Tao, for the modifications made to your armor and Fong Tianhua halberd," Tai Jingtao says with a smile, patting the halberd shaft. "Okay, tonight I'll bring my dad, and we'll bring some good wine to find you for a nice drink. That way, Aunt C definitely won't say anything, and you can have a good time." Talon instantly understands the deeper meaning behind Tai Jingtao's words. Uncle Tao is clearly craving wine again. Talon has a good relationship with Tai Jingtao. Talon has been mature for his age since childhood, which would be attributed to his innate wisdom. Overall, Talon hasn't had the chance to play with peers his age. He mostly plays with the little ones that even dogs would disdain, and Talon is afraid he might lose control and hit them. Talon doesn't play with children of his own age, and he knows that this is a world where strength is respected. So he started improving his own power from a young age, practicing archery, slingshots, and the like. All these materials have to come from his family's forge, and over time, Talon has become familiar with his easygoing cousin Tai Jingtao, who doesn't carry any elder burdens. Talon knows Tai Jingtao very well, including his family situation. Uncle Tao is a rare good man on the Douluo Continent. As for his beloved wife at home, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Uncle Tao treats her like a queen. He listens to whatever she says. However, there's one thing. Uncle Tao cannot always heed Aunt Tao's wishes. Uncle Tao loves wine, and even before marrying Aunt Tao, he enjoyed drinking. After they got married, Aunt Tao didn't pay much attention to Uncle Tao's drinking. However, after several years of marriage, Aunt Tao's belly showed no signs of pregnancy, while those who married later than them already had children. Despite Uncle Tao not being lazy, he worked hard in the fields. Nothing grew on Aunt Tao's land. No matter how big the seeds were planted, they just wouldn't sprout. Initially, Aunt Tao thought it was her problem and felt very guilty about not being able to have children, feeling ashamed in front of others. Aunt Tao is a strong-willed person, so she contemplated separating from Uncle Tao or finding him a younger wife. If this were anyone else, they might have half-heartedly agreed to the idea of a concubine, as who wouldn't want a young wife. But Uncle Tao didn't think that way. He didn't want Aunt Tao to suffer and didn't want a concubine. So Uncle Tao took the blame for their inability to have children, telling Aunt Tao that it was his issue. At first, Aunt Tao didn't believe him, but after being coaxed by Uncle Tao a few times, she accepted it. Uncle Tao didn't take the issue of not having children too seriously. He never expressed a strong desire for kids and enjoyed his daily drinks. However, not long after, Uncle Tao's good days came to an end. Aunt Tao learned from somewhere that a man's drinking could hinder having children, and drinking too much could prevent them altogether. From then on, Aunt Tao forbade Uncle Tao from drinking. She wanted a child of her own, and every time she saw someone else's child, her desire for her own grew stronger. Aunt Tao forced Uncle Tao to quit drinking, and although Uncle Tao usually complied with her requests, he found it hard to quit drinking. However, to make Aunt Tao happy, he stopped drinking in front of her and instead secretly had a little on the side without her knowing. Before long, Aunt Tao truly became pregnant, which made her even more convinced that drinking was bad for Uncle Tao's health. Otherwise, why would a child, which she had been longing for while he drank, suddenly appear now that he wasn't? After Aunt Tao insisted on Uncle Tao quitting drinking, she never discovered that he was secretly drinking behind her back. Uncle Tao's secrecy was just too good. Coupled with Uncle Tao's usual compliance with Aunt Tao's wishes, she thought this time would be the same, leading to this outcome. Uncle Tao knows his own situation better than anyone. He certainly knows whether he has been drinking during this time. Therefore, Uncle Tao believes that a woman's ability to conceive is not too closely related to whether a man drinks or not. Thus, the couple's disagreement arose. Aunt Tao forbade Uncle Tao from drinking, while Uncle Tao insisted he could not give up that cup, especially the strong liquor that Talon suggested brewing, which is distilled alcohol. Talon also had a good relationship with his uncle and noticed how much Uncle Tao loved drinking, even complaining that the newly brewed drinks weren't strong enough and that the old stock was too scarce. It was then that Talon casually suggested the idea of distilled liquor to Uncle Tao, who initially didn't believe it, thinking that young Talon didn't know anything about alcohol. Young and reckless, Talon, who had never lived as long as Uncle Tao, took on the challenge and, under Uncle Tao's provocation, personally took action, distilling less than a jar of distilled liquor from 3 jars of new wine brewed that year. Talon still remembers how Uncle Tao was amazed after tasting it, making the young, ignorant Talon feel proud. Even now, Talon can't help but smile when he recalls it. The process of distilling liquor is not complicated, and Tai Jing Tao, who observed Talon throughout, naturally learned how to do it. The only equipment needed for distillation was made by Tai Jing Tao himself under Talon's guidance. From that point on, Tai Jing Tao embarked on an irreversible path, secretly distilling and purifying liquor to drink, even producing alcohol. The term alcohol wasn't coined by Talon, but by Tai Jing Tao, meaning the essence of liquor, which is easy to understand. Uncle Tao reminisces about his initial interactions with Talon, especially the process of getting the distilled liquor from Talon. He doesn't know whether he should thank Talon or blame him. Distilled liquor brings Uncle Tao joy and satisfaction, making him look good in front of his drinking buddies. But it also makes him more dependent on alcohol, leading Aunt Tao to treat him like a criminal every day. Uncle Tao has not quit drinking after all these years. Although he drinks less under Aunt Tao's influence and has never drunk at home, only in restaurants or at friends' houses, he still drinks. However, as the saying goes, a person who often walks by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. Initially, Uncle Tao could hide it from Aunt Tao, but after drinking more and for a longer time, she eventually found out. It's unclear how the couple ultimately negotiated this, but the result surprised Tailong. Aunt Tao, who had always maintained a dominant position in their relationship, surprisingly handed the initiative to Uncle Tao this time. Aunt Tao allowed Uncle Tao to drink, but only under certain conditions. Tailong felt that Aunt Tao's main reason for compromise was likely because of the children. After carrying the twins for 10 months, she fulfilled her expectations for children, which made her more accommodating. To create more opportunities for socializing, Uncle Tao built a good relationship with Tai Nua, the diplomatic head of the Leaf family, to have more legitimate drinking occasions. Therefore, when Tai Long noticed that Uncle Tao wanted to thank him, he immediately understood that Uncle Tao was craving alcohol again and agreed to take his father, Tai Nua, along to accompany Uncle Tao for a drink. All right, Xiao Long, you said it. When we get to my house, you should know what to say to your aunt, right? Upon hearing Tai Long's response, Tai Jing Tao immediately became overjoyed and hurriedly confirmed the arrangement. Xiao Long, bring those 2 jars of wine to my house tonight. It's something I worked hard to get. Tai Jing Tao took out 2 small jars of wine from a storage soul guide and handed them to Tai Long to take home that evening. Okay, Uncle Tao, tell me about this suit of armor. Tai Long casually accepted the 2 jars of wine from Uncle Tao and stored them in his own storage soul guide, then pointed to a suit of dragon scale armor and asked Tai Jing Tao about it. This suit of armor is similar in style to the last one. Your grandfather said it was just because you've grown taller and stronger, so the previous one no longer fits, which is why he made you a new one. I was just responsible for the repairs and some decoration. I can't say much about it, but the defensive performance is definitely sufficient. How about you try it on? Tai Jing Tao wasn't very sure about the armor's performance since he hadn't tested it, but since it was personally crafted by Tai Long's grandfather, Titan, the defensive capabilities were undoubtedly reliable. Thus, Uncle Tao suggested that Tai Long try it on to see for himself. Put on? Right now? Yes, right now. I'll help you wear it. Then let us. Give it a try? Give it a try. All right. Xiao Long, lift your arm. Okay, good. Tai Jing Tao moved quickly, taking the armor from beside him and starting to fit it onto Tai Long, because it used dragon scales. This suit of armor was designed in a plate armor style. Considering that Tai Long might need to put it on and take it off by himself, Titan specifically designed it for Tai Long. It was relatively convenient to wear, and since Tai Long was a strong attack-type soul master, the armor was designed to maximize his flexibility during close combat. Titan put a lot of thought into this armor for his grandson. After helping Tai Long put on the armor, he felt its weight and tried to move around to test its flexibility, discovering that it was indeed quite good. Tai Long already had plenty of experience in armored combat. During battles in the Slaughter City, he mostly fought while wearing armor. Although flexibility was somewhat affected, he believed that it was a small price to pay for the thick protective capabilities. After testing the armor's various performance aspects with Uncle Tao, Tai Long was very satisfied with a new golden armor. After thanking Uncle Tao several times, he donned the armor, picked up his halberd, and headed toward his small courtyard like a general going off to battle. Chapter 203. Departure dressed in a purple gold crown with 3 prongs, wearing a beast-faced linked armor. With a delicate lion belt around his waist, and carrying a painted halberd, Tai Long strode forward confidently. He was very pleased with his outfit. Notably, the halberd he carried weighed exactly 80 pounds. Moreover, the halberd contained several dragon bones, which alone weighed about 500 pounds. It's important to note that once infused with soul power, the weight of these dragon bones would increase, potentially reaching 10 times their original weight. With this capability to suddenly increase its weight by several thousand pounds, calling this halberd a divine weapon was not an exaggeration. Just thinking about how the originally over 1,000-pound halberd could suddenly gain an additional 5,000 pounds made Tai Long happy. He casually swung the halberd and then suddenly infused it with soul power, causing the weight of the dragon bones to increase rapidly while emitting ice and fire energy based on different attributes. Bang, clink, clink, hoo, cough, cough, phew, phew, phew. Due to the sudden increase in weight of the halberd, Tai Long lost control of it while swinging, and it struck the ground heavily. The halberd made contact with the ground, shattering the bluestone tiles and sending fragments flying, creating a large pit in the ground while stirring up a cloud of dust. Caught off guard, Tai Long was hit by the flying debris, and the sound of the fragments clashing against his armor rang out, while the dust enveloped him, some even entering his mouth, making him look quite disheveled. However, Tai Long reacted quickly. As the dust surrounded him, he released his soul power, causing a violent aura to radiate from his body, instantly dispersing the dust. He then looked down at the large pit he had accidentally created and glanced around to see if anyone was watching. After confirming that no one was around, Tai Long hoisted his precious halberd and ran back toward his small courtyard without looking back. After a while, when Tai Jing Tao passed by and saw the pit on the ground, he smiled but said nothing and continued on his way. Tai Long rushed back to his small courtyard and immediately took off his armor, but he kept the halberd in his hand. Clearly, when he tested the halberd, he had lost control over it due to the rapid change in weight, making it clear that his task now was to quickly adapt to this new weapon and perfectly master the changes in weight after infusing it with soul power. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to fight. It would be good enough if he didn't hurt himself. That night, Talon called his father Tano, and they went to Uncle Tao's house. The father and son accompanied Uncle Tao for a good drink under Aunt Tao's disapproving gaze. When they returned, Talon had to carry his father Tano back, as Tano really couldn't handle his alcohol. After dropping his father off at his grandparents' small courtyard, Talon took out the painted halberd he had stored in his soul guide and began to swing it slowly, while also injecting his soul power into the weapon to adjust its weight. Talon was practicing his control over the halberd, working on the coordination between himself and the weapon, exploring how much soul power he could inject, the total weight of the halberd, and how to adapt his techniques for different weights. Xiaolong, get in the car. It's time to go. Sighing, Titan called out to Talon, who was still practicing with the halberd. After getting into the carriage, Titan couldn't help but sigh again. He didn't know how to talk to Talon anymore. Since getting the halberd, Talon had been inseparable from it, swinging it daily, sometimes slowly, sometimes quickly, sometimes lightly, and sometimes explosively, making people hesitate to come within 10 meters of him. As the one who forged the halberd, Titan was well aware of its capabilities and understood its strengths and weaknesses. He knew what Talon was doing these days, and although he felt gratified that Talon was so dedicated to mastering the weapon he had forged as Talon's grandfather, he had mixed feelings about his grandson carrying the halberd everywhere, even to eat and sleep. Have you seen the look from the passers-by? They're looking at Talon as if he is a fool, swinging that halberd around. This was also related to the fact that Douluo Continent revered martial soul cultivation. It was obvious to everyone that Talon's halberd was not a martial soul, and despite Talon's strong physique, it was easy to see that he was still quite young. It was strange for someone so young to not cultivate their martial soul, and instead wield such an odd weapon. Oh, here it comes. Lost in feeling the weight changes of the halberd, Talon reluctantly put it away after hearing his grandfather's call and got into the carriage. Once inside, the three carriages set off toward the Stardow forest. Inside Talon's carriage, he saw Catherine preparing food, and it was then that he realized he was hungry. Not bothering to be polite, Talon smiled at Catherine, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. Slow down. No need to rush. Just a moment ago, I called you to eat, but you didn't come, and now you're hungry? Catherine said with a smile, helping Talon serve food as he ate. In Chapter 204, inside the carriage, Talon was eating what could be considered either lunch or dinner with Catherine. Meanwhile, in the carriage that Titan and Yang Wudi were in, Yang Wudi noticed Titan frowning and understood his old friend was worried about something. After organizing his thoughts, Yang Wudi spoke to Titan. You don't need to worry about Xiaolong. It seems to me that he's just getting used to his new weapon. He's in a crucial stage of adjusting to it. And once he gets the hang of it, he won't be like this anymore. Also, that halberd he's using is quite extraordinary, right? I can feel the pressure it emanates. You need to tell me more about it. After hearing Yang Wudi's comforting words, Titan thought there was some truth to what he said, and his previously furrowed brows began to relax. Upon hearing Yang Wudi mention Talon's new halberd, Titan's stern face suddenly broke into a heartfelt smile. Of course, just look at who forged that weapon for Xiaolong. I must say, old Yang, you really know your stuff to recognize that halberd's uniqueness. Speaking of Talon's new weapon, I'm eager to share how I forged this divine weapon. Well, the halberd Xiaolong is using has clearly gained weight after he injected his soul power and the aura it releases. How can I describe it? Yes, it's an aura even purer and more majestic than that of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sex elder. Moreover, after Talon infused his soul power, the temperature changes at both the head and tail of the halberd were quite noticeable. Just by feeling it, one could easily tell. Yang Wudi explained his perception of the halberd to Titan. Titan was at a loss for words, as Yang Wudi had almost figured out the halberd's capabilities. Let me put it this way. The aura from Xiaolong's weapon comes from two pieces of dragon bone he found in the ice and fire yin yang eye. They should be remnants of a divine dragon. Titan didn't intend to hide this news from the other titled Dalu of the Four Spirits sect. He hadn't mentioned it before mainly because he hadn't thought much of it. Now that the topic had come up with Yang Wudi, he decided to share this information. Dragon bones? I see. But has your forging technique reached this level already? When do you plan to start your project of forging weapons with soul bones? Yang Wudi knew about Titan's aspirations in forging, as Titan had dreamed of creating weapons that could unleash soul skills using soul bones for mass production. However, Titan had lacked the ability back then, and Yang Wudi hadn't paid much attention to it. But now, Titan had forged the halberd Talon was using, which could change its weight and release high and low temperatures. Wasn't this very close to Titan's youthful dreams? So Yang Wudi asked. Yang Wudi didn't dwell on the news Titan had shared, as even if it was dragon bone, it was already unknown how many years old it was. Titan nodded in response. The halberd Xiaolong is using is my best work so far. Before that, I had already forged weapons using powerful soul beast bones and achieved some results, accumulating quite a bit of experience. However, up to now, I haven't tried directly using soul bones to forge weapons, as soul bones are quite valuable. I need to prepare well. Then, Titan and Yang Wudi discussed the feasibility of forging weapons with soul bones, and perhaps their conversation in the carriage would be recorded in the history of Douluo Continent's development. Each flower blooms in its own way. This time, Titan accompanied Talon to hunt for the seventh spirit ring, not because of any request from Yang Wudi, but because they were traveling together with three carriages, the last of which held another titled Dalu from the Four Spirits sect, Douluo. However, Douluo was not alone. Sitting beside him was a girl, his granddaughter Douluo. Douluo had recently broken through in her cultivation and, at the young age of 16, her soul power had reached level 50. If it weren't for Talon, who seemed to have an advantage, Douluo believed she would be a leading figure among the younger generation of the Douluo Continent. Douluo had no special requirements for a fifth spirit ring. According to Douluo's plan for her development, her fifth spirit ring should be a powerful offensive soul skill, preferably a group attack that would better suit her future development. It was precisely because Douluo wanted to obtain the best and most suitable fifth spirit ring for Douluo that he had searched for a long time in the Sunset Soul Beast Forest, but could not find a satisfactory soul beast between 10,000 to 20,000 years. Therefore, this time he planned to take Douluo to the Stardow Forest for the hunt. Grandpa, do I need to practice using weapons? Douluo suddenly asked her grandfather Douluo. This question seemed somewhat strange. Using weapons? Yin, why do you suddenly want to use weapons? Douluo was clearly taken aback by his granddaughter's unexpected question. I understand now. You saw that brat Talon practicing with weapons, so you had this idea, right? Douluo, being quite experienced, quickly figured out why Douluo suddenly wanted to use weapons. Yes, I saw. You don't need to explain. Douluo interrupted Douluo before she could finish her sentence. You don't need to use any weapons. Everyone has their own fighting style that suits them. Your martial soul determines that your path is similar to Grandpa's. We, the soul masters who focus on poison and control, are not suited for close combat with opponents. In battle, aside from some special circumstances, we should maintain a distance from our opponents. Then we can use poison to deal with them. Yin, remember, this is the fighting style that suits us best, using our strengths to defeat our opponents. Chapter 205, Arrival But. No buts. Remember what I told you and abandon that idea of wanting to compete with weapons. Douluo wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Douluo, who spoke to her with a serious expression and heavy tone. Grandpa, I understand. Douluo felt a bit wronged. She was just curious about using weapons and didn't expect such a strong reaction from her grandfather. Sigh. Douluo noticed Douluo's slightly reddened eyes and sighed, calming down after his earlier agitation. He said to her, Yin, don't blame Grandpa for being harsh. It's just that your current thoughts are very dangerous. Your cultivation level has already reached 50. Once you obtain your 5th spirit ring, you will be a soul king. A soul king is not considered weak on the entire Douluo Continent, and you will eventually leave Grandpa's side, so you cannot have such thoughts. If you really want to use some weapons, I'll ask your Grandpa to craft you a crossbow when we return. I know you were inspired by seeing that brat Talon practicing with weapons, but you must understand that Talon's path is different from ours. Moreover, while his martial soul sometimes differs, it resembles the family inheritance martial soul of the Strength family. Their family's great strength gorilla martial soul can indeed use weapons after the martial soul is activated, and the Strength family has a long tradition of fighting with weapons. However, Talon is not following the usual path. While other members of the Strength family use hammers to maximize their strength, he is using different weapons. Douluo explained to Douluo the differences in fighting styles among various soul masters, which would not be detailed in the Soul Master Academy, since students there rarely encounter weapon-wielding soul masters. This was also an area where Douluo lacked knowledge. The 3 carriages continued on their way without stopping, and the sun showed no signs of slowing down. Just as the sun began to set, the 4 spirits sect's 3 carriages arrived at a small town, preparing to rest for the night. As night fell, the soul-hunting team of the 4 spirits sect had dinner together before returning to their rooms to rest. Naturally, Talon shared a room with Katarina. After a tiring day of practicing with his halberd, Talon went to wash up and then hugged Katarina to rest. While Talon was resting, the 3 titled Douluo from the 4 spirits sect gathered in Titan's room for discussions. They first discussed how to help Talon, Katarina, and Douluo acquire their spirit rings, especially Talon's 7th spirit ring, which involved choosing the 90,000-year-old Titan and King and required careful planning for the hunt. After discussing the soul hunting issues in recent days, they began to discuss a topic that had already been brought up multiple times. Titan proposed to lift the restrictions on the celestial herbs within the ice and fire yin-yang eye and provide a suitable celestial herb to those titled Douluo in the 4 spirits sect with sufficient cultivation to help them break through to titled Douluo. Currently, the 4 spirits sect had a considerable number of soul Douluo, but only 5 titled Douluo, which was insufficient for the sect's development needs. For example, this time to assist Talon in hunting the 90,000-year-old soul beast, they needed to mobilize 3 titled Douluo to safely venture into the depths of the Star Do Great Forest. However, this left only 2 titled Douluo to guard the 4 spirits sect, and the combat power of Baihe, one of the titled Douluo, was also questionable. It could be said that having only Niu Gao as the sole titled Douluo guarding the 4 spirits sect was inadequate. Distributing the celestial herbs was easy, but doing so would clearly harm the interests of the existing titled Douluo in the 4 spirits sect, especially Douluo's interests. Douluo was an isolated figure, and the other soul Douluo in the 4 spirits sect came from the 4 major single attribute families. And the distribution among the existing soul Douluo in the 4 spirits sect was also uneven. The discussions in Titan's room, like previous discussions, yielded no results. The next day, Talon got up early, followed the management routine for training, and after washing up, he took out his Feng Tianhua halberd to practice outside. Katarina also got up at the same time as Talon, and after completing their training and washing up, they headed downstairs for breakfast. Good morning, Yin. Good morning, Katarina. Katarina and Douluo sat together, had breakfast, and then Katerina packed 3 portions of breakfast into her storage soul tool. Duguyen had grown accustomed to this scene by now. Duguyen didn't need to ask. She knew that Catherine was packing breakfast for the guy outside who was acting up. After Catherine finished packing 3 servings of breakfast, Duguyen and Catherine left the hotel together. Xiaolong, get in the car, it's time to go. Yang Wudi smiled as he watched Talon practice with his halberd. Once everyone had gathered, he called out to Talon, indicating it was time to get in the car, and set off. Then, Talon put on a performance similar to yesterday, the only difference being what he was eating. Thus, the group from the Four Spirit sect smoothly arrived at the small town outside the Stardew Forest, checking into a hotel that Talon was very familiar with. Coincidentally, Talon's room this time was the same one he had stayed in last time. Walking into the room and seeing the familiar scene, Talon recalled the events that had happened there a few months ago, although only a few months had passed. Returning here felt like a long time had gone by. Indeed, so much had happened to Talon during these months. Back then, he was still a carefree dog, but now he was a husband to 7 wives. That night, for some reason, perhaps due to the room, Talon felt inexplicably excited. However, considering that he would be entering the Stardew Forest for soul hunting the next day, he suppressed his excitement and prepared to get a good night's rest. The main reason was that this time, not only was he hunting for soul rings, but Catherine also needed to hunt for soul rings. So she needed to maintain her physical condition. Chapter 206. Soul hunting the next day, the group from a Four Spirit sect had an early breakfast, organized the supplies needed for the trip, and then set off to enter the Stardew Forest. The 3 carriages they rode in naturally stayed in the small town. The 6 of them moved quickly and soon entered the Stardew Forest. Once inside, the group did not slow down, but maintained a fast pace towards the inner layers of the forest. This time, the 6 from the Four Spirit sect included Yang Wudi, Titan, and Dugubo, who were titled Duluos, there to help Talon, Catherine, and Duguyen obtain soul rings. According to their plan, the group arrived at the junction of the inner and outer areas of the Stardew Forest, which was known for having the most soul beasts aged between 10,000 to 20,000 years. Upon arrival, the group split into 4 teams. Yang Wudi, Dugubo, and Titan spread out to search for suitable soul beasts in the Stardew Forest. Talon, Gesserin, and Duguyen formed one group and began searching for suitable soul beasts for Duguyen. Talon had already taken out his halberd and walked ahead of the 3, responsible for scouting, clearing the way, and facing any enemies. Duguyen and Catherine followed closely behind Talon, one on each side, keeping watch and ensuring the safety of the group from behind. Talon believed that with the combined strength of the 3 of them at the junction of the inner and outer layers of the Stardew Forest, they could ensure their safety unless they encountered a super soul beast over 50,000 years old or a powerful soul beast with an age of 80 or 90,000 years. Aside from these unexpected situations, Talon felt confident in keeping the 3 of them safe. As the group searched for soul beasts in the Stardew Forest, time passed quickly, and night soon fell. Yang Wudi, Dugubo, and Titan did not return to reunite with Talon and the others. However, both Talon and Catherine had experience spending the night in a soul beast forest. Before sunset, Talon found a suitable spot for camping, and with the last rays of the setting sun, he set up 2 tents with the help of Catherine and Duguyen. After setting up the tents, the 3 prepared dinner. Talon stopped Duguyen from trying to light a fire, reminding her that they were in the soul beast forest and without any titled Douluo strongholders around. It was better to keep a low profile. Talon took out several glowing beads for lighting, then infused his soul power into his halberd, causing one side of the blade to glow red and emit high temperatures, while the other side emitted blue light and low temperatures. Talon pointed to the side emitting red light and said to Duguyen, "No need to start a fire. We can roast with this. We're in the soul beast forest, so let's not casually start a fire." After saying this, Talon set up his grill and signaled Catherine and Duguyen to heat the food, while he maintained the temperature of the Fire Dragon King Dragonbone by infusing soul power into his halberd. Talon, Catherine, and Duguyen used Talon's halberd to heat their food, quickly finishing their meal. Talon then asked Catherine and Duguyen, who will keep watch first, or you both can keep watch together and wake me up to switch in the middle of the night. After saying this, Talon gave a few more instructions to Catherine and then crawled into his tent. However, he did not sleep, but sat cross-legged to meditate. Talon didn't have the heart to sleep in the Stardew Forest. Even when he was with his grandfather, he never considered sleeping there. Moreover, with Catherine and Duguyen on watch outside, it wasn't a matter of trust, but a matter of being responsible for his own life. "Sister Nana, look at him. It's just too much, making us keep watch while he runs into the tent to sleep." Duguyen, feeling increasingly angry after seeing Talon actually enter the tent, was already dissatisfied with Talon's interruption of her fire-making and his lecturing. Now, he was directly making her keep watch while he went inside to sleep. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but start complaining to Catherine beside her, hoping for some comfort or solidarity against Talon. However, Duguyen's hopes were destined to be dashed. Catherine, being a genuine commoner soul master, was well aware of the dangers of spending the night in the soul beast forest. Not all soul masters could safely and successfully obtain soul rings when they attempted to break through to the next stage. When Catherine was still weak, she had personally experienced being attacked by soul beasts during her trips to the soul master forest with her academy teachers to obtain soul rings, and she had seen her classmates lose their lives due to soul beast attacks. So Catherine understood well what to be cautious of when spending the night in the soul beast forest, unlike Duguyen, who had grown up smoothly and safely under the protection of her grandfather Dugu. Catherine also understood that Talon's arrangement for night watch had its purpose. The first half of the night was actually not that dangerous, and people's mental state was still quite good at this stage, especially since Talon had allowed her and Duguyen to keep watch during the first half of the night. Moreover, Catherine was certain that Talon, who was now in the tent pretending to sleep, was probably not actually asleep and might even be listening to their conversation. Catherine and Duguyen explained the reason for Talon's arrangement this time, but Catherine did not tell Duguyen that Talon might be listening to their conversation. It was unnecessary. In the middle of the night, Talon opened his eyes, stopped meditating, tidied up his clothes, and stepped out of the tent. He greeted Catherine and Duguyen, signaling them to go rest. After watching them enter the tent, Talon sat down on the chair that Catherine had used before, closed his eyes, and released his mental power, starting his night watch. Being able to use mental power is indeed convenient. This night passed without any unexpected incidents, and the three of them safely spent the night. The next day, they continued to search for suitable soul beasts, but still did not find one that was appropriate for Duguyen. Until the seventh day, the three finally found a soul beast suitable for Duguyen, a 15,000-year-old Shafeng Xian snake, which had strong poison and the powerful group attack soul skill that Duguyen needed. P.S. Thanks to a reader for the 100 started coins. Chapter 207. Hunting the Ring. Talon, walking in the front, was the first to discover the Shafeng Xian snake that was currently hunting. Having received 6 years of soul master education, Talon quickly identified the type and age of the Shafeng Xian snake. Then he used his mental power to transmit a message to Duguyen, saying, Yin Yen. This Shafeng Xian snake has 15,000 years of cultivation and possesses the powerful group attack soul skill Shafeng, which also contains strong poison. This soul beast is very suitable to become your 5th soul ring, among the several soul beasts that Grandpa Dugu has pre-selected for you. This Shafeng Xian snake is at the forefront. What do you think? You don't need to speak. If you're sure you want this Shafeng Xian snake, just nod. After hearing Talon's words, Duguyen looked at the ugly, thick black Shafeng Xian snake and recalled what she knew about it. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded in agreement. It must be said that although the Shafeng Xian snake looked a bit ugly, it was indeed a high-level soul beast with powerful combat capabilities. Especially with its wind-blowing skill, it could attack enemies, restrict opponents, and even protect itself to escape if necessary. If there were any drawbacks to this Shafeng Xian snake, it would be that its size was too large, making its movements appear clumsy and its speed relatively slow. After a moment of deep consideration, Duguyen ultimately decided to let this Shafeng Xian snake become her 5th soul ring. She could already think of several ways to combine the soul skill from this 5th soul ring with her poison and existing soul ring skills. Seeing Duguyen nod, Talon transmitted a message to Catherine and Duguyen. You two stay here and don't move. I'll go control this big guy. After instructing them, Talon quietly approached the Shafeng Xian snake. Once he reached a suitable position, Talon stopped and waited for the right moment. The Shafeng Xian snake was hunting, lying in wait and blending its massive body with the surrounding environment, waiting for a 10,000-year-old pig-type soul beast to approach. This Shafeng Xian snake was very patient, and although the pig-type soul beast moved slowly, swaying and sometimes stopping to dig for food under trees, it did not make the Shafeng Xian snake lose its patience. With its slow speed, the Shafeng Xian snake could only choose this time-consuming method of hunting. However, what the Shafeng Xian snake did not expect was that while it was targeting the black-skinned wild boar, someone else was also aiming for it, with a similar goal. One was to satisfy hunger, and the other was for the soul ring. The Shafeng Xian snake waited for the black-skinned wild boar to approach and hoped it would walk right into its mouth, while Talon was also waiting for the black-skinned wild boar to be swallowed. As the name suggests, the Shafeng Xian snake concentrated all its abilities on its mouth, which could unleash a fierce wind. Talon did not want to experience the feeling of being sprayed in the face with the snake's saliva, so he waited for the Shafeng Xian snake to block its own strongest weapon. The swaying, lazy black-skinned wild boar eventually walked right into the mouth of the Shafeng Xian snake. Once the wild boar got within the attack range of the Shafeng Xian snake, it immediately launched an attack, opening its mouth wide and biting down on the entire head of the black-skinned wild boar. The Shafeng Xian snake quickly moved its massive body, wrapping around the struggling wild boar, which was still squealing and kicking wildly. As the Shafeng Xian snake injected its toxic saliva into the black-skinned wild boar's body and tightened its grip, the wild boar soon stopped struggling. A faint purple soul ring began to emerge, floating above the massive snake coil. Witnessing the entire hunting process, Talon felt a surge of excitement when he saw the soul ring appear and waited for the Shafeng Xian snake to take the next action. After confirming that the black-skinned wild boar was dead, the Shafeng Xian snake slowly released its grip and opened its large mouth to begin swallowing. Talon, now mirroring the patience of the Shafeng Xian snake, waited for it to block its own strongest weapon. The black-skinned wild boar was quite large, measuring about 6 meters long, and lying there looked like a mountain of meat. The Shafeng Xian snake, with a massive body of nearly 20 meters long, struggled to completely swallow the wild boar. It took a significant amount of time, and when Talon saw that the Shafeng Xian snake had swallowed most of the wild boar, leaving only its rear end exposed, he took action. Talon seized the opportunity to emerge from his hiding spot. The Zhu Yin martial soul instantly attached him, and the first and second soul rings illuminated, enhancing and strengthening his soul skills. Talon dashed quickly to the side of the Shafeng Xian snake, which was still struggling to swallow the black-skinned wild boar, and raised his halberd high, completing the charging process. The weight of the halberd, infused with Talon's soul power, significantly increased, and he swung it down heavily onto the Shafeng Xian snake's head. The Shafeng Xian snake, still focused on swallowing the wild boar, did not react immediately. Feeling a strong wave of soul power, it turned its head, still holding onto the wild boar's rear, just in time to meet Talon's descending halberd. Talon clearly remembered that he was helping Douluo Yin obtain a soul ring, so his goal was to control the Shafeng Xian snake, minimizing its resistance and allowing Douluo Yin to deliver the final blow. Because he was controlling rather than killing, Talon used a striking motion with the halberd instead of slicing or stabbing one. After his first attack, the Shafeng Xian snake, still holding onto the pig's rear and legs, was left slightly dazed and confused, clearly not understanding the situation. Talon did not wait for the Shafeng Xian snake to react. He continued to strike, using the recoil to lift the halberd high again and bring it down heavily onto the already dazed head of the Shafeng Xian snake. After repeating a few times, he consistently controlled his strength to ensure that he wouldn't accidentally kill the fierce wind black snake with too much force. In Chapter 208, Absorption, Talon used the horizontal side of his halberd to knock out the fierce wind black snake, which had a pig's rear in its mouth. After confirming that the snake had lost its ability to resist, Talon stopped striking. He checked the fierce wind black snake, confirming that it had only fainted and was not dead, which relieved him. He waved in the direction where Catherine and Douluo Yin were hiding, signaling them to come over. Talon then took out a signal flare from his storage soul guide and released it into the sky. This was the gathering signal for the group from the Four Spirits sect, who had agreed to meet in the Stardow Forest for soul hunting. Yin Yin, do you want to kill this fierce wine black snake now, or wait for your grandfather to arrive and think it over? Talon asked Douluo Yin, who was walking in. Aye, how about we wait a bit until my grandfather comes? Douluo Yin hesitated, still unsure about her choice, and habitually sought her grandfather's help. However, she also knew that doing so in the Stardow Forest was somewhat irresponsible, so she spoke cautiously. All right, I've just sent out the gathering signal. Let's wait a moment. Talon nodded in agreement, not surprised by Douluo Yin's choice, as she was still the Douluo Yin he remembered. In fact, it was mainly because Talon had confidence in his own strength and was sure he could control this 15,000-year-old fierce wind black snake. The three of them waited there for about half an hour. During that time, the fierce wind black snake regained consciousness once, but Talon knocked it out again, keeping a watchful eye on it. Talon then saw a figure flying in the sky, approaching his direction, and felt the aura of Yang Wudi. He unleashed a powerful soul pressure to signal his location to Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi, Douluo, and Titan, upon seeing the signal flare released by Talon, were unsure of the reason behind it, and were surprised that Talon and his group might have encountered some unmanageable danger. So they quickly flew toward the direction of the flare. Yang Wudi was the closest and arrived first. Upon sensing Talon's soul power fluctuation, he adjusted his direction toward where Talon and the others were. Wow, is that the fierce wind black snake? Such soul beasts are quite rare. When Yang Wudi arrived, the first thing he noticed was the large body of the fierce wind black snake. Being familiar with poisons, he quickly recognized what kind of soul beast it was. Grandpa Yang, we are quite lucky here. We encountered this fierce wind black snake. I think this big guy is very suitable for Yin Yin. So once I got her confirmation, I subdued it. However, Yin Yin is still a bit uncertain about whether to choose this fierce wind black snake as her fifth soul ring, which is why I sent out the signal for you all to come back and help consult. Yes, this fierce wind black snake is 15,000 years old. Both its cultivation age and attributes are very suitable to become Yin Yan's fifth soul ring. But let's wait for her grandfather to come and take a look. Yang Wudi observed the fierce wind black snake, confirmed its age, and nodded in agreement with Talon's choice, while also expressing his opinion without making the decision for Dugu Yin. Talon chose the timing very well this time. Although this fierce wind black snake is powerful, it blocked its own mouth while swallowing food, making it a perfect target for us. Yang Wudi also noticed that the fierce wind black snake still had the black-skinned wild boar's rear in its mouth, and, based on his experience, quickly understood how Talon managed to subdue the snake, praising Talon for such a clever combat choice. As Talon and Yang Wudi chatted while waiting for Titan and Dugubo to arrive, he no longer needed to carefully monitor both the fierce wind black snake and the surrounding environment now that Yang Wudi was here. Old Yang, you're quite fast. Not long after, Titan also arrived. As he descended from the sky, he took a glance at the current situation and guessed what had happened here. After landing, he cheerfully greeted Yang Wudi. Looks like I'm the slowest. Dugubo arrived last, mainly because he was putting extra effort into finding a suitable soul beast for Dugu Yin. And since he was moving in the opposite direction from Talon and the others, he was the farthest away. Ha ha ha, Dugu, look at that big guy. How about it for Yin Yan's fifth soul ring? Titan, seeing Dugubo arrive, was in a good mood and pointed at the still unconscious fierce wind black snake while smiling at Dugubo. Titan was not only happy to find a suitable soul ring for Dugu Yin, but also because now that her soul ring was settled, it would be time to find suitable soul rings for Talon and Catherine. The fierce wind black snake is a rare soul beast. It's really good, very suitable. Dugubo was delighted to see the 15,000-year-old fierce wind black snake, as he had spent a long time searching in that direction without finding a satisfactory soul beast. Yin Yin, this soul beast is the one. It's very suitable to become your fifth soul ring. Dugubo took out a poison dagger from his storage soul guide and handed it to Dugu Yin, signaling her to deliver the final blow to the fierce wind black snake. Okay, Dugu Yin took the dagger from Dugubo and walked toward the still fainted fierce wind black snake. She quickly stabbed the dagger into the snake's eye and forcefully crushed its brain, ensuring that the fierce wind black snake left this world while still asleep. Not long after, a black soul ring emerged from the fierce wind black snake's body, hovering above it and emitting the pressure of a 10,000-year soul ring. Dugu Yin took a few deep breaths to calm her somewhat excited emotions and then sat down to adjust her state before starting to absorb the soul ring. Dugu Yin used her own soul power to guide the powerful black soul ring, bringing it to hover above her head. The absorption of her fifth soul ring officially began. Dugubo nervously watched Dugu Yin, keeping a close eye on her condition. In Chapter 209 competition, Titan observed Dugubo's nervousness as Dugu Yin absorbed her fifth soul ring and patted Dugubo's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry. This 15,000-year fierce wind black snake soul ring is within Yin Yan's normal absorption range. Moreover, Yin has taken quite a few spiritual strengthening herbs these past few years, so her mental strength shouldn't be an issue. Just relax. You're saying that now because you're not the one absorbing it. When Talon absorbed his 10,000-year soul ring, weren't you just as nervous?" After being comforted by Titan, Dugubo's tense emotions eased slightly. Although he was grateful to Titan in his heart, Dugubo did not show it verbally, using Titan's earlier nervousness when Talon absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring for the first time as a retort. Are you kidding me? Was I that nervous back then? Seeing Dugubo expose his shortcomings in front of his grandson and granddaughter-in-law, especially after Titan had kindly tried to comfort him, Titan instantly became displeased. If it weren't for the fact that Dugu Yin was still absorbing her fifth soul ring, Titan might have already given Dugubo a good punch. All right. You two are adults now. Arguing in front of the younger generation will only give them something to laugh about. Yang Wudi stepped in to mediate before Titan and Douluo could really start arguing. With the excuse of Talon and Catherine being present, he managed to stop the two who were already somewhat heated. After Yang Wudi's persuasion, Titan and Douluo also regained their composure, and the group quietly waited for Douluo to complete her soul ring absorption. Everyone watched as the black soul ring slowly solidified and enveloped Douluo, pulsating in rhythm with her original 4 soul rings. The 5 rings, yellow, purple, and black, swirled around Douluo, signifying her status as a soul king. After the first step of absorbing the soul ring, Douluo did not get up. Accompanying the absorption, she also broke through a cultivation barrier. Her soul power fluctuations became intense, quickly rising from level 50 to 51. However, after reaching level 51, the speed of her soul power increase began to slow down, and ultimately, she did not break through to level 52. Grandpa, I did it. I'm a soul king now. After stabilizing her newly increased soul power, Douluo stood up and excitedly told Douluo, Good, good, good. Douluo smiled happily. For him, seeing Douluo's cultivation increase was even more joyful than breaking through his own level. Next, Douluo tested Douluo's new ability, Siphon Wind. There wasn't much to say. This soul skill continuously released a gust of wind containing toxins. It seemed to have limited use on its own, but combined with Douluo's other soul skills, it became a powerful area of effect attack that could influence a large-scale battle. Titan found this soul skill very powerful, and Yang Wudi, Douluo, and Titan all thought it was quite good. However, Douluo was somewhat dissatisfied because when she used it, the siphon wind was emitted from her martial soul's mouth. But such minor issues didn't bother anyone, at least among those present. Everyone besides Douluo didn't mind. Now that Douluo's soul ring issue was resolved, it was time to find suitable soul beasts for Catherine and Talon. Titan had already selected the 9,000-year-old Ant King as Talon's 7th soul ring, with a clear target and knowledge of its territory. Therefore, the group from the Four Spirits sect set out to help Catherine find a suitable soul beast. Having completed the purpose of this trip, Douluo should have returned from the Stardow Forest. However, since the Four Spirits sect was going deeper into the Stardow Forest, where the soul beasts would become increasingly powerful, Douluo, now a soul king, felt she would be a hindrance in the deeper areas. Nevertheless, she strongly insisted on accompanying them. And Douluo also mentioned that sending Douluo back and forth would be a waste of time, so Douluo stayed with them. Next, Douluo joined Talon and the others in action, showing that he was aware of the dangers Douluo faced in the depths of the Stardow Forest. Yang Wudi and Titan continued to search separately for suitable soul beasts. 4 days later, Douluo spotted a signal flare in the sky. He immediately took off to determine the general location of the signal and found that it was not too far from where they were. He then descended to inform Talon and the others of the location, leading them toward the signal. Due to Douluo's somewhat slow speed, Talon said to Douluo, Grandpa Douluo, take Yin with you so we can move faster. Douluo shot an unhappy glance at Talon, then silently quickened her pace. After seeing this, Douluo said nothing but used his soul power to gently pull Douluo and Catherine, gradually increasing their speed. At first, Talon did not notice Douluo's small action, but as Douluo's speed increased, he soon realized what was happening. At this moment, Talon didn't know what to say, with so many people around. Even his grandpa was being petty. Talon no longer felt as relaxed as he had at the beginning. Now, just keeping up with Douluo's pace was somewhat exhausting. Estimating that they were close enough, he decided to use his soul power to increase his speed. Douluo rolled her eyes at this scene, while Catherine tried to suppress her laughter at Talon's frustrated running. Douluo silently increased his speed again, now close to taking off. Thus, the 4 of them entered a peculiar race, quickly approaching the location where the signal was emitted. Shortly after, Talon sensed his grandpa's soul power fluctuations. After estimating the distance, Talon no longer held back, focusing his soul power on his legs, and his running speed once again surpassed that of Douluo, who had been leading the way. You little rascal! Douluo chuckled and, feeling playful, decided to stop racing with Talon. He directly took off into the air with Douluo and Catherine, flying toward where Titan was. When Talon sensed the soul power fluctuations coming from above, he looked up and saw Douluo breaking the rules by taking off. Chapter 210. Discussion. By the time Talon reached the gathering point, everyone else was already there waiting. There was nothing to say. Those flying in the sky were simply faster than those running on the ground. Grandpa Young. Talon greeted Titan and Yang Wudi, then turned his attention to a large fox that Titan was standing on. Talon carefully observed the big fox beneath Titan's foot, which had passed out and had a coat of black fur with blue and white patterns on its forehead. He recognized it as a 40,000-year-old electric shadow fox. This electric shadow fox was an alternative among fox-type soul beasts. While most other foxes focused on charm and control, this one specialized in speed and assassination. Catherine, with her white fox martial soul, had initially been planned for a sensitive attack route, making this 40,000-year-old electric shadow fox very suitable for her. However, Talon felt that the age was a bit low, and the electric shadow fox didn't have any particularly powerful soul skills. Aside from that, it was quite good. Nevertheless, Talon did not immediately make the choice for Catherine, but looked at her for her opinion, his eyes questioning. Talon's series of small actions caught Titan's attention. Titan then asked Catherine, "Nana, this is the 7th soul ring I've chosen for you. What do you think?" "Thank you, Grandpa. This electric shadow fox is perfect for me. I choose this one." Catherine was very satisfied with her choice of the 40,000-year-old electric shadow fox as her 7th spirit ring. While Talon thought the age was a bit low, but Catherine didn't mind. Unlike Talon, who possessed a physical strength far beyond that of other spirit masters of the same level, Catherine's mental strength was now nearly on par with the title Dalu. Her physical strength and mental power were just slightly stronger than those of an ordinary spirit master of the same rank. Catherine was very pleased with this over 40,000-year-old electric shadow fox, especially since its attributes combined well with her own martial soul and combat style. As this was her 7th spirit ring, the soul skill of the soul beast itself was not particularly important. After all, the effects of 7 spirit rings were mostly the true form of the martial soul. The reason it is said to be mostly the true form of the martial soul is that there can theoretically be unexpected situations. If a spirit master's 7th spirit ring is from a 100,000-year-old soul beast, then the soul skills derived from that soul ring would not just be the true form of the martial soul. It is well known that a 100,000-year spirit ring possesses 2 soul skills. So what would happen if the 7th spirit ring were a 100,000-year one? Returning to the main topic, since Catherine had confirmed her decision to absorb this 40,000-year-old electric shadow fox as her 7th spirit ring, Talon said nothing and quietly stepped aside to guard her while she absorbed the spirit ring. Catherine flicked her wrist, and a dagger appeared in her hand. She stepped forward and plunged the dagger into the still unconscious electric shadow fox at the back of its head. Catherine skillfully crushed the brain of the electric shadow fox, and after withdrawing the dagger, she carefully wiped off the red and white substances on it. After confirming that the dagger was free of foreign substances, she flicked her wrist again, and the dagger disappeared. Talon, with his keen eyesight, noticed that Catherine had tucked the dagger into her sleeve instead of putting it in a storage soul guide. The others present did not react much to Catherine's stealthy dagger technique, but Douluo showed obvious interest, her face lighting up with excitement. Catherine's thorough crushing of the electric shadow fox's brain ended its life, and a pitch-black soul ring exuding a strong wave of soul power emerged from the deceased electric shadow fox's body, floating in the air above it, accompanied by a powerful pressure. However, the pressure from a 40,000-year spirit ring did not pose any sense of oppression to those present, except for Douluo. Douluo casually raised a soul power wall in front of Douluo, isolating the pressure. Catherine took a few steps back, found a suitable position, and released her martial soul. The white fox martial soul instantly materialized, and 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black circled around Catherine, who sat cross-legged and began to absorb her 7th spirit ring. The pitch-black soul ring was drawn by Catherine's soul power, hovering above her head, while waves of violent soul power emanated from the soul ring. Catherine mobilized her soul power to resist these waves of soul power impacts. Talon monitored Catherine's situation closely and noticed that her expression remained calm, showing no signs of struggle or discomfort, which alleviated his final concerns. Seeing Yang Wudi, Douluo, and Titan chatting nearby, Talon joined them. The 3 did not stop their conversation upon his arrival and continued discussing. After listening for a while, Talon understood that the 3 leaders were talking about the issues concerning him, Catherine, and Douluo. Now that Catherine and Douluo had obtained their spirit rings, their goals for this trip had been achieved, so it made little sense for them to remain in the Stardow Forest. The next step was to help Talon obtain his 7th spirit ring, with the target being the 90,000-year-old Ant Emperor. Yang Wudi, Douluo, and Titan were well aware of the Ant Emperor's territory, as the 3 90,000-year Ant Emperors had previously been surrounded and killed by the 4 Spirits sect. The Ant Emperor's territory lies deep within the Douluo Forest, almost at its core area, where every soul beast is a powerful high-level one. Outside the core area of the Douluo Forest, things are manageable, but the core area is essentially a forbidden zone for human spirit masters. While Catherine and Dugu Yin were fine staying here, continuing deeper would indeed be too dangerous. Perefore, Young Wudi, Dugu Bo, and Titan discussed and ultimately decided to send Catherine and Dugu Yin out of the Douluo Forest, allowing only Talon to continue deeper into the forest in search of the 90,000-year-old Ant Emperor. They were just waiting for Catherine to finish absorbing her 7th spirit ring, after which Dugu Bo would escort Catherine and Dugu Yin out of the Douluo Forest. Chapter 111, Little boy Dugu Bo informed Dugu Yin of their decision. And being a sensible person, Dugu Yin nodded in agreement after hearing Dugu Bo's explanation. Catherine was nearing the final stages of absorbing the spirit ring. The pitch black 10,000 year soul ring gradually solidified and slowly enveloped Catherine, moving in rhythm with her other 6 soul rings. Catherine cultivation also broke through, rising from level 70 to level 71, officially becoming a soul sage. After calming her suddenly increased soul power, Catherine stood up with a joyful smile and first shared her happiness with Talon. Talon was also pleased. After Catherine calmed down, he informed her of a decision made by Yang Wudi, Dugu Bo, and Titan, to which Catherine naturally had no objections. Now that Catherine had completed the absorption of her spirit ring and achieved her goal for this trip, it was time for her and Dugu Yin to leave the Douluo Forest. However, just as Dugu Bo was about to take Catherine and Dugu Yin away, Dugu Yin proposed a new idea. She believed that since Catherine had become a soul sage and she herself was a soul king, not a weakling, as long as they did not venture into the core area of the Douluo Forest, they had the ability to protect themselves. Therefore, since both she and Catherine had the means to ensure their safety, there was no need for her grandfather Dugu Bo to escort them out of the Douluo Forest. Talon needed stronger martial support to venture deeper into the forest for his soul ring. Dugu Bo naturally agreed, as Dugu Yin was his own granddaughter and the only descendant of the Dugu family, so he could not allow anything to happen to her. He insisted on personally escorting Dugu Yin out of the Douluo Forest. However, because Dugu Yin was Dugu Bo's granddaughter, their negotiation ultimately ended with Dugu Yin winning. Dugu Bo escorted Dugu Yin and Catherine out of the inner area of the Douluo Forest, then returned to meet up with Talon and enter the depths of the Douluo Forest. Thus, the plan was confirmed, with Dugu Bo taking Catherine and Dugu Yin flying towards the outer area of the Douluo Forest, while Titan and Yang Wudi led Talon towards the inner area of the Douluo Forest. Dugu Bo was very fast, and soon he brought Catherine and Dugu Yin to the boundary between the inner and outer areas of the Douluo Forest. However, Dugu Bo did not stop there. Instead, he continued to fly outward with Dugu Yin and Catherine. Catherine noticed this situation but did not speak up, as she understood Dugu Bo's intention was to directly take her and Dugu Yin out of the Douluo Forest. However, Dugu Bo's plan did not go smoothly, as Dugu Yin quickly realized what was happening. After a series of exchanges, Dugu Bo set Dugu Yin and Catherine down. At this point, Dugu Bo had brought them into the outer area of the Douluo Forest and felt that there was no danger here, so he let Dugu Yin and Catherine down. Dugu Bo watched as Catherine and Dugu Yin walked towards the direction of the Douluo Forest. After observing for a while, he turned around and flew back in the direction he had come from. As for Dugu Yin and Catherine, they chatted and laughed as they walked toward the outer edge of the Douluo Forest, though they remained vigilant about their surroundings. After walking for about an hour, they found a spot to rest. The weather was quite hot, and Catherine and Dugu Yin drank some water, wanting to take a short break before setting off again. Once they were ready, Dugu Yin noticed a small boy hiding in the grass nearby. "Sister Nana, look over there, isn't that a child?" Dugu Yin pointed in the direction where she saw the child and asked Catherine, "Let me take a look." Catherine squinted her eyes and looked in the direction Dugu Yin pointed. "It really is. It looks like a little boy." Catherine saw a small child with no clothes on, only wearing a skirt made of leaves. "Sister Nana, this is the Soul Beast Forest. How dangerous is it for that little boy to be here? Why don't we go take a look, and if possible, we can take him away from here." Dugu Yin felt a pang of compassion for the child and wanted to help him leave the Douluo Soul Beast Forest. "Okay, let's go see what the situation is." Catherine nodded in agreement with Dugu Yin's suggestion. It wasn't that Catherine was particularly compassionate. She had personally killed at least 500 souls, but seeing a child who was only 5 or 6 years old stirred her sympathy. Catherine and Dugu Yin approached the child, but the boy was very cautious. Sensing someone approaching, he quickly hid in a patch of grass. "Ha ha ha, Sister Nana. Look how quick his reaction is. Duguyen pointed to the grass where the child was hiding and laughed. Catherine also smiled, clearly amused by the child's behavior. Sister Yin, how much further is it to the exit? A small boy with a somewhat pale complexion and bright eyes tugged at the corner of a nearby girl's clothing, asking the beautiful girl beside him. What's wrong, Xiao Jun? Are you tired? Duguyen turned to look at the boy named Xiao Jun with a smile. We're not far from the exit now. How about I carry you? We should speed up to get out of the Star Do Soul Beast Forest before it gets dark. No need, Sister Yin. I could do it myself. The boy refused the offer, showing a bit of stubbornness. Xiao Jun, let me carry you. We must hurry. Otherwise, we might have to spend the night in the Soul Beast Forest. Catherine began to check the sky and estimated how far they were from the exit of the Star Do Forest. She realized that if they didn't hurry, they might have to spend another night in the Soul Beast Forest. If it were in the past, it might not have mattered. But now they were close to the exit, so why not speed up and leave the Soul Beast Forest? Then return to the hotel in the small town for a comfortable night? Chapter 112. Checking in, Catherine carried the little boy named Xiao Jun on her back and signaled for Duguyen to lead the way. They quickened their pace toward the exit of the Star Do Forest. Catherine and Duguyen did not notice, or perhaps didn't think much about, why the little boy, wearing only a leaf skirt, was alone in the Soul Beast Forest, yet remained calm and collected. The boy on Catherine's back had a smile that contained an ambiguous meaning, perhaps already contemplating how to live after following Catherine and Duguyen back to the human world. Now, the boy was no longer wearing that leaf skirt. Duguyen had given him a set of her clothes after a simple alteration, while helping Xiao Jun with his clothes. Duguyen also discovered that he actually had a storage soul guide, clearly meant for an adult, which surprised her. However, she did not ask too many questions, assuming it was something his family had given him. Catherine and Duguyen moved quickly, and since they had reached the outermost area of the Star Do Forest, they were not far from exiting. In this area, due to its proximity to the human world, there were mostly soul beasts that were around 10 or 100 years old, and even finding a 1,000-year-old soul beast was rare. Catherine and Duguyen did not need to worry about being suddenly attacked by soul beasts. Of course, while there were no soul beast troubles in this area, there were other issues. Many soul masters who did not need to obtain soul rings often wandered or lay in wait in this area. It was clear to anyone with eyes what these wandering and lurking soul masters were after. Most of these individuals were the type who preyed on the weak. When they saw a lone soul master who was not strong enough, they would surround them to offer protection, which was just a euphemism for robbery. If they encountered a group or a powerful soul master, they would likely avoid them from a distance. If they couldn't escape, they might timidly approach to ask if someone needed a guide or something. Catherine was aware of these situations, so when she and Duguyen entered this area, they released their martial spirits and soul rings, showcasing their soul king and soul sage cultivation levels without reservation, clearly indicating that their group was not to be trifled with. It must be said that while Catherine and Duguyen's approach was somewhat ostentatious, it effectively avoided many unnecessary troubles and saved them a lot of time. Just think, if Catherine and Duguyen hadn't released their soul rings to demonstrate their strength, would those robbers have let two young, beautiful women and a child go? Although this was the world of Douluo Continent, where women could become high-level soul masters with great power, there would always be those who judged others by their appearance or took a chance to test their luck. Because Catherine and Duguyen showcased their strength, they encountered no obstacles along the way. The group smoothly passed through the chaotic area and exited the Star Do Forest, returning to the human world. Catherine and Duguyen, along with a little boy named Xiao Jun whom they found in the Star Do Forest, arrived at a small town outside the forest, returning to the hotel where they had previously stayed. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already completely dark. If it weren't for Catherine carrying Xiao Jun and quickening their pace, they might have returned to the town in the middle of the night. Upon entering the hotel, they did not check out of the room reserved by the Four Spirits sect, as they had a coachman helping to look after it. The Four Spirits sect wasn't short on money right now. Catherine and Duguyen successfully checked in with Xiao Jun, but since Xiao Jun was a boy, it was not very convenient for him to stay with them. So, Catherine entrusted Xiao Jun to a coachman. Catherine did not know the coachman's name, but others called him Old Wu, which could also be Old Five. This was not important. After receiving Catherine's request, Old Wu happily agreed. Although Old Wu had no children of his own, he liked kids very much. Seeing that Xiao Jun was dirty and his clothes did not fit well, he took Xiao Jun to wash up and then fed him. It is worth mentioning that although Xiao Jun looked small, he had a surprisingly large appetite. Old Wu thought this little guy could eat as much as he did. After dinner, Old Wu told Xiao Jun that it was getting late and that he would take him to buy new clothes tomorrow. Xiao Jun behaved very well throughout. And although he felt some dissatisfaction about being entrusted to this old man by Catherine and Yen, he understood the situation and only complained in his heart, perhaps keeping a mental note of it. That night, Xiao Jun was taken into Old Wu's room. Although Old Wu was a coachman, the Four Spirits sect did not treat him harshly, and the room assigned to him was a regular guest room. It was quite good for a coachman to have such a room. However, after being taken into the room, Xiao Jun frowned slightly because this ordinary guest room only had one bed. This meant he would have to share a bed with the old man tonight. Fortunately, the bed was large enough for both him and Old Wu to sleep comfortably. On the other side, after returning to the hotel, Catherine and Yin took a nice hot shower and then enjoyed a big meal together. Catherine planned to return to her room for a good night's sleep, but Yin insisted on squeezing in to sleep with her. Catherine felt that her relationship with Yin was already good, and after spending these days together, they had grown even closer. So, she agreed to Yin's idea of sleeping together. While chatting in the room, the topic turned to Xiao Jun, whom they had seen in the Stardew Forest. Now that Catherine had some free time, she reflected on the events of the day, especially after meeting Xiao Jun. And the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was off. Catherine expressed this feeling to Yin, who casually remarked that Catherine was overthinking it. Chapter 123, Snap. Today, Catherine was influenced by Yin, and since she was not young anymore and wanted her own child, she decided to take the little boy she saw alone in the Stardew Forest. Catherine and Yin were also curious about Xiao Jun's situation, but after asking him, they received very limited information. Xiao Jun said he was a level 12 soul master with a martial soul of 1,000 Junat. He entered the Stardew Forest with his father to find a suitable soul ring. Xiao Jun's father helped him obtain a 100-year soul ring from the 1,000 Junat. But when they were leaving the Stardew Forest, they were attacked. Xiao Jun's father gave him his storage soul guide and stayed behind to fend off their attackers, allowing Xiao Jun to escape. Xiao Jun managed to escape successfully, but got separated from his father, and now he did not know what had happened to him. This was all the information Catherine obtained after asking Xiao Jun multiple times. As for other questions, like where Xiao Jun's home was or which primary soul master academy he attended, Catherine received no answers. The more Catherine thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong, but she didn't know what specifically. She couldn't possibly think that Xiao Jun was a 10,000-year soul beast in disguise, as that situation was too rare. Catherine did not dwell on this issue for long before Yin successfully diverted her attention, and the two began discussing Talon, the topic through which they had first met. Now, although Catherine had just married Talon and become recognized as his wife, she did not feel anything was amiss while discussing him with Yin. The two women whispered together, occasionally bursting into delightful laughter. On the other hand, in the room with Xiao Jun and Old Wu, the scene was quite different. Old Wu liked Xiao Jun, but once he fell asleep, his body was beyond his control. After Old Wu fell asleep, he had no other issues other than snoring loudly, which made it difficult for Xiao Jun, who wanted to sleep well. Xiao Jun was not a human child, but a 10,000-year soul beast, the 1,000 Jun Ant Emperor. Years ago, his two brothers were killed by human soul masters, and he sought revenge. Those were his brothers, whom he had known for thousands of years, and had been brutally killed before his eyes, planting the seeds of hatred in his heart. Now, Xiao Jun, using the last gifts left by his two brothers, successfully broke through a barrier and became a 10,000-year soul beast at the top of the soul beast pyramid. However, Xiao Jun knew that despite becoming a 10,000-year soul beast, avenging his brothers would be quite difficult. Thus, the newly transformed 1,000 Jun Ant Emperor recalled another path of cultivation: soul beast transformation. After a 10,000-year soul beast transforms, it does not merely gain power. Instead, it hides its strength. As the human body develops and grows, this hidden power will quickly recover, accelerating the growth rate after the soul beast transformation. To honor his two brothers and to gain even greater power, the 1,000 Jun Ant Emperor resolutely chose to transform into a human and embarked on the path of cultivation as a human soul master, becoming the current Xiao Jun. Now, Xiao Jun chose to avoid the powerful soul masters hunting for souls in the core area of the Stardew Forest. And having lost the formidable power of a 10,000-year soul beast, he decided to leave the Stardew Forest and enter human society for training. Xiao Jun originally planned to sneak into the human world alone and find a secluded place to hide for decades. Once his cultivation was restored, he would seek revenge on his former enemies. However, plans can't keep up with changes. After leaving his territory, Xiao Jun was attacked by some other soul beasts. Just as he was about to escape the Stardew Great Forest, he encountered some guys blocking the chaotic area of the forest. These guys stopped Xiao Jun, and one of them, noticing the storage soul guide on Xiao Jun, wanted to kill him and take it. However, with his level in the teens, Xiao Jun managed to escape and hid not far from the chaotic area, looking for an opportunity to pass through. At the same time, as a newly transformed human, Xiao Jun understood a principle. The rule of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, applies in the human world as well. He realized that it wouldn't be easy for someone as weak as him to survive among humans. Fortunately, he encountered Catherine and Douluo Yen, and sensing that their strength was only at the soul saint level, he decided to approach them. Now, following Catherine and Douluo Yen, Xiao Jun successfully made it out of the chaotic area he couldn't cross before, further solidifying his idea of staying close to these two powerful women while his own strength was still weak. Thud thud thud, old Wu snoring, reminiscent of a black wild boar's call, interrupted Xiao Jun's thoughts, pulling him back from his beautiful future fantasies into the cold, harsh reality. Old Wu's snoring was so loud that Xiao Jun couldn't sleep at all. Normally, he might have chewed Old Wu up for disturbing his rest. But the situation was different now. If Xiao Jun wanted to stick with Catherine and Douluo Yen, he couldn't kill indiscriminately, and he had to act like a real human child. But the sound of Old Wu's snoring was unbearable, so Xiao Jun suddenly sat up, swiftly flipped out of bed, and began to search the room for a quiet spot. After trying various places in the room, he ultimately found that no matter where he went, he could still hear Old Wu's deafening snoring. Crack! As someone who once dominated the Star Do Great Forest and stood at the top of the Soul Beast world, Xiao Jun truly couldn't take it anymore. He stealthily opened Old Wu's room door, stepped out into the corridor, and quietly closed the door behind him. At that moment, Xiao Jun felt that the world around him had quieted down, so he decided not to go back and directly sat cross-legged in the corridor to meditate, hoping to recover his strength as soon as possible. Chapter 114. Trouble due to Old Wu's loud snoring. Xiao Jun ran out to the corridor and spent the night meditating at the door of his room. The next day, Old Wu woke up early, stretched, and suddenly realized that the little guy he was supposed to take care of was missing. He hurriedly looked under the bed, thinking Xiao Jun had fallen out. However, he didn't find Xiao Jun there, so Old Wu quickly got dressed and opened the door to go look for him. As soon as Old Wu opened the door, a shadow rushed towards him, startling Old Wu into activating his potential and retreating a few steps with the agility of his younger days. Thud, ouch! With the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, a cry of pain followed from the shadow. Old Wu then looked outside the window to see what the shadow was, and it turned out to be the little guy he was looking for. Kid, why did you run outside? Wasn't there enough space on that big bed for you? After seeing clearly, Old Wu's previously anxious mood became even more uncomfortable, and his tone wasn't very pleasant either. Xiao Jun was afraid to speak, brushing off his clothes and rubbing his bumped head. He didn't know how to respond to Old Wu's question, especially since he couldn't say, "I couldn't sleep in a room because your snoring was too loud." It was quite humiliating for a 10,000-year-old beast to be in such a situation. But given the circumstances, he could only endure it for now. Old Wu, having calmed down from his earlier panic, noticed Xiao Jun's stammering and remembered his own snoring problem. Even though Old Wu was no longer young, he still felt a bit embarrassed. However, he couldn't apologize to a little kid, so he simply pressed down on Xiao Jun's head to check for injuries, and once he saw that Xiao Jun was fine, he felt relieved. Xiao Yun, who was being held down by Old Wu, looked a bit confused. "Come on, I'll take you to eat first. After we eat, you can come back and have a good sleep. This time, you can sleep alone." Old Wu took Xiao Jun's hand like he was leading a grandson and walked toward the dining area. Xiao Jun, whose hand was being held, didn't know what to think. He didn't struggle or resist, but obediently followed Old Wu when he heard they were going to eat. It was still early, and the breakfast prepared by the hotel had just been finished when Old Wu brought Xiao Jun there. The other two drivers from the Four Spirits sect had already prepared their meals. "Old Wu, you're a bit late today. Did you oversleep?" "Yeah, Old Wu. We fed your horses while you were sleeping." The two drivers, who were about the same age as Old Wu, greeted him while holding their bowls of porridge. "I overslept a bit today. I'll help you feed the horses tomorrow." Old Wu skillfully dealt with his old buddies. Then Old Wu pointed at Xiao Jun and said to the two drivers, "This little guy is Xiao Jun, picked up by the young lady from outside, and he's a soul master with great training talent." After that, Old Wu got Xiao Jun some food, and they chatted and ate without any interruption. Xiao Jun quietly ate his meal on the side. Old Li and Old Zhang, the other two drivers working with Old Wu, simply nodded at Xiao Jun and didn't pay him much attention afterward. These two seasoned guys could tell from Old Wu's words that Xiao Jun was different from them. After finishing the meal, Old Wu took Xiao Jun back to the room, letting him sleep alone, while Old Wu went to the stable to check on his horses. When it was time for lunch, Old Wu returned to wake Xiao Jun, who was still asleep, and took him to eat. After lunch, Old Wu asked Xiao Jun, "Want to go to the street with me this afternoon? I'll get you some fitting clothes." Xiao Jun nodded in agreement. He didn't think much about his clothes. Since he arrived late last night, not many people saw his outfit, and this morning, he got up early so not many noticed during breakfast either. However, by lunchtime, there were quite a few people in the large dining hall, and Xiao Jun, wearing clothes hastily altered from Douluo Yan's outfit, drew a lot of attention. The gazes from these people made Xiao Jun feel very uncomfortable. For Xiao Jun, this was a new and strange feeling, but he didn't like it. All he wanted now was to finish his meal quickly and leave this crowded place. In this case, Old Wu asked Xiao Jun if he wanted to change into a new outfit, and without thinking, Xiao Jun definitely agreed. In the afternoon, Old Wu took Xiao Jun to look at the clothing stores, but after checking all the clothing stores in the town, they found no place selling children's clothes. It was understandable, considering the location of the town situated near the Stardew Forest. In the end, Old Wu paid an extra 30 copper soul coins to have a set of clothes specially made for Xiao Jun, who finally changed out of the eye-catching girl's outfit. On the side of Douluo Yin and Catherine, they had completely forgotten about the little child they found yesterday. The two had successfully achieved their purpose of coming to the Stardew Forest, and now that they were out, it was time to relax. The two women chatted late into the night, and then slept until the morning. After having breakfast, they strolled around the town and discovered many novel things, which made them very happy. While Douluo Yin and Catherine smoothly returned to the town, the hunting squad, led by Talon, who was still carrying out the soul hunting plan, encountered trouble. After Douluo sent Catherine and Douluo Yin away, Titan and Yang Wudi led Talon toward the core area of the Stardew Forest, more precisely, the territory of the Ant King, the 1,000 June Ants. However, shortly after entering the core area of the Stardew Forest, Talon and his group encountered a group of soul masters who came to hunt souls. Normally, when two different teams meet in the Stardew Forest, they should either avoid each other from a distance or cooperate if they know each other to hunt souls together. At the very least, they would not interfere with each other. Now, the Four Spirits sect encountered a special situation. They met the hunting team of the Spirit Hall. The relationship between the Four Spirits sect and the Spirit Hall is well known among soul masters across the Douluo Continent. So when members of the Four Spirits sect and the Spirit Hall met in the Stardew Forest, there were only two possible outcomes. The first possibility is that the members of the Four Spirits sect are strong and the Spirit Hall members avoid them, or the Spirit Hall members are strong and the members of the Four Spirits sect hold back. However, the Spirit Hall didn't want the Four Spirits sect to hold back, but aimed to prevent their hunting team from interfering with their actions, wanting them to leave the Stardew Forest. Look at how domineering that sounds. Not to mention Titan, even Talon felt uncomfortable with this guy's words. Although the person opposite spoke very little politely, the meaning behind the words was anything but courteous. Talon could see that the leader of the opposing group was only at the soul Douluo level, with a total of 4 members, 1 soul Douluo and 3 soul saints. Talon was confident that he could take down all 4 of them if he went all out. Talon turned to look at his grandfather and exchanged glances with Titan, asking if they could take action. However, the answer he received from his grandfather was to wait. Talon was puzzled by his grandfather's unusual temperament today, under normal circumstances. His grandfather's temper would have resulted in those guys being turned into mush by now. However, when things seem unusual, something must be amiss. Seeing his grandfather's strange reaction, Talon didn't rush to attack, but patiently waited. Still not coming out? How long do you plan to hide? Goes Douluo. While Talon was waiting, he also released his spiritual power to probe and see if there were other people around. Just then, Titan and Yang Wudi exchanged glances and nodded, with Titan stepping forward. Titan let out a cold snort, and his powerful aura as a tidal doll was deliberately directed toward the 4 soul masters from the Spirit Hall. He, long time no see, old gorilla, your temper has improved. A black shadow suddenly appeared, moving quickly to block Titan's pressure directed at the Spirit Hall's members. The shadow, dressed in black, sneered and retorted Titan with sarcasm. At the same time, a pressure from another title emanated from the black-robed figure, directly pressing toward Talon. Talon truly did not expect that the title Douluo from the opposite side would come for him. Just as Talon was preparing to demonstrate his strength to withstand this pressure, Yang Wudi, who had been inactive, suddenly patted Talon's shoulder and stepped forward to stand in front of Talon, blocking the pressure from the Spirit Hall's title Douluo. At the same time, Yang Wudi did not hold back his own pressure as a tidal Dalu and a sharp aura spread out from him, pressing toward the black-robed tidal Dalu from the Spirit Hall. In this 2-on-1 scenario, the Four Spirits sect had the upper hand, but neither Yang Wudi nor Titan dared to be careless, and Talon had already put away his pride and remained vigilant of his surroundings. Talon had just been startled by the black-robed tidal Dalu, who was completely shrouded in black, and had activated his spiritual power to the fullest to probe the area. However, he found no trace of the black-robed tidal Dalu. To put it simply, before the person revealed themselves, they were only about 40 to 50 meters away from Talon. Yet he had not noticed them at all. This encounter made Talon instantly realize that there were many powerful beings on the Douluo Continent, and many strong individuals had perished due to arrogance and overconfidence. Given the numerous miraculous soul rings and soul skills on the Douluo Continent, he would need to be more cautious in the future. While Talon was reflecting, Yang Wudi and Talon were still confronting the black-robed tidal Dalu. From Talon's perspective, the opposing black-robed tidal Dalu was evidently stronger than both of their tidal Dalu. Our Spirit Hall is currently carrying out a soul ring hunting operation, so we ask the two members of the Four Spirits sect to facilitate our actions. The black-robed figure spoke, their voice hoarse and cold, sounding somewhat grating. The opponent directly ignored Talon, clearly addressing the two tidal Daluos, which made Talon aware of his own insignificance, and he noted this person down in his little notebook. Isn't the Spirit Hall being a bit too domineering? The Stardew Forest doesn't belong to your Spirit Hall. You can hunt your rings, but why can't we enter? Titan clearly did not give the Spirit Hall any face, as the two sides had always been deadly enemies, and now that they encountered each other, the tension was palpable. On the other side, Yang Wudi was even more direct, activating his first and third soul rings, causing a red glow to appear on the break soul gun, indicating he was ready to take action. Yang Wudi had a deeper grudge against the Spirit Hall than Titan, as his younger brother, Yang Wushuang, had died at the hands of the Spirit Hall when breaking out from the Haotian sect. Yang Wudi had always remembered this debt. Now that the black-robed tidal Dalu from the Spirit Hall was alone, Yang Wudi felt eager to team up with Titan to permanently leave this isolated tidal Dalu in the Stardew Forest. Old Yang, don't be impulsive. The other side can't possibly only have this one guy. Titan sensed the killing intent rising from Yang Wudi and hurriedly sent a message to him, urging him to stay calm. Titan didn't want to engage in a fight right now, especially since Talon was still here. If a battle broke out, he might lose sight of Talon. Thinking of his grandson Talon, Titan suddenly felt something was off. When he turned around, he found that Talon had already donned the dragon-scale golden armor he had forged not long ago, wielding the spear-like weapon, the Fong Tianju, with his martial soul already manifested. Seeing that the situation was dire, Talon had prepared early on, aiming not to hold back his grandfather Titan and Yang Wudi. If it weren't for the fear that there might be a tidal Dalu on the other side who could hide from his mental probe like the previous black-robed tidal Dalu, Talon might have strategically retreated to give his side's strong fighters more space to battle. Chapter 116, Confrontation. Talon was very clear about his own strength. Although he had never fought a tidal Dalu, he was surrounded by many tidal Daluos, and he could clearly see the gap in strength through their usual interactions. This led to Titan seeing Talon in his armor, ready for battle, when he turned back. Grandpa, you don't have to worry about me. Leave that soul Dalu and the 3 soul sages to me. I'm confident. Talon's expression was firm, and his tone was filled with confidence, clearly believing he could handle those 4 Spirit Hall strong fighters. Xiaolong, don't be impulsive. Assess the situation and retreat if things don't look good. Titan's feelings were complex. He truly didn't expect his grandson Talon to be so bold. Moreover, had this kid really reached such a level of strength? His improvement speed was indeed fast. As for Talon's claim that he could take on a Spirit Hall, Soul Dalu, and 3 soul sages, Titan couldn't help but think he was joking. However, judging by Talon's tone and demeanor, he seemed genuinely confident. But now was not the time for battle. It wasn't about being afraid of losing, as that was unnecessary. Both sides were here to hunt soul rings in the Stardew Forest, and they had both sent tidal Daluos to assist. The Spirit Hall's complete blockade of the core area of the Soul Beast Forest hinted at something significant, and Titan could roughly guess what it meant. The Spirit Hall's mobilization indicated that the individuals hunting for soul rings were of high status, and since they were blocking the core area of the Stardew Forest, it suggested that the one seeking the soul rings was quite powerful, likely aiming for an 8th or even a 9th soul ring. If it were the former, it would be fine, but if it were the latter, The Spirit Hall's titled Douluos might outnumber theirs. Just as Titan was about to probe further into the Spirit Hall's strength, he suddenly sensed a wave of soul power from a titled Douluo approaching rapidly, comparable to the black-robed figure opposite them. After detecting this, Titan's expression remained unchanged as he exchanged a glance with Yang Wudi, nodding, then looked back at Talon, who was already focused on the direction from which the soul power was emanating. Titan wasn't surprised that Talon could sense this soul power fluctuation from dozens of miles away. After recognizing the familiar soul power signature, Titan expanded the range of his mental probe and discovered two new titled Douluos approaching quickly, not attempting to conceal their presence, heading directly towards their location. Moreover, these two titled Douluos were coming from deep within the core area of the Stardow Forest, clearly belonging to the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Titan glanced at Yang Wudi, who was standing ready for battle beside him. He saw the same thought reflected in Yang Wudi's eyes. Old buddy. There are too many of them. Shouldn't we retreat first? Seeing that his old friend Yang Wudi maintained his rationality despite the anger, Titan felt relieved. Without looking back, he transmitted to Talon, Xiaolong, there are 3 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall coming this way. You should retreat first. Your grandpa Yang and I will hold them off. Crack, crack, crack. Upon hearing his grandfather's message, Talon said nothing further. He unloaded the Fong Tianju from his shoulder, gripped it with both hands, and turned to sprint away in the direction he had come from. Since Talon was now in full armor, the sound of metal clinking and scraping echoed as he ran, accompanied by a somewhat piercing noise as he swiftly disappeared into the dense forest. Hey, old gorilla, that was your grandson running away, right? Yes, pretty fast. Just as Talon vanished into the thicket, one of the Spirit Hall's titled Douluos arrived. It was the familiar Ju Douluo. The Spirit Hall's members had received orders from Pope Bibi Dong, and each titled law was assigned to guard a section of the Stardow Forest core area. Because Ju Douluo and Ge Douluo had a good relationship and possessed a powerful martial soul fusion skill, they guarded adjacent areas. Upon sensing something was off with the situation on Bone Douluo's side, and noticing the presence of 2 unfamiliar titled Douluos, Ju Douluo immediately abandoned his post and rushed towards Gue Douluo's position. The other 2 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall were similarly dispatched to scout for suitable soul beasts to support their fellow titled Douluos guarding the perimeter. Ju Douluo was the fastest to arrive, and just as he did, he caught a glimpse of Talon's armored figure with a peculiar weapon disappearing into the forest. Before Ju Douluo could fully arrive, he recognized who was confronting Gue Douluo and immediately taunted Titan. Hee, Flower Gate, I say, your Spirit Hall's face is getting bigger. When did the Stardow Forest become yours? After being taunted by Ju Douluo, Titan naturally couldn't let it go without retorting. You old gorilla, who are you calling Flower Gate? Say it again, and I won't let it slide. Ju Douluo's taunt failed to have the desired effect, but Titan's retort, which he borrowed from Dogobo, struck a nerve, causing Ju Douluo to become enraged. Flower Gate, Flower Gate, Flower Gate. I can call it whatever I want. What can you old flower do about it? Seeing that Ju Douluo was hit where it hurt, Titan felt pleased. When Ju Douluo dared to threaten him, Titan decided to go all out, insisting on calling him Flower Gate just to infuriate him. Thus, Titan continued to shout Flower Gate, and Ju Douluo indeed took the bait, losing his composure as he began to argue back with Titan. In truth, Titan wasn't angry. While arguing with Ju Douluo, he was also gauging how far Talon had run away. Chapter 117. Titan simultaneously probed the distance to the 2 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall who were rapidly approaching. Old Ju, stop arguing. Why waste words with them? Just take action. Our people are almost here. You and I will use our martial soul fusion skills directly and leave them behind. Suddenly, the ghost Douluo, who had been standing like a wooden man with little presence on the battlefield, suddenly communicated with Ju Douluo, stopping him from continuing the argument and proposing a new plan of action. The ghost Douluo, like Talon and Yang Wudi, had been paying attention to the distance of their reinforcements and sensed that they were not far away. That's why he stood up to communicate with Ju Douluo. Old Tai, the enemy is coming. We should leave. At the same time, Yang Wudi, who had been keeping an eye on the enemy reinforcements, sent a message to Talon, confirming the retreat. Let us go. Talon instantly stopped arguing with Ju Douluo, turned to Yang Wudi, and after saying a word, soared into the sky, rushing in the direction where Talon had disappeared. Yang Wudi closely followed, both moving quickly before Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo could unleash their martial soul fusion skills. Chase. Ju Douluo had just received the ghost Douluo's message and naturally agreed, determined to make this old gorilla with loose lips pay for it. However, Now that Talon and Yang Wudi had already left, Douluo felt very unwilling. After being scolded for so long, seeing the enemy arrive only to run away after the scolding, how could it be such a good deal? Seeing Talon and Yang Wudi run away, Douluo shouted chase, and without hesitation, took to the air, pursuing in the direction Talon and Yang Wudi had gone. Douluo saw this situation and wanted to tell Douluo that their task was to guard this place and not let others enter to prevent the target soul beast inside from escaping. But before he could speak, Douluo had already rushed out. Douluo had no choice but to follow. Unable to let his old partner pursue, the two titled Douluo from the Four Spirits sect alone, fearing he might not come back. Tell the two elders who are coming behind not to chase after us. I'm asking them to help replace me in Douluo's positions. We will be back soon. Douluo hurriedly instructed a few people behind him, then took to the air to catch up with Douluo to avoid the situation where Douluo might be surrounded and beaten up. Douluo still hadn't reacted, and Talon and Yang Wudi, who were being chased, also hadn't realized what was happening. Thus, in the sky above the Stardow Forest, there appeared two titled Douluo running ahead, one titled Douluo chasing behind, and behind the chasing titled Douluo was another titled Douluo, creating this peculiar scene. Talon had just turned around and run, maintaining his speed. As he ran, he felt that the halberd he was holding was somewhat cumbersome, so he stored the great halberd in his storage soul guide. Now, Talon was still wearing his full armor due to the inconvenience of removing it, but this did not affect his agility while sprinting through the forest. It can only be said that Titan was indeed impressive, living up to the title of a divine craftsman. Talon was still unaware of the situation with his grandfather Titan, but he knew that the survival ability and experience of the two titled Douluo, Titan and Yang Wudi, were always superior to his own small soul sage level. Oh right, Talon could only be considered a half-baked soul sage now, as he had not yet obtained his seventh soul ring. While running, Talon spread out his spiritual power, constantly paying attention to the surrounding environment. Fortunately, Talon was following the same route he had taken when he arrived, so he had not lost his way, and thus he managed to proceed smoothly without encountering any powerful soul beasts obstructing his path. Here they come. Talon sensed the soul power fluctuations of Douluo. At the same time, Douluo also sensed Talon and slightly adjusted his flying direction toward Talon. Xiaolong, what happened? Douluo discovered Talon and, seeing his current situation, instantly realized there was an unexpected situation, so he asked, Grandpa Yang, we encountered people from the Spirit Hall. My grandpa said there are many titled Douluo opponents, and I should leave first. In that direction, Talon interrupted Douluo's inquiry, quickly informing him of the situation and pointing in the direction he had just come from. Okay, don't rush. Find a place to hide. Forget it. You can handle it yourself. I'll go check the situation. Wait, they are coming. Douluo looked at the direction Talon pointed out, flew into the air, and was about to go support, but he was a bit worried about Talon, so he stopped in mid-air to say this to Talon. Originally, Douluo wanted to say that it was unsafe for Talon to run around in the Stardow Forest. But considering Talon's current strength and the possible pursuers from the Spear Hall behind, Douluo simply let Talon handle it himself, as he was very confident in Talon's survival ability. After giving Talon a few instructions, Douluo prepared to support Titan and Yang Wudi and indeed saw that they were speeding toward him. Thus, Douluo quickly spread out his spiritual power for a scan, which made him smile when he discovered that behind Titan and Yang Wudi was Douluo, and behind Douluo was only Ghost Douluo. There are no more titled Douluo from the Spear Hall following them. Xiaolong, no need to run anymore. You find a place to hide. There are only two titled Douluo on the opposite side. I'll ambush them, and when your grandpa and the others arrive, we'll strike back. Douluo called out to Talon, who was about to run again, sharing his discovery and proposing his plan. After hearing Douluo's words, Talon did not doubt the accuracy of what he said and pulled out his halberd from his storage soul guide again, then found a place to conceal his aura and hide. Seeing Talon hide, Douluo revealed a cold smile and thought, Douluo, I didn't expect this, did you? You have also fallen into my hands. Douluo returned to the ground, concealed his aura, and rapidly sped toward Talon and Yang Wudi. Chapter 118. Strangulation. Talon received Douluo's hint and chose to find a place to hide, preparing to adapt to the situation. Douluo quickly approached Yang Wudi and Titan from the ground. Once the distance was close enough, Douluo communicated with Yang Wudi and Titan, saying, Why are you running? The Spirit Hall people haven't followed closely. It's just that Douluo behind you and that Ghost Douluo behind him. Now, there are three of us working together. You continue to lure them, and I'll set up an ambush. Douluo conveyed his general plan to Titan and Yang Wudi through voice transmission, then concealed his entire aura, causing a colorless and odorless powder to emanate from his sleeves. He also took out some medicinal powder from his storage soul guide, preparing to sprinkle it at any moment. After Yang Wudi and Titan flew past the hiding place, Douluo quickly popped a fragrant black pill into his mouth and swiftly began to sprinkle the powders he had taken out. After all kinds of medicinal powders were mixed by Douluo, the various flavors quickly faded to almost imperceptible levels at the bottom. Douluo took a deep sniff and nodded, clearly satisfied with the effect of his creation. After preparing these toxic mixtures, Douluo waved his sleeve to let the powders disperse upwards, while his special clothing also absorbed a lot of the toxins. After receiving Douluo's transmission, Yang Wudi and Titan each released their spiritual power to probe the situation and found that it was indeed as Douluo had said. After verifying the information provided by Douluo, Yang Wudi and Titan exchanged glances and nodded, both understanding each other's intentions, and they simultaneously chose to lower their flight altitude. The Chrysanthemum Pass was indeed reckless. No one dared to chase like this without backup, and, at the same time, Yang Wudi and Titan were very angry that they were being chased by a Chrysanthemum Dalu from the Spirit Hall, and that Douluo had seen and exposed them. This made Titan and Yang Wudi feel very embarrassed. So, when facing Douluo's proposal, they decided without thinking to cooperate with him and give the Chrysanthemum Pass a good reception. The Chrysanthemum Dalu, following behind Titan and Yang Wudi, initially rushed over without thinking much, but soon realized the consequences of his actions. However, upon sensing that his old partner, Ghost Law, had caught up, he immediately felt a surge of courage. At the same time, the Chrysanthemum Dalu recalled how Titan had just insulted him, reigniting the anger that had just cooled down. And he continued to chase after Titan and Yang Wudi while cursing. The Chrysanthemum Dalu quickly approached the location where Douluo was hiding, as he noticed that Titan and Yang Wudi had lowered their flight altitude to pursue them better. Unconsciously, he also lowered his own flight height. As the Chrysanthemum Dalu flew over the toxic area laid out by Douluo, he frowned slightly, sensing that something was off. However, Douluo did not wait for the Chrysanthemum Dalu to react. Upon seeing him approach, Douluo began to prepare. When the Chrysanthemum Dalu reached above Douluo's hiding spot, Douluo immediately sprang into action. Against the Chrysanthemum Dalu, his nemesis, Douluo had no intention of holding back. His blue-scale Serpent Emperor martial soul instantly manifested, with 9 soul rings swirling around him, lighting up one by one at his command. 3rd soul skill, Valley Bite. 7th soul skill, Blue Scale True Body. 8th soul skill, Time Freeze. 9th soul skill, Blue Phosphor Divine Light. Soul Bone skill, Medusa's Gaze. Douluo unleashed all his power, with yellow, purple, and black soul rings shining brightly. With the activation of the 7th soul skill, Douluo's figure vanished from sight, replaced by a gigantic blue-scale Serpent Emperor. The 8th soul skill, Time Freeze, instantly immobilized the Chrysanthemum Dalu, trapping him in the poison array he had just laid out. The blue phosphor divine light struck down on the Chrysanthemum Dalu from above. The Chrysanthemum Dalu's soul power erupted as his Chiron Tontion Chrysanthemum martial soul was unleashed. His expression filled with shock and anger as he charged towards the waiting Douluo below. Seeing this, Douluo activated the soul bone skill, Medusa's Gaze, which, while it couldn't truly petrify the powerful Chrysanthemum Dalu, could temporarily control the unprepared Dalu. After immobilizing the Chrysanthemum Dalu, Douluo transformed into the massive blue-scale Serpent Emperor, launching into the sky and wrapping around the still-reacting Chrysanthemum Dalu, utilizing the typical hunting technique of large serpents, constriction. The Chrysanthemum Dalu, standing at just over 1.8 meters without his martial soul, was dwarfed by Douluo, whose transformed blue-scale Serpent Emperor was over 10 meters long. Douluo controlled his martial soul true body, tightening the coils around the Chrysanthemum Dalu, seemingly trying to squeeze the life out of him. Seeing Douluo succeed so smoothly, Titan and Yang Wudi were instantly overjoyed, no longer needing to lure the enemy forward, and quickly turned to race towards Douluo. With the Chrysanthemum Dalu no longer a threat, there was no need for further tricks. Titan and Yang Wudi excitedly reached Douluo's side, but at that moment, they realized they could not contribute to the fight. With the Chrysanthemum Dalu ensnared by Douluo from the outside, it appeared as if a giant snake was coiling around him, completely obscuring the Douluo's figure, making it impossible for Titan and Yang Wudi to attack. However, given the current situation, it was clear that Titan and Yang Wudi were no longer needed. The chrysanthemum Douluo was entirely unable to fight back against Douluo's constricting serpent body. Moreover, Douluo was controlling the constriction to compress the air out of the chrysanthemum Douluo's body. It is worth mentioning that Douluo's constriction was not merely a brute force action, but followed the rhythm of the chrysanthemum Douluo's breathing. Additionally, Douluo's serpentine scales were coated in toxins, which the panicking chrysanthemum Douluo inadvertently inhaled. These toxins did not take immediate effect, but began to accumulate within the chrysanthemum Douluo's body, subtly numbing him and causing him to gradually lose control over his own body. Chapter 119. Ghost Law. The incident occurred suddenly. When the chrysanthemum Douluo was ambushed by Douluo and entangled by the massive serpent body of the blue-scale serpent emperor. He only had time to release a protective soul skill before being restrained. Due to being affected by Douluo's soul bone skill, Medusa's gaze, he was immobilized and could only rely on his body and the defensive soul skill he had just activated to withstand the attack. Douluo's subsequent strangulation caused the chrysanthemum Douluo to feel pain, hastening his awakening. Once he regained consciousness, the chrysanthemum Douluo quickly understood his precarious situation and realized how dangerous it was. With a moment's negligence, he could truly be trapped here by Douluo. This old poison master, years of cultivation and combat experience, helped the chrysanthemum Douluo quickly calm down and begin to think rationally about how to break free. He knew that his old partner, Ghost Douluo, was right behind him, so he just needed to hold on for a while. Once Ghost Douluo arrived, he could leverage his power to break free, which would be the best outcome. Even if Ghost Douluo was intercepted by Titan and Yang Wudi, he could still find a way to escape without worrying about being besieged by Titan, Yang Wudi, and Douluo otherwise. Even if he managed to break free from Douluo's entanglement now, he would still face the danger of being surrounded. Therefore, he only needed to buy time. Once Ghost Douluo arrived, he would have already won half the battle. The chrysanthemum Douluo was confident in the combined strength of himself and Ghost Douluo, believing that as long as they could successfully execute their martial soul fusion skill, Polar Stillness Domain, they would not fear Douluo alone, let alone the combined might of the 5 Douluo from their 4-spirit sect. After figuring out how to cope, Douluo's 1st, 2nd, and 5th spirit rings lit up, and the 3 spirit skills, Source of Power, Breath Barrier, and Gathering of Cold Blossoms were unleashed to help him resist the constricting strangulation of Douluo's spirit, the true body of the serpent. Douluo was now barely managing to withstand Douluo's strangulation, and a release of these spirit skills had opened up some gaps for him amidst Douluo's snake body, allowing him to breathe somewhat easier and regain some breathing space. Since Douluo had just initiated the strangulation, Douluo had indeed been choked just moments ago, and now that he could finally breathe freely, he naturally took several deep breaths. However, Douluo did not notice that with each breath he took, he was inhaling some mixed toxins emanating from Douluo's snake body. Douluo was also considered a master in the area of poisons, and normally he would be able to detect Douluo's hidden tactics. But now he was thrown off by Douluo's sudden attack and was entangled by Douluo's snake body. Douluo was still aware of some strange smells he detected, which were the scents from Douluo's true form, the Emerald Scale Snake Emperor, so he did not take any precautions. After all, who would normally sprinkle poison on themselves? Yet Douluo had done just that. Come on, Douluo, don't worry about it. Lao Yang and I will block that arrogant thing. Titan saw Ghost Douluo and his companions rushing towards him from a distance, so after giving a brief instruction to Douluo, he turned to Yang Wudi and flew towards Ghost Douluo's direction. During the flight, Titan activated his great strength gorilla spirit, and the 1st and 2nd spirit rings lit up, enhancing his combat power. Then his 7th spirit ring lit up, and the 7th spirit skill, True Body of the Great Strength Gorilla, was unleashed. Yang Wudi was not to be outdone. With the soul-breaking gun held in his hand, his spirit rings flickered, and various statuses glowing with dark red light were added to the soul-breaking gun as he followed behind Titan's gigantic, great strength gorilla, true form, towards Ghost Douluo. Lao Ju, damn it. What have you done to him? Ghost Douluo did not see Douluo's figure here, but he could indeed sense the aura of his old rival. Poison Douluo, and now Douluo's aura was entangled with Douluo's. However, since he could only sense the aura and could not see Douluo, it made Ghost Douluo somewhat anxious, worried that something had happened to Douluo. At the same time, he secretly blamed himself, regretting why he hadn't stopped Douluo and wishing he had brought more people with him. Now that the situation was such, Ghost Dalu understood that there was no point in regret. The most important thing he needed to do now was to find Dalu. As long as the two of them could meet up, they would be able to use their martial soul fusion technique. Once their martial soul fusion technique could be used normally, the control of this battle would return to their side, allowing them to both attack and defend. Ghost Dalu looked at Titan and Yang Wudi approaching him, his anger boiling inside, but he forcibly suppressed it. Ghost Dalu was clearly not prepared to face Titan and Yang Wudi, two titled Douluos who had come to block him. Ghost Dalu's 6th and 7th spirit rings lit up, and his figure, already shrouded in a black cloak, twisted as his 6th spirit skill, Phantoms, and his 7th spirit skill, True Body of the Martial Soul, were activated. The Phantom skill allowed Ghost Dalu to instantly split into 5, concealing his true form while displaying 4 phantoms outward. Phantom, Charm, Mischief, and Spectre separated and prepared to circle around Titan and Yang Wudi to support Dalu. Titan and Yang Wudi naturally would not let Ghost Dalu have his way, so they split left and right, each going to intercept Ghost Dalu and block the 4 phantoms. Meanwhile, Ghost Dalu's true form transformed into a ghostly state, hiding his body and aura, descending to the ground, and quickly making his way towards the direction from which Dalu's aura was coming. It must be said that Ghost Dalu's spirit skills were indeed miraculous. A single 6 spirit skill had deceived both Titan and Yang Wudi, two titled Douluos. In the state of his ghostly martial soul, Ghost Dalu seemed to enter another space, swiftly and silently approaching the location of Douluo and Dalu. As he closed the distance, Ghost Dalu saw Douluo's true form, the Emerald Scale Snake Emperor, coiling up in a ball. And Dalu's aura was emanating from within that serpent coil. 8th Spirit Skill, Phantoms. Chapter 120. Chaos with the release of Ghost Dalu's 8th Spirit Skill. A large number of ghost-like energy orbs appeared, directed by Ghost Dalu towards the Emerald Scale Snake Emperor, transformed from Douluo's martial soul. Bang, bang, bang. The attack appeared without warning, and since Ghost Dalu and Douluo's snake form were very close, Douluo could not react in time after Dalu's attack was unleashed, and he took the full brunt of the assault. His in the true form state of the Emerald Scale Snake Emperor, Douluo still had strong defensive capabilities, but he was still hit hard by the full damage of Ghost Dalu's 8th Spirit Skill, breaking through his defenses. Damn it, just a little more. Ignoring the injuries on his body, Douluo increased the strangulation force on Dalu, wanting to quickly eliminate him. 7th Spirit Skill, True Body of the Martial Soul. 8th Spirit Skill, Gate of Holy Light. At this moment, Dalu, enveloped by Douluo's true body, felt the abnormal vibrations of the snake body and the explosions coming from outside. He instantly understood that Old Ghost had come to save him. Knowing that reinforcements had arrived, Dalu began to take action to assist his external allies, and without hesitation unleashed his 7th and 8th Spirit Skills. Especially Dalu's 8th Spirit Skill, Gate of Holy Light, was his strongest single-target attack spirit skill and was also the most suitable skill to use in this situation. Golden rays of light shone through the gaps in Douluo's transformed Emerald Scale Snake Emperor body, beginning to forcefully open the constricting snake body around Dalu, assisting Ghost Dalu's actions from the outside. Ghost Dalu's earlier 8th Spirit Skill, Phantoms, had already broken through Douluo's true body, and now Douluo was merely holding on. As Dalu began to exert force, Douluo could no longer maintain his grip. Feeling that he could no longer hold on, Douluo decided to withdraw his true body, releasing a wave of poisonous mist and black smoke to conceal himself, quickly increasing the distance between himself and the two titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall. Old Gorilla, Dead Goat, what the hell are you two doing? You're already at my doorstep. After escaping, Douluo saw Titan and Yang Wudi rushing towards him and felt a surge of anger, speaking irritably to them. Yang Wudi and Titan were reprimanded by Douluo, but this time the problem indeed lies with the two of them. Both were tricked by a soul skill, and now faced with Douluo's accusations, Titan and Yang Wudi truly didn't know how to respond. This is indeed our responsibility. We never expected that the Ghost Dalu's soul skill would have such an effect. Gu Zhuang. However, there is no need to worry now. Even if they regroup, there are only 2 of them. With the 3 of us fighting together, are we afraid of them? Yang Wudi noticed that the atmosphere among the 3 of them was a bit off, so he spoke up to divert attention. After saying a few words, he redirected their focus to the Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu, while also provoking Titan and Douluo's killing intent towards these two titled Dalu from the Spirit Hall. Old Jew, how do you feel? Are you injured? The ghost Dalu dissipated the poisonous mist released by Douluo and stood guard in front of the chrysanthemum Dalu, cautiously watching the three opposing titled Dalu from the Four Spirits sect, while quietly transmitting a message to the chrysanthemum Dalu behind him. Don't worry, I'm not injured. Fortunately, I arrived in time. If I had been a moment later, I would have been left here by that old poisonous creature. The freed chrysanthemum Dalu adjusted his clothes and hair. Although he didn't suffer any obvious injuries from being entangled and strangled by Douluo's martial soul true body, he was indeed left in a messy state. Old ghost, this breath. Let's fight. Before the chrysanthemum Dalu could finish speaking, the three titled Dalu from the Four Spirits sect spread out a bit after Yang Wudi's furious shout, implicitly surrounding the ghost Dalu and chrysanthemum Dalu to launch an attack. Naturally, the chrysanthemum Dalu and ghost Dalu wouldn't sit idly by. Seeing the three titled Dalu from the Four Spirits sect attacking, they weren't afraid. The soul rings around them lit up one by one, and various soul skills were unleashed to attack the three approaching them. Titan, Yang Wudi, and Douluo faced these soul skill attacks without dodging, activating their defensive soul rings and bracing themselves against the barrage as they charged towards the chrysanthemum Dalu and ghost Dalu. The battle between both sides was about to erupt. The Four Spirits sect and the Spirit Hall already had a blood feud, so when enemies met, it was only natural for them to be particularly hostile. Moreover, Douluo had almost taken down the chrysanthemum Dalu, and Titan felt he had been severely toyed with by the ghost Dalu. These new and old grudges made it impossible for either side to hold back in battle. The destructive power unleashed by the five titled Dalu was naturally immense. Towering ancient trees that had grown for countless years were affected by the aftermath of the battle and stray attacks, either being toppled, pierced, or cut in half. The full-force battle of several titled Dalu had a vast impact, and countless soul beasts in the soul beast forest were affected. Heating Niru was caught in the crossfire. Originally, he had found a perfect hiding spot, but a tree where he was concealed was pierced by the gunlight released by Yang Wudi, breaking the tree in half due to the force. The fallen upper part landed right next to Tyrone's hiding spot, kicking up a large cloud of dust that enveloped him. Seeing that the battle was trending towards his direction, Tyrone coughed up 2 mouthfuls of dust that got into his nose and then carefully concealed his aura, preparing to find an opportunity to take a shot at the 2 titled Dalu from the Spear Hall. Just as Tyrone was plotting to attack the chrysanthemum Dalu and ghost Dalu, the two were currently at a disadvantage, facing the 3 titled Dalu from the Four Spirits sect. The chrysanthemum Dalu also sensed that something was wrong with his body. Being well-versed in poisons, the chrysanthemum Dalu quickly realized that he had been poisoned without realizing it. He understood that if this battle wasn't resolved quickly, his body might not hold up first. Chapter 121, Martial Soul Fusion Skill. After the chrysanthemum Dalu figured out his body's condition, he immediately transmitted a message to the ghost Dalu fighting alongside him. After hearing the chrysanthemum Dalu's transmission, the ghost Dalu didn't know what to say. The chrysanthemum Dalu, who spent every day tending to flowers and researching poisons, had boasted about how amazing he was in front of him. It's a shame that the ghost Dalu actually believed him at the time. Now that the chrysanthemum Dalu was telling him he was poisoned without knowing when it happened, it left the ghost Dalu quiet. However, after all these years as old partners, the ghost Dalu, who was not one to talk much, didn't mock the chrysanthemum Dalu for this mistake, but instead nodded and transmitted back. Then let's end this quickly with our martial soul fusion skill. Old Yang, Old Tai, there are other titled Dalu coming this way. Let us put in more effort. They can't hold on much longer. Martial soul fusion skill, polar stillness domain. The chrysanthemum Dalu and ghost Dalu seized the opportunity to merge together, and without any hesitation, their years of tacit understanding meant they didn't need much communication. Their martial soul fusion skill, polar stillness domain, was instantly released. The polar stillness domain expanded rapidly outward from the chrysanthemum Dalu and ghost Dalu as the center. The 3 titled Dalu from the Four Spirits sect were caught off guard by this move and were enveloped by the polar stillness domain in an instant. The martial soul fusion skill of the chrysanthemum Dalu and ghost Dalu polar stillness domain could solidify the space within its coverage. Douluo's 8th soul skill, time freeze, had a similar effect, but it was clearly weaker than the martial soul fusion skill of the chrysanthemum Dalu and ghost Dalu. After the chrysanthemum Dalu and ghost Dalu released their martial soul fusion skill, freezing time and immobilizing everyone, the battle among the 5 titled Dalu came to a halt, with all 5 standing there dumbfounded and unable to move. The ghost Dalu and chrysanthemum Dalu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their side had regained control of the situation. The ghost Dalu also sensed that other titled Dalu were coming to join the battle, and he was familiar with the aura of the incoming people, confirming that they were titled Dalu from his spirit hall. Now, all they needed to do was hold back the 3 titled Dalu from the 4-spirit sect until their own titled Dalu arrived, and those 3 would no longer need to escape. In contrast to the Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu from the spirit hall, Titan, Yangwudi, and Douluo from the 4-spirit sect were indeed a bit anxious. Douluo had already mentioned that new titled Dalu were coming this way, and it was needless to say that they were definitely from the spirit hall. Now that the 3 of them were being controlled by the martial soul fusion skill of the Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu, if they were delayed until the reinforcements from the spirit hall arrived, they would become like pigs on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered, buried in the ground. Tyrone heard the battle sounds outside disappear and cautiously peeked out from behind his cover. This sight left Tyrone stunned. He saw the 2 titled Dalu from the spirit hall, the Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu, standing together, while the 3 titled Dalu from his side stood in various poses. After observing for a while, he recalled the martial soul fusion skill of the Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu that he had seen in the original work, which seemed to be called Polar Stillness Domain. Given the current situation, it was likely that this martial soul fusion skill was taking effect. After realizing what was happening, Tailong stood up, brushed his hair to remove the dust and debris, and barely managed to tidy up his hairstyle. He felt someone was watching him, so he turned his head to look around and nodded to the 3 titled Daluos on his side. Then, he took out a large bow and a bag of arrows from his storage soul guide. Tailong remained in place and did not move forward because he was unsure of the extent of the martial soul fusion skill of the Chrysanthemum Dalu and the Ghost Dalu, so he did not dare to approach casually. Moreover, even if he could get closer, Tailong did not want to recklessly approach the 2 Daluos. If he got too close and they suddenly retracted their fusion skill, he would be in serious trouble. Tailong drew the bow and aimed directly at the intertwined Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu, adjusting his position to lock onto the Chrysanthemum Dalu's head. No, to be precise, Tailong was aiming at the Chrysanthemum Dalu's eyes. The 5 titled Daluos in the arena were constantly watching Tailong's movements, especially since they couldn't move at the moment. When they saw Tailong draw the bow and aim at the Chrysanthemum Dalu, Douluo was quite pleased, and Titan and Yangwudi also had high hopes for Tailong's arrow. In contrast, the Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu were not afraid when they saw Tailong pull out a bow, an arrow, and aim. They even found it somewhat amusing. They were well aware of the effects of their martial soul fusion skill and did not believe that Tailong's arrow could harm them. Besides, even though this domain had no effect on Tailong, he was still over 300 meters away from them, and they did not believe he could shoot them from such a distance. Tailong was unaware of the other's thoughts, but after aiming, he did not hesitate and released the arrow, which flew straight toward the Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu. Once Tailong's arrow entered the 2-pole stillness domain, it surprisingly stopped in midair. If the Chrysanthemum Dalu were able, he might have burst out laughing. The 3 titled Daluos from the 4-spirit sect felt quite disappointed. Now, they were controlled by the fusion skill of the Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu, and not knowing how long this fusion would last, and they could only hope that Tailong, the outsider, could break the deadlock. Otherwise, if the support from the spirit hall arrived, the consequences would be dire. As the main character at this moment, Tailong was not disappointed. In fact, he had anticipated this situation. He did not hope to hit the Chrysanthemum Dalu with this arrow. It was simply to determine the approximate range of their fusion skill. Tailong took 2 steps forward to stretch his arms, then released his martial soul, activating his 1st and 2nd soul skills. At the same time, a dark red domain appeared centered on Tailong, and an astonishing killing intent emanated from him. Even the Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu, hundreds of meters away, could feel this overwhelming killing intent. Chapter 122, Breaking the Deadlock, Killing God Domain. How could this be? The Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu were shocked by the changes in Tailong. They instantly recognized the dark red domain and the overwhelming killing intent that Tailong was emitting. Both of them were familiar with the killing God domain, not only because their Pope Bibidong also possessed it, but also because they had encountered it when battling against the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. In fact, the most famous person with the killing God domain on Douluo Continent was Tang Hao. Although Bibidong also possessed the killing God domain, she did not use it often. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she did not need to engage in battles frequently due to her status. So not many people on Douluo Continent were aware that Bibidong had the killing God domain. As trusted subordinates of Bibidong, The Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu naturally knew about the Killing God domain and how it could be obtained. It was precisely because they understood how to acquire the Killing God domain that they were so astonished. While the Ghost Dalu might not have known much about Tailong, the Chrysanthemum Dalu had collected some information about him due to the previous encounter with the Spirit Hull's Saintess Hulaina. Tailong was still quite young, but already possessed the Killing God domain, and they both knew that the Killing God domain could affect their fusion skill, the Two-Pole Stillness domain. As for how the Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu knew this, it was naturally from their previous battle with the Haotian Dalu. Now that Tailong also possessed the Killing God domain, what would happen to them? While the Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu were lost in thought, Tailong had no intention of stopping. After releasing his martial soul and Killing God domain, he cut his arm, letting blood flow out. Tailong wrapped the blood flowing from his arm with soul power, forming a sphere that floated beside him. Once he had collected enough blood, he closed the wound with his muscles and applied some healing medicine, using soul power to speed up the recovery. Tailong took out a new arrow, soaking the arrowhead in his blood until it was completely saturated. Then, he drew the bow again, aiming with the blood-soaked arrow at the Chrysanthemum Dalu. As he pulled the bowstring back, Tailong enveloped the arrow in his Killing God domain and War domain. The arrow, infused with Tailong's blood, had a high acceptance level of his domains, allowing it to carry the aura of his domain even after being shot. The blood-red arrow flew out, heading straight for the Chrysanthemum Dalu over 300 meters away. This time, as the arrow entered the Two-Pole Stillness domain, it did not stop like the previous one. The arrow, now infused with Tailong's domain aura, sped past the previous arrow that had been frozen in midair, reaching the Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu before they could react. At this moment, the Chrysanthemum Dalu and Ghost Dalu did not take Tailong's arrow seriously. They did not believe that an arrow shot from over 300 meters away could break through their defenses. However, the power and sharpness carried by this arrow far exceeded the Chrysanthemum Dalu's expectations. The arrow pierced through his soul power barrier and embedded itself in his right arm. The force carried by the arrow was gradually diminished by the muscles and bones of the Chrysanthemum Dalu, ultimately preventing the arrow from completely penetrating his arm. The arrow was thus lodged in the Chrysanthemum Dalu's arm, appearing as if it had pierced through without fully doing so. Missed the shot. Tailong felt a bit embarrassed. Making such a mistake in front of his grandfather and the two elders was quite inappropriate. Normally, given Tailong's archery skills, he should not have missed. This situation resulted from multiple factors, the first and most important being that Tailong had been focusing his thoughts on his spear techniques recently, wholeheartedly investing in the refinement of his painting pole spear. Tyrone felt a bit rusty and complacent with his archery skills. But this was also influenced by the fact that he had just cut his arm to let blood and used the blood to taint the feathered arrows. No problem. That was just a challenge earlier. The next arrow will take your life. Tyrone confidently spoke words only he could hear, adjusting his mindset and repeating the setup from before. However, this time he didn't need to continue bleeding. The blood he had just released was still plenty. Old Ghost, what should we do now? Dalu admitted that he was a bit flustered when facing Tyrone, so he quickly transmitted his voice to Ghost Dalu, asking about the situation as he saw Tyrone starting to soak his feathered arrows in fresh blood again. We have no choice but to interrupt our martial soul fusion skill. I believe we've delayed long enough. Our reinforcements from the Spirit Hull should be arriving soon. Ghost Dalu was not panicking, but he was worried that his old partner might really be shot dead by this kid. He had to give up on his original idea of forcibly capturing the 3-titled Dalu from the Four Spirit sect and choose to protect himself first. Tyrone pulled back his bow and aimed at Dalu again. In Tyrone's mind, since he had already offended Dalu and Ghost Dalu, he might as well go all out. It would be best if he could kill one of them now. Tyrone glanced at his 3-titled Dalu companions, exchanged glances with them, and nodded before turning back to aim at Dalu's throat. He suppressed his excitement, returning to the state he was in when he executed someone on the execution platform and released the bowstring. The blood-colored feathered arrow, carrying the hope for the safety of the 4 of them, flew out. After shooting this arrow, Tyrone didn't wait for the result. He directly put away his bow and arrow and headed towards his 3 companions from the Four Spirit sect. Go! After the feathered arrow was shot, Dalu and Ghost Dalu no longer lingered. Seeing that Tyrone was already close to the 3-titled Dalu from the Four Spirits sect without any chance to catch him, the two quickly interrupted their martial soul fusion skill and turned to fly in the direction they came from. Ha ha ha. Now you want to leave? It's too late. The three titled Daw from the Four Spirit sect also acted at the moment when Betrothal and Ghost Dalu interrupted their martial soul fusion skill, just a beat slower than them. Chapter 123. Retreat Grandpa Yang, Grandpa Dugong. I coated that arrow with sleeping powder and soul-restricting powder. Don't let Douluo escape. Tyrone shouted loudly to Dugong Bo and Yang Wudi, the two titled Dalu from the Spirit Hall who had taken off to chase Douluo and Ghost Dalu, believing that they, the inventors of the sleeping powder and soul-restricting powder, should understand his meaning. Ha ha ha. Well done, Xiaolong. Titan laughed heartily. Although Titan didn't know what effect the powders Tyrone mentioned had, he still praised his grandson at the right moment. All right, don't worry, he won't get away. Dugong Bo's voice came through, clearly pleased. He didn't really have confidence in killing Douluo, but with Tyrone's assistance, it would be hard for Douluo not to die. Cough cough few after Douluo and Ghost Dalu interrupted their martial soul fusion skill and began to retreat. Douluo felt something was wrong with his body. Hearing Tyrone shout and looking at the blood hole in his right arm, he realized he had been poisoned. At that moment, Douluo felt a sharp pain in his heart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he felt dizzy and his spirit began to feel heavy. Accompanying this was the feeling of his body stiffening and the speed of his soul power circulation decreasing. Dugong Bo's mixed poison was also taking effect. Old Ghost, you go first. I'll hold him off. Douluo quickly made up his mind to sacrifice himself to block the three titled Dalu from the Four Spirits sect and allow Ghost Dalu to break through. Shut up. I'll hold him off. You go first. Our reinforcements from the Spirit Hall will arrive soon. We'll be safe in a little while. Ghost Daluo's voice was unusually emotional as he forcefully interrupted Douluo's words and stated his decision. Then, Ghost Dalu directly summoned his soul power and pushed a palm against Douluo's back. The surging soul power transformed into a powerful thrust, sending Douluo's body flying forward quickly. After pushing Douluo away, Ghost Dalu no longer ran. He turned around and a powerful wave of soul power emanated from him. His ninth soul ring lit up, indicating that he was clearly prepared to fight to the death. Ninth soul skill, Infinite Ghost Shadow Devour. Ghost Dalu used his ninth soul skill, constructing a terrifying black hole above his head that emitted a strong energy fluctuation, waiting for the arrival of the three titled Dalu from the Four Spirits sect. Ghost Dalu controlled this eerie black hole to face the three titled Dalu, but Titan, Yang Wudi, and Dugong Bo were not fools. Seeing this scene, they naturally wouldn't foolishly charge towards Ghost Dalu. The three titled Dalu from the Four Spirits sect had a clear target: to eliminate the already weakened Dalu first, while avoiding the still relatively intact Ghost Dalu. The three of them spread out, preparing to bypass Ghost Dalu, who naturally wouldn't let them have their way. He controlled the black hole to move in front of Titan and Yang Wudi, and then countless ghosts emerged from the black hole, wildly pouncing towards them. Bang bang bang. These ghosts exploded upon contact with Yang Wudi and Titan. The power of each individual ghost explosion was not particularly strong for titled Dalu level experts like Yang Wudi and Titan, but the sheer number of ghosts released by Ghost Dalu's soul skill was overwhelming. The explosions were incessant, and it was the first time Titan and Yang Wudi encountered a soul skill like Ghost Dalu's. They had no way to break it, couldn't block it, and couldn't dodge it, so they could only choose to endure the hits. Titan and Dugong Bo were blocked by Ghost Dalu's ninth soul skill, but Dugong Bo managed to bypass Ghost Dalu and headed toward Dalu to pursue him. However, Ghost Dalu wouldn't let Dalu have his way. Seeing that his soul skill was effective and successfully hindered Titan and Yang Wudi, he turned around and activated his first and second soul skills, transforming into a ghostly shadow as he chased after Dugong Bo. Ghost Dalu was clearly faster than Dugong Bo and soon caught up to him. His fourth and fifth soul rings lit up. Fourth soul skill, Ghost Dance of Chaos. Fifth soul skill, Earth Abyss Ghost Hand. Ghost Dalu's fifth soul skill, Earth Abyss Ghost Hand, was a crowd control type skill. Numerous black ghost hands appeared beneath Dugong Bo's feet, reaching for him. Each ghost hand that caught Dugong Bo could be shaken off with a burst of soul power, but the dense ghost hands still slowed him down. As Dugong Bo's speed decreased, a small black vortex of soul power began to condense in Ghost Dalu's outstretched right hand. As Ghost Dalu infused soul power into this vortex, countless black ghost shadows emerged, attacking Dugong Bo ahead. Damn it, ghost thing, do you really want to die? Now that the guy from Huaguan has run away, you should go ahead and scout the way for Huaguan. Dugong Bo's face was filled with anger. This ghost repeatedly interfered just as he was about to kill Dalu, which clearly irritated Douluo. He was obviously contemplating killing Ghost Douluo. Hith. Want my life. Old poisonous creature. Let's see if you have the ability. Ghost Douluo was not afraid of Douluo in a one-on-one fight, and he spoke with confidence. Oh, if one Douluo is not enough, what about adding the two of us? Die for me. Yang Wudi's voice suddenly rang out behind Ghost Douluo, and before his words even settled, a long spear had already pierced through Ghost Douluo's back. However, the spear that penetrated Ghost Douluo and came out from his chest did not have a drop of blood on it, which was clearly abnormal. Ghost Douluo was evidently caught off guard by Yang Wudi's sudden attack, but after Yang Wudi's soul-breaking spear pierced through him, Ghost Douluo transformed into a black mist and dispersed, reassembling his form after creating some distance from Douluo and Yang Wudi. After reassembling, Ghost Douluo spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Wudi was sure that this was real blood, but just moments ago, his spear clearly did not draw any blood from Ghost Douluo. Observing Ghost Douluo's ghostly martial spirit was indeed mysterious and strange, but it was still within the realm of being able to attack. Chapter 224. Both sides, after Ghost Douluo entered the state of his ghostly true form, he became immune to most physical damage. Therefore, Yang Wudi's previous spear, which would have left a normal Tailong Douluo severely injured or dead, only caused Ghost Douluo some minor internal injuries. After creating distance and spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ghost Douluo did not lose his ability to resist. But he also had no intention of continuing to fight Yang Wudi, and Douluo. Ghost Douluo's sixth spirit ring lit up again, and the sixth spirit skill, Chime Wangliang, was activated, creating 5 identical ghostly figures that scattered in 5 different directions to escape. Old Yang, don't worry about this ghostly thing. Let us chase in the direction Zhu Hua Guan escaped. Among the 4 spirits sect, Douluo was the most familiar with both Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo. So although he couldn't distinguish which of the 5 ghostly figures was the real Ghost Douluo, he knew the direction Zhu Douluo had fled. Given the relationship between Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, Douluo was sure that if they pursued Zhu Douluo, who had no resistance left, Ghost Douluo would definitely come to entrap himself. Forget it, the reinforcements from the other side are almost here. We gained some advantage in this battle. So let's call it a day. Yang Wudi did not want to continue the pursuit, as he sensed with his spiritual detection that 2 more titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall were approaching. But let them run away? Just as Douluo and Yang Wudi were having a disagreement, Talon arrived at that moment. Seeing Yang Wudi and Douluo talking without the 2 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall around, Titan had almost figured out the situation, but he still asked for confirmation. Titan had just stayed behind to block Ghost Douluo with his 9th spirit skill, releasing those explosive, ghostly figures to allow Yang Wudi to come to Douluo's aid, which was why he arrived a bit late. They got away. Yang Wudi nodded and confirmed to Titan. Ghost Douluo's martial spirit and soul skills were indeed strange and different from normal martial spirits. But with this experience, next time they meet, they definitely wouldn't let them escape. Yang Wudi was still somewhat troubled by the fact that he had pierced Ghost Douluo with a spear, yet Ghost Douluo had not sustained serious damage. Douluo, they just got away. We didn't suffer any real losses, so why the long face? Do you have to kill Zhu Douluo to be satisfied? Seeing Douluo silent and with an unsightly expression, Titan teasingly asked. It's nothing. Just that Ghost Douluo broke my martial spirit true body state earlier, and I had to forcefully use my martial spirit true body, which caused some backlash. As Douluo spoke, he took out a bottle of spiritual medicine from his storage soul guide, poured out 2 pills, and, after answering Titan, he swallowed the 2 pills. After taking the pills, Douluo quickly mobilized his soul power to disperse the medicinal effects in his stomach. And with the onset of the medicine, his previously pale complexion eased a bit. The core area is now controlled by the Spirit Hall. We just clashed with Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, and the people from the Spirit Hall will definitely not let us into the core area. So what should we do? Yang Wudi saw Douluo healing and took the opportunity to discuss the next steps with Titan regarding their journey. The reason Yang Wudi asked Titan was that their current goal was to help Tailong obtain his 7th spirit ring. Given the current situation, it was clear that Tailong's 7th spirit ring could not be hunted in the core area of the Stardew Forest, and Titan, being Tailong's grandfather, would need to decide how to arrange things. Let's leave the Stardew Forest for now. The Spirit Hall has definitely suffered a loss this time and won't let it go easily. Moreover, since the Spirit Hall can surround the entire core area of Stardew, they must have brought many strong individuals, so it's better to avoid them for now. As for Little Long's 7th spirit ring, if not, I'll take him to the Arctic ice field to have a look. Little Long's Zhu Yin martial spirit has the same attribute as our mighty gorilla martial spirit. So the soul ring from the Arctic ice bear would also be quite suitable for Little Long. At that time, old Yang, I'll trouble you to run to the Arctic ice field with us. After carefully analyzing the current situation, Titan came up with the most suitable action plan that wouldn't delay Tailong's cultivation progress. After Titan and Yang Wudi discussed their next itinerary, when Douluo Bo finished healing, they shared their plan with him. Douluo Bo had no objections to Titan's decision, so the three of them changed direction and flew towards where Tailong was, preparing to take Talon with them before directly leaving the Douluo forest. Grandpa Douluo, Grandpa Yang, how did it go? Did you manage to capture Douluo? Hidden in the crown of a large tree, Tailong saw the three titled Douluos from his side flying towards him and actively released his soul power aura to attract them. When the three elders arrived in front of him, Tailong eagerly asked the question that was currently on his mind. No, they got away. Titan was about to explain the situation to his grandson, but he was interrupted by Douluo Bo. Now is not the time for chatting. The people from the Spirit Hall could chase us at any moment, so let us talk while we move. Yang Wudi grabbed Tailong's shoulder, enveloping Tailong's body with soul power, and after saying this to Titan, he flew towards the direction of the Douluo forest. Hey, I'm your old poison. Old Yang, I'm not talking about you. Don't misunderstand. The three title Ba from the Four Spirit sect, along with Talon, a total of 4 people, lowered their flight altitude, hiding their figures among the treetops, quickly heading towards the direction outside the Douluo forest. On the other side, Douluo, after being forced to accelerate by Ghost Douluo's palm, glanced back at Ghosto, then without any hesitation, burst forth with all the soul power he could muster, flying back towards the direction he had just come from at his fastest speed. Douluo knew that in his current state, if he turned back, he would not only be unable to help Ghost Douluo, but would also become a burden to him. P.S. I just discovered today that the chapters were mixed up. My brothers didn't say anything to me about it, and it's already been several days. Chapter 225, The Town. While Douluo was flying with all his strength, he took out some pills he usually refined from his storage soul guide. After taking out several bottles and confirming their effects were for healing and detoxifying, he didn't hold back and directly tore open the bottle caps. Pouring the pills into his mouth by the bottle, he channeled his soul power to accelerate the refinement of these pills and used his soul power to guide the detoxifying effects to suppress the toxins in his body. Whether it was a psychological effect or the pills actually worked well, Douluo felt that his body was not as uncomfortable anymore. This discovery encouraged him, and Douluo decided to press on, taking out another bottle of pills and pouring them into his mouth. Douluo kept popping pills and running forward until he saw 2 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall approaching in front of him, at which point he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Quick, come with me. Old Ghost is still fighting with the people from the Four Spirit sect, Douluo said excitedly to the 2 titled Douluo who were coming towards him. After shouting, Douluo turned around. His body, already ravaged by multiple toxins and exhausted from running so far, somehow found the strength to fly back in the direction he had just come from. Old Ghost, hold on. I'm bringing people to rescue you, Douluo murmured to himself, thinking about how Ghost Douluo was still facing 3 titled Douluo from the Four Spirit sect alone, causing him to fly even faster. What to do? Keep up. The 2 titled Douluo who had come to assist Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged a quick glance after noticing Douluo's abnormal reaction and quickly pursued in Douluo's direction. Old Ju, where are you going? A sudden voice came from below Douluo as Ghost Douluo emerged from his hidden state and asked Douluo, Old Ghost, it's good that you're okay. What about the 3 despicable guys from the Four Spirit sect? Douluo, already in a terrible state. Wouldn't he have missed noticing Ghost Douluo if he were well? Hearing Douluo's words, the 2 titled Douluo accompanying him to support Ghost Douluo looked around warily while also straining to hear Ghost Douluo's response. After all, their mission was to assist Douluo and Ghost Douluo, while their opponents were the 3 titled Douluo from the Four Spirit sect. They should have left. I held them off to allow you to escape, and they chose not to pursue. Ghost Douluo's voice returned to normal as he explained the whereabouts of the 3 from the Four Spirit sect to Douluo and the others. They ran fast. Once this task is completed, I'll find a chance to settle the score with them after I recover from my injuries, Douluo said fiercely, clearly remembering the significant loss he had just suffered and preparing to take revenge. Old Ju, how are you feeling now? I see something off with your face. Ghost Douluo didn't pay much attention to Douluo's words. He had also noted the score from this incident, but he just didn't like to express it. However, upon seeing Douluo's abnormal complexion, Ghost Douluo asked with concern, I'm fine, what'd be wrong with me? Old ghost, let me tell you. I just realized that the pills I refined are actually quite effective. Douluo was ready to share his experience of taking the pills with his old buddy. Ghost Douluo, don't talk. You feel something's off with your body? Hurry up and go. There are healing soul masters at the camp. Let me take a good look at you. Ghost Douluo carefully examined Douluo's blood-red eyes, dark purple lips, and slightly bluish complexion, feeling that something was seriously wrong. So he directly interrupted Douluo's promotion of the pills. Thank you both. I, Ghost, and you Egwon will remember your help. If you need anything in the future, just let us know. Now that old Ju's condition is a bit off, I'll take him to find a healing soul master first. Ghost Douluo thanked the two title Douluo who had come to assist, and then pulled Douluo towards the camp of the Spirit Hall's soul hunting operation. Elder Ghost, you're too polite. We're just doing this for His Holiness the Pope. Seeing Elder Ju's face isn't right. Let us hurry and take him to check it out. The two title Douluo from the Spirit Hall who had come to assist were very polite towards Ghost Douluo and Douluo, as they possessed a powerful martial soul fusion skill and were trusted aides of the current Pope, BB Dong. It could be said that Douluo and Ghost Douluo held a high status in the Spirit Hall. The two were quite satisfied that Ghost Douluo treated them with such attitude and remembered their favor. They have left. The Spirit Hall people didn't catch up. This matter is quite serious. The three title Douluo from the Four Spirit sect, along with Talon, have now exited the Stardow Forest. After coming out, Yang Wudi looked back at the depths of the Stardow Forest and said this. Let's go. Back to the hotel. Dugu Bo also looked back, then thought of his granddaughter Dugu Yin and directly spoke. After saying this, Dugu Bo didn't respond to Talon and Yang Wudi, directly flying towards the town. Ha, this old guy, just a day without seeing his granddaughter. And he is already anxious. Old Yang, let us go too, Talon said with a smile to Yang Wudi beside him. After Yang Wudi nodded, Talon took Talon and Yang Wudi and headed towards the town. Few finally left. Yeah, for title Douluo, scare me to death. After the four members of the Four Spirit sect left, those who had been silent and cautious at the entrance of the Stardow Forest began to talk again. Of course, the discussions these people had were unknown to the members of the Four Spirit sect, but even if they knew, they wouldn't care. Dugu Bo quickly arrived in the town without any intention of stopping, flying directly towards the hotel where they had stayed, clearly eager to see his granddaughter Dugu Yin. Talon and Yang Wudi, on the other hand, found a place to land before entering the town and walked towards the hotel. Their killing intent. Chapter 226. Capture their a murderous intent. As the group from the Four Spirits sect entered the small town and followed the street towards the hotel where they would stay, Talon suddenly sensed a wave of killing intent. Having spent 3 years in the city of slaughter, Talon was highly attuned to the subtle energies of killing intent, something that seemed rather metaphysical. At that moment, he distinctly felt someone harboring murderous intent towards him or perhaps towards someone next to him. Although the killing intent was fleeting and quickly concealed, Talon reacted instantly, locking onto the direction from which it came and turning to look in that direction. What's wrong? Little long? Titan noticed Talon suddenly stop and turn back to look at him. When Titan saw the murderous look in Talon's eyes as he stared in a certain direction, he became curious about who or what had caused such a reaction. So he followed Talon's gaze to the side of the road. Uncle Wu. Talon's gaze landed on his family's coachman, Old Wu. Talon was surprised for a moment, but quickly realized that the source of the murderous intent was not Old Wu himself, but rather the little boy who was hiding behind Old Wu. Old Wu. No, Little Long ISNT looking at Old Wu, but that little guy next to him. Titan also followed Talon's gaze and saw Old Wu with the little boy he was holding by the hand. When Titan's attention shifted to the little boy, he was taken aback. Old Wu was currently at a small food stall, preparing to buy some snacks for the little boy, thinking that all kids love to eat. Thus, Old Wu hadn't noticed Talon and Titan. 100,000-year soul beast. This exclamation echoed in the minds of Talon and Titan as they realized the true identity of the little boy. Upon discovering that the boy was a 100,000-year soul beast, both Talon and Titan sprang into action. Titan flew directly towards the boy, while Talon even activated his martial soul, unleashing all his power as he charged towards the boy. The little boy named Xiao Jun, seeing this scene, broke free from Old Wu's grasp, knowing he had been exposed. Therefore, Xiao Jun dared not hold back in the slightest. The martial soul, the 1,000 Jun Ant Emperor, instantly manifested, and a yellow soul ring appeared as he activated his first soul skill. Having released his first soul skill, Xiao Jun had no intention of fighting. He turned and ran towards the crowd, hoping to blend in with the chaos to find an opportunity to escape. Spikes erupted from the stone-paved road, which was clearly the effect of Xiao Jun's first soul skill. However, these spikes posed no threat to Titan, who was airborne, or to Talon, who had activated his martial soul. "Where do you think you're running, little guy?" Titan was undeterred, and, after Xiao Jun had taken a couple of steps, he had already reached the boy from behind. Titan grabbed Xiao Jun by the scruff of his neck, giving him no chance to resist, and with a swift slap to the back of Xiao Jun's head, knocked him out cold. After subduing Xiao Jun, Titan began to carefully examine the little boy he was holding. The more he looked, the more satisfied and delighted he became. To others, this boy was just an ordinary child, but to someone with the spirit power of a titled Dalu, he was a living 100,000-year soul beast. Moreover, this 100,000-year soul beast, when killed, would drop a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. Yet, this transformed 100,000-year soul beast lacked the immense power one would expect. At this moment, Talon also arrived beside Titan. With his spirit power also reaching the titled Dalu level, he could clearly see the true form of the little boy, making Talon extremely excited. "Grandpa, this is the one, right? I didn't TC wrong, did I?" Talon looked at the little boy being held by his grandfather. Although Talon could clearly see that this boy was a 100,000-year Thousand June Ant Emperor Soul Beast, he still sought confirmation from his grandfather. Elder, young Master Talon. Old Wu, having just processed everything that had happened too quickly, finally reacted. Seeing Xiao Jun being held by his family leader and young Master Talon looking so excited, Old Wu felt a bit dazed. However, having spent many years in the family, Old Wu was familiar with both Titan and Talon. Now that he saw his master, he naturally approached to pay his respects. Additionally, Old Wu wanted to explain to Talon and Titan that Xiao Jun was a good child, an orphan picked up by young Lady Katrina and young Lady Dugu Yin. "Old Wu, do you know this little guy?" Titan asked Old Wu as he remembered that Old Wu had been holding the little boy's hand while buying things just moments ago. "Elder, this child is named Xiao Jun, and he is a good boy." He as Old Wu shared everything he knew about Xiao Jun with Talon and Titan, indicating that the boy was indeed a good child. A good boy? Talon couldn't help but smile when he heard Old Wu saying how obedient and good Xiao Jun was. What would Old Wu think if he knew that this supposedly obedient child was actually not human and had lived for who knows how many years? The fact that Talon was even contemplating such trivial matters showed just how happy he was in that moment. "Old Tai, this is a 100,000-year soul beast." At this time, Yang Wudi had also come to Titan's side, frequently marveling at the little boy Titan was holding and communicating with Titan via spirit transmission. "Ha ha 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 ha, Brother Young, you should head back to the hotel for now. Oh, and take Old Wu with you. Also, let Dugan know I'm taking Little Long to absorb a soul ring. If all goes well, we'll be back tomorrow." Titan, like Talon, was already overjoyed, but he still tried to act calm as he explained his upcoming plans to Yang Wudi. "Hey, there is no need to rush, right? This is a 100,000-year soul beast. I'm afraid Little Long can't handle it right now. Why not take it back and raise it for a few years, and wait until Little Long is ready for his 8th soul ring before considering absorption?" Yang Wudi expressed his opinion. Chapter 227. Yang Wudi voiced his opinion, and he had no ulterior motives regarding the 100,000-year soul beast that had transformed into a young child. Yang Wudi was already a titled Dalu, with all 9 soul ring slots filled, and the next generation of his clan had no outstanding talents to speak of. So even if Yang Wudi was the first to discover this 100,000-year soul beast, the soul ring would likely still go to Talon if nothing unexpected happened. Yang Wudi's suggestion stemmed from concern that Talon's current physical strength might not be enough to withstand the immense pressure from absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring, which could result in injury. Little Long, what do you think? After Titan listened to Yang Wudi's advice, he calmed down. Just now, Titan had been a bit too excited and lost his composure. Now, after Yang Wudi's reminder, Titan felt that his earlier decision was somewhat inappropriate. Although Talon's physical strength was very strong, comparable to that of an ordinary titled Dalu, even true titled Dalu might not be able to withstand the pressure brought by absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring, especially since this was a 100,000-year spirit ring. 100,000-year spirit rings are incredibly rare, and none of the people from the Four Spirit sect had truly absorbed one. Very few had even seen one. The House of Strength had such a long legacy, yet there were only a few records of 100,000-year spirit rings. Therefore, Titan was now somewhat indecisive and decided to leave this crucial decision to Talon, allowing him to make the important choice himself. "Grandpa, don't worry. I'm confident I can handle the pressure from absorbing this 100,000-year spirit ring, Talon said to his grandfather, clearly determined to obtain this 100,000-year spirit beast. All right, the longer we wait, the more dreams we have. Let us go. I'll find you a place, and we'll take down this 100,000-year spirit beast today. Titan was pleased that his grandson was so ambitious. However, young Grandpa, I think I would be more confident absorbing it at the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Talon had nothing to say about his grandfather's temperament. He hadn't even finished speaking before his grandfather had already started. Why go to the ice and fire yin-yang eyes to absorb it? Yang Wudi became curious upon hearing Talon's words. Could it be that the ice and fire yin-yang eyes could help spirit masters absorb spirit rings in addition to nurturing spiritual herbs? This is a long story. Young Grandpa, let us go back to the hotel first and talk while we walk. We're currently in. Talon spoke while gesturing for Titan and Yang Wudi to look around. The group from the Four Spirit sect was still on the street. But because of the display of strength from Titan and Talon, no one dared to approach them. Moreover, while the few were talking, Titan had also set up a spirit power barrier to isolate their conversation. So even old Wu, who stood by their side, couldn't hear what they were discussing. Thus, there was no need to worry about leaking any information during their discussion. That night, Talon sat cross-legged in the tent, meditating and practicing. While beside him, Katrina was influenced by Talon and was also meditating and cultivating her spirit power. During the day, Talon had shared his speculations about the ice and fire yin-yang eyes and the pressure emanating from the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King with Yang Wudi and Titan, which made both of them understand why he said he would have a greater chance of absorbing the 100,000-year spirit ring when returning to the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Returning to the ice and fire yin-yang eyes was naturally to borrow the pressure emitted by the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King to intimidate the 100,000-year Titan and Emperor, thus reducing the difficulty of absorption. So, Yang Wudi, Titan, and Talon, along with Old Wu and the unconscious spirit beast Xiao Jun, returned to the hotel where the Four Spirit sect was staying. Talon then notified Katrina and Duguyen to start packing, while Yang Wudi and Titan had a secret conversation with Dugabo about Xiao Jun. Talon wasn't quite sure what they discussed, but it was certain that their conversation included Talon mentioning the absorption of the 100,000-year spirit ring at the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, since he was currently in a tent in the wild. After the three title law finished their discussion and came out, Talon, with the agreement of the three, revealed Xiao Jun's true identity to Katrina and Duguyen. The two women were quite shocked to learn that Xiao Jun was actually the 100,000-year spirit beast Titan Ant Emperor. After chattering excitedly for a while, they fell silent. To be honest, the two women had only met Xiao Jun a few times and regarded him as a poor little child, so they didn't have any deep feelings for him. Therefore, Talon has planned to kill Xiao Jun, who looked like a 6 or 7-year-old boy, to obtain the spirit ring. Didn't he evoke any feelings of reluctance? The group from the Four Spirit sect knew that the people from the Spirit Hall were currently searching for spirit beasts in the Star Do Great Forest next to the town. And the Spirit Hall's experts were certainly stronger than those of the Four Spirit sect. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, they packed their things and had lunch before setting off. Now, because the group was in a hurry, they missed the town and could only camp in the wild for the night. Fortunately, the members of the Four Spirit sect were either spirit masters or experienced old drivers, so they were quite adept at spending the night outdoors. The next day, the group got up early, packed their things, took down the tent, and after eating some food and drinking some meat soup, they set off again, without stopping. The members of the Four Spirit sect took more than 6 days to return to the Four Spirit sect's base from the Star Do Great Forest. After returning to their territory, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed to go home and rest. Under his grandfather's urging, Talon went back to take a good hot bath. Then, with a determined will, he was not disturbed by external factors, rested well for a night, and the next day woke up refreshed. Then Talon went to find his grandfather and had breakfast with him. After that, Titan, still holding the unconscious Xiao Jun, met up with Yang Wudi and Dugabo. After greeting by He and Yo Gao, the group set off again toward the direction of the Sunset Spirit Beast Forest. It is worth mentioning that during the time Xiao Jun, transformed from the 100,000-year spirit beast Titan Ant Emperor, was captured by Titan, he had basically remained unconscious. P.S. Thanks to book friend 20220313135231779 for the 100 cheating coins. Chapter 228. Distribution. The group from the Four Spirit sect, in a hurry to travel and to prevent Xiao Jun from causing any trouble, chose the safest method. They had Douluo give a pill to Xiao Jun, causing him to lose consciousness immediately. As of now, Xiao Jun was still in a coma, and no one from the Four Spirits sect had any intention of talking to him. After all, although Xiao Jun was a spirit beast and was about to be killed, he looked like a human child on the surface. Titan, Douluo, and Yang Wudi, along with Talon, carried Xiao Jun into the ice and fire in Yang Ai's garden in the Sunset Spirit Beast Forest. A burly young man squatted next to the unconscious little boy, holding a dagger in his hand, while three old men surrounded them, their eyes revealing not compassion or reluctance, but excitement, eagerness, and urgency. This was the hunting team from the Four Spirit sect. Talon was the burly young man squatting there with a dagger. Under the urging and watchful eyes of the three old men, he directly slashed the neck of the unconscious 100,000-year spirit beast, transformed Xiao Jun afterward. The four of them, with 8 eyes, closely watched the reaction of Xiao Jun's body after the throat was cut. Xiao Jun did not disappoint them, although his body, which looked like a normal human, showed no change. A stream of red aura began to rise from the deceased Xiao Jun, gathering above his body. Accompanied by the gathering of these red auras, a terrifying red spirit ring slowly condensed and emerged, and the aura emitted by this 100,000-year spirit ring continuously surged, creating a wave of powerful spirit power pressure in the area. Is this the 100,000-year soul ring? It's indeed powerful. Talon, seeing this series of changes, took 2 steps back, his eyes slightly dazed as he looked at the red soul ring floating in the air, exuding a terrifying aura, murmuring to himself in amazement. After Talon's words, no one paid attention to him, because the 3 titled Douluos he was afraid of were also looking at the red soul ring with a look of obsession, seemingly more entranced than Talon, who was preparing to absorb this 100,000-year soul ring. Unlike Talon, who still had the opportunity to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring in his youth. Yang Wudi, Titan, and Douluo understood that they would never have the chance to absorb one in their lifetime. Talon was different. He was still young and had at least 2 vacant spots for soul rings, and he was very confident about his future ability to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, which is why he was the first to react to the enchanting red halo. After no longer looking at the 100,000-year soul ring, Talon shifted his gaze back to the small Jun on the ground. At this moment, Xiao Jun still looked like a human child, but a soul yellow glow, although very inconspicuous under the dazzling light of the soul ring, caught Talon's keen attention. Indeed, the item emitting the soul yellow light was another treasure that could excite soul masters apart from the red 100,000-year soul ring that emerged after the death of the 100,000-year soul beast. A 100,000-year soul bone. Talon walked over, crouched down, and placed his palm on the spot where the yellow light was emanating from Xiao Jun. Talon was originally pondering how to extract this soul bone, since it was from a transformed soul beast and not like the usual dissection of large soul beast corpses. However, when Talon's palm touched the soul bone, he instantly understood how to extract it. Strangely enough, Talon felt that he only needed to wrap this not fully formed soul bone with his soul power and pull it out from Xiao Jun's body. As for what the soul bone would look like, or where it would be located, that was beyond Talon's control. After all, he only had 3 soul bones himself, one of which was a foot bone from an external soul bone. Talon wrapped the soul bone in his soul power, and after pulling it out from Xiao Jun's body, the soul bone quickly took shape, emitting a somewhat dazzling soil yellow light. The 3 titled Douluos from the Four Spirits sect watched Talon's actions, and soon their gazes converged on the complete left leg bone that Talon was now holding. The left leg bone, great. If I remember correctly, Xiaolong, you haven't absorbed a soul bone in your left leg. Titan looked very pleased seeing that the 100,000-year Thousand Jun ant had produced a left leg bone. Yes, Grandpa. Besides the initial soul bone, I don't need to absorb any other soul bones. Talon explained the current situation to Titan. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi and Douluo silently watched the exchange between Talon and Titan, curious to see what new tricks the grandfather and grandson would come up with. Old Yang Douluo, look at this. All right. Put away those little tricks of yours. Old gorilla, are you worried I'm going to snatch your grandson's soul bone? After a series of conversations, this topic was finally brought to an end by Douluo with annoyance. I didn't mean that. I know you too well. Titan laughed a lot, which was quite annoying. Yang Wudi and Douluo wanted to punch Talon's grinning face. But considering Talon was Titan's precious grandson and they had been friends for so many years, they decided to give Titan some face. Finally, Talon took out 3 soul bones of varying ages. 1 for Douluo, 1 for Katrina, and the last one to be stored in the Four Spirits sect's warehouse. where people could exchange contributions made to the sect for it. The matter regarding the 100,000-year left leg soul bone in Talon's hand was thus finalized. It wasn't that Yang Wudi and Douluo said anything. It was mainly that Talon felt uneasy keeping the 100,000-year Thousand June Ant's soul ring and soul bone all to himself without offering something in return. The 3 soul bones Talon produced were obtained from defeating opponents in the Slaughter City, completely belonging to Talon, so it was fitting for him to present them. The reason for giving one to Douluo and one to Katrina was naturally that Xiao Jun was brought out from the Stardow Forest by Katrina and Douluo. These 2 soul bones could be seen as a token of gratitude from Talon for taking Xiao Jun, while the other one given to the Four Spirits sect served a similar purpose. Chapter 229, Sinking. For Talon's distribution plan, Yang Wudi and Douluo had no objections, and Talon's grandfather Titan also did not oppose it, so it was settled like this. I plan to absorb this left leg soul bone, first to enhance my physical strength and reduce the pressure I will face when absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring. Talon expressed his opinion, and the 3 accompanying titled Douluos from the Four Spirits sect did not raise any objections. The higher the age of the soul ring, the longer it can remain. Although no one was sure how long the 100,000-year soul ring would last, the time would certainly be enough for just absorbing a soul bone. Soul rings are different from soul bones. 100,000-year soul rings can be said to be alive. Soul rings over 10,000 years are all alive, while soul bones are different. No matter how many years they have, soul bones are all dead. Therefore, the difficulty of absorbing a soul bone is much lower than that of a soul ring. An enhancement of a soul master's physical strength from soul bones is far greater than that from soul rings of equal age. Thus, the 3 titled Douluos were very supportive of Talon's decision to absorb the soul bone, first to enhance his physical strength before the battle. If Talon hadn't suggested it, they would have proposed that he absorb the soul bone first. Talon took a breath and walked to the side, moving about 30 zhang away from the floating 100,000-year soul ring. Only then did he find a suitable position, sitting cross-legged, preparing to absorb the 100,000-year left leg bone of the Thousand June Ant in his hand. The reason Talon moved away was naturally to reduce the impact of the soul ring's soul power fluctuations and pressure while absorbing the soul bone. After all, the soul ring and soul bone came from the same 100,000-year soul beast. Moreover, this 100,000-year soul ring was still conscious, and Talon planned to absorb it later. So he didn't want to absorb the soul bone under the watchful eyes of the soul ring, regardless of whether it was true or not. Talon felt that being cautious was never a bad thing. Seeing this scene, Titan directly set up a soul power barrier at the location where the 100,000-year soul ring was floating, isolating the soul ring's influence on the outside world. Talon closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, operating his soul power according to the innate guiding technique he practiced. Placing the left leg bone of the Thousand June Ant on his left leg, beginning to use his soul power to connect with the soul bone. As Talon established a connection with the left leg soul bone of the Thousand June Ant, the soul yellow light flashing on the soul bone surged, and then the soul bone began to become ethereal and reshape itself to fit Talon's size. Then, like water, the soul bone slowly seeped into Talon's left leg, as if he was putting on leg armor. Titan, Douluo, and Yang Wudi, the trio of guardians, were relieved to see that the soul bone was successfully merging with Talon. Since the absorption had reached the stage of fusion, there shouldn't be any other problems, except for the possibility that Talon's body might not be strong enough to bear the pressure. Based on their understanding of Talon's physical strength, the 3 believed that his body, comparable to a tidal daw, would definitely be able to withstand the pressure brought by the 100,000-year Ant Emperor soul bone. As time slowly passed, a layer of virtual sweat appeared on Talon's forehead. Gudan looked at Talon's left leg, where the illusory soul bone armor that should have been above it had vanished. In its place, a yellowish light emanated from within Talon's left leg, faintly resembling the shape of a leg bone. Soon, the yellowish light gradually retracted, returning to a normal state. At this point, the previously turbulent soul power within Talon calmed down. Since Talon had not yet absorbed the 7th soul ring, his soul power level still displayed as level 70. However, this was merely a display. The enhancement from absorbing the 100,000-year soul bone would surely be significant. Once Talon absorbed the 7th soul ring, the increase in soul power from the soul bone would immediately manifest. After the fluctuations of soul power within Talon's body settled, he opened his eyes and stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff body. While moving, Talon felt an overwhelming strength within himself. as if he could punch a soul sage to death without using soul power, just like the Dai family's white tiger soul sage he had fought against. However, as Talon thought this, he shifted his gaze to the red soul ring floating next to the Ice and Fire 2 EI. Talon stepped closer to the Ice and Fire 2 EI and greeted the three elders who had been guarding him. This 100,000-year Ant Emperor Soulbone should have 2 soul skills, right? Xiaolong, can you casually tell us what those soul skills are? Yang Wudi, who had been observing Talon, asked the question that the three were curious about after seeing Talon finish absorbing the soul bone and come back to greet them. Grandpa Yang, Grandpa Dugu, this 100,000-year soul bone indeed has 2 soul skills. The soul skills of this 100,000-year Ant Emperor Soulbone are Earth Walk and Gravity Field. Talon explained to the 3 elders the effects of his soul skills and shared his thoughts on them. The Earth Walk soul skill allows me to move underground like the Ant Emperor, but the movement speed isn't very fast, so it's not very useful and seems a bit underwhelming. As for the Gravity Field, I think I don't need to explain it. It's just about changing the gravity within the coverage area of a soul skill. My grandpa has that soul skill too. Talon explained. That's a very good soul skill. If the Earthwalk soul skill is used appropriately, it will be effective. Dugubo nodded in praise of Talon's soul skills after hearing his explanation. However, he disagreed with Talon's lack of optimism about the Earthwalk soul skill, believing that it could be effective if used well. After chatting with the 3 elders for a while, Talon, urged by his grandpa Titan, began to prepare to absorb the soul ring from the 100,000-year Ant Emperor. Talon signaled for his grandpa and the others to step back slightly, then quickly stripped off his clothes and removed his storage soul guide, diving into the Ice and Fire 2 EI. In the Ice and Fire 2 EI, Talon used his soul skill to draw the 100,000-year red soul ring floating in the air toward him. Then he headed deeper into the Ice and Fire 2 EI. This time, unlike in the past when he dove down by himself, Talon utilized the newly acquired soul bone skill, Gravity Field, wrapping himself in its effect to quickly sink down by altering his body's weight. Chapter 230, Exploding Talon controlled his weight with the soul skill, dragging the 100,000-year red soul ring deeper into the Ice and Fire 2 EI. The situation in the Ice and Fire 2 EI was special. Talon could freely enter and exit because he had consumed the fire apricot and 8-pointed ice grass, 2 immortal herbs that grew within the Ice and Fire 2 EI. Additionally, every time Talon entered a cultivate in the Ice and Fire 2 EI, he would strip completely naked, leaving no storage soul guide behind. The reason for this was that these physical items couldn't withstand the ice and fire of the Ice and Fire 2 EI. However, this time, Talon was bringing in a soul ring, which is non-physical and considered an energy body. Talon controlled his weight and descended to over 800 zhang underwater in the Ice and Fire 2 EI, reaching the limit of his previous exploration. However, upon arriving here, Talon felt quite relaxed, still possessing plenty of energy. Nevertheless, he did not attempt to go deeper, as this time he entered the depths of the Ice and Fire 2 EI not for exploration, but to borrow the aura of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King from below to reduce the difficulty of absorbing the soul ring from the 100,000-year Ant Emperor. Talon found the cave he had excavated and turned to sit cross-legged inside. The 100,000-year Ant Emperor soul ring was now perfectly suspended in front of him. Looking at the red soul ring, Talon couldn't help but feel more fond of it the more he gazed at it. Talon adjusted his physical state, released his Zhu Yin martial soul, and completed the martial soul possession in an instant. His body visibly enlarged, especially his arms. A strong wave of soul power surged from his body, with the first and second soul rings shining brightly, activating the amplification of both soul skills. This was the first time Talon used soul skill effects to enhance his body while absorbing a soul ring. After completing this series of preparatory actions, Talon was ready to officially begin absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring. As the only one on the entire Douluo Continent who knew about the absorption of a 100,000-year soul ring for a 7-soul ring, he felt a unique thrill. The red soul ring was drawn to Talon's head by his soul power, and he felt the oppressive force contained within the 100,000-year soul ring once again. However, Talon felt, whether it was his illusion or not, that the soul power fluctuations and pressure emanating from the 100,000-year Ant Emperor were not as intense as those outside. As Talon continued to deepen his connection with the red soul ring, the once powerful aura emanating from the soul ring began to merge with him. After such a long time of absorption, Talon's complexion turned red, and his body was also flushed. Veins bulged on his body and face. indicating the immense pressure he was under while absorbing this 100,000-year soul ring. As for why Talon wasn't sweating in this situation, he was indeed sweating, and quite a bit. However, since he was currently surrounded by water in the Ice and Fire 2 it was normal not to notice the sweat. It would be strange if he were dry. Efforts would eventually yield rewards. After enduring the pressure of absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring for so long, the red soul ring had now fitted onto Talon's body, but the absorption was far from over. On the contrary, the trial of absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring had just begun. After the first step of absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring of the Titan Ant Emperor was completed by Talon, a dark red mist, exuding a powerful, violent, and destructive aura, gradually increased in Talon's mind. Or more accurately, in Talon's spiritual world. When Talon completed the first phase of the soul ring absorption task, this mist seemed to have accumulated to a critical point. Once the quantity of this red mist, emanating various auras, reached a certain threshold, it gathered together and violently churned and contracted, ultimately giving rise to an enormous entity. Talon visualized and condensed Zhu Yan, and the previously emotionless gaze transformed into a vibrant one, indicating that Talon had entered his spiritual world and began to take control of the imagined Zhu Yan body. Talon carefully observed the massive entity formed from a mist. Feeling quite unsettled, Talon certainly recognized this mist-formed giant. It was indeed the Titan Ant Emperor. However, although Talon had never seen the true form of Xiao Jun, he was certain that Xiao Jun's true body would not be this large. Of course, this was because they were currently in Talon's own spiritual world, and this mist-formed Titan Ant Emperor was merely a remnant, at most a lingering consciousness of the soul. His roar, the Titan Ant Emperor, formed from red mist, revealed a bloodthirsty madness in its eyes, letting out a roar towards the two Zhu Yan in Talon's spiritual realm. Just the roar of the Titan Ant Emperor's remnant soul stirred up a storm of souls in Talon's spiritual world. Roar, 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 faced with the taunts of this Titan Ant Emperor's remnant soul. Before Zhu Yan, transformed from Talon's spiritual power, could react, the smaller Zhu Yan, standing beside him, couldn't hold back and roared back at the Titan Ant Emperor while angrily pounding its chest. Goodness, this guy has become sentient. Is this a declaration of territorial sovereignty? Talon was somewhat surprised by the autonomous reaction of the Zhu Yan martial soul, but he didn't dwell on it. Besides, this wasn't the time for such thoughts. The Zhu Yan that had just pounded its chest and roared charged towards the Titan Ant Emperor's remnant soul. But this little monkey was clearly no match for the remnant soul, and Talon couldn't just watch his pet monkey being bullied. Roar, 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 roar. Hiss, roar, shut up, you're so annoying. Talon jumped up and punched the Titan Ant Emperor's remnant soul right in the jaw as it opened its mouth to roar, effectively interrupting the soul's howl. Oh, roar, 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 roar. The Zhu Yan martial soul body next to him, seeing this scene and realizing that it was his big brother standing up for him, cheered him on. You better shut up, or I'll hit you too. Talon said this without looking back, and accompanying his words was a heavy punch that burst one of the remnant soul's eyes. P.S. Thanks to 20220329234230734 for the monthly vote. Chapter 231 Crack. The Zhu Yan martial soul body, which had been feeling smug, was scared into silence by Talon's words and the sight of him bursting the remnant soul's eye, letting out a sound that shouldn't come from a monkey. Hiss, 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 bang, bang, bang. What are you waiting for? Let's kill it together. After Talon punched out the Titan Ant Emperor's eye, though it looked shocking, the actual damage was not substantial. It should be noted that this Titan Ant Emperor was in a remnant soul state, and the red mist it was made of was something Talon had never seen before. So the vital points that would have been lethal in its soul beast form were no longer effective. However, after Talon's punch burst the Titan Ant Emperor's eye, it indeed became frenzied, completely disregarding whether it was harmed or not, and attacked Talon with all its might, even causing it self-harm. Meanwhile, the injuries on the Titan Ant Emperor's remnant soul began to heal rapidly, and the red mist surrounding it also decreased quickly as the soul's injuries healed. Talon, transformed into Zhu Yan, was directly knocked away by a powerful ant leg from the Titan Ant Emperor. Regardless of how impressive the name sounded, it was still an ant at its core. As everyone knows, ants have quite a few legs, and being bombarded by all of them, Talon found it somewhat hard to defend. Thus, Talon, transformed into Zhu Yan's spiritual body, was inadvertently swept away by one of the Titan Ant Emperor's legs and knocked to the ground. Quickly getting back on his feet, Talon saw the Zhu Yin martial soul body standing there in a daze, not yet understanding the situation, and reprimanded it. Then, Talon, as Zhu Yan's spiritual body, along with the Zhu Yin martial soul body, began to surround and attack the now frenzied Titan Ant Emperor's remnant soul, gradually turning the tide of battle in Talon's favor. Talon discovered a way to deal with the Titan Ant Emperor, which he had learned from the Zhu Yin martial soul. Talon once again broke one of the Titan Ant Emperor's legs and then retreated to create distance. The Zhu Yin martial soul body intercepted the Titan Ant Emperor just in time, giving Talon the opportunity to deal with the ant leg. Grabbing a leg of the Titan Ant Emperor that was over a meter long, Talon wrapped it in his spiritual power and began to compress it. The leg first shattered into a mass of red mist, which Talon enveloped with his spiritual power and sent into his mouth. After dealing with the ant leg, Talon moved forward again, replacing the Zhu Yin martial soul body that had broken one of the Titan Ant Emperor's body parts. While the Zhu Yin martial soul body hid behind Talon, chewing up and swallowing a part of the Titan Ant Emperor's body in front of its remnant soul. Yes, this was how Talon found a way to deal with the Titan Ant Emperor's soul body. Now, the soul body of the Titan Ant Emperor had shrunk significantly, roughly a third smaller compared to when it first appeared. Talon gradually reduced the Titan Ant Emperor's soul power using this method of slicing meat with a small knife, slowly grasping victory in front of his opponent. Above the ice and fire eyes, the sky had completely darkened. Titan, Douluo, and Yang Wudi were still guarding the ice and fire eyes, but the three were not standing. Instead, they were seated around a small table, waiting for Talon to finish absorbing the soul ring and witnessing Talon make history. The three from the Four-Spirit sect were quite confident in Talon's ability to successfully absorb the seventh soul ring, a challenge of a 100,000-year soul ring, as Talon's strength was evident to all. Moreover, they had done everything they could and now only needed to wait quietly. Crunch, 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 crisp and chicken-flavored. In Talon's spiritual world within the ice and fire eyes, he grabbed the Titan Ant Emperor's soul body, which had shrunk to the size of an adult thigh, and, disregarding its struggles, directly twisted off its head. Under the watchful eyes of the Zhu Yin martial soul body, he sent the ant's head into his mouth. After that, Tailong threw the remaining body of the Titan Ant Emperor to the Zhu Yin martial spirit. The monkey chirped a few times after receiving it and then began a feast. Once the Zhu Yin martial spirit finished consuming the last piece of the Titan Ant Emperor's soul body, the slightly illusory red soul ring floating outside Tailong's body quickly solidified and began to swirl around Tailong's body along with the other 6 soul rings. Tailong's originally dark and serious expression began to soften, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, indicating that he was in a very good mood. However, Tailong did not get up immediately, as his soul power cultivation had broken the shackles after absorbing the 7th soul ring and had increased once again. The soul power accumulated in Tailong's body was absolutely beyond what an average person could believe. Not to mention, just the absorption of a 100,000-year soul ring for the 7th soul ring brought an increase of 4 levels in soul power. Tailong's soul power began to fluctuate violently, instantly breaking through to level 70, level 71, level 72, level 75, level 76. Finally, when Tailong's soul power climbed to level 76, it finally stabilized. 100,000-year soul bone plus 100,000-year soul ring directly increased his soul power by 6 levels. After the increase in his soul power, blood beads began to emerge from Tailong's body, clearly indicating that he was using this sudden increase in soul power to refine his body. Underwater, Tailong didn't know how much time had passed. It definitely wasn't short. Tailong gradually absorbed and calmed the surging soul power. However, he also knew that the increase in his soul power was a bit too fast, and he would need to adjust his physical condition for a long time afterward. Tailong had just absorbed the soul ring. His physical condition was quite good, and he also learned about the 2 soul skills brought by his 7th soul ring, which came from the 100,000-year Titan Ant Emperor soul beast. The first soul skill was, of course, the normal 7th soul skill for soul masters. The core soul skill for every high-level soul master, which was the soul master's martial soul true body. The 100,000-year soul ring granted 2 soul skills. And the second soul skill of Tailong's 7th soul ring was a defensive soul skill, Titan Ant Emperor Armor. This was a full-body defensive soul skill, but using it consumed a lot of energy. P.S. Thanks to book friend 201 911-241-7440-4074 for the monthly ticket. Chapter 232. Martial Soul, True Body. The two soul skills granted by the 100,000-year soul ring. The first soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, was relatively manageable, with a consumption similar to that of a normal soul sage's 7th soul skill. The second soul skill, Titan and Emperor Armor, was different. This soul skill could create an energy shield that could absorb a fatal external attack once, and could withstand multiple attacks, while also providing a power boost to Tailong using the soul skill, making it a passive power enhancement. The Titan and Emperor Armor soul skill was somewhat similar to Tailong's 6th soul skill, Iron Armor Dragon Body, obtained from the Iron Armored Earth Dragon. However, Iron Armor Dragon Body generated a layer of Iron Armored Earth Dragon scales on Tailong's skin, while Titan and Emperor Armor formed an outer armor made of soul power. The Titan and Emperor Armor provided a power boost to the user, while Iron Armor Dragon Body could also bring a comprehensive enhancement to Tailong's physical body. Both soul skills were defensive types, and they could complement each other, providing Tailong with even stronger defensive capabilities, essentially stacking armor for himself. However, for Tailong at present, the newly acquired Titan and Emperor Armor soul skill was somewhat excessive. Tailong was currently a soul sage, even though he was at level 76. Using this 100,000-year soul skill felt like a waste of effort. The main issue was that Tailong felt the output and the gains from this soul skill were a bit disproportionate for him right now. Among the opponents Tailong could encounter, there was no one who could break through the defense of the Titan and Emperor Armor, which was beyond any doubt. The effects of the soul skill granted by the 100,000-year soul ring were completely trustworthy. However, Tailong's current opponents also couldn't break through his 6th soul skill. The powerful defensive soul skill, Iron Armored Dragon Body from the 70,000-year soul ring. 70,000-year soul rings are normally absorbed by ordinary soul fighters. Tailong had felt a bit of soul power consumption when using it before he broke through to Soul Sage. However, now this soul skill was just right for Tailong. His level 76 soul power could fully bear the consumption of this soul skill. When combined with the first soul skill, Martial Soul True Body from the 7th soul ring, the effect was likely to be greater than the sum of its parts. In comparison, the second soul skill, Titan and Emperor Armor from the 7th soul ring, appeared even more redundant. The soul power consumed by using Titan and Emperor Armor once was almost enough to use Iron Armor Dragon Body twice. Looking ahead for a long time, the second soul skill from the 100,000-year Titan and Emperor would be kept at the bottom of Tailong's box. Tailong originally wanted a powerful attacking soul skill, which would be suitable for him to use as a trump card. If used appropriately, he might be able to severely injure a Douluo strongman with his soul sage cultivation. However, since the Titan and Emperor was a soul beast whose defense outweighed its attack, it was not surprising that it produced a defensive soul skill. Although Tailong was a bit disappointed, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Since he couldn't be an assassin, being a berserker was also good. What? A tank, a meat shield? Impossible. Tailong could never be a meat shield in this lifetime. Just look at the Fong Tianhua halberd in his hand, and one would know that he could never refrain from outputting. Taking advantage of the fact that he had just absorbed the 7th soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone. With ample soul power and his body having undergone a new round of refinement, Tailong stood up again, thinking about exploring the depths of the Ice Fire 2-element eye. After all, a 100,000-year soul bone combined with a soul ring could help Tailong, who is currently at soul sage level, to continuously increase by 6 levels. How could the buried treasures of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King not make him soar? According to the information Tailong knew, these two god-level Dragon Kings were likely equivalent to first-level gods. Thinking of this made Tailong's heart burn with excitement. Tailong was currently at the depth of nearly 900 fathoms underwater in the Ice Fire 2-element eye, and he focused his gaze downward, seeing clear light spots. Tailong began to explore downward once again, this time using his Martial Soul. If it became unbearable, Tailong would also use Martial Soul True Body. He was too eager to find the burial place of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. 900 fathoms, 910 fathoms, 950 fathoms. 6th soul skill, Iron Armored Dragon Body. When Tailong was around 950 fathoms deep beneath the Ice Fire 2-element eye, he felt the pressure around his body was too great, so he naturally used his 6th soul skill, Iron Armored Dragon Body. Layers of metallic light emitted from dragon scales appeared on Tailong's skin, and black dragon scales quickly covered every inch of Tailong's skin. Even a layer of gray membrane appeared over Tailong's eyes. All-round defense means all-round defense. Every position is protected. When the effect of the soul skill takes effect, Talon feels a surge of heat flowing deep within his skin, enhancing his body strength as he is wrapped in dragon scales. With the enhancement, Talon suddenly feels the pressure around him lighten, and his descent speed accelerates as he heads towards the light point deep within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. 950 zhong, 960 zhong, 980 zhong, 999 zhong. Who glug glug. Relying on his 6th soul skill enhancement, Talon reaches a depth of 999 zhong underwater in the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Drops of blood emerge from the gaps in the dragon scales covering him, and at this moment, Talon has reached the limit of his chosen state. Talon exvalit, releasing a stream of bubbles underwater. As for why Talon can breathe in the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he himself is not sure. Ever since he consumed the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot, jumping into the ice and fire yin-yang eye to refine his body, Talon has gained the ability to freely enter and exit the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Talon has also tried soaking himself in regular water. Although he can breathe, it is not as smooth as breathing in the spring water of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Finally, Talon concludes that his situation might be due to some mutation his body underwent during the ice and fire body refinement. Whether it is good or bad, Talon is unsure. But for now, it has not had any negative effects on him. If anything has changed, it is that Talon's abilities and desires are stronger than others. Talon focuses on the bright light deep within the ice and fire yin-yang eye, as if staring at a colossal creature. Suddenly, a smile seems to appear on Talon's scaled face. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul, True Body. Chapter 233, 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul, True Body. The 6 soul rings around Talon swirl and radiate red light, awakening the dormant Zhu Yin martial soul in Talon's spiritual world. Bang bang bang. Roar roar, a surge of red light appears around the Zhu Yin martial soul, which roars to the sky in Talon's spiritual world. At the same time, the red soul rings surrounding Talon also emit light, enveloping his body. The previously calm spring water at the depth of the ice and fire yin-yang eye violently churns. And then Talon's figure disappears, leaving behind a white-headed, red-footed beast filled with a violent aura, as if ready to fight at any moment. However, the intelligence and calmness reflected in the beast's eyes indicate that this seemingly furious beast does not wish to act as its appearance suggests. This white-headed, red-footed beast is, of course, Talon in his Zhu Yin true body state after releasing his martial soul true body. Talon controls the Zhu Yin true body, gradually shrinking it from the original 10-meter height to over 3 meters. After the compression, Talon begins to carefully experience his body state after activating the martial soul true body. Powerful, fierce. These words cannot fully express the feelings he has chosen. Talon understands why he has been told that the rank of Soul Sage is a significant watershed for Soul Masters. Previously, Talon did not quite believe it, because he was able to contend with opponents who possessed top beast martial souls and release their 7th soul skills to enter the martial soul true body state. Relying solely on his combat skills to achieve victory before he broke through to Soul Master and obtained his own martial soul true body. Therefore, Talon did not think that the martial soul true body had as significant an impact on a Soul Master's strength as his grandfather claimed. It was only after Talon acquired his own martial soul true body that he understood the meaning of his grandfather's words. The ability to utilize one's martial soul true body truly measures a Soul Master's combat power. After using the 7th soul skill to enter the Zhu Yin true body state, Talon feels he could take on 5 opponents at once. Against the White Tiger Soul Sage he had previously fought, Talon feels that in less than 10 exchanges, he could cut off the opponent's tiger head with his great halberd. Talon indulged for a moment in the enhancement he gained from his chosen martial soul true body state, then opened his eyes and continued to explore downward. 1,000 zhong. Talon descends from 999 zhong to the range of 1,000 zhong. The process of descending is very smooth. After transforming into Zhu Yin with a martial soul true body, his innate domain automatically manifests around his body. Although his innate domain cannot fully unfold in the face of the pressures from the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King at the bottom of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, it can still envelop the area around Talon's body. Talon's innate domain autonomously resists the pressures from the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, significantly reducing the pressure he experiences. However, Talon also feels that his soul power is quickly depleting. While Talon's innate domain resists the pressures from the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, it also consumes soul power, which only Talon, as the owner of the innate domain, has to bear. Talon dares not linger here any longer. The enhancement from his first and second soul rings, along with the effects of his soul skills, are still in effect, continuously consuming his soul power. The sixth soul skill, Iron Armor Dragon Body, is also continuously in effect, draining Talon's soul power. Talon has just become a 76th level soul sage, and the large amount of soul power he has stored is rapidly depleting at a visible rate. Originally, Talon believed that after breaking through to soul sage, the soul power reserves within him would be sufficient to meet the consumption needs of his soul skills, allowing him to use soul power recklessly in future battles. However, reality has given Talon a harsh wake-up call. After using the martial soul true body for the first time, he realizes that his soul power is simply not enough to sustain the consumption. It seems he needs to find a way to increase his soul power reserves. As Talon continues to descend, he silently resolves in his heart. Talon searches through his knowledge of soul masters and soul beasts in his mind and finds the most feasible, convenient, and simple way to increase his soul power reserves. He remembers a plant-type soul beast that possesses a large energy reserve capacity. It is recorded that some soul masters gain the ability to increase their soul power reserves after obtaining the soul ring from the soul beast. Since soul rings can do this, then the soul bones from such soul beasts should also work. Talon currently has 2 soul ring positions available, and his 7th soul ring is already a 100,000-year soul ring, so he certainly cannot skimp on his 8th and 9th soul rings. Therefore, it is possible for Talon to absorb the soul rings from such plant-type soul beasts, but he should carefully consider the soul bones from these soul beasts, of course. That will be discussed later. Talon now suppresses his thoughts, pressing his body in the Zhuyin true body state against the wall, gradually descending deeper into the ice and fire yin-yang eye. At the same time, Talon finds some shattered bones in the rock wall, noting them down but not retrieving them for now, continuing his exploration downward. 1,101 zhang. Talon stopped at the position of 1,101 fathoms underwater in the eye of ice and fire. He now felt that he had once again reached his current limit. The last time Talon reached his limit was at 999 fathoms and the 1,000 fathom mark. But that time he hadn't used his ultimate move, the Martial Soul Avatar. After using the Martial Soul Avatar, Talon reached the current position of 1,101 fathoms. However, now that Talon had reached his limit again, he felt he had no other options. His 7th Spirit Ring's 2nd Spirit ability, the Ant Emperor Armor, could allow him to advance further. But now, the soul power within Talon was insufficient to release this 10,000-year Spirit Ring ability. Reluctantly, Talon looked down towards the eye of ice and fire and could clearly see the source of the glowing light. It was not the bodies of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King as he had thought, but a luminous circle resembling a portal. Chapter 234. Emerging from the water, Talon had now descended to 1,101 fathoms underwater in the eye of ice and fire. He could now clearly see the full view of that light point. Talon estimated that the distance to this light portal was no more than 100 fathoms, which excited him. At the same time, he could clearly feel the pressure of the Ice Dragon King's and Fire Dragon King's aura coming from the portal. Talon was certain that the portal was the source of the eye of ice and fire, where the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King might be resting. However, because Talon was now close to the burial site of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, the dragon might and divine might he felt grew even stronger. Talon felt his soul power rapidly depleting, and the violent energy contained in the spring water around him was abundant and wild. He felt he needed to let go of his body's resistance to this energy. Once these energies entered his body, they could satisfy his current consumption, achieving a balance. However, Talon was still unsure if his body could withstand the impact and damage caused by absorbing this violent energy. Suppressing his eager thoughts, Talon glanced at the light portal below and began to float up towards the surface of the eye of ice and fire, following the path he had just descended. As he ascended, he collected the fragments of bones and scales from the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King that he had discovered while diving, planning to take these dragon bones and scales, which could be treasures in the outside world, to maximize their value. When Talon reached the position of 999 fathoms, he suddenly felt a lightness in the pressure around him, so he naturally released his 7th Spirit ability's Zhu Yin avatar state. When he reached the position of 900 fathoms, he also ended the effects of his other spirit rings. At the depth of 900 fathoms in the Eye of Ice and Fire, Talon could now freely enter and exit without using any enhancement states. The deeper one goes underwater in the Eye of Ice and Fire, the greater the pressure felt, especially from the light portal at 1,100 fathoms to the less than 100 fathom mark. The pressure from the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King within this range, combined with the water pressure from the deep water. Although the water pressure did not significantly affect Talon, Talon felt that the pressure from this less than 100 fathoms was perhaps even greater than the pressure experienced from the surface of the Eye of Ice and Fire down to 1,100 fathoms. Holding a few fragments of the two Dragon King's bones and scales, he began to float up to the surface of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Titan, Douluo, and Yang Wudi were still sitting around a table, drinking tea and chatting casually, with a glowing soul power sphere floating nearby, dispelling darkness and emitting light. The three who were originally drinking tea all turned to look at the surface of the Eye of Ice and Fire, where a head suddenly emerged from the calm lake surface. No need to guess, it was Talon. After Talon surfaced, he took a look around at the current environment. The surface of the Eye of Ice and Fire stirred with ripples due to the light source on the shore, and Talon squinted his eyes slightly to avoid the strong light. This time, Talon had spent a continuous amount of time underwater in the Eye of Ice and Fire, at depths of several hundred to 1,000 fathoms, surrounded by darkness, and the faint light source was not blinding due to its distance. He surfaced just as it was night, and the shallow water area of the Eye of Ice and Fire was not as bright as during the day, which made the shore's soul power illumination seem a bit glaring. Little Long is out, old Tai. You can rest assured now. Yang Wudi joked to the somewhat excited but trying to appear calm Titan. Yeah, you dragged our two old brothers here and sat for 3 days. Douluo naturally seized the opportunity to tease Titan as soon as Yang Wudi finished speaking. Nonsense. I just thought the environment here was nice. And since I crafted weapons for Little Long here last time, I felt some forging insights returning. Although Titan was hit on the head by his old brothers. How could he admit it? So he immediately provided his explanation. Douluo and Yang Wudi faced the stubborn Titan and didn't say anything further, as the old gorilla had brought up his old profession of blacksmithing, and there was no point in continuing the conversation since neither Douluo nor Yang Wudi understood forging. Grandpa Yang, Grandpa Douluo. While the few were still bantering, Talon had already adapted to the sudden bright light and had swum to the shore of the Eye of Ice and Fire, placing the dragon bones and scales he was holding on the shore, interrupting the three elders' banter at the right moment. Grandpa, I discovered some dragon bones and scales below the Eye of Ice and Fire, so I brought them out. Talon pointed at the items he had just placed on the shore and said to his grandfather. Talon's words instantly attracted the attention of Titan, Douluo, and Yang Wudi. Is this the legendary true dragon bone? It doesn't look particularly special except for being a bit heavy. Is this really the material for forging Talon's weapon? Yang Wudi approached the place where Talon placed the dragon bones and scales, picked up a piece about the size of his palm, weighed it, and asked Titan beside him with some confusion. Hey, what do you know about forging materials as a pharmacist? Titan took the opportunity to retort, as Yang Wudi had just teased him first. Yang Wudi was immediately put on the spot by Titan, and his interest in the dragon bones and scales Talon had brought from the Eye of Ice and Fire diminished, and he lost the desire to argue with Titan. Little Long, how's the 10,000-year spirit ring? What spirit abilities did you obtain? Seeing Yang Wudi being retorted like that by Titan, Douluo also lost interest in continuing to talk with Titan and instead turned his attention to Talon, who had just come ashore and was putting on his pants, asking about Talon's experience in absorbing the spirit ring. Upon hearing Douluo's inquiry, Yang Wudi also turned to look at Talon, and even Titan, who had just been engrossed in studying the dragon bones and scales, cast his gaze over. P.S. Thanks to Douluo 9527 for the monthly ticket. Today, AMU ate Shuanghui ham sausage and found pigskin inside. From now on, I will have no connection with Shuanghui. Chapter 235, not bad. The seventh soul ring is a normal martial soul, true body, soul skill. And there will be a powerful defensive soul skill in the future, the 1000 Gene Ant Emperor Armor. However, although this 1000 Gene Ant Emperor Armor soul skill is incredibly powerful, the consumption is indeed a bit too much, making it somewhat useless for me at the moment. Tailong briefly explained his situation to the three elders and mentioned his desire to increase his soul power reserves. Titan, Douluo, and Yang Wudi all agreed with Tailong's idea and praised his progress in cultivation speed. Tailong remained unfazed by the compliments, while Titan listened with great interest. After a night with nothing happening, the next day, the three titled Dalu, Yang Wudi, left the ice and fire Yin Yang I with Tailong and returned to the Four Spirits Sect's residence. Two flowers bloom, each representing a branch. In the Stardow Forest, BB Dong of the Spirit Hall left the Soul Beast Forest after hunting a spider-type soul beast over 90,000 years old. BB Dong had no choice. A few days ago, Douluo, after fighting with the people from the Four Spirits Sect, was poisoned and injured. Although Douluo treated himself, and then hurried back to the Spirit Hall's residence to explain the treatment of Soul Masters, due to the resilience of titled Douluo's life force. Douluo was well-versed in medical knowledge and managed to save himself. The healing Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall are proficient in life recovery-type soul skills. So Douluo was not in any life-threatening danger. However, Douluo's current condition was not very good. To be precise, it was somewhat dire. Although the healing Soul Masters are proficient in life recovery soul skills, they do not understand mixed poisons and heart-stopping powders. These potent poisons do not align with the Soul Master's cultivation system, especially the toxins that take effect after entering the body. Ordinary healing Soul Masters do not have effective treatment methods for such toxins. This can be seen from the original work, where the Snow Knight Emperor sought help from Douluo, who is proficient in poisons, after being in life-threatening danger due to mixed toxins. Douluo brought along the ability to treat the poison within her body, but after being poisoned and undergoing a long battle, she ended up consuming too many drugs. Thus, when Ghost Douluo brought Douluo back to the camp, she was already in a coma, and her life force was starting to wane. After being treated by the healing Soul Masters, Douluo's condition stabilized, but she did not wake up. Among the people from the Spirit Hall, only Douluo was proficient in the art of poisons, so despite having many strong individuals in this trip, they were helpless in dealing with Douluo's current situation. Finally, Ghost Douluo reported Douluo's condition to Pope BB Dong. Douluo and Ghost Douluo were BB Dong's trusted subordinates, and since both had strong martial soul fusion skills, BB Dong, although dissatisfied with Douluo's disobedience and private pursuit of the Four Spirits Sect members, could not blame them now that Douluo was in a coma. Even if she wanted to question them, it would have to wait until Douluo was treated. Therefore, BB Dong instructed Ghost Douluo to take Douluo back to the Spirit Hall for treatment, while she returned after hunting the discovered spider-type soul beast over 90,000 years old. As for the 200,000-year-old heavenly azure bull python and titan giant ape, residing in the core of the Stardow Forest, they were advised to give up their encirclement. After all, according to the Spirit Hall's original encirclement plan, Douluo and Ghost Douluo, as BB Dong's trusted subordinates with a powerful martial soul fusion skill, the polar stasis domain were the most crucial part of the encirclement. The polar stasis domain could freeze time and control the 200,000-year soul beasts. Now that these two were absent, the Spirit Hall's hunting plan had to be put on hold. As for the potent toxins in Douluo's body, they could still be treated once Ghost Douluo returned to the Spirit Hall, as there was another titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall besides Douluo who was proficient in the art of poisons. That was Yang Wushuang, the younger brother of Yang Wudi from the originally broken family. A few years ago, Yang Wushuang had already broken through to title Douluo. When Yang Wushuang was captured and joined the Spirit Hall, he also put forward some conditions. Otherwise, how could the Spirit Hall only suppress the broken family without directly annihilating them? Ghost Douluo hurried back to Spirit City with the comatose Douluo in just 2 days, and this full-speed journey left Ghost Douluo quite disheveled. However, after returning to Spirit City, Ghost Douluo did not rest but immediately sought out Yang Wushuang, who was in closed-door cultivation in the Spirit Hall. Ghost Douluo insisted that Yang Wushuang assist in treating Douluo, and Yang Wushuang did not refuse, as he had been in the Spirit Hall for many years and was treated fairly well. However, because Yang Wushuang joined after being captured, his relationship with other titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall was not very good after he broke through to titled Douluo. Pope BB Dong had extended an olive branch to Yang Wushuang, as there was no animosity between them, and Yang Wushuang did not reject BB Dong's invitation, so he could be considered part of BB Dong's faction within the Spirit Hall. However, the level of trust BB Dong had in Yang Wushuang was not high. One could not say there was no trust, as he had been a subordinate for many years, but there was indeed not much trust. Moreover, other strong individuals under BB Dong had little fondness for the somewhat reclusive Yang Wushuang, so Yang Wushuang was not included in this hunting operation. Now, with Ghost Douluo bringing the clearly unconscious Douluo to Yang Wushuang, He saw this as an opportunity to build a relationship with Jude Douluo and Ghost Douluo to integrate himself into the small circle of Title Douluo in the Spirit Hall. Yang Wushuang led Ghost Douluo to place Jude Douluo in a secluded room and began to carefully observe her condition. Jude Douluo had no external injuries, as the external wounds had been treated by the healing soul master who attended to her. However, upon seeing the holes and bloodstains on Jude Douluo's arm, Yang Wushuang easily guessed what had happened. This is Douluo Weapon Master HTTPS. Chapter 236, 2 Difficulties. This is an arrow wound. Is it poison? No. Yang Wushuang carefully examined the traces on Jude Douluo's clothing and then used his unique method to probe into Jude Douluo's current condition, analyzing the reason for her coma based on her physical state. Once he figured out why Jude Douluo was unconscious, the following steps would be easier. Yang Wushuang was quite confident in his family's inherited skills and believed he could provide targeted treatment. While analyzing the poisoning situation in Jude Douluo's body, he discovered something he was very familiar with. Yang Wushuang discovered a method of using poison that resonated with his own experiences among the toxins within the body of Jude Douluo, which left him greatly astonished. He was already very proficient in mixing toxins, and after analyzing the situation in Jude Douluo's body, he understood it quite well. These mixed toxins held no secrets for him, as if they were from his own home. The knowledge of poisons that Yang Wushuang had acquired naturally originated from the family. Regardless of how he had flexibly applied this knowledge over the years or created new methods based on it, his foundation was still rooted in the family's traditional techniques, which he knew like the back of his hand. Yang Wushuang was certain that the toxins affecting Jude Douluo were indeed the poison configuration methods of the family. Although these mixed toxins were not any of the configurations he was familiar with, he could innovate based on his understanding, and others could certainly do the same. Yang Wushuang was not mistaken. Although these mixed toxins were concocted by Douluo, the techniques and concepts he used to create them were developed through private discussions with Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi had years of experience in poison configuration from the family, while Douluo had a high innate talent in the field of poisons. Using the basic medical knowledge passed down in his family, Douluo relied on his talent to earn the title of Poison Douluo. Yang Wudi, grateful for Douluo's generous offering of celestial herbs, realized that while Douluo had high skills in the path of poisons, he lacked some foundational knowledge and minor techniques. Therefore, Yang Wudi shared the knowledge accumulated by his family's predecessors over the years with Douluo, allowing Douluo to further enhance his poison techniques. It could be said that Douluo's expertise in poisons had now surpassed that of Yang Wudi. Douluo, in return, shared his successful research findings with Yang Wudi without reservation, and during their exchanges, Yang Wudi was also able to provide several new suggestions. In this way, the levels of expertise between Douluo and Yang Wudi in the field of poisons rapidly advanced as if they had pressed the fast-forward button. Douluo, through his exchanges with Yang Wudi, integrated the knowledge from the family, which is why Yang Wushuang saw familiar shadows in the mixed poisons concocted by Douluo, as they were indeed learned from the family. While Yang Wushuang was analyzing Jude Douluo's condition, he asked Douluo some questions about how Jude Douluo had been poisoned and why he hadn't received timely treatment, etc. Although Douluo was not entirely clear on how Jude Douluo had been poisoned by the mixed toxins, he had indeed witnessed Talon shoot Jude Douluo with an arrow. Furthermore, after they had released their martial soul fusion ability, that Talon had shouted something about his arrow wound being treated with a sleep powder and a soul binding powder. After that, Douluo relayed everything he knew about Jude Douluo's poisoning to Yang Wushuang without any concealment, fearing that his negligence or concealment might lead to errors in treatment and delay Jude Douluo's recovery. Thanks to Douluo's cooperation and Jude Douluo's condition being apparent, Yang Wushuang quickly identified the reason for Jude Douluo's unconsciousness. It was due to conflicting toxins, toxic gas, attacking the heart and affecting the brain. Moreover, Jude Douluo had not received timely treatment or detoxification after being injured and poisoned. Instead, he had participated in battle and flown at high speed for a long time, which led to the explosive manifestation of toxins in Jude Douluo's body, causing him to fall into a deep unconsciousness. Although Douluo quickly brought Jude Douluo to a healing soul master, who treated all of Jude Douluo's injuries inside and out. The healing soul master did not understand how to use various herbs and minerals to create different medicinal effects. Therefore, the healing soul master employed a full-body treatment method. While this healed Jude Douluo's injuries, it also sealed various poisons within his body, causing these poisons to circulate throughout Jude Douluo's body along with the accelerated blood flow during treatment. The flow and conflict of these toxins in Jude Douluo's body were the real reasons for his current unconsciousness. After understanding Jude Douluo's current condition, Yang Wushuang felt somewhat helpless. Because according to Gue Da, Jude Douluo did not even know how many pills he had taken that he had concocted himself. It is known that all medicines have some toxicity, and Yang Wushuang did not know the effects of the pills Jude Douluo had taken or what spiritual herbs and medicinal plants were used. However, it was clear that these pills had some effect. Their medicinal properties had inadvertently formed a balance against the mixed toxins and the severe poison on the arrow, creating a peculiar equilibrium. This balance was very fragile. Yang Wudi was confident that he could slowly resolve the mixed toxins in Jude Douluo's body bit by bit. However, Yang Wushuang was not confident that he could quickly resolve the toxins in Jude Douluo's body during treatment. Nor could he guarantee that this fragile balance in Jude Douluo's body would not be disrupted while he treated and detoxified him. If anything unforeseen were to occur during Yang Wushuang's treatment, resulting in Jude Douluo being harmed or even dying, Yang Wushuang felt he could not bear the consequences. Jude Douluo lay unconscious on the bed, and Yang Wushuang, who understood the situation, stood there with a furrowed brow, even letting out a sigh. Seeing Yang Wushuang's frown and sigh, Douluo suddenly felt a sense of tension and a huge pressure rising within him, even a subtle sense of panic. Indeed, after years of navigating the Douluo Continent and crawling out of piles of corpses, Douluo was now feeling anxious. Because of Yang Wushuang's sigh, the room fell into silence. Yang Wudi was contemplating how to explain Jude Douluo's current situation to Douluo, while Douluo was lost in thought, quickly recalling the moments he had shared with Jude Douluo. Finally, it was Douluo who broke the silence in the room, his hoarse voice trembling slightly as he asked Yang Wushuang about Jude Douluo's condition. Elder Gue, please don't worry. Let me explain slowly. As for Elder Ju's current condition, it's not too bad. Jude Douluo won't face any life-threatening danger for a long time, as he is currently in a state of balance. As long as his balance is not broken, Jude Douluo shouldn't face any life-threatening danger, but he will remain in this comatose state. Yang Wushuang spoke calmly to stabilize the agitated Gue Douluo, first sharing what could be considered good news to ease Gue Douluo's emotions. Once Gue Douluo was somewhat at ease, he revealed that Jude Douluo would fall into a coma in a truly stable state. After Yang Wushuang's words, Gue Douluo felt slightly relieved upon learning that Jude Douluo was not in immediate danger, although the news of the coma was still concerning. However, it was clearly better than the outcome of having no hope at all. Then, Elder Yang, is there any way to wake up old Ju? It's not a solution for him to remain in a coma. After calming down, Gue Douluo understood that Yang Wushuang's words had deeper implications. As long as they maintained this so-called stable state, Jude Douluo would not be in life-threatening danger, but he was evidently in a coma. Yet, to wake Jude Douluo from this coma, it seemed they would have to break the current balance in Jude Douluo's body. But what would the consequences of such a break be? What would happen to Jude Douluo? Yang Wushuang had not mentioned any of this. These were the questions that arose in Gue Douluo's mind after hearing Yang Wudi's words. With questions in mind, Gue Douluo did not hold back and gently asked about his doubts. Elder Gue, to be honest, if Jude Douluo had just been poisoned, give me a quarter of an hour and I could alleviate the control, and with half an hour, I could ensure a solution. However, now that several days have passed since Jude Douluo was poisoned, please forgive my lack of skill. I truly do not have full confidence in curing Jude Douluo. Seeing that Gue Douluo understood his meaning and had asked about treatment, Yang Wushuang decided to lay everything on the table and directly told Gue Douluo that he could not treat Jude Douluo in his current condition. After saying this, Yang Wushuang looked at Gue Douluo, waiting for his reaction. Elder Yang, if we try to treat him, besides you and old Ju, there is no one else in our spirit hall who studies this. After hearing Yang Wushuang's words, Gue Douluo fell silent for a moment before asking Yang Wushuang for help again. Elder Gue, you may not have understood what I just said. What I mean is, if we keep Jude Douluo in his current state, although he is in a coma, he will still be alive and may wake up by himself someday. But if you choose to treat him and detoxify him, it will inevitably break the balance in Jude Douluo's body, and then we cannot predict what will happen. Yang Wudi spoke seriously to explain the pros and cons to Gue Douluo, indicating that the first option was the safest choice. I understand, but I still ask Elder Yang to proceed with the treatment. Regardless of whether old Ju can be cured afterward, if you ever need anything in the future, Old Gue, will do everything I can to help you. Gue Douluo clearly understood and did not hesitate for long before making his choice, opting for the second method. He also assured Yang Wushuang that as long as Yang Wushuang helped him, He owed him a life. Yang Wushuang was not surprised to hear Gui Doluo's words. As he was merely an outsider, the most playing the role of a doctor brought in by Gui, he had no personal connection with Zhu Doluo, so he would choose the safest option. However, Yang Wushuang was also aware of the reason behind Gui Doluo's second choice. Zhu Doluo being in a continuous coma was almost like being dead. The idea that Zhu Doluo would wake up on his own was merely a comfort to Gui Doluo, and Yang Wushuang himself did not fully believe in that possibility. This matter is of great importance. Elder Gui, although Zhu Doluo is your friend, he is also an elder of our spirit hall. Therefore, I cannot rashly treat Zhu Doluo based solely on your choice. If something goes wrong, I cannot bear the consequences. Nor can you. Thus, I believe this matter should be reported to the Pope or the Elder Hall. Only with their consent can I proceed with Zhu Doluo's treatment. After thinking for a moment, Yang Wushuang expressed this to Gui Doluo. After all, it concerned the life of a titled Doluo, and Yang Wushuang did not want to be held accountable for any mishaps that might arise from his assistance. All right, I will personally report this matter to the Pope. But before that, I ask Elder Yang to help monitor Zhu Doluo's condition. I, Old Gui, am extremely grateful. Although Gui Doluo was solitary in nature, he was not someone who lacked understanding of human emotions. As he now needed Yang Wushuang's help to detoxify Zhu Doluo, he certainly did not want to complicate matters for Yang Wushuang or make him face any repercussions for helping. By the way, Elder Yang, do you know if the formulas for the pills that old Zhu took would be helpful in treating him? Chapter 238. Lost Elder Gui knew what pills Zhu Doluo had taken and their formulas. Yang Wushuang was somewhat surprised by Gui Doluo's question and responded, yes. Old Zhu usually worked with these medicines and did not hide anything while preparing them. He did not carry all the pills with him, but I have some here. He forcefully gave them to me at that time. As Gui Doluo spoke, he took out several pills from his storage soul guide that were the same as those Zhu Doluo had used and handed them to Yang Wushuang, clearly to prove that he was not lying. Moreover, old Zhu had the intention of passing down this skill, compiling all his knowledge of medicines and poisons into a book, and he had already completed more than half of it. If Elder Yang needs it, I can bring that half of the book over. Seeing Yang Wushuang take the pills that Zhu Doluo had made, he opened the bottle cap, sniffed it, and frowned as if he was contemplating something. Gui Doluo quickly shared all the information he knew without holding anything back. Yang Wushuang frowned slightly, first smelling the pills, then pouring out a few and using his fingernail to scrape off some powder from the pills, putting it in his mouth to analyze slowly based on his years of accumulated experience. He compared the pills that Gui Doluo had brought with the effects of those currently in Zhu Doluo's body to see if there were any similarities. As for what Gui Doluo had just said, Yang Wushuang did not pay much attention, merely nodding to acknowledge him. Gui Doluo noticed Yang Wushuang deep in thought as he held the pills, sometimes nodding at the smell, and other times scraping off some powder to taste, shaking his head after a careful analysis. Seeing Yang Wushuang in this state, Gui Doluo did not dare to disturb him. He had seen this kind of focused state in Zhu Doluo before, where Zhu Doluo would talk to himself among various flowers and plants. Thus, as a longtime friend of Zhu Doluo, Gui Doluo understood that Yang Wushuang was deep in thought, considering how to treat Zhu Doluo or related matters. So he refrained from interrupting and waited quietly at the side. After pondering for a quarter of an hour, Yang Wushuang revealed a smile that seemed somewhat happy and joyful. This kind of joy and elation was akin to the feeling one experiences after a series of efforts finally leads to solving a difficult mathematical problem, a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment that arises spontaneously. Elder Yang, Elder Yang. Yang Wushuang returned to reality from his mental world and looked at the ghost Doluo, who was calling his name. Yang Wushuang realized that Ghost Doluo seemed to have said something to him just now. Elder Ghost, what you just told me, Yang Wushuang indicated to Ghost Doluo his situation, and although he did not say it directly, it was clear that he had not been paying much attention. Naturally, Ghost Doluo repeated what he had just said to Yang Wushuang, feeling no dissatisfaction. It's useful. I have roughly figured out the effects of the pills Elder Zhu prepared, as well as the role these pills play amidst the chaotic and conflicting medicinal powers within Elder Zhu. However, this was merely my speculation, and these pills you gave me are not all the types that Elder Zhu took, along with some comparisons regarding Elder Zhu's body. If there are formulas for the medications prepared by Zhu Doluo, then my confidence in resolving Elder Zhu's condition will be greater. Yang Wushuang conveyed this information to Ghost Doluo, particularly emphasizing that the more he understood now, the greater his certainty would be when it came time to treat Zhu Doluo. All right, Elder Yang, please wait here. I'll go find Elder Zhu's manuscripts and notes. After saying this, Ghost Doluo quickly headed towards Elder Ju's residence. Seeing Ghost Dalu in such a hurry, Yang Wushuang wanted to say that it wasn't urgent anyway. He would have to wait for the Pope or the Elder Council to make a decision before he dared to treat Ju Dalu. Otherwise, even if he had an 80% certainty of waking Ju Dalu, Yang Wushuang could not perform the treatment. Ultimately, it came down to one thing. The relationship between Yang Wushuang, Ju Dalu, and Ghost Dalu had not reached that level. Yang Wushuang could not take the risk of treating the not-so-familiar Ju Dalu, even if Ghost Dalu assured him that he could act freely without taking responsibility. Yang Wushuang understood that, despite Ghost Dalu being amiable now, if he accidentally harmed or killed Ju Dalu during the treatment process, he did not believe Ghost Dalu would not hold a grudge against him. Therefore, although Yang Wushuang was very interested in Ju Dalu's medical notes, he had to maintain a calm demeanor. After all, being overly eager was not the way to go, right? Ghost Dalu, unaware of Yang Wushuang's complex feelings, only wanted to do his utmost to treat Ju Dalu. Since he himself was not skilled in medicine, he could only seek help from someone who was. Ghost Dalu swiftly arrived at Ju Dalu's location, ignoring the herbal apprentices tending to the herb garden, and directly barged into Ju Dalu's study. Based on his memory, Ghost Dalu went to where Ju Dalu usually kept his notes, but he found that it was obvious someone had been there. The half-step pharmacopoeia compiled by Ju Dalu was not there. Not knowing if Ju Dalu had placed it elsewhere, Ghost Dalu began to search through the study, starting from the desk and various bookshelves, but ultimately did not find the pharmacopoeia he had seen before. Ghost Dalu stopped moving and stood in the study, contemplating. It had been half a month since Ju Dalu and Ghost Dalu had left with the Pope, Bibi Dong. Under normal circumstances, no outsiders would enter Ju Dalu's study. And since neither he nor Ju Dalu were present, the only people who could freely enter Ju Dalu's study would be those who usually cleaned the room. After realizing the situation, Ghost Dalu exited the study and looked at the herbal apprentices who had gathered after sensing the commotion. He pointed to one of the apprentices who looked somewhat familiar and used his soul power to pull him in front of him. Chapter 239. Popular recommendation. Who usually cleans Elder Ju's study? Ghost Dalu asked the herbal apprentice he had just pulled over, who was now trembling in fear. Reporting to you, sir. We take turns cleaning it. This apprentice had been with Ju Dalu for quite some time and had seen some things. Although he was a bit scared, he still took a deep breath and answered Ghost Dalu's question completely. The apprentice knew that the Ghost Dalu in front of him was a friend of Ju Dalu, and as long as he answered truthfully, he would not be in danger. Are all of you present while cleaning Elder Ju's study? Is anyone missing? Ghost Dalu scanned the 9 herbal apprentices present, 5 female and 4 male, and took in their reactions before asking the question he was concerned about. Everyone is here. We are all 9 present. The same herbal apprentice replied, clearly having gained some courage after the first exchange. In the past few days, has anyone from outside entered Elder Ju's study? After asking this question, Ghost Dalu used his mental power to carefully probe the conditions of the 9 herbal apprentices. At this moment, the apprentice who had been answering Ghost Dalu's questions looked back at the other apprentices, exchanged glances with them, and then replied to Ghost Dalu's question. Reporting to you, sir, no outsiders have entered Elder Ju's study during his absence. The young apprentice seemed somewhat uncertain this time, even though he had exchanged glances with others. However, this young man clearly understood that he and the others were just ordinary people without any cultivation talent. If a powerful soul master had intended to sneak into Ju Dalu's study, they would not have been able to notice. Ghost Dalu evidently thought of what they were thinking, but knew that such a situation could not occur. This was the Spirit Hall. An Elder Ju was a titled elder of the Spirit Hall, and given his status, no one would casually enter his study without his permission, especially while he was away on a mission with the Pope. Which of you took the pharmacopoeia from Elder Ju's room? After understanding the situation, Ghost Dalu released a faint aura of pressure typical of a titled Dalu and asked this question. Feeling the sudden pressure emanating from Ghost Dalu, the 9 herbal apprentices were clearly startled, especially the apprentice closest to Ghost Dalu, who was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. You come here. Using his mental power, Ghost Dalu scanned the conditions of the 9 apprentices and noticed that one female apprentice reacted differently from the other 8. After discovering this unusual reaction, Ghost Dalu directly pulled this girl to him. Did you take the pharmacopoeia? Ghost Dalu was not angry, as Ju Dalu had already mentioned wanting to pass on this knowledge and had ideas for training these herbal apprentices. Back, my lord. That pharmacopoeia is with me now. It's just lying in my room. This girl clearly doesn't have the same mental fortitude as the boy from earlier. Her speech is stammering and incoherent. Thud. My lord, I won't dare again. I was just curious about what was written inside, so I took a glance and then, after answering the questions, This girl, for reasons unknown, suddenly knelt down with a thud, confessing all her actions. All right, I will report this matter to Elder Jew. Now, you bring that pharmacopoeia to me. As for your situation, you are Elder Jew's people, so it will be up to Elder Jew to decide how to handle it. Ghost Douluo waved his hand, withdrawing the pressure of his title Daw, and then directly used his soul power to force the kneeling girl to present the pharmacopoeia to him. After all, Elder Yang is still waiting, and this also concerns whether Jew Douluo can wake up, so Ghost Douluo is not in the mood to waste words with this rule-breaking, unclean-handed medicine attendant. All of this can wait until Jew Douluo wakes up, and he can handle it himself, without Ghost Douluo overstepping. My lord, I want to dare again. This girl clearly hasn't understood the situation and failed to notice Ghost Douluo's growing impatience, kneeling down again with a thud, still trying to gain forgiveness. Ghost Douluo is truly irritated by this ungrateful and oblivious medicine attendant. His mood is already poor due to Jew Douluo's poisoning and coma, and it had slightly improved after learning from Yang Wushuang that there is still hope for Jew Douluo. However, now that his patience has run out, his briefly improved mood has vanished. Fortunately, the Spirit Hall prohibits killing civilians indiscriminately, and this is Jew Douluo's place. Or Ghost Douluo might have already slapped this clueless and misaligned medicine attendant to death. However, Ghost Douluo's cold snort earlier seemed to have either lost control of his strength or the psychological pressure on this kneeling girl was too great, as she fainted directly. Seeing this, Ghost Douluo turned his gaze to the other medicine attendants. After scanning around, he fixed his gaze on the 3 other female medicine attendants. Where's her room? Or does anyone know where she put the pharmacopoeia? Ghost Douluo's voice was already hoarse, sounding off as usual. Now, with this girl suddenly falling to the ground unresponsive after Ghost Douluo's cold snort, the other attendants were terrified, thinking their companion had been killed by Ghost Douluo. Feeling Ghost Douluo's gaze sweep over, they all lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look at him, afraid of provoking Ghost Douluo and ending up like the girl. The 3 girls, upon hearing Ghost Douluo's inquiry, were also too scared to speak. Finally, the boy who was the first to be summoned by Ghost Douluo stood up from the ground and said, My lord, I know where her room is. I'll take you there. Chapter 240, Medicine Attendant, Fastest Update of Douluo, Soldier Master Latest Chapter. Lead the way. Ghost Douluo glanced at the other medicine attendants, who looked stunned and were huddled together, not daring to move. Ghost Douluo was already very impatient. At this moment, hearing the boy's words, he withdrew his gaze from the other attendants and nodded at this boy to lead the way. Elder, this way. The boy led Ghost Douluo to the door of a room and pointed at it. All right, let's take a look. Creak. Bang, bang, Ghost Douluo nodded in satisfaction, waved his hand to use his soul power to push the door open, and entered the room with the medicine attendant who pleased him. The attendant was quite perceptive, knowing that Ghost Douluo was looking for the pharmacopoeia hidden by the female attendant. As soon as they entered the room, the boy began to search through it. Ghost Douluo also spread his spiritual power throughout the room to conduct a detailed search. The girl's room was small and had few items, with only a few books. Therefore, under Ghost Douluo's probe of spiritual power, he quickly found all the books and items in the room, eventually discovering a hidden book under a cabinet in a corner. Ghost Douluo directly wrapped the book with his soul power, then used his spiritual power to pull it out from beneath the cabinet floor. Bang! The floor shattered. The cabinet toppled, and the book was lifted into the air before Ghost Douluo. After flipping through a couple of pages, he found that the carefully hidden book was indeed the half pharmacopoeia he was looking for. All right, you don't need to search anymore. This is the pharmacopoeia I was looking for. The boy, hearing the commotion, stopped and cautiously looked at Ghost Douluo, waiting for further instructions. Now that Ghost Douluo found the pharmacopoeia, his previously anxious mood eased. He turned to the perceptive medicine attendant who led him to the room and asked, What's your name? Reported, my lord. My name is Nick Garcia. Upon hearing this question, the boy's initial fear dissipated instantly, replaced by a surge of joy as he excitedly reported his name. Nick Garcia is an orphan, raised by the Spirit Hall along with other orphans in a place similar to an orphanage. After turning 6, he, along with his peers, underwent the awakening of their martial souls and innate soul power testing. Nick Garcia could be said to be both lucky and unlucky. He awakened the chrysanthemum martial soul, but his innate soul power was only half a rank. In this situation, Nick Garcia had no training value in the Spirit Hall. There were many others in the same batch of martial soul awakenings with similar circumstances. It should be noted that many orphans adopted by the Spirit Hall would show no talent for martial soul cultivation each year. After all, on the Douluo Continent, Martial souls are inherited, although mutations can occur. However, mutations, especially beneficial ones, are extremely rare. The Spirit Hall adopts so many homeless orphans partly to prepare future soul masters for themselves, and also to gamble on the chance of finding a talented mutant. Of course, among the orphans adopted by the Spirit Hall, there are exceptional talents like those of the current golden generation, but the majority are ordinary people like Nick Garcia, who lack any cultivation talent. Typically, children like Nick Garcia, who have little to no cultivation talent, would receive standardized training from the Spirit Hall, teaching them a skill that could sustain their livelihood. Because these children have been nurtured by the Spirit Hall since they were young, their loyalty to the Spirit Hall is very high after they grow up. They almost treat the Spirit Hall as their own home. Therefore, once these children are trained, they will be assigned to various positions by the Spirit Hall to contribute to it. And this is how the Spirit Hall has developed and passed down step by step. Nick Garcia awakened a plant-type spirit and possesses a half-level innate soul power, making it possible for him to cultivate as a soul master. Additionally, he has the chrysanthemum spirit, so he was assigned to serve as an apprentice to Chrysanthemum Douluo, who wanted to raise flowers and plants. It was during his time as an apprentice to Chrysanthemum Douluo that Nick Garcia came into contact with a world he had never seen before, which is the unique pharmacology and poison studies of the Spirit Hall under Chrysanthemum Douluo. Nick Garcia has served under Chrysanthemum Douluo for many years, during which he learned some methods of preparing medicine and poison from him. Nick Garcia is very interested in concocting poisons, and from then on, it seemed he had found his life's goal. Nick Garcia, wants to become the most powerful master of medicine and poison on the Douluo Continent, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with other soul masters. Therefore, when Nick Garcia heard Ghost Douluo's words, he was so excited because those words from Ghost Douluo gave Nick Garcia a glimpse of an opportunity, a chance to learn all of Chrysanthemum Douluo's knowledge of medicine and poison. As for the pharmacopoeia, Nick Garcia had certainly seen it. Not only that, but he had also perused other notes from Chrysanthemum Douluo. However, unlike that female apprentice who boldly took the pharmacopoeia and hid it, Nick Garcia did not have that kind of courage. Instead, he would borrow the opportunity of cleaning the study to glance through some notes to remember them. After returning to his room, he would write down what he had remembered and study it carefully. The next time he cleaned, he would verify whether the content he had memorized was correct, and then move on to the next part to memorize it, repeating this process. Additionally, Nick Garcia would take the opportunity to assist Chrysanthemum Douluo in alchemy, secretly noting down the steps of the formulas used by Chrysanthemum Douluo for research and study on his own. Nick Garcia, is it? You are quite good. I'll remember you. I will mention you to Elder Chrysanthemum, Ghost Douluo said, his hoarse voice revealing satisfaction and approval. P.S. Thanks to the great leader for the 100 started coins. Chapter 241. Thank you, Elder Ghost. Thank you, Elder Ghost. After hearing Ghost Douluo's words, Nick Garcia was even more delighted, constantly bowing to thank him. He had long lost the calm demeanor he had just regained and seemed a bit incoherent. All right, keep an eye on that apprentice who took your Elder Chrysanthemum's pharmacopoeia. I will mention this to your Elder Chrysanthemum, Ghost Douluo said, and disappeared from the room without waiting for Nick Garcia to react. Yes, Elder. Nick Garcia deeply bowed to the spot where Ghost Douluo had vanished, showing his respect. Nick Garcia stood quietly in the female apprentice's room for about a quarter of an hour before he managed to calm his emotions and restore his composure before stepping out. When Nick Garcia returned to the outer courtyard, the few apprentices who were standing there saw him come out alone, and their hearts finally settled. Brother Nick, where is Elder Ghost? Has Elder Ghost already left? At this moment, a male apprentice who usually had a good relationship with Nick Garcia bravely asked him. Elder Ghost has left. You don't need to stand here any longer, Nick Garcia said. Although he had just worked hard to regain his calm, Ghost Douluo's words made him feel good. Brother Nick, what did Elder Ghost say about how to deal with fooing? At this time, a female apprentice who was close to the one who had secretly taken the pharmacopoeia asked, clearly concerned about how Ghost Douluo would handle her good friend. Fooing, of course, referred to the female apprentice who was still unconscious on the ground. Don't worry, Elder Ghost didn't say how to deal with fooing. He just said he would inform Elder Chrysanthemum about the situation here. Nick Garcia had a good relationship with these apprentices, as they had grown up together. Now seeing Fu-ing like this, his previously good mood also became somewhat heavy. Brother Nick, Fu-ing isn't dead, right? Did Elder Ghost? At this moment, another female apprentice, who had just recovered from her shock, asked hesitantly. Others looked at Nick Garcia after hearing their companion's inquiry, and it was clear that some among them thought that Ghost Douluo had killed Fu-ing out of anger. Who told you that Elder Ghost killed Fu-ing? Fu Ying just fainted from fright. Nick Garcia said, looking at his companions with annoyance. The Spirit Hall prohibits soul masters from harming civilians. Although Fu Ying currently has a few levels of soul power due to her lack of talent, she is practically comparable to ordinary people who cannot cultivate. In terms of pure combat power, Fu Ying might not even be as strong as a healthy ordinary person. Ghost Douluo just said he would mention Nick Garcia to Chrysanthemum Douluo and say good things about him. So Nick Garcia was extremely grateful to Ghost Douluo. Hearing his companion say that Ghost Douluo had killed Fu Ying, he naturally had to step up to defend Ghost Douluo. Really, Sister Fu Ying is not dead. Brother Nick is right. Sister Fu Ying just fainted. At this moment, a girl closest to the unconscious Fu Ying bravely approached her, checked her condition, and when she found out that Fu Ying had really just fainted, she exclaimed in surprise. All right, Xu Yuan, stop shouting. The ground is cold. You should help Sister Fu Ying to your room to lie down. When Fu Ying wakes up, we can discuss this matter. Now, let us all get back to our tasks. We still have a few days of work to finish, and with this incident happening, Elder Chrysanthemum will definitely be unhappy. So we can't afford to make any more mistakes. Nick Garcia began his usual command work. The apprentices followed Nick Garcia's instructions. Besides the two girls who helped carry the unconscious Fu Ying to the room of the girl named Xu Yuan, they then went to help tidy up Fu Ying's room. The other apprentices, under Nick Garcia's direction, took care of their respective tasks, whether it was fetching water or watering flowers. Nick Garcia himself was also busy. He picked up a large pair of scissors and began pruning a flowering tree. It seemed that the atmosphere at Chrysanthemum Douluo's place had returned to its usual calm state, as if Ghost Douluo had never come. The apprentices were all busy, but the usual laughter and chatter among the boys and girls during work were now absent. Ghost Douluo arrived at Yang Wushuang's place with the retrieved pharmacopoeia and handed it over without saying much. Yang Wushuang took the pharmacopoeia handed over by the Ghost Douluo, but did not examine it on the spot. After chatting with the Ghost Douluo for a while, they parted ways, with the Ghost Douluo staying to watch over the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Although Yang Wushuang mentioned that the current condition of the Chrysanthemum Douluo was stable, the Ghost Douluo still felt a bit uneasy, so he stayed here to accompany the Chrysanthemum Douluo. After a few words of persuasion from Yang Wushuang, seeing that his advice had little effect, he decided not to say much more and left with the pharmacopoeia. After all, their relationship had only been a nod and a greeting in the past. If it weren't for the incident of the Chrysanthemum Douluo being poisoned and falling into a coma, the three of them might never have had much interaction in their lives. Therefore, Yang Wushuang had no intention of being overly talkative and annoying. Holding this half-complete pharmacopoeia, a collection of the Chrysanthemum Douluo's hard work, Yang Wushuang began to study it carefully in his study. Some ideas in this pharmacopoeia were things Yang Wushuang had never considered before. Although Yang Wushuang might not learn a lot from this pharmacopoeia, it would certainly broaden his horizons and increase his accumulation in this area. Perhaps the opportunity for further advancement in his poison and medicine techniques lay within this very book. After obtaining this book, Yang Wushuang was so engrossed that he forgot to eat and sleep, studying and thinking day and night. In his mind, he simulated and collided ideas between his medical knowledge and thoughts with those of the Chrysanthemum Douluo, sparking new insights and generating new viewpoints. Although Yang Wushuang's poison and medicine skills did not seem to show obvious progress at the moment, given some time, as he digested this knowledge and put the new ideas into practice, his skills in poison and medicine would surely advance. Chapter 242. Bibi Dong. Yang Wushuang spent each day in his pharmacy, conducting his research, except for the physiological needs of eating and drinking. When he had the energy, Yang Wushuang would occasionally take some time to check on the Chrysanthemum Douluo's condition. Apart from that, he did not do anything else, fully dedicating himself to his research. The Ghost Douluo had now returned to a normal state, no longer spending every day by the side of the comatose Chrysanthemum Douluo as he had in the first few days after returning, in case something unexpected happened to the Chrysanthemum Douluo's body. After so many days of observation, and with Yang Wushuang informing the Ghost Douluo after each check that there was no need to worry because the Chrysanthemum Douluo's condition was stable and not life-threatening, the Ghost Douluo gradually relaxed. However, the Ghost Douluo still came to see the Chrysanthemum Douluo every day, spending some time alone with him in the room, which Yang Wushuang did not interfere with. The Ghost Douluo was now waiting for the Pope Bibi Dong to return from hunting souls, so that Yang Wushuang could get permission from Bibi Dong to treat the Chrysanthemum Douluo, at which point Yang Wushuang would proceed to help the Ghost Douluo. As for Bibi Dong, after the Chrysanthemum Douluo was poisoned and severely injured by the tidal Douluo from the Four Spirits sect, the hunting plan she had initiated had actually failed ahead of time. Bibi Dong, along with her trusted soul masters, secretly ventured into the starred Do Great Forest to hunt souls, targeting the 200,000-year soul beasts within. Bibi Dong had now passed the 6th divine test and had reached level 96 in her soul power, making her a super Dalu. It was no secret among the top soul masters on Douluo Continent that there were 200,000-year soul beasts in the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Bibi Dong had seen these 200,000-year soul beasts with her own eyes when she reached level 90 and obtained the 9th spirit ring for her first martial soul. The Death Spider Empress, she encountered the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape during the process of obtaining the spirit ring. At that time, she successfully acquired a 100,000-year spirit ring and a 100,000-year spirit bone. While this time she obtained the spirit ring and spirit bone from a rare 100,000-year soft bone charm rabbit. The soft bone charm rabbit, being a herbivorous soul beast, wasn't considered too powerful, usually lying at the bottom of the food chain in the soul beast world. A 100,000-year soft bone charm rabbit was exceptionally rare, likely not even 1 in a million. This soft bone charm rabbit was, in fact, the mother of Xiao Wu, one of the protagonists from the original work, Shrek's Seven Devils. At that time, the sky blue bull python and Titan giant ape had not yet reached a 100,000-year cultivation, so they could not compete with the tidal Douluos and soul Douluos sent by the Spirit Hall. Thus, Xiao Wu's mother was surrounded and killed while Xiao Wu, still in her soul beast form, was taken away by the sky blue bull python and Titan giant ape. Fortunately, after Bibi Dong obtained the spirit ring and spirit bone from Xiao Wu's mother, she had no intention of pursuing the 3 escaping soul beasts. Bibi Dong, being a twin martial soul user, knew from records on Douluo Continent that as twin martial souls progressed, they could conflict and cause soul power to go out of control, leading to death. Bibi Dong was aware of this information, but she was unwilling to settle for cultivating just 1 martial soul. She had 2 martial souls but could only use 1, which felt like a child being allowed to play with only one of 2 toys their parents had bought. Naturally, the child would be unhappy with such a choice. When this similar dilemma presented itself to adults, their sense of possession would be even greater. Not to mention what kind of person Bibi Dong was in her youth, after undergoing her master, Qian Xuanji's secret teachings and becoming darker. She became a woman with an immense desire for power, striving for greater strength by any means necessary. Bibi Dong had a high innate talent for martial soul cultivation, and with her understanding maximized, after darkening, she would pursue any goal with relentless effort. Combined with her own conditions and the accumulated knowledge of soul master cultivation from the Spirit Hall over the years, Bibi Dong finally found a divine inheritance site. Indeed, it was at that time that Bibi Dong discovered the inheritance site of the Rakshasa god. With her twin martial souls and innate full soul power, along with her tragic experiences, she was chosen by the Rakshasa god and initiated into the divine test, becoming the Rakshasa god's successor. Once she completed the 9 divine tests, Bibi Dong would inherit the title of the Rakshasa god, becoming the new Rakshasa god on Douluo Continent. After becoming the Rakshasa god's successor and starting the 9 divine tests, Bibi Dong, utilizing the divine power of the Rakshasa god, successfully resolved the conflict that arose from cultivating 2 martial souls within her body. Only after addressing the hidden dangers in her body did she officially begin cultivating her 2nd martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Empress. Since Bibi Dong was already a title of the law at that time, she only needed to calm and control the 2 martial souls, using her consciousness to adjust them, preventing any conflict between the 2 martial souls, allowing her to successfully cultivate her 2nd martial soul. The cultivation of the 2nd martial soul became very simple for Bibi Dong because she already possessed the strength of a title Dalu. All she needed to do was continuously add suitable soul rings to her 2nd martial soul, while ensuring that the 2 martial souls did not conflict with each other. When Bibi Dong added soul rings to her 2nd martial soul, the energy absorbed from the soul rings naturally accelerated her soul power growth. However, since Bibi Dong was a pioneer in cultivating twin martial souls, there were no precedents for her to reference, so she practiced cautiously, fearing that any mistakes could cause a conflict between her 2 martial souls. In Chapter 243, Bibi Dong borrowed the aura from the site of the god exam of the Rakshasa god to calm herself and suppress the conflict arising from cultivating her 2nd martial soul. She took the lead with her consciousness to soothe and suppress the 2 different martial souls. Because she was currently cultivating her 2nd martial soul and adding soul rings to upgrade and evolve it, Bibi Dong did not dare to unleash her full power in battle. She feared that if she exhausted too much energy, her first martial soul would take the opportunity to suppress and devour her second martial soul. Although her second martial soul was currently weaker than the first, it could still choose to fight back in a desperate situation. Of course, after Qian Xuanji's death, Bibi Dong became the new pope of the Spirit Hall. Once she took on this role, her identity changed, and under normal circumstances, she did not need to fight personally. Thus, the drawback of not being able to exert her full strength until her second martial soul was fully cultivated was not something she worried too much about. Bibi Dong's trip to the Stardew Forest was prompted by the previous visit of Huiyu Hao, Hulaina, and others, who had sent Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo to investigate the area. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, specifically Ghost Douluo alone, used his special talent to conceal his presence and aura with his ghostly martial soul to confirm the location of a 100,000-year soul beast, the Titan giant ape. Although Ghost Douluo did not see the Azure Bull Python himself, based on the information obtained by the Spirit Hall, these two 100,000-year soul beasts, although not of the same species, were very close and rarely separated. After reporting the confirmation of the Titan giant ape to Bibi Dong, she prepared and organized the affairs of the Spirit Hall and then secretly led a group out of the Spirit Hall to the Stardew Forest. Although her departure was said to be discreet, Qian Dalu, a limit Douluo, was fully aware of it. Not only he but also other titled Douluos in the Spirit Hall knew that Pope Bibi Dong had left. However, Qian Dalu did not care much about what Bibi Dong was doing. After all, she was the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the mother of his granddaughter, Qian Renqiu. Although he was dissatisfied with Bibi Dong, he recognized that it was his son's fault for wronging her, and since she was Qian Renqiu's biological mother, he turned a blind eye to her actions. The other titled Douluo powerhouses in the Spirit Hall also pretended not to notice since Qian Dalu showed no reaction, essentially treating it as a matter that did not concern them. Bibi Dong led 6 titled Douluo powerhouses, over 10 soul Douluo powerhouses, and dozens of soul sage powerhouses into the Stardew Forest, exploring the core area. Bibi Dong's goal was to hunt both the Titan giant ape and the Azure Bull Python. After some time in the core region, they indeed discovered traces of these two 100,000-year soul beasts. However, around the same time, other forces titled Douluos entered the core area of the Stardew Forest and encountered Bibi Dong's group. Fortunately, the titled Douluo from the other force had no grievances with the Spirit Hall, so no conflict occurred. This led to the Spirit Hall taking measures to seal off the core area to prevent others from taking advantage of their hunt for the 100,000-year soul beasts. The subsequent events were predictable. The position where Ghost Douluo was stationed was approached by the Four Spirits sect, resulting in a conflict due to their long-standing enmity. Zhu Douluo came to assist and pursued the enemy, leading to the outcome where Zhu Douluo was carried back to the Spirit Hall by Ghost Douluo, while the Four Spirits sect members left empty-handed, only to find a 100,000-year Ant King soul beast transformed into human form on their way back. Due to the loss of Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo, Bibi Dong could not exert her full power, and if a battle broke out with the two 100,000-year soul beasts, the Titan giant ape and the Azure Bull Python would undoubtedly call for help, leading to a beast tide. Therefore, Bibi Dong had to abandon the plan to hunt these two soul beasts and chose to target a 90,000-year cave spider instead. This cave spider had originally been a backup choice for her, and she was already familiar with its information before arriving at the Stardew Forest. However, with the presence of the 100,000-year soul beasts, she had not focused on the 90,000-year cave spider. Now that the Spirit Hall was forced to abandon the Titan giant ape and the Azure Bull Python due to the loss of 2 titled Douluo powerhouses, they had no choice but to go after this backup target. Bibi Dong found the cave spider, and because her own martial souls were the Death Spider Queen and the Soul-Eating Spider Queen, she was very familiar with powerful spider-type martial souls. She had studied the habits and soul skills of the cave spider thoroughly. Thus, Bibi Dong successfully lured out the cave spider, which had been hiding in its burrow, and the subsequent encirclement and killing went smoothly with her direct involvement. The cave spider's combat power among soul beasts of the same level was not particularly strong, but its defensive abilities and control skills, such as burrowing and web traps, made it quite troublesome. However, once the cave spider left its lair and came to the surface, it was like a toothless tiger. While it still had some ability to resist, it was significantly weakened. P.S. As I write and reflect, I increasingly feel that the martial souls on Douluo Continent are akin to a form of alternative poison, where humans rely on poison cultivation and poison Martial souls rely on humans feeding for evolution. It seems that I've been reading too many novels about curses and cultivation lately. This can't be right. Chapter 244. With an ulterior motive. The abyssal spider was lured out of its lair by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, BB Dong. The Spirit Hall, now led by the two titled Daluos, Ghost Daw and Jute Daw, has left the Stardo Great Forest and returned to the Spirit Hall. Besides Pope BB Dong, there are also 4 titled Daluo experts in the Stardo Soul Beast Forest. After BB Dong designed the plan to lure the abyssal spider to the surface, the two titled Daluo instantly charged out from their hiding place, blocking the exit of the abyssal spider's lair as it crawled out. The other two titled Daluo quickly moved to the sides of the abyssal spider, one on the left and one on the right. The abyssal spider had already cultivated for 90,000 years, and its intelligence had awakened long before it even became a 10,000-year soul beast. Now, with 90,000 years of cultivation and countless years of training, the intelligence of this abyssal spider was not inferior to that of an average adult. However, having lived for years in the Stardo Soul Beast Forest, although these high-level soul beasts had intelligence comparable to normal humans, they still operated under a more beast-like nature than a spiritual one. This is why BB Dong was able to use a simple scheme designed according to its nature to lure it out of its lair, akin to shedding armor and returning to the fields, willingly walking into a trap. Naturally, after the abyssal spider reached the surface and sensed the powerful soul power fluctuations from the titled Dalu, its first instinct was to escape. With titled Dalu blocking both its sides and rear, the only path forward was free of any titled Dalu, prompting the abyssal spider to react according to its instincts and flee in that direction. The 4 titled Dalu from the Spirit Hall, positioned on either side and behind the abyssal spider, followed it leisurely, much like a shepherd herding lambs. Clearly, the 4 titled Dalu from the Spirit Hall were driving the abyssal spider away from its lair, as the abyssal spider had strong capabilities for hiding, defending, and surviving. Hence, the Spirit Hall members were preventing it from escaping. In this way, the panicking abyssal spider fled, unknowingly distancing itself from its carefully constructed lair, being herded and controlled into the ambush set by the Spirit Hall. After being driven into the prepared ambush area of the Spirit Hall, the path that the abyssal spider originally intended to escape through was also blocked by someone. Hiss. The abyssal demon spider suddenly saw a beautiful woman appearing in the air ahead, dressed in an exquisite black robe adorned with golden patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, and holding a scepter embedded with countless gems. The appearance of this woman was extremely sudden, as if she had emerged from thin air. This woman was naturally the planner of the Spirit Hall's soul-hunting operation, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, BB Dong. With the appearance of BB Dong, a powerful aura belonging to a Super Dalu also emerged, enveloping the fleeing cave spider. At the same time as BB Dong positioned herself, the cave spider officially fell into the encirclement of the Spirit Hall. After BB Dong appeared, she didn't waste any words. Instead, she waved the scepter in her hand forward. Accompanied by a surge of her soul power, a deep purple spider web materialized out of thin air. The spider web, guided by the direction of BB Dong's scepter, quickly enveloped the cave spider below, which was still unaware of the situation. It is worth mentioning that the deep purple spider web, which originally appeared with a diameter of only 10 feet, rapidly expanded as it descended toward the cave spider. By the time it reached the cave spider, the web had increased by more than 10 times in size, appearing as a massive canopy blocking out the sky. Hiss upon seeing a woman launching a purple spider web attack against it. The cave spider, an existence akin to a king among spider soul beasts, seemed provoked. It issued a warning, a threatening hiss toward BB Dong, who had unleashed the spider web. At the same time, the cave spider adjusted its posture and, unwilling to back down, spat out its own spider web in BB Dong's direction. The two webs collided and canceled each other out before BB Dong's purple spider web could envelop the cave spider. Hiss, seeing that its attack was effective. The cave spider, perhaps forgetting that it was currently in an encirclement, let out another hiss toward BB Dong, appearing rather pleased with itself. BB Dong's lips curled up at the sight, and with a playful snort, she waved her staff again. A deep purple soul ring suddenly appeared around her, shining brightly. Rows of purple spider webs continuously emerged out of thin air, quickly enveloping the cave spider. Hiss, the cave spider roared repeatedly, appearing quite flustered as it tried to fend off BB Dong's relentless web attacks. This scene was quite peculiar, and to those who did not understand the situation, it would be hard to tell who the real spider was. The cave magic spider felt that it was not ready, So according to its nature, this 90,000-year-old cave magic spider, after realizing it was no match, prepared to use its traditional skills to escape. The cave magic spider dashed left and right, but was intercepted by Bibidong's webs and the other 4 tidal Dalu from the spirit hall. The cave magic spider had the ability to dig underground to escape, but was blocked by the powerful tidal Dalu from the spirit hall. Ultimately, the cave magic spider was caught off guard and enveloped by Bibidong's purple spider web. After being covered by Bibidong's web, the cave magic spider did not choose to give up resisting. However, as Bibidong continuously cast her webs, the cave magic spider was ultimately pinned to the ground by Bibidong's 3rd soul skill, Death Spider Web Binding. Once the cave magic spider was completely controlled, Bibidong gestured to one of the 4 tidal Dalu she brought with her, a powerful tidal Dalu wearing a black robe similar to Ghost Dalu, who stepped forward and approached the restrained cave magic spider. Hiss. Accompanied by the actions of this tidal Dalu from the spirit hall, the cave magic spider, which had originally resigned itself to being slaughtered, began to struggle violently again, disregarding the corrosive effects of the web from Bibidong's 3rd soul skill. The intense pain originating from its soul made the cave magic spider completely indifferent to the physical pain. A 90,000-year-old cave magic spider, even in its own lair, would not find it difficult for Bibidong to kill it and take its soul ring. The reason for going to such lengths to capture it alive must be for a different purpose. P.S. Thanks to Lord Loki for the 2 monthly votes. Chapter 245. Popular recommendation. Hiss. The abyssal spider struggles wildly. Layers of deep purple webs wrapping around it are being torn apart, and at the same time, the hard exoskeleton of the abyssal spider is left with deep scars as it breaks free from the webs. The tidal Dalu, shrouded in a black robe, constantly avoids the webs and reaches through the gaps to press down on the head of the abyssal spider, with streams of black mist emerging from his body, enveloping the figure of the black-robed tidal Dalu. The spiritual body of the abyssal spider was brought into a strange world, where it was subjected to torture. The eerie black mist surrounding the figure in the black robe also appeared in the world the abyssal spider's spiritual body entered, transforming into invisible blades that left scars on the abyssal spider's spiritual form. In the outside world, the abyssal spider's body, which had lost the dominance of its consciousness, was struggling and howling unconsciously due to the intense pain stimulating its natural reactions. Bibidong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, stood calmly by, and after the abyssal spider broke free from the web, she waved her staff to cast a web over the abyssal spider's body to prevent it from escaping its restraints. Throughout the ordeal, Bibidong and the other tidal Dalu present remained composed, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation at the sight of the abyssal spider being tortured. This indicated that the members of the Spirit Hall were clearly accustomed to such scenes and found them unremarkable. The purpose of the Spirit Hall's effort to capture the abyssal spider alive was now evident: to increase the chances of obtaining a soul bone through such torture. This method of enhancing the probability of obtaining a soul bone was naturally a secret knowledge accumulated over many years by the Spirit Hall. The technique involved torturing soul beasts to the brink of death and then quickly killing them, which would cause the soul beast to die with immense resentment. This resentment could be considered a peculiar form of energy, stemming from the tortured souls of the deceased soul beasts, leading to stronger spiritual attacks encountered during soul ring absorption. Of course, while the soul rings from soul beasts that died with such resentment would be harder to absorb, their quality would also correspondingly increase. Furthermore, when the resentment reached a certain level, it could even elevate the quality of the soul ring further. For example, if a soul beast with a lifespan of 900 years died while harboring immense resentment, then the soul ring absorbed by a soul master might not just be a deep purple with black, but a pure black representing a 10,000-year soul ring. For instance, in the original work of Dalu, the protagonist Tang San ultimately obtained 3 soul rings from the 90,000-year-old Titan Ant King, which were not black with red but rather pure red 10,000-year soul rings. The deep-sea demon whale king, nearly 1,000,000 years old, had soul rings that were pure golden rather than red with gold. Naturally, this abyssal spider, which had just reached 90,000 years, could not have its soul ring upgraded, but there was a high probability that it would produce a soul bone. The Spirit Hall was torturing this abyssal spider to increase the chances of it producing a soul bone, whether it was the abyssal spider or any other soul beast. The probability of a 90,000-year soul beast producing a soul bone was significant, but no matter how high the probability, it wasn't guaranteed. Your Holiness, it's about time. A hoarse voice came from beneath the black robe, and the figure withdrew their hand from the abyssal spider's head, while the black mist around them slowly dissipated. All right, you all step back a bit and protect me. After hearing the words of the black-robed titled Dalu, Bibi Dong nodded in understanding, then waved her hand to signal the four titled Dalu to spread out and maintain vigilance. Yes, Your Holiness. The four titled Dalu from the Spear Hall saluted and, after receiving their orders, exchanged glances before quickly dispersing in four directions for alertness. After seeing the four titled Dalu follow her orders, Bibi Dong looked at the abyssal spider, which had completely lost its power to resist and whose consciousness was already lost, nodding slightly with a satisfied smile. Bibi Dong waved her staff again, and a black light flashed as she unleashed her sixth soul skill, blood-sucking spider spike. A deep purple spider spike had already pierced the head of the abyssal spider, shimmering with a blood-purple glow. As Bibi Dong's sixth soul skill entered the abyssal spider's brain, it struggled slightly before its life force began to rapidly fade, and soon after, the abyssal spider completely lost its life. Streams of black air emerged from the abyssal spider's corpse, gathering above it and slowly condensing into a black soul ring. Bibi Dong sat cross-legged in midair, using her soul power to guide the newly formed black soul ring, which shone with light in her left hand, bringing the black soul ring above her head. For Bibi Dong, now a 96th level titled Dalu, absorbing this 90,000-year black soul ring posed little pressure. She successfully completed the absorption process while battling against the spiritual attack manifested by the remnant soul of the abyssal spider. The black soul ring that had originally hovered above Bibi Dong's head was now solidifying, and no other soul rings appeared on her body as the black soul ring slowly landed in her left hand. After the absorption of the soul ring, the soul power within Bibi Dong began to fluctuate violently, with the 90,000-year soul ring providing her a significant boost in soul power, raising her from 96th level to the initial stage of 97th level soul power. Once Bibi Dong calmed her suddenly increased soul power, she opened her eyes and stood up, stretching her body in a lazy manner, her alluring curves barely concealed by the loose black robe. However, no one could appreciate this beautiful sight, as the four titled Dalu from the Spear Hall had returned after Bibi Dong absorbed the soul ring, but as she stretched, each of them kept their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts, looking down and avoiding any gaze. Once Bibi Dong resumed her dignified posture as the Pope, the four titled Dalu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This chapter's remarks are free of charge. If it becomes a paid chapter, brothers should not subscribe. Popular recommendations. You can choose to read or not. MU doesn't know how to design. If it becomes a paid chapter, brothers should not subscribe. The original intention of writing this book is to prove myself. Why prove myself? For two reasons. The first is that I wrote 60,000 to 70,000 words in my last book, but couldn't continue, which I regret. The second reason for writing Douluo fan fiction is that I read Douluo and came across many special books, like those about first soul rings of 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and million years, as well as divine beast martial souls and various system novels. I couldn't stand various stories that tortured the original characters, disparaged the master, or took the original female characters, and so on. I expressed my dissatisfaction and ended up being muted, so I decided to write my own. I don't understand why so many people write Douluo fan fiction, riding on the coattails of others while disparaging the original work. If you're reading, just stick with it and finish. If you want to criticize, please wait until you finish. I don't know if other authors' fan contracts have a clause against maliciously slandering or disparaging the original work. In any case, the one I signed does, and I will abide by that. I first read Douluo Dalu in middle school. The first web novel I encountered was the one written by Tang Jiasan Xiao, Ice Fire Magic Chef, in paper version, which a classmate brought to school when I was in 5th grade. That was my enlightenment into web literature. I still remember that book, which is severely incomplete. It starts with the main character, Rong Nian Bing, following his master into the city and treating others as his mother. There are missing parts at the beginning and also at the end. I later read the complete version in middle school. At that time, the reviews for Douluo Continent were still very positive, emphasizing team spirit and cooperation. As for what happened to the original author later, I want to mention it. However, this novel doesn't have any major flaws. When the Douluo Continent anime aired, along with the 3 beauties from the Spirit Hall, some people began to overanalyze, nitpicking details, and conducting extensive analyses. Of course, when I was writing this book, I also pulled out quite a few hairs because the original storyline really can't be thought through too deeply. Otherwise, the more you think, the more you feel there are plot holes. At first, I enjoyed seeing the plots that criticized the original main character, the original female lead, and disrupted the original pairings. But after a while, it felt tedious. The Douluo fanfiction I wrote follows my design plot, which will eventually intersect with the original main character Tang-san. However, I absolutely will not maliciously slander or defame the original work. My education does not allow me to engage in such behavior. You might think I'm being pretentious. And if so, then I am being pretentious. Now, regarding some questions about this book. First, this book is just a fanfiction of Douluo Continent. It's the novel I want to create, a fanfiction of Douluo Continent in my mind. And there may be some differences from the original Douluo Continent comics and Douluo Continent anime. Some common knowledge and shared issues may conflict, and I welcome everyone to point them out. Second, regarding the issue of martial souls, I want to share my thoughts here. Some people may not agree and have different opinions, so feel free to post. I will read all the posts. For example, I set the main character's martial soul as Zhu Yin, with the first soul ring providing a power increase of 50. Many people say this soul skill effect is weak and doesn't match the Zhu Yin martial soul. However, I believe that the higher the quality of the martial soul, the greater the effect should be when obtaining soul rings of the same age. The lower quality martial soul should have larger numerical advantages in the skills it obtains. High-quality martial souls inherently provide a larger boost to soul masters, while low-quality martial souls offer less. After obtaining soul rings, the energy of the soul rings for high-quality martial souls is insufficient to produce those numerically powerful soul skills. However, in terms of boosting the combat power of the soul master, they should be stronger than those low-quality martial souls and those numerically powerful soul skills. This is my personal thought and setting. If some people disagree, then there's nothing I can do. In this Douluo fanfiction, I am the author, I set the rules. So what I say goes. Just a little rant. Please don't argue, my friends. Don't agree? Have your own thoughts? That's fine. Download a writer's assistant and write your own story. This is my perspective. When I read a book, I once said, "Isn't this just a rehashed version of Urban King of Soldiers?" I was permanently muted, and at that time, I was very angry and helpless. Looking back now, I realized I was just being mouthy. So I started writing books, and of course, I won't permanently mute anyone. If someone does, it's definitely the moderator Dong Mu E who muted them. It has nothing to do with me, Mu. Also, regarding the explanation of the main character Tailong's soul skill power increase. Everyone knows the 5 aspects of physical fitness: strength, speed, endurance, flexibility, agility, and coordination, among which strength is the foundation of all aspects. For those who said they didn't know, now you know. For example, the first soul skill of the main character Tailong in this book increases strength by 50, lasting until the soul power is exhausted. It's important to note that strength includes maximum strength, speed strength, and endurance strength. Therefore, a 50 increase in strength encompasses all of these. I think a soul ring obtained by a 500-year soul master is already too high. Initially, I wanted to set the increase at 30, but after checking the original material, I found that the increase data is quite exaggerated, especially the data shared by the book friend Kenuode, which I really couldn't find. It was too exaggerated. The soul skill data I designed differs greatly from or conflicts with the soul skill data that brothers obtain from other works. This led some brothers to point out my mistakes So, after I figured out this issue, I processed the soul skill effects in the latter part of this book to reduce the appearance of specific data. The reason Douluo Continent is called a fantasy classic is that the original author used specific data for expression in later Douluo series. And then some big names brought this data into reality, eventually calculating that the people of Douluo Continent are essentially hydrogen people. Therefore, I feel that I can't grasp such specific data. If I've already used specific data in some parts, I hope my brothers 1T scrutinize it too closely. After all, I'm just someone who can't even score 100 in the liberal arts college entrance exam. Thanks to all the brothers who voted for recommendations and monthly tickets. Special thanks to those who posted to support and encourage Mu, as well as those who pointed out typos in the book. It is because of your support that I have been able to write nearly 500,000 words so far. Your support is also my motivation to finish this book, so, my brothers, can you leave book reviews in the future? Mu has been typing on the phone every day lately and feels wrist pain. Chapter 247. After BB Dong returned to the hotel, She instructed the kitchen to prepare a banquet, clearly for the members of the Spirit Hall on this trip. This shows that, as a woman who can sit firmly in the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall while having elders on her side, Bibi Dong's means of winning people's hearts must be very sophisticated, even if her means are not particularly clever. With the support of her current identity as Pope and her title as a title de law, they will still be very effective. That night, the other members of the Spirit Hall also returned to the hotel where they were staying. After spending so much time in the Stardew Forest and having traveled a long distance back to the small town from the core area of the Stardew Forest, although these people all had good soul power cultivation, they felt physically and mentally exhausted. After returning to the hotel, they enjoyed the hospitality of hot water and delicious food, which Bibi Dong had arranged, making the members of the Spirit Hall feel warm and comfortable. Bibi Dong personally attended the evening banquet and chatted with the soul masters of the Spirit Hall for a while. Every soul master on this trip had the opportunity to converse with Her Holiness the Pope, which made these soul masters more determined to support Bibi Dong as their Pope. With over 100 people on this trip, Bibi Dong talked to each one individually. Although it was only a few short sentences, Bibi Dong could clearly call out each person's name, making everyone feel as if they were bathed in spring breeze. Remembering the names of over 100 people is not a difficult task for Bibi Dong, who has reached the level of a 97th level title de law. Moreover, her mental capacity far exceeds that of other soul masters of the same level. This can be accomplished in a short amount of time, but how many can reach the level of Bibi Dong? Of course, the main participants in the soul hunting operation from the Spirit Hall are all direct subordinates of Bibi Dong, with the weakest among them being soul saints of level 70 or above. After chatting with each person, Bibi Dong clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention, then raised a glass to drink with everyone. After finishing her drink, she exited the venue. With Bibi Dong's departure, the atmosphere in the banquet hall noticeably lightened. Although these people were all Bibi Dong's direct subordinates and held her in high regard, there was an unconscious tension among them when interacting closely with her. Bibi Dong was clearly aware of this situation, which is why she chose to leave shortly after the banquet began, after a brief conversation with each member. The 4 title de law of the Spirit Hall and several peer soul also left the banquet venue soon after Bibi Dong, leaving the space for the younger generation. With the departure of these elder powerhouses, the atmosphere of the banquet became even more cheerful. The people from the Spirit Hall had been under pressure in the Stardew Forest for a long time, and this was a good opportunity for them to relax. However, these individuals were not young anymore and had a sense of moderation. After having fun, they returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, the Spirit Hall members gathered early. After breakfast, they dispersed towards Spirit City. Bibi Dong was the fastest among them because she received news from Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo reported the general situation of Zhu Douluo and Yang Wushuang's diagnosis of Zhu Douluo to Bibi Dong, particularly emphasizing that Yang Wushuang needed Bibi Dong's decision for Zhu Douluo's treatment and the potential risks involved. It was precisely because Bibi Dong received this news from Ghost Douluo that she hurried back, as the situation for Zhu Douluo was very dangerous and seemed like he might not be able to hold on at any moment. Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo were among Bibi Dong's earliest subordinates, and she had great trust in both of them. Now that she received the notification of Zhu Douluo's critical condition, how could Bibi Dong not be anxious? Thus, Bibi Dong traveled day and night back to Spirit City, returning to the Spirit Hall. Upon her return, she first learned about Zhu Douluo's condition. After finding out that Zhu Douluo's situation was stable and there was no immediate danger to his life, she finally felt relieved. Bibi Dong then found Yang Wushuang, who was still conducting his research, and carefully inquired about Zhu Douluo's treatment, clearly understanding Zhu Douluo's current state. After getting a clear understanding of Zhu Douluo's condition from Yang Wushuang, Bibi Dong hesitated about whether to allow Yang Wushuang to proceed with the treatment. Logically, Bibi Dong should have agreed on the spot for Yang Wushuang to treat Zhu Douluo, as a comatose Zhu Douluo held no value for her. Coupled with Ghost Douluo's urging, Bibi Dong could have easily allowed Yang Wushuang to treat Zhu Douluo. However, Bibi Dong was ultimately human, and, as a woman, after so many years of diligent service from Zhu Douluo since he pledged loyalty to her, she felt the need to take action, both to address her own emotions and to set an example for her other subordinates. From Yang Wushuang, Bibi Dong learned that he had already figured out the medications Zhu Douluo had taken. If they could obtain the antidote for the poison Zhu Douluo was afflicted with, Yang Wushuang would have a higher chance of success in treating him. Although Yang Wushuang mentioned that success was not guaranteed, Bibi Dong wanted to ensure the highest possible success rate. Bibi Dong called Ghost Douluo and had Yang Wushuang repeat what he had said in front of Ghost Douluo. informing him of the current situation regarding Douluo. After understanding the situation, Ghost Douluo agreed to keep Douluo in his current state for now and sought ways to obtain the antidote for the poison Douluo had suffered from that day. Bibi Dong then asked Ghost Douluo to recount the details of Douluo's injury and poisoning so that Yang Wushuang, the only expert in this area at the Spirit Hall, could analyze the information for more useful insights. As Ghost Douluo recalled the events of that day, he remembered a young man wielding a large bow, exuding an aura of killing intent. P.S. Thanks to Xiaohong Yue for the 100 starting point coins. Chapter 248. Light and Darkness. Ghost Douluo recalled the scene of that day, with the most vivid memory being the moment when Tailong drew his bow and shot at Douluo. Tailong's arrow was aimed at both him and Douluo, making it hard for Ghost Douluo not to remember. He now recalled that he had been overly worried about his friend Douluo's injury, and after taking Douluo back to their base for treatment, he had not lingered too long, only briefly informing Bibi Dong of the situation without detailing the young man from the Four Spirits sect. Now that Bibi Dong had inquired, Ghost Douluo recounted everything he had witnessed that day to Bibi Dong and Yang Wushuang in detail. With the mental capacity of a title Douluo, Ghost Douluo's memory was impeccable, and the events he and Douluo experienced that day were vividly recounted in his narrative. Bibi Dong and Yang Wushuang gained further understanding of what had transpired that day from Ghost Douluo's account. Although Yang Wushuang had heard it before, this was the first time he listened so attentively, and it was also the first time Ghost Douluo had explained it in such detail. After listening to Ghost Douluo's recount, Bibi Dong turned to Yang Wushuang and asked, Elder Yang, after hearing Elder Ghost's account, do you have any new discoveries? Yang Wushuang nodded and then quickly shook his head, replying, Your Holiness, there are some insights gained, but they won't significantly aid in treating Douluo's injuries. We still need Your Holiness to obtain the mixed poison formula or antidote used by the poisoned Douluo that day. Of course, the arrow wound suffered also contained poison, and now Douluo's condition was very chaotic with various toxins mixed together. If they could also obtain the poison and antidote that had hit Douluo that day, it would be even better. Yang Wushuang naturally spoke candidly, mixing in some of his own thoughts. He was very willing to acquire several new drug formulas. After getting a clear understanding of the situation from Yang Wushuang, mainly to inform Ghost Douluo about Douluo's condition, Bibi Dong wished Yang Wushuang well in monitoring Douluo's condition before leaving with Ghost Douluo. Bibi Dong took Ghost Douluo back to her usual office, clearly explaining her thoughts to him. To put Ghost Douluo at ease, she directly assigned him to take charge of this matter in the Tiando Empire. As for how to obtain the antidote for the poison Douluo suffered from, it wasn't particularly difficult. Given the current relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Four Spirits sect, there were essentially two approaches: the overt method, where the Spirit Hall would directly pressuring the Four Spirits sect to force Douluo to provide the antidote for the poison Douluo had suffered from. The dark side seeks ways to obtain information from the sidelines, using methods such as kidnapping, covert investigations, and infiltration. Although the Spirit Hall has maintained a positive image for many years, these methods are also quite proficient. The Ghost Douluo, carrying Bibi Dong's orders, naturally took the straightforward approach to the Heaven Do Empire. The Spirit Hall has branches in various major cities across Douluo Continent, with their size, depending on the city's scale. There is also a Spirit Hall branch in Heaven Do City, which is under the management of the Platinum Bishop Salas, who has held a high position in the Heaven Do Empire for many years and possesses a certain degree of influence. Upon arriving in the Heaven Do Empire, the Ghost Douluo went straight to the Spirit Hall there and met with the Chief Administrator, Platinum Bishop Salas. Upon learning that the title Douluo Elder from the Spirit Hall headquarters had arrived, warmly welcomed the weary Ghost Douluo. There are many powerful Spirit Hall Douluo, but few can compare to Salas's status. As the head of the Spirit Hall in the Heaven Do Empire, Salas holds immense power, far exceeding that of the elders stationed at the Spirit Hall. The only other Douluo who could be compared to Salas would likely be the Platinum Bishop in charge of the Star Luo Empire. The Ghost Douluo conveyed his purpose to Salas and presented Bibi Dong's papal decree, requesting Salas's cooperation in his actions. Afterward, the Ghost Douluo returned to the room prepared for him by Salas. Knowing that the situation with the Chrysanthemum Douluo was stable and understanding that the Spirit Hall should not appear too anxious in negotiations with the Four Spirit sect, the Spirit Hall had also prepared items for this exchange for the antidote. With this in mind, the Ghost Douluo waved his hand and took out a soul bone from his storage soul guide, which was the somewhat deformed leg shield soul bone obtained by Bibi Dong from the Cavern Magic Spider in the Stardo Forest. This was given to the Ghost Douluo by Bibi Dong, and if the Four Spirits sect refused to hand over the antidote, the ghost Dalu could leverage the Spirit Hall's strength to pressure them, while offering the soul bone to save face in exchange for the antidote. Although this 90,000-year-old cavern magic spider soul bone is deformed, its age signifies its value, and while it may not be absorbable by normal spirit masters, it is still considered a treasure. Bibi Dong, however, does not place much importance on this deformed soul bone, not because she is extravagant, but because the Spirit Hall has accumulated many such deformed soul bones over the years since mastering methods to increase the probability of soul bone drops from tortured soul beasts. After receiving the orders from the Ghost Law, Salas quickly arranged for the Elder from above and immediately began to take action, contacting the Four Spirits sect to express the Spirit Hall's intentions. With the bright line in motion, the Spirit Hall's dark line would also not be idle. The Four Spirits sect has rapidly risen to become a significant force in just a few years, but due to its insufficient foundation, it has recruited many spirit masters from outside, among whom are certainly spies from various other factions. The Four Spirit sect is aware that some of the spirit masters they have recruited may have issues, but due to practical reasons and the need for development, they can only turn a blind eye. The Spirit Hall's dark spies have received orders from their own backdoor forces. Apart from the spies cultivated by the Spirit Hall itself, many are part-time spies developed through these covert channels. These part-time spies are a unique profession that has emerged from the covert battles among major spirit master factions. Although called spies, their work is merely a side job. These part-time spies may interface with multiple leaders at once and are often aware of which faction they are serving. They are profit-driven, and as long as they are offered a satisfactory price, they will relay information to their superiors. Although their organization is chaotic, their ability to gather intelligence is impressive. It is possible that even the concubines in the Heaven Do Empire's harem are part-time spies, as such arrangements can be beneficial. If one concubine dislikes another and wishes to punish or remove her, she might be informed that all it takes is to disclose some inconsequential information for assistance. Instances like this can lead to repeated behavior, gradually turning these individuals into information brokers, and since they are unknowingly induced into this situation, they are referred to as part-time spies. The Spirit Hall's dark network has been fully activated and quickly acquired the two types of poison that Talon used on the chrysanthemum Douluo Zero. Although the Forbidden Soul Powder is not for external sale, the other two types of pills are not a secret. It remains unclear how they determined that the poison on Talon Zero was excitation and sleep. This intelligence was rapidly transmitted, with one of the dark spies purchasing the finished products and antidotes for both excitation and sleep, then quickly relaying this information and the drugs back to the Spirit Hall. Before long, these items reached Bibi Dong's hands. Bibi Dong examined them and, while somewhat intrigued, did not consider using them. Truthfully, Bibi Dong is also an expert in poisons, with two top-tier spider spirit beasts, making her reliant on poison in battle. However, the poison she uses is solely from her spirit beasts, whose innate toxins and soul skills have already been endowed with toxicity. Bibi Dong does not hold much regard for methods that involve various herbs and plants to concoct toxic mists, finding them overly complicated and inefficient. The recent poisoning of the chrysanthemum Doa has piqued her curiosity somewhat regarding these methods of using various medicines to concoct toxins, but it remains just curiosity. Bibi Dong still does not think highly of these poison methods, confident that if the chrysanthemum Doa had been poisoned by either of her two spirit beasts, he would not merely have been unconscious, but likely already buried. She handed the drugs and antidote over to Yang Wushuang, the one truly responsible for treating the chrysanthemum Doa, and then shifted her attention back to the matters before her. The position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall is not easy. There are countless responsibilities and concerns. Back in the Heaven Do Empire, the negotiations between the Spirit Hall and the Four Spirit sect have reached the final stages, and the final agreement between both parties is not far off. Since the Four Spirit sect received the news from the Platinum Bishop Sarath of the Spirit Hall, the five-titled Douluo of the Four Spirit sect held a meeting to discuss. Eventually, the internal consensus of the Four Spirit sect was reached. The antidote could be given to the Spirit Hall, but it absolutely could not be given for free. The Four Spirit sect decision was precisely within the expectations of the Spirit Hall's Pope Bibi Dong, not because Bibi Dong had any prophetic abilities, but because she analyzed the situation of both sides and came to this conclusion. Although the Four Spirit sect's strength has rapidly developed in recent years and even gained some military power, it has been established for too short time, and compared to the long-established Spirit Hall, its foundation seems rather shallow. Moreover, the Douluo Continent is currently in a state of peace. Although there are some frictions and hidden conflicts among the major forces, nothing has surfaced publicly, and there is a certain tacit understanding among the various forces. This time, the Spirit Hall's elder, the title Daw known as the Chrysanthemum Daw, has fallen victim to the poison of the four spirit sects titled Dalu. It is natural for the Spirit Hall to seek the antidote. The four spirit sects' caution toward the powerful Spirit Hall makes it understandable that they chose to offer something in exchange for the antidote. The high-level management of the Spirit Hall and the four spirit sect maintained a certain understanding. After such a long period of negotiation, the Spirit Hall wants to exchange the antidote for 2 pieces of millennium-level soul bones, while the four spirit sect is naturally reluctant, believing that a title Daw like the Chrysanthemum Daw cannot be compared to the value of 2 pieces of millennium-level soul bones. Therefore, both sides agreed to the transaction, but they were stuck on the terms. Sarath, the person in charge of the Spirit Hall, naturally had a tough attitude. He was aware of the situation with the Chrysanthemum Dalu. The ghost Dalu, by Mu Yu, was waiting for the antidote from the four spirit sect to save him. Because of this, Sarath appeared very calm during the negotiation process with the four spirit sect, sticking to his conditions without retreating and being meticulous. It was precisely because of Sarath's attitude that the poison Daw, Dugo, who poisoned the Chrysanthemum Daw, became less confident. Dugo was initially very confident in his mixed poison, believing that the Chrysanthemum Daw would be severely injured if not dead, especially after Xiao Long's final arrow. He thought the Chrysanthemum Daw was already half a foot in the underworld. However, just as Dugo began to doubt himself, the real leader of the Spirit Hall, the Ghost Dalu, could no longer sit still. He was initially very satisfied with Sarath's abilities, but as time dragged on, he became anxious. Thus, the Ghost Dalu directly informed Sarath of the final offer from the Spirit Hall and handed over the soul bone to him, urging him to complete the transaction as soon as possible. Chapter 250. A visit. Sarath was shocked by the aura emitted from the soul bone handed over by the Ghost Dalu. However, when Sarath saw the detailed appearance of this soul bone, he felt it was normal. As the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, having spent most of his life there, Sarath had heard some secrets within the Spirit Hall, and had also heard from friends about the matters concerning these deformed and incomplete soul bones. The deformed soul bone of the 90,000-year-old underground magic spider presented by the Ghost Dalu was the first deformed soul bone Sarath had seen. After receiving it, Sarath couldn't help but examine it a few more times out of curiosity. This soul bone was taken from the Pope's private collection and was given as a bargaining chip, because the Pope anticipated that the people of the Four Spirit Sect would not easily hand over the antidote during this negotiation. The value of such a deformed soul bone varies from person to person. For instance, if this soul bone were in the hands of a soul master with only a left leg, it would be an invaluable treasure, even exceeding the value of a normal soul bone of the same level and type. However, if the soul bone were in the hands of a person like you or me, it would be of little value and not very useful. Seeing Sarath's apparent interest in the soul bone, the Ghost Daw, recalling how Sarath had been diligently working for his own matters during this time, spoke a bit more to him, also informing him that the value of this soul bone was not great and would not be of much use to him unless he was willing to amputate his left foot. Sarath, being shrewd, understood the Ghost Dalu's meaning and sensed an opportunity. He clearly felt that the Ghost Dalu's attitude towards him had changed. Sarath had already learned about the Ghost Dalu's character through his connections after the latter arrived. Therefore, the fact that the Ghost Dalu was now speaking so much to him made Sarath realize that his efforts during this period had not been in vain. Sarath understood that although he seemed to be in a good position now, there were many people at the Spirit Hall headquarters in Spirit City eyeing his position as the Spirit Hall leader in the Tiendo Empire. If it weren't for the fact that the Spirit Hall leader in the Tiendo Empire was located in Tiendo City, the attitude of the Tiendo Empire towards the Spirit Hall would not be very good. The presence of title Dalu from the Spirit Hall in the Tiendo Empire, especially in the Imperial City that is permanently stationed there, would raise questions among the Tiendo Empire and its emperor. It was evident that since the Ghost Dalu arrived at Tiendo City, the Tiendo Empire had already begun to exert pressure on the Spirit Hall, and this was still while the Ghost Dalu stayed quietly in the Spirit Hall without going out. There were already many eyes from the Tiendo side surrounding the Spirit Hall, blatantly positioned around it, clearly monitoring the Ghost Dalu, a suddenly arrived hostile title Dalu. If the Spirit Hall had not responded and made it clear that the Ghost Dalu had a specific purpose for being there, the Tiendo Empire might have already prepared to gather forces to eliminate the unstable factor that was the Ghost Dalu. Therefore, The Spirit Hall's leadership was not due to a lack of title Dalu, but rather because they placed only a platinum bishop with soul Dalu cultivation in the positions of the Spirit Hall leaders in the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. There is a fundamental difference between the destructive power of a soul Dalu and a title Dalu. Just the flight ability of a title Dalu is enough to make the Tiando Emperor and the Xingluo Emperor uneasy. It is evident that even the Four Spirits sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which closely cooperate with the Tiando Empire, generally have their title Dalu residing outside Tiando City. There is no need to elaborate on the reasons for this, right? Of course, this issue concerning title Dalu has little to do with Saruth, but he indeed places great importance on building a closer relationship with the Ghost Dalu, the favored one beside the Pope. The title Dalu of the Spirit Hall cannot be stationed at the Spirit Hall in the Tiando Empire, but there are quite a few Soul Dalu strong enough, and some of these Soul Dalu have qualifications not much inferior to Saruth, with some even older than him. Among these powerful Soul Daluos, some have aged and reached their limits in cultivation, knowing that their abilities in this lifetime will only reach this level. Therefore, these individuals, having lost their pursuit of cultivation and possessing plenty of time, naturally shift their attention to the younger generation of their families or to power and wealth. When it comes to power and wealth, at the level of Soul Daluos, acquiring them is relatively simple. However, at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, these Soul Daluos are overshadowed by titled Daluos, the Pope, and the Elder Hall. Thus, in the Spirit City of the Spirit Hall headquarters, Soul Daluos do not hold much significance. In this situation, some individuals turn their gaze away from the headquarters to the localities. Consequently, the heads of the Spirit Hall in the Tiando Empire, Salus, and in the Xingluo Empire, Chris, both platinum bishops, naturally become targets of scrutiny. However, both have been navigating through the Spirit Hall for many years, building networks and establishing their own strength and qualifications. Coupled with their long tenure in their positions without any major mistakes, this allows them to maintain their positions as platinum bishops. The arrival of the Ghost Dalu presents Salus with an opportunity to befriend the Chrysanthemum Dalu and the Ghost Dalu. It is well known that the Chrysanthemum Dalu and the Ghost Dalu act in concert, almost as if they are one person. Therefore, after hearing the Ghost Dalu's instructions, Salus does not linger and directly takes the 90,000-year-old soul bone of the Abyssal Demon Spider, find a few friends he has a good relationship with, and leaves the Spirit Hall heading towards the Four Spirits sect's local residence. As friends of Salus, these individuals are not insignificant figures. They are well known in the Tiando Empire, including the fathers-in-law of Talon. Chapter 251, Popular Recommendation. Salus's decision to call upon these nobles of the Tiando Empire, particularly Talon's two fathers-in-law, before leaving for the Four Spirit sect's residence is certainly due to his apprehension. The Four Spirit sect's residence is located outside of Tiando City, and previous discussions had always taken place within the city. This time, with the Ghost Dalu unable to wait any longer and having brought out his trump card for the deal, Salus must complete the transaction promptly. In the past, Salus was not particularly afraid when visiting the Four Spirit sect's residence, but this time is different. He carries a 90,000-year-old soul bone, albeit a deformed one. If the Four Spirit sect were to see such a treasured soul bone without fully understanding its nature, they might become overly excited and act recklessly, potentially leading to his demise. Not to mention that the titled Daluos of the Four Spirit sect would not resort to such actions. There has recently emerged a killer organization called the Dark Alliance, which has been known to execute soul Daluos for the right price. Having stayed in the Tiando Empire for many years, Salus knows that the Dark Alliance has ties to the Four Spirit sect, particularly with the two families involved in poison and blacksmithing, who have often used crossbows and poison in their killings. Therefore, Salus brought along the eldest son of the Yin family and the head of the Gu family, who are both fathers-in-law of Talon. The people of the Four Spirit sect surely wouldn't dare to kill him in front of these individuals, right? Upon arriving at the Four Spirit sect's residence, Salus and his companions were escorted into the sect after reporting their arrival, eventually reaching the reception hall. Here, they met with the head of the Four Spirit sect, the poisoned Dalu Dugabo, and the head of the diplomatic department, Tano. Both sides are respectable individuals, and even though they are aware of each other's intentions, they engage in casual conversation for a while. Since this is not their first meeting, the atmosphere remains quite pleasant, especially with Talon's two fathers-in-law and his father, Tano, present. Seeing that the atmosphere was suitable, Salus then stated the purpose of his visit, first reiterating his initial condition, 2,000-year-old soul bones. Dugabo, upon hearing this condition, naturally disagreed. After some back and forth, Salus, seeing that the time was right, took out the 90,000-year-old soul bone of the abyssal demon spider. Salus had his own thoughts. It was not entirely appropriate to present such a soul bone in front of so many people. But he feared that if he took it out in a private room with Douluo, he might unknowingly become poisoned, as the reputation of the poisoned Douluo is no joke. Upon seeing the soul bone that Salus presented, Douluo instantly felt that its quality was excellent, comparable to his own 90,000-year-old head soul bone, which made him eager to act. Please take a closer look. This soul bone has some issues. Salus, sensing the fluctuation of Douluo's soul power, was instantly startled and exclaimed, hurriedly pointing to the excess part of the soul bone, urging Douluo to see it, desperately wanting him to understand that this was a deformed soul bone. Hearing Salus's shout, Douluo followed Salus's finger and discovered that the soul bone indeed had some abnormalities. It was a deformed soul bone. Douluo slowly calmed his soul power, removed his hand from his storage soul guide, and pretended to sip tea, acting as if nothing had happened. Yes, Douluo admitted that he had been a bit too excited and had not controlled his soul power well. This was merely a normal reaction for a soul master upon seeing a high-quality soul bone, and he absolutely had no other intentions. Seeing Douluo sit down again, Salus felt relieved as the tension in his throat subsided. After observing Douluo's actions, Salus also calmly raised the tea in front of him to his lips, thought for a moment, and then set it down again. Salus would never admit that Douluo's previous actions caused him to lose a couple of drops of sweat. At the same time, he glanced at the good friends sitting beside him, feeling fortunate that he had the foresight to bring them along. Since Salus had laid his cards on the table, his attitude and the chip he presented left Douluo somewhat puzzled. Salus had been so adamant about only offering 2,000-year-old soul bones for exchange, yet now he took the initiative to present such a soul bone. This operation truly bewildered Douluo. However, since Salus was in a hurry, Douluo felt no need to rush. He did not particularly care about the 2,000-year-old soul bones or the deformed soul bone. If the 90,000-year-old soul bone had been intact, he would have certainly been tempted. After presenting a low offer, Salus naturally wanted to reach an agreement as soon as possible, so he subtly hinted to Douluo. But Douluo was indeed evading the topic and continuously changing the subject, refusing to engage in a serious discussion with Salus. In reality, what Douluo wanted was not anything else. He simply wanted to know the current situation of the chrysanthemum Douluo who had been poisoned by his concoction. However, Salus was also unaware of the current status of the chrysanthemum Douluo, so he could not answer Douluo's question. Thus, the negotiations between the two sides fell into a stalemate. If it weren't for Tailong and Ning, the two families-in-law, being present to liven up the atmosphere, this meeting would have already concluded. Ha ha, I heard that my in-laws are here, great. Today, don't leave after getting close. I'll host a banquet at noon, so we can drink a few cups together. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from outside, and at the same time, Titan walked into the living room, approaching Ning's father, Talon, and patting his shoulder with a smile. Father, what makes you so happy? Seeing his father arrive, Tano quickly stood up, thinking that his father's presence was just right, as the atmosphere in the room fell off. He was also curious about what made Titan so happy. Ha ha ha, I'm going to have a great grandson. You, my boy, will also be a grandfather. Titan joyfully patted his silly son on the shoulder and said, P.S. Thanks to Rock Solid RPG Master for the 4 monthly tickets. Guru Wolin, Ning Xuejuan. Chapter 252, Acknowledgement. Titan was very happy today. He had just received the news that one of his grandson's wives was pregnant. The wife of Talon who was pregnant was none other than Ning Xuejuan from the Ning family. To say that Ning Xuejuan was not very prominent among Talon's 7 wives would be an understatement. In terms of appearance, she was just average among the 7 women. As for her cultivation, there was no comparison, with Anna, Katrina, and Amy being older and the youngest one, Jiangju, below her. Therefore, Ning Xuejuan seemed quite inconspicuous among the 7. However, if there was anything special about Ning Xuejuan, it would be her personality. She was somewhat soft-spoken, or one might say, somewhat easygoing and indecisive, which allowed her to maintain good relationships with the other women, making her a good-natured person in Talon's household. Ning Xuejuan had been pregnant for a month or 2, but it was only today that others noticed. She was quite lacking in knowledge about this matter and did not even realize she was pregnant. Just a couple of days ago, she had been intimate with Talon without any reservations. When Talon was first informed of this news and learned that Ning Xuejuan had been pregnant for almost a month, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty and relieved when recalling what he had done a few days ago. Although the news of Ning Xuejuan's pregnancy was not a big deal, it did stir up some waves when it was revealed. Within the Li family, it was fine. They were happy for their young master having a child. But since Talon was still quite young and the patriarch Titan was still in his prime, the news of Talon having a child was only regarded as a joyful event. Of course, Titan was very happy after receiving this news. He took out some spiritual herbs allocated to him as an elder of the Four Spirit sect and personally went to check on Ning Xuejuan's condition, giving her the herbs and saying they were to help her recover, insisting that she must not neglect her great-grandson. Titan stayed with Talon for a while, advising him to take good care of his wife before leaving. After returning to his small courtyard, Titan sat by the stone table, and after a maid poured him tea, he asked her to step back. After taking a sip of tea, he started laughing, which showed that his mood was indeed very good. After laughing for a while, Titan felt that he needed to share the news of having a great-grandson with his old friends, especially that old guy Douluo, who only had granddaughters, to bring some joy to his old buddies. When Talon inquired about Douluo's whereabouts, he was told that Douluo was currently in a meeting with the Platinum Bishop Salus of the Spirit Hall and several nobles from the Empire in the conference hall. Upon hearing this news, Titan realized he knew what Douluo was discussing with Salus. The only thing he knew that the Four Spirits sect and the Spirit Hall could sit down and talk about was the matter concerning the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Knowing what Douluo was negotiating with the Spirit Hall, Titan had no intention of going over right now, as this matter was essentially a private affair between Douluo and the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall had been negotiating with Douluo for some time, clearly wanted to offer something in exchange for the antidote. In this situation, it was not very appropriate for Titan to get involved. After all, the poison was placed by Douluo, and it was only reasonable that the Spirit Hall would offer something to Douluo in exchange for the antidote. It would be inappropriate for him to just show up. However, when Titan heard that the two fathers-in-law of his grandson from the Ning and Gu families had come over, he recalled that his granddaughter-in-law, named Ning Xuejuan, was from the Ning family. Since they were here and their daughter was pregnant with his great-grandson, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate not to go and greet them? Even though he knew that Ning Xuejuan's father was coming to the Four Spirits sect, Titan might not necessarily go to meet him, as he could just have Tano entertain them. But now it was different. So Titan went to the conference hall of the Four Spirits sect. However, Titan did not go inside. Douluo was currently negotiating conditions with Salus, and Titan stayed outside, preparing to wait until they finished before going in to take a look. However, as Douluo and Salus's negotiations reached a stalemate, and it seemed that this negotiation was about to end, Titan timely walked in to break the deadlock in the room. Titan first spoke with Ning Xuejuan's father, then told Tano about the news that he would also be a grandfather, and then showed off a bit to Douluo. Of course, all of this was just superficial, although Titan pretended to be a rough man. He had been the head of the Li family for many years and had spent quite a bit of time in the business world in court. Now, if one were to say Titan was a brute, even his grandson Talon wouldn't believe it. Their essay saying, "A pig's face shows on the outside, but the heart is loud." Titan probably belonged to this kind. On the surface, Titan was sharing the news of having a great-grandson with these people, but in reality, he had already taken in the situation in the room, especially the 90,000-year-old soul bone of the abyssal spider that Salus had placed on the table, which particularly attracted Titan's attention. "My daughter is pregnant?" Ning Xuejuan's father was overjoyed upon realizing the situation. During this time, Ning's father had deeply understood how much benefit their family had gained from this marriage. Although the Four Spirits sect had not publicly supported the Ning family due to this marriage, with the current situation of the Four Spirits sect, the Ning family riding on the coattails of the Four Spirits sect had already brought them considerable benefits. Now that his daughter was pregnant with the child of the young master of the Four Spirits sect, wouldn't that mean Ning's father had already fallen into a fantasy of a bright future? Beside him, Gu's father, upon hearing this news, expressed his envy and jealousy towards Ning's father and Talon. Gu's father was now muttering to himself, wondering why his daughter wasn't as ambitious. While Gu's father was feeling jealous, Titan secretly transmitted a message to Douluo, suggesting that Douluo should know when to stop. That deformed 90,000-year-old soul bone of the abyssal spider was pretty much the bottom line for the Spirit Hall, and they shouldn't push too hard. Douluo nodded in agreement after receiving Titan's transmission. P.S. Thanks to Rock Solid RPG Master for the 4 monthly tickets yesterday. AMU was a bit unwell and went to bed early. This morning he got up early and felt much better. Chapter 253, Congratulations Gift. Popular recommendation. After listening to Titan's transmission, Douluo thought for a moment and agreed with Titan's viewpoint. especially since the foundation of the Four Spirits sect was still shallow. If Ju was really poisoned to death by her own poison, then the feud between her side and the Spirit Hall would deepen significantly, making it easier for the Spirit Hall to take action against the Four Spirit sect. Therefore, Douluo quickly analyzed the most advantageous option for himself, just in time to disrupt the negotiation that had just fallen into a deadlock with the arrival of Titan, and to start a new round of negotiations. In the end, after a battle of wits between Douluo and Salas, with Titan occasionally interjecting with off-topic comments when the negotiations hit a deadlock, Douluo and Salas reached a consensus in the conference hall of the Four Spirit sect. Salas left behind the deformed left leg bone of the 90,000-year-old abyssal demon spider and took out 2 pieces of 1,000-year-old soul bones from his storage soul guide. Then, Salas left the Four Spirit sect with several bottles of antidote and the mixed poison product given by Douluo, feeling quite satisfied. The 2,000-year-old soul bones were placed on the table, while Douluo carefully examined the 90,000-year-old abyssal demon spider soul bone in his hand, with Titan observing the deformed soul bone closely. As for the 2,000-year-old soul bones on the table, aside from a glance exchanged when Salas took them out to confirm their quality and age, neither Titan nor Douluo looked at them again. Although the 2,000-year-old soul bones were still decent treasures for someone of Titan and Douluo's cultivation and status, 1,000-year-old soul bones were merely ordinary. It was no wonder that Douluo and Titan were feeling a bit aloof. After all, 1,000-year-old soul bones were somewhat lackluster, and for titled Douluos like Titan and Douluo, there was no need to absorb 1,000-year-old soul bones. Of course, these 1,000-year-old soul bones would still make nice gifts for younger generations. Salas left with the accompanying nobles from the Empire, but Ning's father, Talon, did not leave. The father from the Gu family, however, left with Salas, as it felt somewhat inappropriate for him to stay given that Ning's daughter was pregnant. Now, only Titan and Douluo remained in the conference hall. Tainua and Ning's father were perceptive enough to notice that Titan and Douluo had matters to discuss, so they left the conference hall with Salas. Tainua even saw them off, possibly to accompany Gu's father. After all, Tainua thought, since Ning's daughter was already pregnant, how far could Gu's daughter be from it? After all, both daughters married around the same time, and perhaps in a few days, Gu's daughter would also be pregnant. Therefore, Tainua wanted to keep Gu's father here for a gathering. But seeing Gu's father was determined to leave, and with Ning's father still present, Tainua felt it inappropriate to stop him. After Gu's father left, Tainua took Ning's father to visit the pregnant Ning Xuejuan in the conference hall of the Four Spirit sect. After everyone else had left, Douluo and Titan examined the deformed soul bone for a long time. At first, the soul bone was in Douluo's hands, but later it was passed to Titan, who held it and kept gesturing with it in his hands. Old Tai, are you really confident you can cut off the excess part of this soul bone? Douluo, seeing Titan's engrossed gestures and muttering to himself as if he was casting a spell, couldn't help but ask about the plan Titan had just shared with him. Of course, Titan, with wide eyes, was ready to thump his chest and guarantee it without a second thought. Think carefully before you speak. Douluo felt Titan was unreliable at that moment, cursing himself for being foolish. The old gorilla's sudden inspiration was evident, and he regretted believing Titan could cut off the excess part of the soul bone after seeing him study it so seriously just moments ago. This was a 90,000-year-old abyssal demon spider soul bone. It couldn't be used for experiments. Feeling that Titan was not dependable, Douluo snatched the soul bone back from Titan and seriously blocked Titan's intention to grab it again. I do have some confidence, but the success rate is not very high. However, if this soul bone is not cut, it will be completely useless. At most, it can only be displayed. I think you can't waste it like this, really just letting it sit there. Titan, with a smiling face, tried to divert Douluo's attention, while also wanting to reclaim this highly valuable 90,000-year-old deformed abyssal demon spider soul bone. Forget it, you old man. With that smile, I feel uncomfortable all over. If you don't have more than 80 confidence, then don't talk to me. Douluo felt irritated when he saw Titan's smiling face approaching, directly storing the just-acquired deformed soul bone into his storage soul guide, cutting off Titan's opportunity to experiment. At the same time, Douluo didn't continue to waste words with Titan, turning to head out of the conference hall. Hey, old poisoner, you haven't taken those 2 soul bones. Titan turned around and saw the 2,000-year-old soul bones still sitting on the table where Salas had just been, and he couldn't help but remind Douluo as he walked away. Forget it, that little brat Long has been raised by me, and now he's going to be a father. Just give those 2 soul bones to him. By the way, one should be given to the girl who is pregnant with that little brat son, so that Talon can treat her well. The other one, you can handle it. Douluo waved his hand dismissively at Titan's reminder, casually assigning the ownership of these two soul bones, which would surely stir up a storm on Douluo Continent. Hey, brother Douluo, take care. I will definitely pass your words to that little brat Talon. After hearing Douluo's arrangement for the two soul bones, Titan's attitude instantly took a big turn. After flattering Douluo a couple of times, he happily collected the 2,000-year-old soul bones. Although Titan didn't think much of these 2,000-year-old soul bones, who wouldn't want to get them for free? A single 1,000-year-old soul bone could fetch hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins at an auction if the timing was right, making Titan quite pleased. On the other side, Douluo, walking away, couldn't help but twitch his mouth at Titan's words. Chapter 254. War Hot Recommendation. Titan's performance after picking up the two soul bones allowed Douluo to truly witness what a two-faced person looks like. Titan only examined the 2,000-year-old soul bones after Douluo left. One was a 5,000-year-old left arm soul bone, and the other was a 4,000-year-old right leg soul bone. The 5,000-year-old left arm soul bone should be an attack-type soul skill, coming from the Blazing Lion, while the other 4,000-year-old right leg soul bone, coming from the Wind-Chasing Spirit Fox, should be a speed-type soul skill. After contemplating for a while, Titan finally stored the weapon year, Blazing Lion Soul Bone, into his storage soul guide, planning to place it in the treasure vault of the Four Spirits sect for a destined person. As for the remaining 4,000-year-old Wind-Chasing Spirit Fox soul bone, Titan took out a brocade box from his storage soul guide, placed the soul bone inside, and headed toward Talon's courtyard. Clearly, Titan intended to give the 4,000-year-old Wind-Chasing Spirit Fox soul bone to Talon, so he could find a suitable opportunity to gift it to Ning Xuejuan. When Titan arrived at Tailong's small courtyard, Tainua and Ning Fu had just left the council hall, and Tailong's mother, Yang Banzhuang, was also there, chatting happily with several of her daughters-in-law while holding Tailong's younger sister. Titan scanned the area and noticed that there were quite a few people, but Tailong, one of the main parties involved, was absent. Upon entering the courtyard, everyone stood up to greet Titan, who waved his hand to indicate that they didn't need to be overly polite. After staying for a while and learning where Tailong had gone, Titan decided not to linger and left the courtyard. It wasn't that Titan didn't want to stay and connect with the younger generation, but aside from Tainua, Yang Banzhuang, and the little granddaughter, the others were too formal and respectful towards Titan. Even Tailong's several wives were the same. This was unavoidable, although Tailong's wives were all Titan's granddaughters-in-law. They had only married Tailong for a short time and weren't very familiar with Titan, not to mention Ning Fu. After leaving the small courtyard, Titan returned directly to his own courtyard. Talon was not currently at the Four Spirits sect, but had gone to the Zhu Yan Alliance's base. As for the soul bone in his hand, Titan did not give it directly to Ning Xuejuan, but planned to wait until Tailong returned to hand it over to him. After Tailong learned that Ning Xuejuan was pregnant, he spent some time in her courtyard until he received a message from Catherine that there was something happening with old Mo. Upon receiving this news, Titan didn't stay long with Ning Xuejuan and took Anna and Catherine to the Zhu Yan Alliance's base. When Tailong arrived at the Zhu Yan Alliance, he found that many people had already gathered in the council hall, all of whom Titan recognized as responsible figures from various aspects of the Zhu Yan Alliance. These people were silent in the council hall, creating a rather dull atmosphere. After Tailong arrived, they all stood up to greet him, which eased the atmosphere a bit. Tailong took the seat of honor, and old Mo directly explained the reason for inviting Tailong over. The issue was complicated, yet not overly so, but finding a resolution proved to be quite troublesome. The Zhu Yan Alliance had already discussed this matter several times, but due to internal disagreements, they had been unable to make a final decision, causing the issue to drag on. After listening to old Mo's explanation, Tailong found it a bit strange, as he thought that resolving this matter shouldn't be too difficult. Given the current strength of the Zhu Yan Alliance, they could simply push through the issue. Old Mo shouldn't have needed to bring him over for this. The situation was actually quite simple. The Zhu Yan army within the Zhu Yan Alliance had become a mercenary group instead of a formal army of the Tiando Empire due to the interference of the fourth prince of Tiando, Xuelang. After becoming a mercenary group, they naturally had to accept commissions for development. Because of the relationship between the Zhu Yan Alliance and the Four Spirits sect, the Tiando Empire turned a blind eye to the Zhu Yan army becoming a mercenary group as long as they didn't go too far. In return for the leniency from the Tiando Empire, the Zhu Yan Alliance also reciprocated by allowing the Zhu Yan army to leave the directly governed areas of the Tiando Empire and develop in other provinces and kingdoms. After all, the Zhuyan army, being a mercenary group, sought profit from war, and the Zhuyan mercenaries were no exception. Since they pursued profit from war, it represented chaos and disorder. If the Zhuyan army remained in the directly governed areas of the Tiando Empire, it was inevitable that they would clash with the empire. Given that the Zhuyan alliance was still relatively weak, they proactively left the Tiando Empire's directly governed areas for better development. The reason for heading to those kingdoms and provinces was that, although these places were officially under the Tiando Empire, there were areas where the empire had already lost control. Although the Tiando Empire had invested heavily in military development in recent years, the number of provinces was vast, and many had been self-governing for years, making it difficult for the empire to reclaim autonomy without resistance from those who had been in power for so long. Currently, although the Tiando Empire had regained control over a few provinces, several others were still strongly resisting, and these resistance forces had other powers secretly supporting them, making their opposition formidable and enduring. Among these, the Silvis province was one still engaged in conflict, and the Zhuyan mercenary group seized the opportunity to enter and develop there. Relying on their strong capabilities, they quickly established a foothold in Silvis province. After securing their position in Silvis province, the Zhuyan mercenaries began to sweep through the area, accepting commissions from cities that leaned towards the Tiando Empire and waging war against other hostile cities. A large amount of gold soul coins and various treasures were collected by the Zhuyan alliance and sent back to their rear. The Zhuyan alliance continuously supported the Zhuyan mercenaries and understood the principle of spending wisely, purchasing a large quantity of weapons from the Four Spirits sect with the gold soul coins. Chapter 255, Popular Recommendation, the Zhuyan Alliance. Located at the rear in Tiando City, received gold soul coins sent back from the Zhuyan army in Silvis province and purchased various war weapons to send to the Zhuyan army there. The frontline Zhuyan army received weapons, armor, large siege weapons, and battlefield weapons from the rear and turned into a second-hand arms dealer, directly occupying a city and starting a weapons merchant model. Of course, the Zhuyan alliance was still aware of the situation and only sold these weapons to cities aligned with the Tiando Empire, selling mainly defensive weapons. As for siege weapons and large battlefield killing weapons, the Zhuyan army naturally kept them for their own use. Although this move by the Zhuyan alliance was somewhat unethical and drew criticism from many informed individuals, those who condemned the Zhuyan alliance's actions overlooked the fact that the Zhuyan army was openly operating under the banner of mercenaries. Initially, the Zhuyan mercenary group acted on their own initiative, and Tailong was unaware at first, thinking they were fighting in Silvis province. However, after learning the truth, Tailong had no intention of stopping them. This situation benefited the Zhuyan alliance, the Four Spirits sect, and even the Tiando Empire. The Zhuyan alliance made money. The Four Spirits sect profited, and although the Tiando Empire spent some money, it strengthened the defensive capabilities of its cities, representing a win-win situation where everyone got what they needed. However, the profits from this situation were substantial, causing some local powers in Silvis province to become dizzy. The local forces were the first to feel overwhelmed, and due to the Zhuyan mercenary group's domineering actions and their principle of only dealing with those who could pay, conflicts arose between the Zhuyan army and these local powers. Now, the Zhuyan mercenaries were directly seizing a city and acting as arms dealers, which was already problematic. But they also practiced discrimination, selling to some while refusing others, which left those who couldn't obtain weapons very dissatisfied. Of course, if it were just like that, these loosely organized forces wouldn't pose much trouble for the Zhuyan alliance. However, these forces have come together under the influence of individuals with ulterior motives. They have occupied the Silvis province for many years and have strong control over certain areas within it. The power they wield after uniting should not be underestimated. Moreover, some of these forces have connections with city rulers who lean towards the Heavenly Empire, whether through marriage or long-standing friendships. In any case, these individuals have established connections with these city lords, purchasing weapons from the Zhuyan mercenary corps and passing them on to these forces. Subsequently, they even leaked the routes used by the Zhuyan alliance for transporting supplies and weapons, leading to Zhuyan's goods being robbed twice. Afterward, the Zhuyan alliance strengthened their defenses and resorted to harsh measures, directly beheading those robbers and stacking their heads on a cart as a warning. This effectively deterred those who were secretly targeting the Zhuyan alliance's supplies, making those who were preparing to take advantage of the situation reconsider. However, even though the Zhuyan alliance managed to stop further losses in time, A considerable amount of war weapons still fell into the hands of the forces resisting the Heavenly Empire. Once these weapons were obtained, the opposing forces quickly learned how to use them, aided by some city lords who discreetly facilitated the transfer, making the acquisition process quite smooth. As these war weapons were mastered by the resistance forces and used on a large-scale battlefield, along with their defense of the cities, the casualties among the Heavenly Empire's army increased significantly. It's worth noting that previously, the Heavenly Empire's army had been dominating the battlefield solely based on their powerful weapons. But now the opposing forces also possessed these weapons. Although the quantity of war weapons held by the opposing army was not large, it still resulted in significant casualties for the Heavenly Empire's forces. With the increase in casualties, the commander responsible for the Heavenly Empire's operations in Silvis province became enraged upon learning the reason for the rising losses. Coupled with some city lords who had been wronged by the Zhu Yan Corps fanning the flames, this commander directly approached the Zhu Yan Alliance's representative in Silvis province, demanding an explanation. The Zhu Yan Alliance understood the true situation and directly informed this commander about the facts at hand, even naming the city lords who had secretly transferred the city defense weapons and expressing suspicions that these individuals had colluded with the enemy and leaked the Zhu Yan Alliance's transportation routes to them. However, this commander had already formed a biased opinion and believed that the Zhu Yan Alliance was framing and sowing discord, as some names on the list provided by the Zhu Yan Alliance had close ties to him, with some even being the very city lords who had reported the Zhu Yan Alliance for selling weapons and supplies to the rebel army. Moreover, before this commander approached the Zhu Yan Alliance for an explanation, someone had already warned him that the Zhu Yan Alliance would definitely make baseless accusations, claiming that some among them had colluded with the enemy. This was essentially a preemptive strike, so no matter how the Zhu Yan Alliance explained or assured, the Heavenly Empire's commander responsible for the operations in Silvis province refused to believe them. The Zhu Yan Alliance was not making things up. They had real evidence, but it was not easy to present it. It's important to note that the Zhu Yan Alliance was not solely the Zhu Yan Mercenary Corps. The Mercenary Corps was just a small part of the Zhu Yan Alliance's power, with the main forces hidden within the Dark Alliance. However, the nature of the Dark Alliance was even more sinister than that of the Zhu Yan Mercenary Corps. Although the Dark Alliance was established not long after the Zhu Yan Corps, its reputation and the number of people it had offended were not something the Zhu Yan Corps could compare with. The commander reported the Zhu Yan Alliance's alleged collusion and support for the rebels, and this news made its way to the Emperor of the Snowy Night. Although the Emperor did not say much, he did send a message urging the Zhu Yan Alliance to resolve the matter quickly. Meanwhile, the members of the Zhu Yan Alliance were divided on how to solve this issue. Some believed they should directly send the Zhu Yan Corps into battle to reclaim the lost weapons, while others thought that those who betrayed the Zhu Yan Alliance should pay the price first. The most bizarre proposed solution was to directly eliminate the commander who reported the matter to the Emperor, silencing him. Even more absurdly, this proposal had the most support, which left Talon at a loss for words regarding these people. In Chapter 256, Change, due to the internal vote within the Zhu Yan Alliance, the call to eliminate the Heavenly Commander in Silvis province was the loudest. Old Mo was still clear-headed enough to know that such actions would likely backfire and bring greater trouble. He stopped those who wanted to take action against the commander, believing that neither of these methods was effective and wanted everyone to discuss and find a better solution. This was why Old Mo called Talon to help. After Talon understood the situation, he thought it wasn't a big deal. Since things had escalated to this point, the Zhu Yan Corps should no longer hesitate. They should just go to war. The Zhu Yan Corps had originally operated transparently, with fair pricing, as long as the opposing side paid the right price. The Zhu Yan Alliance could help them capture cities and territories, but this was still a mercenary behavior of being paid for services. Talon's current intention to participate meant that the Zhu Yan Alliance would fight not as mercenaries for an employer, but for their own sake. They would become a third-party force entering the Silvis province region. Talon also planned to personally oversee the situation, as although the Zhu Yan members had received military training, their military skills could not be said to be poor. They were merely average. Moreover, Talon was very aware that he had been preoccupied with cultivation, and his control over the Zhu Yan Alliance and the Zhu Yan Corps was gradually decreasing. Although these people still respected him when they saw him, Talon could clearly sense that, influenced by the outside world of Douluo Continent, their new ideas and schemes were gradually increasing, lacking the pure submissiveness they had when they first came out of the city of slaughter. This situation was both good and bad. It indicated that these individuals had adapted well to life in the Douluo Continent, managing to transition from the habits formed in the City of Slaughter and better integrate into their current environment, thereby serving the Zhuyan alliance more effectively. Because since these individuals had adapted to life in the Douluo Continent, they would understand better the importance of the Zhuyan alliance to them and how much benefit their status as senior members of the Zhuyan alliance could bring them, as well as the value contained in that status. However, once these individuals developed their own ideas, they also began to have their own schemes for personal gain. And some of them were quite short-sighted, focusing on small profits and forgetting the greater good. Now, in the Zhuyan Corps that was on an expedition to Silvis Province, some individuals had started to develop these schemes, seeking personal benefits when interacting with outsiders or relying on their own strong power to do quite a few foolish things. Otherwise, how could so many people band together against the Zhuyan Corps? Although some of the hostility stemmed from the actions of the Zhuyan Corps in their current environment, it was also true that a considerable amount of hostility was brought upon the Zhuyan Corps by its own members due to personal reasons. Talon is preparing to personally go to the Silvis Province. He has long wanted to be on the battlefield to fight, to verify some ideas he has held in his heart. Talon's martial soul is Zhuyan, a beast of war. Since awakening his martial soul, he has possessed the seed of his innate domain, and now, after his journey to the City of Slaughter, his war domain has officially grown into a domain. However, this domain is very similar in effect to the Killing God domain he obtained from the City of Slaughter. It is a variant of the Killing God domain, like adding a large amount of killing intent and malice to the original battle aura of Talon's domain, resulting in a barely formed domain. Talon has a premonition that to officially shape his innate domain, he must participate in a great battle to experience the atmosphere on a large battlefield, which is different from that of the City of Slaughter and the Killing God domain, absorbing the war aura into his innate domain to accelerate its formation. Talon has been quite busy recently, so he did not set out for the Silvis Province with the Zhuyan Legion. Now that he has almost finished dealing with his affairs, and given the situation happening with the Zhuyan Legion in the Silvis Province, Talon decides to go there to resolve it. Talon is also very eager to test his divine weapon, the painting rod halberd, as well as to experiment with how his halberd technique performs on the battlefield after transitioning from gun techniques. He believes that only through battle and killing can one better hone their combat skills, a belief he holds as truth. Of course, Talon will definitely need to hide his identity when going to the Silvis Province. After all, he is very aware that he recently shot a crossbow bolt at the Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Although there hasn't been any news from the Spirit Hall regarding the Douluo, nor has he appeared in public, Talon has a sense that the Douluo is likely not dead, considering he possesses a top-tier immortal herb martial soul and is also proficient in poison. It would be unlikely for the Douluo to die. One must know that a titled Dalu, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the soul master cultivation world in Douluo Continent, has a very strong life force. As long as they are not confirmed dead on the spot, but rather severely injured and manage to escape, they are likely to survive. Therefore, Talon needs to guard against the Douluo's revenge after his recovery. Talon does not believe that the Douluo, as a titled Dalu, would take into account his status as a strong individual. Soldiers face soldiers, generals face generals, and the Douluo would not hesitate to take action against Talon, a junior. The Douluo might call upon allies and find an opportunity to ambush Talon, ultimately capturing him alive, draining his soul power, breaking his limbs, and tying him to a target, allowing the Douluo to let Talon experience what it feels like to be shot at as a target without the ability to move or resist. Even if the Douluo were to die from severe injuries, Talon does not believe that the Spirit Hall would not seek revenge for the Douluo. Even if the Spirit Hall chooses to suppress this matter for the greater good, the Douluo's lifelong good friend, Douluo, would definitely seek revenge for him. The culprits behind the Douluo's predicament are Douluo and Talon. Douluo, being a titled Dalu, naturally does not fear Douluo's revenge, while Talon, lacking sufficient strength for self-protection, could easily become a target for Douluo. Therefore, until Talon possesses enough strength for self-defense, it is best for him to hide in the residence of the Four Spirits sect and not reveal himself. Talon has decided to hide his identity while going to the Silvis Province largely for this reason. Since his identity has been targeted, he must change his identity to travel. Chapter 257. Popular recommendation. Talon's idea has been brewing in his heart for some time, and now that the timing is ripe, he will act accordingly. Of course, Talon did not bring this opportunity up in public. He only mentioned that he already has a countermeasure. then dismissed everyone except old Mo and briefly discussed some matters with him. Afterward, when Katrina informed Talon that Ning Shuejuan was pregnant, Talon shared the news of having descendants with old Mo, who reacted with even more excitement than Talon, the person involved. However, after the excitement, old Mo felt a bit regretful, wishing it were his adopted daughter Katrina's child. Even if it were Anna and Amy, the two girls from the Zhu Yin alliance, it would have been great. Old Mo's excitement has its reasons. As the founder, leader, and spiritual leader of the Zhu Yin alliance, Talon's importance to the alliance is immense. He could be indifferent at times, but as long as Talon is still in the Zhu Yin alliance, it can continue to operate. The alliance is essentially tied to Talon. The current core members of the Zhu Yin alliance were brought out by Talon from the City of Slaughter, and these people all cultivate the Zhu Yin visualization method, which uses Talon's martial soul, Zhu Yin, as the visualization object. It is easy to imagine Talon's weight in their hearts. This is why, based on old Mo's understanding of Talon, he is afraid that this restless fellow might accidentally bring trouble upon himself. Not to mention Talon being careful and always thinking things through. Old Mo knows that someone who could sneak out of the sect at the age of 12 and spend 3 years training in a place like the City of Slaughter is hardly the type to be obedient. Therefore, old Mo has always been worried about Talon's safety and the future of the Zhu Yin alliance. Now, with Talon having descendants, it means that even if he gets himself killed one day, the Zhu Yin alliance can still be passed on. Old Mo's thoughts are unknown to Talon, and if Talon were to know what old Mo is thinking, he would surely express his disbelief. Talon does not need to stay in the Zhu Yin alliance residence for long. After wrapping up the matters, he went straight back to the Four Spirits sect. Upon returning, he visited Ning Shuejuan's small courtyard and learned that his grandfather, Titan, was looking for him. Without even having a sip of tea, Talon left Ning Shuejuan's small courtyard to go to Titan's small courtyard. Here, take this opportunity to deliver it to Ning Girl. You should also put in some effort with the other girls. After chatting casually with Talon, Titan directly took out a brocade box from his storage soul guide and handed it to Talon. Grandfather, what is this? Talon casually accepted the brocade box and asked while directly opening it to see what was inside. Soul bone? Grandfather, what is this for? Talon opened it and discovered that it was a leg soul bone. Judging by the soul power fluctuations from this soul bone, it is a soul bone that is 4,000 to 5,000 years old. Talon recognizes his soul bones, but he does not understand why his grandfather would give him this soul bone for no reason, especially asking him to find an opportunity to deliver it. Got it. Talon thought along this line and quickly understood. This was a reward from his grandfather for his wife becoming pregnant. Talon thought he had figured it out, but as long as Titan does not tell Talon the truth, and Dugu Bo does not bring it up, Talon would never guess that this soul bone was a congratulatory gift from his grandfather Dugu. This is a gift from your grandfather Dugu, sent over today by the bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus. There are 2 soul bones in total. The other one is a 5,000-year-old flame frenzy lion soul bone, which is not suitable for Ning Girl. Titan does not bother to deceive or hide from his grandson and tells Talon exactly where the soul bone came from. After Tyrone listened to Titan's explanation, he looked at Titan, waiting for him to present some gift, but this time Tyrone was destined to be disappointed. Seeing that his grandfather Titan showed no signs of giving anything, Tyrone took the initiative to skip the topic and told Titan about his plan to hide his identity and head to the Sylvis province, as well as the recent happenings with the Zhu Yin alliance. After hearing Tyrone's thoughts, Titan frowned deeply. He did not want Tyrone to venture out into the Douluo Continent at this time. Given the talent Tyrone had shown, he should just stay quietly at the Four Spirit sect, under the protection of himself and a few old friends. In just a few years, he could cultivate to become a titled Douluo powerhouse. Seeing his grandfather's frown and silence, Tyrone immediately understood what Titan was thinking, which was simply concern for his safety. Sure enough, Titan shared his thoughts and future cultivation plans for Tyrone. After hearing the plans his grandfather had laid out for him, Tyrone said a few words that made Titan's brow relax. Grandpa, if I had followed the path you arranged for me since I was a child, studying and cultivating obediently along the way, would I have the current cultivation and combat power at the age of 16 as per your original plan? Tyrone asked a question that left Titan at a loss for words. Titan knew full well that if Tyrone had followed the path he had originally set for him, graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy and entering the Intermediate Soul Master Academy afterwards, he would not have the current Soul Sage cultivation, let alone the combat power of a Soul Douluo. Grandpa, even good iron needs to be forged to become a tool. This principle is something you taught me when I was learning forging. Seeing Titan fall silent, Tyrone decided to add fuel to the fire. All right, little Long, you don't need to say anymore. I just want to ask you one question. How do you plan to hide your identity? Titan directly interrupted Tyrone's words and asked the crucial question about Tyrone's opportunity. After seeing this scene, Tyrone smiled, understanding that his grandfather had agreed. He then slowly explained how he planned to forge an identity and secretly take control of the Sylvis province, and shared these plans with Titan. After hearing his grandson Tyrone's plans, Titan stared intently at him, his heart stirred by Tyrone's opportunity. Titan was now very curious about how Tyrone came up with such an idea. Chapter 258. Outlook. Titan interrupted Tyrone, initially okay with the conversation, but growing increasingly uneasy as he listened. If Tyrone continued down this path, the Zhuyan alliance he established might become a presence similar to the current Spirit Hall. Tyrone's plan was to take advantage of the internal situation during the gap between the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, quickly intervening to seize a piece of territory for himself. Just at this moment, the Zhuyan Legion encountered issues in the Sylvis province, and Tyrone would disguise himself, hide his identity, and go to the Sylvis province, pretending to be a noble from the Balak Kingdom, claiming that his family had suffered a disaster and hiring the Zhuyan Mercenary Legion under the banner of seeking revenge or protection, leading the Zhuyan Legion into the Balak Kingdom. Of course, before that, the Zhuyan Legion must first resolve the current problems they faced, and they must act decisively without any delay. Tyrone currently did not understand the situation of the Zhuyan Legion far away in the Sylvis province, nor the problems they were facing. These things would need to be learned by Tyrone after he arrived in the Sylvis province. Although the Zhuyan alliance had collected this information, it took a long time for the intelligence to be generated, transmitted, and reported back to Tyrone after passing through the Zhuyan alliance from the Sylvis province to the Tiando side. Naturally, such a situation was unavoidable. Although the Douluo Continent was a civilization of cultivation, there were no widespread means of fast communication. While some soul-guided devices might serve such a purpose, their numbers were surely very limited, and Tyrone had never seen such a functional soul-guided device in his life. Returning to the topic, Tyrone's general plan was to use the Sylvis province as a springboard to accumulate a certain amount of strength, then enter the Balak Kingdom to implement tactics of division and consolidation, securing some local support in the Balak Kingdom. Once he had some support, he would directly mobilize all the forces of the Zhuyan alliance to wage war against the Balak royal family, relying on the combat power of high-level soul masters to eliminate the royal family of the Balak Kingdom. Of course, this would require some means, such as assassination. In short, it could not be said that the Zhuyan alliance was responsible for the elimination of the Balak royal family. How to act in this regard was something Tyrone had not yet figured out. He could only wait for the right moment and adapt to changes as they occurred. Without the royal family, the Balak Kingdom would inevitably fall into internal chaos, and the Zhuyan Mercenary Legion would naturally have a suitable reason to join the army, dividing the Balak Kingdom. In the ensuing chaos, the Zhuyan alliance would undoubtedly be able to rapidly expand its power. Tyrone could also take this opportunity to promote the Zhuyan visualization method based on his martial soul, developing it broadly and attracting a wave of followers. As long as these people practiced the Zhuyan visualization method modeled after Tyrone's martial soul, they would unconsciously develop feelings of admiration, worship, and obedience towards Tyrone, the possessor of the Zhuyan martial soul. By then, as long as the Zhuyan visualization method spread in the Balak Kingdom amidst the chaos of war, Tyrone would not only gain more belief power, but also incorporate the area of the Balak Kingdom into his own. In the chaos of the Balak Kingdom, ordinary people who could not cultivate martial souls would inevitably encounter profound experiences, realizing how powerless they are without strength when chaos descends, unable to protect themselves or their loved ones. At this time, Tyrone's blood fiend body refinement method would find a demand market, as the chaotic environment was perfectly suited for practicing the blood fiend body refinement method. The Zhuyan alliance, which could offer them both the blood fiend body refinement method and the Zhuyan visualization method, would undoubtedly gain massive public support. Those who practiced the blood fiend body refinement method would also become Tyrone's followers, as the blood fiend body refinement method was intrinsically linked to the Zhuyan visualization method. Practicing the Zhuyan visualization method alone had no side effects. It simply made one a follower of Tyrone. However, if one solely practiced the blood fiend body refinement method without the Zhuyan visualization method, the killing intent and murderous aura absorbed during the cultivation process would inevitably affect the practitioner's spirit. The practitioner's mind would undergo unpredictable changes under the prolonged influence of this killing intent and murderous aura. Moreover, once the Zhu Yin visualization method and blood fiend body refinement method were spread and someone began to practice them, there would be a continuous stream of practitioners. Whether they were soul masters who could cultivate martial souls or ordinary people who could not, after practicing these two methods, their physical strength and mental strength would be enhanced to some extent. As the practitioner's physical strength increased, their combat abilities would certainly improve as well. This will create a situation where if you do not cultivate these two techniques, your rivals who have cultivated them will become stronger and later seek revenge on you. Because you have not cultivated these two techniques, your strength will be inferior to your opponents. Therefore, once this model takes shape, the spread of Talon's followers will become unstoppable. If anyone tries to prevent people from cultivating these two techniques, even the renowned Spirit Hall on the Douluo Continent will inevitably provoke the wrath of the cultivators. At this point, with so many followers, the Zhu Yin Alliance can naturally become the Zhu Yin Hall. Talon can also harness the power of belief generated by so many followers to break through the 100-level cultivation limit and achieve godhood. Of course, these are all future matters. The path must be walked step by step, and meals must be eaten bite by bite. Before this, the Zhu Yin Alliance occupies the Baloc Kingdom and develops rapidly, becoming the fourth major force on the Douluo Continent after the three great powers of the Tiando Empire, the Xingluo Empire, and the Spirit Hall. Occupying the Baloc Kingdom and expanding outward, the surrounding provinces of Silvis Province, Fullerton Province, and Ahakwa Province will all become targets of the Zhu Yin Alliance as it moves towards becoming the Zhu Yin Hall. As long as a certain scale is maintained and the Spirit Hall is learned from, avoiding direct contact with the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire's directly governed territories, then neither the Xingluo Empire nor the Tiando Empire will directly send troops to declare war on the Zhu Yin Alliance. As for the Spirit Hall, there is a star doe forest separating the Baloc Kingdom from the Spirit Hall's territory, making it difficult for the Spirit Hall to intervene here. This is Talon's goal, to establish a Zhu Yin Hall that is not weaker than the Spirit Hall, using the power of belief from countless people on the Douluo Continent to elevate himself to godhood and transcend the Douluo Continent. At the same time, the Zhu Yin Hall can also exist for eternity on the Douluo Continent, like the Spirit Hall. Chapter 259, Discrimination. Hot recommendation. Talon originally did not care much about whether the force he created could be passed down, but after learning that Ning Xuejuan was pregnant and that he would have a child, Talon's indifferent thoughts changed. In this life and the next, counting the previous life, Talon was also an 18-year-old virgin in his past life, and it was impossible for him to have children. Now, in the Douluo Continent, Talon has truly integrated himself into this world. Now, with his wife pregnant, although Talon does not yet know whether the child is a boy or a girl, he feels he should do something. At this moment, news came from the Zhu Yin Alliance, and Talon began to align his thoughts towards the Zhu Yin Alliance. Since Ning Xuejuan became pregnant, Talon realized that with 7 wives, it was impossible for him to have only one child. As the father of these children, he must take on the responsibility of being a father and do something for his bloodline descendants. Therefore, Talon came up with the idea of having the Zhu Yin Alliance become the Zhu Yin Hall in the future. It must be said that this idea of Talon's is somewhat inexplicable, but Talon's reasoning is quite simple. As long as the Zhu Yin Alliance becomes similar to the Spirit Hall's Zhu Yin Hall, and the martial soul inherited by Talon's descendants is likely Talon's martial soul Zhu Yin, then, as believers of the Zhu Yin martial soul, these descendants can inherit it for generations, even if they cannot manage the Zhu Yin Hall. Talon knows that his identity is different from the indigenous people of the Douluo Continent. Once soul masters on the Douluo Continent reach the 100 level and become gods, they will ascend to the divine realm of this world and become deities, while leaving behind a test of inheritance for the divine position on the Douluo Continent, waiting for the fated person to take the divine examination and inherit the divine position to become a new deity. However, Talon does not know whether he will become a god and enter the divine realm like the indigenous people of the Douluo Continent, so he must make some plans for his descendants. In the end, Titan agreed to Talon's idea and plan, because at his age, Titan clearly understood one thing: do not put all your eggs in one basket. Since Talon wants to establish his own sect, and has already shown the ability to do so, Titan will not stop him from going out to explore and will not insist on confining Talon within the Four Spirits sect as the future sect heir. On the Douluo Continent, titled Douluos can live for 300 years, and with the increase in their own strength, their lifespan will continue to grow. It can be said that the few titled Douluo powerhouses of the Four Spirits sect belong to the younger generation among titled Douluos. And Talon does not know how long he will have to wait for his turn. Now, Talon has found a way out for himself. Relying on his background in the Four Spirits sect, the Four Spirits sect and the Zhuyin Alliance are natural allies. Moreover, according to Talon's plan, the Zhuyin Alliance will need the support of the Four Spirits sect for a long time in the future. Otherwise, life will not be easy for the Zhuyin Alliance in the future, as it currently lacks any solid industries to support itself. After leaving his grandfather Titan's small courtyard, Talon did not return to his own small courtyard, but directly took a carriage to Tiando City to visit the Imperial Prince. Xueqinghe. Talon went to find Prince Xueqinghe to prepare for his future plans. Regardless of Xueqinghe's true identity, he is now recognized as the future heir of the Tiando Empire, and with proper operation, this identity can accomplish many things. When Talon arrived at the prince's mansion and met Xueqinghe, he used the good news of his wife's pregnancy to share with his good brother, which was completely reasonable. Talon did not directly mention his future plans or ask Prince Xueqinghe to help him with anything. He only shared this joyful news and chatted casually with him, also asking Xueqinghe to tell Xueku about it. Ning Xuejuan is quite similar to her, and now that she is pregnant and unable to move easily. If Xueku has time, she should go to the Four Spirits sect to visit Ning Xuejuan. Regarding Talon's request, Xueqinghe did not think much and readily agreed, thinking that although Talon usually seems unreliable, he is quite attentive to his woman. Talon had a meal at Prince Xueqinghe's mansion, and afterward, he returned to his own small courtyard in the Four Spirits sect, made a round in Ning Xuejuan's courtyard, and spent the night in Katrina's courtyard. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. After leaving the Four Spirits sect, the head of the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire, Platinum Bishop Salas, left 3 soul bones and departed with several jars of medicine. After leaving the Four Spirits sect, Salas finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without chatting much with the enthusiastic Tanoa, Salas directly got into the carriage and urged the driver to hurry up, racing back to Tiando City. Once he safely entered Tiando City, Salas finally relaxed his heart back into his big belly. After bidding farewell to a few friends he invited to the Four Spirits sect, Salas returned to the Spirit Hall's base in the Tiando Empire and knocked on the door of the room where Ghost Doa resided. "Did you succeed?" Ghost Doa, seeing Salas come in with several medicine bottles, immediately became restless, standing up to ask, "Elder Ghost, I have fulfilled my mission. This is the antidote obtained from poison Douluo at the Four Spirits sect." Salas respectfully placed the several medicine bottles he was holding on the table beside Ghost Douluo and replied, "Good, good, good." Ghost Douluo's originally hoarse voice, which lacked emotional fluctuation, now inevitably trembled while speaking, indicating how excited he was. Gouet Douluo picked up a medicine, opened the cork, and looked at the pill inside. Seeing that there was only one pill, he took it in his other hand, examined it carefully, and even brought it to his nose to smell it. Salas watched silently as Gouet Douluo checked the pill, and after Gouet Douluo finished and put the pill back into the bottle, Salas finally asked, "Elder Gouet, how is it? Is this antidote correct?" This question from Salas left Gouet Douluo unsure how to respond. Although Gouet Douluo had been friends with Zhu Douluo for many years and had seen him refine pills, he did not understand the subject well. Therefore, he did not know if the pill was correct. However, Gouet Douluo thought that Douluo wouldn't deceive him, so he nodded as a way of answering Salas's question. Chapter 360. Formula. After obtaining the antidote, Gouet Douluo was unable to stay in Tiando City and was eager to return to the Spirit Hall. Just before leaving, Gouet Douluo suddenly remembered something and turned back to Salas, asking, "Do you know someone named Talon in the Four Spirit sect? He should be the grandson of Titan." Faced with this unexpected question from Gouet Douluo, Salas was clearly taken aback. Quickly, he searched his memory for information about Talon, the grandson of the titled Douluo Titan. Salas, who had been in charge of the Tiando Empire's Spirit Hall for many years without any issues, despite having become somewhat decadent and indulged in pleasures, was still able to handle his duties well. Coincidentally, not long ago, the headquarters of the Spirit Hall had inquired about Talon, and Salas learned that this was a command from the Saintess Hulaina. To leave a good impression on her, Salas said he would personally handle the matter. Now, when Gouet Douluo inquired, Salas organized his words and shared everything he knew about Talon, even mentioning that Talon had been fighting since his first day. What Salas did not know was that when he collected and reported information about Talon, Zhu Douluo, who was currently unconscious and lying in bed, had also seen it. Gouet Douluo felt a hint of impatience as he listened to Salas speak with such enthusiasm. However, considering Salas had just helped him, he patiently listened until Salas finished explaining. Afterward, Salas looked at Guido with a sense of pride, and seeing Salas's eager expression for praise, Guido didn't know what to say. Very good, you did well. Guido managed to force out these words in a stiff tone, feeling frustrated but unable to express it. Seeing Salas still waiting expectantly, they exchanged glances. Pay more attention to Talon in the future and report his situation back to the headquarters regularly. This is the Pope's order. Unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, Guido dropped this sentence and, before Salas could respond, vanished from sight. Salas was momentarily stunned, and when he came to his senses, Guido had already disappeared. He swallowed the compliments that were on the tip of his tongue and, after confirming that Guido had truly left, straightened his back and swaggered back to the spirit hall in Tiendo City. As for what Guido said before leaving, Salas noted it down and would arrange for his subordinates to handle it. However, if he couldn't gather information about Talon's situation in the Four Spirit sect, there was nothing he could do. Salas was not going to exhaust himself for this, which was clearly a long-term task that could even offend the Four Spirit sect and bring trouble from Titan. After all, although the Spirit Hall was much stronger than the Four Spirit sect, the powerful beings of the Spirit Hall were all stationed in the Spirit City at the headquarters. If Titan truly wanted to do something about this old man, the strong members of the Spirit Hall would be powerless to intervene. Therefore, Salas approached the task of gathering information about Talon, a direct descendant of the Four Spirit sect, with a mindset of going with the flow. Just showing an attitude was enough. Guido, leaving the Spirit Hall in Tiendo City, was unaware of Salas's thoughts. After all, this matter had been directly entrusted to him by Pope Betrothal. Upon learning that Talon possessed the field of the god of killing, Betrothal's concern for Talon had rapidly increased. Having experienced the trials of the god of killing in the city of Slaughter herself, Betrothal understood the difficulty and implications of this, especially considering Talon was still so young. Guido rushed back to the Spirit Hall headquarters in the Spirit City without stopping. As he returned with the antidote that could awaken Guido, couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and anxiety. He was unsure whether Yang Wushuang could use his advanced medical skills, along with the antidote obtained from Douluo, to detoxify and awaken the unconscious Douluo. Fortunately, Guido was not swayed by his emotions. After returning, he first took the antidote to the Pope's palace to meet with Betrothal. Indeed, Guido's journey to Tiendo City to exchange for the antidote was a task, and it was a directive from the Pope Betrothal. When Guido arrived, Betrothal set aside the documents he was reviewing and asked, "Was the trip smooth?" Guido simplified his experiences and honestly told Betrothal everything, and after listening, Betrothal nodded in satisfaction and led Guido to Yang Wushuang, as Douluo was currently lying in Yang Wushuang's quiet room for easier monitoring. Betrothal had been somewhat worried while Guido was at the Four Spirit sect. Guido and Douluo had shared a close relationship for many years, and now that Douluo had been harmed by the Four Spirit sect, Betrothal feared that Guido might be unable to contain his anger and take revenge against them. Fortunately, Guido understood the gravity of the situation and did not retaliate against the Four Spirit sect, returning successfully with the antidote. Although this transaction resulted in the Spirit Hall gaining 2 additional Millennium Soul Bones, it was an acceptable increase. Betrothal found Yang Wushuang, who was unusually not in his pharmacy concocting medicine, but was practicing marksmanship. Upon seeing Betrothal and Guido arrive, Yang Wushuang stopped practicing and welcomed them. "Elder Yang, there's no need for formalities. Elder Ju's antidote has already been brought back by Elder Guido. Let's see how we can treat Elder Ju." Betrothal waved his hand to indicate that Yang Wushuang need not be so formal, and handed over several vials of medicine that Guido had brought back. Yang Wushuang took the vials, opened the corks, and carefully examined the pills inside each one, even scraping a bit of medicine to taste it. Yang Wushuang's examination was clearly different from Guido's layman's approach. He was able to deduce the formula from these pills. Chapter 261. Infiltration Popular Recommendation. Based on Yang Wushuang's years of experience in medicine and the ready-made pills in front of him, he has basically deduced that the pill is composed of 70 of a specific formula and has a clear understanding of its medicinal effects. Given the current condition of Douluo, Yang Wushuang can be fairly certain that the antidote is genuine. However, due to the complexity of Douluo's condition, it will take some time to resolve the issues within his body. Yang Wushuang informed Ghost Douluo and Betrothal about this situation. Bibi Dong emphasized that the treatment of Douluo should prioritize stability and that there is no need to rush. Although Ghost Douluo was a bit anxious and wanted Douluo to wake up quickly, he still understood the situation and first expressed his gratitude to Yang Wushuang, then indicated that Yang Wushuang should take his time. If there was anything he needed to do, he should just speak up. Having received the permission and support from Pope Bibi Dong and Douluo's friend Ghost Douluo, and having received the antidote for the poison that Douluo was originally afflicted with, Yang Wushuang began the treatment. Yang Wushuang adopted a conservative approach, gradually eliminating the mixed toxins within Douluo's body one by one, using a prolonged timeline method to minimize the risks associated with treating Douluo. Yang Wushuang estimated that, considering Douluo's current physical condition, it would take at least 7 to 8 years to completely clear all the toxins from his body. However, as a title de law, Douluo's self-healing, detoxification abilities, and resistance are quite strong. If all goes well, Yang Wushuang believes that after he has eliminated about half of the toxins from Douluo's body, there's a possibility that Douluo could wake up at any moment. The Spirit Hall has entered a long-term plan for Douluo's awakening, continuing the strength-building plan that has been long upheld. In the Heaven Do Empire, at the Four Spirits sex base, after arranging his affairs, Talon disguised himself and left, hiding his identity as he departed with a merchant convoy from the Four Spirits sect, exiting the territory of the Heaven Do Empire and continuously passing through province into the Bala Kingdom. Upon entering the Bala Kingdom, Talon created a new identity. He first appeared in some regions of the Bala Kingdom, attending high-profile gatherings to get recognized by the local aristocrats. Following this method, Talon made himself known to the aristocratic circles of more than a dozen major cities. These people believed that Talon was a local noble of the Bala Kingdom. After all, Talon had been trained in aristocratic etiquette within the Moon Pavilion, although he usually appeared rather lazy and unconcerned about such matters. However, once Talon donned formal attire, he presented himself quite well, as he is indeed a noble of the Heaven Do Empire, albeit for only a few years. While Talon was active in the Bala Kingdom, the Zhuyin Legion stationed in the Silvis province was also not idle. When these individuals learned of the intentions between the Zhuyin Alliance headquarters and Talon, they stopped engaging in idle chatter with those who played with words and directly launched a strong offensive, ruthlessly sweeping through several cities to showcase their strength and intimidate those who sought trouble. As the Zhuyin Legion occupied cities, it was unclear whether it was intentional or coincidental, but the areas occupied by the Zhuyin Alliance were conveniently close to the Bala Kingdom, bordering the Silvis province. This facilitated the implementation of Talon's subsequent plans without requiring the Zhuyin Alliance to find any excuses to enter the Bala Kingdom. Now, the Zhuyin Legion only needed to develop new recruits and accumulate strength, demonstrating their readiness for combat to the neighboring regions that were eager to try their skills. Following that, they would take advantage of opportunities for small-scale skirmishes with local forces to properly train the newcomers and allow those who had learned military tactics to practice. The Zhuyin Legion was effectively engaging in a form of fishing law enforcement, sustaining itself through war. After all, the new recruits of the Zhuyin Legion needed to cultivate the Zhuyin visualization method and the Blood Fiend body forging method. The Zhuyin visualization method could be practiced without external conditions, but the Blood Fiend body forging method required the absorption of killing intent and malevolence. Since Douluo Continent does not have an environment like the City of Slaughter, the simplest way to enable a large number of Zhuyin Legion recruits to practice the Blood Fiend body forging method and enhance their strength was through warfare. As for whether the local forces adjacent to the Zhuyin Legion would cooperate in these small-scale battles, the answer was certainly affirmative. The Zhuyin Legion was constantly preparing for battle, and the neighboring forces were inevitably restless. Of course, during this process of accumulating strength, the Zhuyin Legion and the Dark Alliance were bound to infiltrate the Bala Kingdom, having occupied part of the Silvis province adjacent to the Bala Kingdom, which would facilitate their infiltration. Once the Zhuyin Legion had accumulated enough power and was capable of seizing and controlling half of the Bala Kingdom, they would only need to wait for an opportune moment to eliminate the current royal family of the Bala Kingdom. Once internal strife erupted within the Bala Kingdom, the Zhuyin Alliance would be able to step in and take a share. The royal family of the Bala Kingdom was not weak, possessing 2 Soul Douluo ancestors and a royal worshipper at the Soul Douluo level. Their strength was comparable to that of the Heaven Do Empire's royal family, excluding the several worshippers of the Four Spirits sect. However, while the Heaven Do Empire's royal family openly displayed such strength, they certainly had more hidden power. whereas the Balak royal family genuinely only had this level of strength. Although the Balak kingdom was nominally a vassal state of the Heaven Do Empire, it was far from the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. So the royal family of the Balak kingdom did not take the ruling position of the Heaven Do Empire seriously. To put it bluntly, the Balak kingdom was not very compliant with the Heaven Do Empire, and the Balak royal family had a good relationship with the Spirit Hall within the Balak kingdom. Talon's choice of the Balak kingdom as the target for his plans was not without reason. Having Crown Prince Shue Qinghe assist him would ensure that Talon could control the Balak kingdom without drawing too much reaction from the Heaven Do Empire. P.S. Thanks to Nua for the 4 monthly tickets, and to book friend 20220326092003504 for the 2 monthly tickets. Chapter 262. 6 Talon entered the Balak kingdom. While the Zhuyan Legion occupied an area in the Silvis province to develop, the Zhuyan Alliance also began to relocate their base and formally sever ties with the Four Spirits sect. Due to the sudden rise of the Zhuyan Legion in the Silvis province, they showcased their fangs to the outside world and activated the members of the Dark Alliance. One night, they placed a blood-stained dagger at the bedside of the responsible person of the Heaven Do Empire in the Silvis province. This responsible person was said to have been greatly frightened and did not dare to sleep for several days. Eventually, he managed to find a member of the Zhuyan Legion through connections and presented numerous gifts to gain assurance from the Zhuyan Legion before he could finally sleep. And even then, he required someone to accompany him. After this incident, the Heaven Do official in the Silvis province understood the seriousness of the situation and calmed down, slowly beginning to address the impact of the Zhuyan Legion's collusion and opposition to the Heaven Do Empire. A series of measures were gradually taken to lower the significance of this matter, and the Zhuyan Alliance was also secretly cooperating, releasing multiple messages to the outside. Today, it's the city lord who has rebelled. Tomorrow, it's that family that has defected. Naturally, when such news first emerged, it caused a huge uproar. Some city lords and families, without their knowledge, had already changed their camp positions several times in the eyes of the public. And a few city lords who were the first to spread the news of defection were taken away for investigation multiple times. The results of the investigation, of course, yielded no outcomes. However, after the series of operations, the influence of the Zhuyan Legion regarding this matter had almost vanished, and at this time, the Zhuyan Alliance's retaliation actions also began at an opportune moment. Those city lords who secretly provided routes for Zhuyan Alliance goods to others, and those who covertly sold their city defense weapons to other forces, faced varying degrees of retaliatory punishment from the Zhuyan Alliance. On the side of the Tiando Empire, the sudden emergence of the Talon Zhuyan Alliance also caused quite a stir. The imperial court of the Tiando Empire was embroiled in a power struggle between the Tiando Empire's prince, Shue Qinghe, and the prince Shue Xing. However, with the Emperor Shue Yi firmly in control, the power struggle between Prince Shue Qinghe and the fourth Prince Shue Lang was restricted within certain boundaries, and overall, the situation was still under Emperor Shue Yi's grasp. Yes, now the fourth Prince Shue Lang had entered the arena, which was different from the original timeline. Now, due to Talon's appearance, Prince Shue Qinghe no longer regarded his younger brother, the fourth Prince Shue Lang, as a brainless waste. After Talon's reminder, Shue Qinghe began to test Shue Lang, observing his series of reactions. Shue Lang handled Shue Qinghe's tests quite well, even taking the opportunity to make a few blunders, making his image as a useless fool who is afraid of the strong even more apparent. After several tests, while Shue Qinghe saw nothing significant in Shue Lang's single responses, the repeated instances led him to discover something he had previously overlooked. Shue Lang was acting. Shue Qinghe believed that Shue Lang was acting for a simple reason. Shue Lang's reactions were always similar when faced with tests, which surely indicated that something was wrong. It can only be said that Shue Lang was indeed unfortunate to encounter Shue Qinghe as his royal brother. Because of a remark from Talon, Shue Qinghe began to suspect Shue Lang, thus magnifying any small issues in Shue Lang's reactions in his eyes, even finding problems where there were none, leading to the conclusion that Shue Lang had issues. However, Shue Lang indeed had problems. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly encountering someone unreasonable like Shue Qinghe. Since Shue Qinghe was certain that Shue Lang had issues, he naturally would not treat Shue Lang with indifference as before. Shue Qinghe began to take targeted actions against Shue Lang. Although Shue Lang had a bad reputation before, it was mostly due to minor issues, and he hadn't done anything that would provoke public outrage. Overall, his reputation wasn't too terrible. But now, with Shue Qinghe's targeted actions, the situation changed. Xuelang promptly realized the issues at hand, and after several confrontations with his royal brother, he understood that his fade of a slacker could no longer hold. If he continued to pretend, he would likely be toyed with to death by Xueqinghe. Thus, upon realizing he could no longer maintain the pretense, Xuelang decided to drop the act completely and stage a turnaround, awakening to face life and challenges positively. After dropping the act, Xuelang allied with his uncle, Prince Xuexing, to confront the Prince Xueqinghe. On the surface, Xuelang still pretended to be on good terms with Xueqinghe, but one could say that in any royal family, familial affection is often non-existent. Time passed amidst these trivial daily scheming battles, and Xueqinghe was quite composed. Did he not know what his true identity was? He had actually started playing the formal royal succession struggle game with the fourth Prince Xuelang. Of course, it could also be that after Qianrenxue had impersonated Xueqinghe in the Tiando royal family for so long, she truly immersed herself in the role of Xueqinghe and this prince. This is indeed possible. How old was Qianrenxue when she replaced Xueqinghe? The environment has a significant impact on a person, so it's understandable that Qianrenxue has become this way. The royal struggle of the Tiando Empire created an impending storm in Tiando City, but the Four Spirits sect, which held a transcendent position outside Tiando City, showed no intention of getting involved. However, the equally prominent Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had already shown signs of taking sides. The sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, had been the teacher of Prince Xueqinghe for many years, and he was very satisfied with this disciple who was quite similar to himself. Therefore, in this struggle within the Tiando Empire's royal family, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School leaned towards Prince Xueqinghe. However, as Emperor Shui was still alive and in good health, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School did not make a clear public statement of support for Prince Xueqinghe. At this time, the Four Spirits sect remained very low-key, showing no intention of taking sides and focusing on developing their own strength. The Four Spirits sect had now secretly produced a sixth title Douluo powerhouse. This title Douluo was none other than the 89th level soul Douluo from the Li family, who, with the aid of the celestial herb, naturally broke through to become a title Douluo. The news of the Four Spirits sect's sixth title Douluo powerhouse was not made public. The process of breaking through the cultivation bottleneck with the celestial herb and then hunting for the ninth spirit ring to officially become a title Douluo was all conducted quietly behind the scenes. Except for the title Douluo powerhouses within the Four Spirits sect, others were basically unaware of it, and even the title Douluo himself had no idea. At night, with the moon hanging high, in the Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City, at the Zhu family's marquee residence, a tall girl in a black, tight-fitting outfit, with an outstanding figure, expressionless and calm, finished packing her things. After taking one last look at the small courtyard where she had lived for 10 years, Zhu Zhuqing nimbly jumped onto the courtyard wall and left the Zhu family marquee residence. Just after Zhu Zhuqing left, Zhu Zhiyun emerged from her hiding place, silently watching Zhu Zhuqing sneak away from the family, her eyes filled with blessings, reluctance, and yearning. If this scene were seen by the Zhu family as servants, they would hardly believe it. The news that the eldest daughter Zhu Zhiyun and the second daughter Zhu Zhuqing were at odds to the point of being irreconcilable was well known. However, looking at Zhu Zhiyun's expression now, the truth of this news would surely raise a question mark. If they truly were irreconcilable, how could Zhu Zhiyun secretly send off Zhu Zhuqing as she left? I hope that guy can keep his promise. I can only wish you good luck, sister. Zhu Zhiyun stared intently in the direction Zhu Zhuqing had departed, murmuring something incomprehensible. After a moment of reflection, Zhu Zhiyun collected her emotions and turned towards her father's study. The light in the Zhu Marquis's study was still on. It was already late at night, clearly waiting for someone to arrive. Creak, creak. Zhu Zhiyun did not knock, but directly pushed open the door to the brightly lit study, casually closing the door behind her. He.S. here. He.S. here. Did you send him off? He.S. gone. After Zhu Ho and Zhu Zhiyun had this seemingly inexplicable conversation, the study fell back into silence, with both father and daughter unsure of what to say. The two of them, one inside and one outside, stood and sat in silence for a long time. This scene between a father and daughter felt extremely awkward, as they appeared more like strangers than family. However, they both seemed somewhat natural, indicating that such situations between them were not uncommon. Sigh, it's late, get some rest. Zhu Ho looked at his eldest daughter, noticing the determination in her eyes, and ultimately swallowed his prepared words, saying something unnutritious before standing up and leaving the study. So you're going back to rest. Zhu Jiyun watched her father's slightly hunched back as he turned to leave, her emotions complex, and she responded absent-mindedly to her father's words. Zhu Ho was clearly aware of his eldest daughter's actions, although he didn't understand why she and her sister had become so estranged at first. He thought it was due to Zhu Jiyun being influenced by the Dai royal family, seeing her sister Zhu Qing as a competitor. Thus, despite his mixed feelings, he didn't say much. However, later Zhu Ho realized that things were not as simple as he thought. His eldest daughter clearly had not been brainwashed by the Dai royal family. She had feelings for her sister Zhu Qing, and those feelings were quite strong. She seemed to unconsciously pay attention to her sister Zhu Qing and was affected by her mood. This discovery made Zhu Ho pay more attention to his eldest daughter's actions. He had recently found out that his youngest daughter Zhu Qing had inexplicably developed the desire to leave the family and go to the Bala Kingdom to find her fiancé, Dai Mubai. This realization about his youngest daughter immediately linked back to his eldest daughter Zhu Jiyun, prompting Zhu Ho to keep an eye on both daughters. He knew that tonight, Zhu Qing, who usually wouldn't seek him out for a year, unexpectedly came to find him and even had dinner with him. Zhu Qing's unusual behavior naturally caught the attention of her father, who quickly deduced from the information he had that his youngest daughter was likely planning to run away from home. Therefore, Zhu Ho purposely waited in the study tonight. And sure enough, he saw Zhu Jiyun leaving to send her sister off. Zhu Ho had a rough idea of why his eldest daughter was acting this way, but he didn't know what to say about this realization. The Zhu family had a long-standing fate where every generation's legitimate daughter had to marry a prince from the Dai royal family. The fusion technique of the soul beast. The dark white tiger, which was the strongest combat power at the same level in the Star Luo Empire, had brought wealth and glory to the Zhu family for 1,000 years, but also meant they had to send out daughters each generation. It could be said that it was both a blessing and a curse. Over the years, the Zhu family had tried to resist this fate in various ways, but ultimately, this method of inheritance remained. Now, seeing his daughter resist this predetermined destiny, Zhu Ho felt complicated emotions, which manifested in a sigh as he said, "It's late. Get some rest." After leaving the study, Zhu Ho stood in his courtyard, looking up at the starry sky, lost in thought for a long time. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing believed she had quietly left the family and cautiously arrived at the city gate of Star Luo City. But upon reaching the gate, she was dumbfounded to find the tall and majestic gates were closed. Forgive Zhu Qing for her lack of experience. She rarely went out and mingled and at necessary gatherings. She only interacted with the noble circle, so she didn't know that closing the city gates at night was quite normal. Zhu Qing, unable to leave, had no thoughts of climbing over the wall. Instead, she found a hotel near the city gate to spend the night. The next day, she woke up just as the gates opened and left Star Luo City with the first batch of people exiting the city. After leaving the city, Zhu Qing followed her planned route towards the Bala Kingdom and, after 2 days of travel, remembered she could hire a carriage. On the third day, Zhu Qing hired a carriage to continue her journey, but unbeknownst to her, she had already attracted attention when hiring the carriage. Chapter 264. Hiring Zhu Qing left the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire and embarked on a 1,000-mile journey to find her husband. As Zhu Ho's daughter and the fiancé of the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai, she naturally couldn't just run out casually. What Zhu Qing didn't know was that she had many people secretly protecting her, not to mention her own family. Even the Dai royal family had sent people to protect her, which made her journey seem quite safe. Otherwise, as a soul master of over 20 levels with such beauty and figure, without anyone to protect her from troubles, Zhu Qing might have long been kidnapped by bandits or taken away by those with evil intentions. "You there? All right, miss, this way please." Zhu Qing arrived at a town along the way and found a local carriage service to hire a carriage. After several days of travel, she realized that today was the first day she officially left the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. Now, Zhu Qing was still quite a distance from reaching the Shrek Academy in the Bala Kingdom. According to her planned route, she still needed to cross a province, the Awakens province, to reach the Bala Kingdom. Although Zhu Qing was not a pampered young girl and could endure hardships while training her soul power and practicing combat skills, her background made it difficult for her to cope with so many days of rough living, being homeless, which was truly challenging for the 11-year-old Zhu Qing who was just starting out. Each day after traveling, the feeling of her clothes sticking to her skin was truly unpleasant. And as for her hair, she even thought about cutting off her long hair. Thus, Zhu Qing persevered until she reached the border between the directly governed area of the Star Luo Empire and the Awakens province. She thought that since she had already left the directly governed area of the Star Luo Empire, she should not be found. So she looked for a city to hire a carriage. While hiring the carriage, a fierce-looking man approached Zhu Qing, offering to let her hire his carriage. Zhu Qing sensed that this driver was not a good person, so she didn't want to engage with him further or hire his carriage. At that moment, due to the commotion caused by this man and Zhu Qing, other carriage drivers also turned their attention to them. Seeing that the big man looked intimidating, others stood back to watch the show. However, as more people gathered, some who were not intimidated by the fierce-looking man stepped forward to ask what was happening. After learning about the situation, two honest-looking men who seemed trustworthy approached and expressed their willingness to take Zhu Qing's big job. They quickly arranged for a carriage from the Ahakwa province to the Balak kingdom. And since Zhu Qing indicated she had money, there were naturally those who wanted to take on this business. The fierce man glared at the two who came to stir up trouble, but the two did not back down and stared back at him defiantly. It's understandable. In this somewhat chaotic situation, they dared to take on such a long-distance business, which shows that these two seemingly honest-looking guys were not easy to deal with. In the end, Zhu Qing naturally chose these two trustworthy-looking loyalists, rejecting the fierce man who said he could negotiate a lower price. After following these two, the onlookers lost interest and, seeing that there was no excitement left to watch before the burly man could get angry, dispersed in a hurry. Captain, since the young lady from a Zhu family didn't choose us, what should we do next? Should we continue to follow them in secret? A man who had initially been spectating approached the burly coachman and asked quietly, "Follow them? Where did those two troublemakers come from? Didn't I tell you to stop others and have a young lady choose my carriage? Then we could safely take her to the Royal Academy, and our mission would be successful. What has to deal with these two?" The burly man was clearly in a bad mood and slapped the man who had approached him on the head. "Hey, Captain, you can't blame me. I had my people watching, and no one else came to stir trouble. Those two came from the area that Mountain Cat is responsible for." The man who was slapped dared not retaliate and could only shout in protest, while also clearing himself of responsibility. "Where's Mountain Cat? Get over here." After hearing the man's words, the burly man scanned the area for Mountain Cat. When he spotted a chubby figure, he broke off a piece of the stone lion's fang beside him and threw it in that direction, angrily shouting, "Hey, boss, you call for me?" The chubby man, known as Mountain Cat, caught the stone lion's fang that was thrown at him. Despite his plump body, he displayed an agility that was quite surprising and quickly approached the burly man. However, seeing that his captain was in a bad mood, Mountain Cat stopped a couple of steps away and handed over the stone lion's fang he had just caught. Shadow Leopard said, "Those two troublemakers came from your area. What do you have to say about that?" "Boss, don't listen to this guy's nonsense." Mountain Cat immediately tried to defend himself, and, at the same time, he swung the stone lion's fang he was holding at Shadow Leopard, who had also gotten him into trouble. "Captain, those two are suspicious. We must follow them immediately." At this moment, a new teammate arrived and interrupted the playful banter among the three unreliable guys, sharing his new discovery. While Mountain Cat and the others were fooling around, this new teammate had been gathering information from the side and discovered that many of the coachmen here did not recognize the two men who took Zhu Qing away. This alone didn't mean much. It only indicated that the two were not regular coachmen here. However, one old coachman inadvertently mentioned something that raised this teammate's alertness. He told a junior beside him, "That young lady is in danger. Those two aren't in our line of work. You need to be careful when you see them." After hearing this, the teammate leaned in to listen closely, but the old coachman shut his mouth when he noticed outsiders approaching. The teammate had no choice but to ask, but the old coachman remained tight-lipped, deflecting with vague responses. Finally, after offering 5 gold soul coins, he managed to extract 2 words from the old coachman: "Thieves, bandits." After saying these 2 words, the old coachman took the 5 gold soul coins and stuffed them into his belt, then returned to his previous silence, looking around warily. Seeing this, the teammate stopped asking questions. Noticing the old man eyeing him like a thief, he decided against trying to reclaim the 5 gold soul coins he had just given. He turned and reported his findings to Black Bear, the captain in charge of this operation. After receiving the report from Hummingbird, Black Bear kicked Mountain Cat and Shadow Leopard each with a grunt, saying, "Shut up. What's all the noise about? Let us go. Get in the carriage. We'll follow them. Whatever they are, thieves or bandits, we'll just follow right behind their carriage and deliver that troublesome young lady to her destination. After that, it's none of our business." Black Bear led his 3 teammates towards the direction Zhu Qing had taken. Since the carriages for long distances usually parked nearby, they soon found that the two were helping Zhu Qing get into a carriage. The two glanced at Black Bear's group with a smug expression. "How foolish. Black Bear cursed upon seeing their smug faces and led his team to his own carriage. They quickly boarded, with Mountain Cat driving and following closely behind the carriage that Zhu Zhuqing was in. The two carriages set off one after the other, heading towards the kingdom of Balak. At first, they thought the roads were busy, and the two ahead hadn't noticed they were being followed. However, as they moved farther away from the town and the traffic thinned out, the two soon realized that a carriage was tailing them. Zhu Zhuqing also noticed this situation on the road, and with the persuasion of her two coachmen, she began a series of maneuvers to shake them off. However, despite trying to take detours, stopping to let them pass, and entering towns to lose them, all their methods ultimately failed to shake off the pursuing carriage. It was quite unfortunate. At first, Black Bear's group had been somewhat discreet. When Zhu Zhuqing approached to ask why they were following, Black Bear had claimed it was just on the way, as they were also heading to the kingdom of Balak. However, later on, to keep up with Zhu Zhuqing, Black Bear's group stopped pretending and made it clear they were following her. Under such unreasonable circumstances, Zhu Zhuqing naturally wouldn't be polite, revealing her soul rings and preparing to teach Black Bear's group a lesson. But after revealing 4 soul rings, she lost the confidence to act. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing realized that although these people were annoying by following her, they weren't taking any other actions. Now that she saw she couldn't beat them, she decided to let it be. However, given Zhu Zhuqing's intelligence, it was impossible for her not to realize that Black Bear and his group were there to protect her on her way to the kingdom of Balak. Since they weren't saying anything, Zhu Zhuqing, having run away from home, pretended not to know, thinking that this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least her safety had increased, right? After that, Zhu Zhuqing told the two coachmen that there was no need to take any detours to avoid this situation. They could just follow the normal route and pretend that the group following them, including the Black Bear, did not exist. The two men were initially puzzled by how the young girl seemed to change completely after finding them. But they soon understood when they saw the 4 soul rings shining on the shadow leopard. If a guy who usually drives the carriage is already a 4-ringed soul master, then how strong could the tall black guy, who casually commanded this soul master from his seat in the carriage, be? However, after discovering that the group following them consisted entirely of soul masters, the two men tucked away their small thoughts, realizing they had picked a tough situation this time. And their courage grew. They did not feel guilty or attempt to escape. Instead, they acted as proper coachmen and took Zhu Zhuqing to their destination, Suatuo City in the Barak Kingdom. These two had been around on the Douluo Continent for many years. Although they weren't very strong, their survival skills and insight were quite good, and they were smart enough to have survived until now. The two men honestly took Zhu Zhuqing on their journey, without any unusual behavior. Even though the Black Bears group knew there was something off about these two, they had no intention of taking action given their honest demeanor. In the original timeline of the Douluo Continent, since Zhu Zhuqing, one of the Shrek 7 monsters, had already set off, the other 3 main members who entered school on the same day naturally also began their journey to Shrek Academy. On the road from Notting City to Suatuo City, a boy and a girl were thinking about the wonders of Suatuo City. The boy had an ordinary appearance. If it weren't for his exceptionally bright eyes giving a hint of spirit to his plain face, he might have been lost in a crowd. In contrast, the girl was sweet-looking and tall, especially with her legs that seemed to split at the navel, which was very eye-catching. However, she was still a girl, possessing the typical girlish charm, though it was understandable that not every girl had the proud figure like the Zhu sisters. The girl was chattering away around the young man, who occasionally responded to her words with a look of deep affection in his eyes. These two were none other than Tang San and the heroine Xiao Wu from the original timeline of the Douluo Continent. Chapter 266, A Letter. Tang San had already graduated from the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy and continued to be a disciple of the renowned master Yu Xiaojing. Over the years, although the Douluo Continent underwent various changes due to the arrival of the otherworldly visitor Tailong, which stirred up a butterfly effect, the small city of Notting City in the Fasnu province had not been significantly affected by the whirlwind caused by Tailong. Therefore, Tang San and Xiao Wu, who lived in these small places, did not experience much change in their lives. Tang San still followed the original path. On the first day of school, he caught Master Yu Xiaojing's attention. Later, impressed by Tang San's dual martial soul ability shown through a certificate from the Martial Soul Hall, Yu Xiaojing formally accepted him as a disciple. Tang Hao also secretly protected Tang San as in the original story. Over the next 6 years, Tang San and Xiao Wu smoothly graduated from the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. After being recommended by Master Yu Xiaojing, They declined the invitation from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy and instead packed their bags to head to Shrek Academy, the school strongly recommended by Master. Following Master's recommendation, influenced by the sect ideas from his past life, Tang San naturally complied with his teacher's orders. Xiao Wu, knowing her identity, felt that going to the Soul Master Academy in big cities like Heavendo City was too dangerous, as they might encounter title Douluo or Soul Douluo strong individuals, risking her identity as a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit being exposed. Moreover, after becoming human these past few years and growing up alongside Tang San, they had developed feelings for each other without realizing. Therefore, when Tang San chose to go to Situa City in the Barak Kingdom, an obscure academy, Xiao Wu decided to follow him. Although both Xiao Wu and Tang San received subsidies from the Martial Soul Hall, Xiao Wu was somewhat extravagant with her spending. The subsidies wouldn't last long after they received them, and she couldn't save any money unless she entrusted it to Tang San, who could save some gold soul coins for her. However, Xiao Wu herself might not even know how many gold soul coins she had stored with Tang San. She only knew that when she needed to buy something, she could ask Tang San to pay. Thus, Tang San and Xiao Wu still had some savings. The journey from Nodding City in the Fasnu province to Suatua City in the Barak Kingdom wasn't particularly long, and they originally planned to hire a carriage for direct transport. However, due to the recent instability on the continent, the carriage they hired could only take them to the border junction between the Fasnu province and the Barak Kingdom, which is why Xiao Wu and Tang San were now walking towards their destination, with Xiao Wu chattering beside him. Their journey was anything but boring. In the original story, since the 4 members of the Shrek 7 monsters who entered school at the same time, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, had already set off, the last member of the 7 monsters naturally began to team up as well. Ning Rongrong, the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, for unknown reasons, learned about the Shrek Academy, which only recruited talented and monstrous students, and wanted to experience this academy for herself. After having a quarrel with her father Ning Fengji, she ran away alone from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's residence towards the Barak Kingdom. Ning Rongrong was somewhat clever. Knowing that there was a war in the Silvis province, she chose to travel from the Fasnu province to the Barak Kingdom. Since the Fasnu province firmly supported the Heavendo Empire, it had not fallen into war, and the people lived as peacefully as before. Choosing this safer route through the Fasnu province, along with the protection of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, even the carriage Ning Rongrong hired was from her own school. So she arrived safely in the Barak Kingdom. However, unlike in the original story, Ning Rongrong was not just a 26th-level Soul Master when she joined Shrek Academy in the original timeline. She was now a 29th-level Soul Master. This was a breakthrough she had achieved just a few days ago, making her extremely happy. Later, seeing his daughter like this, Ning Fengji casually mentioned a few examples of peers at the same level as Ning Rongrong, which led to their quarrel. Ning Rongrong's desire to go to Shrek Academy, known for only accepting monsters and geniuses, was also partly motivated by a wish to prove herself as a genius. In a luxurious manner on the outskirts of the royal city of the Barak Kingdom, a robust figure, as fierce as a tiger, wielded a 3-meter-long halberd with agile movements, flowing seamlessly through a set of halberd techniques. The whooshing sound of the massive blade cutting through the air and the occasional shattering of nearby stone slabs upon impact indicated that this halberd was no mere ornamental piece. The only person currently using this kind of weapon, the painted halberd, in Douluo Continent was naturally Talon. Talon had been in the Barak Kingdom for over 6 months, and his plans had been successfully implemented. He had now successfully integrated into the noble circle of the Barak Kingdom. This manor was purchased by Talon, which covered a vast area and connected to the mountain forest behind it. Many members of the Zhu Yan alliance had already been secretly relocated here. After Talon finished practicing his halberd techniques, Katrina handed him a towel and poured him a cup of tea at the perfect temperature. At that moment, Amy approached with a letter and handed it to Talon, saying, "Little Long, this is from the leader Ning of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." "What does it say?" "You can just tell me directly," Talon asked, a bit puzzled, as he received letters from Amy every day. After wiping the sweat from his face with the towel that Katrina had given him, he drank the tea she poured and felt it wasn't tea enough. So he handed the cup back to Katrina, signaling her to pour him another. "You'd better read it yourself." Chapter 267, You'd Better Read It Yourself. Amy's expression was somewhat strange. She did not directly tell Talon the contents of the letter, but insisted that he read it himself. After drinking another cup of tea, Talon, hearing Amy's insistence, casually took the letter she handed over and opened it to read quickly. "Wow, this old guy. Talon read through the contents of the letter at a glance, and understood why Amy had that strange expression. It could only be said that Ning Fengji's ideas were quite good, but somewhat unreliable. The letter contained a lot of content, but most of it was nonsense in Talon's view. After eliminating the fluff, the message in Ning Fengji's letter was quite simple. His daughter Ning Rongrong had come to the Barak Kingdom, and he wanted Talon to help look after her. This favor would be remembered, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would speak for the Zhuyan alliance regarding the Tiando Empire. As for the other content of the letter, it mentioned that Ning Rongrong and Talon had known each other since childhood, and that their families had a very good relationship. If Talon did not have a marriage contract, Ning Fengji would want to marry Ning Rongrong to Talon. In Talon's eyes, these were all nonsense. For those who knew the inside story, these were just baseless claims. However, for someone like Amy, who was unaware of the situation, these things suddenly became different, which was why she had such a complex expression when looking at Talon. Seeing Amy staring at him, clearly wanting him to explain, Talon immediately felt the urge to use his halberd to cleave Ning Fengji in half. What kind of nonsense was written here? Yes, he and Ning Rongrong had known each other before, but they had only met a few times and hardly exchanged words. If Talon remembered correctly, when he first met Ning Rongrong, she was still a little girl with yellow hair, and by then, Talon was already considered a young man. How could they say they knew each other since childhood? Furthermore, saying that if Talon had no marriage contract, he would marry Ning Rongrong was also absurd. Just the fact that Ning Rongrong was the best among the new generation of direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School confirmed that she could not marry outside. Talon understood this was nonsense, but still explained it to Amy and scolded that old man Ning Fengji fiercely. However, Talon had some guesses about what Ning Fengji was thinking. He likely wanted to have his daughter Ning Rongrong, the next generation heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, get to know Talon better, hoping to improve their relationship. Ning Fengji certainly did not intend for Ning Rongrong to marry Talon, and whether he had any thoughts about using her for breeding was unknown. However, Talon was now certain that, barring any accidents, Ning Rongrong would be the next heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Regardless of the current strategic cooperation relationship between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Four Spirit Sect, or the cooperation between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Zhuyan Alliance and Prince Shueqinghe, maintaining a good relationship with Talon will be beneficial for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although Talon had left the Four Spirits Sect to establish the Zhuyan Alliance, he was still the young master of the Four Spirits Sect, who could confirm that Talon Mutant become the sect master in the future. As for how Ning Fengji knew that Talon was no longer at the Four Spirits Sect base, but was in the Barak Kingdom, it was naturally because of the cooperation between Talon's Zhuyan Alliance, Prince Shueqinghe, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Whether it was the Zhuyan Legion occupying part of the cities in the Silvis province, or Talon leading people to take over the Barak Kingdom in the future, they needed to pay attention to the reactions from the Tiando Empire. After all, both the Silvis province and the Barak Kingdom were officially under the rule of the Tiando Empire, although these two places, especially the Barak Kingdom, blatantly disregarded the orders from the Tiando Empire. However, if the Zhuyan Alliance rashly occupied the Barak Kingdom, Talon was uncertain whether the Tiando Empire, led by Emperor Shuiyi, would directly go to war with the Zhuyan Alliance. This was why Talon wanted to lay out his plans in the Tiando Empire in advance, establishing his own channels of communication. Collaborating with Prince Shueqinghe and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which supported him, was a good choice. Although Shueqinghe was the prince of the Tiando Empire and the apparent future heir, he was ultimately disguised by Qian Renxue of the Spirit Hall. When it came to actions that would harm the interests of the Tiando Empire while benefiting himself, Qian Renxue would not hesitate at all. Therefore, it should not be said that Talon and Qian Renxue had smoothly teamed up with Prince Shueqinghe. Rather, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was an ally that Prince Shueqinghe had brought in himself. However, later on, the Zhuyan Legion and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School also collaborated several times, and both sides were relatively satisfied with the results. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had many outer disciples, but their combat power was somewhat insufficient compared to their business scale. Moreover, the Douluo Continent had been quite unsettled in recent years, with a sense of a storm brewing, making the protective power of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School even more strained. In contrast, the Zhuyan Alliance was quite the opposite. Due to its short establishment time, the Zhuyan Alliance had not yet formed reliable pillar industries to support itself and could only engage in short-term profitable industries. Although they made considerable profits, they could not last long. However, the combat power of the Zhuyan Alliance was extremely strong, Every one of the 3,000 core members was capable of fighting. With the addition of new members, the available combat power of the Zhuyan Alliance was quite ample. At this time, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which had money but lacked combat power, and the Zhuyan Alliance, which had combat power but needed money, coming together for cooperation through Prince Shueqinghe as an intermediary was a natural outcome. The people of the Zhuyan Alliance adapt their fighting styles to their weapons during combat, a habit cultivated in a place like the City of Slaughter. The martial souls of the direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School offer various enhancements to physical abilities. With the assistance of soul masters possessing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower martial soul, they can boost the fighting capabilities of the Zhuyan Alliance's soul masters during battles, significantly increasing their combat strength. It is precisely because of the pleasant collaboration between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Zhuyan Alliance that Tailong also requires the assistance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which is why Ning Fengji knows that Tailong is currently in the Ballot Kingdom. Therefore, after Ning Rongrong arrived in the Ballot Kingdom, Ning Fengji wrote to Tailong, asking him to take care of Ning Rongrong. Tailong did not refuse, and he also requested to take a look at Shrek Academy. Chapter 268. Suatoa City Tailong had been busy with many matters recently, and almost forgot the promise he made with Zhu Zhuyan. Now that Ning Fengji sent a letter, it reminded Tailong that it was time to repay the debt he owed. However, Tailong was still very interested in witnessing the moment when the Shrek 7 monsters gathered at Shrek Academy in the original timeline. Thinking of the Shrek 7 monsters, Tailong couldn't help but think of the one among them who had a significant impact despite his low presence. Oscar. Oscar's sausage martial soul and the various soul skills he acquired later were incredibly useful for Tailong, who had an entire Zhuyan army. Tailong always believed that Oscar's role in the original work was severely underestimated, or rather, Shrek Academy, being a small academy, and the Shrek 7 monsters, being a small group, could not allow Oscar to fully demonstrate his true potential. As for how Tailong could attract Oscar to join his Zhuyan Alliance, it was quite simple. As long as he left a good impression on Oscar during their first encounter and did not interfere with his relationship with Ning Rongrong, Oscar would naturally seek his own path to combat strength. Of course, regardless of whether Oscar's thoughts were correct, it was a fact that the original work created a miraculous ability for him, granting him considerable combat power. However, although Oscar later acquired the soul skill Mirror Mushroom Sausage, which could replicate others' martial souls and soul skills, it was still reliant on external objects. In that case, wouldn't it be simpler to cultivate Tailong's Zhuyan visualization method and blood slaughter body refinement technique, which could directly enhance combat power? After practicing a few times in battle and learning to use various weapons, with a strong physique, quick self-recovery methods, and proficient combat skills, he would naturally possess great combat strength. As long as Oscar could endure hardship and wanted to gain combat power, it would be a piece of cake for Tailong. Aside from Oscar, Tailong did not think highly of the other academies in Shrek Academy. Of course, he did have a favorable view of Xiao Wu, but what he wanted were only her soul rings and soul bones. The soul rings and soul bones of Xiao Wu were indeed quite appealing to Tailong, who had already absorbed 100,000-year transformed soul ring and soul bone of the Titan Ant Emperor. Only those who have experienced it can understand the difference between a 100,000-year soul ring and a non-100,000-year soul ring. However, Tailong was still somewhat aware that since Xiao Wu had been by Tang San's side for so many years without any incidents, it indicated that Tang Hao, who had been secretly protecting Tang San, intended to protect Xiao Wu as well, or perhaps he intended to leave Xiao Wu's soul rings and soul bones to Tang San. But judging by Tang Hao's character, it was likely that the protective aspect was more significant. After all, his wife, Tang San's mother, was a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human, and based on his own experiences, wanting to protect Xiao Wu was very possible. Tailong gathered his scattered thoughts, stood up from his study, stretched his body, looked at the planning he had just written on his desk, confirmed that he had memorized it all, and with a flick of his wrist, turned the paper into dust. This was a habit he learned from his grandfather, Titan. Things that do not need to be recorded should ideally not be kept on paper. After noting them down, they should be destroyed directly. After a night of silence, the next day, Tailong pushed away Amy's delicate body, got out of bed, and after being served by the maid, he dressed and proceeded with his daily cultivation, a habit he had maintained. Tailong was now at level 78. Over the past 6 months, his cultivation had been affected by various busy matters, and upon reaching the rank of Soul Saint, Tailong also felt that the speed of his cultivation improvement had slowed down. the speed of meditative cultivation and soul power absorption to increase his internal soul power storage had not decreased, but now, the amount of soul power required for Tailong to advance one level had significantly increased. Currently, Tailong was neither cultivating in the ice and fire yin-yang, a sacred place that could accelerate his cultivation, nor engaging in battles relying on his innate talent, just relying on his daily cultivation. The speed of Tailong's soul power growth was indeed touching. However, now that things in the Bala Kingdom had been wrapped up, Tailong had not been idle during these 6 months. He had made contact with various major forces in the Bala Kingdom and had recruited quite a few people, some of whom he had taught the Zhu Yin visualization method, a method that could enhance mental strength. Ironically, when Tailong taught these people the Zhu Yin visualization method, he instructed them not to pass it on to others. However, these individuals treated Tailong's words as mere suggestions. After successfully cultivating, they passed the technique on to their descendants and women, somewhat transferring this relationship back to their families and sections. Thus, the spread of the Zhu Yin visualization method was rapid, and countless people in the Bala Kingdom unwittingly became Tailong's followers, all of whom were preparatory members of the Zhu Yin alliance. Now that Tailong's affairs in the Bala Kingdom could be put on hold, the next stage of development would require some preparation time. So, Tailong was just free. Since Ning Rongrong had already left the 7-treasure glazed tile school and headed to Suatawa City, it was time for Tailong to set off. After having breakfast with Katrina and Amy, he tidied up his belongings and directly boarded the carriage that had been prepared and was waiting at the door. Heading to Suatawa City, the royal city of the Bala Kingdom was not far from Suatawa City. The carriage Tailong was riding was quite fast, pulled by 200-year-old Soul Master snow horses. In just over a day, Tailong arrived at Suatawa City. Tailong's carriage was quite ostentatious. In the upper circles of the Bala Kingdom, Tailong's vehicle was somewhat well known. After receiving the news, the city lord of Suatawa City sent a representative to welcome him. However, Tailong did not go to Suatawa City. To put it bluntly, the city lord of such a small city did not hold any value in Tailong's eyes. He merely had the representative return to convey his greetings, stating that he had come to Suatawa City to relax and that they should not disturb him. The messenger, sent away by Tailong, managed to keep his smiling face in front of him, but his expression fell as he turned back to the city lord's mansion. Knowing that he had failed to accomplish the task assigned by the city lord and would inevitably face a reprimand upon his return. Chapter 269, After the messenger returned. He recounted Tailong's words to the city lord of Suatawa City verbatim, and then lowered his head, clearly prepared to face the upcoming scolding. All right, I understand. You may go now. By the way, this matter should not be publicized. After the lord of Suatawa City listened to the envoy recount Talon's words, he pondered for a moment, then saw the envoy still with his head down like an ostrich, waved his hand to let him go, and instructed that this matter should not be publicized. After the envoy left, the originally serious expression of the lord of Suatawa City instantly faded, and he picked up the tea beside him and took a delightful sip. This shows that the lord was not angry about Talon's rejection, and seemed somewhat pleased, evidently. Sending someone to welcome Talon was not genuinely about wanting to meet him. As for why he would send someone to welcome and invite Talon if he didn't really want to meet him, only the lord of Suatawa City knew. After entering the city, Talon found the legendary Rose Hotel in Suatawa City. With the hotel staff warmly welcoming him, Talon, along with Katarina and Amy, got off the carriage. After having the staff settle the carriage, Talon took Katarina and Amy toward the hotel that had piqued his curiosity for a long time. Talon first took a look at the hotel from the outside. It had 3 stories, and while it wasn't too large, the exterior was entirely rose red, and the architectural style resembled a giant rose, giving a refreshing feeling. Upon entering the hotel, Talon surveyed the environment around the lobby. The interior had only 3 colors: white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm, unique, and elegant atmosphere that was very pleasing. Although Talon had seen many places and found the decorations somewhat average, the presence of couples created a charming atmosphere that made him feel quite good about the place. However, Talon didn't linger too long. He knew that the real appeal of the Rose Hotel was not in the lobby, but in its various types of couples' rooms. Rooms like Moonlight Lovers, July Starry Sky, Sweet Honey, Spring Pavilion, Wonderful Residence, Refreshing Room. Talon didn't know where he had heard of these themed rooms, but he had long yearned for them. Of course, the ones he most looked forward to were the colorful rooms: Red Ocean, Blue Enchantress, Pink Tenderness, Yellow Sincerity, White Innocence, Green Departure, etc. After so many years, he had forgotten many details from the original text, but the various rooms of the Rose Hotel were vividly etched in his memory. Talon approached the counter, bent his finger, and a golden soul coin was taken from the storage soul guiding device on his wrist, which he tossed to the staff at the counter. "Hello. I'm glad to serve you. How can I assist you?" The staff nimbly caught the golden soul coin, then bowed in thanks while asking this question. One must say that the service attitude of staff in such places is indeed very good. "Give me a few rooms. I want one of each type you have," Talon said directly to the staff without a second thought, clearly eager and prepared. The staff's expression stiffened upon hearing Talon's request, and the smile on his face nearly faltered. If it weren't for the luxurious attire of Talon and his two companions, and their generous demeanor, the staff might have thought Talon was there to cause trouble. "What? Is that not allowed?" Talon frowned and retorted, not thinking much of it. After all, he had a clean conscience. He simply wanted to broaden his horizons and experience things he hadn't seen while he was young. What bad intentions could there be? "Sir, your request is possible, but with only 3 people staying, isn't it a bit wasteful to book too many rooms? It might also affect other guests." The staff had never seen someone like Talon before, and his aura was very strong, even stronger than that of their manager, especially when he frowned. Reminiscent of the time their manager reprimanded a colleague for a mistake. At the same time, the staff's eyes involuntarily glanced at Katerina and Amy behind Talon. After hearing the staff's words, Talon hesitated a bit. Booking multiple rooms directly did feel somewhat inappropriate, but he indeed wanted to experience the fun of different themed rooms, so. At this moment, the manager of the Rose Hotel received news that a big shot was checking in and hurriedly came out from the back, just in time to see Talon frowning while the staff wore a stiff smile beside him. "Hello, sir, I'm a manager of this hotel." Seeing the scene, the manager hurriedly stepped in to mediate between Talon and the staff. "It's like this." After understanding the situation, the hotel manager already had a solution in mind, so he smiled and said to Talon, "Sir, we are honored that you love our themed rooms at the Rose Hotel so much. Here is our VIP card. Please be sure to accept it. We have Rose Hotels not only in Suatawa City, but also in many cities across the Kingdom of Balak, and this VIP card will allow you to enjoy." Talon reached out to take the VIP card handed over by the hotel manager. The card, warm to the touch and slightly translucent in a golden red color, seemed to be made of some kind of crystal and looked quite nice. Seeing Talon accept the VIP card, the manager let out a sigh of relief, knowing this was a good sign. As long as Talon accepted this VIP card, he would have more confidence in the subsequent persuasion. However, guests who check into our Rose Hotel are all individuals of style and taste like yourself. But we have limited rooms in the hotel, and if you book multiple rooms at once, it would prevent other gentlemen like you from staying. May I ask if you plan to stay in our hotel for a short term or have intentions for long-term use? If nothing unexpected happens, I will be in Suatawa City for some time." Talon did not hide this. He indeed planned to stay in Suatawa City for a while. "Sir, how about this? I will open 2 different types of rooms for you now, and then you can change to different themed rooms each day. What do you think?" Chapter 260. The only 1-2 rooms a day, changing to different types of rooms each day. The manager of the Rose Hotel proposed his solution and looked expectantly at Talon, waiting for his decision. Changing to different themed rooms each day. That's indeed a good idea. "Sure, give me a red ocean and a blue enchantress. How does that sound?" After making a decision, Talon turned to Katerina and Amy to ask for their opinions. "You decide. We have no objections." Katerina and Amy exchanged glances and nodded. Since Talon had already made a decision, Katerina and Amy went along with it. Talon was quite sensible and did not book just one room while both Amy and Katerina were present. Since Amy and Katerina had no objections, it would proceed as Talon deemed fit. Talon proposed to check the rooms he chose. So the manager of the Rose Hotel immediately took Talon to view the rooms without hesitation. The manager took Talon, Katerina, and Amy to the top floor of the hotel. During the journey, Talon glanced at the second floor of the hotel. Seeing Talon interested in those rooms, the hotel manager began to explain the types of rooms and design concepts to him. Although Talon had not studied this area, he had seen many luxurious buildings and could occasionally contribute to the conversation. The manager was quite perceptive, and the two had a pleasant chat. After reaching the top floor, Talon looked down the hallway and saw that there were only a few rooms, each with its own nameplate in front of the door. The nameplates: Red Blue Enchantress, Pink Tenderness, Yellow Sincerity, White Innocence, Green Departure, Red Ocean, etc. As Talon walked past each room's nameplate, he noted that the last one was White Ocean, while Blue Enchantress and Red Ocean were at the far end. After the manager brought the three of them here, he asked Talon if there was anything else he needed. After receiving a response that Talon did not need anything for the time being, the manager left, giving space to Talon, Katarina, and Amy. Blue Enchantress and Red Ocean were adjacent rooms, and now the three stood in front of the Red Ocean room. The door was the same bright red as its name, adorned with beautiful dark red crystal rose decorations. Next to the red crystal rose was a small line of vertical text that read, Red Ocean, the ocean of love. Talon turned to look at the adjacent Blue Enchantress. Its door was deep blue with light blue crystal decorations, and it also had a small line of vertical text that read, Blue Enchantress, the realm of love. Now that there were no outsiders, Talon felt something was off. Amy and Katarina had not spoken since they got off the elevator. How were they supposed to talk about the two rooms? The atmosphere among the three gradually became a bit awkward, even though they were officially married and had received blessings from others. I want that blue one. Amy was the first to speak, pointing at the Blue Enchantress. All right, then Katarina can stay in this Red Ocean room. What do you think, Sister Nana? Talon quickly responded to Amy and pulled Katarina into the conversation. Sure, Katarina had no objections, so she opened the door to the Red Ocean room, and Amy turned to head towards her chosen Blue Enchantress. Since the three were in a legitimate relationship, they all intended to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. In a place like the Rose Hotel, the best way to alleviate the tension was to separate Katarina and Amy. When Talon saw Katarina open the door to the adjacent Red Ocean room, he followed her inside without thinking. Wow! Upon entering, Talon was greeted by a vast expanse of red. The room wasn't very large, with the living area only about 50 square meters. Inside the hall, all the furniture was silver, intricately carved, and the large red carpet was covered with raised red rose patterns. What truly amazed Talon was not these items, as he had seen even more luxurious things elsewhere, but the massive red heart made of roses in the center of the hall. By Talon's estimation, the heart covered nearly 2 square meters, and it must have taken at least 1,000 roses to create. Hanging above, it was a delicate silk ribbon with the words, 1001, you are my only. Talon had no particular interest in roses. After a glance, he looked around the room. Besides the 1,001 roses, elegant vases were placed all around, each filled with fiery red roses, and the rich scent of roses permeated every corner of the room. Everything in here exuded a romantic atmosphere, stirring the hormones. As Talon contemplated the surroundings, Katarina's eyes had not left the sea of roses since she entered, particularly the ribbon above with the words, you are my only. After observing the living room, Talon noticed the bedroom was right next to it, so he casually pushed open the bedroom door to see what it looked like. Upon entering the bedroom, the first thing Talon saw was a bed. A large heart-shaped bed that occupied almost half of the room. Light pink curtains hung from the ceiling, obscuring the space above the heart-shaped bed, creating a dreamlike beauty. One must say that in such an environment, a woman's heart would melt, and a man in the presence of a woman would feel an instinctual excitement. However, Talon had been trained in the City of Carnage, so his mental fortitude and willpower easily resisted such temptations. After a couple of glances, he stepped back out of the bedroom. By this time, Katarina had returned to her normal state and was making tea at the coffee table in the living room. Talon liked tea, so his women had all learned to make it. Katarina had only been slightly distracted earlier, but she knew that she could never be Talon's only one. She couldn't even be his first, let alone his only one. However, for now, being his only one in this room was enough. P.S. 100 starting coins rewarded by the boss in the small room. Chapter 271. Talon, have some tea. Seeing Talon come out of the bedroom, Katarina had just finished brewing the tea and poured a cup for Talon, inviting him to drink. Katarina wanted to become Talon's only one in the Red Ocean, so while brewing the tea, she added something from her storage soul guide to the tea. Talon didn't think much of it, hearing Katarina call him to drink tea, and feeling a bit restless in such a stimulating room. He accepted the tea she handed him. Although he was clear-headed, his strong, youthful body was in a period of hormonal explosion, and he felt a little agitated and dry, so he drank it. As Talon drank the tea, he sensed that the flavor was a bit off, but thinking it might be due to the environment, he didn't dwell on it. Sister Nana, I'm going to check on Sister Amy. After finishing the tea, Talon stopped Katarina's motion of pouring more tea for him and said, then walked towards the room's exit. Wait, Katarina suddenly couldn't sit still when she saw Talon heading for Amy's room. Like a cat that had just been startled, she sprang up from her seat and grabbed Talon's arm. If Talon, who had drunk her spiked tea, went to Amy's room, wouldn't tea that benefit Amy when the effects kicked in? That was why Katarina reacted so strongly. What's wrong, Sister Nana? Talon was puzzled. Since entering this room, Katerina had seemed a bit off, and now even more so. Nothing, it's just. Katerina stumbled over her words, feeling flustered. She didn't know how to respond to Talon's question. She couldn't just say she had drugged him, could she? But when she saw the ribbon reflecting off the sea of roses nearby, Katerina gathered her courage and prepared to act. Catherine felt that since she couldn't answer Talon's question, she would make it so that Talon couldn't ask questions either, dragging it out until the effects of the substance he had just drunk began to take effect and invigorate his blood flow. After that, Talon wouldn't have time to ask her anything. It must be said that Catherine's line of thought was not flawed. If she couldn't answer a question, then eliminating the questioner was a way to solve the problem at its root. Absolutely no issues there. Catherine hugged Talon and used her mouth to block his, and then. This part is omitted for 50,000 words. The next day, Talon broke free from 4 white arms, and after liberating his hands, he pushed aside 2 snowy white legs that were draped over him. After a flurry of activity, he finally let out a long sigh of relief, glanced at the still sleeping Catherine and Amy, shook his head, and quietly got out of bed, stretching his somewhat stiff body. Afterward, Talon covered Amy and Catherine with a light blanket to prevent them from exposing themselves. After doing all this, Talon quickly dressed himself and left the messy bedroom. Talon had initially wanted to tidy up, but since the bedroom was too chaotic and Catherine and Amy had just fallen asleep after singing half the night, he decided not to disturb their rest. After leaving the bedroom, Talon went to the tea table in the living room, casually picked up the teapot, and poured himself a cup of cold tea. He paused after bringing the cup to his lips, turning it around. Talon remembered that he had drunk this tea yesterday, which was why he had lost some control. When Amy came to call him and Catherine for dinner, Catherine had pulled him into the fray, which was why Amy was now sleeping in the Red Ocean room. It's somewhat laughable that Talon had studied under the poison dog, Hugo, and had some understanding of medicine, yet he had been drugged by Catherine, who was completely inexperienced in that area. Just then, Talon's stomach growled, making a sound indicating it was time to eat, which interrupted his thoughts. He stopped pondering and went out in search of food. Talon directly requested a private room and ordered a large table of food. He also took out some high-aged soul beast meat from his storage soul guide and asked the hotel kitchen to prepare it for him. Talon ate for over half an hour before he was finally full. He hadn't eaten dinner the previous night, and after fighting for such a long time, he was indeed very hungry. After finishing, Talon let out a satisfied sigh, rinsed his mouth with tea, and left the private room under the astonished gaze of the beautiful waitress. Indeed, Talon's appetite was somewhat astonishing, but given his strong physique, without the energy replenishment from such food, he would have to consume the energy stored within his body, which would be detrimental to his soul power cultivation and physical training. So, Talon preferred to spend considerable time eating every day rather than depleting his energy reserves. Talon returned to the Red Ocean with 2 portions of high-aged soul beast meat prepared, and Amy and Catherine were still not awake. Since the food had arrived, he called the 2 girls to wake them up so they could eat first and then continue sleeping afterward. When the 2 girls were awakened by Talon, they sat up with vacant expressions, clearly still not fully aware. Catherine, upon seeing Talon, was still mumbling incoherent phrases like no, I know I was wrong. After a while, Catherine and Amy finally came to their senses, but Talon had already left the room. When Amy and Catherine sat up, Catherine was mumbling those unintelligible words, and Talon felt a bit hot, which prompted him to exit the room. In the room, on the heart-shaped big bed, Catherine and Amy faced each other, recalling the absurd things they had done that night, both feeling a bit embarrassed. Of course, the most awkward one was Catherine. She had played with fire and lost control. And when Amy came in to call them for dinner, Catherine had been extremely flustered and begging for mercy. Thus, Catherine felt she couldn't hold her head high in front of Amy, who wasn't doing much better. Her originally cool demeanor had long since vanished, replaced by a face full of redness. How the 2 girls managed to get out of this situation, Talon didn't know. When he returned, Amy and Catherine had already finished the breakfast Talon brought back and were cleaning up the mess from the previous night. Talon felt a bit awkward just watching, so he also helped clean up. Chapter 272. Zhu Zhuqing. After helping tidy up the Red Ocean room, Talon called the hotel staff to request a room change. Since he had fallen for Catherine's little scheme the previous day, he hadn't experienced the Blue Ocean yet, so today he simply changed rooms, exchanging the Red Ocean for the pure white one. For a period of time afterward, Talon, Catherine, and Amy settled into the Rose Hotel in Sotoa City, waiting for the arrival of the protagonist from the original story. Of course, while waiting, Talon didn't forget to keep an eye on events happening on the continent. Every day, Members of the Zhu Yin Alliance's Dark Alliance came to the Rose Hotel to deliver the latest intelligence to Talon. Talon also instructed the Dark Alliance members to pay attention to the whereabouts of Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Once these individuals entered Suatawa City, they were to report back to him immediately. This task was not difficult for the rapidly developing Dark Alliance, supported by a significant amount of gold soul coins. The appearances of Tang San and the others were already known to the Dark Alliance members. They arrived quite quickly. Take me over to take a look. When the person in charge of the Dark Alliance in Suatawa City reported back to Talon, he mentioned something that piqued Talon's interest. One of the people he had asked the Dark Alliance to watch had already arrived in Suatawa City, and it wasn't the expected Tang San or Xiao Wu, nor was it Ning Rongrong, who had been sent out by her sect to experience life, but rather Zhu Zhuqing, who was the furthest from the Barak kingdom. Of course, if it were just Zhu Zhuqing arriving in Suatawa City, Talon wouldn't have been particularly interested. What truly intrigued him was Zhu Zhuqing's actions after arriving in Tiando City. Zhu Zhuqing should have already met her fiancé, Dai Mu Bai, but she hadn't shown herself in front of him. Instead, she was secretly observing Dai Mu Bai's behavior during this time. Now that Zhu Zhuqing had arrived in Suatawa City and observed Dai Mu Bai's recent actions, Talon felt it was time to fulfill the promise he made to Zhu Jian. Whether Zhu Zhuqing would follow him would depend on her decision. "Sir, that's her." A member of the Dark Alliance pointed to a nearby shop where a girl dressed in black, with a curvy figure and long flowing hair, was speaking to Talon. Talon followed the Dark Alliance member to find Zhu Zhuqing, who was currently tailing Dai Mu Bai. Talon saw Dai Mu Bai in the distance, now accompanied by two charming twin girls as they strolled down the street, one on each side, appearing quite carefree. Talon glanced at the embraced Dai Mu Bai and then at Zhu Zhuqing, who was hiding in a noodle shop observing him. For some reason, Talon felt that Zhu Zhuqing's originally jet black hair seemed to have taken on a slight green hue. "Good, you did well this time. This credit will be noted in your record by the organization." Talon patted the shoulder of an outer member of the Dark Alliance, expressing his appreciation. At the same time, Talon took out a bag of gold soul coins from his storage soul guide, containing about 50 coins, and handed it to the outer member of the Dark Alliance. "My lord, take it. What I just said is the reward set by the organization. This is my reward for you. It's not a conflict. Work well for the organization, and there will be more than just this." Talon interrupted the spy's words, stuffing the money bag into his arms and saying so, then waved his hand, indicating he could leave. Talon walked towards the noodle shop where Zhu Zhuqing was. The spy left with a bag of gold soul coins. 50 gold soul coins were nothing to Talon, but for him, this amount was a considerable fortune, especially for most commoners without any cultivation talent. Now he was in a good mood, thinking about whether to find Xiao Hong, Xiao Lan, or Xiao Hua tonight. Perhaps he could be a bit bold and see both Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan, and maybe even Xiao Hua. As for what the dark spy would do with the gold soul coins, it was none of Talon's concern. He had already arrived at the entrance of noodle shop and walked straight in, ordering a bowl of noodles. Clack clack. Talon sat down next to Zhu Zhuqing without greeting her, and a few diners nearby secretly cursed at Talon's behavior, but seeing the luxurious robe he wore, they knew he was not an ordinary person, so they only dared to curse in their hearts. As soon as Talon sat down, he heard the sound of chopsticks clashing against the bowl. Following the direction of the sound, he saw Zhu Zhuqing's hand, which was holding the chopsticks, trembling violently, causing them to clatter against the bowl's edge. Is she that excited? Talon could tell that Zhu Zhuqing's current state was due to her emotional fluctuations causing her body to be somewhat out of control. He found it strange. Did sitting next to her have such a big impact? Could it be that Zhu Zhuyan had told Zhu Zhuqing about what happened that night? That couldn't be. However, after carefully observing Zhu Zhuqing's expression, Talon realized that her sudden emotion was not because of him, but because of her fiancé, Dai Mu Bai, who was in the distance. Talon looked over at what Dai Mu Bai was doing. In broad daylight, under everyone's gaze, Dai Mu Bai was actually kissing two twin girls in the street. Moreover, it seemed that the twins were the ones being proactive. Watching Dai Mu Bai and the twins come out of a jewelry and crystal shop, Talon began to understand the situation. Being rich is wonderful, a model for our generation. Talon looked over at Dai Mu Bai, unintentionally saying this out loud. Although Talon believed he was quite wealthy now, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Dai Mu Bai's little life. Zhu Zhuqing, lost in her emotions, was startled when she suddenly heard someone speaking beside her. She had been paying attention to Dai Mu Bai, so she didn't even notice when Talon sat down beside her. Once Zhu Zhuqing was jolted back to reality, anger followed. She was annoyed at Talon for sitting down next to her without greeting, at his heartfelt comment, and even more so at her fiancé Dai Mubai for betraying her. Bang! Zhu Zhuqing slammed her chopsticks down on the table, casting a disdainful glance at Talon before preparing to get up and leave. Clearly, she regarded Talon as a rogue. The noise Zhu Zhuqing made drew the attention of other diners in the noodle shop, who turned to watch the scene unfold between Talon and Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 273. The noodle shop sit down. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing about to leave, Talon said softly. At the same time, a surge of soul power emanated from him, taking the form of an invisible hand that pressed down on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, forcing her back into her seat. Since the soul power hand was formless and colorless, the other diners in the noodle shop couldn't comprehend its existence. To them, it just looked like Zhu Zhuqing was about to get up when the man opposite her said to sit down, and she complied. It appeared as though this was a couple in a spat, with the boy taking the dominant role in their relationship. Thus, the interest of the onlookers waned. The onlookers couldn't understand what was happening, but for Zhu Zhuqing, the person involved, her heart was indeed in turmoil. Although she didn't know the cultivation level of the seemingly young man beside her, it was clear that he was far superior. Otherwise, she wouldn't be completely powerless to resist. Realizing the gap between herself and Talon, Zhu Zhuqing also thought about her own recent cultivation issues. Now that she was subdued, she didn't know what to do. So in her panic, Zhu Zhuqing could only sit there in a daze, waiting for Talon to speak. Zhu Zhuqing, this is something your sister, Zhu Zhuyin, asked me to give to you. Once Zhu Zhuqing calmed down and understood the situation, Talon took out a letter from his storage soul guide and handed it to her. Zhu Zhuqing slowly took the letter Talon handed over, and from her dazed expression, it was clear that her mind was a bit muddled. It was left with me over a year ago. After handing the letter to Zhu Zhuqing, Talon suddenly added. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the letter, seeing her name written on the envelope, recognizing it as her sister Zhu Zhuyun's handwriting. Young master, your noodles are here. At that moment, a waitress from the noodle shop arrived with a large bowl of noodles on a tray, placing it in front of Talon. All right, just put it here. Talon accepted the bowl and placed it on his table. He picked up his chopsticks, sampled a few strands of noodles, and, finding them to his liking, began to eat heartily. Seeing Talon eating with gusto and not paying attention to her, Zhu Zhuqing suppressed her emotions and opened the letter from her sister Zhu Zhuyin, unfolding the paper inside to read. Talon ate quickly, and Zhu Zhuqing read the letter at a decent pace. Not long after, Talon finished the large bowl of noodles, took out a cup of wheat beer from his storage soul guide, drank it in one go, and let out a satisfied sigh. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing also finished reading the letter Zhu Zhuyin had sent through Talon. Her emotions were very complex, or rather chaotic, with no clear thoughts. She had always disliked her sister Zhu Zhuyin, yet it turned out that Zhu Zhuyin had been planning for her. The fact that she had left her family to find her fiancé Dai Mubai in the Barak Kingdom had been anticipated by her sister over a year ago. Or perhaps she had been following the script designed by her sister Zhu Zhuyin all along, leaving the family, escaping the fate of the Zhu family's daughters becoming consorts, and the sisters harming each other. Finished reading? Just as Zhu Zhuqing was lost in her thoughts, uncertain about her future and questioning her existence, Talon's voice pulled her back to reality. This is a little method I've discovered after a long time of exploring the use of spiritual power. Finished reading. What are your thoughts now? Or what are your plans? I don't know. Your sister made her intentions clear in the letter. What do you mean now? I don't know. Let's put it another way. Are you planning to continue joining Shrek Academy and try to get along with your fiancé Dai Mubai? Or are you leaving with me? Facing the situation where Zhu Zhuqing had no idea, Tailong felt a bit impatient. How did he agree to help Zhu Zhuyin with this matter so foolishly back then? If Tailong had the chance to choose again, he would definitely ask for a higher price for such a troublesome task that Zhu Zhuyin wanted him to help within one night. I don't know. Zhu Zhuqing still gave the same answer. She really lost her ability to think and was quite confused about what to do in the future. By the way, do you know Yimyking? Is she coming with you this time? Tailong suddenly remembered that when he traded with Zhu Zhuyin, there was also a spiritual type martial soul, Icarus' granddaughter Yimyking. Now that Zhu Zhuqing was here, but Yimyking had not shown up yet, something was definitely off. Sister Muqing? Why is she coming here? Zhu Zhuqing didn't understand why Tailong would ask her this question, and how Tailong knew Yimyking. Tailong's mood worsened even more. Zhu Zhiyun's failure to fulfill her promise made him even less inclined to deal with Zhu Zhuqing's affairs. You keep thinking I have some things to take care of, so I'll leave first. This meal is on me. Tailong had lost interest in continuing the conversation with Zhu Zhuqing. After giving her a brief explanation, he stood up and walked straight out. This is my table. The noodles taste good. No need to look for me. Tailong reached the front counter of the noodle shop, flipped a gold soul coin onto the counter, and then left without stopping. As Tailong stood up to settle the bill and leave, seemingly indifferent to her, Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly stood up and chased after him. Sigh, spit. After Zhu Zhuqing followed Tailong out, the other diners in the noodle shop, who had been paying attention to the two of them, finally spoke up, some sighing and some spitting. In short, none of these people had anything good to say. Spit, spit, spit. If you don't want to eat, get lost. Don't keep babbling in my noodle shop. At this moment, the shop owner, who had just received a gold soul coin from Tailong, stood up and shouted at the increasingly unreasonable diners in the noodle shop. The owner is making big money and looking down on us regular customers. Seeing money and losing sight. After the shop owner scolded the customers, there was initially silence, but then they started arguing again, just redirecting their anger towards the shop owner. I spit. A bunch of worthless people can only eat noodles in my shop. With your kind of trash, you'll never be able to afford 4 dishes in your lifetime. The shop owner naturally wouldn't back down, and he retorted without holding back. Chapter 274, Imagination. Talon didn't want to deal with Zhu Zhuqing anymore, because Zhu Zhuyin hadn't followed through on their original agreement to have Icarus' granddaughter Yimiking come with Zhu Zhuqing. To be honest, Tailong had been in the Douluo Continent world for over 10 years, and as time passed, he became less concerned about the original work he had read, because Tailong knew that his arrival had affected the Douluo Continent world. Not to mention the chance for the Shrek 7 monsters to become gods. The celestial herbs and the ice and fire yin yang were already gone. Whether the Shrek 7 monsters could still obtain them was a question, let alone fighting against the Spirit Hall to become gods. So now, Tailong had little interest in Zhu Zhuqing, akin to the feeling one gets when seeing a cartoon protagonist from childhood as an adult. Tailong didn't linger after leaving the noodle shop and headed straight for the Rose Hotel, clearly intending to return to his room. Zhu Zhuqing followed behind him cautiously at first, but after walking a while and seeing that Tailong had no reaction, she relaxed and continued to follow him. Of course, Tailong noticed that Zhu Zhuqing was following him, but he just quickened his pace and ignored her. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing followed Tailong to the Rose Hotel. Since Tailong had sped up, Zhu Zhuqing had to pay more attention to him, fearing she would lose him, and didn't notice where she was following him into. After entering the Rose Hotel, Zhu Zhuqing quickly looked around, searching for Tailong's figure. Fortunately, it was still morning, and there weren't many people in the hotel, so Zhu Zhuqing easily spotted Tailong. He was currently talking to a female server, and Zhu Zhuqing unconsciously moved closer to him. Mr. Tailong, Miss Katrina and Miss Amy asked me to tell you that they are bored staying in the hotel and want to go shopping today. The two ladies set off shortly after you left the hotel. The server conveyed Amy and Katrina's message to Tailong. Okay, I got it. Staying in the hotel for a long time can get a bit boring, even though the rooms are enjoyable and changing rooms every day is fun. However, after a while, it can also become dull, so going out shopping is nice. After dismissing the server who had delivered the message, Tailong went upstairs to his room. As he reached the corner, he saw Zhu Zhuqing, but didn't stop and went straight to his room. Upon reaching the top floor of the hotel, Tailong opened the room, named Pure White. He had already experienced all the color-themed rooms at the Rose Hotel during this time. Even the room with the unappealing name Green Departure had been tried out of curiosity. Among the rooms on the top floor of the Rose Hotel, Tailong's favorites were Pure White and Blue Demoness. So after experiencing every room at the Rose Hotel, he chose to stay in these 2 rooms. Katrina liked Blue Demoness, and Amy liked Pure White, and Talon liked both, so the 3 of them perfectly agreed on this. After ignoring Zhu Zhuqing and returning to his room, Zhu Zhuqing found the server who had just spoken to Tailong and asked which room Tailong was staying in. Zhu Zhuqing felt that after asking this question, the server's originally polite gaze turned a bit strange. It was Zhu Zhuqing's first time being looked at with such a strange gaze. Although she didn't know what it meant, she still felt very uncomfortable. To be fair, the training at the Rose Hotel was indeed thorough. Although the server internally complained and was burning with gossip, she still answered Zhu Zhuqing's question according to the professional standards she had learned during training. Of course, according to the original rules of the Rose Hotel, hotel staff were not allowed to disclose information about guests to others. However, Zhu Zhuqing's good looks and figure, along with the fact that she came back with Tailong, made a server think she was a companion Tailong brought back from outside. It was just right that Katrina and Amy were not in today, and Tailong brought back such a high-quality companion after going out for a while. After asking about Qing Tailong's room, Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat puzzled as to why Tailong had booked 2 rooms, and the names of the rooms were so strange, like White Pure and Blue Demoness. This hotel had such odd names. Zhu Zhuqing moved quietly and swiftly along the corridor to the top floor of the Rose Hotel, taking in her surroundings as she ascended. Gradually, her originally cold expression flushed slightly red as she began to understand what kind of hotel this was. During her ascent, she saw couples hugging and cuddling as they exited their rooms to head downstairs for a meal. Their intimate gestures made Zhu Zhuqing realize what kind of place this hotel was. When Zhu Zhuqing reached the top floor of the Rose Hotel and stood in front of the door marked White Pure, she raised her hand to knock, but hesitated as her hand hovered in the air. Although her mind wasn't very clear, it was precisely this state of semi-consciousness that was most suitable for pondering problems. Daydreaming self-interpretation, Zhu Zhuqing began to understand why the service staff had looked at her strangely earlier, as a young girl. Coming to this kind of hotel to find a man could certainly raise eyebrows. No, given that this guy was strong, he must have noticed that I was following him. What did he mean by bringing me here? Could it be? Zhu Zhuqing looked down, but didn't see her toes, yet that didn't stop her from analyzing Tailong's intentions for bringing her here. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was lost in thought, the decorative white crystal door suddenly opened, startling her out of her reverie. When she saw that it was Tailong who opened the door, her instinctive reaction was to hug herself tightly. Why you? Zhu Zhuqing stammered, momentarily at a loss for words upon seeing Tailong. Chapter 275. Checking in, Tailong naturally knew that Zhu Zhuqing was following him, so after entering the room, he sat down by the tea table facing the door. Don't ask why he sat facing the door. It's just Tailong's preference. He began to brew tea himself. After all, he had learned from Tang Yuehua and enjoyed drinking tea, so his movements were smooth and fluid, although his actions were somewhat casual. Why should he be overly serious about it? When Zhu Zhuqing stopped in front of Tailong's room, he had already noticed her. He recognized the fluctuations of her soul power from earlier, so he knew it was her. However, Zhu Zhuqing stood at the door for a long time without knocking, which left Tailong a bit puzzled. After waiting impatiently, Tailong got up and opened the door. Zhu Zhuqing, startled and hugging herself, stood there. Have you figured it out? The two stared at each other for about 10 seconds before Tailong, seeing Zhu Zhuqing's dazed expression, decided to ask first. Not yet. Zhu Zhuqing stammered in response. You don't know what you came to see me for? Tailong saw that Zhu Zhuqing looked so confused. Feeling that the high-cold catgirl persona he remembered had completely collapsed. However, since she had followed him here, it wouldn't be nice to let her leave on her own. After pausing to think, Tailong said to Zhu Zhuqing, why don't you find a room nearby to stay in? It doesn't have to be on this floor. Any room on the 2 floors below is fine. After you find a room, take a good rest and think about what you plan to do in the future once your mind processes today as information. After saying this, Tailong returned to his previous seat and poured himself a cup of hot tea, sipping it slowly. After taking a couple of sips, he noticed that Zhu Zhuqing was still standing at the door, so he raised his teacup and asked her, "What? Want to come in and have some tea?" "No, thank you." Zhu Zhuqing unhesitatingly rejected Tailong's invitation and turned to walk down the corridor to find her own room. Since White Pure was at the far end of the corridor, Zhu Zhuqing walked inward. Although she hadn't traveled through the Douluo Continent, she came from a noble background and was the fiancée of a royal prince. The royal family and the Zhu family had taught her some precautionary knowledge, such as the dangers of things slipped into tea or food, so she was aware of those risks. Therefore, facing someone like Tailong, who clearly didn't seem like a good person, in a couple's hotel, Zhu Zhuqing dared not enter his room to drink tea. Zhu Zhuqing found a room that was quite far from Tailong's current rooms, White Pure and Blue Demoness. The room she chose had a deep purple doorplate that read Purple Temptation, which was clearly part of the Rose Hotel's floral series in purple. When Zhu Zhuqing stood in front of the door, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't checked in and didn't have a key to this room. However, she tried to turn the doorknob of the Purple Temptation room, and to her surprise, the door opened with a click. Zhu Zhuqing entered the Purple Temptation room, where purple roses and various decorations creating an atmosphere were everywhere. This made her frown slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but she still closed the door behind her. Meanwhile, Tailong noticed that Zhu Zhuqing had so decisively rejected his invitation to drink tea together and seemed to have run away, as if afraid he would eat her. This left Tailong feeling somewhat annoyed, and he lost his interest in the fragrant tea. Bang! Tailong waved his hand, and a palm of soul power flew out. Closing the room's door, he returned to the bedroom and began to meditate and cultivate his soul power. Is this room occupied? Zhu Zhuqing murmured to herself as the door to Purple Temptation opened again. After entering the room and arriving in the bedroom, she found that the large bed was somewhat messy, and there was a strange smell in the room. This discovery made Zhu Zhuqing doubt whether anyone had lived here. Zhu Zhuqing exited Purple Temptation, intending to go back and ask Tailong. However, seeing that the door to his white pure room had closed again, she lacked the courage to knock on Tailong's door. So, she went downstairs and happened to encounter a service staff member on the second floor. "Hello. I would like to ask if the room on the third floor, called Purple Temptation, is currently occupied?" Zhu Zhuqing asked the staff member. "Hello. You mean the Purple Temptation room? If I remember correctly, it should not be booked today, but the room hasn't been cleaned yet. Do you have any other questions?" The staff member, who was the head of the cleaning staff at the Rose Hotel, was well aware of this situation. "I see. I would like to book this room now, if possible," Zhu Zhuqing said, feeling a bit embarrassed to admit that she had entered without permission and found the room unclean. "Of course, please follow me. I will assist you with the check-in process now. Additionally, I will arrange for the cleaning staff to clean the Purple Charm room as soon as possible. I guarantee that once you finish the check-in procedures, the room will be ready." Although this head waiter is friendly, this chapter is not finished yet. There is still the next page. He is responsible for arranging the cleaning staff, but he is also very attentive to Zhu Zhuqing's service. Alright, under the guidance of this head waiter, Zhu Zhuqing successfully completed the check-in procedures without taking much time. By the time Zhu Zhuqing returned to the Purple Charm room, it had already been cleaned, and the strange smell in the bedroom had been replaced with the fragrance of roses. Rose Hotel, what a lovely name. Xiaowu, let's stay here. Just after entering Suotuo City, Xiaowu was attracted by the beautiful building that resembled a rose. Seeing the sign on the building, she pulled Tang San and pointed at the Rose Hotel. "Sound good." Tang San had no objections to Xiaowu's request. Besides, over the past few years in Notting City, he had saved quite a bit, so he casually agreed to Xiaowu's small request. Dear reader, this chapter is complete. Enjoy your reading. Chapter 276, First Meeting. After Tang San agreed, the two entered the Rose Hotel. At the counter, Tang San said to the front desk staff, "Hello, please book us 2 rooms." The staff at the counter quickly stood up to assist the guests. The staff looked at Tang San and then at Xiaowu, revealing a hint of envy in his eyes. But he also understood Tang San's intentions. "Sir, are you really sure you want to book 2 rooms?" The staff asked with a smile, cooperating with Tang San's act. Tang San nodded, glancing at Xiaowu, who was captivated by the hotel decorations and exploring the surroundings with interest. He responded with a serious tone, emphasizing yes. 2 rooms. What's wrong with that? Hearing Tang San raise his voice, Xiaowu paused her exploration of a lobby and turned to look at Tang San and the staff with some confusion. Sensing Xiaowu's gaze, the staff's smile became more sincere, and he replied with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry, sir, but we only have 1 room left." "Only 1 room left?" Tang San frowned. In his 2 lifetimes, when he was younger, he and Xiaowu shared a bed without any feelings. But now that they had both grown into adults, he clearly remembered the saying about not being too close between men and women. So now, Tang San was contemplating whether to change hotels. "Yes, sir, we only have 1 room left. But don't worry, our rooms are quite spacious, and all facilities are complete. There is no problem for 2 people to stay in 1 room," the staff assured him, while also giving Tang San an understanding look. The staff had already completed all the necessary procedures, and the performance was perfectly executed. Now, it was up to the guests to handle their female companion. "How about we change hotels?" Tang San quietly asked Xiaowu beside him. However, Xiaowu, who had no idea what Tang San was thinking, quite liked the beautiful hotel and boldly said, "1 room is fine. When we were at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, we always stayed in the same dormitory, right? What's the big deal? We can save some money to buy pretty clothes." "All right then, please book that room for me." Tang San agreed, but he had already made up his mind to meditate and cultivate his soul power in the living room of the room that night. "Wait a moment. I think this room should belong to me." Just as the staff was about to check in Tang San and Xiaowu, a domineering male voice came from the entrance of the hotel, halting the staff's actions. As those words fell, Dai Mubai made a grand entrance, flanked by 2 twin sisters, each holding onto one of his arms as they approached the counter. Dai Mubai glanced at Tang San and, seeing his plain appearance and ordinary clothing, didn't he pay him much attention. However, when he saw Xiaowu, his gaze lingered on her long legs for a moment, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Dai Mubai, not in the mood to provoke Xiaowu, was more focused on the business of booking a room, so he asked the staff, "You're new here, right? Don't you know that you should always leave 1 room for me?" Xiaowang was confused. He had only just gone through training a few days ago and officially started working. He didn't recognize this blonde-haired, golden-eyed man who looked difficult to deal with. But, judging by his words, He seemed to be a regular at the hotel. How could he not understand the basic rules of a hotel like the Rose Hotel? Having never encountered such a situation before, Xiao Wang didn't know how to handle it, as it hadn't been covered in his training. So, he could only tentatively ask, "May I ask who you are? Get your manager." Dai Mubai was getting frustrated and needed a vent, especially with the soft sensations on his arms making him lose focus. He impatiently told the staff. Xiao Wang, feeling confused by Dai Mubai's attitude, realized that since he wanted him to call the manager, he had nothing to fear. The manager was his uncle, so he quickly ran off to find him without hesitation. Tang San had been watching silently, thinking that the hotel would be able to resolve this. But after seeing the staff being yelled at and running away by this blonde man, he felt a bit irritated. This guy hadn't even looked at him since entering and was trying to claim his room, and Tang San had his own temper. "Excuse me. It seems we arrived first," Tang San said, trying to be restrained and polite. "What does it matter? Nothing, just get lost." Tang San tried to be restrained, but Xiao Wu didn't know what restraint meant and directly stood up to retort. "Very well. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. You both have soul power fluctuations. You must be soul masters. Then let us see if you can take me on. If you can defeat me, I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, please show me how to get lost." Dai Mubai made his declaration as the current antagonist, mindlessly provoking the main characters. After Dai Mubai finished speaking, he lightly moved his arms, and the two twin girls, sensing his movement, wisely released their hold on his arms and stepped aside to watch the show. "Wait a moment, dear guests, let us talk things over calmly. Please don't resort to violence." At this moment, Xiao Wang had already reported the situation to his second uncle. Manager Wang listened, but didn't quite understand why Dai Mubai seemed off today. However, since they were in the business of providing service, old Wang stepped in to mediate. After all, Dai Mubai was a long-time customer who spent quite a bit here every year. Moreover, if Dai Mubai got into a fight at the Rose Hotel and injured someone or broke something, who would take responsibility for that? Dai Mubai and Manager Wang were familiar with each other, and seeing Manager Wang trying to smooth things over, he shot a sideways glance and said, "Manager Wang, you guys are getting better at business." "Huh? Oh, come on, Dai Xiao, you're just joking." Manager Wang replied with a smile. "Sorry, this chapter is finished. I hope you enjoy your reading." Chapter 277, Martial Arts Techniques. "Dai Xiao, please don't say that. It's my subordinate's fault. This kid just arrived yesterday and doesn't know the rules. I'm really sorry. I will arrange a room for you immediately." Manager Wang wiped off the non-existent sweat on his forehead and smiled at Dai Mubai. He just wanted to finish the situation without any conflict. After dealing with Dai Mubai, he turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu to apologize. "I'm really sorry, two guests. That room is reserved for Dai Xiao, so I kindly ask you to choose another hotel." Manager Wang had temporarily calmed Dai Mubai down and now wanted to send Tang San and Xiao Wu away to avoid them getting hurt. After all, they were still hotel guests, right? "We want to leave. How about that? You think you can look down on us just because we're young?" Xiao Wu jumped out again to provoke. "Oof. Even if you want to leave now, it won't be that easy. You insulted me. If you want to leave, go ahead and roll out. Dai Xiao this." "Shut up. All losses are on me." Dai Mubai directly interrupted Manager Wang, addressing the issue that concerned him the most. Hearing that all losses would be borne by Dai Mubai, Manager Wang fell silent, although he felt a bit sorry for Tang San and Xiao Wu who were so young and about to get beaten. After all, he had done his best in this situation. There was no need to ruin his relationship with money over two strangers. "I'll do it." Tang San pulled Xiao Wu, who was eager to charge forward, and Xiao Wu said, somewhat dissatisfied, "Why? I can handle it myself. I want to fight him," and his mother wouldn't even recognize him. "Tang San, please enlighten me." As Tang San and Xiao Wu discussed their strategy, Dai Mubai took the initiative and prepared to end the fight quickly, launching a powerful punch at Tang San. Tang San was naturally unwilling to show weakness. Taking a step forward and heavily stomping the ground to use the rebound force, he unleashed the Tang Sek's ultimate technique, his hand transforming into a warm, white jade color, and met Dai Mubai's punch with his own. With a loud bang, their fists collided, stopping Dai Mubai's forward motion, while Tang Sen was forced back 4 or 5 steps before he steadied himself. "Very good, you can take my punch. That proves you have the qualifications to be my opponent," Dai Mubai said coldly, launching himself at Tang San again with a tiger pounce. Dai Mubai's martial spirit was the white tiger, and after many years of awakening, he had done considerable research on it to enhance his combat power. Although he wasn't using his martial spirit now, his tiger pounce still carried a fierce momentum. Seeing Dai Mubai attacking again, Tang San's expression became extremely serious. He slightly bent his knees, toes inward, stabilizing his stance with his legs while positioning his arms in a peculiar posture. As Tang San moved, an invisible potential generated from nowhere enveloped Dai Mubai, who was charging forward. This force was sticky and lacked powerful impact, but had strong pulling power, making it suitable for Tang San's technique, as Dai Mubai was currently in the air with nowhere to brace himself. In midair, Dai Mubai felt an unexpected force pulling his body off course. This was another one of Tang Sek's ultimate techniques, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Realizing he was losing control, Dai Mubai exerted force at his waist, managing to perform a horizontal spin in midair and landing steadily back on the ground. An opportunity. Just as Dai Mubai landed, unsteady, Tang Sen seized the moment to attack. Using the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, Tang Sen quickly closed the distance to Dai Mubai and unleashed a dual dragon emerging from the water, his palms glowing with a milky white light as they struck heavily against Dai Mubai. Hey! Dai Mubai, unwilling to back down, countered Tang San's two palms with both fists, and the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, and the Xian Jade Hand? Not bad, they have special effects. Tyran, who had appeared at the corner of the stairs, murmured to himself thoughtfully as he watched Tang San's series of martial arts techniques. While Tang San and Dai Mubai fought, although they hadn't used their martial spirits yet, they had begun using soul power right at the start of the battle. Tyran, who was bored in his room practicing, felt the fluctuations of soul power and guessed someone was fighting, so he came out for a look. When he saw it was Tang San and Dai Mubai battling, he didn't interfere but quietly watched, hoping to add some flavor to his boring life. As Tyran enjoyed watching, the battle between Tang San and Dai Mubai grew more intense over time. After Tang San found a flaw in Dai Mubai's defenses, he sank his shoulder and dropped his elbow, charging heavily into Dai Mubai's chest. Dai Xiao! With the exclamations of the twin girls watching, Dai Mubai was sent flying by Tang San's collision. However, during his backward flight, Dai Mubai exerted force at his waist, leaning back to perform a backflip in midair, flying a full 5 meters before landing. Cough, cough, cough. Dai Mubai landed, holding his chest, his face turning red as he coughed a few times. It was evident he had gotten a bit winded, but despite coughing, Dai Mubai's eyes were fixed on Tang San, wary of his follow-up attack. However, Tang San did not pursue. He simply watched Dai Mubai land on the ground because he understood from the contact with Dai Mubai's chest that he hadn't gained much of an advantage in this fight. At the moment he charged, Tang San had clearly felt Dai Mubai's chest muscles suddenly harden like iron. The impact, while sending Dai Mubai flying, also caused a sharp pain in Tang San's shoulder. Dai Mubai's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He had to admit he had underestimated his opponent. This boy, who looked a few years younger than him, was much stronger than he had imagined, and he had embarrassed himself in front of the twin sisters. This matter definitely couldn't be left as it was. Do you want to continue? Tang San asked evenly, his voice strong, clearly still full of energy after the earlier battle. Of course. Faced with the question of whether to continue fighting against Tang San, Dai Mubai immediately confirmed without hesitation that he would continue. Dai Mubai no longer held the disdain he had when they first met. Tang San's strength had earned Dai Mubai's recognition, but it was precisely because of Tang San's formidable power that their battle was only just beginning. Normally, this fight should have been a loss for me, but this is just a battle of fists and kicks. I admit that in terms of pure hand-to-hand combat, I'm not as good as you. However, we are both soul masters, and to truly unleash our strength in battle, we must use our martial souls. You are young, and I won't bully you. After a fair fight, regardless of the outcome, this room will be yours. For the next few days, I, Dai Mubai, will cover all your expenses at this hotel. How about that? As Dai Mubai spoke, his expression was calm yet tinged with excitement, and the light in his dual-colored eyes grew brighter with every word. His arms involuntarily lifted, and his body slightly trembled, clearly showing signs of eagerness for battle. Dai Mubai's words made Tang San's eyes gradually light up as he realized that the Dai Mubai before him had changed. If Dai Mubai's previous attitude had been arrogant and dismissive, now he was filled with a strong fighting spirit, clearly seeing Tang San as a true opponent. Bring on. Good. You have spirit. I, Dai Mubai, will definitely befriend you. Martial soul, white tiger, possession. A strong, pale light suddenly erupted from Dai Mubai's body as he extended his arms to the sides, puffed out his chest, and his bones crackled as his muscles swelled, stretching his clothes. After his martial soul was possessed, Dai Mubai's already strong physique expanded significantly, with violent air currents swirling around him, making his presence even more intimidating. At the same time, his golden hair instantly transformed into a mix of black and white, with white dominating and a few black strands standing out. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, forming a character that resembled King. The most noticeable change was in Dai Mubai's hands, which had grown twice their original size, covered in white fur that made his hands look like tiger claws. As he flexed his fingers, sharp claws emerged and retracted like short daggers, glinting with a chilling light. As Dai Mubai completed his martial soul possession, 3 shining rings rose from his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The swirling soul rings created a powerful pressure that pressed down on Tang San. Come on, release your martial soul, and let us have a fair fight. After completing this series of transformations, Dai Mubai was ready for battle, his posture resembling that of a fierce tiger ready to pounce. Purple Thousand-Year Soul Ring. The appearance of Dai Mubai's 3rd Purple Thousand-Year Soul Ring surprised Tang San and Xiao Wu, but Tang San quickly regained his composure. As his soul power surged, he released his blue-silver grass martial soul, and 2 yellow soul rings rose from his feet, appearing far less impressive compared to Dai Mubai's. Tang San, martial soul, blue-silver grass, level 29 control-type battle soul master, please advise. This was Tang San's first formal confrontation with another soul master, so he followed the combat etiquette he understood, announcing his martial soul power level, and development type to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger. Level 37 assault type battle soul master, please advise. Since Tang San adhered to the rules, Dai Mubai naturally did not break them either, fully revealing his information to Tang San. Among the spectators, most have become accustomed to such scenes, with many excited to witness a soul master battle up close. TCH. However, Talon, who was standing at the staircase, disdainfully curled his lips and couldn't help but scoff. After spending so many years in Douluo Continent, he still wasn't used to such a combat custom, and those around him never reported their information before a fight. What are you looking at? That gray and white big cat is your fiancé, Dai Mubai. You should be looking over there. Talon noticed Zhu Zhuqing watching him and pointed towards Dai Mubai and Tang San, who were engaged in battle. Hearing Talon's words, Zhu Zhuqing did not argue, but shifted her gaze back to the battlefield between Dai Mubai and Tang San. However, her eyes couldn't help but glance at the pair of twins accompanying Dai Mubai. Clearly, Zhu Zhuqing was very concerned about the twins, especially since Dai Mubai had brought them to a place like the Rose Hotel. Remembering the men and women she had seen in the hotel, a complex mix of emotions arose in her heart. There was grievance and a sense of worthlessness. Just cry if you want to, why hold it in? Although Talon was also watching the battle between Dai Mubai and Tang San, he keenly sensed the girl's unease beside him. Having been through the emotional battlefield, Talon could easily guess why Zhu Zhuqing was feeling off, so he quietly inserted a knife. Upon hearing Talon's inappropriate remarks, Zhu Zhuqing recalled all the grievances she had endured over the years, and her eyes couldn't help but mist up. However, she felt she couldn't cry in front of Talon, so she tried hard to widen her eyes and tilt her head slightly to prevent her tears from falling. While Talon was making inappropriate comments about the young girl, the battle between Dai Mubai and Tang San had reached a critical moment. Dai Mubai's body was already entangled by Tang San's blue silvergrass, and Tang San's second yellow soul ring lit up, activating his second soul skill, parasitism. Delicate vines grew from Dai Mubai's body, wrapping around his muscular frame, with each vine carrying sharp spikes that pierced through Dai Mubai's clothing, leaving bloody marks on his body. At the same time, the toxins from the spikes entered Dai Mubai's system. As the toxins coursed through him, Dai Mubai felt pain as well as a numbing sensation. This grass is poisonous. Dai Mubai instantly realized that Tang San's blue silver grass was not ordinary. It carried toxins. You've lost. Chapter 279, Shrek Academy. You've lost. My blue silver grass is extremely toxic. During the battle, you have already been poisoned, and now you are deeply affected. While this poison is not fatal, it will paralyze your body, and you should already be unable to move. Thus, in this battle of souls, I have won. This was Tang San's first battle against the Soul Sovereign, and having achieved victory, he felt a bit excited and spoke a few more words, kindly explaining to Dai Mubai, clearly hoping that Dai Mubai would voluntarily admit defeat. Dai Mubai looked at Tang San with a wicked gleam in his eyes. Now, apart from his head, his entire body was already wrapped in blue silvergrass, but he could still speak. What a good blue silvergrass. I didn't expect this martial soul to have such strong combat power. If I were only a two-ringed soul master, I would indeed have lost. But you must understand, I'm not a two-ringed great soul master, but a three-ringed soul sovereign. While I accept that I lost this time, I still feel a bit unwilling. I didn't want to use my third soul skill to bully you, but I still want you to see the power of my third soul ring's soul skill. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. The purple soul ring swirling around Dai Mubai lit up, emitting a purple glow, accompanied by a powerful fluctuation of soul power. Dai Mubai's body expanded once again, and a violent energy surged out from his body, directly shattering the vines that were wrapped around him. Upon seeing Dai Mubai break free from Tang San's blue silvergrass, Xiao Wu instantly completed her martial soul possession, quickly moving to stand beside Tang San to confront the enemy. Tang San also placed his hand on his waist belt's storage soul guide, clearly preparing to use his real trump card, the hidden weapon. However, after breaking free from Tang San's blue silvergrass, Dai Mubai did not launch another attack. Seeing the two yellow soul rings swirling around Xiao Wu and the similar soul power fluctuations emanating from her, Dai Mubai was somewhat surprised. Talon, who had been watching the show, noticed that Dai Mubai and Tang San had stopped and realized that the show was over, so he turned and walked upstairs. Showing no interest in seeing Dai Mubai and Tang San talk, Zhu Zhuqing, not knowing what to think, immediately followed him. After just having gone through a battle, Tang San and Dai Mubai didn't have much to say. After all, they didn't know each other before today. Mainly, Dai Mubai had shown off how powerful his third soul ring skill was. Afterward, the two agreed to meet at Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai waved for the pair of twins to come closer, then tossed a bag of gold soul coins to Manager Wang, showing no intention of lingering. As he embraced the twins' sisters and left, Manager Wang happily caught the bag of coins that Dai Mubai threw over as he was leaving, weighed it in his hand, and roughly estimated the amount of gold soul coins inside. Knowing the number, Manager Wang's smile grew even wider, showing no signs of distress over the damage caused in the hotel lobby by Dai Mubai and others. In fact, Manager Wang was hoping for more good fortune like this. At this moment, Manager Wang noticed Tang San and Xiao Wu still standing in the lobby, so he approached them with a smile. He first praised Tang San, but when he saw that Tang San had no intention of talking, he took out a key and handed it to him, informing Tang San that it was the key to the top-level Red Ocean room. Tang San and Xiao Wu checked into the Rose Hotel's Red Ocean room, while Zhu Zhuqing stayed in the adjacent Purple Enchantment room, with the 4 colleges of Shrek Academy gathered. Only the troublesome Ning Rongrong was missing to complete the group at the Rose Hotel. 3 days passed quickly. Talon did not actively seek out Ning Rongrong. Although Ning Fingji had asked Talon to look after her, Talon had no intention of acting as her babysitter. He was aware of Ning Rongrong's location, but was simply too lazy to go find her. Talon planned to visit her when Shrek Academy started enrolling students, thus completing Ning Fengji's request for care. On the day the Shrek Academy enrollment began, Talon, who had not left the Rose Hotel for 3 days, finally stepped out. Talon took a carriage provided by the Rose Hotel, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing, heading toward the location of Shrek Academy. Since Talon's carriage was rather conspicuous, he had asked Manager Wang to prepare a regular carriage for transportation. Shrek Academy, a school for geniuses and monsters. On the way to Shrek Academy in the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing murmured as if asking Talon, "We'll be there soon. Once we arrive, you'll see for yourself," Talon replied, leaning back against the carriage, his body swaying with the motion of the carriage in a peculiar rhythm. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that while Talon seemed to be lounging casually against the carriage, he was actually not fully seated. Only his feet touched the ground. This was not because Talon wanted to show off in front of Zhu Zhuqing, but because the carriage lacked a shock-absorbing system and the road to Shrek was quite rough, making the ride jostle too much. By adopting this position, Talon could make himself more comfortable. Of course, given Zhu Zhuqing's current eyesight and mental state, even if Talon were trying to show off, she would not have noticed. The carriage moved steadily, but as they approached the village near Shrek Academy, it came to a stop. "Sir, the road ahead is blocked. The carriage cannot proceed. Only pedestrians can pass," the coachman reported from outside the carriage. Upon feeling the carriage stop, Talon opened his eyes. "Please wait, I'll clear the way." "There's no need. The academy is enrolling students. Old Gua, you wait here. We'll walk over. It's not far." Chapter 280, Ordinary People. Chapter 281. The boy's mother was quite excited upon hearing the elderly man's evaluation of her child's decent talent, clearly unable to accept the old man's claim that her son had no potential. "What do you mean?" "Literally what it says. The old man merely looked calmly at the woman preparing to throw a tantrum, trying to either get her child admitted or demand a refund. Just this glance made the woman, who had been brimming with anger moments ago, suddenly lose her voice, as if she had been doused with cold water on a winter's day, breaking out in goosebumps under the glaring sun. After seeing the woman quiet down, the old man surveyed the crowd. Once those who had been stirred by the woman's earlier remarks settled down, he slowly began to speak. Though his voice was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of everyone present, including Talon, who was standing by watching. I think by now you still haven't understood what kind of academy Shrek Academy is. Let me explain it to you now. Shrek is a kind of monster, an extraordinarily peculiar existence, even among soul beasts. Our Shrek Academy is named after this kind of monster, which means we only accept monsters, not ordinary people. The enrollment criteria are as follows. Anyone over the age of 13 or with soul power below level 21 should not waste everyone's time here. Talon recognized the old man. His name was Li Yusong, a soul master with a martial soul dragon pattern staff, at level 66, a powerful assault-type soul master. Information about Li Yusong flashed rapidly in Talon's mind. As Talon recalled details about Li Yusong, the old man was not idle either. After finishing his previous statement, Li Yusong's soul power surged, releasing an overwhelming aura. A long staff with countless fine patterns suddenly appeared in his right hand. After the dragon pattern staff manifested, 6 soul rings rose from beneath Li Yusong's feet, their colors being 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. Analyze a 10-year soul ring, a 100-year soul ring, 3,000-year soul rings, and a 10,000-year soul ring. After Li Yusong released his martial soul and soul rings to intimidate everyone, the long staff in his hand fell to the ground with a low, muffled sound that spread out. The ground trembled around Li Yusong, causing almost everyone present, except for Tailong, to stagger for a moment. As this effect occurred, neither the students who registered nor the parents accompanying their children dared to say anything. Next, seeing that a series of actions had a good, intimidating effect, Li Yusong retracted his martial soul and soul rings, the soul power surging within him calming down once more. After withdrawing his power, Li Yusong returned to his originally lazy state, sitting back on his chair and calling out to the crowd. Li Yusong could pretend that nothing had happened, but the people present could not. After a moment of silence, some continued to queue, but most parents displayed expressions of regret and silently led their children away. The originally large line of over 100 applicants quickly dwindled to just a dozen or so registrants and their accompanying parents. Tailong did not leave, but instead stopped the student who had just been rejected by Shrek Academy. Please wait a moment. Tailong called out to the 2 who were preparing to leave with their child. The 2 remained silent, standing behind their child and looking at Tailong. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. I see that this student has quite good talent. Don't lose heart just because Shrek Academy didn't accept him. There are many academies on the continent that are better than Shrek Academy. You think so too? Let me tell you, my son. Upon hearing Tailong praise her child, the mother of the student, who had previously looked upset, instantly smiled and grabbed Tailong to explain how her child had achieved certain honors in the Junior Soul Master Academy. The boy, who had originally thought he was rejected by Shrek Academy and was feeling down, lifted his head and perked up upon hearing Tailong's words, though there was still doubt in his eyes. It was clear that Tailong's words did not hold as much persuasive power in the boy's eyes as those of teacher Li Yusong. Tailong noticed the boy's expression and smiled, asking, "What is wrong? Don't you believe in yourself?" Seeing Tailong's extraordinary attire and demeanor, and noticing that Tailong was clearly trying to encourage their child, the boy's parents quietly waited for Tailong to speak, while the boy also looked up at Tailong. Tailong smiled before continuing, "I don't know if you noticed, but although teacher Li Yusong is a soul emperor with 6 soul rings, did you pay attention to the colors of his soul rings?" The boy nodded and replied, "I remember it was 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, a total of 6 soul rings." In answering Tailong's question, the boy's eyes were filled with admiration for Li Yusong, clearly yearning for Li Yusong's cultivation level. "Yes, you're correct. It's 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, 6 soul rings. But the key is not in the 6 soul rings. It's in that first white soul ring. Do you know what that means?" Tailong guided him gently. "A 10-year soul ring?" the boy asked uncertainly. "Exactly, it's a 10-year soul ring. His first soul ring is a 10-year white soul ring, while your first soul ring is a yellow 100-year soul ring, which is equivalent to his second soul ring. But that doesn't mean anything. He has a total of 6 soul rings. And, no, that means you are stronger than him. At least at the age you are now, you are stronger than he was." Tailong interrupted the boy, directly using his spiritual power to influence the boy's mindset. I. Stronger than him? Stronger than him. Upon hearing Tailong's words, the boy felt as if a sudden realization had struck him, instantly dispelling the earlier feelings of disappointment and replacing them with a sense of boldness, a youthful ambition to compare with the Soul Emperor. The boy's parents saw their child regain confidence due to Tailong's few words and looked at Tailong with gratitude. The boy's mother could not help but have tears in her eyes. Thank you, really thank you. The woman who had just dared to argue with Liu Song was now genuinely teary-eyed, repeatedly thanking Tailong. Chapter 282. Recruitment. Don't thank me. I'm just clarifying things that you didn't understand. It's not to comfort you, Tailong said, extending his hand and using his soul power to support the couple who were constantly bowing in thanks. When the boy's parents bowed to Tailong, they felt a large hand lift them up, and they both realized that this young man, who looked only a few years older than their child, was also a powerful soul master. Thank you, sir. If it weren't for you clearing things up for us, my Xiaohai would. The boy's father still felt uneasy. Although he had remained rational after his child was rejected, it was because he understood the vast difference between himself and a soul emperor, knowing what being a soul emperor represented. However, he did not blame his child for the earlier disappointment. He only felt guilt and self-reproach. There is no need for that. Your child has good talent. As long as he is willing to work hard, he can still become a respected soul master in the future, as long as nothing unexpected happens along the way. I was just worried about him losing confidence after being discouraged by that admissions teacher. I didn't want to see a talented person become despondent, which is why I stopped you to say this. But since you haven't entered Shrek Academy yet, you probably haven't found a Junior Soul Master Academy, right? Tailong asked with a hint of meaning. Yes, I have an invitation from Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, but the boy, feeling confident again, wanted to boast about his achievements to Tailong, but he was abruptly cut off by his father, who physically interrupted him, making only muffled sounds. No, Xiaohai hasn't yet found a suitable Junior Soul Master Academy to study at. Xiaohai is still young and at a good time for learning in his life. Not having a good academy to study will greatly affect Xiaohai's growth. I wonder if you have any suitable places for Xiaohai to learn? Although the boy named Xiaohai did not fully understand Tailong's words, his parents, being experienced, naturally grasped the hidden meaning in Tailong's words. Tailong was not here to simply offer encouragement. In this world, everyone is here for their own benefits. This was a truth the boy's father had learned from years of business experience. No one would do something kind for no reason. So, Tailong's intentions were clear, and he had no intention of hiding anything. In that case, I know of a very good Junior Soul Master Academy, which is actually the Junior Academy of a Senior Soul Master Academy. As long as you perform well during your studies, you can directly enter the Senior Soul Master Academy for better training. Talon may not have realized that he looks really handsome when he lies now, and his mental state is also quite good. If Talon could look in a mirror now, he would definitely notice that he resembles the successful masters he had seen in his past life while they were lecturing or deceiving. What is this Soul Master Academy you mentioned, sir? The young boy's father asked Talon with some confusion. The Four Spirits Academy, supported by the Heavendo Empire and in deep collaboration with the Four Spirits sect. Tuition and accommodation fees during the school period are waived, and there will also be scholarships and student vouchers for learning. Talon continued to vigorously promote the Four Spirits Academy, hoping to recruit some talented students. Whether it was out of gratitude for Talon helping Xiaohai or for other reasons, the final decision was thus made. After the two left with their children, Talon stood there looking at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong had already passed the entrance test of Shrek Academy and were heading to the village where Shrek Academy's campus was located, led by Dai Mubai. While leading the way, Dai Mubai frequently glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, feeling the agitation of his martial soul, the white tiger. According to the knowledge Dai Mubai had learned, his martial soul must be related to that of the girl, and her identity was becoming clear. She was his fiancée, with so many people around now. And since Tang San and Xiao Wu were present, having seen him take his twin sisters to the Rose Hotel, plus Dai Mubai being a senior and needing to guide the new students, and not yet understanding how Zhu Zhuqing returned to Shrek Academy or how to face this fiancé, whom he had once abandoned. Dai Mubai didn't say much to Zhu Zhuqing. After Dai Mubai left with the members of the main cast and a few background characters who had passed the Shrek Academy entrance test, there were still 9 students waiting for their entrance test. Talon stood at a distance watching these students take their tests. It must be said that the remaining students had quite good cultivation and talent, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them geniuses. Among the 9, One did not pass due to being slightly older than Shrek Academy's age requirement, while the other 8 passed the preliminary test organized by Liu Song. The student who failed the entrance test due to age had a longbow martial soul, was at level 21, and his longbow was just an ordinary iron bow without any special features. However, this boy came to take the entrance test for Shrek Academy by himself. His ordinary and somewhat dark complexion caught Talon's keen eye, who noticed the boy's thick finger joints and calloused hands at such a young age, so he stopped him. After inquiring about the boy's situation, he learned that the boy was named Zhang Heng, with Heng meaning perseverance, a very common and popular name. However, what Talon didn't know was that this ordinary name was given to himself by Zhang Heng. His father had once told him that to do something, one must have patience, especially when hunting. The boy, coming from a small mountain village, had a family of hunters, only able to hunt ordinary beasts or 10-year-old beasts. When Zhang Heng spoke to Talon, he felt a bit inferior, but after seeing Talon's good attitude towards him, he gradually opened up. Talon was also somewhat interested in this boy. Archery was not a well-known martial soul on Douluo Continent, but that didn't mean it wasn't strong. Talon recruited Zhang Heng and asked Olgua to take him along, planning to bring Zhang Heng back after finishing his business. Chapter 283, Oscar Null Chapter 284, Sausage Null Chapter 285, Recruitment and Arrival Null Chapter 286, Imuching Null Chapter 287, Battle Null Chapter 288. His Talon saw Zhao Wujia's attack target shift to Ning Rongrong, who then ran towards Talon, the spectator. It was already quite obvious what her intention was. Ning Rongrong wanted to borrow Talon's strength to block Zhao Wujia's attack. Although Ning Rongrong didn't know Talon's cultivation level, based on what she had heard from others, Talon at least had the combat power of a Soul Emperor. Even if Talon couldn't defeat Zhao Wujia now, this was just an entrance test for Shrek Academy. As the vice president of Shrek Academy and the instructor for this practical test, Zhao Wujia, who had Soul Sage strength, wouldn't use all his power. Talon understood Ning Rongrong's thoughts, and so did Zhao Wujia. Therefore, Zhao Wujia looked towards Talon and Oscar and shouted, "Little AO, take that guy next to you and get away. Don't affect this practical test." "Okay, Teacher Zhao, we're on our way." Oscar quickly responded to Zhao Wujia's shout after glancing at Ning Rongrong, who was running towards him. After answering Zhao Wujia's words, he looked again at Ning Rongrong, who was stumbling towards him. Although Oscar wanted to help Ning Rongrong pass this practical assessment, his long-standing habit of obeying Teacher Zhao's orders made him a bit dazed. Oscar turned his head away from Ning Rongrong and said to Talon beside him, "Brother Zhuyin, Teacher Zhao and the others are conducting a practical test now. To avoid affecting the assessment, let's move a bit further back." "All right, no problem." After hearing Zhao Wujia's shout and Oscar's suggestion, Talon had no intention of intervening in this entrance test at Shrek Academy. Seeing Ning Rongrong almost running over, Talon smiled at her after he finished speaking. Then, Talon directly grabbed Oscar's shoulder and swiftly retreated, instantly leaving the battlefield and standing on the roof of a distant wooden house, watching Ning Rongrong stomp her feet in frustration, seemingly cursing about something, perhaps thanking Talon for pushing her away in time so it wouldn't affect her assessment. The speed Talon had just displayed surprised Zhao Wujia, who was paying attention to Ning Rongrong. Talon had only used his own physical strength and speed. At least Zhao Wujia did not sense any soul power fluctuations from Talon. Under the condition of not using soul power, moving with such speed and agility while carrying someone was something Zhao Wujia couldn't find a reason for. Thus, after realizing Talon's strength, Zhao Wujia nodded towards Talon as a sign of gratitude for not affecting his assessment of the academy. Zhao Wujia had clearly seen Ning Rongrong's little action just now. After noticing Zhao Wujia's gaze, Talon also nodded, smiling and waving his hand to Ning Rongrong, giving her a gesture of encouragement. Seeing Talon's action, Ning Rongrong felt a tightness in her chest, as if she had an A-sized balloon inflated by this excitement, feeling that it must be at least A now. However, Ning Rongrong had already run far away, and Zhao Wujia was blocked by Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu and Tang San had studied together at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy for 6 years, spending every day together, which made their cooperation very high. So one acted as the main attacker, while the other supported, causing Zhao Wujia quite a bit of trouble. Zhu Zhuqing wasn't idle either. As a speed-type battle soul master, she maximized her speed, using her advantage to continuously harass Zhao Wujia alongside Tang San and Xiao Wu. Although Zhu Zhuqing's attacks could not even break through Zhao Wujia's defenses, her small cat claws could hardly inflict any damage on Zhao Wujia, who had the sturdy and tough body of a great strength diamond bear martial soul. However, Zhu Zhuqing was like a toad constantly clinging to his feet. She didn't harm him, but she was quite annoying. Zhao Wujie initially just wanted to play around with these new students as a way to give these proud talents a little shock. However, after seeing Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul, Zhao Wujie became a bit more serious, planning to first deal with Ning Rongrong, who had a support-type martial soul. Now, he was actually entangled by these little brats. Although it was because he hadn't used his real strength, it still made Zhao Wujie, who valued his pride, feel a bit embarrassed. He, Zhao Wujie, a dignified rank 78 soul sage, vice president of Shrek Academy, was being humiliated during the admission test for new students. Was this reasonable? It was not reasonable at all. Therefore, Zhao Wujie decided to get serious and quickly end this prolonged battle. He resolved that after dealing with these 3 annoying little guys, he would return to his reclining chair to sleep, leaving a Ning Rongrong who had already run far away on the field, allowing these students to understand their own strength and successfully pass this practical test. Perfect. Zhao Wujie quickly established this battle plan in his mind. Since Tang San and the other 3 little monsters had come to Shrek Academy and stood before him, there was no reason to let them leave. So no matter how he played it, he would definitely ensure that these students passed the admission test of Shrek Academy. Therefore, Zhao Wujie focused on 2 points: how to quickly and tactfully knock down Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, and secondly, how to leave a deep impression on these students. It would be even better if he could look a bit cooler and more imposing. With the battle plan set, Zhao Wujie loosened up a bit. When Zhu Zhuqing came up to scratch him again, Zhao Wujie seized the opportunity to let out a roar to intimidate Zhu Zhuqing. Then he swung his hand to slap her shoulder. However, when Zhao Wujie's hand landed on Zhu Zhuqing, he changed the slap into a push, sending her flying away. Since Zhao Wujie's strike was mainly a push, Zhu Zhuqing lost control of her body in midair after being hit and flew out quite far. His Talon, standing beside Oscar, couldn't help but gasp as he saw Zhu Zhuqing being sent flying by Zhao Wujie. Chapter 289. Again, Zhao Wujie's move showcased his control over power, clearly demonstrating his combat skills. However, ordinary people might not fully understand the situation, like Oscar, who was watching beside Talon and was startled. Zhao Wujie was careful not to use excessive force, so after Zhu Zhuqing was sent flying, the pain stimulated her consciousness to awaken. Zhu Zhuqing's body was now completely in the air, and if nothing unexpected happened, she would crash to the ground hard, losing her combat ability and being eliminated from this practical test. Zhu Zhuqing had no way to brace herself in midair, and with little time to react. She prepared to accept the impact upon landing. However, when all hope seemed lost and Zhu Zhuqing was ready to accept defeat, Dai Mubai, who was watching from the sidelines, rushed out to catch her. Zhu Zhuqing caught a glimpse of a figure coming towards her, and her previously despondent expression instantly lit up with hope. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to collide with Dai Mubai, who was leaping to catch her, she twisted her waist, turned, and used her hands and feet to stabilize her body, adjusting her center of gravity with the support of Dai Mubai's body. Then, Zhu Zhuqing executed a sideways roll to avoid Dai Mubai's open arms, flipping past him. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's well-practiced combat skills came into play. After stabilizing her body, she planted the tip of her right foot on the ground, rotating around it, bending down with her hands on the ground, then exerting force with all her limbs, launching herself toward Zhao Wujie like a hunting leopard. Throughout this series of actions, Zhu Zhuqing completely ignored Dai Mubai, who had just tried to catch her, as all her focus was on the ongoing battle, leaving no room for other thoughts. However, just because Zhu Zhuqing didn't take care didn't mean that Dai Mubai, the other main character in this incident, was indifferent. Dai Mubai's expression was quite grim. Zhu Zhuqing's actions felt to him like he had brought a gift to the goddess only for her to throw it into the trash without a word and walk away. After standing there for several seconds with his face alternating between red and white, Dai Mubai finally snapped back to reality, lowered his outstretched arms, ran his fingers through his slightly disheveled hair, and pretended nothing happened as he looked away. In fact, all of Dai Mubai's little gestures were completely unnecessary because the battle in the arena was at a critical moment, and everyone present was too focused on the fight to pay attention to him. So, Dai Mubai's earlier actions were merely for his own amusement. Xiao Wu, Tang San, who was confronting Zhao Wujie in the arena, suddenly called out to Xiao Wu and then erupted with sudden power. His second soul ring lighting up as he activated his second soul skill, Parasite. The blue-silver grass seeds that had unknowingly attached to Zhao Wujie's body began to grow rapidly after Tang San released his second soul skill. with thick blue-silver grass vines wrapping around Zhao Wujia, binding his strong and oppressive body without leaving any gaps. From Talon and Oscar's perspective, Zhao Wujia had now completely transformed into a blue-silver grass cocoon, shaking violently as he struggled to break free. Boom! With a loud bang, the many blue-silver grass vines that enveloped Zhao Wujia exploded, revealing his figure once more. However, at this moment, Zhao Wujia was covered in a thick layer of brown fur, standing over 2.5 meters tall, his muscles bulging, and his brownish-yellow eyes exuding a domineering aura, with 7 soul rings continuously circling around his body. Although Zhao Wujia's power was fully displayed, he appeared somewhat disheveled. His original clothes had turned into tattered rags, but the scars on his strong body added to his oppressive presence. Phew! Zhao Wujia patted the dust off his head and spat out 2 mouthfuls of dirt. Then, he scolded angrily, "Damn it, it's like an 80-year-old mother giving birth to a child. It seems I have to be serious with you guys. Dai Mubai, why are you laughing? Who told you to meddle in this practical assessment for the students? I see you're itching for a fight. Come to me tomorrow for a practical lesson, and I'll teach you a good lesson for this bad habit." As Dai Mubai watched Zhao Wujia's dirty and disheveled appearance, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. However, after hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Dai Mubai could no longer smile. "Come on, little ones, let's continue. You should know that this battle is not over yet." Zhao Wujia clapped his massive bare paws to attract the attention of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, notifying them that the fight was still ongoing. As soon as Zhao Wujia's words fell, Tang San's blue-silver grass wrapped around Xiao Wu's waist, leading her to attack Zhao Wujia once more. Zhu Zhuqing also moved, circling around to prepare for a coordinated attack with Tang San and Xiao Wu from behind Zhao Wujia. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had developed a certain level of teamwork through their earlier practical exercises. So when Xiao Wu attacked Zhao Wujia while being entangled in the blue-silver grass, Zhu Zhuqing, who had already hidden behind Zhao Wujia, launched her attack simultaneously. When Xiao Wu's kick hit Zhao Wujia, Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Claw also struck Zhao Wujia's back at the same time. Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Claw soul skill activated, resembling a rapidly spinning serrated gear, quickly slicing at Zhao Wujia's back. However, Zhao Wujia had already summoned his martial spirit, so although Zhu Zhuqing's attack looked terrifying, it still failed to break through Zhao Wujia's defenses. Moreover, Zhao Wujia had decided to end the fight quickly and was no longer going to be polite with the 2 annoying girls. Roar! A furious roar suddenly sounded, and a cold light flashed in Zhao Wujia's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. The first yellow soul ring among his 7 soul rings instantly lit up. A strong golden light erupted from Zhao Wujia, sending Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who were attacking him from behind, flying away. P.S. Thanks to IUS Yachong for the monthly ticket. Chapter 290, Useless Null. Chapter 291, Talon helped Zhu Zhuqing dissolve the healing elixir she had just taken, guiding it to circulate within her body to help the medicine take effect. He then turned to look at Dai Mubai, who had just attacked him. However, Talon's emotionless glance made Dai Mubai, who had just been influenced by anger and attacked Talon twice, suddenly regain his senses. What Talon did not know was how terrifying his gaze had been. The killing intent and malice he carried from the City of Slaughter, combined with his imposing presence as a powerful leader of the Zhuyan Alliance, created an overwhelming aura in that moment. These 2 completely different auras, one from a ruthless killer and the other from a high-ranking figure who controlled life and death, merged perfectly in Talon's glance, making Dai Mubai, who was forced to meet his gaze, lose his composure instantly. His previously prepared attack came to a halt. Thus, when Talon finally saw Dai Mubai's figure, all he noticed was that Dai Mubai was sweating profusely, his legs trembling, and he looked quite pitiful. "Heh, is that all the courage you have? Boring." Seeing Dai Mubai trembling in such a vulnerable state, Talon's earlier irritation for being attacked while healing Zhu Zhuqing dissipated, and he lost interest in competing with someone like Dai Mubai. Talon then turned his attention back to Zhu Zhuqing, who was lying on the ground unconscious, and began treating her other injuries. The first injury he addressed was the dislocated arms Zhu Zhuqing had suffered from her hard collision with Zhao Wujia. Having practiced marksmanship with Yang Wudi for many years and under the guidance of Dugabo, Talon found treating dislocated injuries to be quite easy. Crack crack, pop crack crack. Pop. As Talon treated her, he first fixed Zhu Zhuqing's left arm, then her right arm, accompanied by the sound of bones clicking back into place. Talon quickly set Zhu Zhuqing's dislocated arms without much effort. After fixing Zhu Zhuqing's dislocated arms, Talon placed his hands on her chest. Since Zhu Zhuqing had lost consciousness after being blasted away by Zhao Wujie, she had not been protected either by herself or others when she fell. The result of this situation was quite dire. The worst outcome was that 3 of Zhu Zhuqing's ribs had fractured due to the violent impact, with one rib being broken in 2 places, resulting in 3 segments. Fortunately, as Zhao Wujie was the testing instructor, he had not gone all out against Zhu Zhuqing. So aside from her dislocated arms and a few broken ribs, she did not have any other serious injuries, avoiding the internal bleeding Talon had feared. Talon expertly felt around Zhu Zhuqing's chest, using his mental energy and soul power to quickly mend her fractured ribs, leaving some of his own soul power in her chest area to help stabilize the repaired ribs. Then, Talon laid Zhu Zhuqing flat on the ground and looked toward the battlefield of the final assessment for Shrek Academy. However, when Talon looked over, Xiao was already unconscious in Tang San's arms. Xiao Wu, how are you? Tang San was anxiously holding the unconscious Xiao Wu, calling her name. After not receiving a response despite calling out several times, he hurriedly channeled his internal energy from the Xiantian skill into Xiao Wu, trying to stabilize her injuries and wake her up, but Xiao Wu, lying in Tang San's embrace, showed no signs of movement. Talon took one look and instantly understood Xiao Wu's condition. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing, who had fainted from Zhao Wujie's soul skill and only suffered external injuries, Xiao was in a different situation. She had been attacked by a powerful mental force or a strong entity with formidable mental defenses, leading to her fainting as a form of self-defense. Thus, Tang San's simple method of channeling his soul power to help Xiao Wu with her physical injuries will be ineffective in waking her from her mental-induced coma. Because of Xiao Wu's unconsciousness, Zhao Wujie did not pursue further. He stood there and said, "She's fine. The effects of confusion-type soul skills are good, but her soul power is too far below mine. The backlash from her own soul power is naturally the result. Just like the poison attached to your blue silver grass is ineffective against me. Let her sleep for a night. She will recover by tomorrow. Tomorrow is a holiday, and I'm going home, so I had a drink with my brothers today. The update is a bit late. So let us quickly address the attendance issue." Talon skillfully explored Zhu Zhuqing's chest area with both hands, using his own spiritual power and soul power to quickly fix the few broken ribs of Zhu Zhuqing. He left some of his own soul power in Zhu Zhuqing's chest area to help stabilize the repaired ribs. Then Talon laid Zhu Zhuqing down on the ground and looked towards the battlefield of the final assessment of Shrek Academy. However, by the time Talon looked over, Xiao Wu had already fainted and was lying in Tang San's arms. Tang San was anxiously holding the unconscious Xiao Wu and calling out to her. After several calls with no response, he hurriedly channeled his Xiantian skill's internal energy into Xiao Wu's body, hoping to stabilize her injuries and wake her up. However, Xiao Wu, who was lying in Tang San's arms, showed no signs of movement. Talon took one glance and understood Xiao Wu's situation. Her condition was different from Zhu Zhuqing's. Zhu Zhuqing had fainted due to being struck by Zhao Wujie's soul technique, while the others had only external injuries. As long as Zhu Zhuqing had a good sleep, she would wake up fine the next day. However, Xiao Wu's situation was clearly different. She had fainted purely because while using a mental attack, she was discovered by another powerful mental entity or a strong practitioner with formidable mental defense energy, who retaliated in self-defense. Therefore, Xiao was unconscious due to a mental backlash. Chapter 292 Call. Ning Rongrong, standing at a distance, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing what the test instructor Zhao Wujie said. This battle was finally over. However, as Ning Rongrong walked a bit closer and saw that both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu had lost consciousness, she gasped again. At the same time, Ning Rongrong felt relieved that she had decisively run away to a safe distance after the battle began, once her side had received soul skill enhancements. Tang San, don't worry. Didn't teacher Zhao say that Xiao Wu just temporarily fainted due to mental injury? She just needs a good sleep to recover. Ning Rongrong glanced over at Zhu Zhuqing, seeing Talon treating her, while Dai Mubai stood nearby with a grim expression, watching Talon's treatment from about 6 meters away. Ning Rongrong originally planned to go over to Talon, who was a familiar face, but then remembered how Talon had run off with Oscar without considering their family's long-standing friendship when she sought his protection. And now, that guy was treating Zhu Zhuqing, who had been injured and fainted by Zhao Wujie. Isn't it just a bit bigger? What's so great about it? Smaller ones have their own advantages too. Ugh, shallow. Ning Rongrong enviously looked at Zhu Zhuqing's still upright figure, even in unconsciousness, then glanced down at her own recently evolved, grumbling under her breath. Because of this, Ning Rongrong stopped her steps towards Talon and Zhu Zhuqing and instead turned to Tang San, who was holding the unconscious Xiao Wu. Seeing Tang San's distressed expression, Ning Rongrong thought he was worried about Xiao Wu's injuries, so she reassured him, "We've all passed the entrance tests of Shrek Academy, even the final practical assessment. And teacher Zhao Wujie confirmed that we passed." Thus, Ning Rongrong's mood was quite good, but after she said these comforting words, she noticed Tang San's face remained dark, his lips tightly pressed and silent. Tang San, if you're really worried about Xiao Wu's condition, I have a bottle of elixir here that can nourish a soul master's mental strength. I don't need it for now, so I'll lend it to you. Ning Rongrong took out a small jade bottle from her storage soul guide and handed it to Tang San. This small bottle contained the elixir purchased by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School from the Four Spirit sect, meant to nourish mental strength. Ning Rongrong originally intended to give it directly to Tang San for Xiao Wu to take. But since they had only met for the first time today and weren't very familiar, plus the elixir was quite valuable, if auctioned at the Tiano auction house, it could fetch over 1,000 gold soul coins, she thought it better to say it was a loan. Of course, Ning Rongrong wasn't too concerned about how much the elixir was worth. She just needed it to enhance her mental strength and assist her training in mind control techniques. Moreover, she didn't have many of these when she left her family, which is why she said it was a loan. As for when or if Tang San would return it, Ning Rongrong hadn't thought about that. After all, once they joined Shrek Academy, trained, and spent time together, their relationships would naturally grow familiar, and returning such things wouldn't be necessary. Tang San, upon hearing that Ning Rongrong had a medicine to help Xiao Wu's current mental injury, immediately turned to look at her and saw the small jade bottle in her hand. However, this glance startled Ning Rongrong because Tang San's eyes looked somewhat terrifying at that moment, as they were bloodshot and filled with veins, which indeed appeared alarming to outsiders. "Give it to me, thank you." Tang San laid Xiao Wu flat on the ground and took the medicine bottle from Ning Rongrong. He opened it, sniffed the liquid inside, and detected a unique herbal scent. Based on his years of experience in poison making, he determined that this liquid was free of toxins. After smelling it, Tang San tilted the bottle, took a small amount of the liquid into his mouth, just enough to taste it. After tasting the liquid, he activated his Xiantian skill to accelerate its effect. And once he confirmed that the liquid indeed had the nourishing effect on mental strength, as Ning Rongrong mentioned, he carefully supported Xiao Wu, opened her small cherry-like mouth, brought the jade bottle to her lips, and poured the liquid into her mouth. Since Xiao Wu was unconscious, Tang San had to help her swallow the medicine, using the soul power he cultivated through his Xiantian skill to assist her in absorbing the medicinal properties contained within the liquid. After completing all this, Tang San finally let out a sigh of relief, looking at Ning Rongrong with gratitude in his eyes. However, he noticed that the atmosphere around him felt a bit off. First, Ning Rongrong's gaze towards him suddenly became unfriendly, and the others were also silent, staring at him. Tang San really was impressive. Not to mention anything else, just doing a drug effect test in front of others made Ning Rongrong, who had kindly offered the medicine, feel quite awkward. But now Tang San didn't think too much. He was still worried because Ning Rongrong had misunderstood his relationship with Xiao Wu, so he hurriedly explained in a low voice, don't misunderstand. Xiao Wu is my sister. I was just too worried about her, so It's fine. The medicine Xiao was already taken is best for her to rest quietly and let her sleep well. Ning Rongrong instinctively responded to Tang San's question. I understand, but could you please help me take care of Xiao Wu for a while? Tang San asked as he carried Xiao Wu in front of Ning Rongrong. Chapter 293, Another Battle. Oh sure. Don't worry. I'll go find the dormitory so Xiao Wu can rest well. Ning Rongrong thought that Tang San was asking her to take care of Xiao Wu because he was a boy and it was inconvenient for him to enter the girls' dormitory. And on the other side, Zhu Zhuqing was also unconscious, so that was why she helped take care of Xiao Wu. Thank you. Tang San now realized that his conversation with Ning Rongrong was clearly not on the same wavelength, but he didn't explain too much. Instead, he turned and walked straight towards Zhao Wujie's direction. What? Do you want to continue? Zhao Wujie glanced at the incense that still had one tail left to burn and asked, seeing Tang San walking towards him. Although Tang San didn't speak during the approach, Zhao Wujie, who had experienced countless battles, keenly sensed that something was off with Tang San. This kid was obviously unwilling to accept defeat and was preparing to fight him. Of course, Zhao Wujia Wu and Ti let these 4 kids be defeated just because that incense hadn't Ti burned out. On the contrary, the strength displayed by this batch of students who had come to Shrek Academy for the final practical test surprised Zhao Wujia. Therefore, after he had just knocked Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu away, he directly said they had passed this practical test. No, I don't want to continue the current exam with you. Tang San shook his head in response. Then what is this for? I hope to have a serious fight with you. Let's start over. Please light another incense stick. If I can last for the time of a stick of incense, then please allow the 4 of us to enter Shrek Academy at the same time. Tang San said seriously. Zhao Wujia paused at Tang San's words, somewhat confused about his train of thought. Didn't he just say they passed? What does this kid mean? Ningrongrong, who was holding Xiao Wu and was curious about what Tang San was doing, almost couldn't help but throw Xiao Wu out of her arms when she heard Tang San say this. A great soul master, even a 29th level great soul master, running to challenge Zhao Wujia, who had a fierce reputation, one-on-one? This seemed a bit abnormal. Moreover, I, Ning Rongrong, have clearly passed the test of Shrek Academy. And now you say you represent us for a test? You can represent all of them? Zhao Wujia retracted the good impression he had towards this kid in front of him. Tang San's current behavior, in Zhao Wujia's view, was undoubtedly that of a complete fool. Tang San wanted to say he could, but he couldn't represent Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. At most, he could only represent himself and Xiao Wu. So, Tang San turned to look in Ning Rongrong's direction, hoping to get her support. However, when Ning Rongrong saw Tang San turn to her, she directly turned around holding Xiao Wu, not wanting to meet Tang San's gaze, and walking away clearly expressed her thoughts. Seeing that Ning Rongrong did not respond, Tang San looked at Zhu Zhuqing's direction, but Zhu Zhuqing was still unconscious and unaware, clearly unable to answer his question. Tang San, seeing no one supporting him, looked back at Zhao Wujia, his face slightly reddening. After gritting his teeth, he said, "If I fail, then I will leave here with Xiao Wu." You don't know the heights of heaven and earth, kid. Since you want to get beaten, I'll grant your wish. However, you do not have the right to represent others who have already passed the Academy's entrance examination to withdraw from their qualifications. According to the rules of Shrek Academy, students cannot graduate until they reach level 40. As for you, after this defeat, you and T need to leave. The Academy still lacks someone to clean. So you can stay and clean until this batch of students who came with you graduate. What do you think of this condition? Zhao Wujia's patience had already been worn thin by Tang San, replaced by anger provoked by Tang San's disregard. However, Zhao Wujia knew that Shrek Academy was the hard work and dream of his boss, Flender. So even though this annoying little brat was annoying, his innate talent was still quite good. Zhao Wujia naturally couldn't let Tang San leave Shrek Academy. Therefore, Zhao Wujia proposed such a condition that could temper Tang San's temper and also keep him at Shrek Academy. Alright, after Zhao Wujia's series of conditions, Tang San agreed without any hesitation, showing great confidence. Since that's the case, then prepare to fight. Zhao Wujia smiled, and his smile, combined with his full face of flesh, gave a strong sense of oppression. As Zhao Wujia took out another incense stick from his storage soul guide, lit it, and inserted it properly, Tang San had already distanced himself from Zhao Wujia and was ready for battle. Tang San's hands had gradually turned white as jade. Between his 10 fingers, there seemed to be a faint flow of air. At the same time, Tang San, who was slightly bowing his head, had his eyes completely turned purple. He lowered his head to hide the peculiarity of his eyes. After Tang San completed this series of actions, Zhao Wujia, unsure if it was an illusion, clearly felt a slight change in Tang San's aura. Although his soul power hadn't increased, for some reason, Tang San now gave him a sense of danger, even though he possessed the strength of a soul sage. First soul skill, immovable king body. Although Zhao Wujia himself felt that sensing danger from a 29th level Great Soul Master was a bit exaggerated, years of experience in life and death battles made Zhao Wujia instinctively react. A yellow soul ring lit up on his body, and he activated his first soul skill to envelop himself in a protective shield. Teacher Zhao, be careful. Tang San suddenly raised his head sharply, the purple light in his eyes suddenly intensifying. Seeing his purple eyes, Zhao Wujia was instantly startled, and his steps slowed down. Spiritual attack? Zhao Wujia instinctively reacted to Tang San's purple eyes, believing that Tang San was using a mental attack, so he hurriedly prepared to block it. Chapter 294. Not right. Tang San used the special hidden weapon techniques he learned in the Tang sect from his previous life, taking out various hidden weapons stored in his clothes and storage soul guide using different techniques. Tang San's speed in launching hidden weapons was incredibly fast. In an instant, a dense barrage of hidden weapons was shot towards Zhao Wujia, with an overwhelming sense of danger. Is it from the Four Spirit Sect? No, it doesn't seem like it. From a blacksmith association? That doesn't seem right either. After witnessing Tang San's move, Zhao Wujia was somewhat surprised. However, unlike the original timeline, Zhao Wujia was no longer unfamiliar with the hidden weapons Tang San had launched. In fact, he had seen similar attacks before. With Talon's arrival, the Four Spirit Sect emerged on Douluo Continent, a force that had never appeared in the original timeline. And the Blacksmith Association was no longer an inconspicuous power, but had become a formidable force capable of collaborating with the Luo Empire. Reflecting the current situation of Douluo Continent, the emergence of the Four Spirit Sect and the growth of the Blacksmith Association were directly due to the appearance and promotion of war weapons. Although neither the Four Spirit Sect nor the Blacksmith Association had openly sold war-killing weapons, many of these weapons, which didn't require soul power but possessed strong lethality, were used by ordinary people to kill powerful soul masters throughout Douluo Continent. Zhao Wujia had naturally experienced the sensation of these weapons, especially during a time when he and Flander went to the Tiando Empire's army to fight against the Silvis Province rebels. On the battlefield, when both sides engaged in long-range shooting, a dense rain of arrows was released by the armies. Zhao Wujia and Flander were deeply shocked at the time. That scene was far more terrifying than Tang San's current display. It was precisely the shock from witnessing the two armies exchanging fire that made Zhao Wujia think about the need to prepare some armor to defend against these weapons. Although Zhao Wujia was very confident in the defensive abilities he gained from using his martial soul and soul skills, each time he blocked an attack using his martial soul and soul skills, it consumed his soul power. The rain of arrows was dense and continuous. So to prevent such situations, he had a blacksmith craft 2 large shields for him. However, after Zhao Wujia created these shields, he basically stopped going out adventuring and spent most of his time at Shrek Academy, so he hadn't used the twin shields in battle yet. Therefore, when Zhao Wujia saw the numerous hidden weapons shot by Tang San, despite being somewhat puzzled by Tang San's identity and the differences between these arrows and those he had seen before, he had no other thoughts. Zhao Wujia quickly took out his custom-made giant shields, his arms bulging with muscle as he positioned the shields in front of him, effectively placing them between himself and Tang San. Kulang, kulang, bang, bang. Various hidden weapons shot from Tang San's hands, crashing against Zhao Wujia's giant shields like moths to a flame, producing different sounds upon impact. Seeing his shields withstand the attack, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but smile. However, Tang San on the opposite side felt troubled. When he saw Zhao Wujia pull out these 2 massive shields from his storage soul guide, Tang San's heart sank, realizing something was wrong. Haha kid, did you think you had some kind of advantage? Turns out it's just these inconsequential things. Listening to the beautiful sound of metal clashing, Zhao Wujia exerted his powerful arms to control the twin shields in front of him while continuously adjusting their position to block Tang San's hidden weapon attacks. Tang San, hearing Zhao Wujia's mockery of the Tang sect's hidden weapons as inconsequential, became even angrier. Although the primary function of hidden weapons was indeed to launch surprise attacks, Tang San's hidden weapons were different. They had a significant aspect of facing the enemy head-on, meant to strike right in front of their target. Stimulated by Zhao Wujia's comment about his weapons being inconsequential, Tang San decided to stop hiding his strength and trump cards. He threw hidden weapons using techniques such as Swimming Dragon playing Phoenix and Fishing the Moon at the bottom of the pond. The Swimming Dragon playing Phoenix technique involves simultaneously launching special hidden weapons with both hands, allowing the 2 weapons to connect through their flight path or collide and entangle, changing their trajectory to bypass Zhao Wujia's shields and strike him. The Fishing the Moon at the bottom of the pond technique involved throwing the hidden weapons at a diagonal upward angle, causing them to change direction after a collision, bypassing the shields to attack Zhao Wujia from below, like a hand reaching down from the sky to strike. At the same time, while employing these 2 special throwing techniques, Tang San didn't remain idle. He used the Tang sect's Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to circle around Zhao Wujia, who was encased by the 2 giant shields. This sudden change in attack caught Zhao Wujia off guard, who had already adapted to Tang San's original rhythm of attack. As a result, Zhao Wujia was hit by several hidden weapon attacks, prompting him to quickly gather his wits and respond calmly to Tang San's onslaught. As for the attacks that had bypassed the shields and hit Zhao Wujia, they merely startled him, causing almost no real damage. Let's not forget that Zhao Wujia as a soul sage, already had formidable defensive capabilities due to his immense soul power. Furthermore, Zhao Wujia had just activated his martial soul, the Great Strength King Kong Bear, and used his first soul skill, Immovable King Body, which granted him an all-around defensive layer. Therefore, the hidden weapons that struck Zhao Wujia earlier were merely a tickle. Wait a minute. Damn it. This kid has led me into a trap. Zhao Wujia and Tang San were engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, and the incense used for timing had burned down to more than half. At this moment, Zhao Wujia realized something was off about the current situation. He had been momentarily stunned by Tang San's relentless attacks, mistakenly believing he was on the same level as Tang San as a soul master, which was why he had been so obediently blocking Tang San's attacks. It wasn't until the incense burned down to half that Zhao Wujia finally grasped the situation. Chapter 296, Girls' Dormitory. After Tang San stopped attacking, indicating that he had passed the assessment. He immediately lost consciousness due to exhaustion and was arranged by Zhao Wujia to be taken back to the student dormitory by Dai Mubai for rest. After treating Zhu Zhuqing, Talon calmly observed everything happening. Although Talon was watching the battle between Zhao Wujia and the others, he had secretly released his mental power, fully extending it to probe the surroundings. Talon was searching for someone, Tang San's father, the current Hao of Hao Yin sect, Tang Hao. According to Talon's information, Tang Hao was definitely hiding somewhere within Shrek Academy, secretly protecting Tang San and Xiao Wu, now concealing his aura and expressionlessly monitoring everything Zhao Wujia had just done to his son, Tang San. Only after Tang San fought to the last moment and fainted from exhaustion did Tang Hao reveal a satisfied smile on his face. It was clear that Tang Hao appreciated Tang San's bravery in challenging a strong opponent and fighting with all his strength until the very end. Such actions represented the foundational spirit of becoming a strong person in Tang Hao's eyes. However, since Zhao Wujia treated his own son this way, shouldn't Tang Hao, as a father, take the opportunity to teach Zhao Wujia a lesson after seeing his son Tang San being beaten? Of course, Tang Hao also knew that his son Tang San would be studying at the Shrek Academy in the coming years, and Zhao Wujia was a formal teacher there. Additionally, Zhao Wujia's strength, cultivation, and combat experience were quite good, which would allow him to protect Tang San well before he grew stronger. Therefore, when Tang Hao planned to confront Zhao Wujia that night, he also intended to impart some techniques regarding the use of power to him. Aside from his title as a Douluo and the few soul bones he possessed, Tang Hao's combat skills were all he had to offer. After arranging for the 3 new students who had fainted to rest, Zhao Wujia felt the pain in the spots where the little golden beads were located on his body once again, making it hard for him to stay there. After instructing Oscar not to let anyone touch the hidden weapons that Tang San had released, he nodded to Talon and hurriedly headed in the direction of the other teachers at the academy. Zhao Wujia did not move quickly. Any movement of his muscles caused intense pain around those 10 golden beads. Oscar, let's go. Take me to the girls' dormitory at your academy. After watching Zhao Wujia limp away, Talon patted Oscar on the shoulder and used his soul power to lift the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing, making her float beside him. Then he said to Oscar, this isn't inappropriate? It's still daytime, and although this junior has a great figure, she's still very young. Fainting now, and in the academy, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Oscar looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was floating in the air, and after his gaze lingered on her unusually developed parts for someone her age, he swallowed hard and replied somewhat stammeringly, "What are you talking about? What are you thinking? I'm just taking her back to your academy dormitory to rest. She has several broken bones, you know? But I didn't notice that this guy with thick eyebrows, good fortune, and a big beard actually has such crooked thoughts." Talon immediately felt a black line appear on his forehead after hearing Oscar's words. He slapped Oscar's shoulder, which seemed to be thinking inappropriately, and sternly reprimanded him for such thoughts. Oscar, Talon, and Ning Rongrong headed toward the girls' dormitory prepared by Shrek Academy. Talon used his soul power to pull Zhu Zhuqing along as he walked, while Ning Rongrong carried the unconscious Xiao Wu in a princess carry. Ning Rongrong intentionally moved closer to Talon, increasing the distance between the two of them and Oscar, who was leading the way. After she felt that Oscar couldn't hear her, she lowered her voice and quietly asked Talon, "Talon, did you really come here because my father asked you to protect me?" "So, my father and Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu all know that I sneaked out and came here?" Ning Rongrong asked in disbelief. "Otherwise, do you think you could smoothly and safely run from your 7-treasure glazed tile school's base to Shrek Academy in the Barak Kingdom? Also, I'm not here to protect you. I have no interest in being a bodyguard. I'm just taking care of you because you came to my territory, as your father asked. Talon's voice directly echoed in Ning Rongrong's mind, and since it was not quiet, she nervously glanced at Oscar in front of her. After seeing that he didn't react, she felt relieved. Don't worry, he can't hear what I'm saying, Talon explained. What do you mean, your territory? Isn't this the Barak kingdom of the Barak royal family? When did it become your territory? Ning Rongrong found it strange when Talon mentioned that she had come to his territory, so she couldn't help but ask about her confusion. I can't tell you that now, but you will know later. Talon, seeing that Ning Rongrong was probing deeper into the matter, lost interest in chatting with her and directly ended the topic, quickening his pace to catch up with Oscar, leaving Ning Rongrong a bit behind while carrying Xiao Wu. If you don't want to say it, then don't. I wasn't that interested in hearing it anyway, Ning Rongrong said, quickening her pace while holding the sleeping girl and following Oscar and Talon to the girls' dormitory prepared by Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy was relatively reliable in this regard. Although there were currently no female students or teachers, they prepared dormitories for female students every year during enrollment. Although the dormitory in front of Talon was not impressive and was no different from other wooden houses in the village, once inside, there were 4 beds, all neatly made with bedding. Since Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were still unconscious and unaware, Ning Rongrong took the initiative to choose her bed first, selecting one by the window and placing Xiao Wu on the bed next to her. Seeing this, Talon placed Zhu Zhuqing on another bed. After placing Zhu Zhuqing down, Talon and Oscar left the girls' dormitory and exited Shrek Academy. When Talon walked out of the village entrance of Shrek Academy, he looked at the spot where the recruitment teacher Li Yusong had been, but found that there was no one there. Estimating the time by looking at the sky, he realized it was already afternoon. On the other side, Old Gu, who had been keeping an eye on the entrance of Shrek Academy, immediately stood up when he saw Talon come out. He dusted off the dirt on his pants and walked toward the direction Talon had gone. Sir. Yes, Old Gu. Take Zhang Heng back first. I'm staying here overnight, Talon said, patting Old Gu on the shoulder and nodding at Zhang Heng, who was standing by. Is the leader busy with something? I'm still somewhat capable. Just let me know if you need anything, Old Gu replied, sensing that Talon wanted to stay behind. Prompting his curiosity. No need. This matter is quite complicated, and there won't be any fighting. After you go back, tell Katrina and the others that I'm taking the night off. Talon waved his hand and joked lightly before turning back toward the entrance of Shrek Academy. Seeing that Talon didn't want to explain and didn't want him involved, Old Gu could only watch Talon leave. After Talon disappeared from his sight upon entering Shrek Academy, he turned to his son Zhang Heng and smiled. Let's go back. Old Gu took Zhang Heng onto the carriage, which then set off on the route they had come. Meanwhile, Talon had just entered the village of Shrek Academy when he spotted a girl wandering around the village. Talon just took a glance and thought that the girl in front of him looked quite nice and a bit familiar, but upon closer inspection, he was sure he had never met her before. Having already undergone profound trials and seen the world, Talon now had greatly increased resistance to the allure of beautiful women. He merely glanced at Yin Muqing and continued to stride forward without changing his pace. However, upon seeing Talon, Yin Muqing's originally dull and lifeless eyes instantly brightened, and she quickened her pace to run towards him. Hello, I'm lost on this road. Can you tell me how to find this academy's principal? Or do you know someone named Talon? Yin Muqing had already spent most of the day in the village where Shrek Academy was located, but in this large village, she hadn't encountered anyone else on the road. Therefore, it was understandable that she was overly excited to see Talon, a living person. Talon? What do you want with Talon? Talon stopped, scrutinized Yin Muqing, and searched his mind, confirming that he had never had any interactions with this girl before asking. My grandfather sent me to find him. He said they had made an appointment back then. Yin Muqing had no intention of hiding anything from Talon. She needed his help to find Talon. And for what Talon said, this guy in front of her either knew Talon or had information about him. Is your grandfather Yin Car? Talon seemed to have figured out who the girl was, but needed to confirm it further. Yes, my name is Yin Muqing. So you're Talon? Upon hearing the name of her grandfather from the man in front of her, Yin Muqing instantly understood that this man was most likely the Talon she was looking for. Great. After clarifying Yin Muqing's identity, Talon felt as refreshed as if he had just drunk an ice-cold soda on a hot summer day. Talon arranged for Yin Muqing to return to the Rose Hotel in Soto City to find Katrina and Amy, then sent her on her way. Afterward, Talon found Oscar in Tang San's dormitory, had dinner with Oscar, and also tried Oscar's second soul skill, detox sausage. To be honest, the taste of Oscar's second soul skill detox sausage was not as good as the first soul skill recovery sausage, but it wasn't bad either and was acceptable. The effect of his soul skill was also good. Talon fed himself some medicine to test the detoxification effect of the detox sausage, and he was very satisfied with the results. After dinner and trying out Oscar's 2 soul skills, Talon also discussed with Oscar the methods of making grilled sausages, including the pros and cons of different preparation methods and how to adjust the flavors. When it was time to sleep, Tang San still had not woken up. During this time, Zhao Wujie came to Oscar's dormitory once, and after finding that Tang San was still asleep, he gritted his teeth and limped away. What Talon didn't know was that all the teachers at Shrek Academy had been gathered by the vice principal Zhao Wujie to seek a way to extract the golden pearl from Zhao Wujie's body. After some discussion, they came up with a feasible method with the level 71 food system soul sage, teacher Xiao Xian, as the main healer to treat Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie originally came with a bit of hope to check on Tang San, but seeing that Tang San was still in a deep sleep, he gave up and prepared to use a method of short pain instead of long pain to extract the golden pearl from his body. Zhao Wujie was secured to a wooden frame with handcuffs, leg irons, and shackles all applied to him. Except for the 10 spots on Zhao Wujie's body that were hit by the dragon whisker needle, all other means of control were in place, and he was ready for treatment. First, they used blades to cut open the flesh containing the golden pearl from Zhao Wujie's body to extract it. Xiao Xian then used his food system soul sage powers to periodically stuff a candy bean into the immobile Zhao Wujie's mouth. This candy bean was none other than the food transformed from Xiao Xian's soul skill. Although the treatment process was somewhat bloody and cruel, the speed of extracting these items was quite fast, and the teachers also noticed something strange about the golden pearls. They found that after infusing soul power, the pearls would deform from a sphere into a needle shape. As night fell, Zhao Wujie, lying in his room, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Who? Come out!" Just as Zhao Wujie finished speaking, a figure in a black robe appeared beside him out of nowhere. Chapter 298. Boom Talon did not lie down to sleep that night. Instead, he sat cross-legged in his room, meditating and cultivating his soul power. At the same time, Talon released his vast mental power, directly spreading it out to envelop the entire village where Shrek Academy was located. Just as Zhao Wujie sprang up from his bed and gathered all his soul power to shout, in the boys' dormitory a short distance from Zhao Wujie's room, Talon, who was meditating with closed eyes, opened his eyes. "They're here." In the dimly lit room, Talon's eyes shone frighteningly bright. After sensing the fluctuations of soul power from Zhao Wujie with his released mental power, Talon thought to himself. At the same time, feeling a bit excited, Talon also raised his guard because his recently released mental power had not detected any fluctuations of soul power from Tang Hao, who had come to visit in the middle of the night. In fact, if it weren't for the commotion caused by Zhao Wujie that attracted Talon's attention, he might not have discovered Tang Hao sneaking in. After Talon's mental power reached the level of a title de law, he had consciously or unconsciously leaned towards this method that far exceeded his current soul power cultivation, or rather, Talon had become overly reliant on his mental power that surpassed that of soul masters of the same rank. The last time, during the confrontation between the Four Spirits sect and the Spirit Hall in the Stardow Forest, Talon had stumbled upon Ghost de Law and failed to detect the stealthy Ghost de Law after using his soul skill. However, Talon did not take this matter too seriously at that time, believing it was due to the special nature of Ghost de Law's ghostly martial soul. But this time, Talon had again fallen short in detecting Tang Hao, the Hao Yin de Law, although Tang Hao was unaware that Talon was using his mental power to secretly search for him. He only sensed a mental power probing the situation within Shrek Academy. Tang Hao, having developed the habit of concealing his aura over many years, kept his presence hidden. "Zhao Wujie, come with me." The figure in the black robe, obscuring his features, spoke in a commanding tone to the tense and guarded Zhao Wujie. After saying this, Tang Hao showed no intention of lingering and left the room. At this moment, Zhao Wujie felt a faint and elusive aura locking onto him, and he understood that the figure in the black robe had already targeted him. Realizing all this, Zhao Wujie's eyes gleamed with fierce light. Having spent many years in the small village of Shrek Academy as a teacher, refining his character, and finally achieving a semblance of a proper teacher, he was not about to let this opportunity slip away. However, today during the practical test for the new students, especially the student named Tang San, he released those golden needles that could turn into golden pearls. Unlike the original timeline, after the practical test between Zhao Wujin and Tang San ended this time, Tang San, lacking Ning Rongrong's soul skill enhancement, barely held on until the end of the battle under the protection of Zhao Wujin's two large shields, and then directly fell unconscious, without helping Zhao Wujin extract the dragon whisker needles from his body. Because of Tang San's unconsciousness, the dragon whisker needles that had been inserted into Zhao Wujin's body could not be removed, and as soon as Zhao Wujin moved, he would feel pain from the needles. Removing those dragon whisker needles caused Zhao Wujin a lot of suffering. As night fell, Zhao Wuji, who had endured a day's worth of pain, finally felt a bit drowsy and was on the verge of falling asleep to temporarily escape the pain. Suddenly, the figure in the black robe sprang out. Now, Zhao Wuji's eyes gleamed with ferocity, and the smile on his face was terrifying and grotesque, completely different from the state he had during the assessment of Zhu Zhuqing and the others earlier in the day. Now, Zhao Wuji was truly the unmoving king, known for his fierce reputation in the soul master world of Douluo Continent. So after Zhao Wuji disappeared, Tang Hao did not hesitate at all, exerting force under his feet and quickly chasing in the direction of the aura that was guiding him. Although Zhao Wuji is a strength-type soul master, his straight-line running speed is also quite fast. In no time, he had already left the area of Shrek Academy and arrived in a forest outside. The faint aura that had been subtly guiding Zhao Wuji also disappeared upon reaching this place. "Come out. I know you are here." After leaving Shrek Academy, Zhao Wuji had nothing to hold back, and after stopping, he let out a loud roar. At the same time, Zhao Wuji's years of battle experience allowed him to complete his martial soul possession at the same moment he roared, with 7 soul rings swirling around his body, flashing with dazzling light, especially the 3 black 10,000-year soul rings, which appeared incredibly profound. The violent soul power surged around Zhao Wuji, and a gust of wind erupted from beneath his feet. Zhao Wuji's erect ears suddenly moved, and he turned to look in one direction. At that moment, a black figure slowly emerged from behind a large tree, completely shrouded in black clothing, even wearing a black hood, making it impossible to discern anything more than that he was a tall man. "Sneaking around in the middle of the night at my Shrek Academy. Who are you?" Zhao Wuji shouted coldly, having completed the possession of the martial soul, the mighty diamond bear. His whole body radiated a wild aura, and anger and violent flames flickered in his eyes. The ferocious momentum combined with Zhao Wuji's angry shout made his presence even more overwhelming. "It's been a long time since I've had the chance to stretch my muscles in such a small place and see the immovable king. Now that you're here to take action, I've suddenly become interested, so tonight I just want to spar with you." In response to Zhao Wuji's earlier question, Tang Hao did not directly answer, but calmly and straightforwardly stated his purpose for coming to find Zhao Wuji tonight. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a black light gathered in his palm, transforming into a massive object. At the same time, a total of 9 soul rings quietly appeared around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The 9 soul rings did not pulsate like Zhao Wuji's, but quietly remained at different positions on the black-clad figure's body, completely enveloping him. Tang Hao's release of his martial soul did not make much noise, but this magnificent arrangement of soul rings indicated his powerful strength as a title Douluo. Boom! Chapter 299, Being Hit, Title Douluo. This represents the title that all soul masters on the Douluo Continent aspire to, and it is also the achievement that Zhao Wuji wishes to attain. Now, a title Douluo strongman has appeared right in front of Zhao Wuji. When Zhao Wuji realized that the figure in the black robe was a titled Douluo, the anger that had surged up in him instantly vanished, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. Zhao Wuji felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The hairs on his back stood up, and his hands and feet felt a bit weak. "May I ask which esteemed title holder has graced us with their presence? Please, do not joke with me, Zhao Wuji. With my limited strength, how could I possibly compare with you? If you have any tasks, please feel free to command me, and I, Zhao Wuji, will surely accomplish them." Zhao Wuji was momentarily stunned when he saw the 9 soul rings on Tang Hao, but he quickly regained his composure and immediately bowed deeply, lowering his head respectfully. His tone was humble, and he even showed a hint of submissiveness. The current Zhao Wuji had completely lost the imposing aura he had when he was the immovable king. As he spoke, his eyes rolled around, clearly indicating that beneath Zhao Wuji's rugged exterior was not a mind devoid of thought. He secretly observed the figure in the black robe, especially the handle of the domineering-looking hammer in the black-robed person's hand, which exuded an aura of overwhelming power. His mind was already racing with thoughts. What was there to be unworthy of? During the day, didn't he bully those children quite effectively? Today I saw you bullying the kids, and it made me very happy, so I realized that bullying others seems to feel good. So let me bully you a bit too. Of course, you can consider this as me bullying the weak. Tang Hao's voice was very calm, showing no signs of excitement from the fact that his son had been beaten, nor any dominant aura emanating from him. He simply held the terrifying Haotian hammer and walked step by step towards Zhao Wujia. Upon receiving some information, Zhao Wujia heard the man in black saying that he was here to trouble him because he had bullied a few children today, which relieved Zhao Wujia. Understanding that the reason this title de law was looking for him was this, Zhao Wujia no longer had to worry about being eliminated. After all, he was a teacher for the entrance exam at Shrek Academy. Although the assessment he presided over was a bit excessive, this title de law would likely just give him a beating at most. Once he understood the reason and realized he was not in life-threatening danger, Zhao Wujia's mind raced as he began to speculate about the identity of this title de law. His first suspicion was Ning Rongrong, who had the martial soul 7 treasure glazed tile, but he quickly ruled out the possibility of someone from the 7 treasure glazed sect. Because on the continent, there are very few title Daluos, most of whom are well known by name. The title de law in front of him clearly had a hammer-type martial soul. While it is possible for a weapon martial soul to reach the title de law level, the 7 treasure glazed tile is not a hammer, but rather the 7 killing sword, which obviously does not fit the current situation. Moreover, in today's test, Ning Rongrong had not suffered at all, besides himself. The one who had it the worst was that little guy named Tang San. However, Tang San's martial soul was just blue silvergrass, and in front of him. Wait a minute, hammer martial soul, still surnamed Tang. A thought suddenly emerged in Zhao Wuji's mind, one that he himself could hardly believe. He abruptly raised his head to look at the large hammer in the hands of the man in black robes before him and compared it with the information and image of the Haotian hammer in his mind. His Zhao Wuji took a sharp breath, because the hammer in the hands of the person before him was indeed the Haotian hammer, which had disappeared from the Douluo Continent for many years. It may take a while to say, but all of this began as thoughts flashing through Zhao Wuji's mind. Not much time had passed when Zhao Wuji figured out the identity of the person in front of him, and Tang Hao had only taken a few steps away. Since you're here, come out. A soul sage and 2 soul sages, what's the difference to me? Tang Hao suddenly stopped and looked towards a large tree on the side. Discovered? That can't be. Tyrone, who was hiding behind a large tree, was startled by Tang Hao's words, but his mental resilience was strong, and he did not make any movements. On the other side, a pair of huge wings spread out from Flanders' back, covered in a layer of feathers. His orange-yellow eyes had vertical pupils, and 7 soul rings of the same color as Zhao Wujia's suddenly appeared, moving rhythmically around his body. Then, Flanders' figure flickered a few times and appeared next to Zhao Wujia, bowing to Tang Hao, and said, Shrek Academy. Flander pays respects to the Haotian de law. No need for politeness. I'm here to cause trouble tonight. Cat Eagle Martial Soul, level 78, truly deserving of being the main combatant of the Golden Iron Triangle. The 4-eyed cat Eagle Flander. This Shrek Academy belongs to you, right? Tang Hao was not surprised that Flander recognized him. Instead, he replied calmly, It's only natural to be recognized. After all, with the Haotian sect in his hands and the red 9th spirit ring on him, he was quite recognizable in the eyes of some people in the Spirit Master world. Your Excellency, I don't know how Zhao Wuji offended you, but I dare to. Less nonsense. Stand aside, or I'll beat you up too. Zhao Wuji, I'm giving you a chance now. If you can hold out for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense without using your martial soul, I will leave without a word. If you can't hold on, I won't kill you. I just need you to do one thing for me. Your Majesty Haotian, Boss, you don't need to say more. Since your Majesty Haotian thinks highly of me, then I, Zhao, will accompany you at the cost of my life today. Zhao Wuji interrupted Flanders, who wanted to continue participating. Flanders didn't know why Tang Hao was looking for him, but Zhao Wuji understood it clearly. It was just that the younger one had come to confront the older one. Now, seeing that Hao Qianhua is his future teacher Tang San, he decided to give himself a lesson by beating himself up. However, if Flander recklessly intervenes and angers Tang Hao, leading to Tang Hao beating both him and Flander, then that wouldn't be worth it. Usually, although Flander is stingy and wouldn't even spend money to treat him to 4 dishes, aside from being overly money-oriented, Flander is quite good to Zhao Wujia. Therefore, Zhao Wujia plans to take this beating alone. Alright, take care of yourself. Chapter 300, please originally. Zhao Wuji still held on because of his older brother Flander, saying something about sharing difficulties together. However, Flander's swift agreement and quick actions to step aside made Zhao Wuji feel resentful. Nevertheless, Zhao Wuji knew he was now facing a titled Douluo powerhouse. And it was none other than the Haotian Duo Tang Hao, who had a notorious reputation throughout the Douluo continent and had indeed killed titled Douluo powerhouses. Although Tang Hao said that he wouldn't use his martial soul and soul skills, Zhao Wuji still didn't dare to let his guard down. The soul rings swirling around him shone brightly in various colors. Zhao Wuji thought that he should give a try. If Tang Hao, the Haotian Duo, were to use his martial soul and soul skills, Zhao Wuji wouldn't hesitate to kneel down and beg for mercy. However, now that Tang Hao had clearly stated that he wouldn't use his martial soul and soul skills and set a time limit of 1 incense stick, Zhao Wuji felt a false sense of hope that he might be able to struggle and perhaps even counterattack. As the 9 soul rings in Tang Hao's hand gradually faded away and he put away the Haotian hammer, Zhao Wuji seized the opportunity to activate his first, second, and 6 soul rings, their yellow and black light shining brightly. First soul skill, Unmoving King Body, enhance Zhao Wuji's overall physical defensibility. Second soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm. It's ready. The yellow light has already shone from Zhao Wuji's hand, and his palm has grown much larger, resembling a bear's paw. 6th soul skill, Mighty Vajra Roar. This is a grand gift prepared by Zhao Wuji for Tang Hao, as long as he unexpectedly unleashes his powerful Titan Roar soul skill. Catching Tang Hao off guard, Zhao Wuji will be able to chain together his own combo, thus maximizing the time he can hold on. A black light gathers around Zhao Wuji, concentrating at his throat, clearly indicating that Zhao Wuji's 6th soul skill, the Titan Roar, is beginning to charge up. Daring to use sound wave-type soul skills in front of me. How naive. As Tang Hao approached Zhao Wuji, he let out a cold snort upon seeing Zhao's actions. After saying this, Tang Hao quickly closed in beside Zhao Wuji, landing a punch directly on Zhao's nose, causing Zhao to see stars and interrupting the accumulation of his 6th soul skill, the powerful King Kong Roar. Before Zhao Wuji could recover from the dizziness caused by the punch to his nose, he was met with Tang Hao's relentless punches and kicks. Bang, 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 woo, woo, woo. Spare me. Crack, 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 bang, bang. Talon, who was hiding at a distance observing the fight, could hear the sounds of fists and feet colliding with flesh, the explosive sounds of the energy from the strikes, as well as Zhao Wuji's muffled groans, screams, and pleas for mercy, all echoing through the woods. Talon peeked out to look at the situation in the arena. No, it couldn't be called a battle. It could only be described as Tang Hao's one-sided beating of Zhao Wuji. In this battle full of pure power, Tyron watched with great interest, as he himself was also on the path of a power-type soul master. However, Tyron felt a bit regretful watching the fight, as Tang Hao's barehanded combat was impressive, but it still couldn't showcase Tang Hao's true strength. Tyron was more eager to see Tang Hao fighting with all his might using the Haotian hammer, especially the legendary explosion ring combined with the chaotic cloak hammer technique for full output. Tyron was thoroughly entertained. But another observer in the arena couldn't help but shake his head, feeling exhausted watching Zhao Wuji's limp body lying on the ground, as if his spine had been removed. And he couldn't resist covering his eyes and shaking his head. This one-sided beating had already come to an end, as the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great, so it didn't last long. After taking a deep breath for half a stick of incense, Tang Hao finally stopped beating Zhao Wuji. Fortunately, Tang Hao was careful with the strikes. Although Zhao Wuji was in pain, looking bruised and battered, and lying on the ground like a pile of mud, he didn't sustain any serious injuries or hidden wounds. After the battle ended, Tang Hao stood in the arena with his hands behind his back, looking at Zhao Wuji, whose face had swollen significantly, and his small eyes had turned into panda eyes. Gasping for breath, he simply asked, "Did you understand?" At the end of the battle, Flinder's martial soul wings trembled and came to Zhao Wuji's side. After Tang Hao spoke, he glanced at Tang Hao and then at Zhao Wuji, who was lying on the ground. Although he looked quite disheveled, there was a look of joy on Zhao Wuji's face. Upon hearing Tang Hao's seemingly inexplicable question, he pondered for a moment. However, at that moment, Flinder didn't think too much about it and directly helped the struggling Zhao Wuji to his feet. Once Zhao Wuji stood up, he broke free from Flinder's support and deeply bowed to Tang Hao, his face full of gratitude, replying, "Thank you, Your Highness Haotian, for your guidance. There's no need for such formalities. I have something I need you to help with, and what just happened can be considered a reward," Tang Hao said, waving his hand to help Zhao Wuji up from his bow, his tone becoming serious. "Just give your orders, Your Highness. If there's anything I, old Zhao, can do for you, it's an honor." As long as you speak, even if it means going with you to blow up the Pope statue at the Spirit Hall, Old Zhao won't frown. Zhao Wuji was surprised to hear Tang Hao say that he needed his help, and he naturally patted his chest to assure him. I think you should all know by now why I came here to find you. Tang Hao waved his hand, creating a field composed of soul power and mental power around himself and Zhao Wujin, isolating them from the mental exploration and eavesdropping of others outside. Zhao Wujin and Flinder exchanged glances. Zhao Wujin nodded to Flinder, indicating that he understood. Flinder nodded in response, but upon hearing Tang Hao's words, he remained perplexed and unclear about the meaning. He only followed Zhao Wujin's lead and nodded along. However, Zhao Wujin had indeed figured out what Tang Hao was referring to, as Flinder had not directly been responsible for Shrek Academy's enrollment during this time, while Zhao Wujin had interacted with every student this year, especially with a little guy named Tang San. That's right, your guesses are correct. Tang San is indeed my son. I would like to ask you to help take care of him and protect him through this period of weakness and strength. Chapter 301. Tang Hao blocked Talon's mental detection and revealed his true purpose for coming to see Zhao Wujin and Flinder. After listening to Tang Hao's words, Zhao Wujin and Flinder nodded simultaneously, their expressions serious, clearly taking the request of this titled Daw strongman very seriously. They made a note of the task of taking care of Tang San. Meanwhile, Talon, who was observing every day and using mental detection to monitor the situation, suddenly sensed a different mental force appear, forcefully pushing aside Talon's mental detection and occupying space. He was discovered. After discovering that his mental detection was blocked, Talon also realized that he had been detected by Tang Hao. However, this was within Talon's expectations. After all, although Talon's mental strength was at the level of a titled Daw, his soul power cultivation was only at the soul sage level. Moreover, Talon had accidentally caused some noise while observing the battle, which was naturally noticed by Tang Hao, a genuine titled Daw. It was understandable, especially since Talon himself had not studied or understood the abilities related to stealth and reconnaissance extensively. Seeing that his choice had already been discovered, Talon decided not to hide anymore, especially since he genuinely had matters to discuss with Tang how that related to his future development. I'll leave the third one to you. I'll trouble you with it from now on. Tang Hao's voice was no longer cold, although it still sounded calm. A hint of warmth was revealed in his deep eyes behind the black mask. After saying this last sentence, Tang Hao's figure flickered and disappeared before Zhao Wujin and Flinder, heading towards Talon, who was observing from a distance. After Tang Hao left, Zhao Wujin, who had been forcing himself to stand, could no longer hold on and collapsed to the side. Flinder, who was beside Zhao Wujin, hurriedly supported the weakened Zhao Wujin. Damn it, Flinder. I've called you boss for so many years, but today I've finally realized that you really have no loyalty. Did you really just stand aside when someone asked you to? If it weren't for Lord Hao Yian's lack of malice towards me, I'm afraid my body wouldn't be left intact now. I would have been turned into minced meat by Lord Hao Yian's Hao Yian hammer. After Tang Hao left and lost the pressure, Zhao Wujia finally released the pressure that had just been in his heart, especially the resentment towards Flinder's ungrateful behavior just now. You don't understand anything. If Lord Hao Yian really has malicious intent towards us, you could have been lured here by him, and you might have been killed by Lord Hao Yian directly in your room. Besides, even if you just added me, do you think you won't get beaten up? Haven't you heard of the reputation of the Hao Yian Douluo? What taboos could someone who dares to challenge, even the Pope, have? I never expected that this year our Shrek Academy would actually enroll the son of Hao Yian. What a surprise. Flander first unceremoniously refuted Zhao Waoqi's, and then he justified his recent actions, expressing a sense of emotion in his tone by the end. After chatting for a few moments, Flander took the limp Zhao Waoqi and flew into the sky, heading toward the quiet Shrek Academy under the night sky. What Zhao Waoqi and Flander didn't know was that Tang Hao did not leave as they had guessed, but instead stood in front of Tyrone. The junior of the Four Spirit sect, the lineage of strength, Tyrone. I have met Lord Hao Yian. Talon was not particularly surprised when Tang Hao appeared in front of him. Instead, he seemed prepared as he greeted the suddenly discovered Tang Hao and directly revealed his identity. Four Spirits sect, the family of strength? What is Titan to you? After hearing Talon introduce himself, Tang Hao's initial intention to take action against Talon was temporarily suppressed. Although Tang Hao had been hiding in the small county of Nodding City for the past few years, he was still very concerned about the changes in the situation on the Douluo Continent. He was particularly interested in the fact that the four major single attribute affiliated families of the Hao Yian sect had established their own sect, the Four Spirits sect. after leaving the Haotian sect. After all, Tang Hao had a good relationship with the four major families of the Four Spirits sect both in the past and present. And he also knew that it was precisely because he had defeated the previous Pope Qiang Sunji that the four single attribute families had left the Haotian sect, suffering significant losses and retreating to lick their wounds and restore their family vitality. Therefore, Tang Hao felt a sense of indebtedness towards the Four Spirits sect's families. Upon hearing Talon reveal that he was from the strength family of the Four Spirits sect, Tang Hao's expression visibly softened. "Your Highness, the Titan you mentioned is my grandfather." Talon is not prepared to hide anything, but rather to speak frankly, because in Talon's plan, it is inevitable for Tang Hao to meet with other titled Douluo of the Four Spirits sect. Since Talon's cultivation has nearly reached the level of 80, it is time for Talon to strategize for his 8th spirit ring. Tyrone now has a foundation of a 100,000 year 7th soul ring. So naturally, it is not comparable to other soul rings that are less than 100,000 years. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Having experienced the power of a 100,000-year soul ring and soul skill, Talon found it hard not to wish for another 100,000-year soul ring when it came to his 8th soul ring. "How has your grandfather and the others been recently?" Tang Hao was silent for a moment after hearing Talon say that the Titan was also someone he knew. After a while, with a somewhat hoarse voice, Tang Hao asked, "Things are pretty good now. With the development of the Four Spirit sect, life for our four clans has been improving." After Talon finished introducing the situation of the four major families of the Four Spirit sect, the two fell into silence again. Talon was looking for a suitable topic to bring up, while Tang Hao was reminiscing about the past. "Your Highness, that girl named Xiao Wu should be a soul beast that is transformed after 100,000 years, right?" Tyrone thought for a moment and decided to be straightforward. Tang Hao originally looked at Talon with a gentle gaze, but after hearing Taika reveal Xiao Wu's true identity, his expression suddenly turned sharp as a sword, filled with anger and a killing intent. On the other side, Talon also met Tang Hao's gaze without showing any weakness, and in accordance with Talon's will, a chilling aura from the Slaughter City began to rise around him. Tang Hao keenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from Talon, one that was characteristic of the Killing God and the realm of the Killing God, born from the bloody and corpse-filled environment of the Slaughter City. "Your Highness, am I wrong in what I said? Although the number of 10,000-year soul beasts that have reached adulthood is extremely rare and their concealment is very strong. For soul masters whose mental strength has reached a certain level, they're like walking 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones." Talon locked eyes with Tang Hao for a moment, confirming that Tang Hao had no intention of making a move right now. Then, Talon released his spirit power, which was at the level of a tidal Douluo, and said to Tang Hao, "You." Tang Hao was surprised by the immense spiritual power of Talon, because he knew Talon was only 5 years older than his son Tang San, making him just 17 years old. However, Talon had already attained the level of a tidal Douluo in terms of spiritual power. The family's inherited martial soul, the strength gorilla, is a power-type martial soul, which does not provide much enhancement in terms of spiritual power. "So what do you mean by saying these things to me?" Tang Hao was silent for a moment, carefully considering what Talon meant by saying these words to him, and then he spoke up to ask, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I'm not interested in that girl named Xiao Wu. Let's just call her girl for now. No, wait. To be precise, I have no great interest in her 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone." Tyrone released the time Zhuyan martial soul while saying, along with his yellow, purple, black, and red, "These 7 soul rings. My Ice Mountain Beauty wife, the powerful wave of soul power comparable to Contra radiated from Talon, with brilliant and dazzling soul rings emitting a captivating light. However, all of this was fleeting. Talon only showed his soul rings and martial soul in front of Tang Hao before retracting them back. The wind stirred up by the soul power wave that Talon emitted also disappeared quickly. The speed was truly remarkable. If it weren't for the leaves flying in the air, one might think they had just experienced an illusion. Tang Hao had already lost count of how many times his emotions had surged tonight. He could clearly see that his eyes had not deceived him. 7 soul rings had just appeared on Talon's body, and the 7th soul ring was a dazzling red. Tang Hao, who also possesses a red soul ring, clearly understands what this represents, and it is precisely because he knows what it signifies that he is even more shocked. His own 9th soul ring came from the sacrifice of his wife, the previous generation's blue-silver emperor, Yin. Ain was a 100,000-year soul beast that transformed and possessed a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, which is why the Spirit Hall pursued their family. In the end, the Spirit Hall paid the price of 3 title-level experts to allow Tang Hao to have his 9th soul ring, while losing one of their own in the process. This illustrates the preciousness of a 100,000-year soul ring. However, now, Tang Hao sees the 7th soul ring on Tailong, which also bears the red color representing 100,000 years. Why are you looking for me? Tang Hao's tone remained calm, although his heart was far from peaceful at the moment. After all, Tang Hao was a man who had seen the world and had personally crushed the Pope of the Spirit Hall. He was not someone to be underestimated. He was well-versed in hiding his emotions. I am now at level 79, and soon I will break through to level 80. Talon informed Tang Hao about his chosen cultivation situation. Congratulations, you are about to become the youngest soul Douluo on the Douluo Continent. You will surely break the record under my bed and become the youngest title Douluo on the Douluo Continent. Tang Hao has not yet reacted to what Talon told him about his cultivation about to break through to level 80, and he is unsure what it means. He simply gave this extraordinarily talented junior a blessing according to his own thoughts. Your Majesty, I think you may have misunderstood my meaning. What I meant to say is that I am about to reach level 80, which means I need a new soul ring, under the circumstance that my 7th soul ring is 100,000 years. How many years does your Majesty think my 8th soul ring will choose? What do you mean? Didn't you just say that you're not interested in Xiao Wu's 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone? Moreover, Xiao Wu is no longer a spirit beast. She is a soul master, a living soul master with her own consciousness. Tang Hao's gaze became dangerous once again as he spoke, looking at Talon, as if Talon would face the wrath of a titled Douluo strongman if he gave an unsatisfactory answer. Your Majesty, I do not wish for Xiao Wu's soul ring and soul bone. Based on Xiao Wu's current martial soul, she should be a soft-boned charming rabbit, which is more suited for agile attack types, not really fitting for soul masters like us who follow the strength route. I only hope that you can provide a little assistance when I obtain my 8th soul ring. I have already chosen the soul hunting target for my 8th soul ring, which is the Titan giant ape that has reached the level of 100,000 years in the core area of the Star Doe Forest. Tailong explained his meaning, while also telling Tang Hao that if he wanted to not have any thoughts about Xiao Wu, he should help find another 100,000-year spirit beast. However, after Tailong finished explaining, Tang Hao's gaze towards him remained unwavering, because Tang Hao felt that now that Tailong had obtained the 8th spirit ring, he still needed to obtain the 9th spirit ring. In that case, there was still a high chance that Xiao Wu would become Tailong's target for hunting spirits, just like how it was back then with him and Ain. Tyrone naturally noticed Tang Hao's abnormal behavior, but after thinking for a moment, he understood what Tang Hao was contemplating. So, after organizing his words, Tyrone said, Your Majesty, you know that there are deities in this world, right? Tang Hao did not understand what Talon meant by these words, but he still nodded to indicate that he was aware of this information about the deities. Seeing Tang Hao nod, Talon continued. The next thing Your Majesty should know is that some deities have left trials on Douluo Continent to select their heirs. The City of Slaughter is the trial ground of the Shura God, and the Killing God domain is the reward for passing the first trial. Tang Hao nodded, as a matter regarding the City of Slaughter and the God of Cultivation was recorded in the sect's secret scriptures of the Haotian sect. However, after passing the tests of the City of Slaughter, Tang Hao did not obtain the qualification for the Shura God examination and did not receive any information related to it. Chapter 303, Achievements. Therefore, after Talon spoke about the topic of deities, Tang Hao fell into deep thought. He was aware of the teachings about becoming a god, and he also wanted to become a god, not for any other reason, but to revive and transform Ain back into blue silvergrass. Your Majesty, you must be wondering about the divine trial. Let me put it this way. The place for the Azura Goddess divine trial is indeed in the City of Slaughter. The reason you have not obtained the qualification for the divine trial of the God of Cultivation is that the Azura God has already selected a successor he is satisfied with to undergo the divine trial. Tang Hao was obviously lost in thought, and Tyrant did not know what Tang Hao was thinking. He assumed Tang Hao was reflecting on himself, having obtained the title of the God of Slaughter and the domain of the God of Slaughter through the City of Slaughter, but he had not come across any information regarding the divine trial. Tyrant had the right to speak on this matter, as he was the only soul master on the Douluo Continent who had met and spoken with the Azura God, and he had read the original text, knowing that the current king of Slaughter was indeed the candidate for the Azura Goddess divine trial. Tang Hao nodded blankly, still maintaining his aloof demeanor without speaking. As for the divine trial left by a deity, it is not convenient to disclose which deity it is, and I hope your majesty can understand. Talon is preparing to package himself as a divine heir who has received a divine test in order to gain Tang Hao's trust. So your majesty can rest assured. My 9th spirit ring, and even the future 10th spirit ring, once obtained, will be divinely granted spirit rings. And there will be no need to hunt soul beasts for spirit rings anymore. My Ice Mountain beauty wife, is it the Titan giant ape? I can't guarantee that I can capture the Titan giant ape alive after 100,000 years. Just as Talon was about to use his silver tongue to persuade, Tang Hao, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up and said, "Thank you, your majesty. Rest assured, your excellency. My grandfather and the others will take action as well. Our 4-spirit sect will deploy 3 tidal Douluo powerhouses. I believe that with the cooperation of 3 tidal Douluo, it shouldn't be difficult to achieve a state where the Titan Great Ape is severely injured but not dead." Tyrone was overjoyed to be able to pull Tang Hao into his soul hunting plan, which was the best scenario he had envisioned. However, before Tang Hao agreed, Tyrone always believed that the success rate of bringing Tang Hao into the plan was no more than 30%. But if the tidal Douluos teamed up, achieving the effect you mentioned would not be difficult. However, after you complete all the divine tests and become a deity, I hope you can help me with one thing. Tang Hao readily agreed to Talon's plan, but then he changed the subject and proposed that once Talon became a god, he help him with a certain task. In fact, Tang Hao wanted Talon to help him revive his wife, Ain, after he became a god. Tang Hao was well aware that, given his current situation, he had little chance of cultivating to become a god himself in this lifetime. So he placed his hope of reviving Ain on Talon, who had the potential to become a god. Sure, Tyrone had roughly guessed that Tang Hao wanted him to help with something, which was to rescue his wife. This task was not particularly difficult for Tyrone. Without further ado, he could simply plant the blue-silver grass transformed from Ain into the ice and fire duality, which would about satisfy Tang Hao's request. All right, I'll give you this. Whenever you need me to take action, just send this token to the Xianheng Hotel in Tiando City, and tell the owner to find me at the specified location and time, and I will come to you. Tang Hao took out a token engraved with the character Hao from his body and threw it to Tyrone, explaining how to use the token and how to contact him. After saying this, Tang Hao's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot, reappearing several dozen meters away from Tyrone. As Tang Hao's figure continued to flash, he quickly vanished from Tyrone's sight. Tyrone weighed the token made of meteorite iron in his hand and looked at the character Hao engraved on it with silver lines. He knew this was Tang Hao's personal relationship token, not a token from Haotian sect. It made sense. After all, Tang Hao had been in the small, isolated place of Nodding City for many years, and after coming out, he had been constantly opposing the Spirit Hall. If there wasn't an organization to help Tang Hao gather intelligence, tie up loose ends, and hide his tracks, he would have been discovered by the Spirit Hall long ago. Tyrone tossed the token into his storage soul guide and headed towards the village near Shrek Academy, quietly returning to the boys' dormitory. Without any conversation that night, the next day, before Oscar had even woken up, Tyrone had completed his morning training. He greeted Oscar and briefly informed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing before leaving Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing ultimately chose to stay at Shrek Academy to observe her fiancé, Dai Mubai's situation. Tyrone didn't say much about her decision, just advised her to weigh it carefully and didn't push further. Tyrone returned to Suatawa City and checked into the Rose Hotel again. However, this time, he began training to enhance his soul power through battle once more. Tyrone set his sights on the Titan Great Ape as the target for his 8th soul ring. And the only Titan Great Ape on the entire Douluo Continent was the Erming in the Stardow Forest. According to what Tyrone knew, generally, the Erming Titan Great Ape and the Daming Sky Blue Bull Python lived together by the Lake of Life in the Stardow Forest, having coexisted for countless years. 200,000-year Super Soul Beasts could not be dealt with unless there were more than 6 tidal Douluos or more than 3 Super Douluos. So if Tyrone wanted to hunt the Titan Great Ape alone, he could only wait for the opportunity when it left the core area of the Stardow Forest. However, the Soul Beast territorial awareness and their long-established habits of companionship would not easily allow them to leave the Sky Blue Bull Python or the Lake of Life in the core area of the Stardow Forest. The only opportunity Tyrone knew of for the Titan Great Ape to leave the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Lake of Life was when Shrek Academy entered the Stardow Forest to help Oscar find his 3rd soul ring. Chapter 304. Qualitative Change. Suatawa City is located near the provinces of Fasnuo and Silves, close to the Bala Kingdom. Therefore, Tyrone, who was staying in Suatawa City, was not far from the Sils province occupied by the Zhu Yan army. With his current speed, Tyrone could quickly travel back and forth between the two places. Thus, for the next period, Tyrone continued to shuttle between the Balak Kingdom and Sils province. As Tyrone participated in the battles of the Zhu Yan alliance, a legend about the Blood Demon emerged on the battlefield in Sils province. According to the rumors, when a Blood Demon appeared on the battlefield, it would open the gates of hell, transforming into a blood-red domain that enveloped the battlefield opened by the gates of hell, wrapping all the military forces of the opposing forces of the Zhu Yan alliance within it. Then, after the blood-colored demon identifies the target for the sacrifice, it summons vengeful spirits and asuras from hell to carry out brutal slaughter on the designated offerings. The blood, souls, and fear of the sacrifices serve as nourishment to make the blood-colored demon even more powerful. All of this, indeed, happens on the battlefield of the Sylvis province. But it is considered merely a rumor because no one has ever witnessed the blood-colored demon summon vengeful spirits and asuras. Those who have seen the blood-colored demon open the gates of hell have never returned from the blood-colored realm. However, many have witnessed the blood-colored demon selecting sacrifices, and all those who were enclosed within the blood-colored realm, whether powerful soul masters at the soul sage level or ordinary soldiers without any cultivation, became terrified corpses after the blood-colored realm faded. Some even left no bodies behind, being reduced to blood and flesh paste. Talon took a deep breath, wiped away a piece of flesh that was blocking his visor's eye hole, and threw the bloodied flesh, which belonged to an unknown person, onto the ground. He shook off the blood on his gauntlet and found a relatively intact corpse. He tore a piece of clothing from the body and cleaned the bloody tip of his halberd. The blood-red field surrounding Talon was slowly fading. He glanced at the panicked and demoralized army across from him, took stock of his own physical condition, and suppressed his desire to charge back into the battlefield for another round of fighting. He hoisted the massive halberd and turned to walk towards his own troops. As Talon turned away, the commanders of the coalition forces from the Sylvis province, organized to hunt down the Zhu Yan alliance, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The ordinary soldiers of the coalition also relaxed their tightly gripped weapons, moving their palms that had gone numb from the previous tension and wiping away the cold sweat on their foreheads, unsure if it was from fear or anxiety. Finally gone. General Israel, have you found out about that demon's origins? After the blood demon of Tyrone left, the army from the Zhu Yan alliance slowly retreated as well. The highest commander of the coalition forces, Duke Benjamin, did not intend to pursue the Zhu Yan alliance's troops during their slightly chaotic retreat. This was a lesson learned by the coalition forces of the Sylvis province from past experiences. Benjamin still remembered that when the blood demon first appeared on the battlefield, it also circled a designated area of coalition soldiers before launching a solo charge, subsequently unleashing a blood-red domain that opened the gates of hell and slaughtered everyone in that area. Afterward, the Zhu Yan alliance's army began to retreat, just like today. At that time, the overall commander of the coalition was not Duke Benjamin, but Duke Gunnar, who had the largest territory and the best historical battle records among the coalition's dukes, thus overshadowing the younger Duke Benjamin and becoming the commander of the Sylvis province coalition forces. Although Duke Gunnar was shocked by the blood demon's performance on the battlefield, he chose to order a full army assault when the Zhu Yan troops began to retreat and chaos ensued in their formation. It was after that battle that Duke Benjamin became the commander of the Sylvis province coalition, not because of any mistakes made by Gunnar that led to his removal from command, but because the only remaining members of Gunnar's forces did not return from that battlefield. Notably, Duke Gunnar was also the first Seven-Ring Soul Saint to die on the battlefield in the war between the Sylvis province coalition and the Zhu Yan alliance, killed swiftly by the already retreating blood demon in a one-on-one confrontation, showcasing its overwhelming power in front of both the Zhu Yan troops and the Sylvis province coalition. At that time, Benjamin was not on the battlefield. Had he been present, he might not have had the opportunity to become the current commander of the Sylvis province coalition, as most of the nobles who had followed Duke Gunnar into battle did not return alive. Duke Benjamin commanded the coalition forces of the Sylvis province to retreat and return to the rear camp. That night, Duke Benjamin summoned Yinsrael again, the person responsible for gathering information about the blood demon, to inquire further. However, as usual, Yinsrael's response disappointed Duke Benjamin, as he still had not found detailed information about the blood demon. Meanwhile, Tyrone returned to the room prepared for him by the Zhu Yan alliance. With Anna's help, he removed the armor that had been stained with the blood of countless people. After changing into his usual clothes and donning a monkey mask, which could not exactly be called a monkey mask, as anyone who had trained in the Zhu Yin visualization method on the Douluo Continent would recognize it. Tyrone was now wearing the mask of Zhu Yin. After playing for a while, Theron cleaned his body and shut himself away in a secret room, rejecting the disturbances from others. Inside the secret room, Theron sat cross-legged, releasing the soul power he had just suppressed. With the release of this suppression, the reserve of soul power within him began to increase. The increase in soul power reserves was like a quantitative change. Once a certain level of accumulation was reached, a qualitative change would inevitably occur. After the recent battles, Theron had accumulated a sufficient amount of soul power, and today's additional increase pushed his soul power to a critical point. The cultivation of soul power within Theron began to rise, and a qualitative change emerged. Chapter 305. Convergence. Talon's soul power cultivation, through his own efforts and accumulation, successfully broke through the barrier from level 79 to level 80, elevating his soul power to the level 80 tier. This time, Talon's breakthrough in soul power cultivation lasted from the afternoon of the first day to noon the next day. It can be said that Talon went a full day and night without food or water. However, after completing his cultivation breakthrough, he felt no fatigue or weakness, only a sense of strength arising from his recently increased power. Due to Talon's breakthrough today, he did not appear on the front lines of the battle between the Zhu Yin Alliance and the Silvis Province Coalition. Duke Benjamin, who was constantly on guard against the Blood-Red Demon's potential beheading opportunities, became even more anxious, fearing that Talon, known as the Blood-Red Demon, would suddenly emerge from somewhere and take lives with his weapon, the Demon Scythe. As a result, the Silvis Province Coalition's attacks on the battlefield appeared somewhat hesitant today, all because of the intimidation posed by Talon, the Blood-Red Demon, who had vanished without a trace. What Duke Benjamin did not know was that Talon, referred to as the Blood-Red Demon, had already left the Zhu Yin Alliance's army and returned to Suatawa City. This was because Talon had received news from the Shire Lake Academy today. The food system soul master, Oscar, whom Talon had been closely following, had broken through to level 30. The teachers at Shrek Academy have already begun preparing to lead the students to the Stardow Forest to help Oscar obtain his third spirit ring. Due to the economic conditions of Shrek Academy, this time they have chosen to have the students run to the Stardow Forest to hunt for the spirit ring. So, Tyrone still has plenty of time to catch up with the actions of Shrek Academy. Tyrone has already sent someone to notify the Four Spirits sect, and his grandfather, Titan, has set off towards the Stardow Forest with Yang Wushuang and another titled Douluo from the Li family, Taihong. Tyrone also sent someone with the identity token that the Hao Qianluo Tang Hao gave him to inform them of the preparations for the operation, asking the manager of the Xinheng Hotel to notify Tang how to meet at the Stardow Forest for the soul hunting operation against the Titan giant ape. After setting off from Shrek Academy, Tyrone took his time traveling in a carriage, and by the time he arrived at the town outside the Stardow Forest, the team from Shrek Academy had not yet arrived. Tyrone waited at the agreed place in the Soul Master Town with his grandfather Titan and the Hao Qianluo Tang Hao. Titan, Yang Wudi, and Tai Hong arrived quickly, reuniting with Tyrone the day after he reached the town. On the other hand, Tang Hao was a bit slower. As he was traveling with the Shrek Academy team, Tyrone guessed that Tang Hao most likely encountered the Shrek Academy team on the way to the Stardow Forest and decided to join them, traveling with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Since Tyrone had informed Titan of his plans first, including how he discovered Hao Qianluo Tang Hao and how he reached the current agreement with him, Titan was somewhat prepared. After many years seeing Tang Hao again, although he was still nervous and excited, he didn't have much to say, especially since Tang Hao, who he remembered as a proud and exceptional figure, now looked older than himself. Seeing Tang Hao like this made Titan's feelings more complicated, and he didn't know how to interact with the young master who had once been his companion. On the other hand, Yang Wudi was more direct and showed no good attitude towards Tang Hao. In fact, he had a bad attitude towards everyone from the Haotian sect. From the moment he was abandoned and used as a shield by the Haotian sect, it was destined that Yang Wudi would have no good feelings towards them. He would never forget how many people sacrificed their lives during that breakout battle, including the elderly and children, but even more were the soul master elites in their prime. Yang Wudi's younger brother, Yang Wushuang, sacrificed himself during that breakout battle to block the pursuit of the Spirit Hall, and he was Yang Wudi's own brother. Therefore, Yang Wudi hated the Spirit Hall for killing many from the Pa family, but he also hated the Haotian sect for abandoning them. Now, when Yang Wudi, as an elder of the Four Spirits sect and a title though, saw someone from the Haotian sect again, he had long abandoned his identity as a subordinate family of the Haotian sect and treated the current Haotian Duo, Tang Hao, with an attitude of equality and indifference. If it weren't for the need to receive Tang Hao's strength to help Tyrone hunt for the 100,000-year spirit ring, Yang Wudi's attitude towards Tang Hao would have been even worse. Only the last title Douluo from the Four Spirits sect, Tailong, who also came from the Li family, had a similar attitude towards Tang Hao as Yang Wushuang, although the Li family had been somewhat prepared during that breakout battle, resulting in fewer casualties compared to the other three families. There were still losses. Taihong Douluo's youngest son died in that battle, and the pain of losing a child made Taihong develop feelings of aversion towards the Haoyan sect, which had shattered his life for decades. So when he saw Tang Hao, Taihong also didn't have a good expression. Overall, the meeting between Tang Hao and the titled Douluos of the Four Spirits sect was not very friendly, and the atmosphere was quite stiff. Tang Hao didn't say much because he understood the reasons behind Yang Wudi and Taihong's attitudes and knew why the Haoyan sect announced the abandonment of the four single attribute families. It all stemmed from his actions, even though he didn't think he was wrong for taking action against the Pope of the Spear Hall. After a night of silence, the students from Shrek Academy, who followed the principle of not provoking trouble, still had conflicts with other Soul Master academies. The final outcome was also similar, with Zhao Wuji, a soul sage, using his powerful strength to settle things. Chapter 306, Side Front. The next day, the group from Shrek Academy, led by the unmoved king, Zhao Wuji, entered the Stardow Forest to prepare for Oscar's third spirit ring hunt. Tyrone's tracking team also set off at the same time, but everyone in Tyrone's group was hiding their figures and auras, following behind the Shrek Academy team from distance. Once they entered the Stardow Forest, Tang Hao noticed that they were tracking the students from Shrek Academy, and for the first time, he took the initiative to speak to Tyrone, asking about the specific plan for the soul hunt this time. What? You want to use my son and the others as bait? After hearing Tyrone's detailed soul hunting plan, Tang Hao couldn't help but explode, grabbing Tyrone, and, considering the current environment, he turned his imminent roar into a low growl. Tang Hao, what do you want to do? Yang Wudi had been paying attention to Tang Hao's actions, and when he saw Tang Hao grabbing Tyrone and threatening him, he quickly stepped forward, prying Tang Hao's hand off Tyrone and shielding Tyrone behind him, looking at Tang Hao with a hostile expression. It's fine, Grandpa Yang. No need to be nervous. I was just discussing our soul hunting plan with His Excellency Hao Yan. Tyrone patted Yang Wudi's straight back, calming his overly reactive emotions. Your Excellency, there's no need to be agitated. I'm not using Tang-san as bait. I just think that with Xiao Wu present, her aura will definitely be sensed by the two 100,000-year soul beasts deep in the Stardow Forest. According to the information I have, those two 100,000-year soul beasts, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, have a close relationship with Xiao Wu, and I estimate that as soon as she enters the Stardow Forest, one of the soul beasts will come to meet her. And since the Sky Blue Bull Python has a bull's head and a snake's tail, it is not very convenient to move in this forest environment. So it is very likely that the Titan Giant Ape, known as the King of the Forest, will come to meet her. At that time, the Titan Giant Ape, which has left the core area of the Stardow Forest and become isolated, will be our opportunity for the soul hunt. Tyrone elaborated on his plan in more detail to reassure Tang Hao about it. No way. The Titan Giant Ape is a violent and irritable soul beast. And not to mention a 100,000-year Titan Giant Ape, even a 50,000-year Titan Giant Ape could not be dealt with by Zhao Wuji's strength as the leading teacher of Shrek Academy this time. I cannot let Tang-san fall into danger. Moreover, what you described is just a possibility. What if the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape both act together? Tyrone originally thought that the plan he had was foolproof, but it was still denied by Tang Hao, who also proposed some of his own views. Let's not let the Titan Giant Ape or the Sky Blue Bull Python see anyone from Shrek Academy, especially Tang-san and Xiao Wu. We can directly wait in the core area of the Stardow Forest, right in the middle of Shrek Academy's group, blocking their path to find Xiao Wu and take care of them on the way. Because of the crown, how does this plan sound now? Tyrone directly stated the plan he had anticipated long ago. Great, let's go with this. Tang Hao was waiting for Tyrone's plan, aiming to eliminate as many risks as possible that Tang-san might face, which was something Tang Hao had always been doing. At the same time, Tang Hao's gaze towards Tyrone became more amiable, not because Tyrone changed the plan due to his opinion, but because Tang Hao realized that if it weren't for Tyrone inviting him to help hunt for soul rings this time, the group from Shrek Academy would still come to the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul rings. As for Xiao Wu, who was a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. She would attract the 100,000-year soul beasts, and, at that time, everyone from Shrek Academy would face the overwhelmingly powerful 100,000-year soul beasts, including his son Tang San. Tang Hao shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and looked at Tyrone, thinking of Tyrone's excellence, and couldn't help but compare his son Tang San with Tyrone, then shook his head helplessly. Although Tang Hao was very proud of his son Tang San, who had twin martial souls and innate full soul power, making him one of the few geniuses in the entire history of Douluo Continent, it was nothing compared to Tyrone, who had already reached Soul Sage at 16, and soon would be a Soul Douluo monster. Moreover, Tyrone had already gone through trials in the City of Slaughter at a young age, obtaining the title of God of Killing, and was even chosen by the deities with the potential to become a god. In the history of Douluo Continent, as far as Tang Hao knew, there had been no one like Tyrone before. As for whether there would be others in the future, Tang Hao didn't know. The atmosphere among the soul-hunting team of the Four Spirits sect was slightly awkward due to the recent conflict between Tang Hao and Yang Wudi, so the team fell into a silent state, following the Titan ahead without a word. The Titan was using his spiritual power to probe, constantly keeping an eye on the situation over at Shrek Academy, while Tang Hao might also be watching over Tang San and Xiao Wu. A little to the left. No, a little to the right. The Titan reminded the others in the team, adjusting their direction as they went. Although the Four Spirits sect was secretly tracking Shrek Academy, their position was unusual. Instead of being behind their target, as in a typical tracking situation, they had moved to the side front of the target. It was precisely because the Titan Giant Apes soul hunting team had gotten ahead of Shrek Academy that the Titan kept modifying their direction to ensure they remained in the front side of Shrek Academy's group. The reason the Four Spirits sect was positioned to the side front was to minimize the impact on Shrek Academy, allowing them to find a suitable 1,000-year third soul ring for Oscar without difficulty in the Stardow Forest. Chapter 307. Capture Little Oscar. Let's act now to avoid any unnecessary delays, Zhao Wujia said as he pulled out a short dagger from his waist and handed it to Oscar. Just stab it from underneath its comb, and you can pierce its brain and kill it. Then this 1,000-year phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake's soul ring will be yours. Thank you, teacher. Oscar took the dagger from Zhao Wujia's hand and thanked him before looking at the subdued phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, feeling eager to try. Stop. Accompanied by an elderly and anxious voice, Snake Granny arrived with her granddaughter Mangaran. Zhao Wujia was mindful of his students and the notable reputation of the Dragon King and Snake Granny, and considering that the two were basically inseparable, he felt concerned. Snake Granny, mindful of Zhao Wujia's fearsome reputation, suggested that Tang San and Meng Yiran engage in a soul duel to decide the fate of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. The soul duel was naturally won by Tang San, who was quite exceptional, and at the same time, Tang San's cultivation successfully broke through to level 30. The group from Shrek immediately decided to stay in the Stardow Forest for a while longer to help Tang San obtain a suitable third soul ring before leaving. That night, Titan, Yang Wudi, Tailong, Tang Hao, and Tyrone were all awake, and the five of them were laying out their plans in the core area of the Stardow Forest, where Shrek Academy was located. It's happening. In the early part of the night, the Stardow Forest was relatively calm, with only the occasional sounds of nocturnal animals hunting and the rustling of plants being disturbed. However, this tranquility was shattered in the latter part of the night by a giant figure emerging from the core area of the Stardow Forest. The Titan Giant Ape, also known as Erming, was quietly living by the life lake in the core area of the Stardow Forest, catching rabbits and tending to plants, occasionally thinking of his little sister Xiao Wu. But today, Erming sensed the presence of his little sister Xiao Wu in the Stardow Forest, and after informing his brother Daming, the sky blue bull python, the Titan Giant Ape Erming left the area of the life lake, departing from the core area of the Stardow Forest. The Titan Giant Ape was massive, and since Erming had already reached 100,000-year cultivation, there were virtually no paths in the Stardow Forest that could accommodate a 100,000-year Titan Giant Ape. Therefore, Erming could only clear a path while heading towards the direction where Xiao Wu's aura was coming from. Fortunately, the Stardow Forest was sparsely populated, and the growth of plants was rapid, so the vegetation damaged by the Titan Giant Ape would soon regrow. Titan, Yang Wudi, Tang Hao, and Taihong opened their eyes, and the previously lazy Tyrone also perked up. Titan glanced at Tyrone, and upon receiving his grandfather's gaze, Tyrone instinctively stepped back a little to hide or be on guard. After the burden in the Titan Giant Ape's soul hunting team was forced to leave, the other members had already taken their positions according to the original plan. A large net made up of 4 Tailong strong ones was officially set, just waiting for the target. The Titan giant ape, who was blissfully unaware and solely focused on finding his little sister Xiao Wu, to fall into the trap. Crack, crack, with the sound of snapping branches. And, as Yang Wudi confirmed that the Titan giant ape had been ensnared, he shouted to remind the other Douluo level experts to take action. Martial Soul, Mighty Gorilla, Titan, and Tailong, 2 Douluo from powerful families, simultaneously released their martial soul, the Mighty Gorilla. Their soul rings and martial souls were extremely similar, with configurations of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 which are considered the best soul ring combinations under normal circumstances. The 2 mighty gorillas moved at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, pinning down their unsuspecting opponents who were caught off guard by the surprise attack. Since Titan and Tailong had already made their move, Tang Hao, the invincible Yang, naturally would not remain idle. A gigantic Haotian hammer appeared in Tang Hao's hands. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi was also diligently accumulating his power with a spear, the soul-piercing spear, in his hands, radiating spear light. This spear light was not cultivated by Yang Wudi himself, but came from the inherent damage of the soul-piercing spear. Tang Hao's first, fourth, and sixth soul abilities lit up one after another, with yellow, purple, and black lights shining bright. The already imposing Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hands was now surrounded by a red glow, emanating a frightening aura from his seemingly unremarkable body. With a thud, the gigantic Haotian hammer came crashing down, striking the Titan Great Ape's head hard, causing the already ugly Titan Great Ape to grimace in pain, making the whole monkey unwell. With Tang Hao's Haotian hammer already in action, Yang Wudi would not let this opportunity slip by. The Titan Great Ape's arm, which was originally swung towards Yang Wudi, fell weakly, while Yang Wudi's enlarged soul-piercing spear was now deeply embedded in the Titan Great Ape's body. Although the Titan Great Ape was a 100,000-year super soul beast and the strongest soul beast in the Stardow Forest, it was facing 4 Douluo, one of whom was a super Douluo with a top martial soul, and the sudden ambush left the Titan Great Ape with no defenses. Thus, the Titan Great Ape was caught off guard by these 4 sudden Douluo and was about to be subdued before it could even retaliate. At this moment, Tailong also ran out from a hidden spot not far from the trap, and his Zhu Yin martial soul instantly completed its possession. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 red. 7 soul rings rose and spiraled above Tailong's feet. Upon seeing the red soul ring on Tailong, the Titan Great Ape began to panic and struggle violently. Hurry up and take action. The Titan Great Ape has been missing for too long, and the Sky Blue Bull Python will surely come looking for its second brother. You must absorb it quickly. The Titan urged Tailong to act swiftly to deal with the 100,000-year Titan Great Ape. Chapter 309. Absorption. Tailong quickly approached the bewildered 100,000-year Titan Great Ape, which was temporarily under control by the 4 Douluo. Under the urging of the others, Tailong pierced the Titan Great Ape's brain with his Fong Tian Hua Ji, targeting its eye area. As Tailong exerted force and twisted the shaft of the Fong Tian Hua Ji, it drilled into the Titan Great Ape's head, directly smashing its brain. After Tailong shattered the Titan Great Ape's brain, the previously struggling Titan Great Ape ceased its resistance, its once powerful body now limp. Feeling the power dissipate from the Titan Great Ape's body, Tailong and Taihong, who were responsible for controlling the Titan Great Ape, let out a sigh of relief. Although both Tailong and Taihong were powerful Douluo of the strength system, there was still a slight gap between their martial souls, the mighty gorilla, and the super soul beast, the Titan Great Ape. They had only managed to control the Titan Great Ape with their martial soul true bodies while in a surprise attack. Tailong withdrew his Fong Tianhua Ji from the Titan Great Ape's head. The domineering and flamboyant blade, still carrying some red and white viscous substance along with some crystalline particles. Tailong guessed that this white viscous liquid was likely the Titan Great Ape's brain matter. With a powerful flick, Tailong tried to shake off the substances clinging to the blade of his Fong Tianhua Ji, producing a loud whooshing sound. After cleaning the Fong Tianhua Ji, he stored it back in his storage soul guide. At this moment, a red soul ring, radiating a tremendous soul power pressure, had formed above the massive body of the Titan Great Ape, condensed from red energy. The already brilliant red light appeared exceptionally dazzling in the dark areas of the Stardow Forest, captivating the hearts of those present. However, Tang Hao and the other 3 Douluo merely felt a momentary excitement. Then, Yang Wudi, Titan, and Taihong exchanged glances and discreetly protected Tailong, intentionally blocking the path between Tailong and Tang Hao, subtly excluding Tang Hao from the situation. Even Titan, who had always respected Tang Hao, was now prepared to defend his grandson's soul ring and soul bone. If Tang Hao dared to raise any objections regarding the ownership of the Titan Great Ape's soul ring and soul bone, Titan felt ready to step in and test the strength of the current generation of Hao Ian Douluo. I'll go check on what the others are doing. Tang Hao, who had traveled across Douluo Continent for many years, was no stranger to such situations. Moreover, Tang Hao was currently in a full soul bone and soul ring state, showing little interest in the 100,000-year soul bone of the Titan Great Ape. Besides, Tang Hao already had a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor leg soul bone in his storage soul guide. To avoid any potential conflicts or misunderstandings, he proactively sought a reason to leave. After Tang Hao departed, Titan, Taihong, and Yang Wudi exchanged nods, and then Taihong and Tailong unleashed their soul power, creating a soul power and mental power isolation area centered around the Titan Great Ape's corpse and soul ring, preparing for Tailong to absorb the 100,000-year Titan Great Ape soul ring. As Tailong and Taihong took action, Yang Wudi was not idle either. Typically focused on direct combat, Yang Wudi began to emulate Dugabo. He took out small vials from his storage soul guide, distanced himself slightly from Taihong and Tailong, and started spraying the contents of the vials around. Regardless of the type of medicine, whether pills or liquids, Yang Wudi transformed all of them into mist using his soul power, accelerating their diffusion. Yang Wudi was clearing the area of scents while also laying down some mixed toxins as a deterrent. Tailong was unaware of Yang Wudi's actions. He had already sat cross-legged next to the Titan Great Ape's corpse, calming his excited state to maintain his usual training mindset. Then, Tailong began to absorb his 8th soul ring, his second 100,000-year soul ring. Because this was the first time Tailong was absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring directly, he was particularly focused. After all, the last time he dealt with the 1,000-gene ant king, it was in a human form. When Tailong killed the small gene that transformed from the 1,000-gene ant, he felt it was no different from killing an overly intelligent child. He did not have the feeling of personally defeating a 100,000-year soul beast, standing at the top of the soul beast hierarchy on Douluo Continent. This time, a child of destiny appeared on the human side. Tailong's martial spirit, Zhu Yan, was attached to him, a relative used for emitting high temperatures. And then he began to officially absorb the red 100,000-year soul ring of the Titan giant ape. As Tailong's soul power operated according to the innate guiding technique, a pulling force enveloped the red soul ring of the Titan giant ape, allowing Tailong to once again become the focus of the Wind Academy without any unexpected events. Absorbing the red soul ring of the 100,000-year Titan giant ape, Tailong was in a good mental and physical state. The red soul ring floated high above Tailong's head, emitting powerful energy under the contract of Tailong's soul power. Just as Tailong was killing the Titan giant ape, the previously diving Tianqing bull python suddenly emerged from the life lake, breaking the calm surface of the water. The Tianqing bull python was unaware of the Titan giant ape's condition. Otherwise, it would have already been forgotten by others after pondering for a while. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing, who was originally lying in her small tent and happily explaining Tang San's little stories to Zhu Zhuqing, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart for some unknown reason. Accompanying the discomfort in her heart was the fact that Xiao Wu also lacked money because she still needed to take care of her skin and mood. After the Titan giant ape died, Xiao Wu's mood suddenly worsened, and she had no intention of continuing to chat with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. She closed her eyes and began to reminisce about her life as a soft-bone rabbit. Chapter 309, Crackle. While Tailong was absorbing the Titan giant ape's soul ring, a series of crackling explosive sounds suddenly erupted from him. Along with the absorption of the soul ring, Tailong's body, which had previously stopped developing, actually grew taller again, although it was not very obvious as he sat cross-legged. In Tailong's spiritual world, 3 monkeys were now in opposition. One represented Tailong's current consciousness, depicted in the Zhu Yan relationship chart he had drawn himself, while the other was completely formed from black energy, representing the Titan giant ape, which was also increasing in segments. Who are you? Just as Tailong was preparing to act against the remnant soul of the Titan giant ape based on his past experiences, the remnant soul, representing the Titan giant apes, actually spoke. However, Tailong had no time to respond to the Titan giant ape's question. The 2 Zhu Yan, which now looked almost identical, pounced forward, fiercely stabilizing their direction and quickly halting, or directly jumping out to complete their first training. With the cooperation of the two Zhu Yin, Tailong quickly completed the absorption of this 8th soul ring. The originally floating red soul ring above Tailong's head, which emitted a tremendous oppressive aura, was now subdued by Tailong's efforts. The Titan directly stored the massive corpse of the Titan giant ape into his storage soul guide, as he had brought a supersized storage soul guide specifically to take the entire corpse of the 100,000-year soul beast back intact. The soul ring within the Titan giant ape's body, which Tailong had just checked, turned out to be a right arm soul bone. Besides the trunk bone and head bone, Tailong could achieve his goal of having soul bones all over his body. Now, in the state of martial spirit possession, Tailong's body had expanded significantly. Of course, the expansion of his body was not shocking. What truly astonished was Tailong's age and his level of soul power. Once Tailong chose to release his martial spirit, 8 soul rings would swirl around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 red, red. After the Titan packed up the Titan giant ape's corpse, he had just mentioned going to see Tang San, but due to his current physical condition, multiple assassination attempts and prolonged lack of treatment had worsened his condition. Now, there was a high chance of recovery, but given Tang Hao's personality, it would be challenging to let Yang Wudi and Dugu Bo treat him. Since Tang Hao did not choose to return, Tailong directly emitted his recently improved mental power to communicate with Tang Hao, who had just hidden away. Then Tailong, along with the Titan, Yang Wudi, and Tai Hong, embarked on their journey home. Tang Hao needed to prepare for Tang San later, so it was best for him to stay put. The next day, under Dugu Bo's guidance, the two quickly set off. Dugu Bo was just leading the way now. With technology not inferior to the opponents, this was very much in line with Tailong's thinking. After being sent into the ice and fire yin-yang well by Dugu Bo, the latter asked if Tailong needed anything else. Tailong informed Dugu Bo that he was quite aware of the situation he was about to face and had already prepared the necessary items. So he had just what he needed in his storage soul guide. After Dugu Bo left, he had originally made this trip just to bring Tailong to the ice and fire yin-yang well. So now that Tailong was safely delivered, there was no need for him to stay. Before leaving, Dugu Bo made a batch of supplies that the 4 spirit sect needed during the short time and left satisfied. After Dugu Bo departed, Talon arrived at the location of the ice and fire yin-yang well, which he was already very familiar with. He immediately stripped off his clothes and dove in with a beautiful leap, then began to explore and gather resources from the ice and fire yin-yang well continuously. As Tailong dove deeper into the well, the power contained in the surrounding spring water became unmanageable, and he hoped that no other issues would arise during this process. On the other side, at Shrek Academy, without the incident of the Titan giant ape attacking their base, Tang San chose to absorb the 900-year-old faceless demon spider, thus obtaining the external spirit bone from the original work. It can only be said that, judging by the current situation in Douluo Continent, Tang San is still the chosen one of this world. However, with the addition of the disruptor Tailong, whether Tang San can still become the favored one of Douluo Continent in the future is uncertain. This time, Xiao was not taken away by the Titan giant ape, but she still played a disappearing act, putting on a 1,000-year soul ring and explaining to others that she hunted it herself. This trip to the Stardoe Forest by Shrek Academy ended smoothly, but on the way back, Zhu Zhuqing, who is Dai Mubai's fiancé, suddenly disappeared. Chapter 310. Tiando Academy. Today is the day when the people from Shrek Academy head to the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. The expressions of the group from Shrek Academy are not very good, especially the Academy's dean, Flander, who is leading the way with a map and has a particularly sour expression. Xiao Gang, you're familiar with Tiando City. Do you know how to get to the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy? This map looks a bit confusing. Flander adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, squinted at the map in his hand, and compared the markings on the map with the surrounding environment. He found that what was drawn on the map did not quite match the current surroundings, so he hesitantly asked Yu Xiaojiang, who came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, for help in finding the way. Hearing Flander's inquiry, Yu Xiaojiang looked up from his thoughts, surveyed the surrounding environment, and shook his head. I don't know either. I left Tiando City when I was young and haven't returned since. So many years have passed, and the environment has changed quite a bit. I can't remember clearly now. After saying this, Yu Xiaojiang fell back into his own world, continuing to ponder, occasionally muttering to himself. Yu Xiaojiang is not being dismissive of Flander. He genuinely does not know the way. When Yu Xiaojiang was still in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he didn't have the thought of going to the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Flander looked at Yu Xiaojiang, who had become a bit distracted, shook his head and turned to Zhao Wujia, his eyes clearly showing a questioning look, asking if Zhao Wujia really didn't know how to get to the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Boss, don't look at me. I come from a small place and have never been to an Advanced Soul Master Academy, let alone a place like the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. I've only been to Tiando City a couple of times, and I was too busy traveling to pay attention to any Soul Master Academies. Zhao Wujia saw Flander looking over and understood what Flander wanted to ask, so he waved his hand to explain. On the other side, Li Yusong and other teachers from Shrek Academy are in a similar situation as Zhao Wujia. Although the teachers at Shrek Academy are powerful, they mostly come from humble backgrounds and are considered anomalies among the common people. Therefore, many teachers at Shrek Academy are not very clear about where the entrance to the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy is. Just as Flander was about to continue examining the map he had kept for more than 10 years to find the way to the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, Ning Rongrong, who didn't want to waste any more time, stepped forward. Dean Flander, I know where the Tiando Royal Academy is. My family's castle is not far from Tiando City. I used to go to Tiando City to play with my clan often, and I've been to the Tiando Royal Academy. Although the direct descendants of our seven treasure, glazed tile, sect study and cultivate within the sect, some branches of our clan do study at the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. In fact, the Tiando Royal Academy is not located within Tiando City, but outside of it, just like how our Shrek Academy is outside of Soto City. Ning Rongrong explained the location of the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy and subtly praised her current Shrek Academy. Rongrong, can you check if the markings on my map are correct? After hearing Ning Rongrong's explanation, Flander searched the map according to what she said and quickly found the locations of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Pointing at the map and asking Ning Rongrong, Dean, when was this map made? It must be over 10 years old. Ning Rongrong sighed, looking at Flander's map with a somewhat speechless expression. Oh, you can tell just by looking at it? Impressive. I didn't expect you to understand ancient maps. Rongrong. Flander's eyes lit up upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, and he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, asking with great interest, what do you mean, understand ancient maps? I don't know anything about that. I just know your map is outdated. This map doesn't even mark the locations of the Four Spirit Sect and the Leaf family. The Four Spirit Sect was established later than the Leaf family, and the Leaf family moved to the vicinity of Tiando City over 10 years ago. But this map doesn't even have a mark for the Leaf family. How can it not be over 10 years old? Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes and pointed to a location on the map, explaining to Flander. This. Flander looked at the location representing the forest that Ning Rongrong pointed to and listened to her explanation, feeling that the way people around him were looking at him was a bit strange. Well, I've been working hard on developing our Shrek Academy these past few years, so it's normal to overlook these small matters. Since you know the way, then you can lead us from here on. Flander snatched the old map from Ning Rongrong's hands, directly changing the subject, and pushed her to the front of the group to lead the way. Ning Rongrong led the group from Shrek Academy toward the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Since everyone was strong soul masters, they walked quickly, and it didn't take long for them, under Ning Rongrong's guidance, to arrive at the mountain belonging to the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Now it was already noon, the sun was high, and the group from Shrek took a temporary rest in the shade of the trees by the roadside. At this time, Flander asked, Rongrong, how far are we from the Tiando Royal Academy now? Dean, we are already here. We are currently within the range of the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. This mountain is all part of the Tiando Royal Academy, and that lake behind it is too, Ning Rongrong said, gesturing as she spoke, pointing to the mountain in front of her while addressing Flander. The whole mountain is part of it. Hearing this, Flander's eyes sparkled with the light of gold soul coins, as he began calculating how much this mountain would be worth in gold soul coins. A great location, nestled between mountains and water. The group from Shrek Academy understood Ning Rongrong's explanation and began to pay attention to the mountain in front of them. At that moment, both the teachers and students of Shrek Academy nodded in their hearts, expressing satisfaction with the environment of the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. The students were satisfied because they believed the environment would improve their future, while the teachers were pleased with the prospect of their Shrek Academy merging with the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, allowing them to become teachers there. Chapter 3:11. Entering led by Ning Rongrong, the Shrek Academy group arrived at the entrance of the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. A few people paused and asked, May I ask what brings you to our Tiando Academy? After arriving at the entrance, The Shrek group was hesitating about what to do next when a middle-aged man in silver attire, looking to be around the same age as Flinder, happened to walk out of the Tiendo Academy and ran into them. Noticing that the Shrek group was dressed simply, with a large age difference among them and not wearing the Tiendo Academy uniform, he assumed they had come to the Tiendo Academy to look for someone. Being warm-hearted, he approached when he saw Flinder and the others looking troubled. "We are here to look for someone. May I ask who you are?" Flinder, as the head of Shrek Academy and the leader of the group, took the initiative to speak in this situation. "Nice to meet you. I am Sun Buyu, a Tiendo-level teacher at the Tiendo Empire, having taught at the academy for many years. Since you're here to look for someone, I happen to have some free time. Please tell me the name of the person you're looking for, and I will help you find him." Sun Buyu replied with a smile. And when he mentioned being a Tiendo-level teacher, a look of pride appeared on his face, clearly satisfied and proud of his identity. "Oh, so you're a teacher, son. I have long heard of you. Qin Ming has mentioned you. He said you are knowledgeable and have rich experience and unique insights in teaching." Flinder, having been in business for many years, had developed skills in dealing with different people. Before today, he certainly did not know about Sun Buyu. And Qin Ming wouldn't have mentioned anything about him to Flinder, so it was clear that Flinder's purpose in saying this was to build a rapport with Sun Buyu, as they might become colleagues in the future. You flatter me, you flatter me." Sun Buyu responded with humility. "By the way, is the Qin Ming you mentioned the teacher Qin Ming from our Tiendo Academy?" Having just heard Flinder's praise, Sun Buyu's face was filled with undisguised joy, but he still modestly waved his hand. It was only later that he realized the person in front of him had mentioned that it was Qin Ming who told them about him. And since he did know a Qin Ming, he casually asked about it. "Yes, Qin Ming is now a teacher at the Tiendo Academy. Not long ago, he took the Academy's battle team to challenge others," Flinder replied. "Oh, so you must have come from Shrek Academy?" Sun Buyu understood Flinder's group's purpose and just wanted to confirm it. "Yes." Flinder nodded. "Ha ha ha. So it's the Shrek Academy that can cultivate a genius like teacher Qin Ming. I have long heard of you." Not long ago, after teacher Qin Ming returned, he reported to several deans, and they took your Academy's visit very seriously, holding early meetings to discuss it. We just didn't know when you would arrive, so we couldn't prepare a proper welcome. Therefore, the Academy arranged for people to wait at the city gate of Tiendo, ready to receive you. We didn't expect you to come directly to the Academy, so we didn't arrange anyone to greet you at the Academy gate. Please forgive us." Seeing that he had confirmed the identities of Flinder and the others, Sun Buyu laughed heartily, praising Shrek Academy, and then explained the reason for the absence of a welcoming party. Afterward, he bowed and apologized to the Shrek Academy group. This exchange put smiles on the faces of the Shrek Academy members. They were clearly very satisfied with Sun Buyu's attitude as a Tiendo-level teacher from the Tiendo Academy, which also improved their impression of the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy that they had not yet entered. It's all right. Flinder quickly waved his hand, saying that the arrangements from the Tiendo Academy were quite normal. When other academies come to exchange with the Tiendo Academy, they generally first enter the city, and then the academy arranges people based on their uniforms, allowing the Tiendo Academy to prepare for their welcome. However, things were different for Shrek Academy. Flinder couldn't just say that he brought everyone directly to the Tiendo Academy to save on accommodation costs, instead of going to the city first to enjoy free lodging and meals. "Look at me, I'm getting old and my memory is good. I should have been chatting with Dean Flinder here. Please, this way." Sun Buyu patted his head, then led the Shrek Academy group into the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Once inside the Tiendo Academy, the scenery along the road changed again, shocking the Shrek Academy teachers and students who had been in the village. They could hear Ma Hongjun and Oscar's exclamations along the way. Sun Buyu clearly knew the purpose of Shrek Academy's visit, and perhaps thought that these students and teachers might join the Tiendo Academy in the future. So he warmly introduced various buildings and sites, placing special emphasis on the Academy's simulated training area. Although Sun Buyu was introducing the Academy along the way, the group's pace did not slow down, and they quickly arrived at the main campus area of the Tiendo Royal Academy. The main campus area of the Tiendo Academy was entirely built with single-story houses, surrounded by a wall 5 meters high, all painted a bright yellow that looked extremely vibrant. Even the top of the wall was covered with glazed tiles, resembling a palace fortress, especially dazzling under the sunset. Sun Buyu brought the Shrek Academy group to the reception hall of the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. After settling them in, he excused himself to find the dean of the Tiendo Academy. "What do you think of this place?" Flinder asked the teachers of Shrek Academy, such as Zhao Waoqi, after Sun Buyu left, now that they were among their own people. "Not bad. The air is great. It's perfect for retirement. I don't mind. as long as you're satisfied. The teachers from Shrek Academy expressed their opinions, and the results were clear. They were all very satisfied with the environment of the Tiendo Academy, obviously looking forward to teaching and spending their later years in such a place. Chapter 312. Notification in the reception hall of the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. The Shrek Academy group was arranged to rest, with teachers and students gathered in small groups, quietly chatting. From the smiles and nods of satisfaction among them, it was clear that the mood of the Shrek group was quite good, and they were very eager for their future life at the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Dean, Teacher Zhao, Teacher Li. Just as the Shrek group was enjoying their conversations, Qin Ming, a Tiendo-level teacher at the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy and a graduate of Shrek Academy, walked in. Qin Ming had just been training the battle team of the Tiendo Academy, and upon hearing that the Shrek Academy group had arrived, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. However, he still had to help these students with their training and had to suppress his urge to immediately see his teachers. Now Qin Ming himself is also a teacher, taking on the responsibilities that come with that role. After overseeing the students of the Tiendo Academy battle team to complete their training tasks for the day, he called over the Captain Yu Tianheng to give a few instructions before hurriedly leaving towards the reception hall of Tiendo Academy. Qin Ming greeted the teachers from Shrek Academy, and the teachers from Shrek Academy, including Flander and Zhao Wujia, were very pleased with their successful disciple. After a pleasant conversation, the three chief members of the academic committee from Tiendo Academy arrived. The three elderly men, dressed in long robes embroidered with golden thread patterns, came together. The three deans of the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy clearly valued the visit from Shrek Academy, as they changed into these formal garments that showcased their status upon receiving the news, and personally came to welcome the group from Shrek Academy. When Flander entered in such attire, he immediately felt respected. However, Flander was also aware of the purpose of their visit, so he quickened his pace, took a few steps forward, crossed his arms over his shoulders, bowed, and said, Shrek Academy, Flander, Wuhuan Cat Eagle, Agility Attack Type, Level 78, 7-Ring Soul Douluo. Greetings to the seniors. Haha. Dean Flander did not stand on ceremony. He had long heard that Dean Flander not only had a high level of soul power, but also unique insights in teaching. Seeing him in person today was indeed not a false reputation. The three elders from Tiendo Academy, after seeing Flander bow, showed satisfied smiles and laughed heartily as they stepped forward to help the bowing Flander up, praising him. The elder who helped Flander up was none other than the chief of the academic committee of the Tiendo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, Meng Xinji. After helping Flander up, Meng Xinji chatted with him for a bit and then introduced by Baoshan and Jeline, two Soul Doa, to the people from Shrek Academy. When Meng Xinji introduced the two powerful Soul Doa, Flander and the others hurriedly paid their respects, showing respect to the Soul Doa. Once Meng Xinji finished the introductions, Flander provided an overview of Shrek Academy's situation, emphasizing the martial souls and soul power levels of several teachers from Shrek Academy. The people from Tiendo Academy understood the purpose of Shrek Academy's visit, so they treated the Shrek Academy group very kindly, especially the exceptionally talented students. Upon learning about the ages and levels of these children, the admiration of the three Soul Douluo for talented individuals greatly increased. Introduction. Rebirth in the Douluo Continent becoming Talon. Knowing the plot of Douluo, the protagonist naturally does not follow the original story, not bowing to the master, not following the group, approaching the Douluo Continent from another angle.